3 days ago, an unimaginably huge bomb suddenly appeared in the sky, with a glaring countdown floating next to it. Panic gripped the world. Some tried to shoot it with slingshots, others threw stones, and some countries even dispatched bombers and missiles. But no matter what they did, the bomb remained suspended in the air, impossible to shoot down or detonate prematurely. Just as the countdown reached 0, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. The next second, everyone on Earth was transported to a strange planet, beginning a brutal two-player survival game. This planet is teeming with bizarre plants and unknown creatures, including extinct prehistoric behemoths and all sorts of terrifying monsters. In addition, extreme weather events such as cold waves, extreme heat waves, insect plagues, monster hordes, and lightning storms occur every week or two. Any disaster could cause an ordinary person to collapse on the spot. To survive, one must open resource boxes and obtain food, tools, weapons, and defensive structures from them. However, the teammates others are matched with are either retired Special Forces soldiers or wilderness survival masters. At the very least, they're biology professors who are well-versed in various plants and animals. But when it was Wang Fan's turn, he was completely dumbfounded, because his teammate was actually a fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged school beauty. At that moment, Wang Fan urged, "Let's go outside and take a look." The two responded and immediately stepped out of the cave. The ground beneath their feet was uneven and painful to walk on. To make matters worse, they were completely naked, truly starting from scratch. Upon exiting the cave, the sight before them left the two frozen in place. Towering trees stood densely packed, and the cave was located halfway up the mountain. In front of the cave entrance was a relatively flat clearing, surrounded by trees. It seemed quiet, yet it exuded an air of unfamiliarity and eeriness. Looking into the distance, Wang Fan saw mushrooms and bamboo shoots growing over 10 meters tall at the foot of the mountain, along with thick vines reaching towards the sky, adorned with strange flowers. Just then, a deep, animalistic roar suddenly echoed, and the flock of birds at the foot of the mountain scattered in fright. Looking up again, they saw the outlines of several planets floating in the sky, some blue, some red, like the moon magnified countless times. They had only ever seen such a scene on a computer. Almost simultaneously, they exclaimed, "Where is this?" A system notification suddenly popped up. Weather: sunny, 26 degrees Celsius, 8 hours of daylight, 10 days until winter, minimum temperature minus 70 degrees Celsius. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan was stunned. Minus 70 degrees Celsius? Lin Qingxue frowned. This hint doesn't seem right. Why specifically emphasize that the rotation is normal? Wang Fan nodded. She speculated that if the rotation were abnormal, the daytime hours would likely be shorter. Considering the celestial bodies in the sky, this was clearly not a world they were familiar with. The two quickly reached a consensus. With only 10 days left until winter, they would surely die without a source of fire. Wang Fan decided to explore the area first and proceed only after confirming it was safe. He then opened his inventory and found a savage outfit. Taking it out, he saw it was a tiger skin vest and leopard print shorts. The quality was surprisingly good. He immediately put it on and patted himself down, saying, "It fits quite well." Lin Qingxue was stunned. She quickly checked her inventory, but found it empty. She immediately became anxious. "Why do you have it, but I don't?" Wang Fan was also a little confused. He helped her search, but it was indeed empty. He simply asked in the class chat, "Do you guys have any clothes?" The chat immediately erupted in groans. Almost everyone was naked. Some complained, some joked, and others said they discovered freshwater resources in a low-lying area. Upon seeing the words freshwater, many people immediately started asking for points. Wang Fan, however, quickly calmed down and didn't rush to change the water, as this kind of raw water could potentially be risky. After closing the chat, he helplessly shrugged. "Looks like I'm really the only one with clothes." Then, Wang Fan noticed the title system, opened it, and saw Savage, Gathering X2, Movement Speed plus 10%, Health plus 10%. Looking at his health, it had already reached 11 points. He couldn't help but complain. When did I become a savage? Lin Qingxue still had 10 health points, but she was more concerned about something else. Her face flushed, she said softly, "Could you give me a piece of clothing? It's getting windy." As she spoke, she held her hands in front of her. Wang Fan glanced at her, clearly struggling to keep up, but still tried to remain calm. I can only give you one of the clothes or the pants. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then the pants, please." Wang Fan was about to agree, but then changed his mind. "No, there are too many branches in the woods, and my pants will easily get snagged. Besides, it's inconvenient if I don't wear them." Lin Qingxue was taken aback, then nodded with a wry smile. "That makes sense." Finally, Wang Fan handed her his shirt. "Make do for now." Lin Qingxue took it and put it on. The length was just right to cover her vital areas, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two decided not to venture too far for the time being. The fog in the forest was very thick, with visibility limited to only about 10 meters. Getting lost would be dangerous. So, they began to study the crafting system, intending to solve the most basic survival problem first. The crafting menu included items such as straw sandals, canvas shoes, and leather shoes, but all of them require materials. Lin Qingxue suggested, "Let's make straw sandals first. Leather is too difficult to obtain." Wang Fan nodded in agreement. But a problem soon arose. They needed axes to cut down the trees, and they had none. Looking at the 30-meter-tall trees, the two fell silent. Wang Fan gave a wry smile. "How about we use our teeth?" With no other option, they turned to the chat channel for help. Soon, someone provided the key method. Collecting tree branches could be exchanged for wood, and once they had collected 100 units, they could craft a workbench and then use the workbench to make an axe. The two then realized what was happening and couldn't help but exclaim, "It really comes down to kid." So they immediately started gathering branches. Wang Fan, with his wild man buff, was noticeably more efficient. Lin Qingxue didn't fare so well. Branches kept getting caught on her, and since she had no clothes on her lower body, moving around was very awkward. But the two of them gritted their teeth and worked for half a day, constantly picking up branches from the surrounding area. After an unknown amount of time, their stomachs began to rumble, and they realized they needed to find something to eat. However, they couldn't see a single wild fruit around them, and they dared not eat any unknown food. Wang Fan sighed, "Just bear with it for now. If it gets really bad, we'll trade with someone else for food." Lin Qingxue nodded, using a vine to tighten her belt around her stomach to try and alleviate her hunger. They dared not stray too far from the cave, as there were clearly wild animals in the forest. 2 hours passed, and the two had only collected 25 units of wood, a frustratingly slow pace. Just then, a reflection suddenly caught Wang Fan's attention. He looked in the direction of the light and saw a bronze box half hidden by dead leaves next to a pine tree. "Qingxue, there's a box." The two rushed over immediately. Upon opening it, they found a 1-star resource box inside, from which 2 blueprints fell out: biological radar and basic camp. Wang Fan was somewhat disappointed. There's no food. Lin Qingxue, however, was more concerned about the bioradar. After checking it, she discovered that it required owl and dark matter, making it quite difficult to create. The two could only put the blueprints away for now and continue focusing on their immediate goal. Wang Fan reported his resources. "I have 30 units of wood." Lin Qingxue sighed. "I only have 8. She analyzed. "My speed should be at a normal level. You are fast because of the savage title bonus." Wang Fan was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. He immediately made a decision. "We must make the workbench today. If we don't stockpile resources before winter, we definitely won't survive." Lin Qingxue nodded, but looking at their empty stomachs, both of them knew in their hearts that the real difficulty had only just begun. Remaining daytime time, 1 hour. With only 1 hour left, Lin Qingxue urged Wang Fan to speed up. The two were already exhausted and covered in sweat. They had almost completely scavenged the wood within 100 meters of the cave entrance, and had only managed to gather 90 units in total. Judging from the current efficiency, picking up another 10 or so shouldn't be a problem in the remaining time. Wang Fan secretly rejoiced, thankful for the Wild Man title bonus. Otherwise, he might not have been able to gather enough materials for the workbench within a day. The title Savage doubled his gathering speed and significantly enhanced his stamina and endurance. Although the title came about inexplicably, its effects were undeniably useful, and Wang Fan didn't bother to investigate further, only wanting to seize the time to continue collecting. Daytime remaining time. 10 minutes. The sky darkened rapidly in the distance, the night like a gigantic beast's gaping maw, swallowing up all the light. Lin Qingxue's heart tightened, and she urged Wang Fan to return immediately. The two were not far from the cave entrance to begin with, and managed to get back within 10 minutes. The nights here are completely different from those on Earth. Once night falls, the surroundings instantly plunge into a deathly darkness, as if the entire world has been dragged into an abyss. The moment she stepped into the cave, a chill and darkness assaulted her senses. Lin Qingxue hesitated. There won't be anything in here, will there? Wang Fan gritted his teeth and went inside first. There's nowhere else to go. The survival guide to the Dead Gate world says it's more dangerous outside at night. We came in during the day and nothing happened, so it should be safe. Lin Qingxue nodded and could only follow him inside. The cave was cold and damp, pitch black, and a night wind howled as it rushed in, sending chills down their spines. Using the faint light from the system's projection, the two groped their way forward. Relying on his memory, Wang Fan led her to a higher platform, about 3 meters high, which was relatively spacious and dry. He whispered, "This should be safer. Should we check the workbench?" Lin Qingxue, however, was staring at the chat interface. "Wait a minute, something's up." She then shared the information from the world chat. "Run. Monsters are coming. They're eating people. Help." The current survival count is over 7.5 billion. In such a short time, hundreds of millions have already died. The two exchanged a glance, their throats tightening. In the darkness, man-eating monsters truly exist. Just then, a pair of eerie green eyes suddenly appeared not far away. A bald monster, crawling on all fours, slowly slithered into the cave, making a grinding sound as it spoke, looking exactly like a ghoul. The two froze instantly, not daring to even breathe. The monster was slowly approaching them. Danger was almost upon them. Wang Fan broke out in a cold sweat, quietly grabbed a stone, and threw it towards the cave entrance. The stone landed with a thud, and the monster immediately pounced in that direction, moving as fast as a spider crawling along the ground. After missing its target, it didn't pursue but turned and left. The two men finally caught their breath, but their hearts were still pounding. This unknown fear kept them from relaxing. They decided to stay up all night, communicating only through mental text to avoid making any sound. People in the class group chat were also reporting that they were safe. Originally, there were 46 people. Now only 40 remain. "Monkey, how are things over there?" "Still alive. I'm hiding in a tree. These monsters aren't looking up." "Any food?" After a brief exchange, the two quickly reached a deal. Wang Fan traded 13 units of wood for 13 fruits. The system's transactions were fair and transparent, and the exchange was completed in no time. After the fruit entered their inventory, Wang Fan gave Lin Qingxue 6. The two ate them in small bites, the sweet and sour taste easing their tense nerves slightly. However, they still dared not make a sound, silently enduring the long night in the darkness and cold wind. This night was destined to be long. For a full 16 hours, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue remained on edge. Occasionally, eerie green lights would appear in the distance, keeping their hearts in their throats. Panic filled the class chat. Someone whispered, "Did you see that? What is that monster?" Another replied, "Just don't get caught. I'm hiding in the water. My skin is practically rotting." Someone else had witnessed their companion being devoured. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The city's communication channels were even more chaotic, with some trading resources for a chance to survive, while others mocked each other. "Go back. You're dreaming. Survive first." Reality had ripped away all dignity, and humanity was gradually distorted by fear. No one had an easy night. Lin Qingxue sighed, "Stop watching. It'll only make you feel worse." Wang Fan nodded, and the two of them simply stopped browsing the channels, forcing themselves to think about how to survive. As dawn broke, the system notification appeared again. 12 hours of daylight, only 9 days left until winter. The two, their eyes swollen, continued their work and managed to gather another 100 units of wood. "That's enough. Build a workbench." Wang Fan decisively chose to build it. As the notification sound rang out, a hexagonal box appeared before him, with the faint sound of it running emanating from within. Lin Qingxue reminded him to check the blueprints, and only then did Wang Fan remember his gains from the previous night. "Camp, 10 stones, 10 wood, what can be added for warmth?" The two quickly devised a plan. First, make an axe to chop down trees, then make a pickaxe to mine stones. The cave was temporarily safe, but the outside world held the key to resources. The global population had plummeted by 100 million overnight. This harsh reality forced everyone to adapt more quickly. Stepping outside the cave, the fresh air helped the two relax a little. Wang Fan said, "I'll cut down trees, you dig up stones." Lin Qingxue nodded, and the two quickly divided the tasks. The two gathered wood far more efficiently than the average person, accumulating 32 units in just 2.5 hours. They then crafted a one-star wooden axe and pickaxe, further increasing their gathering speed. Wang Fan flipped through the survival rules and realized that tools could be upgraded, but that required a forging table, and forging tables and furnaces all required a lot of resources. "I still don't have enough wood," he said with a wry smile, and could only continue chopping trees. After all, wood was the most essential resource, whether for construction or preparing for winter. Just then, Lin Qingxue slipped and fell to the ground with a start. Wang Fan turned around and, somewhat embarrassed, helped her straighten her clothes. "Ahem. Be careful. This place is too slippery." Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. "It's so inconvenient without shoes. Let's make a pair first." Wang Fan nodded and immediately opened the trading market to look for materials. Soon, he found a straw seller who offered 1 piece of wood for 1 piece of straw. Wang Fan immediately bargained. 1 for 3, or forget it. After a few back-and-forth exchanges, they finally agreed on 2 for 1, with Wang Fan also including a few whole straws. Wang Fan had a sudden inspiration and proposed exchanging a wooden axe for it. The other party was surprised. "You already have a workbench?" They immediately agreed to the deal. After the transaction, Wang Fan obtained 20 units of straw and 5 grass seedlings at a lower cost, making it a profitable deal for both parties. He immediately selected to make 2 pairs of straw sandals. With the prompt, the two finally had the most basic equipment. Wang Fan immediately sent Lin Qingxue a pair of straw sandals. "Here you go. You won't slip when you wear them." Outside the cave, Lin Qingxue wiped her sweat as she quarried stones, then looked up and replied, "Okay, don't go too far, be careful." The two weren't far apart. She could still see Wang Fan's figure when she looked down. Wang Fan replied with, "Don't worry," feeling a warmth in his heart. He continued, "I'll go dig for stones first, and once I have enough materials, I'll make stone axes and pickaxes. That will be much more efficient." He couldn't help but tease her again. "How about I make you a dress out of straw?" Lin Qingxue immediately refused. "Forget it. What if it makes my skin itchy?" Wang Fan grinned mischievously. "If it itches, of course I'll scratch it for you." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "Go away. Be serious. You've already seen everything. What else do you want? I'm going to get back to work." The two stopped chatting and went about their business. Lin Qingxue put on her straw sandals and found them to fit perfectly, so she couldn't help but say, "These sandals are pretty good. They fit just right." Meanwhile, Wang Fan continued to chop down trees with his wooden axe. He quickly realized something was wrong. He was supposed to chop 11 units of wood per hour, but now it was 12. Wasn't it supposed to only add 1? Wang Fan paused, then began to mentally calculate. He quickly concluded that his savage title wasn't a simple bonus, but rather a doubling of efficiency achieved by combining his tools and his own. While an average person could produce 5 units per hour, he could reach 10. With the addition of a wooden axe, while others could produce 6, he could reach 12. It really is double. Wang Fan immediately became excited. If we switch to stone axes or upgrade our tools, wouldn't the efficiency double? Thinking of this, he became even more motivated and swung the axe to continue working hard. In this cold world, wood is life. It can be used to start a fire and traded for food. Wang Fan plans to spend 5 hours chopping down 60 units of wood before considering the stone axe and pickaxe. On the other side, Lin Qingxue could mine 15 units of stone in 5 hours and use the remaining time to find food. The two of them were running low on fruit, and the variety was too limited. Who doesn't miss the delicious food of the real world? But here, all they could find were the most basic resources. At this moment, the chat channel was full of complaints. "When will we be able to make the workbench? My hands are worn out from picking it up. If we work hard for 12 hours today, we should be able to make it." The overall atmosphere was somewhat anxious. Wang Fan directly tagged the monkey. "Do you have any more food? I'll trade you wood." The monkey immediately replied, "Yeah, brother Fan. Where did you get so much wood?" Wang Fan casually replied, "It's all right. I'll trade you some fruit." The transaction was completed quickly, and Wang Fan picked up a fruit and started eating it. The fruit had red skin and white flesh, tasted a bit like a sweet potato, and had a slightly sweet flavor. Lin Qingxue also stopped what she was doing, and the two sat together to replenish their energy. As they ate, Lin Qingxue suddenly became serious. Just eating fruit won't do. We need to find a way to get salt. If we keep going like this, we'll soon feel dizzy and weak. Wang Fan was taken aback and asked, "What will happen if we don't eat salt?" Lin Qingxue explained, "Over time, it can lead to low sodium and low chloride levels, and in severe cases, it can even cause arrhythmia and sudden death." This immediately alerted Wang Fan, and he quickly thought of a solution. Some people are born by the sea. Why not just get some seawater? Lin Qingxue nodded. Okay, but it needs to be dried to extract salt. It can't be drunk directly because seawater contains impurities. Wang Fan immediately opened the city channel to ask, "Is anyone at the beach?" Someone responded quickly. Wang Fan said directly, "Give me some seawater, I'll trade it for wood." The other party immediately raised the price. 1 liter for 10 pieces of wood. You want salt, right? That's not expensive. Wang Fan sneered. This was clearly ripping someone off. No way. 10 liters for 1 piece of wood. I want 100 liters. If you don't sell, I'll find someone else. The other party hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Half an hour later, 100 liters of seawater arrived. Wang Fan didn't take it out. Instead, he placed it directly in his storage compartment. Pleasant cooperation. The other party was also satisfied, as this transaction was a sure thing for him. Only 3 hours remained. After a short rest, the two began cautiously exploring the area within 200 meters of the cave. Just then, Lin Qingxue suddenly pointed into the distance. "Wang Fan, what's that purple thing?" Not far away, a bizarre plant, easily 15 meters tall, came into view, its shape resembling a strange flower with a gaping mouth. Wang Fan stared at it for a long time, then couldn't help but whisper, "This thing, it even has teeth? Is it a plant or an animal?" The giant flower seemed to sense their approach, its enormous head slowly turning and pointing directly at them. Holy crap, it moved! Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qingxue immediately warned, "Don't go over there, this thing is dangerous." Wang Fan didn't dare to be careless, and the two stood still to observe, not daring to approach further. They soon discovered numerous white bones scattered around the giant choker, some resembling canine bones, and several clearly resembling human skulls, a sight that sent chills down their spines. "Let's go. Don't provoke it yet. It's getting dark." The two decided to retreat. The trip wasn't very fruitful. He only found a few thorny fruits. Wang Fan had eaten these when he was a child. You just crush off the thorns and wash them before eating, but there's not much flesh, and they're troublesome to prepare. It was getting dark, and there wasn't enough time to quarry any more stones. Wang Fan decided to make the stone pickaxe and stone axe first. The stone pickaxe was more efficient, and he needed to stockpile more stones. The demand for them would obviously be significant. Lin Qingxue looked at the bushes beside them. "Should we break off some branches to block the entrance?" "Sure, it'll be safer that way." Wang Fan nodded in agreement. The two quickly got to work. The bush branches were thin and brittle, easily broken, but the leaves were very fluffy. Before long, they had simply covered the entrance. The entrance to the cave wasn't large, but the interior space was quite spacious. There was no lighting at the deepest part, making it impossible to see clearly. However, if there had been real danger inside, they would have been in grave danger long ago. After securing their cover, the two felt somewhat more at ease. Although this level of protection wouldn't stop a powerful enemy, it at least provided a psychological buffer. The two then scrambled back to the platform along the slippery rock face, collapsing to the ground. Their legs trembled, their arms were weak, and they were utterly exhausted. Night gradually fell, darkness enveloped the world once more, and everyone's nerves tightened again, for darkness meant the appearance of monsters. The two didn't speak, but continued chatting through the system. "Let's go check the channel." Okay. Messages on the world channel were scrolling by rapidly, so they had to pause the interface and slowly filter out the useful content. "What the hell" is the Dragon Knight title. It makes me slay dragons. Sunlight can kill ghouls and drop dark matter. My arm was bitten off by a ghoul. I lost 2 points of health, but I didn't bleed much. There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex here. My companion was bitten to death. Giant millipede, that's terrifying. All sorts of information mixed together, making one's scalp tingle. After analyzing the data, the two reached several key conclusions. Dark matter could be obtained by killing ghouls, and there seemed to be no severe blood loss after limb amputation, as if protected by some kind of game mechanic. However, the complexity of this world far exceeded their expectations, with even Tyrannosaurus rex and 3-meter-long millipedes existing, making it difficult to adapt at first. When Lin Qingxue saw the information about millipedes, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Just imagining those densely packed limbs was enough to make her uncomfortable. Then, she consulted the Survival Guide to the World of the Dead and finally found the description of the titles. Titles are extremely rare events. For example, a dragon knight must be born near a dragon's lair, and there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining one. Looks like I'm pretty lucky, blessed by the god of luck. Wang Fan couldn't help but say, "It is indeed very rare, which gives us a significant advantage in the early stages," Lin Qingxue replied. 2 days had passed, and the two realized they needed to speed things up. The furnace and the camp were now urgently needed. They set their sights on the homestead feature. Building a homestead requires wood, stone, and dark matter, and upon successful completion, one can obtain the eternal lamp and basic resources, and even alter the surrounding environment. This priority has to be maxed out. I saw someone selling dark matter on the trading market, and I'm planning to buy some, Wang Fan said. "Do you have any for lighting?" "We have glowstones and lantern grass, but you have to trade them for wood." Without hesitation, the two traded their wood for resources. Although wood was scarce, they still had the ability to obtain it. The fact that some of them were already able to kill dark creatures made them realize that under the pressure of survival, humanity's potential was being constantly pushed to the limit. The items they obtained included lantern grass, glowing stones, torch-making blueprints, and even dark matter itself. "What do we have left?" "Nothing. Let's try again tomorrow," Wang Fan sighed, placing his hopes on the longer days of tomorrow. "You go to sleep first. If you snore, I'll wake you up," Lin Qingxue said softly. She knew very well that she was now relying more on Wang Fan. In this world, he was the one who controlled the rhythm of survival. She secretly resolved to improve her weaknesses in information gathering and judgment. Wang Fan, however, had a much simpler plan. Survival was his top priority. He wasn't in a hurry for anything else. After all, there was still plenty of time. After Wang Fan had rested enough, he let Lin Qingxue sleep. Although she was a little embarrassed, she eventually snuggled into Wang Fan's arms and lay down. The cave was damp and cold, and the temperature dropped even lower in the latter half of the night. The two of them didn't even have blankets and could only rely on each other's body heat to get through the night. A peaceful night passed. The next day, the system notification refreshed. Sunny, 28 degrees Celsius, 9 hours of daylight. 8 days until winter. The two stepped out of the cave, feeling fairly good. Wang Fan immediately shouted, 9 hours today, let's go all out." The goal was clear, to build a home first. Right now, the two had almost no resources and had to start gathering them again. Wang Fan picked up a stone axe and began chopping trees. With the savage title boosting his efficiency, he could chop down over 10 units of wood per hour. He did a quick calculation and realized that building a home would require 50 units of wood and 50 units of stone. He would be in charge of chopping wood, while Lin Qingxue would be in charge of quarrying stone. With a few more hours of work, they would have a good chance of building their home today. Lin Qingxue wasn't idle either. She discovered a plant that resembled a magnified lotus leaf, with leaves capable of storing water. She collected over a dozen leaves, placed them in the sunlight, and then poured seawater into them, intending to extract salt through evaporation for later use. After finishing that, she immediately went to break the rocks. The two barely paid attention to the chat channel anymore, because every second was precious. The sounds of chopping wood and breaking stones echoed continuously through the mountains and forests. But they didn't realize that these sounds had attracted danger. A kilometer away, a huge black panther, drawn by the noise, was silently approaching Wang Fan. Wang Fan was resting against a tree, eating thorny berries to barely fill his stomach. The berries were only enough to tide him over and didn't really stave off hunger. Just as he relaxed, the black panther suddenly pounced on him from behind. In a life-or-death moment, Wang Fan instinctively dodged to the side. When the black panther landed, it already had a bloody arm in its mouth. His arm had been bitten off. A sharp pain exploded within him, and Wang Fan screamed in agony. Even more terrifying, the black panther completely ignored him, pressing down on the severed arm and beginning to gnaw on it, as if slowly processing its prey. Wang Fan endured the pain, turned, and ran frantically, his health dropping from 11 to 9. Strangely, the wound barely bled. He dared not look back, only to flee for his life. A slight delay could mean being bitten to death. Lin Qingxiu rushed over after hearing the commotion, but Wang Fan wasn't there, and her messages went unanswered. Panicked, she ran frantically towards the direction where the tree had been cut down, crying, "Wang Fan, please don't let anything happen to you." At this moment, Wang Fan had desperately created distance. He knew very well that he absolutely could not lure the Black Panther back to the cave, otherwise they would both die. Rather than be dragged down together, he would rather bear the brunt of the danger himself. The Black Panther quickly finished swallowing the severed arm and gave chase again. It was incredibly fast, its several pounces nearly grazing Wang Fan's face. Wang Fan's adrenaline surged. He could only barely avoid the deadly attacks by rolling and sudden changes of direction. Just as the Black Panther spat out the piece of bone that had been gnawed clean, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Fan's mind. The bone! I have a solution. He immediately changed course and began to run wildly in a roundabout way. Although the Black Panther was fast, it wasn't very agile and kept slipping in the woods. Wang Fan used this to buy time, desperately rushing towards a direction he remembered. But his injuries were worsening. What started as a broken elbow had now torn open to his shoulder, his health had dropped to 7, and his strength was nearly exhausted. Yet he gritted his teeth and kept going, almost there. The next second, he plunged into a thicket of bushes. On the other side of the bushes was a clearing littered with bones, and a giant carnivorous plant, at least 15 meters tall, stood silently with its mouth wide open. The Black Panther rushed in, and before it could react, the enormous purple beak snapped shut and swallowed it whole. The venom was rapidly injected, and the Black Panther instantly lost all ability to resist. Wang Fan, panting heavily and sweating profusely, took the opportunity to turn and retreat towards the cave. The journey was relatively smooth, and he soon encountered Lin Qingxiu, who had arrived on her way. Seeing Wang Fan covered in mud and missing his entire arm, Lin Qingxiu's expression changed instantly. What happened? Wang Fan replied breathlessly, "Black Panther almost died." He briefly recounted what had happened, then leaned against the rock wall for a while to recover. Strangely, although the wound looked frightening, it did not continue to worsen, and the pain seemed to be suppressed by some force. Before Lin Qingxiu could fully react, Wang Fan had already picked up the tools with one hand. "Let's go. Keep going. We have enough wood. We have to build our home today." Lin Qingxiu looked worried. "Can you still hold on like this?" Wang Fan glanced at his wound and gritted his teeth, saying, "The system deducts health but doesn't cause bleeding, so I won't die for now. But if I don't develop, I'll die sooner or later." He knew perfectly well that if that Black Panther attacked again, both of them would be dead. Without equipment, they would be nothing more than prey. "If I had a shotgun, I would have taken it down long ago," Wang Fan cursed, forcing himself to stand up and continue quarrying. However, with only one arm, his efficiency had been reduced by half. Working together, the two could still gather 10 units of stone per hour. If they persisted until nightfall, they still had a chance to collect 50 units of resources. Lin Qingxiu worked even harder than usual. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. This was no longer a simple game, but a true life-or-death struggle. Looking at Wang Fan's empty shoulders, she said in a deep voice, "I think this world should be real, and those creatures and celestial phenomena should also be real." She continued her analysis. The so-called game interface is more like a protection mechanism. Otherwise, the way humans die would probably be even more gruesome. Wang Fan nodded. After all, the only explanation for his survival after having his entire arm bitten off was system intervention. "Don't think too much, keep digging." Wang Fan gritted his teeth and persevered, relentlessly hammering at the rocks, even with only one hand left. They had to prepare for the harsh winter and guard against wild animals. Their only way to survive was to continuously accumulate resources. Time flew by. Remaining daytime hours, 1 hour. Lin Qingxiu put down her pickaxe. "I'll go check how the salt extraction is going." The leaves on the open ground had already spread out, and some scattered salt crystals remained after the seawater evaporated. She tasted it and confirmed it was salt. "It's salt, but it's a bit coarse." She put the salt into her inventory and gave half to Wang Fan. Wang Fan carefully tasted a little and frowned at the saltiness. "The taste is okay, but there are too many impurities." But in this environment, it was already a rare treat to replenish salt. "We have half an hour left. Let's build our home first," Wang Fan suggested. Lin Qingxue nodded, and the two immediately began work. "Spend 50 units of stone and wood to build a home." "Yes," Wang Fan confirmed immediately. The next second, the cave entrance was covered by a stone door, and the surrounding environment began to reshape itself. The rock walls became smooth, and the cave expanded to a space of over 100 square meters. Wooden floors, wooden beds, tables, and chairs appeared one after another, and the cave was divided into a layout similar to 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Although the facilities were still very basic, with only a single bed, compared to the harsh conditions outside, this was already a rare shelter. Looking at the newly renovated space, the two couldn't hide their excitement. Homestead construction complete. Appraisal function unlocked. Item information prompts began to appear in their field of vision. Wooden chair, superior quality, stone door, 100 HP. Wang Fan laughed. "Finally, we have a home, and we can even check attributes." This ability is very significant. At least it allows them to assess the danger and value of items in advance. "Let's go deeper into the cave and set up the lantern grass and glowing stones." The two picked up a light source, left the wooden floor, and stepped back into the cold cave. After walking for about 20 meters, 3 branching entrances appeared before them. Lin Qingxue asked nervously, "Should we continue going in?" She quickly calmed down and tested the airflow with her hair, finding that only the rightmost opening had a slight breeze. The first 2 might be dead ends, but this one has air movement. Wang Fan nodded and decided to check them one by one. After entering the first cave, they walked several dozen meters and saw a small puddle on a stone platform, with water droplets constantly falling from above. Natural fresh water, drinkable. Their eyes lit up immediately, and they scooped up the water and drank it heartily. They hadn't had proper hydration for several days, and this moment felt incredibly refreshing. After confirming there were no other exits, they left the cave. The second cave was wider, with a pool about 2 meters deep at the end, into which water continuously flowed from the rock walls. Natural spring water, flowing, living water. Wang Fan analyzed, this water isn't really suitable for drinking directly, but it can be used for bathing. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement, but Wang Fan still had some concerns. "Let's check the depth first." The luminous stone was thrown into the water, illuminating the bottom, which was about 1 meter deep. Wang Fan tested the water temperature and said with a wry smile, "If I took a bath at this temperature, I'd probably catch a cold." Lin Qingxue shrugged. "Let's wait until we find a way to heat the water." The two didn't linger and turned to walk toward the last cave. A faint breeze blew from the third cave, clearly connecting it to the outside world. To be on the safe side, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue first dug for 3 hours inside the cave, gathering 30 units, and then used 10 units to craft a stone short sword. Stone short sword, attack power +2. With a weapon, the two dared to venture further. Lin Qingxue whispered a reminder. "Be careful. This place might lead outside, and it could easily attract monsters." Wang Fan nodded, letting her follow behind him. The passageway inside the cave narrowed as they went deeper, and the soil beneath their feet became soft and damp, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. The two proceeded cautiously, needing to confirm that there were no threats here, otherwise they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. After passing through the narrow passage, the space suddenly opened up before them, revealing a huge cave of about 400 square meters. There were ventilation openings in the ceiling, through which they could see the red moon outside, but what was even more chilling was the dense mass of dark shadows hanging upside down overhead. It was a huge swarm of bats, almost covering the entire cave ceiling. The two realized that the ground they had just stepped on was likely covered in their droppings. Wang Fan immediately put away the lamp, and Lin Qingxue gripped his hand tightly as they quietly retreated. But just then, pairs of green lights appeared in the darkness, and then the entire cave ceiling seemed to be illuminated. "Not good, run!" Wang Fan shouted, and the two turned and ran. Thousands of bats swarmed from behind, a terrifying sight. The instant they rushed back into the narrow passage, Wang Fan decisively took out 20 units of stone and completely blocked the passage. The boulders were stacked layer upon layer, barely sealing the entrance, but 2 small bats still managed to squeeze in. One bat pounced forward, only to be stomped to death by Wang Fan. Another landed on his head, which he grabbed. Fortunately, these bats weren't very destructive, and with the rocks blocking their way, they couldn't rush in for the time being. "We're safe for now." Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingxue looked at the bat in his hand and frowned, saying, "This thing, why does it look so strange?" Only then did Wang Fan examine it carefully. The bat wasn't large, but it had a head like a puppy's, making it look both eerie and strangely cute. He immediately initiated the identification process. One-star dog-headed bat larva. Tameable. Recognizes its master after opening its eyes. Extremely loyal, and currently has no offensive capabilities. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Can be raised? This is a good thing. The little guy whimpered with his eyes closed, so the two of them simply took him back to the camp. Although he liked to eat meat, they could only feed him water and fruit for now. But thankfully he could barely accept it. "It should be useful when it grows up," Wang Fan said with some anticipation. Lin Qingxue, however, was more concerned about practical matters. "Don't worry about it for now. You need to find a way to treat your injuries." The two then continued digging for stones, operating under the cover of night to avoid alerting the monsters outside. After several hours of work, they had only mined 40 units of stone, a significant decrease in efficiency compared to before. The next morning, the two opened the channel and began searching for treatment. Someone mentioned that the fruit of life essence could heal injuries, so they immediately contacted the person, Zhang Aihua. Zhang Aihua said that this fruit could be obtained with a certain probability when harvesting, and that she happened to have a few, but she would need to exchange them for a large number of stones. Wang Fan asked directly, "Can you trade 50 units of stones?" The other party hesitated, clearly worried they couldn't afford it. Wang Fan then sent photos of the camp to prove his strength. Seeing that the two had already built their home, Zhang Aihua's attitude immediately changed, and she finally agreed to the trade. 4 fruits for 40 units of stone. After confirming that the fruits did indeed have healing effects, Wang Fan didn't hesitate and completed the trade immediately. After the supplies arrived, he breathed a sigh of relief. Pleasant cooperation. Wang Fan received 4 life fruits in exchange. He took them out and saw that they looked similar to plums. He couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't this just a plum?" The system notification indicated that these things contained pure life force and could restore health. Without further hesitation, he devoured all 4 fruits in a few bites. The next second, a surge of intense life energy erupted within him, rapidly flowing to his injured shoulder, and his cells began to divide and recombine frantically. Visibly, Wang Fan's severed arm began to grow rapidly, with bones and flesh gradually taking shape. Before long, a complete arm had grown back. Wang Fan moved it around and laughed. The original is still the best. This scene stunned Lin Qingxue. Such regenerative ability was completely beyond common sense. However, she didn't think too much about it. The most important thing right now was to survive. "Let's go. Let's continue cutting down trees." The system then displayed a message, "Cloudy, 20 degrees Celsius. Only 10 hours of daylight remain. There are 7 days until the extreme cold. By then, the temperature will drop to minus 70 degrees Celsius and remain there for a full 20 days. After reading it, Wang Fan felt a sense of urgency. Luckily, it hasn't rained. He then said, "You go cut down the tree first. I'll go check on that big mouth flower. Maybe we can tame it." Lin Qingxue nodded. "Just look at it from a distance. Be careful." A dozen minutes later, Wang Fan approached the giant mouth flower again, observing it from a distance of 40 meters, and then activated the identification. The information showed 3-star man-eating flower, 30 health points, capable of swallowing a 15 cubic meter creature in one gulp. Being swallowed by it is almost certain death, and there is a chance it will drop seeds. Wang Fan secretly analyzed that the monster's health seemed to be related to its star rating, with 10 health points for 1 star and 30 health points for 3 stars, almost a multiple increase. As for the volume it could devour, it was estimated that it would also increase with the star rating. Upon seeing the words "can drop seeds," his eyes lit up. If these were planted at the cave entrance, they would be in natural defense. However, he clearly couldn't win now, so he didn't take the risk and turned back to continue chopping down trees. This time, the two of them cut down trees together, and Lin Qingxue temporarily gave up quarrying. After all, they could dig for stones in the cave at night, and what was more important in the cold winter, as it could not only be used for warmth but also for cooking. While working, Wang Fan asked, "Where do we plant these straws?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Qingxue a few more times. Since she wasn't wearing pants, the situation became somewhat awkward. Lin Qingxue blushed and pulled her clothes down a little. Let's plant it in the open space outside the cave. Also, ask the straw seller if he has any better varieties. She added, if there are high-yield rice varieties, we can eat rice in the future. The two of them felt a little excited at the thought of hot rice. Wang Fan immediately contacted Straw Guy. Do you have any other rice? Something with a higher yield? The other party replied after a while, saying that he was digging mud and the surrounding environment was almost entirely mud and straw. He planned to build a mud house, then cover it with straw to weather the coming winter. Wang Fan was somewhat impressed. Such practical skills weren't something everyone possessed. Getting back to the main point, the straw guy said he had two kinds of rice. One had a high yield but thin roots and stems, making it prone to rotting. The other had an extremely short growth cycle and was already beginning to bear ears. Wang Fan immediately decided to take it all. Tell me, what do you want in exchange? The other party replied directly, I want fire. Wang Fan was taken aback. Don't want wood and stones? Straw Brother explained that these resources were too scarce now, so exchanging too little would be meaningless, and exchanging too much might not be worthwhile. It would be better to have a source of fire to burn mud for building houses. He said he had already stockpiled a lot of straw and only needed a fire source to start construction. After thinking for a moment, Wang Fan agreed. Okay, I'll give you something good tonight. He planned to build a campsite as a fire source, and straw would be more than enough fuel. Lin Qingxue read the chat history and agreed with this idea. She said earnestly, if we can cultivate high-yield, robust rice with a short growing cycle, we won't lack food anymore. Wang Fan nodded. I hope it goes smoothly. After chopping down some trees, Wang Fan began exploring the vicinity, hoping to find a resource box. Lin Qingxue reminded him, be careful, remember the route. Wang Fan responded with a hand gesture. This time, instead of heading downhill, he explored upwards to avoid difficulty in retreating should he encounter danger. The forest was unusually quiet, and the plants were completely different from those on Earth. Fortunately, he had his identification abilities, and Wang Fan successfully avoided the poisonous plants. As he walked, he spotted several giant pitcher plants ahead, each 10 meters tall. Inside one of the pitchers was a rusty copper box. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. A resource box. However, he didn't approach rashly but instead examined it first. The results showed that this pitcher plant was not aggressive towards humans and only caught mosquitoes. After confirming it was safe, he cautiously approached. To be on the safe side, Wang Fan wrapped his hands in dry leaves and slowly removed the box from the cage, avoiding contact with the unknown liquid inside. Upon opening the chest, the rewards appeared: a bow and arrow crafting blueprint and arrow blueprints, with the ability to change the arrowhead's properties using different materials. Wang Fan immediately became excited. Range weapons. This is crucial. However, seeing that spider silk was required, he frowned. This stuff probably won't be easy to get. After carefully putting away the manufacturing blueprints, Wang Fan prepared to return to the cave. After all, going too far was too risky. But just as he stood up, a strange figure 30 meters away caught his attention. The creature was nearly human-sized, but over 2 meters tall. Most bizarrely, its head was that of a goat. A monster with a goat's head and a human body stood silently in the forest. The desolate mountain was deathly silent, and the appearance of this monster sent chills down one's spine. Wang Fan's heart sank at just one glance. Fortunately, the creature didn't seem to have noticed him yet. He immediately hid behind a giant pitcher plant, holding his breath and daring not to move. Peeking through the gap, he could still see the sheep man looking around. This time, Wang Fan saw more clearly. The sheep's face was smeared with red liquid, like blood. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its curved horns exuded an eerie aura. If it finds me, I'm doomed. Wang Fan's heart tightened. He could only quickly think of a way to escape. A direct confrontation was out of the question. The Black Panther had been terrifying enough last time, and this humanoid creature made him even more uneasy. He had no choice but to take a gamble, using a feint. Wang Fan picked up a stone, carefully lowered his body, and hurled it away from the cave. The moment the stone hit the ground, a wild rabbit was startled out of the bushes and fled frantically. The sheep man immediately let out a piercing howl and chased after the rabbit. Wang Fan seized the opportunity, crawling quickly along the ground to escape, using the bushes for cover and slowly moving away from the dangerous area. After he had climbed some distance, he stood up and looked back. In the distance, the sheep man had already begun to eat. It tore open a wild rabbit and swallowed it whole. What kind of hellish place is this? Wang Fan cursed under his breath, then turned and ran back to the cave. He was drenched in cold sweat the whole way, his back soaked and then chilled to the bone. As soon as they entered the cave, Lin Qingxue noticed his deathly pale face. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. "Let's go inside first. It's too dangerous outside," Wang Fan said, pulling her quickly into the cave. Only after closing the stone door did he calm down a little. Lin Qingxue handed him water. "What exactly happened?" Wang Fan stared at her, his tone tense. "Qingxue, they're goat men." "Goat men?" Lin Qingxue was taken aback. "They're monsters with human bodies and goat heads, and they even tore wild rabbits apart and ate them alive." After Wang Fan finished speaking, the air seemed to fall silent for a moment. Lin Qingxue gasped, her face paling. "Then let's not go out yet. This is too terrifying." "Okay," Wang Fan nodded. "But we have to make weapons and armor. Winter is coming soon, and we'll die if we don't go out to gather resources." Lin Qingxue quickly calmed down. "Let's get the stones first, then go to the trading market to find armor blueprints." The two opened the trading market and began searching carefully. Armor blueprints were indeed available, but most of them required materials like iron blocks and fine steel, which they currently lacked. Even knowing the recipe, they couldn't manufacture it without the blueprints, a limitation that left them feeling quite helpless. After further screening, they decided to prioritize equipment that could increase health. Most armor pieces only increase health by 5 points, and the materials needed to increase it by 10 points are extremely rare and almost impossible to collect. Then one piece of equipment caught their attention, the Berserker's armor. This armor increases health by 10 points, but at the cost of being vulnerable to fire, taking 3 times the damage from flames. However, the required materials are quite simple. 20 wood and 20 stones, that's just enough for us. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Lin Qingxue didn't hesitate and bought the blueprint with 10 units of stones. "Let's survive first. We can worry about the fire later." The two quickly reached an agreement. However, they were almost out of wood and could only slowly exchange it for stones. For the next whole day, I didn't go out again, but instead frantically quarried stones in the cave. After working continuously for 10 hours, the two of them had saved up a total of 150 units of stone, which they then exchanged for 50 units of wood, leaving them with 100 units of stone and 50 units of wood. Wang Fan wiped his sweat and said excitedly, "That's enough. Let's make 2 Berserker armors right away." After confirming the creation, 2 suits of armor appeared in his inventory. Wang Fan took out the armor, and as soon as he put it on, the armor instantly transformed into a green light and merged into his body. Infusion. 30 minutes. Soon after, the fusion was complete. Wang Fan's health increased to 22 points, and Lin Qingxue's to 20 points. He searched his body for a long time, but couldn't find the armor. "Damn it, where did it go?" "It's in the equipment slot," Lin Qingxue reminded them. After studying it, the two understood that this equipment would directly integrate into the body and would not be visible on the outside. Lin Qingxue consulted the information and finally found the explanation. The equipment would be converted into life energy, which would be automatically consumed when attacked, providing a shield for the host. "I see." Wang Fan nodded. "It's like having an extra life." "Yes, we're more confident now," Lin Qingxue said softly. After a brief silence, Wang Fan looked towards the cave entrance. "Then tomorrow, let's go out and cut down more trees." The two didn't go out today, but instead continued quarrying. Armor alone wasn't enough, they needed weapons. A stone short sword could increase damage, and if they upgraded it, they'd have more confidence venturing out. They checked the new objective. Forging table. 80 stones, 20 wood. Wang Fan frowned. Still short of stones, need to keep grinding. With that, he casually opened the trading market, preparing to use his last trading opportunity of the day. They currently have 60 units of stone and 10 units of wood, and they also need to provide strawmen with a camp. The camp requires 10 stones and 10 wood. After some calculation, Wang Fan decided to exchange for another 30 units of wood, making a total of 40 wood, which would be used to build 2 camps and a forging table. The wood in the market was scarce, and most of the resources had already been traded away. The two men spent half a day managing to gather only 40 units of wood and exchanged 30 units of stone for them. Wang Fan couldn't help but sigh. "We're broke again." Lin Qingxue remained calm. It's all right, let's build a camp first, then grind for 6 hours to make a forging table. After that, we can make a 2-star short sword, and then we can go out and explore. Her thinking was very clear. The two ate some thorny fruit and drank water from the cave, this time adding a little salt. Then, they immediately began building their camp. Build X2? Yes. 2 basic camps were quickly completed. The resources were exhausted again, leaving only some scattered materials. Wang Fan immediately contacted Straw Bro. Brother, here's the fire. Remember to add firewood yourself. The other party was busy firing bricks, and he visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Before the transaction, Wang Fan inquired about the seeds again. Straw Brother quoted 3 types of dryland rice, 10 plants of each. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up immediately. These materials were enough for her hybridization and grafting experiments. She knew very well that the success rate wasn't high, but it wasn't entirely hopeless. If successful, they would have a stable supply of food, which was of immense significance. Ultimately, the two sides successfully completed the transaction. Wang Fan handed all the dryland rice to Lin Qingxue, since he knew absolutely nothing about these procedures. Lin Qingxue looked carefully at the plants in her hands. There's a chance of success, but we need to try many times. We'll need to get more seeds later. She was actually more enthusiastic about these kinds of experiments. The two then continued quarrying, preparing to make a forging table and weapons as soon as possible. After all, trading resources was far too inefficient. At the same time, they did the math. The camp consumes 2 units of wood per hour, which is 48 units per day. With the harsh winter lasting 20 days, they need to prepare at least 1,000 units of wood, so the pressure is unimaginable. The two worked continuously for more than 6 hours, finally collecting 90 units of stones. Wang Fan rubbed his eyes, exhausted, saying, I can't go on, I need to sleep. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin Qingxue was also extremely sleepy. The temperature dropped at night, and she felt a little cold. She muttered to herself, I need to make pants soon. After saying that, she lay down on the wooden bed and fell asleep, covering her private parts with a large leaf. Wang Fan glanced at it and couldn't help but complain, What are you hiding? Do you think I'm going to peek? Despite his words, he didn't disturb her, but continued to finish the last item. He clicked on the forging table. Craft? Yes. The materials were instantly depleted, and his resources were back to 0. Wang Fan smiled wryly. This consumption is too fast. He glanced at the system time. Only 6 days remained until winter, and the pressure grew heavier. After simply laying down a few leaves as a mat, Wang Fan lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, in the wilderness, Straw Man was still busy. Under the cover of night, he was firing mud bricks in a makeshift shack, covered in dust, but he never stopped. A pretty young girl lay not far away. She was disabled and had difficulty moving. She whispered, I'm sorry. I'm a burden to you. You could have just ignored me. Straw Brother turned to look at her, his tone very serious. Don't say that. No matter what, I'm still a person. I can't just watch you die out there. If I have food, you'll have food too. The girl's eyes reddened after hearing this. She had thought she would definitely be abandoned, but she never expected to be taken care of like this. After a moment of silence, she mustered her courage and whispered, Then, let's sleep together tonight. Straw Man smiled and said, Okay, but don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. These words completely put the girl at ease, and she felt a warmth in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, Why are you so kind? Straw Man looked up at the night and said softly, No matter how chaotic this world is, someone always has to mend things. I used to be someone who was abandoned. Weather: light rain, 26 degrees Celsius, sun shower, daytime duration, 11 hours, distance until winter, 6 days, minimum minus 70 degrees Celsius, lasting 20 days. The atmosphere instantly tensed as soon as the system notification appeared. Wang Fan frowned and said, Only 6 days left. We must speed things up. Lin Qingxue reminded him to strengthen his weapons first. Improving combat power was the key. Wang Fan took out a 1-star short sword and used his last 20 units of stones to upgrade it to 2 stars. The short sword's damage increased to +4, but his resources were completely depleted. He smiled bitterly. I'm so poor, I don't have a single one left. I'll mine some more stones and make one for you too. The two spent another 3 hours forging a 2-star short sword for Lin Qingxue. With the weapon in hand, their sense of security noticeably increased. Wang Fan waved his hand. Let's go chop down some trees. Pushing open the stone door, the two returned to the outside world. Wang Fan used his stone axe to chop down trees at full speed, managing to cut 14 units per hour, while Lin Qingxue cultivated dryland rice, attempting grafting and improvement. There was still a long time ahead. They needed to develop on multiple fronts. After working for 4 hours, Wang Fan had collected 56 units of wood. He leaned against a tree, panting, "That's about it. I need to find some meat." The market only had fruit. Meat was scarce, and most of it was rotten, which he dared not touch. The two decided to try their luck up the mountain. On the way, they encountered a giant pitcher plant. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, "This is huge." Wang Fan joked, then had a sudden inspiration. "Why don't we cut it down and see if it drops seeds?" The two immediately took action. The 3-star pitcher plant had 30 health points and was quickly felled, dropping 2 seeds as expected. Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly, "It really does drop seeds. From now on, if we see a useful plant, we'll just chop it down." As they continued walking, Lin Qingxue warned him to be careful of the sheepmen. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound came from the grass. The two looked over and saw a burrow full of rabbits. Wang Fan's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Rabbits! There's meat!" Startled, the rabbit darted back into its burrow. Lin Qingxue calmly instructed, "Find other entrances and block them up." The two indeed found 3 other exits nearby, marked them, and sealed them off. Then, Wang Fan began pouring seawater into the hole, filling it with over 60 liters. Before long, the 3 rabbits were forced to rush out of the only exit and were trapped inside a makeshift fence. Looking at the plump prey, Wang Fan was about to make his move when Lin Qingxue stopped him. "Check their sex first." After checking, they found that there were 2 males and 1 female. She suggested killing only one and keeping the rest to breed. Wang Fan nodded and did as instructed, adding a male rabbit to his inventory. He exclaimed, "Thank goodness you reminded me, otherwise I would have eaten them all." Lin Qingxue explained that rabbits reproduce very quickly, producing dozens a year. Wang Fan became even more excited upon hearing this. "Then we should catch more. We can not only eat them, but also exchange them for resources." "Okay, it's still early. Let's look around some more." The two perked up immediately, tied the rabbits with straw, threw them into the enclosure, and prepared to continue exploring. Lin Qingxue suggested looking for more burrows, and Wang Fan agreed. Where there are burrows, there might be rabbits. To avoid running out of water, Wang Fan also exchanged 100 liters of seawater with Seawater Bro. Then, the two searched for caves everywhere. Some caves remained untouched after being flooded for a long time, but after more than an hour, they finally caught 2 female rabbits. Looking back, Wang Fan saw that there were already 4 rabbits in the enclosure. He was a little worried. 3 of them are female. Will the male rabbit be able to handle it? Lin Qingxue smiled awkwardly. The rabbit finishes in a few seconds. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Fan was speechless. A 3-second rabbit. As dusk fell, the 2 men carried the rabbit towards a mountainside. Wang Fan hummed a tune along the way, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. But just as they approached the cave entrance, he suddenly stopped and quickly crouched down. Lin Qingxue immediately became alert as well, gripping her weapon tightly. Following Wang Fan's gaze, they saw a strange goat man standing in the open space at the cave entrance, occasionally letting out low growls. Its appearance was quite eerie. Lin Qingxue asked nervously, "What should we do?" Wang Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Let's get it. If we can't beat them, we'll run back into the cave." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out and shouted to bolster his courage, "Die." Lin Qingxue also rushed up after him. Hearing the commotion, the sheepman's eyes instantly turned blood red, and with a screech, it pounced. One of its hooves slammed down, but the shield blocked it, and Wang Fan only lost 3 points of health. His confidence soared. That's it. Both men swung their swords simultaneously, but the sheepman launched a frenzied counterattack with an absurdly fast attack frequency. After several exchanges, it lost an arm and a leg, yet it still fought back desperately, kicking Wang Fan with its hoof. Its health was rapidly decreasing, but Wang Fan realized the key point. If we work together, we can deal 10 points of damage in 1 round. It won't last long. The two gritted their teeth and continued their attack. Finally, with a scream, the sheepman collapsed to the ground. Wang Fan had 7 health points left, and Lin Qingxue had 8 health points left. Both of them broke out in a cold sweat. This guy's attack speed is too outrageous. Thank goodness I had protective gear, Lin Qingxue said, still shaken. Meanwhile, rewards dropped on the ground. Kashmir X2, Dark Matter X2, Ramhorn X2, 2-star Resource Box X1. Wang Fan immediately became excited. I've hit the jackpot. It was almost dark, so the two quickly packed up and returned to their cave. Only after closing the stone door did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. A 2-star resource box lay on the table, and both were filled with anticipation. Wang Fan laughed. I'm unlucky you open it. Lin Qingxue opened it immediately. A flash of golden light appeared, and the rewards were Kashmir Set, Blueprint, Sheep Cubs X2, Condom Blueprint. I have clothes, Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Qingxue was also happy and prepared to change out of her savage clothes, but she stopped before even putting on the new clothes. No, I have to take a shower first. Wang Fan nodded. I'll go boil some water. He couldn't stand being covered in mud for a long time either. Lin Qingxue smiled and said, I'll scrub you after I shower. It'll help you relieve stress. Wang Fan was taken aback. You're going to rub it for me? Lin Qingxue nodded seriously. Anyway, we'll be living together in the future, so don't be too reserved. After saying that, she added, but don't think about anything else. Wang Fan shrugged and smiled. Okay, no rush. After a day of running around and a life-or-death battle, the two had clearly grown closer and could finally relax a little. Wang Fan began searching for wooden barrel blueprints in the trading market. After all, the water in the second cave was difficult to heat, so they had to boil it first before pouring it into the barrel for washing. Soon, a seller responded. Big barrel or small barrel? Small one costs 2 pieces of wood. Big one costs 5 pieces of wood. After upgrading to 2 stars, it will be fire-resistant and can even be used as a pot. Wang Fan didn't even think about it and immediately chose the big one. The small barrel was nowhere near enough for 2 people. I want a big one, 5 pieces of wood deal. The seller was a little surprised, but still readily agreed. After the transaction was completed, Wang Fan immediately began crafting. After consuming 10 units of wood, a large wooden barrel over 2 meters in diameter quickly appeared in his homestead. He didn't stop there, spending another 20 wood to upgrade the barrel star rating. Soon, a sturdy and heat-resistant 2-star barrel was completed, ready to be placed directly over a fire for heating. Wang Fan surrounded the wooden barrel with stones, set it up, placed campsites and branches underneath, and then transferred water from the cave pool into it through the storage compartment. Once the fire was lit, the water began to slowly heat up. While waiting, Wang Fan roasted the rabbit he had caught during the day, sprinkling it with salt. It finally tasted somewhat decent. He casually took a picture and posted it to the class group, instantly causing an uproar. I'm still eating fruit, and you're already eating meat? That's outrageous. I don't even have any fruit. Wang Fan smiled and said, I caught a few rabbits. Once they bred, I'll sell them to everyone to try. This excited many people, as meat was indeed a rare commodity. The two thoroughly enjoyed their meal. It was the most decent meal they had had since arriving in this world. Wang Fan said with a smile, once we have more rabbits, we won't have to worry about food anymore. Soon, the water in the wooden tub was heated. The two sat inside for a bath, the steam rising continuously. Lin Qingxue had sprinkled some flower petals and leaves into the water, saying it would cleanse the skin. After eating, soaking in the hot water made them feel completely relaxed. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes and leaned against the edge of the tub, the hot water making her skin appear even whiter and more translucent. Wang Fan couldn't help but glance at it a few times before immediately looking away and closing his eyes to calm himself. Lin Qingxue secretly glanced at him, a smile playing on her lips, showing more approval of his restraint. In this ruleless world, she had witnessed far too many terrible experiences in the chat channel. Some people were forced to depend on others and even suffer harm. In comparison, Wang Fan's behavior was truly remarkable. Thinking of this, she suddenly spoke up. Wang Fan, thank you. Wang Fan was taken aback. Why are you thanking me? Lin Qingxue simply said softly, nothing, I just wanted to say something. After saying that, she got up from the wooden tub, dried herself quickly, and changed her clothes. The two rested soon afterward, putting the rabbit and sheep into a simple enclosure, and the night passed peacefully. The next day, the system notification appeared. Sunny, 32 degrees Celsius, Daylight hours shortened to 9 hours. Only 5 days left until the extreme cold. Wang Fan shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, somewhat puzzled. It's getting hotter as we get closer to winter. Lin Qingxue explained that this was a normal phenomenon, and then the two continued with their work. Lin Qingxue traded for fence blueprints at the market, separating the rabbits and sheep for easier management later. She also consulted the survival manual, learning that killing powerful creatures could yield higher quality treasure chests, but the risks were extremely high. If you have the ability, you can hunt, but it's too dangerous. She didn't rush into it, but chose to develop resources steadily first. Wang Fan climbed to the top of the cave, preparing to dig a few small holes to let in sunlight, so that he could both quarry stones and let in sunlight. In no time, the window was finished, but the two were drenched in sweat. Their thick clothes became a burden in the heat. Wang Fan plopped down on the ground, Riley saying, "If only we could have a cigarette." Lin Qingxue sighed as well. "It would be even better if we could have hot pot." The two exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard. Although the roasted rabbit last night was decent, it was still far from being a true delicacy. Cigarettes, hot pot, mutton hot pot, ice cream. These things that were once so ordinary were now luxuries, things they could only dream about. The two quickly regained their composure and stood up again. With only 5 days left until winter, their primary task was to stockpile resources. Other crafting could only wait. After their health was fully restored, they traded some fruit with Zhang Aihua. The price wasn't low. Fruits that could restore life were extremely rare, with only a few found in a large orchard. Wang Fan gripped his short sword, looking quite well. "Ready? My health is full, and my equipment is complete. We can explore further now." Lin Qingxue, caught up in his excitement, chimed in, "Let's go find some meat." "I'm not afraid." The two made marks as they descended the mountain to avoid getting lost. The slope wasn't too steep, and the view was fairly open. They soon reached the foot of the mountain. A shallow river appeared before them, the sound of flowing water clearly audible. Downstream, a giant bull was drinking water. Wang Fan chuckled and teased, "Qingxue, want to eat bull penis?" Lin Qingxue pinched him directly. "Disgusting, I won't eat it. Let's go, see if we can kill it." The riverbank was open, and the two didn't bother to hide. If they encountered danger, they could always retreat into the woods. As they approached, information appeared. 2-star giant horned bull, 22 HP, violent temperament. It was larger than a buffalo. One would be enough to feed them for a long time. Wang Fan assessed, one ramming attack will take away about 2 HP, while one of our attacks can take away 5 HP. Let's just trade blows. Lin Qingxue nodded. This was winter rations. They had to find a way to get it. Wang Fan picked up a stone, aimed, and hurled it bang. It hit the bull's eye squarely, instantly taking away 1 point of its health. Holy crap, a critical hit. Wang Fan was stunned. The giant bull instantly flew into a rage, its eyes turning red as it stared intently at the two men, pawing the ground with its hooves and snorting hot air. "They're here." Wang Fan gripped his short sword and stood firm. "I'll tank the damage. You finish them off." The giant bull charged forward, sending pebbles flying everywhere with its powerful momentum. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you only lost 2 health points?" Wang Fan swallowed hard. "I think so." The next second, bang, the giant bull slammed into Wang Fan, sending him flying and his body curling up in a ball. Damn it, but he still managed to swing his sword. Upon landing, his health had dropped to 18 points. 4 points of health. This is what you call 2 stars. The giant horned bull was also reduced to only 11 health, and Lin Qingxue immediately rushed in to finish him off. As soon as she approached, she was kicked into the water by the ox's hind hoof, losing 2 health points. But Wang Fan seized the opportunity and struck again with his sword. "Almost dead," he shouted. 2 more blows." Lin Qingxue climbed out of the water, looking disheveled, but her eyes were fierce. "This bull almost made me throw up." The two attacked at the same time, and with 2 consecutive sword strikes, the giant horned bull crashed to the ground. Without hesitation, Wang Fan put the corpse into his inventory. "Let's go. The commotion is too loud. Let's retreat." The two quickly disappeared into the forest. A few seconds later, 3 saber-toothed tigers rushed out of the bushes on the opposite bank, their long teeth like knives, searching around but found nothing. Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue continued straight back to the cave. After releasing the cow carcass, its enormous size and the stench of blood instantly filled the air. This must weigh at least 1,400 jin, 750 kilograms, right? Wang Fan exclaimed. Lin Qingxue nodded after estimating. About the same, about a size bigger than a regular water buffalo. Cut it into pieces and put it in the storage box. That'll be enough for us to get through the winter. Time is frozen in the storage box, making it perfect for storing meat. The two didn't deal with it for the time being, but instead put the whole cow into the box, filling up one slot. We'll break it down tonight. For now, let's go chop down some trees and see if we can find any rabbits or wild fruit. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. Daytime is precious and cannot be wasted. Wang Fan raised his short sword and said firmly, "Let's go. We can protect ourselves now. If we can't win, we'll retreat." Lin Qingxue, wrapped in her wet clothes, felt uncomfortable all over. After fidgeting for a while, she finally spoke. "Wait a minute, can I borrow your clothes again?" Wang Fan didn't say much and simply handed her his shirt, saying, "Here, take it." She thanked him softly, turned around, took off her wet clothes, and hung them next to the campsite to dry slowly. Wang Fan glanced at it briefly before quickly looking away, picking up his tools and continuing to chop down trees. In his view, the most important thing now was to survive. With armor and a short sword in hand, he felt more confident. As long as he didn't encounter a monster that could instantly kill him, he could manage to hold his own. Not long after, Lin Qingxue changed her clothes and followed them out. The two worked together to chop down trees, and their efficiency improved significantly. They could harvest more than 20 units of wood per hour, and at this rate, breaking the 100-unit mark today should not be a problem. Evening arrived quickly, with 1 hour of daylight remaining. The two had calmed down from their initial panic, and their pace had gradually stabilized. While working, Wang Fan asked, "How's it going with the rabbit?" Lin Qingxue led him to the animal pen, where 4 large white rabbits were huddled together, except for the male rabbit, who lay slumped in a corner, looking utterly exhausted. She explained, "It just so happens to be mating season, and this guy has been messing with all the female rabbits today." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan was immediately delighted. "Then after the cold winter, won't we have an extra litter of baby rabbits?" Lin Qingxue nodded. "There should be about a dozen, and the food shortage will be much less." Wang Fan stared at the rabbits, his smile looking somewhat dangerous. "You'd better grow up quickly." The rabbits huddled together in fright, creating a somewhat comical scene. Lin Qingxue interrupted him helplessly. "All right, stop scaring them. Go check on the dog-headed bats." The little guy hadn't opened his eyes yet, but he was probably about to wake up by now. He was placed in a nest of grass, with a fire burning nearby. Lin Qingxue gently picked him up and called to him softly. Wang Fan cut off a small piece of beef and held it to his nose. The moment the aroma of meat wafted in, the little guy's nose twitched, and then it finally opened its eyes, whimpering and snuggling into Lin Qingxue's hand, looking incredibly cute. Wang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just too adorable." The little guy quickly started gnawing on the meat, but its teeth turned out to be surprisingly sharp. As it continued to eat, its body grew at a visible rate, slowly transforming from the size of a chick into the size of a puppy, and thick fur grew all over its body. A system notification appeared. 1-star dog-headed bat, deals 1 point of damage. Both were pleasantly surprised. This meant it already possessed some combat capabilities, and with continued feeding, it would undoubtedly become even stronger in the future. Lin Qingxue analyzed. "This creature should grow by eating, but I don't know how many resources it will need to reach level 2. Wang Fan nodded. "Let's raise it slowly. It's not eating much right now, so we can afford to raise it." After eating its fill, the little guy lay back contentedly in its grassy nest, its belly bulging as it fell asleep. The two also refocused on their business, collecting the salt crystals from the leaves before preparing for the next step. Wang Fan glanced at the resources in his hand. "We already have 90 units of wood today. Let's get some more stone and upgrade the stone axe to 3 stars. That will improve our efficiency even further." Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement, and the two switched to wooden pickaxes to start mining stone, trying to keep the noise down as much as possible. Working together, the two can gather about 20 units of stone per hour. Upgrading a stone axe to 3 stars requires 50 units, so 2 axes would require 100 units, meaning they would have to work continuously for another 5 hours. The clanging and hammering echoed continuously in the cave. After enduring for more than 5 hours, The two finally gathered enough resources and decisively chose to upgrade. 3-star stone axe. Gathering +6 efficiency was directly and significantly increased. Wang Fan's eyes were red from exhaustion, but he still managed to smile. Tomorrow, our efficiency will take off. After saying that, he added, let's break down the cow first, so as not to waste it. Lin Qingxue then went to prepare dinner, cutting the beef into small pieces, skewering them, and grilling them over the fire. Although there weren't many seasonings, the salt alone was enough to make it tempting, and the aroma quickly filled the cave. Wang Fan carefully sorted and stored the various parts of the cow, but found a strange pill in the cow's stomach. He picked it up and examined it, and a system notification immediately popped up. Cow treasure. Restores health and removes negative status effects. He immediately perked up. This is good stuff. Lin Qingxue glanced at it as well, then handed it back to him. Take it. You're the main force. This will make things more secure. Wang Fan didn't stand on ceremony and put the meat away. The aroma of the roasted meat grew stronger, and he couldn't help but swallow. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue smiled and said, wait a little longer. Let it cook before you eat. Just then, the little dog-headed bat smelled the aroma and waddled over, rubbing against Wang Fan's leg and whimpering. Wang Fan patted its little head. Don't worry, you'll get some soon. Before long, the two finally got to eat their first bite of beef since arriving in the world of death. Wang Fan ate one bite after another, and although it was only salty, he was extremely satisfied. This beef is neither dry nor tough, and the texture is surprisingly good. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement, also thinking that this meat was even more tender than beef on Earth. More importantly, the two quickly noticed something amiss. Lin Qingxue whispered, there seems to be energy in this meat. It's repairing the berserker armor. Wang Fan also noticed that his lost health was slowly recovering. The two then realized that animal flesh and blood could also replenish blood, but the effect was not as fast as that of the fruit of life, and it required continuous consumption. Wang Fan concluded, now we have another way to replenish blood, but the fruit of life is still more crucial. The dog-headed bat beside them, its belly round from eating, simply lay back down in its nest and didn't move. Wang Fan laughed and said, let's give it a name. He casually suggested a few corny names, but Lin Qingxue rejected them all. She thought for a moment and said softly, let's name it Peace, hoping we can both be safe and sound. Wang Fan nodded in agreement, gently patted the little guy, and then the two prepared to rest. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the cave. Weather, sunny, 34 degrees Celsius, daytime. 10 hours, distance until winter. For days, the temperature had actually risen considerably, making them feel somewhat irritable. The two ate a simple meal of beef and immediately began chopping wood. Now that their tools had been upgraded, their efficiency had significantly improved, allowing them to chop down more than 30 units of timber per hour. Wang Fan calculated, we have over 90 units of wood now, so getting 904 days shouldn't be a problem. Under the scorching heat, the two decided to work lightly and focus entirely on their tasks. However, Wang Fan was clearly distracted, so he went a little further away to cut down trees to avoid getting distracted. After working for most of the day, the two finally sat down to rest and quench their thirst with water collected from leaves. Lin Qingxue casually opened the chat channel to check on the situation outside. Some people were complaining about the abnormal weather, others were trading resources for food, and some had even found leftover meat from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The number of people in the class chat had dropped to 38, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lin Qingxue spoke for the first time, suggesting that everyone share their survival experiences. Everyone was surprised, but they also began to respond. At this moment, Zhang Chong suddenly jumped out and mocked Wang Fan in a sarcastic tone. Wang Fan didn't tolerate him and retorted directly, this isn't Earth. It's hard to say who's superior or inferior here. The two were at loggerheads, and the tension immediately escalated. Zhang Chong started bragging about his abundant resources, while also belittling Wang Fan. Lin Qingxue couldn't stand it anymore and directly retorted, Wang Fan is my partner. He works very hard, and we're doing very well now. Her tone was firm, and she even stated bluntly, in this world, whether it's character or ability, he's better than you. As soon as she said this, the group chat exploded. Everyone was shocked and joined in the commotion. Wang Fan looked at the message and simply smiled, replying, thank you. Lin Qingxue smiled gently as well, and the atmosphere between them became subtly warm. After a moment, she coughed lightly. Have you rested enough? Let's get back to work. The two men chopped down trees while exchanging information in the chat channel, which didn't interfere with their business. Someone stepped in to smooth things over. Stop arguing. Let's exchange information first. The atmosphere eased a little. Soon, all sorts of information began to surface. Some said they were in Dragon Valley and had even actually seen dragons. Others built their houses in trees in the beast forest to avoid danger. Still others were trapped in the ghost swamp, where even giant trees could be swallowed up. Some people were luckier, finding themselves in desert oases where the dangers weren't too great. Others even survived on islands. After hearing these stories, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue both realized that the world was ridiculously vast, and almost no one was in the same environment. Wang Fan frowned and said, "The map is all black right now, which means our exploration area is too small." Lin Qingxue nodded. "If only we had an owl, we could scout ahead." Wang Fan casually asked the class. Surprisingly, someone actually responded. The monkey replied directly, "Brother Fan, you want an owl?" Fatty caught one. Wang Fan was taken aback. She caught it? Fatty readily admitted it. Wang Fan was curious about how she caught it, and the chubby girl explained, "Just draw circles with your middle finger at it, and it will get dizzy and fall down on its own." Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, completely unexpected to have such an outrageous method. Left with no other option, Wang Fan continued negotiating the deal, eventually exchanging 10 jin of beef for the owl. The monkeys readily agreed, as the owl was of little use to them. After obtaining the materials, Wang Fan immediately began constructing a bioradar device. With a flash of white light, a black owl appeared and was placed on a tree outside the cave entrance. Soon, the terrain and creatures within a 1,000-meter radius of the owl were revealed, and even the movement of wild rabbits could be clearly seen, as if a surveillance camera had been turned on. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, "These red dots are all living things, and they're moving." Wang Fan nodded and quickly locked onto the target. "Let's pick the weaker ones. I think wild boars would be a good choice." After observing the footage and confirming that the target location and surrounding environment were relatively safe, the two decided to act immediately. There was still 5 hours of daylight left, plenty of time. Soon, they arrived near the target and crouched on a leaning tree to observe. In the bushes, a huge black-tusked boar was resting with 4 piglets. 3-star black-toothed boar, 35 HP. The two fell silent for a moment after the message appeared. Lin Qingxue whispered, "This is considered weak?" Wang Fan was also somewhat embarrassed. This is indeed a bit too strong. After a quick calculation, the two realized that at least 7 cuts would be needed to defeat it, a process fraught with extreme risk. A single misstep could result in their own death. Wang Fan hesitated, unsure to act rashly, when Lin Qingxue suddenly leaned closer and whispered plan. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. "Great idea." Lin Qingxue quickly found a large leaf and coated it with dark matter. The originally emerald green leaf instantly turned pitch black, looking like a huge black cloth. She grabbed the leaf with both hands. The thing was almost half a person's height. Wang Fan was somewhat bewildered. "This thing really works?" Lin Qingxue explained that pigs are colorblind and can only distinguish between black, white, and gray. This kind of black would be particularly conspicuous during the day. Wang Fan immediately realized, "You're going to have a pig fight?" Lin Qingxue nodded. "I'll distract it. You find an opportunity to make your move." The two quickly divided the tasks and prepared to start their operation. Lin Qingxue stood by the tree, waving the black cloth and shouting. Several black-toothed pigs immediately woke up and looked in her direction. She felt a little nervous, but she still gritted her teeth and continued to lure them. The black-tusked boar growled and charged forward, crashing straight into the black cloth. With a loud bang, its tusks embedded themselves deeply in the large tree behind it, remaining there for a moment. "Now!" Lin Qingxue shouted. Wang Fan, wielding his short sword, rushed forward and began hacking wildly at the large black-tusked boar. At the same time, 4 smaller black-tusked boars charged in, ramming into the two of them. A series of impacts rang out, and both of their health points rapidly decreased. Wang Fan gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. He had only one goal, to kill the giant boar first, or the consequences would only be more severe. After several consecutive slashes, the giant black-tusked boar finally broke free, violently lunging and sending Wang Fan flying, then charging over and knocking Lin Qingxue down, instantly reducing both of their health points significantly. Wang Fan only had 11 points of health left, and Lin Qingxue was in even worse condition. He forced himself to stand up and charge forward again. Just one more hit. Lin Qingxue was responsible for holding off the little pig, attacking and dodging at the same time. Just then, Wang Fan was pierced in the leg by a tusk, his bones were broken, and his health plummeted to a dangerous level. But he didn't retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he slashed down with his sword. The giant black-tusked boar died instantly. Dragging his mangled body, Wang Fan finished off a smaller boar. The remaining few were quickly cleared away by the two of them. After the battle, both of them were seriously injured. Lin Qingxue had a piece of flesh missing from her leg, and only then did she feel the excruciating pain. She couldn't help but shed tears. It was too cruel. That pig was charging around like a madman. Wang Fan gave a wry smile. We almost crashed. Let's check the loot first. The two limped over, where a pile of resources had already dropped. They obtained a serrated short sword blueprint, leather, tusks, pork, and 8 pig testicles. Wang Fan looked puzzled. Why are 2 missing? Lin Qingxue replied, speechlessly. There might be a female one. Wang Fan stopped worrying and began cleaning up the carcass. Just then, the large black-tusked boar's abdomen suddenly twitched, startling him. Lin Qingxue reacted quickly, immediately cutting open its abdomen. There might be piglets inside. The two worked swiftly and soon removed 3 unborn piglets from inside. These cubs were extremely weak, but the system indicated they could be tamed. Lin Qingxue carefully picked them up. Let's take them back first. Whether they survive or not depends on luck. The two dared not linger any longer. The smell of blood on their bodies was too strong, and their health was low. They could only take a detour to avoid any potential dangers and cautiously made their way back. But not long after they left, a much larger black-toothed boar appeared on the scene, sniffing the air and growling, before locking onto the direction and giving chase. Meanwhile, the two finally returned to the cave, and their tense nerves relaxed slightly. Wang Fan slumped into a chair. This thing is really not easy to deal with. Lin Qingxue settled the cub and also laid down on the bed. Whether it can survive or not depends on fate. Wang Fan got up and started grilling meat. Let's get back to our strength first. Unbeknownst to them, the even stronger black-toothed boar had already followed their scent to within 200 meters of the cave, and danger was closing in. What they had originally planned to resolve in an hour or two was now proving to be far more troublesome than ever, not only slowing their progress, but also severely damaging their health. Let's ask Zhang Aihua first, see how many life fruits he has left. Wang Fan opened the chat and contacted him directly. Brother Zhang, how many life fruits do you have left? I'd like to trade some. Zhang Aihua quickly replied. I do have some, but not many, and they're very expensive. What will you offer in exchange? Wang Fan directly stated his resources, stones and wood. Zhang Aihua refused, saying, I don't need those for now. I have enough resources to get through the winter. Wang Fan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood. Since she was guarding the orchard, and the life fruit itself was a valuable currency, she naturally had no shortage of basic resources. He changed his approach and asked, So, are you lacking weapons or meat? Zhang Aihua wasn't surprised. Weapons depend on quality. I don't want wooden swords. Wang Fan tentatively asked, How many 2-star stone short swords can you trade? 2 at most, Zhang Aihua answered decisively. 3-star or 4-star would be even better. The price was clearly insufficient, and Wang Fan frowned slightly. Lin Qingxue whispered a reminder from the side. Ask him if he has any fruit tree seedlings. Wang Fan immediately changed his tune and asked, Do you have any fruit tree seeds? Zhang Aihua replied, Yes, they fell from trees. Do you want them? Wang Fan directly offered, I'll make a 3-star short sword in exchange for 6 fruits and seeds. However, the other party refused. No, 3-star isn't worth it. It has to be at least 4-star. The two exchanged a helpless glance. The fruit of life had become a scarce resource, and its price had naturally risen accordingly. Wang Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let's exchange it. A 4-star short sword requires 70 units of stones, which they can grind for in about 4 hours, making the cost acceptable. Zhang Aihua laughed. Great. I'll give you 4 fruits first, the rest for the short sword. Okay, Wang Fan agreed. The transaction was quickly completed, and the two successfully obtained 4 life fruits. Wang Fan ate 3, and Lin Qingxue ate 1, both of their health points returning to 8. Let's eat some more beef and slowly recover, Wang Fan said. Lin Qingxue grilled the meat, sprinkling salt on it as she went, the steam rising continuously. With each bite of beef, the two of them gradually recovered. Just then, bang! A loud explosion suddenly erupted at the cave entrance. Both of them froze in surprise. What's that sound? Wang Fan instantly became alert. Lin Qingxue looked towards the cave entrance, her expression changing slightly. It sounds like something is banging on the door. The two immediately activated their radar to investigate. In the image, a much larger black-tusked boar was frantically ramming against the stone door, its tusks thick and its aura fierce. 3-star black-toothed boar, 39 HP. Wang Fan's face darkened. It'll be troublesome if this guy breaks down the door. Boom! Another impact, an entire cave shook. Stone gates remaining health, 79-72. It took away 7 points with each hit. Lin Qingxue's voice tightened. At this rate, we can't hold on. The two instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Stone Gate's level was too low. It couldn't be upgraded in a short time. Their health wasn't fully restored, and their resources were almost depleted, leaving them unable to even perform a temporary enhancement. Damn it, how did it find us? Wang Fan gritted his teeth. Lin Qingxue quickly glanced at the time and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. There's still 5 minutes until it gets dark. Wang Fan was taken aback, but immediately understood her meaning. Such a commotion might attract other monsters. Yes, Lin Qingxue nodded. Wang Fan made a quick decision. Let's hide far away first, and gamble that it will be targeted by other monsters. The two quickly retreated to a watery area inside the cave, suppressing their breath and observing the direction of the cave entrance from a distance. Deep, muffled impacts echoed continuously within the cave. Thump, thump. Each impact felt like a heavy blow to their hearts. As night fell, the stone gate had only 30 health points left. A few more hits, and it would probably shatter. The sounds of impact outside grew louder, successfully attracting even more nighttime monsters. A dozen or so ghouls crawled out of the darkness and surrounded the black-toothed boar. Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue hid in the cave, remotely observing the battle through the owl radar. Although the image was somewhat blurry, the general outline was still discernible. Wang Fan stared at the screen, counting in a low voice. They're here. So many green eyes. Lin Qingxue was also a little nervous, whispering, hopefully they'll start fighting first. Otherwise it'll be troublesome if they all rush into the stone gate at once. As soon as they finished speaking, the ghouls indeed all pounced on the black-toothed boar. The two immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they're not all together. Roars erupted outside, and a chaotic battle instantly broke out. The black-toothed boar showed no fear, directly confronting the enemy head-on. A single charge could pierce through a ghoul. Its sharp tusks were extremely lethal, and a kick with its hind legs could send several ghouls flying. It rampaged through the horde, smashing ghouls to pieces. Although there were many of them, most were only 1-star monsters and couldn't suppress it at all. However, their numerical advantage ultimately prevailed, and the black-toothed boars gradually began to show signs of injury. The two inside the cave, however, had already returned to their campsite, roasting meat while watching the live stream. Wang Fan ate while exclaiming, "This boar is too fierce. No wonder it's almost a 4-star beast." Lin Qingxue, gnawing on meat, laughed. "It's more exciting than a movie. I could watch it all day." After a brief respite, the two returned to reality. Wang Fan said in a deep voice, "There are only 3 days left, and we only have a little over 200 pieces of wood. That's not enough." Lin Qingxue nodded. "We must upgrade the stone axe to 4 stars tonight." She handed over a skewer of meat. "Eat first, then focus on chopping down trees." Just then, a strange bah came from outside, and the two of them froze. "A sheep man," they both exclaimed almost simultaneously. On screen, a 3-star sheep man charged into the battlefield, frantically crashing into the black-toothed boar, instantly escalating the situation. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. "The show's about to start. Give me 2 more skewers." The two moved their small stools and continued watching. The 3-star goatmen's attack speed and damage were not low, making them clearly more dangerous than ordinary monsters. At this point, the black-toothed boar's health had been whittled down to 25 points, and if it continued to be surrounded, it would almost certainly be a death sentence. But the outcome of the battle was beyond their expectations. The black-toothed boar actually fought its way out of the encirclement and escaped the monitoring range. A large number of corpses were left on the ground. The 3-star goatmen had also fallen, and nearly 20 ghouls were dead. The two were completely dumbfounded. How could they survive? Lin Qingxue looked at the little black-tusked pig in the grass nest, her eyes filled with anticipation. If we raise them, they can definitely be the main force in the future. Wang Fan nodded but then frowned. But what will they eat? The two tried feeding the piglets meat, but although they were excited, they couldn't bite into it at all. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qingxue said, they probably can't absorb meat yet, so we could try the juice of the fruit of life. Wang Fan thought this made sense, so he immediately took out a fruit, squeezed out the juice, and dripped it into the piglets' mouths. The little ones immediately began licking it, and their breathing noticeably improved. It works! The two of them were quite excited. After using 3 fruits in succession, all 3 cubs opened their eyes, grunting and rubbing against them, clearly showing that they had accepted them as their owners. The piglet was pink and tender, and looked quite cute. Wang Fan rested his chin on his hand and examined it, saying, whoever feeds me is my mother, but I wonder how loyal they are. Lin Qingxue checked the information and confirmed that most animals, once they take the initiative to approach their owner, are showing signs of loyalty similar to dogs. The two of them were much relieved. However, they soon noticed that one of the piglets was ignoring them and pretending to be dead. Wang Fan glanced at it and said coldly, this one doesn't recognize its owner, kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the piglet seemed to understand, immediately got up, and trotted over to rub against Wang Fan's leg, its survival instinct instantly kicking in. Wang Fan was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you're quite sensible, aren't you? The 3 little pigs were already showing signs of recognizing their master, and both of them were in good spirits. However, with more animals in the cave, the smell began to become more noticeable, especially the rabbits, whose odor was even stronger. Lin Qingxue frowned. We need to find a way to ventilate. Wang Fan suddenly remembered something. I saw a plant by the river before that seemed to purify the air, but unfortunately, I didn't bring it back then. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she decided to go to the river to collect it the next day. That night, the two browsed the chat channels, finding a plethora of associations emerging. Some were researching planets, others biology, some were recruiting people into comedy groups, and there were even some rather strange organizations. Lin Qingxue said speechlessly, are these really useful? Wang Fan shrugged and made a few jokes, but Lin Qingxue gently pinched him, and the topic returned to serious matters. She reminded Wang Fan of the condom blueprints they had obtained earlier, and the two immediately checked the material requirements. 10 condoms, 1 rubber, 1 fish oil. After analyzing the situation, the two realized that this stuff would be in high demand when winter came. Wang Fan quickly realized as well, when everyone stays at home, this stuff will definitely be in short supply. The two agreed that this would be a highly profitable resource. The next morning, the system notification appeared again. Weather, sunny, 32 degrees Celsius, daytime length, 9 hours, distance until winter, 3 days, time was running out. The two first went to clean up the spoils left behind by the black-toothed boar the previous night. The ground was littered with dark matter and monster corpses. The 3-star goatman also dropped a 3-star resource box. Lin Qingxue was a little excited. There's definitely something good this time. Wang Fan smiled and opened the box. Iron ore times 10. Railway manufacturing blueprint times 1. Minecart manufacturing blueprint times 1. Upon seeing the iron ore, the two perked up and immediately began building a furnace. The furnace could not only be used for cooking, but also for refining materials, making it a crucial facility for survival. After setting up the furnace, Lin Qingxue prepared to head to the riverbank to collect plants. I'll go find some purifying plants. You continue cutting down trees. Wang Fan nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then whispered, give me a hug. Wang Fan smiled and hugged her, reminding her to be careful. Lin Qingxue cheered herself up and then descended the mountain alone. Although she had radar assistance, venturing deep into the mountains alone was still dangerous. She had to learn to face it independently. Wang Fan continued logging, while also contemplating his own problems. Although the berserker armor provided protection, his body would still be injured once the shield was broken. Looking at his now-recovered body, he sighed softly, still too weak. If only I could be stronger. At the foot of the mountain by the river, Lin Qingxue quickly found a plant Wang Fan had mentioned. Fresh grass purifies the air, and its flowers repel mosquitoes. It looked more like a small tree. She immediately dug it up with a wooden shovel and soon collected more than 20 plants. After gathering the fresh grass, she went to the pond to catch fish. The water was clear but very deep. A quick measurement revealed it to be over 2 meters deep. She didn't dare go into the water and could only stand on the bank to observe the fish. There were many kinds of fish in the water, including bass, grass carp, and tilapia. Lin Qingxue set her sights on the base, which had better meat, but she was troubled because she didn't have any tools. After thinking for a moment, she quickly came up with a solution: pull them into the trap. She used a wooden shovel to dig a small pit on the bank, and then dug a small ditch connecting to the pool, creating a simple drainage channel. She then contacted Wang Fan and asked him to help her find the insects. Wang Fan found 2 large scarab beetle larvae in the ground. Although he found them disgusting, he still killed them and sent the photos to her. Lin Qingxue threw the insect into the puddle. The juice flowed down the ditch into the pool, and the smell quickly spread. Before long, several large fish were attracted and swam into the puddle along the ditch. Seeing the fish gathering in increasing numbers, she seized the opportunity and used a few shovels to block the ditch's outlet, cutting off their escape route. Run? Where can they run? She counted. There were 8 fish in total, 6 of which were bass. Catching fish in a small puddle was almost effortless. She quickly processed them, strung them up, and stored them in her inventory, her face beaming with satisfaction. On the way back up the mountain, she even hung 2 fish on a stick, laughing as she walked. Now, I finally understand the joy of fishing. It's so satisfying not to come back empty-handed. If they weren't so heavy, she would have loved to hang them all up to show off. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes had been watching her from the bushes on the opposite bank of the river and had quietly retreated. In a wooden cabin in the nearby woods, a man and a woman were talking in hushed tones. After hearing the report, the man's eyes flashed with excitement. "Are you sure it's a young woman? And she's wearing a cashmere sweater?" The woman nodded. "They're developing very quickly. I guess they killed that giant bull too." The man sneered. "That's even better. It means they have a lot of resources." When asked whether to take action, he shook his head. "No rush. Let's wait until the day before winter to raid them. Let them collect the resources for us first. Then we'll take them all at once." The woman's eyes lit up. "Just take over their homes and use their existing resources." The man, on the other hand, looked confident, with 3 saber-toothed tigers nuzzling affectionately against him. He scoffed. "Do they think they're as lucky as me? I got 3 saber-toothed tiger cubs and 2 3-star corpses." Now, he had raised the 3 saber-toothed tigers to 2 stars, making them extremely powerful. In his view, this plunder was only a matter of time. He had his eye on resources, territory, and even people. Not long after, Lin Qingxue returned carrying a large fish, smiling as she showed it off to Wang Fan. "Wang Fan, look, I caught this." Wang Fan had already seen it on the radar, but he still complimented her, saying, "Amazing, you even managed to catch this." His compliment made Lin Qingxue smile even more happily. Sunlight shone on her face, and Wang Fan was momentarily stunned, blurting out, "So beautiful." As he spoke, he opened his arms to welcome her back. Lin Qingxue didn't dodge. She simply hugged him. In this unfamiliar world, the two had long since become each other's support. She quickly returned to business. "I'll go refine fish oil and rubber. You continue cutting down trees." Wang Fan ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "You handle the brain work. I'll take care of the physical labor." Then he went back to his work. Lin Qingxue searched for rubber in the chat channel and quickly found someone selling rubber grass. The seller had almost no use for these resources. He just wanted to exchange them for food. After a moment's thought, she traded 10 gene of beef for 50 gene of rubber grass and 50 gene of licorice. The other party readily agreed, making the deal a win-win for both parties. Upon receiving the materials, Lin Qingxue immediately began refining. The rubber grass was placed in the furnace, and 50 minutes later, it was successfully converted into 50 units of rubber. Then, she refined the 2 large fish together into fish oil, obtaining 50 units as well. Along the way, she also fed the rabbits and sheep, continued cultivating rice, and producing salt, keeping herself almost constantly busy. Despite being busy, she felt quite fulfilled. Soon, the two were sitting outside the cave, eating meat and enjoying the breeze when she said, "We have enough materials. We can make that thing now." Wang Fan nodded. "Just make it and see if we can sell it." Lin Qingxue opened the interface and made 500 condoms at once. A pile of finished products sat in his inventory. Wang Fan picked one up and examined it, even holding it up to the light. "It's quite thin, but I wonder how well it will perform." He grinned mischievously and tentatively asked, "How about we try it out first?" Lin Qingxue's face instantly turned bright red, and she whispered her refusal. "Keeping 20 is enough for now." Seeing this, Wang Fan stopped teasing her. "All right, let's put them up for sale." The two immediately started advertising in the channel, but at first, no one paid any attention. A few minutes later, the situation suddenly reversed, with a large number of players flooding in to inquire, and demand exploded instantly. Lin Qingxue simply put them all on the auction house and let everyone bid. She kept the price within a reasonable range, and soon transaction notifications popped up like crazy, with all sorts of resources flowing into her account. Wood, stone, leather, food, all kinds of supplies kept arriving. Lin Qingxue's voice trembled with excitement. "Wang Fan, we sold out." The two embraced, watching their profits steadily increase. This windfall had made them rich overnight, far faster than the hard work of cutting down trees. Finally, they collapsed to the ground, completely relaxed. Wang Fan let out a long breath. "Finally, I can catch my breath." Lin Qingxue nodded. "If we have enough wood to last through the winter, we can consider upgrading our homestead next." Condoms were snapped up as soon as they were released, and resources poured in continuously. Wood, stones, and various kinds of meat were piled up to the brim, making a fortune. "Wang Fan, let's upgrade the storage boxes first. The stuff is too cluttered," Lin Qingxue suggested. Wang Fan nodded and immediately used resources to upgrade both storage boxes to 3 stars, giving them a total of 60 slots, making the space much more spacious. The two quickly tallied their spoils. In this auction alone, they had acquired about 1,000 kilograms of wood, 800 kilograms of stone, 600 kilograms of various meats, and dozens of other miscellaneous resources. "We've struck it rich, haven't we?" Lin Qingxue couldn't help but say. "Check the rankings," Wang Fan reminded them. After opening the resource rankings, the two were currently ranked 40,000th globally. This ranking might not seem particularly high, but among billions of people, it already placed them among the very few at the top. Don't underestimate this ranking. We're actually ahead of the vast majority of people, Lin Qingxue analyzed. After organizing the resources, the two decided to continue upgrading their equipment. Wang Fan originally wanted to give up upgrading the wooden tools, but Lin Qingxue rejected the idea. Wooden tools have special uses, such as for oil and coal mining, and for some special plants that can only be harvested with specific tools. Wang Fan suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. Then we really can't lose them." The two then divided the work. Wang Fan was responsible for feeding the black-toothed pigs and pinyin, while Lin Qingxue continued producing condoms. The 15 ghoul corpses were divided among the 3 pigs to devour, while the 3-star goatman corpse was fed to pinyin. The cave suddenly became somewhat eerie, with sheep and rabbits grazing, pigs and bats gnawing on corpses, and various sounds intertwining together. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue skillfully refined fish oil and rubber. 2.5 hours later, the second batch of 500 condoms was put on the shelves again. Unsurprisingly, they sold out instantly once more. Resource notifications flooded the screen, and some even managed to exchange them for rare materials like coal. After this surge, their resource rankings soared into the top 15,000 globally. "This market is incredible," Wang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The two were busy all night, and the animals were well fed before they could finally sleep peacefully. The next day, the system alerted that the temperature was 32 degrees Celsius, with only 6 hours of daylight left, and only 2 days until the harsh winter, when the lowest temperature would drop to minus 70 degrees Celsius. This information sent a chill down everyone's spine. However, there was good news as well. All 3 black-toothed boars in peace had been upgraded to 2 stars, significantly increasing their combat power. Wang Fan looked at the panel with great satisfaction. Now their attacks can stack effects. Lin Qingxue gently touched Pingyan, her expression relaxing considerably. With them around, our exploration will be safer. Wang Fan quickly made a decision. I'll take them to clear out the nearby wild animals and try to reach 3 stars. Don't go too far, Lin Qingxue cautioned. Don't worry, I'm just within radar range, Wang Fan replied with a smile. Soon after, Wang Fan set off with 3 pigs and 1 bat to begin sweeping the surrounding area. Now wielding a 5-star stone short sword, dealing a single hit of 10 points of damage, it was more than enough to deal with 3-star beasts. Soon, a familiar figure appeared on the radar. 3-star ferocious leopard, 35 HP. Wang Fan's lips curled up, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. It's time to settle the score from last time. Lin Qingxue's clothes were soaked, so she had to borrow Wang Fan's clothes again. She took off her wet clothes and put them by the fire to dry, but Wang Fan only glanced at them before turning back to work. In this kind of environment, survival was always the top priority. Soon, the two were back to chopping down trees, their movements much more practiced than before. With the added equipment, Wang Fan had become bolder and could generally handle most monsters unless they encountered something particularly outrageous. In the woods on the other side, a leopard was tearing apart a pheasant, leaving bloodstains all over the ground. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan shouted, "Little leopard, if you dare eat chickens today, you'll dare eat people tomorrow. I have to teach you a lesson." The sudden sound startled the leopard. It immediately turned its head, baring its teeth and lowering its body, ready to pounce. Its deep growl clearly conveyed its killing intent. At that moment, 3 black-tusked boars slowly approached, Pingyan perched on one of their heads, barking wildly at the leopard. The moment they formed their battle formation, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The leopard, being a 3-star monster, naturally wasn't afraid of these 2-star pets. But Wang Fan gave the order, "Go, kill it." The battle erupted instantly. The 4 pets surrounded the leopard, and the scene quickly became chaotic. The leopard's single attack only dealt 3 points of damage, while Wang Fan's 4 targets attacked simultaneously, resulting in considerable output in each round. Especially the black-toothed boars. Once they seized an opportunity to charge, they delivered a devastating blow. Although the leopard was agile, its size became a hindrance, making it difficult to dodge under the combined attack. Soon, it was forced to retreat repeatedly, howling in pain, finally deciding to give up. But as soon as it turned around, it found that Wang Fan had blocked its escape route. A fierce glint flashed in the leopard's eyes, and it pounced directly at Wang Fan. In its eyes, humans were the easiest opening to exploit. Wang Fan, however, sneered, "Perfect timing." He gripped his 5-star stone short sword and slashed down fiercely, dealing 11 points of damage. The leopard instantly suffered a head injury, bleeding profusely, and collapsed to the ground with a scream. After the battle, Wang Fan sheathed his weapon, muttering, "It's nothing special." He then cut off a leopard leg and kept it for later use as food, leaving the rest of the meat for his pets. As he sorted through his spoils, he pondered his future. Winter was fast approaching. He had meat and enough wood, but he felt something was missing, a sense of ritual. It's not right not to eat hot pot in winter. Wang Fan suddenly became interested, but the problem was also very real. Where would he get the pot? Wang Fan opened the trading market and found someone selling clay bowls, and the workmanship was quite exquisite. He looked at the seller and realized it was none other than Straw Brother. He immediately contacted him. "Your clay bowls are pretty good. Do you have any pots too?" Straw Bro replied quickly, saying he could make them, even a divided hot pot. Wang Fan directly asked, "I want a divided hot pot." Straw Bro laughed after hearing that. "You're preparing to settle down, huh?" The two quickly began negotiating terms. Wang Fan asked him what he wanted, jokingly mentioning condoms. Straw Guy was shocked. "You guys made those?" After learning the truth, Straw Guy was even more impressed. Finally, he asked for some meat and resources, and the two quickly reached a deal. During the chat, Wang Fan learned that Straw Brother hadn't built a homestead yet, and was also taking care of a disabled teammate, putting him under immense pressure. This made Wang Fan admire him even more. Without hesitation, he sent over iron, ore, and meat. "Let's talk about cooking first." Straw Brother immediately started cooking, full of energy. After completing the transaction, Wang Fan continued his exploration. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared on the radar. 4 red dots clustered together, looking clearly suspicious. He zoomed in and a system notification popped up. Treasure Guardian. Defeating it will reward you with 6 adult pheasants. Wang Fan raised an eyebrow. This clearly resembled a small dungeon. Upon closer inspection, there were 4 lizards, one of which was purple. 2-star poisonous lizard. It inflicts poison, causing damage every minute, posing a significant threat. Wang Fan muttered to himself. This poison is much more potent than pista. There were also 3 smaller lizards nearby. Together, they were indeed quite dangerous. In the past, he would have definitely avoided it. But now, fully equipped and with his pet's help, his mindset is completely different. He grinned. Perfect, I haven't had any chicken since I arrived. However, when he looked at the reward pheasants, he paused for a moment. These chickens looked very strange, all with middle-parted hair and no combs. They looked quite bizarre. Wang Fan couldn't help but complain. What are these things? Middle-parted chickens. Wang Fan walked towards the treasure, followed by 3 black-toothed pigs and Ping'an. He saw several poisonous lizards leisurely eating ants in the distance and couldn't help but laugh. These little lizards know how to enjoy life. As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous lizards immediately became alert. Wang Fan didn't hold back and directly ordered, attack. The 3 pigs and the dog pounced instantly, and the battle was over quickly. Wang Fan easily dispatched these low-level monsters with a single strike. When counting the spoils, he discovered that there were actually 6 pheasants, 5 of which were hens. His eyes lit up immediately. Now they can lay eggs, and the eggs will definitely be valuable. Several pets were gnawing on the corpses and evolving nearby. Wang Fan couldn't help but complain, you guys can get stronger just by eating, but I still have to rely on equipment. He then sat down to rest and casually tossed the leopard's corpse to them to continue eating. After a moment of free time, Wang Fan opened the class chat and checked on Monkey's situation. Monkey complained about how hard it was to gather resources, while Wang Fan said he already had enough. Suddenly, Zhang Chong jumped in to boast, saying he not only had plenty of supplies, but had also stolen 20 condoms, which he planned to resell. Both Wang Fan and Monkey were taken aback. However, the monkey quickly noticed the problem. Didn't you see who the seller was? Zhang Chong checked and found that the condoms were indeed hung up by Wang Fan, and immediately fell silent. A burst of laughter erupted in the group chat. Wang Fan didn't bother with the others, only privately helping the monkey out. Here are 50. Just exchange them for some resources. The monkey was incredibly moved, and the others in the group also started calling him Master Fan. After the battle, Peace successfully leveled up to 3 stars, and Blacktooth Pig was also about to break through. Wang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Feed it some more meat, and it should level up. He surveyed the area, but felt a deep sense of dread towards the enormous man-eating flower. Its size was too great, and its attacks were terrifying. He dared not provoke it for the time being, and had to abandon the idea for now. Evening arrived quickly. Back at his home base, Wang Fan fed the pigs 300 gene, approximately 150 caddies, of beef, preparing them to reach level 3. He then contacted Straw Brother, directly providing him with resources to help him build his home base. Lin Xingxue then proposed a bold idea. Using the game's mechanics, they could have Straw Sister's legs severed first, then regenerate them with the Fruit of Life, perhaps curing her disability. This method sounded crazy, but Straw's sister gritted her teeth and agreed. With excruciating pain, her legs were severed, only to regrow under the power of the Fruit of Life. Finally, she really did stand up again. Her body, once deemed permanently disabled, had been reborn in this world. Straw's sister was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Wang Fan and Lin Xingxue also confirmed that this method was indeed feasible, meaning that the rules of this world were more unique than they had imagined. Afterwards, Lin Xingxue calmly analyzed the situation and concluded that someone like Straw Brother, with both skill and integrity, was worth recruiting. If alliances became rampant in the future, going it alone would inevitably lead to losses. Wang Fan nodded in agreement. In this world, predatory organizations were beginning to emerge. Even if 2 people were incredibly strong, it would be difficult to sustain a long-term confrontation with a team. To survive, they probably should prepare in advance and build their own small force. With only 1 day left of winter, even though they had prepared most of their resources, the 2 still felt a sense of unease. Wang Fan couldn't help but ask, can people really survive at -70 degrees Celsius? Lin Qingxue nodded and explained that there are indeed people on Earth who can survive in extremely cold environments, such as the Inuit. But she also stated frankly that without any protection, a person would freeze into a block of ice within minutes. After hearing this, Wang Fan's expression also turned heavy, and he could only smile bitterly and say, "I hope we can get through this." After tidying up a bit, the two went to bed to rest and prepare for the final day. The temperature plummeted to 10 degrees Celsius at night, and the two, who had no blankets, quickly woke up from the cold. Lin Qingxue mumbled sleepily, "It's cold, hold me." Wang Fan didn't hesitate and immediately hugged her tightly. The two were very close, and their body temperatures gradually rose. Wang Fan simply held her gently, without making any inappropriate moves, while Lin Qingxue, half asleep and half awake, felt a mix of complex emotions. As the night passed, a system notification sounded. Only 7 hours of daylight remained. Winter would fully arrive tomorrow. The two immediately split up, each taking their pets out to collect the last batch of resources. Meanwhile, Li Hua on the opposite bank of the river also began his operation. He set off with his companions and 3 saber-toothed tigers, 2 of which had already reached 3 stars, possessing terrifying combat power. He had no intention of hoarding resources for himself, but rather planned to directly seize the spoils of Wang Fan and his companion. "The last day is the most profitable," Li Hua sneered, leading the saber-toothed tigers straight up the mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue was collecting plants and soon discovered a patch of tobacco. Her eyes lit up, finally found it. "Now I can make tobacco for Wang Fan." As she dug, she couldn't help but drift into a daze, vaguely realizing that her feelings for Wang Fan were no longer just simple dependence. Wang Fan also had a good haul, finding chili peppers, cilantro, and wild chives. He immediately became excited. Now there's hope for hot pot. Just as he checked the radar, his expression changed instantly. 5 red dots were rapidly approaching Lin Qingxue, including 3 enormous saber-toothed tigers. "Oh no," Wang Fan immediately warned, "Qingxue, run." But it was too late. Lin Qingxue had just raised her head when the bushes were parted, and Li Hua and his companions, along with 3 saber-toothed tigers, appeared in front of her. Li Hua sized her up, his eyes filled with greed. He licked his lips and sneered, not bad at all." He spoke slowly, his tone cold and arrogant. "Little girl, submit or die." Lin Qingxue didn't respond. She knew the situation was dire. Li Hua was followed by 3 saber-toothed tigers, while she only had Mao and Ping by her side. A direct confrontation was futile. She decisively chose to retreat, quickly darting through the woods. The saber-toothed tigers continued to pounce, but Mao turned and knocked one away, buying her time to escape. "Don't linger, let's go," Lin Qingxue commanded through gritted teeth. But Li Hua sneered and chased after her. "Run? Do you think you can escape?" 2 3-star battle pets, quite an unexpected bonus. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by, and a saber-toothed tiger blocked her path. Surrounded from the front and back, and blocked from both sides, Lin Qingxue was completely encircled. Li Hua charged forward with a sinister grin. "Run again." His short sword slashed down. Lin Qingxue drew her 5-star short sword to block, and the two clashed instantly. When Li Hua saw the 5 stars, his expression changed drastically. 5 stars? Impossible. He immediately ordered his companions to join the attack. The woman swung her sword, and Lin Qingxue, unable to fully defend herself, was struck head-on, losing 7 points of health in 1 blow. 2 more blows, and she would surely die. Mao and Ping were held back by the saber-toothed tiger and couldn't come to her aid. Lin Qingxue retreated step by step, her heart pounding faster and faster, the oppressive feeling of death drawing ever closer. In her panic, she slipped and fell to the ground. Li Hua's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I'm not playing with you anymore, die." Just before the fatal blow landed, Wang Fan sent supplies. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Qingxue's eyes, and she swallowed the bull treasure without hesitation, instantly restoring her health to full. She suddenly stood up and created distance, startling Li Hua. "What did you eat?" Lin Qingxue didn't answer, only desperately defending herself and trying to buy as much time as possible. Li Hua's fighting style was ruthless. He had his teammate draw Lin Qingxue's attention while he looked for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As Lin Qingxue defended herself, she prayed in her heart, Wang Fan, hurry up and come. Soon, she was surrounded and overwhelmed again. One arm was severed, and one leg was bitten to pieces. She leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. She gritted her teeth in despair. If only I knew swordsmanship. But Li Hua had already raised a short sword. It's over. At that very moment, Lin Qingxue unleashed her full potential, dodging the attack with a sidestep and severing Li Hua's arms with a backhand strike. Li Hua screamed in agony, and the next second, a figure rushed out of the forest. Wang Fan had arrived. He kicked Li Hua away and said coldly, I'm here. Then he looked at Lin Qingxue. Not bad. Li Hua was left with only 5 points of health. His face was gloomy, and he was already thinking of retreating. Wang Fan gripped his 5-star short sword tightly, his aura imposing. None of you will leave here today. He summoned 2 black-tusked boars to charge, and Li Hua panicked completely, turning to flee. But Wang Fan gave him no chance, quickly catching up and beheading him with a single stroke. The woman collapsed to the ground, crying and begging for mercy, even offering herself in exchange for her life. Wang Fan coldly looked at her. Do you think I'll let you go? As soon as he finished speaking, he dispatched the enemy with a single, swift stroke of his sword. Clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Having dealt with his enemy, Wang Fan turned and returned. Lin Qingxue leaned against a tree, munching on beef to recover, her breathing gradually stabilizing. She let out a long breath, finally relaxing a bit. Looks like I've made it through this ordeal. Wang Fan returned to Lin Qingxue's side. Her body was still slowly recovering and wouldn't fully recover in a short time. Without saying much, he picked Lin Qingxue up in his arms. She was soft and warm and nestled quietly in his embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat, a relieved smile on her face. Lin Qingxue asked softly, How did you get here from so far away? I thought I was going to die. Wang Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Guess. Guess if I guess or not. She glared at him dissatisfied. Wang Fan then explained that it was Air Mao and San Mao who bent the bamboo, launching him over, and then kicked him to save her in time. Lin Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. What about those 2? They're dead. Wang Fan replied calmly. She nodded, her expression very serious. Keeping people like that around is a threat. Wang Fan smiled. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Just to survive. Lin Qingxue gave a bitter smile. If we weren't ruthless, we might be the ones dying next time. The 2 returned to their home and locked the stone door. Wang Fan put her on the bed and told her to eat more meat to recover, assuring her that her severed limbs would slowly grow back. Qingxue, winter is coming tonight. Guess what I prepared for you? Lin Qingxue blinked. Why do you always make me guess? I prepared something for you too. Wang Fan leaned closer and chuckled. It's not yourself, is it? Get lost. Lin Qingxue pushed him away and took out 2 cigarettes from her inventory. Didn't you want some? I made them. Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately, and he lit one. The smoke had a faint grassy aroma. It turned out to be an improved version with added purifying herbs. Lin Qingxue said with a smile, Remember to brush your teeth after you smoke, or I won't let you kiss me. Wang Fan was in a great mood. What about what I prepared for you? Soon, Lin Qingxue saw a hot pot set up next to the camp. Beef, pork, tripe, and vegetables were neatly arranged next to it, along with various seasonings. Hot pot. She was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. You actually made hot pot. Wang Fan smiled at her reaction. Lin Qingxue, busy adding water, said earnestly, Relationships should be mutual. If you're good to me, I should be good to you too. She paused, then asked, Wang Fan, do you believe in love? Wang Fan chuckled. I don't, but if it's you, I do. The water in the pot gradually boiled, and steam filled the air. But amidst this warmth, the outside temperature began to drop sharply. Outside the cave, a biting wind howled, and heavy snow poured down, quickly covering the entire world in ice and snow. The lake froze, and the air was icy cold. Achoo! It's so cold. Lin Qingxue shivered. Wang Fan immediately added wood to warm the cave, but it still wasn't enough. We need to build another campsite. After the second camp was set up, the temperature stabilized slightly, but the chill was still noticeable. At this time, Straw Brother sent a message saying that he would send some mud bricks so that they could build a heated Kong, a traditional heated platform bed, for warmth. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. This was the most suitable solution at the moment. After a brief exchange, He accepted the 30 mud bricks. Qingxue, quick, build the earthen bed. Lin Qingxue immediately jumped off the bed, her face full of anticipation. This will definitely make it much warmer. The two busied themselves while chatting and laughing softly, building their own warmth on the first night of winter. Chapter 32, The True Fragrance Law. You want more after you've eaten it. The two built a heated platform bed, and added wood to it. At this point, the water in the hot pot was boiling, so we added some salt to one side for the spicy side, and the other for the mild side. Lin Qingxue pointed excitedly at a plate of food. Wang Fan, hurry up, add the meat. I want to eat that plate of glistening beef tendon. Wang Fan picked up the plate and poured chrysanthemum greens and cilantro into the pot. Also, the flavorful bracken fern was added to the pot and started to stew. It smells pretty good. Luckily, the pot that Straw Bro made is big enough, so we can put in more vegetables. Before long, Lin Qingxue and the other person started eating. Outside, snow was falling heavily. Inside the cave, a small pot was simmering and the little meat was being eaten. Wang Fan kept stuffing meat into his mouth. What a pity there's no wine side. Lin Qingxue put down her chopsticks, smiled slightly, and looked at Wang Fan. I knew you wanted to drink. Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately. You have it. Certainly. Lin Qingxue took out 2 bamboo tubes from the storage compartment. They contained some liquid and smelled of fruit. This is wild fruit wine that I brewed from wild fruits. However, it has a low alcohol content and was not steeped for too long. It's only about 20 degrees Celsius, which is higher than beer but lower than baijiu, Chinese liquor. Wang Fan rubbed his hands together excitedly, then steadily held the bamboo tube. I didn't know you had this skill. It's nothing special in itself. As long as you know the method and the required materials, it's quite simple to make. And one of the fruits is the thorny fruit we usually eat, also called Rosa levigata. I see. So those thorny fruits have names too. This wild fruit wine tastes pretty good, and the alcohol content is just right. Lin Qingxue rummaged in the pot, her brows furrowing slightly. Where did it all go? What are you fishing for, Qingxue? The beef tendon is all gone. Wang Fan looked bewildered. I didn't cut the beef tendon. The tendon of this giant horn cow is too tough. It won't soften at all. I didn't cut it. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened. Huh? What was that just now? Oh, that's bull penis. But the texture is indeed different from the bull penis on Earth. It's quite chewy and has a bit of toughness. It's actually pretty good. Wang Fan's words made Lin Qingxue's heart sink. She then grabbed Wang Fan's neck with both hands and shook him violently, yelling, Ha! Wang Fan, I'll kill you. Ha! Who was it that said they wouldn't eat it? Now they want to eat it, and they've already finished it. Ha ha. Wang Fan laughed. A short while later, Lin Qingxue stared at Wang Fan with wide eyes. Really gone? Wang Fan spread his hands. Really, there's nothing left. Well, you know what? It's actually quite delicious. Right? Nobody can escape the law of truth. Before long, wisps of white smoke drifted out. The fire went out, leaving only the bowls and pots that the two of them had cleaned. The outside temperature was already very cold, and the temperature inside the cave was not high either, but the temperature around the earthen bed remained at 26 degrees Celsius or even higher. Wang Fan gathered all the poultry and battle pets into a pen. It would be warmer if they were all huddled together. These animals were born on this planet, so there was no need to worry about them freezing to death. Dry straw was placed in the animal pen, and the animals huddled together, which kept them warm. Lin Qingxue and Wang Fan were lying on the earthen bed, having already eaten and drunk their fill. Wang Fan, this hot pot looks really good. How many ingredients do we have left? Wang Fan smoked a cigarette, enjoying himself. There's plenty of meat. We could eat meat every day, but the vegetables and seasonings are pitifully scarce, probably only enough for us to eat for another 5 meals. All right, thank you for your trouble. Give me some of the chili peppers. As they spoke, Wang Fan took out 5 jean of chili peppers. Okay, no problem, but what do you need the chili peppers for? Of course, it's for making chili powder. Dry it, crush it, sprinkle it on the beef skewers, and then add salt. It'll definitely taste amazing. Okay, I'll lie down for a bit first. Lin Qingxue placed all the chili peppers in a corner of the earthen bed. There, she had placed a block of earth that was still warm to the touch. Let's just leave it here to dry first. After taking care of the situation, Lin Qingxue immediately collapsed and lay down, snuggling up to Wang Fan. Lin Qingxue had just closed her eyes when she felt a gaze upon her. She then abruptly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Fan. Wang Fan was staring at her with wide eyes. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? A hint of speechlessness flashed across Lin Qingshue's lips. In the dead of winter, after eating and drinking your fill, why don't you go to sleep? Wang Fan said with a slightly mischievous smile. You're full, but I'd like to eat something else. What do you want to eat? Lin Qingxue asked nervously. She had a vague sense of foreboding. Wang Fan smiled wickedly. Hee hee, those a no-no. We're just pretending not to know. There's no one else here. Lin Qingshue's ears turned slightly red, like ripe apples, shy and charming. Wang Fan's voice was deep and gentle, like the whisper of a devil or the murmur of a lover, softly reaching her ears. I want to eat you. These 4 words were like a spell, causing Lin Qingshue's heart to sink instantly. She closed her eyes slightly, savoring the sweetness of the moment. Wang Fan, I'm not ready yet. I'm a little scared. Lin Qingxue was willing, but she was naturally a little afraid of the unknown, especially since she clearly remembered her first day with Wang Fan. At that time, neither of them was wearing any clothes. Even with her knowledge, she could only say 3 words to Wang Fan. Great, 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 great. To put it simply, a big nose means a big face everywhere else. You are afraid of pain? Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled. She clenched her small fists and placed them in front of her chest, pouted her little mouth, and nodded in a playful and cute way. Then let's go slowly, take it easy, and give it a try. Lin Qingsue pursed her lips, looking somewhat hesitant, but then said, well, all right. Upon hearing Lin Qingshue's agreement, Wang Fan immediately jumped up from the Kong, a heated brick bed. Then Wang Fan tackled Lin Qingsue to the ground. At school, Lin Qingsue was the center of attention, pursued by countless boys, from wealthy second-generation heirs to local thugs, and even male teachers confessed their feelings to her. But now, this lovely girl is with Wang Fan. To be honest, this wasn't Wang Fan's first time, but he still couldn't help feeling nervous. After all, he had never even considered Lin Qingsue, because it was impossible. But now, Wang Fan is peeling Lin Qingsue away layer by layer, like peeling an onion. Wang Fan, slow down. Why are you so flustered? You can't just yank these buttons off. You'll tear my cashmere jacket. Okay, I got it. Just 2 more buttons to go. Chapter 33, Being Targeted, Location Exposed. Lin Qingsue shyly turned her head to the side, too embarrassed to meet Wang Fan's gaze. What's wrong? Are you getting shy? Lin Qingsue murmured softly. Of course, you're a boy and I'm a girl, and men and women shouldn't touch each other. Wang Fan gently unbuttoned the last button of his shirt. The movements were slow and gentle, as if unwrapping a precious gift. Lin Qingshue's skin appeared exceptionally delicate under the dim light. Wang Fan stared intently. A gentleman should not look at what is improper, but Wang Fan was not a gentleman. As her clothes slipped down, Lin Qingshue's graceful figure was absolutely stunning. No matter how many times I watch it, it's always the same, absolutely amazing. Lin Qingshue's arms involuntarily wrapped around his neck, responding to Wang Fan's enthusiasm. At that moment, they forgot everything, leaving only each other's breath and heartbeat. They embraced tightly, feeling each other's warmth and love. The room was filled with a sweet atmosphere, and the two were immersed in this wonderful and intimate moment. A slight pain caused Lin Qingshue's brows to furrow slightly. Her heart was pounding so hard she could barely breathe. She took a deep breath. This feeling is so strange. It's nothing like what I've seen in those adult films. What kind of things do you girls watch? What's the big deal? Girls are people too. They're just curious. What haven't they seen before? A few tears, the size of soybeans, rolled down Lin Qingshue's cheeks, and her eyes were red. It wasn't that Wang Fan was too rough, but this kind of thing is inherently painful yet pleasurable, especially the first time. Wang Fan felt a pang of sympathy. Why do I feel like you're about to cry? A complex expression appeared on Lin Qingshue's face, as if pain and joy were intertwined. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Also, a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. You'll have to go through it sooner or later anyway. Lin Qingsue frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of pain, but at the same time, a faint glimmer of joy flickered within them. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to laugh, but the pain held her back. The two held hands tightly. Qingsue, we will always be together from now on. A slight ripple stirred in Lin Qingshue's heart, and she asked softly, Really? You won't change your mind. Really, my heart will never change. A man's words are deceitful. If you betray me, I'll strangle you. Wang Fan glanced at his arm, which had been pinched red, and smiled leisurely. Didn't you pinch me today? The night was dark, the weather was cold, and the snow was heavy. The two clung to each other, seeking warmth and comfort. After a night of wind and rain, their feelings for each other warmed up again. Lin Qingxue nestled in Wang Fan's arms, and Wang Fan gently stroked Lin Qingshue's head, pulling her head closer and inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Sleep a little longer. The cold winter is going to last a long time. Lin Qingxue rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, and faced Wang Fan with complete honesty. Lin Qingxue was completely at ease and accepted Wang Fan from the bottom of her heart. It's not just because of Wang Fan's character and abilities in the survival environment, but also because of the recognition of Wang Fan's abilities as a man. My message just popped up. I haven't checked it yet. Let me see who sent it. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan also opened the interface to check. The two of them had been too busy to pay attention to it earlier. Monkey, brother Fan, I've joined an alliance. Wang Fan frowned slightly, but that was normal. Sticking together for mutual support is the norm now, and the key is to share resources for better survival. Monkey, what alliance? Monkey, brother Fan, the alliance I joined is called the Black Society. If I don't join, they'll mess with me, damn it. Wang Fan, this doesn't sound like a good alliance. Be careful. Monkey, hey, don't worry. They asked me to provide owls and stones. I heard they're organizing an internal campaign against someone whose resources are supposedly ranked in the top 20,000 globally. Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue were also somewhat surprised. Wouldn't being in the top 20,000 globally mean they were about as wealthy as themselves? Are they planning to just rob us outright? These people are quite adaptable to their environment. They've already started burning, killing, and looting. Monkey, yeah. Anyway, they promised me benefits and won't bother me anymore. They need the owl to make something, supposedly something that can guide the way. By the way, brother Fan, I heard that the guy who was defeated also raised 3 pigs and a flying dog. All of them were 3-star quality, and each of them was carrying a 5-star stone short sword. My goodness, I never dared to dream of such a thing. On this planet where people can't even get enough to eat, there are actually people who are this rich. Wow. Wang Fan was just about to chat casually before continuing his business with Lin Qingxue when he saw the message Monkey sent later, and he instantly lost his composure. The two exchanged a glance. In unison, they exclaimed, 3 pigs and a flying dog? All Samsung. There's also a 5-star stone dagger. Qingxue, do you think it's really such a coincidence? I guess maybe they're talking about us. These characteristics perfectly describe Wang Fan and his companion. The two were quite puzzled as to why they had been targeted for attack. I think that before he died, Li Hua used his brain to send a message to that Black Society and shared his location. After all, the only person we had any dealings with was Li Hua. Wang Fan agreed, saying, who else could it be but that guy? Although I don't know what method they will use to come looking for me. Since they are gathering people, they must have a way to get here. Monkey, what are the requirements to join the Black Society? Monkey, brother Fan, it's very simple. The membership fee is 50 units of wood and 50 units of stone. But I'm just paying protection money. As long as they don't rob me, it's fine. It's just for peace of mind. Thinking about it carefully, what the monkey said wasn't so bad. The monkey had probably already encountered members of the Black Society. Otherwise, based on Wang Fan's understanding of the monkey, who is very stingy, he wouldn't pay so many resources just to join the alliance. He must have been threatened. Monkey, pull me inside. Monkey, huh? Brother Fan, you're going in too? Okay, I'll pull you in. Before long, Wang Fan successfully joined the Black Society, which had a total of 80 people in 40 teams, and a leader was called along. Currently ranked 40 millionth in global combat power, which is not high to be honest, but still surpasses most people. Although Wang Fan and his companion had fought against Li Hua did not know their IDs. Along, the place where that person is located is called Sunset Forest, about 50 kilometers away from here. After winter is over, I will distribute sleds to you, and we'll go down the river together and wipe them out. Some people in the group also expressed their dissatisfaction. Brother Long, there's no need to drag us down with your brother's death. Is there? That guy had a 5-star short sword. 1 hit would take away 11 points of health, and I would have died in 2 hits. Yes, we should get something out of working for you. Indeed. None of us are wealthy, and it's already quite an achievement to be able to afford a 3-star short sword. Along, I don't want the loot. You can divide the loot among yourselves after you kill the person. I'm only responsible for providing the location and avenging my brother. That person is very wealthy. The resources they have to divide are more than enough for you to take. And if they can still gather resources in the winter, they will only become richer. The people in the group also tacitly agreed that Along had gone to great lengths to find this group of people. Among them, there were 10 teams or 20 people who were willing to put in the effort, and without exception, they were all extremely poor. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and make a quick buck. Only Along knew the coordinates of the hill where Wang Fan was located. 20 people could easily kill 2 people without much effort and still make a profit. Why not? Wang Fan's expression grew increasingly grim as he looked at the group chat. He had a general understanding of the situation. Along and several others were located upstream of the river at the foot of the mountain, but now the river was covered with thick ice. As soon as the cold winter is over and the temperature begins to warm up, Along will lead his people down the river from upstream, gliding down the ice surface. That's still quite fast. Lin Xingxue was also worried. How could she possibly win against a team of 20 people coming to attack her? Wang Fan, what should we do? Wang Fan pondered for a moment, but didn't have any good ideas. The cold winter has only been over for 2 days, so let's not rush it. Let's improve our strength first. It's so cold outside, and we can't move right away. Try to collect as many stones as possible during this period to improve the quality of your weapons and armor. Wang Fan had considered his options and had already planned his escape route. However, he didn't want to use that method unless absolutely necessary, as it would likely end badly. Seeing Wang Fan's calm expression, Lin Xingxue felt much more at ease. You're quite reliable. I didn't misjudge you. Wang Fan pinched Lin Xingxue's cheek. Of course, we didn't get enough to eat just now. Let's have some more. Lin Xingxue half-heartedly pushed Wang Fan away, saying, Again, not again, Wang Fan, are you a cow? Hee, just consider me an ox. Chapter 34 In the Frozen Wasteland, Savages Appear. After they finished making love, the two lay down on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and fell fast asleep, exhausted from the past 2 days. The key is that both the meat and fruit here contain a lot of energy. Eating something helps restore my energy, so I'm not afraid of getting tired. Awakened by the urge to urinate, Wang Fan lazily got up to relieve himself. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rapid knocking on the door. The loud noise startled Wang Fan. Holy crap, what's going on? Another wild animal is banging on the door. Upon checking the radar, they saw a giant savage, nearly 4 meters tall, outside the stone gate, wearing an animal skin and holding a club. Behind them dragged a wild beast, which Wang Fan estimated to be at least a 4-star beast, a silverback gorilla. 5-star savage, a humanoid monster, a terrifying upright ape. Its maximum HP increases by 2 points for every 1-star increase. Currently, it has 68 HP. Wang Fan was extremely surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen a savage, especially a 5-star one. This guy is probably close to 6 stars in strength. Otherwise, how could he have 68 HP? Wang Fan speculated that the wildling should normally have 58 HP, 2 stars short of 6 stars, but the wildling's innate advantage adds an extra 10 HP after upgrading to 5 stars. Moreover, the savage was carrying a club. If he were to hit him with that club, Wang Fan estimated that he would lose at least 10 points of health, or even 12 points. This is terrible. Why would these savages target us? Oh crap. Lin Xingxue also came over at this time, and naturally she heard such a loud noise. Wang Fan, this big guy probably wants to come in for the winter. He might have noticed this place a long time ago. The stone gate has been upgraded to 2 stars by the 2 players, and currently has 200 HP, so it cannot be breached in the short term. Wang Fan also cursed angrily. Damn it, this mountain is really unsafe. It's either wild beasts or savages. Damn it, we have to think of a way. If we can't beat him, we have to lure him away. The 2 men naturally didn't think they could defeat this big guy. The only way was to lure the savage away. Peace, climb out the top window and distract this big guy. At Lin Xingxue's command, Ping and grabbed a piece of burning wood and slipped out through the window on the top of the cave. Peace landed on the savage's head and threw down the burning wood, which landed on the savage's dirty, messy hair and immediately burst into flames. Hair and eyebrows burned very quickly, Sometimes a light flick of a lighter can wipe out a large section. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, and the savage screamed and cried out as he was burned, scooping up handfuls of snow and shoving it onto his head. Roar! The savage roared, and the loud voice made Wang Fan feel as if the mountain itself was shaking. With a sudden leap, it tried to grab Ping and was also startled. It did not expect the wild man to jump so high, a full 5 meters high. With the addition of the 2-meter-long club, the height reached a full 7 meters, and it actually hit Ping with the club. Ping was knocked away, and its health dropped by 12 points. Just as the savages were preparing to continue their attack on Peace, the earth shook and the snow on the mountaintop collapsed. Even a wild man possesses some wisdom. Upon seeing the rolling avalanche, he panicked and hurriedly ran down the mountain. The tremors lasted for quite some time, and the savages fled and disappeared from the radar's range. Upon seeing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that scared me to death. This guy is terrifying. It's the first time I've ever seen a 5-star monster. Yeah, and this guy is even carrying a weapon. I don't know where he got that club from. I feel like it could smash my brains out. In an instant, the two were no longer sleepy and became much more awake, so they immediately opened their chat to check. Chat, city area. Help. Someone save my partner. She's been captured by savages. Savages, an entire tribe. I'm about to be roasted over a fire. Help. Someone save me. Help. These beasts. They raped me. I feel like my body is going to tear apart. Someone, please save me. What's going on? It's so cold. Why are these savages alright? If you're discovered by cannibals, escape as quickly as possible. He will go back to call for his companions, and then... The two of them mainly looked at information about wild men, but in reality, there aren't many people in the world who have encountered wild men. It's just that the information Wang Fan saw was filtered out. Wang Fan, look at the second one. Those savages actually have tribes. I wonder how many people are in a savage tribe. I saw it, and that savage seemed to have desires for human women as well. It was truly terrifying. These words startled Lin Qingxue, and her body trembled slightly involuntarily. It's truly terrifying that people are roasted over fires, and that savages even assault human women. Wang Fan had also noticed the savage's physical condition before. That thing was absolutely devastating to human women. Also, that savage didn't die. The last message said that the savage would call out to his companions and ask them about this person. Faced with Wang Fan's suggestion, Lin Qingxue did not dare to be careless and immediately asked about it. What do you mean by the savage calling for his companions? A moment later, the man replied, his voice filled with terror. Savages, there are definitely not just one or two of them. They live in groups. 3 days ago, we were discovered by the savages, but we managed to escape. However, just yesterday, the savages brought many of their accomplices, and they found our hiding place. My companion was captured. She was a young woman in her 30s. She couldn't escape, and the last news I heard was that she had been raped. Those savages used her as a breeding tool. So I posted a warning in the chat channel, hoping someone would see it and save as many people as possible. The two were stunned for a moment before replying, "Okay, thank you for the news. Take care." Their hearts sank as they looked at the sheep and rabbits in the cave. They had finally managed to get everything sorted out, but now, with no other choice, the two sighed. But fate was beyond their control. They were merely surviving on Deathgate Star, truly living in the cracks of existence. Outside, the wind howls like cotton wool, and snow falls heavily. Who wants to go out? Who wants to move house in this weather? But there's no other way. To survive, we must go out and find another way. After a long silence, Lin Qingxue spoke up. Let's send an owl to check out the surrounding area and explore the map. Okay, sure. The owl radar cannot leave the range of 1,000 meters from a home, but its effective detection range is also 1,000 meters. Currently, the radar is near the home. The exploration area is limited to a radius of 1,000 meters, but owls can circle their home from a distance of up to 1,000 meters away. This will expand the scope of exploration. Before long, the radar started moving. As the radar slowly flew through the air, the terrain on the two people's maps began to gradually appear. I turned on the radar monitor and looked at the surrounding environment. Right at the edge of the limit range was another intersection point. Giant mushroom forest. A forest composed of numerous enormous mushroom clusters, where some mysteries are buried. An ancient emperor is buried here. The two examined the mushrooms and found that most of them were about 20 meters tall, roughly the height of a 5 or 6-story building, and came in various colors, including red, green, white, and brown. The mushrooms here are so big, I wonder if they're edible. Probably not, but this place seems to hold some secrets, perhaps related to our journey to this planet, and it mentions ancient emperors. All of this sparked their curiosity. Why would people come here? Is this still part of the universe? If it is, where is this Death Gate star? How far is it from the solar system? Chapter 35, Ingenious Use of Minecarts, Building Tracks. But that's too far. 2,000 meters is no problem for people with transportation or even walking. But these mountains are winding and the terrain is complicated. It would take almost a whole day to go back and forth. The two were also filled with emotion. After all, they couldn't keep wandering around Sunset Forest forever. Mushroom Forest must have a lot of good things, or maybe even rare materials. Firstly, the caves here will no longer be safe after the harsh winter, so Along will definitely bring people here. Secondly, the giant mushroom forest not only seems to hold many valuable treasures, but also hides human secrets. So no matter what, moving is inevitable. To get to the mushroom forest, you have to take a mountain path, and in some places, you can't even take a straight path and have to go around in a big circle. A distance of 2,000 meters may seem short, but it is actually not long at all. But the road is difficult to travel after all. Lin Qingxue seemed to have thought of something and reminded him, by the way, Wang Fan, didn't we get the blueprints for the minecarts and tracks before? Take a look. Alright, I almost forgot. Rail. A 1-meter-long track requires 1 unit of wood. Minecart requires 5 iron blocks, 5 stones, and 1 dark matter. After unlocking 2 technologies, the two discovered that they could drag a track path directly onto the map for any place they had explored. You can quickly build a track simply by paying for the necessary resources and materials. To reach the giant mushroom forest, the distance is 3,500 meters. 2,000 meters will only take you to the very edge. Lin Qingxue was a bit overwhelmed. Currently, it's a total of 3,500 meters to get to the giant mushroom forest, which requires 3,500 units of wood. Good heavens, I thought we were already rich, but it turns out we can't even afford to build a track. Wang Fan sighed helplessly. Yeah, we're supposed to be making a fortune, but I feel like it's just nothing special. The two were also overwhelmed by the number 3,500, even though condoms still have a market. However, the materials are hard to come by now. The rubber grass and rubber wood that were previously supplied have all frozen to death. Lin Qingxue has collected some bits and pieces from other places. However, they could only manage to make 1,000 condoms, and Lin Qingxue felt that given Wang Fan's personality, I need to keep at least 200 for myself, since Wang Fan might need to do it 5 or 6 times a day. If it weren't for the meat and fruit containing the essence of life, Lin Qingxue felt she definitely wouldn't have been able to stand it. Wang Fan, let me sell 800 condoms. I'll auction them off at a price capped at 5 woods per piece. That should give me 4,000 woods. Once the tracks are built, we can go there. No problem. I'll go collect the warm clothing needed for going out. The two divided the tasks. Lin Qingxue was responsible for collecting the wood needed for the tracks, and Wang Fan was responsible for collecting warm clothes for going out. Wang Fan opened the trading market and found the blueprints for classifying clothing. Boxer shorts, cashmere underwear, cashmere face mask, black stockings, white knee-high stockings, bikini, fishnet stockings, leather pants. There are so many, even adult-sized, sexy pants. So many? I definitely have to buy the black stockings. In the dead of winter, black stockings can make people more excited. Cashmere underwear, cashmere face mask, and thongs. Replace all of these. The items are inexpensive. You can usually get one for less than 10 units. Moreover, many of the blueprints are duplicates. They're basically unlocked and then resold. However, the most expensive blueprints are for thongs and black stockings, with each one costing 20 units of resources. The key is that the number of people buying it is still the largest. These people really understand, man. Goodness gracious, the black stockings designs are so expensive. But what does it matter if it's expensive? Wang Fan can afford it. Before long, he bought all the ones he wanted. Then he examined the materials needed to manufacture these blueprints. Black silk requires 1 unit of dark matter and 1 unit of silk. Cashmere underwear requires 5 units of wool and 1 unit of silk. Cashmere face mask requires 3 wool and 1 silk. Thong requires 1 unit of dark matter and 1 unit of wool. Good heavens, we also need silkworm silk. Open the chat interface, search the chat history, and search for the keyword silkworm. Does anyone want silkworms? I have lots of mulberry trees here and lots of silkworms on them. Anyone here like raising silkworms? A big earthworm. Anyone want one? Trade me some wood. Silkworm spins silk to make clothes. It's a hot commodity. Come and buy it. Wang Fan asked each girl individually and found the one with the most suitable price to make the deal. Silkworm girl. Brother, are you sure you want a lot of silkworms? Wang Fan. Yes, I want to raise some so that I can use the silk I produce and also sell it. Silkworm girl. Okay, then let's go with the agreed price, 1 pound of meat for 1 silkworm. Wang Fan. No problem, just give me 20 silkworms and 100 units of mulberry leaves, okay? Silkworm girl thought for a moment and said, well, brother, it's too cold to go out and collect mulberry leaves now. I can only give you 30 units of mulberry leaves. But don't worry, the silkworms here can eat anything that contains the essence of life, even meat, and it doesn't necessarily have to be mulberry leaves. Brother can be fed with something else. Wang Fan was slightly surprised, but then he understood. After all, most of the creatures in this world were similar to those on Earth, yet also quite different. All right, that's settled then. Happy cooperation. Before long, Wang Fan received 20 silkworms. Silkworm, a silkworm that spins silk. As long as it has food, it can keep spinning silk, but it will not become a butterfly. After emerging from the cocoon, it will grow 1 year older. The older it is, the more silk it spins. The more it eats, the faster it will emerge from the cocoon. Silkworm? Isn't that an adjective? How did it become a species? And isn't this a closed loop? Oh my God. The more it eats, the better it develops, and the faster it spins silk. Wang Fan raised these silkworms separately in a room. He surrounded the table in the room, put the silkworms inside, and laid down a few mulberry leaves. Then Wang Fan threw in 2 gene of beef, and the silkworms that were originally gnawing on mulberry leaves immediately ran to eat the beef. The size of the eye bags is not large, about the same as that on Earth. 2 pounds of beef can indeed last them a long time. However, Wang Fan threw away another 5 gene of meat, not afraid of it spoiling even in the dead of winter. The cashmere was naturally obtained from young sheep. Even though they were still small, they still had some wool on them. If you harvest some of it, making a few clothes is perfectly feasible. It took 2.5 days to complete everything, including the resources to build a track. The rest of the time was spent being intimate with the 2 of them. However, because the place is deserted, people are bolder and more uninhibited. Lin Qingxue blushed and snuggled into Wang Fan's arms. Shue, it seems that the apocalypse is not bad. You are quite uninhibited, haha. Lin Qingxue remained silent, wanting only to lie down and sleep. In the current environment, no one knows when death will come, so everyone has become more open-minded, and this applies to everyone. With the resources to build the track, Wang Fan no longer hesitated and immediately began to establish the track. The track is 3,500 meters long and requires 3,500 units of wood. Whether it is manufacture. Ding. Track construction in progress. Estimated time, 35 minutes. 35 minutes? That's pretty fast, much faster than refining. 35 minutes isn't long. It'll pass quickly while scrolling through the chat history. The established tracks are similar to railway tracks, except they're all made of pure wood, much like playing a blocky world. The manufacture of mining carts requires iron blocks, which need to be refined from iron ore. The 2 of them also happen to have iron ore, and the refining process was short. Minecart requires 5 iron blocks, 5 stones, and 1 dark matter. Whether it is manufacture. Ding. Manufacturing complete. A minecart appeared in the homestead. The minecart looked like a lunchbox with 4 black wheels at the bottom, covered with dark matter. There's also a joystick in the minecart, used to control the 2 directions, backward and forward. Alright, now we have the minecart and warm clothes. Let's go check out the giant mushroom forest. Okay, sure. The 2 made a total of 6 sets of cashmere underwear. In the freezing winter of minus 70 degrees Celsius, 1 set was definitely not enough, but they didn't have any good warm clothes. Then were 3 sets of warm clothes, plus your own savage outfit and the cashmere suit that Lin Qingxue obtained. The 2 were wrapped up tightly, with only their eyes showing. They also wore cashmere gloves and had 3 layers of clothing, making them look like giant rice dumplings. Push open the icy stone door, and you'll find a track right outside. Place the minecart out through your inventory, and it will connect smoothly to the track. The outside world was shrouded in bitter cold, a vast expanse of desolation. The biting wind howled like a sharp whip, lashing every inch of space. The forest was covered with heavy snow, as if it were draped in a thick blanket. With a few snapping sounds, many branches broke off in unison, crushed by the heavy snow and wind. Lin Qingxue exhaled hot air, which dissipated and condensed into ice crystals in an instant. Wang Fan, let's go. Get on the minecart. The track emitted a strange energy that melted the surrounding snow, preventing it from being covered by snow. The two sat facing each other in the minecart, with Lin Qingxue at the front and Wang Fan at the back. The minecart is 4 meters long and about 1.4 meters deep. You can see the outside scenery if you stand up. Wang Fan manipulated the joystick and pushed it forward. The black wheels of dark matter began to turn, propelling the minecart forward with unknown power. Cross-rub, cross-rub, cross-rub. The sound of train wheels turning echoed through the sunset forest as the two sat in a minecart heading towards the giant mushroom forest. The minecart was moving slowly, maintaining a speed of 70 miles per hour. Wang Fan, if there are abundant resources over there, we can build another home. We can't concentrate all the resources in one place, otherwise we'll be wiped out if we're targeted. Qingxue, I understand what you mean. Let's go take a look first. Hopefully, we won't encounter any wild animals. Currently, approximately 99.99% of people are staying indoors by the fire, waiting for the temperature to rise. Very few people would brave the freezing winter like Wang Fan and his companion. Chat. Global. 7 billion currently alive. Ugh, this winter is so cold, oh my god. In this cold weather, only lazybones will freeze to death. That's right. As long as you work hard, you can collect supplies before winter arrives and avoid freezing to death. On another note, will there be any other extreme weather events after winter is over? I hope not. Guys, I got a blonde blue-eyed girl. So happy. Damn it. I gritted my teeth until they broke. Why am I a 200-pound fat girl? Chapter 36, The Second Home, The Mushroom House. As the minecart entered the giant mushroom forest, towering mushrooms came into view. Some mushrooms were exceptionally tall, while others were like multi-story buildings. Wang Fan, look there, that mushroom is so peculiar. It's like a building with mushroom skirts growing every 4 to 5 meters in height. Wang Fan looked over and saw that there were still quite a few of those mushrooms, but the one that caught his eye was the largest one, stacked layer upon layer like a skyscraper. Qingxue, how about we set up our second home here and make that mushroom our home? What do you think? Lin Qingxue's eyes were full of anticipation. Who wouldn't want to own a mushroom house? Okay, Wang Fan, let's park the car and go take a look. Before long, the minecart stopped and the two jumped off. Once they established a home, the radar could fly over and they could begin exploring the surrounding terrain. Cloudy mushroom, a giant mushroom that grows to a layered state, adding 1 layer every 10 years. Lin Qingxue looked up at the tall, cloudy mushroom. This mushroom is called Cloudy. Even with such thick snow, it hasn't collapsed. It's really sturdy. The cloudy mushroom is quite robust. It's more than enough to accommodate a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 kitchen, and 2 bathroom house. Lin Qingxue looked at the mushroom and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 layers. That means this mushroom has lived for 120 years, right? If each layer is 10 years. It must be right. I can't believe he's lived this long. The two picked up their short swords and began to slash. The cloudy mushroom was very hard. When they slashed at it, it felt like hitting a rock. Wow, is this still a mushroom? How can it be so hard? Wang Fan exclaimed. That's normal. To support such a huge body, this cloud mushroom must have a very high density. If it were like a regular mushroom, it would have collapsed long ago, Lin Qingxue explained. Also, Wang Fan, you know Ultraman Tiga, right? That's obvious. Everyone knows Ultraman Tiga. Yes, the density of giants is also very high. After all, to support such a huge body, the density of a giant's body is definitely something that even a nuclear bomb cannot destroy. I see. I've learned something. Lin University's campus bell. Lin Qingxue gently pinched Wang Fan, but he was dressed too thickly to pinch him. The two of them were able to dig it up with stone pickaxes. They just needed to dig it all the way in and then reshape the mushroom using their homestead. It didn't take too much effort. The cloudy mushroom is incredibly tough, but it was defeated by the game mechanics. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dig up anything ordinary. This thing is so hard, my hand feels numb every time I dig it. Indeed, how deep have we dug? 15 meters is about right. Then let's establish our second home here. Good. The two immediately spent resources to build a second home. Homestead reconstruction in progress. Estimated time, 30 minutes. It seems like this time it will be a bit slower, Wang Fan said, frowning slightly. Maybe this thing is too hard, so it's normal that it takes a long time. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily. The two huddled together in the newly dug path, and the surrounding environment began to be reshaped. Gradually, the surroundings began to open up, and the interior of the cloudy mushroom was slowly hollowed out, gradually revealing windows, a bed, a chair, and lights. The eternal lamp shone on the mushroom house, and a brand new house appeared before their eyes. Mushroom house, complete. After spending resources to build a campsite, a heated brick bed, and a series of other living necessities, the second home was finally completed, and this time a toilet was also generated. There was no toilet in the cave, so the two of them had to go deep into the cave and find a small hole about the size of a soup bowl to make do. Now there's a squat toilet. Mushroom toilet. Excrement is directly converted into nutrients for mushrooms and fully absorbed, leaving no trace. Awesome. This toilet is great. You don't even need to flush after using it. This was naturally wonderful for Lin Qingxue, who loved cleanliness. There's no rush to take a shower right now. It's not a big deal if I don't shower for a few days in this cold weather. I won't get too dirty. Qingxue, let's go back and move our things here. We might be able to set up a trap at our home over there. Lin Qingxue hesitated slightly. Don't you want the home over there? No, that location has already been exposed. If they come to kill us, it will be really difficult to deal with them. It will be better to set a trap for them. Lin Qingxue thought about it for a moment and nodded. She had to admit that Wang Fan was right, and living in a cave was indeed a bit oppressive. It's nowhere near as comfortable as living in this mushroom house. Okay, no problem. Let's haul the radar over first and explore the surrounding map. Good. Before long, a jet black owl appeared in the sky, gradually revealing an area of 1,000 meters in radius. Mushrooms, all huge mushrooms, you can't see how vast it is. Just how big is this giant mushroom forest? I can't see the end of it at all. Are there any red dots? Currently, there are no red dots within a 1,000-meter radius, so it seems relatively safe. The absence of any strange beasts was the best outcome. The two had already set up camp and were roasting leopard legs, the aroma of which filled the air. Chat, city area, have you encountered any treasure guardians? I ran into them, but unfortunately I couldn't beat them, so I didn't dare to go up. I farmed a 2-star treasure guardian and got a few wild eggs. Not bad. Wang Fan suddenly remembered. Treasure guardian? Qingxue, I met one before and got a few pheasants from it. Pheasant. Yes, that's right. I'll let you see it now. Wang Fan released several pheasants, all of which had the same middle parting and no comb, which was really strange. Kunji, a broiler chicken that has been alive for 2.5 years. It is edible, with a tender and juicy texture. Gun tikin. Lin Qingxue looked bewildered and shocked. It is a bit strange. Several of them are female and can even lay eggs. That's not bad. The two found a small room on the first floor and kept the chickens there, even carefully making a straw nest for them. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound of chickens crowing came from the air, very cheerful. That's great. We'll be able to eat eggs soon. Let's toss them a piece of beef to peck at. Chickens can eat centipedes. I wonder if they can eat millipedes. Wang Fan was embarrassed. Qingxue, this shouldn't be possible. Although millipedes are centipedes, aren't they a bit too big? Lin Qingxue shrugged. That's true. I hope we don't run into a millipede. They're kind of scary. Wang Fan set up the earthen bed again. Qingxue, what's the first thing to do after moving into a new house? Huh? What? Lin Qingxue asked. Of course we'll set off firecrackers to celebrate. Wang Fan said, tackling Lin Qingxue to the ground. Shopta 37 man eating mushrooms, averting danger. Lin Qingxue blushed and collapsed onto the earthen bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Breathing weakly, tongue lolling out, clothes scattered around him. Wang Fan, I want to sleep so badly, so sleepy. Okay, let's lie down for a while. It's cold outside. Let's rest for a bit and then go explore outside. After a short rest, the two went outside wearing heavy clothes. Wang Fan, that mushroom is really strange. Why can't we identify it? Wang Fan also tried, but he couldn't identify it either. Could this be a new species? The mushroom was strange. It was entirely black and as tall as a four-story building. As soon as the two approached, two white, round eyes the size of basketballs appeared on the black mushroom. The white eyes stared at the two of them for a moment, and a large, scarlet mouth appeared on the black mushroom body, attacking them. Run! Black mushrooms sprang up from the ground and chased after the two of them. Knock, knock, knock. The ground trembled, and the two fled for their lives. As Wang Fan ran, he cursed, "What the hell? This mushroom has grown legs, and it can eat people. Damn it. Let's not get too close to these unknown things next time. Let's run. We're almost at the minecart. Let's go back to the cave first." The black man-eating mushroom is very fast, running at least 40 miles per hour, and the distance is gradually decreasing. Quick, Qingxue, hang in there a little longer. We're almost there. Wang Fan pulled Lin Qingxue along as they ran, plunging headfirst into the minecart. Pull the lever, and the minecart moves forward, heading towards the cave. The black mushroom continued its desperate pursuit, but it couldn't keep up with the minecart's speed and was falling further and further behind. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, great, we've shaken them off. What'll we do next time we go back? Wang Fan was somewhat taken aback by the question, then said, "Let's observe it and see if it leaves. If it doesn't, it'll be really difficult to handle." The black mushroom chased for most of the way but failed to catch up, so it simply took root on the spot and planted itself halfway there. Qingxue, that guy planted himself next to the track. It's good that it didn't chase after us. The thing doesn't have hands, only a mouth and feet. Next time, we'll just charge straight at it. It might not be able to stop us. We'll bring a few pets with us. If it does manage to stop us, we'll beat it up. Back home, Wang Fan quickly packed up his things and then built 2 more minecarts to connect, making a total of 3 cars. Wang Fan dug out the third cave deep inside the cave. Before leaving, he also put 20 kilograms of meat inside the cave to attract the dog-headed bats. Then everything, from pets to resources, was loaded onto the truck. Wang Fan pulled the lever, and the minecart started moving, heading to its new home once again. Cross rub, cross rub, cross rub. The pets were shivering from the cold and huddled together. Hang in there, we're almost there. The pets have thick fur, so they won't freeze to death in this short time. Frostbite is inevitable, but they can be cured by eating some meat and fruit later. As they passed the black mushroom, their eyes met for a fleeting moment before the black mushroom realized what was happening and desperately tried to catch up, but it couldn't. Watching Wang Fan and the others disappear from sight, the black mushroom sat down again on the spot, planting itself there. Phew, that guy seems a bit slow. Yes, although it looks dangerous and is actually not safe at all. It's just that the reaction is slow. The two returned to their new homes safely, settled all the pets in, and then looked through the survival guide to the Deadgate world to find useful information. When a disaster is over, never let your guard down, for that means the next disaster is just around the corner. Survive and become the new master of the planet. Is there going to be another disaster? We don't know what the next disaster will be. Wang Fan was also somewhat bewildered. Let's just live in the present first. I'll still be there for the future. Together, we can get through this safely. Lin Qingxue leaned against Wang Fan's chest, nestled in his arms, and said, "Yes, together." As for becoming the new masters of the planet, everyone is completely bewildered. For now, survival is the priority, and no one can be sure that they will make it to the end. Lin Qingxue organized the resources. After winter, we'll have almost run out of meat, and the rabbits are about to have babies, but they're still a long way from growing up. Wheat is too much with these days. It should be enough to get through the winter, but we'll have to be more careful with it later. Wang Fan knew this, because he had made a lot of money selling condoms, so he had basically wasted some wood and other materials during this period. There was even enough meat to feed silkworms and pheasants, since they were quite wealthy. For most people, resources are only enough for their own use. They're lucky if they can survive the winter, let alone have extra resources to spend. Under the continuous detection of the radar, the surrounding map was gradually explored. Several red dots appeared in their field of vision. Qingxue, look, we found traces of life. I never imagined there would be animals in such cold weather. Lin Qingxue went closer to take a look, zoomed in on the image, and found several silverback gorillas digging something in the snow, but she couldn't see it clearly. Wang Fan, what are these guys digging for? I don't know. What are you digging for in the middle of winter? The two were curious, but dare not go over to look. They could only look at the radar device. They're probably looking for food, but there are quite a few of them. Try to avoid them. There are a lot of silverback gorillas, about 6 in total, and 4 of them have reached 3 stars, so the 2 of them are not very strong enough to defeat them. Straw Bro then sent a message. Hey bro, got any meat? Can you share some? Wang Fan. What, you guys have no food left? Straw Bro. It's not that. It's just that my stockpile is mostly vegetarian. I've been quite tired these past few days, so I'm really craving meat. Wang Fan. Oh, I get it. Wang Fan knew perfectly well that Straw Bro had probably already attacked him. Otherwise, why would he be so weak? I can give you 10 Gene, but we don't know when the cold winter will end. I can't give you any more than that. Straw Bro. Thanks, little brother. By the way, I have some news to share with you. Wang Fan, what news? Straw Bro. That's right. Secret realms will refresh around here every day, usually around the time of the transition between today and tomorrow, which is at midnight. The entrance to that secret realm is white. It can be raided every 30 days, and you can get rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Wang Fan was silent for a moment, somewhat surprised. He had no idea about this news, and Lin Qingxue hadn't collected it either. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, Rating? Rewards. Chapter 38 Secret Realm Rating. I'm a gambler. Straw Bro. That's right. I heard it from my younger brother because he encountered it. The two then realized that they had always thought the ranking function was useless, but it turned out there was such a thing as a secret realm. It's normal that the news hasn't spread yet. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Those who discover secret realms naturally hope to rank high in each assessment. If you share the information, others will eventually surpass you, and your rewards will definitely become worse and worse. Wang Fan, thanks for sharing. Then we won't sleep tonight. We'll guard the secret realm and take a look. Straw Bro. Okay, then I'll go get some meat to eat first. I'm so hungry for it. After closing the interface, the two began to discuss their options. Lin Qingxue analyzed. The earlier you are, the better the resources you get. It's survival of the fittest. The system is filtering people. That's true. Although it's very unfair, it's good for us. It's like going to school. The better you study, the more opportunities you get, and the more choices you'll have in the future. Let's guard the secret realm tonight and see if we can get some good stuff. Wang Fan did not intend to share this news. It was a matter of word of mouth. The more people know about it, the more difficult it becomes. The news might still spread eventually. But not now. This made the two of them a little nervous, because the system was screening people. What if one day I don't reach the final standard? To be wiped out? To be exiled? Or is something even more terrifying about to happen? Unbeknownst to them, the immediate priority was to expedite the collection of supplies and the unlocking of new technologies. The two of them brought their own drinking water, and with their existing supplies, getting through the winter shouldn't be a problem. The two stayed up until midnight, then braved the wind and snow to open the door and go out to check. The two dare not go far and could only look around the house. Lin Qingxue said in a low voice, It's so cold. Even though I'm wearing so many clothes, I'm still a little cold. Let's hurry up and look for it. If we can't find it, let's go back to sleep and warm ourselves by the fire. No rush, 10 minutes. If we can't find it in 10 minutes, we'll come. Looking around, a white halo appeared at the back of the house. Upon seeing it, the two immediately ran over. This must be the entrance to the secret realm. Wang Fan didn't rush in. Although he trusted Straw Brother, he still had to be careful. A snowball was randomly thrown in, it disappeared, and then there was a sound of it hitting the ground. There is no danger. It seems that there's another space inside. Without further hesitation, the two stepped inside. Inside the space, there was a stone pillar. Rating system evaluates the survivor's level. The rating is divided into several tiers, with the top 10,000 in the first tier, the top 100,000 in the second tier, and so on. The rating process will resume 30 days after it ends. Wang Fan was overjoyed. That's right, it really is a rating-based secret realm. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on it. Rating in progress. Please wait. Your team is ranked 19,000th globally. You can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Random meat, 500. 2. 1,000 wood. 3. 1,000 stones. 4. Qual mine cinque sute. 5. A set of iron tools, rated 1 star. 6. Any type of iron object, 5-star level. 7. Random, 1% chance of getting something better than the second tier, 99% chance of getting something worse. How should we choose? Lin Qingxue was somewhat conflicted. Since the two of them couldn't reach the top 10,000, the items they received would basically be in the second tier. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Fan said, Qingxue, how about we become gamblers? Okay, whatever you say. Wang Fan decisively chose 7, since he could only rank in the second tier overall. If the resources he received were not as good as those in the first tier, he might as well not get them. He has to take a gamble to secure better resources for himself, as no one knows what the next disaster will be after the harsh winter. Besides, the two of them are already in good shape to survive the winter, so even if they lose the bet, it doesn't matter. Then I'll choose. Okay, press it. As Wang Fan pressed 7, a multicolored light flashed continuously. Wang Fan felt a pang of anxiety. The odds were incredibly low. He couldn't help but shout, I'll trade 5 years of Along's life for a mere 1% chance. Heaven and earth, please help me. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining all the above resources, and the quantity has been doubled. Tiger meat 1000 has been added to your space. 2000 has been added to your space. Stone 2000 has been added to your space. Coal mine 1000 has been added to your space. 2 sets of iron tools have been added to your space. The 5-star iron axe and 5-star iron sword have been added to your space. The two of them were dumbfounded by the incessant notifications. Items were automatically added to their inventory, and items that couldn't fit were automatically moved to their home storage box. Holy crap, Along, sorry about that. It seems the deal went through. Ha ha ha. Wang Fan shouted excitedly. My god, 2x. My goodness, Wang Fan, you've stirred up a 2x hole. Great, Qingxue. Our reward will definitely be better than the first tier. According to their guesses, the first tier of rewards would either offer more resources or provide better items, but they could only choose one. As for whether anyone in the first tier is a gambler, he doesn't know, since some people are focused on stability while others like to take risks. Far away in another city, Along was busy having fun when he suddenly stopped. Achoo! Achoo! 3 sneezes in a row made Along rub his sore nose. The woman's satisfied expression vanished instantly, and she turned her head. What's wrong, Brother Long? Why did you stop? Brother Long. Damn it, I don't know if someone cursed at me, but I suddenly sneezed out of nowhere. After they finished speaking, the two continued. The woman looked pleased. It must be because it's cold. Is there some draft somewhere? Sneezing is normal. Wang Fan and his companion returned to the house, refined the coal ore into coal, then purchased the blueprints for coal briquettes, made 500 coal briquettes, and left 500 coal ore. Since it was obtained through raiding, the cost was negligible. The two of them also gave some to Straw Bro, since he was the one who provided the information, so it didn't matter. I kept some for myself and sold some. There are 2 iron 5-star weapons, one an iron sword and the other an iron axe. A 5-star iron sword and a 5-star iron axe. Now our data collection rate is much higher. By the way, Qingxue, how's the upland rice cultivation going? Lin Qingxue took out a few seeds. We're still short of some, so we can only select a few defective ones. We'll plant them first and then cultivate them slowly. Wang Fan wasn't in a hurry, but he hadn't eaten rice in a long time, and cultivating dryland rice wasn't something that could be done overnight. Once we grow fast-yielding, high-yielding, and sturdy dryland rice, we won't go hungry even if we can't hunt wild beasts. Before long, the two of them were looking at the group chat, as usual. Stamid. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Chicken stew with mushrooms. It's impossible for me to work. I can only make a living by stealing electric bikes. Qingxue, my efforts haven't been wasted. Everyone in this group is so eloquent. They're all talented. These people are pretty funny, but don't you dare join that nightfall thing, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Fan was startled. Huh? How could that be? You're the only one in my eyes. That's perfect. Humph. Chapter 39, Stealing the Treasure Chest, Competing for the King. Nothing was said that night. The next day, while the two were chatting, Lin Qingxue stared at the silverback gorilla in the picture. She was very curious to know what the gorillas were digging for, as they had been digging for several days. Before long, a box was unearthed with 3 stars clearly marked on it. Lin Qingxue took a closer look and immediately called out to Wang Fan. Wang Fan, look. Holy crap, it's a resource box, and a 3-star one at that. Holy crap, this is a real resource crate, and a 3-star one at that, but we can't beat it. For a moment, the two were in a dilemma. Resource boxes were rare, and killing monsters didn't guarantee they would drop items, plus the quality varied. Let's think of a way to get it. If we can, it will be an advantage for the next rating. Wong Fan sighed, slightly. Indeed, we couldn't even squeeze into the top 10,000 this time. I really don't know what kind of monsters those people are. The two of them always felt that they were exceptionally lucky, but they couldn't help it that there were always people better than them. As the saying goes, there are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. It's still early in the game. The system may give more preferential treatment to those who rank higher in the future. Falling behind temporarily is not terrible. What is terrible is stagnation. Lin Qingxue looked up information about silverback gorillas. Silverback, a social animal, characterized by its aggressive nature and fear of pain. Wong Fan, these guys are all about martial arts. Go and duel their leader. Wong Fan was completely bewildered. What? I'm going to fight their leader? In the video, several silverback gorillas are seen carrying and smashing huge rocks. The boulder weighed at least 50 kilograms and was smashed to pieces. A 2-star dog was also sent flying dozens of meters away by a single punch. Lin Qingxue patted Wong Fan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I believe in you." Wong Fan blinked slightly, looking at Lin Qingxue's serious face. "You have a solution?" Naturally, this guy is afraid of pain. According to my plan, if you hold a 5-star iron sword, you can cut off 16 points of its health with one strike, and it will definitely feel pain. Of course, that's not enough. Just to be on the safe side, we'll forge a few iron needles from the iron blocks. Then, you just need to find an opportunity to poke it through its fingernail. Well, when the time comes, Lin Qingxue had a mischievous grin on her face, which made Wong Fan a little uneasy. "Qingxue, you're so scary like this. Please be gentle." "All right, let's get started." I forged 2 iron needles at the forging table. They weren't very lethal. They could only draw blood from one fingernail. But the pain of having a fingernail stuck in your fingernail was definitely intense. Wong Fan knows this all too well. It's incredibly painful. Anyone who frequently scrapes their fingernails will surely remember this vividly. 3-star resource boxes can yield blueprint for transportation equipment like minecart tracks, so it's definitely worth trying to get them. You might even get something more useful from them. Before long, a group of gorillas roared angrily, pounding their feet and chests, glaring at the 2 intruders who had entered their territory. Roar! The sound of pounding chests was muffled and powerful. In front of the 2, a total of 10 silverback gorillas appeared. They were 2 meters and 3 meters tall, with fists the size of sandbags, powerful arms, and were crouching. One of the 3-star silverbacks glanced at Wong Fan, and the other silverbacks immediately understood and surrounded him. Wong Fan was a little flustered as he looked at the silverbacks surrounding them. "Qingxue, what should we do? They're surrounding us." Lin Qingxue immediately recognized the leader and said, "See the one in the middle? Don't be a coward. Look at it and then pound your chest and roar." Wong Fan spotted the gorilla leader and immediately imitated the silverback's roar, pounding his chest and roaring at the leader. Then, he angrily pounded the snow, kicking up a large cloud of snowflakes. The surrounding silverbacks looked around, scratched their heads, exchanged glances, and then all looked at their leader. The silverback leader's authority is not to be challenged. So many of his underlings are watching. In an instant, the leader leaped down, exhaling scorching air through his large nostrils as he sized up the short and frail Wong Fan. Roar! Silverback let out a furious roar. Wong Fan immediately fanned himself to dispel the stench. "Bro, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? You stink." The silverback gorilla tilted its head, unable to understand Wong Fan's words, its eyes full of disdain. Lin Qingxue made a cheering gesture and said, "Wong Fan, this guy looks down on you. Let's teach him a lesson and show him what a real man is." Wong Fan took out his iron sword and slashed at Silverback. Silverback looked serious and no longer underestimated Wong Fan. It sensed that the iron sword seemed to contain some power. With a loud bang, Wong Fan was sent flying backward, tumbling several times on the snow before disappearing into the thick snow. The silverback leader shouted with joy and pounded his chest, while his underlings cheered along with him. A short while later, a hand emerged from the snow. Damn it, I missed and lost 3 health points. Luckily, I wasn't hit hard, otherwise it would have been 6. Wang Fan gripped the iron sword tightly again and shook the snow off his head. No problem, just 3. He charged forward again, clutching 2 sharp iron needles in his other hand, ready to use them at any moment. Silverback spun his arm 2.5 times and swung a powerful punch at Wang Fan. Wang Fan did not dodge and was hit squarely. He gritted his teeth and held on his Silverback's thick arm tightly. The next second, Wang Fan took out an iron needle, seized the opportunity, and suddenly stabbed it into the nail crevices of the silverbacked man. With a ripping sound, the needle, which was originally 20 centimeters long, was forced to go in 15 centimeters. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and a piercing pain immediately spread throughout Silverback's entire body. Silverback felt like he was about to die, and jumped and screamed wildly. As soon as he touched Tetsujin, his hand trembled so much that he accidentally touched him even deeper. Ow! Ooh! That feeling, an intense, excruciating pain that spread throughout my entire body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Fan unleashed 3 consecutive sword strikes, killing him instantly on the spot. The silverbacks around them stared in disbelief, putting their hands behind their backs as if they had seen a ghost. They were indeed quite intelligent. They don't want to experience that sour feeling. The surrounding silverbacks dared not move, all bowing their heads. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue was relieved. Phew. Thankfully, my prediction was correct. Wang Fan, well done. These guys have their heads down, which means they've submitted to you. From now on, they're your underlings. Wang Fan looked around at the silverbacks with a hint of pride. It's fortunate that these silverbacks have this characteristic. If it were a black-toothed boar or a ferocious leopard, how could they possibly fight me one-on-one? All right, Qingxue, let's go see what's inside the box. The two arrived at a simple shack where a 3-star box lay quietly. Great, it's still there. Open it. Hopefully you'll get something good. Chapter 40 Unique Box, Survival Diary. Wang Fan looked at the box with a surprised expression. Qingxue, this box is so strange. It's made of wood, and it's damaged. Even the appraisal can't identify it. Lin Qingxue had noticed it earlier, but hadn't thought much of it. Now it seemed a bit strange, since no one had ever discovered the wooden resource box before. Open it. There shouldn't be any danger. Wang Fan used his iron sword to dodge from a distance, causing some wood dust to rise up. The 2 men went closer to examine it and saw a thick, dusty notebook in the box. Lucky Diary. Wang Fan picked it up. The notebook was heavy, almost as thick as a Xinhua dictionary. Lucky Diary? What's that? It's not some kind of prop, is it? The snow was falling heavier and heavier. Lin Qingxue frowned slightly as she looked at the diary. Take it with you first and read it inside. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. Okay, let's go. The 2 walked through the thick snow, sinking deep into it with every step. The snow was above their knees. Behind him, the entire silverback herd followed. When Wang Fan turned around, the silverbacks all froze in place, one even awkwardly scratching its head and whistling. What the hell? How'd these guys get here? Wang Fan, do you think it's possible that now that you're the boss, who else would your underlings follow if not you? Wang Fan sighed helplessly. Oh well, there's nothing I can do but follow along. Before long, a group of silverbacks appeared on the snow, with 2 people sitting on the lead silverback. Wang Fan patted everyone's foreheads. Qingxue, what do you think? This mode of transportation is pretty good, isn't it? Lin Qingxue turned her head away and smiled slightly. It's not bad. It'd save a lot of trouble, but how do you plan to settle your group of underlings? I hadn't thought of that. I'll just let them stay on the mushrooms near their home for now. Lin Qingxue looked at the silverbacks behind her. Wang Fan, you'd better be prepared to be dueled at any time. There are still some of these silverbacks who have their eyes on the leader position. Don't worry, as long as it's not a group fight. I'm not afraid of a one-on-one battle. By the way, Qingxue, what's written in that diary? Now that I'm sitting on Silverback's back, I can naturally check the diary. The content of the first page is as follows. On the first day, I woke up with a start. In my groggy state, I saw a group of strange humans wearing golden masks and holding golden staffs. No, they didn't seem to be human. Sleepiness made me fall asleep again. When I woke up, I found myself on an unknown planet. It seemed similar to my home planet. It was also somewhat different. I found a box containing a diary, which I named Lucky Diary, in the hope that I will be lucky every day. A sudden notification told me that the high temperature would arrive in 10 days, and I began frantically searching for supplies. Later, I discovered that people from our planet had also traveled with me. I don't quite understand where I am. There's a yellowish-brown planet in the sky that looks like the planet I live on, and a white sphere that emits light. Today was busy. I was constantly gathering resources. I also encountered some monsters, and the identification system told me they were called velociraptors. I don't know how much longer I have to live. I want to write down everything I've experienced, hoping that one day someone will see my story. If there's no further development, it means I'm dead. Whoever finds this post, please continue writing for me. There was a lot of content, so Lin Xingxue only read the key parts aloud, skipping over some of the details. This person doesn't seem to be from this planet. There are so many celestial bodies in the sky, but I haven't seen any that are yellowish-brown. And it seems like he's experiencing extremely high temperatures, Wang Fan said, puzzled. Lin Xingxue had no clue what to do either. The diary contained too much information, and she didn't have enough time to study it. Lin Xingxue closed the diary and decided to look at it when she had time. Before long, the two returned home. After resting for a while, Wang Fan decided to discipline his underlings. After all, these silverbacks are quite strong, and with their help, it should be even easier to hunt monsters. 50 units of wood and stone weren't much, so Wang Fan rebuilt a huge mushroom next to him into a home. The place was very simple, just enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Wang Fan settled the group inside and thoughtfully asked Straw Brother for a lot of dry straw. They laid straw on their beds, creating a warm little nest for them. Several silverbacks looked at each other, puzzled, and then at Wang Fan. A few others twitched their noses, indicating that Wang Fan should lie down first. Within the silverback gorilla herd, there is a strict hierarchy. The alpha male enjoys the best of everything, including the meat. Even the female gorillas are first served, and the remaining broth and scraps are given to the other gorillas. Wang Fan was speechless when he saw the flirtatious female gorilla. Screw you, you idiot. We're not even the same race. Before long, the mother gorilla had 2 bumps on her head and was crying with tears streaming down her face, not understanding what she had done wrong. Under Wang Fan's vigorous efforts, these silverbacks were able to settle into grass nests, eat fruit, and receive some meat distributed by Wang Fan. The gorillas have a large appetite, so it's impossible for them to share too much food. They can only offer a little something as a reward. The silverbacks, though puzzled by all this, thoroughly enjoyed it. When had they ever been treated so well by their leader? The few silverbacks that had initially harbored ambitions for the leadership position were completely bewildered, and then it seemed they no longer had such a strong desire to compete for the leadership. Silverbacks will never be slaves, unless they are provided with food and lodging. The room was bathed in warm yellow light. Lin Xingxue leaned against the earthen bed, scrolling through her chat messages. Is everything taken care of? Wang Fan closed the door, and the sound of wind and snow immediately became fainter. Yes, everything is settled. These guys are too strict with their hierarchy. I had to train them for a long time, and now they're obedient. But I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Lin Xingxue blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled leisurely. It should be a good thing. All living things have a tendency to be lazy. They can still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal every day. Wang Fan looked at Lin Xingxue, who was half lying down, and asked, have you washed? You've already boiled water for you. Go wash while it's hot, and then come and help me to sleep. Wang Fan smiled with relief, feeling a warmth in his heart. Okay, then wait for me. The night was cold, but the earthen bed was warm. The two snuggled together, and Wang Fan, feeling tired, fell into a deep sleep. In his dazed state, a slender hand pulled his hand and placed it on a smooth patch of skin. Touching my back, it's itchy. Chapter 41. Snow Wolves Appear. Underlings show their power. In the early morning, as dawn was breaking, several eerie green eyes suddenly emerged from the forest, drawn by the unfamiliar presence of humans. Even in the cold winter, when the temperature drops to minus 70 degrees Celsius, they can still move freely and are not affected by extreme weather, thanks to their evolutionary instincts. Outside the window, several white figures flashed by. Wang Fan, who was asleep, only felt as if there were flashes of light and shadow in front of him, but he did not open his eyes. He did not know whether it was an illusion or caused by the refraction of light. With difficulty, he pulled his arm out. His arm was so sore from Lin Qingshua's pressure that he could barely feel it anymore. Wang Fan shook his arm. Wow, it's so numb. Just then, several white figures flashed past the window again. This time, Wang Fan was certain it wasn't a hallucination. He turned his head sharply but found nothing. Strange. Wasn't there something just now? Wang Fan felt slightly uneasy. He turned on the radar screen to check, but no red dot appeared on the map. Strange, there's no sign of any living thing. Wang Fan was still uneasy. He didn't think he had misjudged the scene, so he zoomed in on the view around his home to examine it more closely. A pack of white wolves appeared in the picture, blending into the surrounding snow. Their thick fur seemed to provide excellent insulation, so little heat was lost. Even radar instruments that detect organisms by heat failed to detect it. This is a wolf. Snow wolves are not large, about the size of an adult golden retriever, but they're definitely not small either. The house was surrounded by a circle of about 15 creatures, mostly 2-star, with 5 3-star creatures. As for whether there were any that were not visible to the naked eye, Wang Fan did not know. Wang Fan only knew that things were very dangerous at the moment. Qingxue, get up quickly, we're surrounded. Lin Qingxue suddenly woke up and, after understanding the situation, was also somewhat troubled. She knew that she couldn't win if she rushed out. Wang Fan, based on my deduction, the reason these wolves aren't attacking right now is because they've caught the scent of silverbacks, or perhaps they're waiting for something. The two looked down from the second floor and frowned. There were too many of them. The ground was basically surrounded, making escape unlikely. In the distance, a larger pack of gray wolves was also approaching, clearly visible on the radar screen. 10 of them. There are 10 more, and these are even bigger. The two took a deep breath. The situation was dangerous. These snow wolves are probably scouts, while the gray wolves are the real main force of the attack. Look, they're all 3-star monsters. There are about 25 wolves in total, including gray wolves and snow wolves, with 10 3-star gray wolves and 5 3-star snow wolves. There are also about 10 2-star and 1-star wolves, which are impossible to defeat. Wang Fan looked at the mushroom house not far away, which was inhabited by silverbacks. There were only about 3 3-star silverbacks. Perhaps we can ask the silverback for help. Lin Qingxue also thought it was feasible. After all, although the number of silverback wolves and their star rating were not as high as these wolves, they had a species advantage. Who is stronger, a cat or a tiger of the same age? Star ratings represent the strength of an organism within a single group, but they do not represent all biological species. There are differences between adult elephants and adult lions. In terms of size, species, and natural advantages, they still exist. The silverbacks were big and strong. Although they were afraid of pain, they had to endure it under Wang Fan's strict orders. No matter how painful it was, they had to be beaten. If they didn't, they would all die. Who? Why? Wang Fan let out a few strange cries, and the silverbacks opposite him, hearing the call, pounded their chests and roared to the sky in response to Wang Fan. Relieved to receive a response, Wang Fan thought, it seems they still acknowledge me as their leader. Currently, the two players have 3 3-star blacktooth boars, 3 3-star doghead bats, 3 3-star silverbacks, and 7 2-star silverbacks. There are 14 in total, and if you include the 2 of us, the total number is 16. Qingxue, let's go straight for it. It will take about 10 minutes for that pack of gray wolves to get here. By then, we don't have much of a chance with 25 of them. Right now, there are only 15 snow wolves here. Let's deal with this first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fan leaped down from the second floor. His 5-star iron sword dealt 15 points of damage with each strike, and with his own 1 point, the total damage was 16 points. He killed a 1-star snow wolf with a single sword strike. The surrounding snow wolves were startled and barked wildly at Wang Fan. The pack howled continuously, but some hesitated and dared not rush forward. Silverbacks can understand simple commands. Eat, sit, walk, go up, sleep, roll, roar. The sound of hammering against chests was uniform, and dozens of silverbacks jumped down from the mushroom house. Lin Qingxue was also thrilled by the sight and shouted excitedly, Go! Thunderous Vajra Fist! Crush these wolf cubs! Go for it! The wolves quickly surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with hunger, and they growled softly. Suddenly, a wolf launched an attack. It leaped into the air, trying to bite the silverback, but a fierce glint flashed in the silverback's eyes, and it punched the wolf away. Roar! Silverback pounded its chest, mercilessly mocking Snow Wolf with the air of a victor. The wolf pack did not give up. They continued to besiege Wang Fan and his companions. The wolf pack sometimes fought in unison and sometimes attacked separately, but the silverbacks remained vigilant and tried their best to prevent Wang Fan and his companion from being surrounded by the snow wolves. Wang Fan finished off a 2-star snow wolf with 2 sword strikes, while the silverbacks lost less health. Although a 3-star snow wolf can easily deal 3 points of damage with a single bite, it still requires hitting a silverback. Although the silverbacks are large, they are not slow, but a few of them were still brought to the brink of death. "You, jump away now, or you'll die," Wang Fan commanded. Upon receiving the leader's order, the 2 low-health silverbacks immediately swung their arms, grabbed the tree trunk, and jumped onto the mushroom. The number of snow wolves had dwindled to just a few after the attack by the group, and the snow was covered in crimson blood. The snow wolf growled incessantly, then glared angrily at Wang Fan and the others before fleeing. Wang Fan did not choose to pursue them. One should not chase a desperate enemy. Instead, he checked the health of his underlings. Apart from a few Samsung ones that were slightly healthy, most of the others were at half health, and 3 of them only had 3 health points left. None of them died. After all, with Wang Fan's command, they took turns absorbing damage, and the combination of the 2 gave them an advantage over the snow wolves. Several of the smarter silverbacks also discovered that under the leader's command, there were basically no casualties. It wasn't that they hadn't fought with the wolf pack before, but each time it ended in mutual destruction. It is extremely rare for a team to kill about 10 snow wolves without losing a single member on their side. Roar! The gorillas roared, then pounded their chests. The muffled thuds were deafening. Wang Fan was startled by this sudden scene. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? Be quiet." Immediately, the silverbacks stopped moving and waited for Wang Fan to give the order. Chapter 42, Ferocious Gray Wolf. Huge harvest. "Quick, the gray wolves are coming soon. Pick up all these corpses and lead us up the mushroom." After a while, Wang Fan finally got the silverbacks to understand. If they stayed at home, the door might be breached, which would be too dangerous. Currently, everyone's health is low, so if those gray wolves come, a fierce battle is inevitable. Even if we win, we will suffer heavy casualties. On this unknown planet, we need to strive to fight a protracted war and avoid meaningless battles. A group of people sat on a mushroom about 2 stories high. Among them, several of the high-star silverbacks broke off an umbrella-shaped mushroom from somewhere and held it above their heads to shield them from the wind and snow. After the fierce battle, my clothes were torn in several places. Although the attacks were blocked and I wasn't injured, the cold was inevitable now that my clothes were torn. One of Wang Fan's fingers was frozen purple and had lost all feeling. Seeing the finger that had lost all feeling, Wang Fan immediately swung his sword and chopped it off. Damn it, one of my fingers on the glove was bitten through. This scene sent chills down the spines of the surrounding silverbacks. They couldn't understand why their leader would harm himself, as it looked extremely painful. The 2 of them were wearing thick clothes, and although they were a little cold, they couldn't fully appreciate how terrible the winter was. If Wang Fan were wearing nothing, he would probably be frozen solid by now, so fragile that he could be shattered with a single tap. I really envy you guys with your thick fur. You actually managed to withstand temperatures of minus 70 degrees Celsius. Hurry up and devour this flesh and blood. Get back into shape quickly. A pack of silverbacks were tearing apart the snow wolf's carcass, eating it mouthful after mouthful, their mouths full of blood, a truly horrifying sight. But in their eyes, Wang Fan was the more terrifying one. At that very moment, Wang Fan was gouging out the snow wolf's eyeballs, scooping out its brain, and eating it in one bite. This bloody scene sent chills down the spines of the silverbacks. They usually eat the meat from the chest, not the legs or internal organs, and certainly not the brains or eyeballs. Wang Fan ate them, swallowing the brains, eyeballs, and even the hearts of the strongest snow wolves in one gulp. The silverback tadpoles were stunned. In their minds, Wang Fan, this terrifying upright ape, was truly terrifying. In Wang Fan's storage compartment, the snow wolf's eyeballs, brains, and other organs were all neatly stored away. He certainly couldn't just eat it. He needed to establish absolute authority in front of these guys. To avoid being betrayed later, and with excellent results, this bloody scene made all the silverbacks believe that Wang Fan was an extremely brutal creature. Imagine a muscular, fit man standing in front of you versus a skinny man who killed a wild animal and then ate its brain raw. Who would you be more afraid of? It's naturally that madman who eats the brains of wild beasts raw. They say that those who are good at getting ahead are afraid of the ruthless. The ruthless are afraid of the reckless, and the reckless are afraid of the mad. Madmen are often more terrifying than the reckless. Before long, dozens of gray wolves gathered under the mushroom, along with the snow wolves that had just fled. Wang Fan calmly met the gaze of the gray wolf below. "What are you looking at? Come on up here if you dare." The gray wolf bared its teeth, its expression fierce, but could only bark helplessly. It couldn't get up there at all. Then it let out a low growl, and the pack of wolves stood guard under the mushroom. "Damn, these guys are really patient. They're still guarding us like idiots," Wang Fan cursed. Lin Qingxue looked coldly at the wolf pack below. She was exhausted, and although she was wearing clothes, the chill still enveloped her. "Wolves are very patient, but we have to wait for now. These gray wolves are all 3-star, so it's not worth fighting them head-on now." The gray wolf is much larger than the snow wolf, and its appearance is somewhat similar to that of a husky in terms of fur color, but its eyes are very fierce and not wise. "Hurry up and eat, or you'll get a beating," Wang Fan said. The silverbacks were startled and immediately began to wolf down their food, something they usually only got to eat after the leader had left. Now they're eating too slowly and too little, and they get beaten by the leader. There are only 2 words to describe it. They're rebelling against the heavenly gang. It was getting dark, and there might be other dangers in the night. At this time, the snow wolf corpses on the mushrooms were basically reduced to skeletons. The silverbacks were all well fed, with healthy HP, and one even managed to break through to the 3-star level, all because it ate the most. I managed to get a 3-star rating. Being able to eat is a blessing. "Good, not bad. Are you full?" The silverbacks roared to the sky and pounded their chests, saying they were about 90% full. Wang Fan nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "There's still a dozen or so wolves down there. Man, kill them. We'll have roasted wolf meat tonight." Black-toothed boars, dog-headed bats, a flock of silverbacks in full condition, and Wang Fan and his companion all leaped down. The snow was thick, but the height of 2 stories didn't pose a problem. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Fan and his group fell to the ground like hailstones, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A fierce confrontation ensued. The ferocious gray wolf was well prepared and pounced. Wang Fan slashed with his sword, locking onto the wolf's head. One strike dealt 32 damage, killing the 3-star gray wolf. Critical hit. This was the first time Wang Fan had triggered a critical hit. Before that, he had only been critically hit by a beast, and once when he was fighting the giant horned bull. Holy crap, that was a critical hit, double damage. Again, it swung its sword at the gray wolf's head again, but this time it didn't land a critical hit. Could it be based on probability? One after another, the gray wolves pounced on them. Wang Fan fought back while moving closer to the silverback, whose large body made it easier to attract the gray wolf's attention. Wang Fan's figure was not particularly noticeable, but the damage he inflicted with each sword strike was the highest, with each strike rising and falling, and each attack gaining and losing ground. Wang Fan ultimately wiped out the gray wolf pack at the cost of losing a silverback wolf. The silverbacks were injured or crippled, but fortunately, they all listened to Wang Fan's instructions and did not panic. Otherwise, it might have been more than just the death of one silverback. Before long, Wang Fan started a small barbecue, grilling wolf legs, while Lin Qingxue used a furnace to quickly cook the remaining wolf meat into a cooked dish. As for why I would slowly bake it for myself, it's naturally because it's more fun, since there are no phones here, no Douyin to browse, and no dramas to watch. After taking a bite of roasted wolf meat, the silverbacks danced with joy, their movements so exhilarating that the ground trembled slightly. After all, they've never eaten cooked food before. "Quiet down," Wang Fan roared. Immediately, the silverbacks went out of their fires, and they only dared to make sounds of eating meat. "Oh, so you're getting into the leader's mode?" Lin Qingxue teased. "Not bad. These guys are big, but you know what? They're quite interesting." Wang Fan took out about 8 boxes from his inventory, 4 2-star and 4 3-star, all dropped by wolves. "Look what we have. We've struck it rich. Although it took a whole day, the harvest is quite substantial." The two rubbed their hands together, showing the anticipation and joy of unpacking a package that had just arrived. Chapter 43 New Blueprints, One Wolf Suit. The two opened the box directly, as golden light flashed continuously inside the room. All 8 treasure chests were opened. Besides some resources and furniture blueprints, what the two of them valued most was a weapon. Spiked mace. Requires 10 spiked fangs, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 iron block, base damage of 4 points, with a 50% chance to deal double damage on each hit. Besides the spiked club, there was also a piece of armor and a few other very useful items. Wolf bone armor. Requires 5 wolf bones, 5 wood, and 5 stones, based on granting 15 health points. Wolf fong condom. Requires 1 condom and 1 wolf fong. Adult product with raised dots. Wolfskin trench coat. Requires 5 wolf fur and 5 leather. The hidden one in winter conceals aura, provides warmth and protection. Wolf spirit elixir. Requires 1 wolf brain and 5 life points. If a wolf turns back, it is either to repay a debt of gratitude or to seek revenge. After a beast drinks it, those who are friendly with you will never betray you, and those who are hostile to you will fight to the death. The two have killed 25 wolves so far, and have obtained 50 wolf teeth, 25 hides, 25 units of wolf fur, and some other items. The harvest was quite substantial, considering that most people would be completely wiped out if they encountered such a large pack of wolves. Wang Fan joked, "Qingxue, putting everything else aside, this wolf fong sheath. Wow, it's pretty good." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at Wang Fan. "Are you sure? I still have hundreds of condoms here. Think it through. There are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are overplowed. Never mind, let's just make spike clubs instead. It's best if each of us has a set of these." Lin Qingxue had gotten used to Wang Fan's occasional lewd jokes. She also realized that as long as she was even more lewd than Wang Fan, he would be afraid. No, to be precise, it just means anyone who's more flamboyant than Wang Fan, since there's no one else here anyway. The two of them made a total of 4 sets, and they ran out of iron blocks. Sigh, what a pity. The iron blocks seemed to be consumed particularly quickly. "I'll have to think of a way to deal with this in the future," Wang Fan complained. "There are people selling iron or on the market, but it's too expensive and not worth it at all." Wang Fan would only trade it if he had no other choice. Moreover, iron ore has been auctioned off for a long time. Lin Qingxue also remarked, "These people have a very keen business sense. Iron ore is in high demand right now. After all, anyone can imagine how important iron ore is in later weapons and armor, since most of the better armor requires iron blocks. I reckon among those ranked ahead of us, there are some lucky guys who were born near iron ore deposits." Yes, very likely. Given the large number of people, it's not surprising. Iron ore can be refined into iron blocks, which is naturally precious, but it is not a necessity for the two of them at the moment, and they are not in a hurry to exchange it. Wolf bone armor, currently being fused, will replace the berserker armor. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Before long, Wang Fan's health reached 27 points, and Lin Qingxue's reached 25 points, their health increasing significantly. The two did not upgrade the berserker armor because they did not want to waste resources on low-level equipment. "My current health is barely enough, as long as I don't provoke any overly powerful beings." Wang Fan gave Straw Guy a complete set: a spiked club, spiked sleeves, spiked armor, and a wolfskin trench coat. Straw Bro was very grateful. After all, he only had enough resources to keep warm indoors and get through the cold winter. As for going out, he didn't have enough resources to get warm clothes. "Thanks, young man, but I'm truly ashamed to say there's nothing I can do to help you right now." Wang Fan: "It's okay, we all help each other out." "Well, thank you in advance. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future." The two of them didn't mind, since Straw Brother was a good person and would definitely repay them in the future, so they would definitely not lose out on this favor. Wang Fan gave a remaining set to a 3-star silverback gorilla. An unprecedented experience. The gorilla wielded a spike club, wore a wolfskin trench coat, and was fused with wolf bone armor. The 3-star silverback's HP, which was originally 35 points, now increased to 50 points. "It's a success, Qingxue. Your guess was right after all. Humanoid creatures can indeed fuse with armor." Wang Fan was overjoyed. "Great, it really worked." Lin Qingxue was also somewhat surprised. They had just tried to fuse with peace, but failed. So Lin Qingxue thought that since savages could use weapons and wear clothes, perhaps humanoid silverbacks could too. And the result was exactly as she expected. This 3-star silverback has drunk the wolf spirit liquid, so is not afraid of betraying you, and Wang Fan can unilaterally peer into the silverback's mind. Silverback couldn't see into Wang Fan's mind, but when Wang Fan communicated with it telepathically, Silverback could fully understand his meaning. Wang Fan was extremely satisfied with the silverback bird's robust vitality. In this way, we have gained a great help. The silverback's natural advantages, combined with the fusion of armor, have made its strength comparable to that of a 4-star or even 5-star beast. Moreover, with the wolf spirit liquid, if used properly, we could develop more loyal battle pets. Wang Fan wasn't afraid of fight to the death. After all, he wouldn't be foolish enough to feed a beast he wasn't confident he could defeat. Even if it was a fight to the death, as long as it wasn't a monster with high numerical values, Wang Fan could still kill it. After all, the 5-star Iron Sword is no joke, and if the Spike Club could be upgraded later, Wang Fan will definitely use the Spike Club. As the radar scanned the area, most of the surrounding terrain was revealed, and the entire 2,000-meter radius now belonged to the giant mushroom forest. Chat, friends. Hey, monkey, could you get 2 more owls? I want to upgrade the radar to level 2. The current detection area is too small. A short while later, the monkey replied, Brother Fan, the owl does exist, but there are only 2. I've already promised to give them to Brother Long in the Alliance. If I don't, he'll really want to talk to me. Wang Fan frowned slightly. Is that so? Then just give it to me, make up any excuse, and then shift the blame to me. Monkey, huh? Is this alright? Wang Fan, it's okay. Anyway, I'm not afraid of them. I'm more afraid they won't come. Just expose me directly. That's the only way. Before long, Wang Fan also received 2 owls, and the monkey on Along's side also told him about Wang Fan's infiltration of the group. Along looked shocked. Holy crap. How did you even get in here? Wang Fan. Oh, shouldn't we infiltrate the enemy and sound them out? Wang Fan then recounted the entire story of killing Li Hua, with every detail matching up. I did kill him, but he deserved to die. Anyone who dared to mess with me had to pay the price. Along stared at the chat interface in front of him, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his fists so tightly that they turned white. Wang Fan, don't think you're so strong. I will kill you at all costs to avenge my brother. Wang Fan snorted coldly. If it were before, he might have been a little afraid, but now, what could a team of 20 people do? He would kill anyone who dared to come. Chapter 44, Desperate Measures, Along's Adventure. Although Along was angry, he also knew that Wang Fan must have something to rely on to say such a thing. He doesn't want to be a source of experience points, nor is he some kind of brainless villain. A biting wind howled outside. Along, dressed in warm gear and wielding a 4-star stone dagger, was about to open the door to explore for resources. The woman pleaded desperately, her white flesh, wrapped in a straw mat, exposed. Brother Long, don't go. At least leave me some resources. I'm going to freeze to death. I'm really going to freeze to death. Brother Long. Along didn't turn around, but instead tugged at his drafty collar. Wait for me, woman. It's your bad luck to be matched with me, but I have no parents and have relied on my younger brother since I was a child. I give him everything I eat and wear. We have been looking forward to him growing up, but he died. He was hacked to death by a mere brat. How can we not avenge him? The remaining supplies are enough for you to survive for 4 days. If I don't return in 4 days, you'd better pray for good luck. The woman watched Along's departing figure and could only sigh helplessly. Her only support was gone. What Along has to do is hunt wild beasts, because wild beasts can drop treasure chests. Therefore, he exchanged all the winter supplies for warm clothes and weapons and armor, leaving only a 4-day supply for the woman. The cold wind howled, and Along resolutely walked on the ice. Damn it. How can that kid be so confident? What was he relying on? Along couldn't understand it. After all, he didn't have Wang Fan's experience. He had a feeling that saved him many times, so much so that he only suffered minor injuries every time he went into a fight. He knew that charging forward like that would likely be suicide, even for a small team of 20. Even though it was hard to believe, he was always cautious and trusted his intuition. Wang Fan, is it? Just you wait. I'll beat you to dust. A white light appeared, and Along, as if possessed, stepped inside. He too had come into contact with the rated secret realm. Ha ha, this is truly heaven's help. Wang Fan, just wait to die. Maniacal laughter echoed across the snow-covered plains. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, a piece of news made Wang Fan and Lin Qingshue's hearts flutter with excitement. Son, I've finally managed to get in touch with you. Xiaoxue, thank goodness. You're still alive. I was so worried about you. On the other end of the message were Wang Fan's father, Wang Dali, and Lin Qingshue's mother, Lin Qingqing. After the video call connected, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue looked at each other incredulously, their heads touching. They exclaimed in unison, "How did you two end up together?" Both Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue come from single-parent families. Their fathers were content just to keep the children alive, so Wang Fan had always been in a state of simply surviving, and his studies were very poor. Lin Qingxue's mother told her that she couldn't rely on men and that she could only rely on herself. Lin Qingxue lived up to her expectations and always had excellent grades. "Dad, where have you been all this time? We haven't been able to get in touch with you." Lin Qingxue's nose also tingled with emotion. "Yes, Mom. Do you know how worried I am about you?" Wang Dali, sigh. To make a long story short, Miss Lin and I encountered a mudslide on our very first day here. We barely escaped, but were knocked unconscious by flying rocks. After that, we lost consciousness. Fortunately, there was a system mechanism in place, so we wouldn't starve to death. However, if we didn't eat for a day, we would lose a unit of blood. We woke up when we had only 2 health points left. Time was of the essence, so we frantically gathered resources. Wang Fan also took a deep breath. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." It's incredibly lucky that he wasn't eaten by wild animals after being in a coma for 8 days. Or is it that there aren't any wild animals near Dad's place? Wang Fan didn't know, but it was good that he was alive. After chatting for a while, the 4 of them learned about each other's situations. They had nothing to hide about their fathers. Wang Dali, "Kid, you're pretty good. You actually managed to get your school's most beautiful girl. I give you a thumbs up. Well done. A real man should sleep with a woman." With a thud, Wang Dali got a bump on his head. Lin Qingqing was speechless. "What kind of nonsense are you teaching? Be careful what you say to the child." "Xiaoxue, did this guy's son bully you?" Lin Qingshue's face flushed slightly, and she stammered, No, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very good to me." Seeing Lin Qingshue's shy expression, Lin Qingqing knew perfectly well that her sweetheart had been taken advantage of. Wang Dali flashed a row of pearly white teeth, which gleamed brightly, and then gave a thumbs up. "Son, well done, great job." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wang Fan distributed some resources. "You guys eat first, there's more if you're not full. By the way, Dad, where are you guys?" "Wang Dali, Yerinao." Upon seeing the words wild man, the two were shocked. "What? Wild man's pass? Are there many wild men there?" Wang Dali, "Yes, that's right. If my estimate is correct, there are at least several thousand wild men living in this valley, and most of them are 5-star, and some are even 7-star. As for whether there are any higher-level ones, we don't know." As if afraid that Wang Fan would worry, Lin Qingqing quickly added, "But don't worry, we are in a very safe place now. I suppose the reason I didn't encounter any wild beasts while I was unconscious for so many days is because this is the territory of savages. Any wild beast that dare to come here would probably have become their dinner." Lin Qingxue, "I see. Mom, please be careful and call us anytime if you need anything. We just don't know how far away we are. Could you send us your location?" Before long, a blue marker appeared on Lin Qingxue and her companion's map. However, their location was far from the blue marker's location, and both areas were unexplored. Lin Qingxue calculated the distance proportionally, and the two were at least 40,000 kilometers away from Yerinao. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily. Phew, 40,000 kilometers. That's equivalent to circling the Earth once. It's important to know that the distance around the Earth is 40,076 kilometers, and according to Lin Qingxue's calculations, all the unexplored black areas are at least equivalent to 20 Earths in size. It's exactly the same as what the researchers calculated. "Dad, wait for us. We will definitely come to find you." Wang Dali, "Don't worry, son. I'm heading over there too. We'll go in both directions." "Okay, no problem, Dad. Drive carefully." Chapter 45, Potential Danger. Savages attack again. Wang Fan sent a few things to his father, including a wolf fang sheath. "Son, I have all of this. Your father loves you to death." "All right, Dad, take it easy and take care of yourself." With only 10 days left until the end of winter, the two have only spent half of that time together. The global death toll has stabilized, with fewer than 50,000 deaths per day. Wang Fan took out 2 owls and upgraded the radar device. 2 satellite radar, capable of detecting an area with a radius of 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters, Now we can detect a wider range. Wang Fan immediately ordered the owl to begin patrolling and exploring, circling the maximum radius of the home. This allows for the detection of an area with a radius of 4,000 meters. Just as the owl left its home to explore the outer perimeter, it left several large footprints on the snow. The footprints looked like human feet, but they were unusually large. The direction the footprints extended indicated Wang Fan's location. The leader of the savages held a rope with a strange creature tied to it. The creature had a dog's head, but a body like a crocodile. Glug glug. The savages communicated with each other using strange sounds, while the crocodile dogs sniffed the ground incessantly before identifying a direction and leading the savages in that direction. Where the savages left, there was a broken iron needle. Qingxue, this giant mushroom forest, is huge. It covers an area of 4,000 meters in radius. Lin Qingxue examined the area closely and, in the real-time view of the owl passing by, discovered a pack of wolves and a herd of deer. They were all huddled together in some haystacks. No wonder these creatures can survive the cold winter. It seems they've developed a habit of building their own nests. The giant mushroom forest is home to many strange creatures, including snakes with chicken heads and other animals. But so far we haven't seen any chickens that play basketball. The savages were getting closer and closer to Wang Fan and his companion's residence. But now the owl radar had flown to the edge, and for most of the area, the real-time situation was completely invisible. Glug glug. The savages exchanged a glance, then hunched over and slowly crept away. Meanwhile, a silverback wearing equipment was in a tree, witnessing everything below, and immediately called out to Wang Fan in its mind. Through their telepathic connection, Wang Fan sensed the silverback's call, and he was startled, his scalp tingling with fear. He exclaimed, "What? 10 savages?" Lin Qingxue felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. 10 savages. What did that even mean? According to Silverback's feedback, 7 out of the 10 savages are 5-star and 3 are 4-star, and all of them are carrying clubs and have something hanging from their waists, which seems to be weapons. Qingxue, run. Pack your things. The two had only one thought, to get out of the area as quickly as possible. The savage wielding the club could kill 10 people with a single blow, and that was 10 of them. Even if we could win, the casualties would be extremely heavy, so retreating would be the best option. Before long, 2 groups of people appeared on the snow. Wang Fan and his group ran with Silverback, while a group of savages chased after them. Wang Fan turned around and looked back, angrily saying, "Damn it, how did they find out which way we went?" Lin Qingxue looked at the strange creature behind her, with a dog's head and a crocodile's body. It's that strange crocodile dog. Perhaps it's the one that smelled our scent. Run. We're almost there, just a little bit more. The wild man behind them kept howling. His voice was very rough. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. With a whooshing sound, dozens of stone chains flew out and crashed down on Wang Fan and the others. Thump, thump, thump. A 2-star silverback, its feet bound by stone ropes, fell headfirst to the ground. It's a slingshot. These savages actually know how to use weapons. Wang Fan, be careful. The two kept dodging, only hearing the thuds of the ground being smashed behind them, and dared not look back. Qingxue, how come these savages still know how to use this thing? Holy crap, this is outrageous. Lin Qingxue was also somewhat shocked. This weapon was the ancestor of ancient ranged weapons, which consisted of ropes with heavy objects such as stones tied to both ends. If you throw it out, it's easy to trip someone up, let alone kill them. With a whoosh, a slingshot struck Wang Fan precisely in both legs. With a thud, Wang Fan fell to the ground. Wang Fan! Lin Qingxue turned her head and shouted, then stopped and wanted to help. Don't come any closer, Run. I have a plan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and turned to run away. Ignoring the cold on the ground, Wang Fan immediately handed the 5-star iron sword to Silverback. With a snap, Wang Fan's legs broke off completely, and his health dropped to 8 points because his shield was also broken by several blows. Ah! Wang Fan cried out in pain. Silverback picked up Wang Fan, whose leg was broken, and quickly ran towards a minecart. Roar! The Silverbacks were furious. How dare they hurt their leader? He was their ancestor who provided them with food and lodging. Don't go. Run. Upon hearing this, the Silverbacks reluctantly continued their escape. The savages picked up Wang Fan's severed legs and put them into a bag. Cross rub, cross rub, cross rub. The minecart was crammed with pets, and the silverbacks hung on both sides but could all fit. The savage behind them was quickly left behind and disappeared from sight. Lin Qingxue suddenly thought of something and said, "Wang Fan, get out of the car and go into the woods." Wang Fan, still confused, led the group into the woods along the way, leaving behind the minecart they had just been riding in to continue forward. In a dense thicket, a group of people dared not make a sound. Along the way, Lin Qingxue took out a few bamboo tubes, smashed them, and a wisp of white mist drifted out. "What did you just fall on?" Lin Qingxue explained. "The purifying mist made from purifying grass can dispel all smells within a 50-meter radius. Do you remember the savage we met in the cave?" "Remember. I suspect we'll be harassed by savages, probably because the savage told us this after he escaped. Otherwise, why would savages specifically come out looking for us?" These savages seemed to have a very clear goal. They were obviously after the two of them. Lin Qingxue was almost certain of this. After all, there are quite a few animals in the giant mushroom forest, but the savages are stubbornly searching for the two of them, clearly indicating that they are after the two. "So, you mean if we go back to the cave, we might be ambushed?" Lin Qingxue nodded. "That's right. Although it's just a guess, since they can raise crocodiles and make weapons, they are very intelligent. To be on the safe side, we need to get off halfway to completely get rid of them. If we encounter an ambush, we're doomed." Chapter 46. No martial ethics, just raiding the enemy's base. Thump, thump, thump. The ground shook as a group of savages ran wildly along the tracks. Two pairs of eyes witnessed everything from the bushes by the roadside. The two breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, they've caught up with us. We're safe for now." At this moment, Wang Fan's legs were no longer in pain. He ate the beef skewers he had prepared long ago, and the severed parts of his legs were slowly growing back. "Wang Fan, we're doomed. We can't go home. These savages know we exist and will definitely keep searching for us." Lin Qingxue sat on the back of the black-toothed pig, curled up, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. She had finally managed to get everything done and thought she could live a peaceful life. But who knew? At this moment, Wang Fan felt a pang of heartache. The snow outside wasn't heavy, just a few scattered flakes. Wang Fan muttered, "Home, home." Suddenly, Wang Fan's eyes lit up. "Home. That's right, home. Qingxue, those savages have homes too, right? Why don't we just go and raid their homes?" Lin Qingxue immediately raised her head, her eyes gleaming. "Wang Fan, you are a genius. These savages should just be a small tribe. There were so many savages just now, and if they left people to ambush us in the cave, then their house is almost empty." After discussing it, the two immediately slapped their thighs and thought it was feasible. "Okay, let's do it this way." Because the snow wasn't heavy, the footprints from the previous trip weren't completely covered, and this was further aided by the monitoring of the owl radar. Soon the two found many footprints, and they ran in that direction according to the footprints. They traveled through the giant mushroom forest for a long time, until they were out of the radar's detection range, before they could finally see some buildings in the distance. It's so far. I'm exhausted." The silverback gave Wang Fan a strange look. After all, Wang Fan was the one riding it, and it didn't know why Wang Fan was tired. Looking at the map, Lin Qingxue said, "Based on the direction, if that group of savages wanted to go to the cave and then turn back home, the distance they had to travel was much farther than ours. That's good. We can already see the corner of the house. We'll be there soon." Instead of walking through the wide, open areas, the group weaved along the more densely wooded paths. Before long, dozens of small wooden houses, each only 1 story high, came into view. Surrounding these wooden houses is a stone wall, made of irregularly shaped stones. "Wow, Qingxue, there's even a wall. These savages are really clever." Lin Qingxue was also somewhat shocked. Although she already knew that the wild people were intelligent, she was still surprised that they could build wooden houses and walls. They must be fighting against the creatures of the night. Pingin, fly up and take a look. See if there are any savages inside. Peace flapped its wings and flew over the savage village, its large eyes warily scanning the area below. After surveying the area, Pingin flew close to the ground, observing the room, then flapped its wings and flew outside the wall, landing steadily on Wang Fan's head. Ping and let out 2 howls, and the two realized that there were 2 more savages inside. Wang Fan smirked coldly. "Great, there are only 2 savages inside. Let's kill them." Lin Qingxue nodded excitedly. Okay, let's go in and loot some supplies first, then we'll run away. Snatching a savage is absolutely unprecedented. After all, savages are social creatures and powerful. Survivors are usually too busy hiding to even think about stealing, let alone daring to do so. Wang Fan wasn't afraid. Those who have nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who have something to lose. He would just grab what he could and run. Ping and go patrol in the sky. If you find them returning, tell us. Peace flew into the sky, surveying everything around it. Walk. At Wang Fan's command, a group of silverbacks followed him and rushed inside. There were still a few fields in the village. The group found 2 wild men. When the 2 savages discovered the intruders, they were initially shocked and could not believe it. A fierce battle ensued, and the 2 5-star savages were no match for Wang Fan and his group. They soon fell into pools of blood. Qingxue, let's go scavenge for supplies. The 2 quickly began searching through the wooden house. Outside the cave in the sunset forest, 5 tall savages appeared and blocked the minecart, but the cave was empty. Shortly afterward, dozens of wild men also arrived at the location along the track. There were a few savages covered in black mushrooms, which looked exactly like the mushrooms that had chased Wang Fan before, only now they were smaller. After a brief exchange, the savages realized they had been tricked. They then began to study the minecart, and because it only had 1 lever, they figured it out very quickly. In the mountains and forests, a group of savages crammed onto a crowded minecart, then followed the tracks back to the mushroom house. They smashed open the door, but the house was empty. All that remained was the already extinguished campsite and wolf leg bones. The savages were furious, extremely angry. He angrily pounded on everything around him. Tables and chairs were all smashed to pieces. During this period, Wang Fan and his companion also searched through all the houses. Each room contained some wild animal meat, mostly dried and cured meat. The warehouse contained some deer carcasses, which were still edible. They also found several blueprints, which the savages had casually discarded to the side. Wang Fan looked at the blueprints with delight. It seems these guys are using resource boxes as storage boxes. They don't know how to use these blueprints. Qingxue looked at the blueprints and was very happy. It seems we don't need to run away. Let's give them a surprise when they come back. The reason for saying this is that the blueprints obtained this time are extremely useful. Watchtower requires 1 arrow, 30 stones, and 20 wood, a powerful home weapon that automatically fires arrows to attack hostile creatures, firing 1 arrow every 10 seconds. Spike wall requires 1 stone and 1 arrow. Construction length 1 meter, thickness 30 centimeters. The warehouse also contained a large amount of spider silk and slings, the slings being made of strong spider silk, which was not only strong but also somewhat sticky. Wang Fan, but we don't have any bows and arrows. Wang Fan smiled and then took out a blueprint to unlock the technology. Wow, an arrow requires 10 wood, 1 spider silk. Great, perfect. Wang Fan immediately began constructing the watchtower. There were approximately 1,000 units of spider silk and at least 4,000 units of various meats in the warehouse. There are also more than 6,000 units of edible plant fruits and more than 5,000 units of wood and stone. Get rich overnight. Get rich instantly. Build 20 bows and arrows, 20 watchtowers, and 200 arrows. Consume 1,200 wood, 800 stone, 20 spider silk to craft 20 bows and arrows, 20 watchtowers, and 200 stone arrows. Manufacture. Chapter 47. The savage is numb. His home has been robbed. Ding. Manufacturing complete. Wooden arrows deal 1 point of damage, while stone arrows deal 2 points of damage with their arrowheads. Therefore, Wang Fan chose to use stone arrowheads to make the arrows. It can fire an arrow every 10 seconds, which means it can take away 2 points of health in 10 seconds. If all 20 sentry towers are concentrated on 1 unit, they can take down 40 points of the opponent's health in 10 seconds. 10 seconds still passes quickly, while upgrading the watchtower can shorten the attack interval by 1 second and increase its health. In Wang Fan's storage compartment, 20 watchtowers lay quietly, ready to be placed at any desired location. Wang Fan, I'm going to build a spiked stone wall. We can't let those savages break through. Yes, go ahead, Qingxue. So far, Ping'an has not issued any warnings, so there's nothing to worry about. The construction of watchtowers naturally involves building them all around, forming a circle. A 1-star watchtower has 100 health points, so even if it is attacked, it cannot be breached in a short time. With existing stone walls, Lin Xingxue began to rebuild them after constructing spiked stone walls, and soon the small village was surrounded by spiked stone walls. 2-star spiked stone wall, covered in spikes, with 200 health points. Climbers hit by the spikes will lose 2 health points. Looking at the thick stone wall, Lin Xingxue felt much more at ease. As long as the stone wall can hold, we can wear down those savages. The village is square, as are the surrounding walls, covering an area of about 2,000 square meters. It's not large for a village, but it's not small for the two of them right now. Wang Fan placed 5 watchtowers in each of the 4 directions. He wanted to build more, but he was afraid there wouldn't be enough time, as it was getting dark and the savages would definitely want to go home. No matter which direction the savages come from, they will be shot by the watchtower. However, the production of arrows continued uninterrupted, and the consumption of arrows was undoubtedly enormous. Before long, Wang Fan produced another 1,000 units of arrows. Great, we made it in time. 1,000 arrows should be more than enough. Wang Fan felt much more at ease. After all, he still had Silverback, along with himself and Lin Xingxue, plus the watchtower and the stone wall. How could they possibly be unable to withstand savages? 1-star sentry tower, 100 HP. Current arrow firing speed is 10 seconds per shot, each shot dealing 2 damage. Looking at the panel information, Wang Fan didn't upgrade it. It was already sufficient for his needs. Daytime hours remaining, 2 hours. They'll be back soon. As night approached, the two couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, those savages were very powerful. Even if you have made ample preparations, you will still feel somewhat anxious. Oh, at this moment, Ping spotted a group of savages in the distance and began to howl. Upon hearing the sound, the two immediately ran towards the direction from which the savages were coming, stood atop the watchtower, and watched the savages approaching from afar. 1, 2, 3, 15. Xingxue, a total of 15, almost half of which are 5 stars. Lin Xingxue nodded solemnly. Tell the Silverbacks not to worry about anything else. Just beat anyone who dares to climb the wall. Wang Fan's spiritual communication resonated with the Silverbacks, who understood his intentions. There are currently 9 Silverbacks left. One was killed by wild men earlier. That's enough, though. The savages can attack the watchtower with their clubs. If they want to get in, they have to withstand the watchtower's attacks and destroy the spiked stone wall. The two had used up almost all the wood and stone resources they had gathered, but it didn't matter. They had enough left to get through the winter. Before long, the savages looked at the newly renovated stone walls and the towering watchtowers, completely bewildered. A meaningful expression appeared on his face. Wang Fan and his companion stood up, only to be spotted by a group of savages. Good heavens! How could the savages not recognize Wang Fan and his companion? They chased after them for most of the day. Several of the savages pointed at Wang Fan, jumping and shouting excitedly. Wah, kuka. Wang Fan couldn't understand what they were saying, but from their tone and angry manner, he could tell that these savages were using very offensive language. Lin Xingxue frowned slightly. It seems like they're cursing at us. It's not just that they seem to be insulting us. It's like you're playing a really good team fight, but then you look at the mini-map and Sealy XIN is backing up your base. Wouldn't you curse him out? Lin Xingxue chuckled upon hearing this. Haha, that's true. But since we were chased so far, they should compensate us. After saying that, a group of savages rushed forward angrily, hurling slingshots at Wang Fan's head. With a thud, it slammed into the watchtower, taking away 5 health points. However, the slingshots are becoming increasingly rare, so there's no need to worry about the savages constantly waving them. Men, anyone who dares to climb over the wall, give them a good beating. Wahoo, wahoo, wahoo. The sound of pounding on their chests was uniform and synchronized. The Silverbacks were also seething with anger. Silverbacks are social animals, and although they sometimes fight amongst themselves, they are not cold-blooded. They were also angry when their companion was chased and killed by savages. Upon seeing the tall stone wall, the savages immediately leaped up. The 6-meter-high wall was not considered high for the savages, as some of them were 3 or 4 meters tall. With a running start, it's not difficult to climb the stone wall by pushing off the wall. But as soon as he climbed up, Silverback picked up a stone and smashed it against his hand. Ouch! 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 The savage screamed in pain. Although he hadn't lost much health, it hurt terribly. Meanwhile, the surrounding watchtowers were not idle either, firing arrows in rapid succession. They shot and killed 4 savages in no time. Wang Fan, why are these savages covered in mushrooms, and their health isn't very good either? Wang Fan also looked over and saw the black mushroom, which reminded him of Qingxue. This mushroom looks just like the black mushroom that chased us back then. Could it be that these guys followed the track, and then... Lin Qingxue immediately agreed. It seems so. They were attacked by black mushrooms and infected with the virus. Lin Qingxue wrote all of this down. The black mushroom must have been killed by the savages. After all, savages have a high attack power, not to mention a group of savages. It seems that the black mushroom will split its spores after it dies, become infected with viruses, and drain life points. We'll have to be more careful in the future. However, Lin Qingxue was not worried about the mushrooms on these wild men. After all, they would have to grow to a large size to spread their spores. These mushrooms were not even the size of a palm, so there was no need to worry. A stone wall with 200 health points cannot be destroyed in one go, especially with Silverback constantly throwing stones to harass you. It's really not easy to break through. A huge savage picked up his companion's corpse and glared angrily at the two of them. Look at your grandpa. Wang Fan took out his bow, an arrow, and fired an arrow, hitting the target precisely. Before long, a large group of savages fell outside the stone wall. Although the savages possessed some intelligence, their anger made them lose their reason. After all, anyone whose house is robbed would lose their temper. Wang Fan, this is bad. That guy's trying to escape. We have to chase after him. Wang Fan immediately sensed something was wrong. Since wild men live in groups, would this guy call for reinforcements? It's quite possible. We absolutely cannot let it escape. Everyone, follow me. We can't let those 2 savages escape. Chapter 48, Organizing Supplies and Planting Crops. Wang Fan, with his silverback, immediately gave chase. This time, the hunters and the fugitives switched places. Several savages turned their heads to look and saw Wang Fan holding an iron sword, riding a black-tusked boar, running wildly on the ground. Wang Fan's eyes were the only part of his body that wasn't covered. The rest of his body was completely wrapped up. Where do you think you're going? A savage with 2 legs can't outrun a black-toothed boar with 4 legs. With a slash, a sword swept across, and the savage, whose health was already at rock bottom, collapsed. A sphere rolled to the ground, spraying out scalding hot blood, which instantly froze with a crackling sound. The savage's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe he was going to die like this. They were an entire small tribe, but now they've all been wiped out by Wang Fan. Wang Fan also killed the crocodile dog, which had already recognized him as its master and could not be subdued by Wang Fan. What a pity this little thing has such a sensitive nose. I can't keep it for myself. After making a comment, Wang Fan stripped the savage of his weapons and the animal skins he was wearing. These animal hide coats can be put into a furnace and resmelted into leather for secondary processing. Having made a good harvest, they returned to the village and sat slumped in chairs in a wooden house. I'm exhausted. I started running for my life this morning, but at least it's finally over. Lin Qingxue moved a chair over and leaned against Wang Fan's chest. Sigh. Yes, we almost died again. Thankfully, we survived once more. Wang Fan gently stroked Lin Qingxue, his hand also slipping inside her clothes. Lin Qingxue did not resist. On the contrary, she felt very comfortable, with a slight smile on her face, thoroughly enjoying herself. Fan, let's take stock of the resources. Okay, sure. The two began to assess their resources. Currently, they have a total of over 5,000 units of meat and over 6,200 units of fruit. There are over 1,500 pieces of wood and over 200 pieces of stone, since building stone walls and watchtowers consumes the most stone. These resources are enough. Let's see where we are ranked now. Looking at the overall rankings, the two are currently ranked 2,800th globally. 2,800 Qingxue. Next time, we can receive the first tier rating reward. Yes, that's great. The two were in a good mood, but there were still 2,799 teams ahead of them in line, which made them feel a little disappointed. But it doesn't matter. After all, there are so many people and so many talented people, and quite a few of them have some kind of fortuitous encounters or tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, people in the West often enslave weak survivors to work for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ranked so high. Come on, let's refine these animal hides into leather. Okay, sure. By disassembling and refining a dozen or so pieces of savage clothing, you can obtain 15 pieces of leather and animal hair, which can be used to make warm clothes. Inside the warehouse, several silverbacks had placed the storage boxes in place. These silverbacks had carried the storage boxes all the way here, so they were quite helpful. The wild rabbits, lambs, silkworms were all taken care of by Wang Fan. Pushing open the door, Wang Fan found Lin Qingxue already asleep. He didn't wake her, but instead closed the door and held her as they slept. Sensing Wang Fan's arrival, Lin Qingxue turned over and buried her head in Wang Fan's arms. I want a hug. Wang Fan held Lin Qingxue in his arms and gently patted her back. Hug. Xue, be good. Go and rest. For several days in a row, the two of them spent time in the village tending to the crops. Winter lettuce, edible and medicinal. Swiss chard, high yield and extremely strong survival ability. Snow cabbage, a fast-growing vegetable. Bok choy, a cold-resistant, tender, and delicious crop. Looking at the appraisal panel, Wang Fan remarked, "These savages certainly know how to cook. Where did they get so many vegetables?" Lin Qingxue turned over the soil beside her with an iron hoe. That's normal. To get these vegetables, you just need to go out in winter and look for surviving wild vegetables. If it's edible after tasting, it can be dug up and planted. Wang Fan also realized that this was indeed the case, and this method was quite easy to find. It's like if you go out in the dead of winter and see a wild vegetable that's thriving, you can definitely survive the cold winter. If you try it and find it edible, then you can plant it in the cold winter. Most of the plants and animals on this planet have long since undergone continuous evolution and have a strong ability to adapt to their environment. Lin Qingxue planted several experimental dryland rice seedlings in the soil. After this batch matures, we will carry out hybridization and grafting. I believe it will be successful in no time. Lin Qingxue was very confident about this. After all, pioneering was difficult, but following the clues and copying was a little easier. After finishing their work and returning indoors, the wild men would eat cooked food, but they didn't have a pot. They basically just roasted it over a fire. The two men took out a pot and put it on the fire to stew. Naturally, the pot contained cured pork. Wang Fan swallowed hard. Cured meat, this is quite rare. Let's try it first. During the boring moment of stewing, Wang Fan opened a chat. Chat, friends. Dad, want some cured meat? Wang Dali, son curé de porc? Where did you get that? Lin Qingxing leaned closer to take a look. In the video, Wang Fan and the other person were stewing cured meat. The unique aroma of the cured meat seemed to be able to be smelled even through the screen. Xiaoxue, I didn't kidnap a savage, did you? Wang Dali was stunned for a moment. Huh? No way. You guys kidnapped the savages? Wang Fan frowned slightly. Yeah, what happened? Is there a problem? They almost chased us to death, but we turned the tables and they stole our house. Lin Qingxue noticed her mother's worry and asked, Yes, what's wrong, Mom? Lin Qingxing's expression turned slightly serious. Based on my observation, the wild people are actually divided into ranks. Was the savage tribe you raided composed of 5 or 10 groups? Wang Fan, no, there are about 17 or 18 savage tribes, and they also have villages, walls, and a lot of supplies. Lin Qingxing and Wang Dali looked on in disbelief and exclaimed in unison, What? How much? How much did you say? Wang Fan hesitated slightly before saying, 17 or 18. Is there a problem? Wang Dali and the other man remained silent for a long time before finally replying, Never mind. There's no problem. What I mean is that savages are hierarchical. They pay tribute to larger tribes. And if they don't pay tribute for too long, the larger tribes will send savages to demand more tribute. These words sent a chill down Wang Fan's spine. What? Tribute? Lin Qingxing nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's right, tribute. Based on our observations, that's indeed the case. Wang Fan asked with concern, How often should we pay tribute? Once every 30 days. Wang Fan and his companion remained silent. They had no idea when the tribe had last paid tribute, or how many days were left until the next time. This is an unknown. Chapter 49 Winter is passing, new crisis. Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, I think we don't need to worry for now. All living things, whether animals or savages, have a tendency to be lazy. Laziness is in the nature of living beings. There are still 7 days left in this cold winter. Now that I think about it, if I were a savage, I would definitely make my sacrifice once before the cold winter and once after the cold winter. We can't possibly go to offer tribute in the dead of winter when it's minus 70 degrees Celsius. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. You're right, but we still need to be vigilant and take good care of my daughter. Wang Fan pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms, and Lin Qingxue blushed instantly. She tried to push him away, but couldn't. Mom, don't worry, look, I fed her so well. She's all plump and healthy. Lin Qingqing's mind went blank for a moment. What did you call me? Oh my God. A complex expression appeared on Lin Qingqing's face, seemingly happy, but also somewhat speechless, before she turned off the video. She then buried her face in Wang Dali's arms, saying, Dali, did you hear that? Your child called me Mom. Yes, from now on you'll be his mother. Wang Fan's shout made Lin Qingqing extremely happy. Lin Qingxue also pouted and asked, Why did you suddenly call me Mom? Wang Fan pushed Lin Qingxue aside and pressed himself tightly against her. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's to show that I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Lin Qingxue blushed and smiled. T-Seach, all you do is talk a good game. You're not serious at all? Wang Fan hugged Lin Qingxue tightly. What's wrong? Don't you like it? The two looked into each other's eyes, their feelings deep and intense. Naturally, they wanted to enjoy themselves. The bed was made of wild beast fur, but after the two of them washed the fur clean, they also put purifying herbs inside. After being dried out overnight, they were quite comfortable, and after a passionate night of lovemaking, they finally stopped. Wang Fan smoked a harmless cigarette while scrolling through the chat interface, where few messages stood out. Chat, Duan Yu Association. Brothers, the latest insider information is that the military alliance can create something called the teleportation key. What is that? Yeah, what is that thing? This thing can travel through space, transmitting people as data to other places regardless of distance. Really? Something this precious? It's true, the bag is real, but I heard it's very expensive. Wang Fan was also somewhat surprised when he saw this. Wouldn't this mean that as long as he got the teleportation key, he could bring his father and Lin Qingxue's mother over? Wang Fan then tagged that person, whose name was Li Jun. However, Wang Fan vaguely felt that this guy should be someone from the military, otherwise how could he know such a thing? Hello, is what you're saying true? Li Jun, it's true, but currently the military's trading partners are only teams ranked in the top 1 million globally. Wang Fan? Oh, I see. Li Jun. Yes, after all, resources are limited, and it's not enough to just have the top 1 million people. They have to be from our Xia kingdom. Wang Fan understood that the military likely wanted to consolidate the human forces of the Xia kingdom in order to deal with potential future conflicts and crises. It's not surprising, considering that humans are social animals. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, tears well up in their eyes, no matter who traveled to this place. The first people you'll think of connecting with are definitely people from your hometown, friends, colleagues, relatives, and people from your own country. The Xia Kingdom's military was no exception, naturally focusing on winning over its own people to build its own power base. Brotherly, could you sell me 2 keys? I need them very much. Li Jun, judging from your accent, you are indeed from Xia State, but why does your accent sometimes sound southern and sometimes mix with northern accents? Wang Fan, oh, I'm from the north, but I study in the south. Li Yun, okay, you understand. But the military only needs those ranked in the top 1 million. I wonder what your ranking is, young man. Wang Fan remained silent for a moment, but still chose to speak. After all, the world is vast, and speaking out wouldn't pose much of a danger. As Li Jun just mentioned in the group, the teleportation key requires the player at the teleportation location to send their coordinates before they can teleport. They weren't afraid that Li Jun was a bad guy who came to rob them. Brotherly, is this the overall ranking? We're at 2,800. Seeing this, Li Jun also shook his head. No, 28 million is still pretty good. There are about 3.5 billion teams at the moment, so your ranking is quite high. But it's still far from the top 1 million, so I'm sorry I can't introduce it to you. Quite a few people in the group started to make a fuss. 28 million is not bad, but young man, they want the first million. Come on, what percentage is in the top 1 million? It's only 0.0003%. How can we possibly have that many in our group? Yes, the percentage is too small. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's simply impossible. Indeed, there are too many teams, 3.5 billion teams, my goodness, and that doesn't even include those solo teams where a teammate died. Wang Fan frowned slightly. These people were really good at making things up. But thinking about it, it made sense. There were 3.5 billion teams in the world, and his team was ranked 2,800th overall. What does that mean? It means there's a probability of 0.0000001%, which is indeed very difficult to encounter. Wang Fan tagged Li Jun. Brotherly, I think you got it wrong. I didn't say 28 millionth. I said 2,800th. The moment those words were spoken, the group chat exploded. What? Holy crap, is this guy kidding me? What the hell? How many? Tell me how many? 2,800? Number? Are you sure it's not 10,000? No way. Did we really run into a big shot? Holy crap, is this real? Do you have a screenshot? Is in our group chat. My post. Li Jun frowned and looked at it for a long time before saying, Young man, are you sure? Are you sure there's no 10,000 character at the end? Wang Fan then sent a screenshot. Global overall ranking. Your team's current ranking, 2,800. With a buzzing sound, both Li Jun and the general public were stunned by the screenshot. Wow, it really is 2,800. Damn, I knew our Duan Yochun group was full of hidden talents. As expected, everyone in Duan Yochun is talented and speaks very well. That's really something, a real eye-opener. Holy crap, I'm ranked over 1 billion. I've already surpassed half the people. And wow, someone in the group is ranked 2,800. Li Jun was also shocked and said, Little brother, let me message you privately. My goodness, this is even more outrageous than robbing a savage. After adding him as a friend, Li Jun was even more confused, tilting his head with a questioning look on his face. What the heck? You really robbed a savage. Chapter 50, Joining the Military Alliance, an Accidental Discovery. Wang Fan replied, Yes, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to jump to 2,800th place. Li Jun took a deep breath and then said, All right, you guys were lucky. If you're strong enough in combat, have good weapons, and are lucky enough to get a battle pet, you can usually take down a few small tribes of savages. Wang Fan. Just as Commander Li said, we were quite lucky. We killed about 17 or 18 savages. The tribe is really small, and we feel like we don't have enough resources. Li Jun was even more dumbfounded. 17 or 18 savages. What does that even mean? Savages are at least 4 stars, and most of them are 5 stars. Moreover, not only do savages have a lot of health, but their attack power is also high. Li Jun gasped, then coughed lightly. Ahem. Little brother, what did you just call me? Gulmandeli. Li Jun's expression softened. How did you know I'm with the military? Wang Fan, it doesn't seem that difficult. How would an ordinary person know such a secret? I guess it's because your military is looking for a highly capable squad. Upon hearing this, Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, young man, you're quite clever. Wait a moment, I'll connect with our commander. Upon receiving the news, high-ranking military officials gasped in shock. In fact, most of the top-ranked survivors are team hunters, which means they illegally form teams. Many of them are small groups of people who live close by and act together. The military did the same. As soon as they obtained the teleportation key, the military leadership illegally formed teams of many people to create a more powerful force. When there were only 2 of them, they hid from wild men everywhere. When there are 10 people, try to find the savages. When there are 20 people, try attacking the wildlings. When there are 50 people, I'm a savage. After all, savages gather resources to survive the winter, so robbing them of their resources is a quick way to survive, although it is also quite dangerous. Before long, Wang Fan was added to a group. Usha Military Alliance. A high-ranking member tagged Wang Fan. I see that you have extraordinary talent and intelligence. Why don't you join our military alliance? Wang Fan shrugged. You've all dragged me in, what can I say? Fine, I'll join. But what about the teleportation key? Commander, oh that? Don't worry, how many do you want? Wang Fan, I don't want a few, I want 2. Everyone chuckled, secretly thinking that Wang Fan was a seasoned driver who dared to joke even about the commander. However, Wang Fan didn't take it to heart. He had no ill intentions and believed the other party was aware of it. Commander, young friend, you really love to joke. It's good to be young. 2 weapons, right? I'll save some for you, but it's winter now, and resource gathering is difficult. We can only collect them after the cold winter is over and the river thaws. Wang Fan, the thing is in the river? Commander, that's right, It's indeed in the river. The river is frozen over now, so it's not easy to collect it. But don't worry, we'll send it to you as soon as we have it. However, that thing cannot be mass-produced. Even if it can be collected, only one can be made per day. Wang Fan felt relieved upon hearing this, and then asked, "What do I need to do?" Wang Fan didn't believe in getting things for free. Everything comes at a price, and there's no such thing as a free lunch. Commander, currently, everyone is in the survival stage and has not yet stabilized. It is inevitable that humans will gradually adapt to the environment and form forces. Humans are social beings. Even if they form a faction, it is based on their past on Earth, and we have done statistics on the distribution mechanism. It's basically a matchmaking system between people from the same country, unless there really isn't enough people to go around. But the good news is that there are more men than women in our Xia country, so? Wang Fan chuckled and said, "So, other countries have actually seen a significant decrease in their populations, right?" Commander, that's right. I just hope that if a conflict breaks out in the future, the strong Xia people can provide resources, or if they are willing, go to the front lines to fight the enemy. Human civilization has always been forged through conflict, the struggle for resources, the division of the world, the death of the weak, the survival of the strong, and the power to have a voice. This is true everywhere. Wang Fan, okay, I understand. I will provide some resources if needed. As for go to the battlefield to fight, if it really comes down to the life and death of the Xia people, then we will go. Commander, all right, let's go. You got the resolve. We'll contact you once the teleportation key is made. Wang Fan, okay, thank you. After hanging up the call, Wang Fan pondered for a moment. What the commander said made sense. In fact, Wang Fan had also thought about escaping or going it alone just to survive. However, Wang Fan knew clearly that sometimes he couldn't just go it alone. After all, if a national war really broke out, the other side wouldn't give up until their entire clan was wiped out. Moreover, even if we take a step back and assume that the entire race isn't wiped out, the remaining survivors will be enslaved. Although cruel, that is the reality. On his original planet, Wang Fan witnessed the cruelty of war. No one could escape unscathed. Sometimes, without fighting, homes would be lost and races would be wiped out. The women and children who died in the war, it was truly cruel, but the national war was still far off, so it wasn't Wang Fan's concern. Those are matters for the military to worry about. Wang Fan should just focus on developing his own career. At the edge of the camp, Li Jun stood firmly in place. Commander, isn't this kid quite outstanding? I found him. The commander picked up a bamboo cup and drank tea. Yes, he's indeed quite good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to personally talk to him. The military has all kinds of talents, such as field soldiers, craftsmen, and reconnaissance soldiers, although everyone has the same amount of health. But ordinary people can't even touch them when they face them. That's the difference. Some special forces soldiers can even solo a 4-star savage without taking damage, even with only 10 health points. Of course, this is extremely dangerous, since one hit from a savage will kill them. However, some people in the military have managed to do it, which is incredibly difficult for ordinary people. Just seeing a savage is enough to terrify many people, let alone soloing it with 10 HP and no damage. Wang Fan threw the cigarette, but into the campfire, and then stood up. Lin Qingxua rubbed her sleepy eyes, half sat up, her animal skin coat slipping down to reveal her proud breasts, and asked weakly, "What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" "No, I'll go distribute food to the silverbacks to help them improve their strength, and the black-toothed boars too." Wang Fan established the savage village as his home, and the owls could fly over to work normally, beginning to scan all the creatures in the surrounding area. Before long, several low thatched huts appeared within the radar's range. Someone's here? This was the second time Wang Fan had seen real humans near him since arriving on this planet. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the group of people had black skin. Damn, they're not from Xia Kingdom. Oh well, as long as they don't bother me, I won't bother with them. Chapter 51. Discovering the fruit, heading to pick it. After distributing some food, Wang Fan kept most of it for himself. Eat well and strengthen your abilities. After giving the order, Wang Fan left. The battle pets and poultry were all arranged to live in wooden houses, and there was also a well in the village. Wang Fan originally thought the well had frozen over, but upon closer inspection, he found it was still steaming. What's going on? Why is this well not only not frozen, but also steaming in such cold weather. Next to the well was a hollowed-out pumpkin shell with thick spider silk wrapped around it. Wang Fan brought up a bucket of water, touched it with his hand, and the warm feeling made his eyes light up. Hot water. Holy crap, there's hot water. Geothermal springs, 70 Celsius hot water originating from deep underground volcanoes. Wang Fan immediately built a wooden shed around the well using a workbench, lit a campfire, and the temperature inside the shed slowly rose. In this way, even if hot water is poured out, it will not freeze immediately. Set up the wooden tub, pour in hot water, and call Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue lay comfortably in the tub. I never expected there to be natural hot spring water here. It's so comfortable. There's nothing more relaxing than taking a soak. Yeah, Xingxue, it's alright. By the way, I just found on the map that there are black people living about 10 kilometers to our west. Lin Xingxue frowned slightly upon hearing this. Black people? I don't like dealing with those people. As long as they don't provoke us, we shouldn't provoke them either. Yes, that's what I think too. Lin Xingxue controlled the owl and zoomed in on the screen. She made a discovery. There was a plant that could grow in the cold winter 2 kilometers away from the village. Konjac. Wang Fan, I found konjac. Want some? Also, there's a fruit tree nearby, and it seems to be bearing a few life fruits. Wang Fan was delighted to hear this. The fruit of life was a wonderful thing that could immediately restore some of his health, so naturally he wanted it. Let's go there after we take a bath and plant the fruit trees we got from Zhang Aihua before. Lin Xingxue took out fruit tree seedlings. Plum seedlings. Fertilizer is needed during the seedling stage. I have studied how saplings produce fruit, and I have a way to make fruit tree saplings produce a lot of fruit. Wang Fan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Huh? Really? Isn't it normal for a tree to only have one fruit or none at all? Lin Xingxue explained, animals ascend to star level by eating meat, while these plants mainly rely on nutrients. The reason why fruit trees bear a single fruit is because they don't have enough nutrients. In short, as long as you provide enough nutrients, you can produce many fruits of life. Wang Fan suddenly remembered that there was a piece of abandoned land in the village, which would be perfect for planting fruit trees or something similar. Then plant the fruit trees in the fields next to it. As for nutrients, I'll build a toilet and collect all the excrement and urine from our pets and battle pets. It will be used specifically for fertilizing the fruit trees. Lin Xingxue also thought it was feasible, as animal excrement is definitely a good source of nutrients for plants. The reason why those fruit trees only bear one fruit is because the fruit requires too much nutrition. Ordinary native fruit trees don't have that many nutrients. But it's different when people plant crops. They can intervene manually. Before long, the two were dressed, and it had stopped snowing outside, not even a light snow. Digging and turning the soil, the two of them did it together. After planting the 2 fruit tree saplings, they also planted the purification grass and lantern grass they had obtained earlier. Wang Fan, why are you planting lantern grass? Lin Xingxue asked curiously. Xingxue, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Since it's a matter of nutrients, what would happen to these functional plants if they had enough nutrients? Could it produce even more amazing effects? Let's give it a try. Upon hearing Wang Fan's suggestion, Lin Xingxue immediately felt like she had discovered a new world. You're quite good at drawing inferences from one instance to another. You're right, it's definitely worth a try. Having done all this, the two took several battle pets and left the village to harvest the fruit of life and the konjac. Walking through the thick snow, the two chatted idly. Xingxue, aren't konjac poisonous? Do you know how to handle it? Of course they will. Not to mention konjac. Most plants don't really want to be eaten by humans, so they grow in strange shapes or produce toxins to avoid being eaten. Wang Fan asked, for example, like seeing a blue chrysanthemum. Pretty much. Just like how chili peppers evolve capsaicin to avoid being eaten and konjac evolve toxins to avoid being eaten. The same goes for Boletus luridus, which is also poisonous. This includes lemons, which have evolved citric acid, and chestnuts, which have evolved hard shells and spiky outer skins. But, Wang Fan laughed and replied, but not only were the chili peppers eaten, they were also made into konjac desserts along with konjac. And Boletus luridus is no longer poisonous if it's cooked. Lemons are even more common, used in milk tea and as a seasoning. Chestnuts are also made into candied chestnuts. Lin Xingxue nodded. Yes, that's right. In the human world, there are only two kinds. Edible things are called food ingredients, and inedible things are called medicinal herbs. So, we humans might be an invasive species. Only alien species can be like that. Although there's no way to verify it. I always feel that the theory of evolution is wrong. Just like the fish species in our Xia kingdom, they can wipe out the local fish species when they go abroad. Invasive species are often at the top of the food chain. Furthermore, we humans have lived on this planet for so many years. Why didn't monkeys evolve into apes? So I guess the theory of evolution is probably wrong. Wang Fan was also filled with many thoughts about this. The origin of life, the vastness of the universe, and the insignificance of humankind were things he could not comprehend. Sigh, I can't figure it out. What's written in that diary? Lin Xingxue turned to the page with the bookmark she had made. Today is the 5th day since I arrived on this strange planet. Although I have encountered some dangers these past few days, I have managed to escape unscathed and found a pool of water. The pool is surrounded by high mountain walls, which can block out the sun. I want to use this place as my shelter so that I can escape the heat when the high temperatures come. However, I lost a leg. It was bitten off by a crocodile in the pool. I used a lot of effort to kill it, and after eating the crocodile meat, my leg gradually recovered. Just before nightfall, I met another survivor, a woman, who told me that she was willing to provide me with special services if I could protect her. But I didn't agree. I don't trust anyone because I'm afraid she'll harm me. She saw my shelter, and I had stored some meat there. She couldn't take her eyes off my shelter, so just in case, I killed her. Chapter 52. An unexpected encounter between the two sides. OD escapes. This guy's pretty ruthless, Wang Fan said. Wang Fan knew that most men might not be able to resist temptation, but that guy actually did. Lin Xingxue closed the diary. Yes, it is indeed quite ruthless, but only people like that can go further. In addition, the diary also mentions many other things. The natural disaster he experienced with a high temperature of 70 degrees Celsius, which is the opposite of what we experience. Moreover, most of the wild animals he encountered were prehistoric creatures, and not only were the animals large, but the plants were also very large. I always felt like it was the Jurassic period. Without dwelling on the matter any further, the two were already able to see the konjac and the fruit of life. Found it. Great. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 life fruits, Wang Fan. Wang Fan also saw it. There were many fruits, dozens in total, but only 3 fruits emitted a faint glow, which could be noticed upon closer inspection. Come on, let's go pick them. Lin Xingxue stood there with her brows furrowed. What's wrong, Xingxue? Wang Fan, look at the map. Wang Fan opened the map, and on the other side of the small hill, 6 black men were carrying weapons and walking towards the fruit trees. Why did these guys come here too? Wang Fan complained. However, Wang Fan was not intimidated. The fruit was currently unclaimed, and whoever had the strength could have it. Before long, the two met the group of people. Under the influence of the game system, the two sides were able to communicate without any obstacles. However, Odd was very vigilant, keeping a distance of 10 meters from Wang Fan at all times, so that he could run away at any moment if anything changed. The burly, dark-skinned man at the head of the group stared at Wang Fan and his companion with wide eyes, saying, "We found this thing first, so it should belong to us." Wang Fan sneered. "You found it first? Everything in this snowfield belongs to me, Wang Fan. You should be thanking me for not killing you. You still want the fruit of life? You're dreaming." After exchanging a few words, the other side looked at Wang Fan and his companion. They were outnumbered and outmatched, while their side had 6 people and 4 battle pets, making it a 10-on-2 situation that would be an absolute crushing victory. The leader of the black men immediately gained more confidence and said fiercely, "If you insist on having it, then die." Wang Fan rolled his eyes at the other person and muttered, "Idiot." Then a whistle was blown, and several black-toothed boars slowly climbed up the hill and poked their heads out. Their fierce eyes and huge tusks were terrifying. This time, Wang Fan brought Black-Toothed Pig and Peace with him. As for Silverback, it was still at home eating meat and busy leveling up. However, its combat power was enough to handle this small situation. "What did you just say? Please repeat it. I didn't hear you clearly. Do you want me to die?" Seeing this, the other side was inevitably shocked. Although they had a numerical advantage of 10 against 6, those black-toothed boars looked like a formidable opponent. Their battle pets were a few 2-star snow leopards, which were no match for the black-toothed boars. They wouldn't gain any advantage in a real fight. The leader of the black men rolled his eyes and then said, "Fine, then we'll back down and stop fighting. I was too harsh just now. That's just my temper. I'm sorry, young man. I'm so sorry. Let's go retreat." Wang Fan wasn't about to let them escape. His eyes flashed coldly. "Since you're here, don't leave. Stay and have a meal. Demao, Air Mao, San Mao, kill them." AUD was startled and immediately shouted, "Put down the sleds and run." Since the other party dared to attack them, they were definitely confident they could kill them. Besides, they had all heard that the people of Xi'an knew Kung Fu, and they were terrified of them. With a whoosh, several sleds were released, and OD and his group boarded them. The slope was already steep, and the speed of the sleds was almost frantic, with only foot brakes available. How could the two possibly catch up? They were somewhat bewildered. "Come back, we can't catch up. These guys are really slippery, damn it." Wang Fan had originally intended to silence him, but the other party ran too fast. He understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy, and who knew if chasing after him would lead to a trap or something. The most important thing is that Wang Fan is not afraid of retaliation. 17 or 18 savages couldn't take him down, so what chance do these few little Karami have? Go back and guard the village. They won't dare to attack. That's the best strategy. Chasing after them would be foolish. "Qingxue, I'll go dig up the fruit trees. You go dig up the konjac." "Okay, sure." The two divided the tasks. The fruit trees were short and small, and the fruit looked like cherries. Wang Fan tasted the rest of the ordinary fruit. It's very sweet, very crisp, and has a great texture. As expected of a fruit that grows in winter, it's really good. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a black shack, several people were filled with anger. "Brother AO, are we just going to let it go like this?" "Yeah, Brother AO, there are only 2 of them. Even if they have 4 battle pets, we have more of them, so we might not necessarily lose." AUD's expression turned grave. He said, "If I hadn't run, they might have killed us all to silence us." Those around were also shocked. "What? Silence them? Them? We didn't bring the mind-controlling wood. Otherwise, we would have knocked them unconscious and killed them." AUD took out a piece of black wood and examined it for a moment. "Indeed, if we had known that someone would get there before us, we should have brought this bewitching wood with us. But we didn't take the antidote, so we'll be bewitched too." Since they were able to walk there, it means their home is not far from here. Let's wait for Alf to come back, and then we can make plans. Those 2 are very strong, and they speak with great confidence. I don't think we were able to take them down just now, and the fruit is quite far away, so they were able to spot it. They must have reconnaissance methods. You 2 put on the Snow Knight cloak and go scout out where their home is. Find out their exact strength before making any plans. The 2 thin black men nodded in agreement. Their success was entirely due to Ode's ingenuity in building homes, acquiring battle pets, and raising a pangolin. Pangolins are able to find treasure resources, which is also the reason why they were able to develop. As night fell, 2 white figures appeared in the snow, but the radar showed nothing. They had successfully evaded the owl surveillance. The 2 followed a ferret, tracking Wang Fan's scent all the way. "We have to do all the dirty and hard work, while they just sleep at home, Shaw. Hey, stop complaining. With our skill level, we probably wouldn't be able to survive without this group. Let's focus on getting things done. We should be there soon." Before long, the 2 of them looked at the savage village in front of them with complete bewilderment. A village of savages? Are you kidding me? Aren't there savages living here already? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Ferrets have never made a mistake before. How could they make one? But this is a savage's den. Could it be that they killed the savages? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You know how powerful the savages are, and this is a small tribe with nearly 20 savages. With their fighting strength, they couldn't possibly have taken it down. Maybe the savages migrated and they took the opportunity to move in. On the hilltop, the 2 built a simple thatched hut and huddled inside. Fuck, it's freezing. Let's just stay here and keep an eye on them. We'll see what their strength is. A direct assault won't work. Let's wait for Alf and the others to come back. Then, the 12 of us will definitely be able to take down these 2 Xia people. Chapter 53, A New Crisis. Alf returns. The next day, Wang Fan went out early in the morning to build a septic tank. Black-toothed pigs also came to help turn the soil, and they were having a great time. On a hilltop, 2 men were examining the area with resin binoculars. "Hey, Kuriko, that woman's really something. If only I could get my hands on her and have a taste, The black man next to her snatched the binoculars and began to observe. Lin Xingxue was inside the house, warming herself by the fire and eating meat, wearing only a thermal undershirt. Her stunning figure was irresistible. Through the binoculars, one could see Lin Xingxue through the window. Yeah, bro, this body is way better than that fat black girl I was matched with. Every time I wanted to enjoy myself, I had to rummage through a pile of flesh, otherwise I couldn't even see the hole. If I could just have a taste of this, I'd be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. The black man next to him reminded him, stop daydreaming. Look, good heavens, do you see that watchtower? It just shot down a 2-star gray wolf. I reckon that arrow will take at least 2 points of damage. And with such a high wall around us, there's no way we can get in by brute force. We'll all die. Looking down at the dense, spiked stone wall and the watchtower, the two felt a chill in their hearts. Hazy slammed his fist on the ground, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. What do we do then? Does this mean we can't do anything to them? After a moment's thought, the two began to discuss and told OD everything they had seen there. Odd was also taken aback. What? Walls and watchtowers that can attack automatically? This place is great. I never thought those savages would migrate. These two Xia people really got a good deal. No, we have to take this place. There's hot water, vegetable gardens, and the savages don't have storage facilities. They can't possibly take all that meat, fruit, and other stockpiled supplies with them. They must have a lot of supplies. Hey Z, brother AO, but we can't get in. We can't hold out against this watchtower. I took a deep breath and then said, show me the surrounding terrain. Okay. After surveying the terrain, Odd immediately had an idea. I've got it. To the south of the village, there's a cliff 15 meters high, and it's connected to a mountain, a steep slope. We can use wooden sleds to rush down the mountain, build an upward slope along the edge of the mountain wall, and fly directly over the wall and watchtower. The watchtower's attack range is probably limited. Once we enter the village, the watchtower can't hit us, so it's fine. After discussing it, the group decided it was feasible, since falling from height would result in damage based on the severity of the fall. Moreover, even if you fall from a height of more than 20 meters, there is still thick snow on the ground, so you will only lose 4 blood at most. Brother AO, wouldn't it be better to use the mind controlling wood to knock them out first? AUD nodded. Of course. Although there's still a section of the bewitching wood left, its influence range is quite large. It's no problem at all for them and those wild boars to fall into a deep sleep. We'll throw the bewitching wood in first, then we'll attack and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Then we'll get all the food and resources. The walls and watchtowers are all ours, but I'll have my way with that woman first. You all line up. Although the haters were slightly dissatisfied, they didn't really care. It didn't matter who played it. He was already quite eager to taste Lin Xingxue's flavor. The two observed for a whole day before returning home, while Wang Fan was busy farming and building a septic tank and did nothing else. The silverbacks, having plenty of food, ate and slept and ate and didn't go out. The two black men had no idea that the silverbacks existed. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, in the forest, 3 small teams of black people returned with several sick deer, accompanied by 4 gray wolves. Alf, my brother, you're finally back safe and sound. After hugging and exchanging a few pleasantries, Odd recounted everything he had discovered. Alf was very strong and big, nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular build. Bro, someone else got such a good spot. Now that I'm back, when is it time to act? AUD took out a dozen pills from the forging table. Let's wait until dark. We'll act tonight. Here, take the antidote for the bewitching wood. Then a piece of wood was taken out. Bewitching wood contains phosphorus, and when ignited, it can reach temperatures of 200 degrees Celsius. The emitted smoke will drift towards areas with heat, and inhalation will cause immediate deep coma. Brother, is this the only small piece left? OD sighed. Yes, it's the last one. Every time you use this, it's one less you have, but it's enough. The bewitching wood was obtained by OD by chance, and is not commonly found. Wang Fan pushed open the door, and the silverbacks had grown considerably larger. Now, 5 out of 9 silverbacks had reached 4 stars, and 4 were close to 4 stars. And the silverback that drank the wolf spirit elixir is not much closer to 5 stars. Wang Fan was quite satisfied with this. Not bad. Keep eating. And don't forget, when you poop, go to the outhouse, you hear me. Oh woo. Good that you understand. Continue eating. After closing the door, Wang Fan continued working on the farm when a message arrived. "That's son." Wang Fan was taken aback when he saw his Aunt Lin. "Mom, don't be so reserved. Tell me what's wrong." Lin Qingqing, "It's like this. Through our observations over this period of time, we have discovered that there's a type of wild man among them who is extremely intelligent. Let's call them wise men." Upon seeing these words, Wang Fan and his companion were immediately dumbfounded. "What? A wise man?" Lin Qingqing, "That's right. Sometimes they talk to thin air. I suspect they can even communicate remotely, but it's almost certain that only wise people can do that. Ordinary savages wouldn't do that. And according to our conversations and information gathering, savages are distributed throughout the world, and their numbers are numerous, no less than those of humans." Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Wang Fan's and his companions' minds. "Mom, are you saying that this savage is perhaps also a survivor like us?" Lin Qingqing, "This is just a part of the speculation. It's also possible that they are indigenous people. We still need to investigate." Wang Fan, "Okay, but why are you investigating this?" Lin Qingqing, "Because I founded the Researchers Association. As a biologist, everything in this world is worth recording and exploring." Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. She knew her mother's personality well. She was always full of curiosity about biology and plants. "Mom, please be careful." Wang Dali, "Don't worry, son. It's expected that after the cold winter, the savages will send people to collect the tribute. Have you thought about how to deal with it then?" Wang Fan shook his head at this, as he did not want to give up the living environment here, which had hot water, fields, houses, and defensive facilities. "We'll see when the time comes. I'd like to bring you over first, and then we can discuss it together. If it really doesn't work out, then we'll just have to move." At this moment, Lin Qingqing suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, Xiao Fan, I almost forgot. I found some ancient artifact from Earth on this planet. And do you know which dynasty this artifact belongs to?" Lin Qingxue asked curiously. "Mom, just tell me already. Stop keeping me in suspense." Wang Fan nodded frantically, his eyes wide. Yes, which dynasty?" After a moment of silence, the other end sent a single word, "Qin Dynasty." Although the two were shocked, they did not talk about it much, since only a tiny bit of the mystery had been solved so far. Chapter 54, The Underground Secret Realm, Conflict Reemerges. The two felt helpless about this. If dozens or even hundreds of savages came, they would have no chance of winning. After hanging up the phone, the beeping sound echoed in Wang Fan's mind. Wang Fan immediately checked it, and a small blue dot appeared on the map, just over 3,000 meters outside the village. "Qingxue, zoom in and see what it is." Lin Qingxue immediately zoomed in to examine it. This was the first time the two of them had seen a blue marker on the map, and they were also curious. In the scene, an entrance to an underground palace appears out of place against the surrounding snowy environment. The entrance to the underground palace is a downward-facing set of bluestone steps, with several bronze pillars on either side of the entrance and a few lamps on top of them. "What's this?" Lin Qingxue frowned as well, as she really didn't know anything about this. Even searching the World Channel for news records about underground palaces and caves, no one could be found to have talked about them. "I don't know. No one even noticed it on the World Channel." The two dared not enter rashly, fearing for their lives. So Wang Fan simply went to ask the people in the military alliance, since the military was definitely better at gathering information than ordinary people. "Commanderly, have you ever seen this thing before?" Upon seeing the pictures Wang Fan posted, Li Jun's expression turned serious. "Wait a minute, young man. You must not act rashly. The underground palace is very dangerous." Wang Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he turned to look at Lin Qingxue. It seems the military really does know. Before long, the commander himself spoke up. "This is a secret underground palace." Wang Fan's body trembled slightly. There must be some good stuff in that secret realm. "A secret realm? Commander, is it dangerous inside?" Wang Fan asked. The commander took a sip of tea, seemingly thinking of something, and shook his head slightly. "Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The teleportation key blueprints that our military possesses were obtained in the secret realm. According to statistics, the technology that can be obtained from chests that are usually found or dropped by monsters is very limited, which can be considered as being stuck in the 19th century and certainly not beyond the 20th century. But the secret realm is different. The things in the secret realm are technologies that cannot be obtained from the outside world, and these technologies do not belong to human civilization. Shields, long swords, and the like still fall into the category of human weapons, but the secret realm is definitely different. Hearing this, Wang Fan roughly understood that the technology inside the secret realm must be top-notch. It is impossible to obtain it outside the world. It can only be found in secret realms. Wang Fan then asked, "Okay, just how dangerous is it in there?" The commander paused for a moment, then looked at the dozens of grave mounds in the distance and said slowly, "It's very dangerous. My soldiers, 30 battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers. Most of us had around 20 HP, went in with a 4-star stone short sword, but only 2 of us came out. The rest of us perished inside before we finally got the teleportation key." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan gasped in shock. That lineup was definitely the strongest that the military could field at the time, since they didn't have teleportation keys back then. But with so many people dead, Wang Fan didn't think he could emerge unscathed. "All right, if that's what you say, then I guess I don't need to go. It's too dangerous for me to go down rashly." Wang Fan was somewhat helpless. The treasure was right in front of him, but he couldn't take it. Without absolute certainty, he didn't dare to go down into the underground palace. "Commander, yes, just observe. Let's wait until we're stronger before going. Don't be impulsive. Although the treasure inside is wonderful, you still need to be alive to get it." Wang Fan, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Lin Qingxue and Wang Fan exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. "It's a pity. We dare not go down rashly. We don't know what good things are hidden inside." On the map, a group of moving, snow-white figures are heading towards the entrance of the underground palace. This was witnessed by Wang Fan and his companion, who were reviewing the monitoring footage. "Qingxue, there are people there. It looks like those black guys." Lin Qingxue's eyes widened as she zoomed in on the image. "It really is. How come there are so many people? 12 people plus battle pets." Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. They actually had accomplices. "Qingxue, should we go in and take a look?" Lin Qingxue hesitated. She was afraid of dying, and she was also afraid that the technology would be taken away by others. What if the other side manages to seize powerful technology and then uses it against us? The best outcome would be for all of them to die inside, but that depends on luck. It's not something they can control. Neither Wang Fan nor Lin Qingxue could accept the idea of leaving one's fate to destiny. If the other party really comes out alive, Wang Fan and his companion will be the first to suffer. It's impossible for them not to try to take them. The other party will definitely try to seize them. "Wang Fan, let's go and take a look. They have about 20 people, including their battle pets. We'll bring the silverbacks in after them and see if we can pick up any leftovers." Wang Fan nodded seriously. He also hoped to take the risk, and he was very happy to see that Lin Qingxue shared the same idea as him. "Let's go, I'll go call Silverback. We can't let others seize the initiative." Before long, all 9 silverbacks on the snowfield had reached 4 stars, along with 3 4-star black-toothed boars and a 4-star piece. Originally, the 2 had no intention of going to the underground palace, but now they had no choice. Besides, there was a group of people ahead of them to protect them. If they encountered danger, they could just run away with the bucket and abandon the treasure. Even if the other party finds out that they are fighting him, Wang Fan is not afraid at all. With these battle pets around, what is there to be afraid of? However, he wouldn't let Wang Fan take his battle pet into the underground palace alone, as the casualties would be enormous. Now is the perfect time. Inside the underground palace, a group of black people, who cannot see each other without speaking, are groping their way forward. "Brother AO, are we not going to go after that kid? That woman is so alluring. Are we just going to let her go like this?" Ode pulled out a torch to illuminate the surroundings and smacked his underling on the head. "Idiot, this is the first time we've encountered a dungeon like this. Didn't you see the pangolin running this way for its life? If it weren't for a great treasure, the pangolin wouldn't have done that. Let's get our hands on the treasure first. Once we have something good, we won't be afraid to deal with those 2 guys, will we?" Alf looked at the empty corridor behind him. "Bro, those 2 guys shouldn't have noticed us, right?" Odd, on the other hand, looked confident and said it was simply impossible. "It's all right, we all came here wearing snowsuits. Normal surveillance methods can't see us. Do they have 24-hour real-time monitoring?" Alf smacked his lips and nodded. "That makes sense. I wonder what treasures are in this underground palace that made the pangolin break free of its ropes and try to crawl inside." Chapter 55 Crisis in the Secret Realm. Danger lurks everywhere. Before long, the two arrived at the cave entrance. Looking down from above, it was somewhat eerie. The cave was pitch black, and they couldn't see inside. Qingxue, why do I feel like we're doing tomb raiding? Lin Qingxue took out a shovel and slung it over her shoulder. Doesn't this look even more like it? You know what? It really does look a bit like it. Let's go down. Lin Qingxue held the eternal lamp, illuminating the underground palace. The surrounding area was made of bluestone, and the cave walls had strange patterns and were carved with many little figures. Lin Qingxue did not rush to go deeper, but instead began to observe the stone wall next to her. On the stone wall, a group of tiny figures seemed to be worshipping something, and above them was a round object, like the sun. Qingxue, why do you think they worship the sun? After careful examination, Lin Qingxue finally spoke up. There are many religions that worship the sun. In ancient times, there was the suspended drum sect, which worshipped the sun and moon as their parents, and there was also an ancient religion that believed in the sun god. But this round object doesn't quite resemble the sun. No sun sculptures throughout history have looked like this. It's more like Wang Fan took a closer look and blurted out, "It looks like the Mercedes logo." Now that you mention it, it does look like the Mercedes logo. Oh well, let's take a picture. Lin Qingxue blinked and took a picture. Let's go further in. They've probably already gone deep inside. We can speed things up a bit. The two quickened their pace, and after passing through the entrance passage, the space suddenly widened, and the silverbacks no longer had to squeeze in. Meanwhile, the sounds of fighting and wolf howls echoed from ahead. The two of them crouched low and walked close to the wall as they went inside. At a corner, they peeked out and began to steal glances. "Brother Ao, what do we do? What is this thing? Why can't we kill it? Yes, if this continues, we'll be dragged to our deaths by this monster." "Brother Ao, think of something." Before them stood a strange creature with a blue face, fangs, long, sharp fingernails, and dressed in official robes, blocking their way in the dark passageway. Oda attempted to analyze it, but found it impossible to identify. Wang Fan recognized it at a glance and mentally communicated with Lin Qingxue. "Holy crap, isn't this a zombie? How come there's zombies here? Aren't they from movies?" Shocked, Lin Qingxue also didn't understand. "Never mind, we're in a game now, so it's not surprising that a zombie pops up. Moreover, on Earth, our Xia Kingdom also has a race that is skilled at driving corpses. I heard that they ride zombies to school from a young age. I just don't know if it's true or not. I've only heard about it." Wang Fan nodded seriously. "That's true. I heard there's a place where people ride pandas to school. Unlike me, when I rode an ostrich to school when I was a kid." At this moment, OD grabbed the torch and threw it over. The torch was not meant to go out, and when it touched the zombie, it immediately caught fire. Before long, the zombie's health was depleted, and it was burned to ashes. "Brother Ao, you're the one who comes up with the best ideas." AD took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and almost peed his pants in fear. Go inside. Let the women go first." Faced with this, several black women reluctantly went to the front to scout the way. After the other party walked away, Wang Fan and his companion followed in the dark. Since there was only one road, they didn't need to follow too closely. Shortly afterward, several screams and strange roars came from inside again. As the two approached, they saw a group of strange creatures, the species of which could be identified. Cryptman, a monster whose sight has degenerated but whose hearing has evolved. Extremely sensitive to sound, they will tear apart any living thing. Wang Fan counted them. There were about 20 cavemen, with a strength of around 3 stars and only 1 4-star. Such a massive number was naturally beyond the capabilities of Odd and his companions, but they were also quite clever. OD remained motionless, holding the torch, cold sweat pouring down his face. He gestured to his henchmen to attack, but dared not utter a sound himself. On the ceiling and walls of the cave dwellers clung like geckos, their smooth, eyeless heads tilting as they wandered about. AUD's henchman took a stone from his inventory and threw it on the ground. Instantly, the surrounding cave creatures pounced on it, and the group took the opportunity to kill several of them. Wang Fan watched intently from behind. "Qingxue, these guys are quite clever. They've already come up with a solution." "Wang Fan, don't rush. There will definitely be more dangers ahead. Their battle pets are all dead." Wang Fan was somewhat worried about this. Hopefully these guys won't back down. Lin Qingxue shook her head. "If they leave now, Wouldn't it be like a dung beetle encountering diarrhea, not only wasting their trip, but also losing both their wife and their army? Qingxue, why are you starting to quote Fatty's wise sayings? I call this keeping up with current events. Tomb raiding should have a tomb raiding atmosphere. 6. Just as Lin Qingxue had predicted, after losing all their battle pets, Yu Di and his group did not intend to give up, otherwise their trip would have been in vain. Brother Ao, are we still going? It'll be more dangerous inside, won't it? One of the underlings asked nervously. Odd wiped the blood from his face. If you're scared, you can leave. From now on, you can play by yourself. Give me all the resources. Faced with Ode's threat, he could only compromise. Let him go in. There are so many people, he wouldn't be the only one to die. As you walk further in, the murals around you change to depict tiny figures holding staffs, with a monster with horns kneeling in front of them. There was also a steel fork next to the monster, which was very strange. Qingxue, what is this thing? Do you know what it is? It feels like we're judging a demon. Lin Qingxue also shook her head. I don't know much about this either. Let's take a picture. Just as the two were observing, several screams came from the distant passageway, and then silence fell shortly afterward. A cold wind blew out of the passageway, carrying with it a strong, pungent smell of blood. This caused Wang Fan and his companion to tremble instantly, their hearts sinking. Qingxue, what's going on? They seem to be all dead. Lin Qingxue instinctively took a step back, shielding the silverbacks in front of her. And I don't know, my eyelids keep twitching. I don't feel well. Maybe we should go. Wang Fan's hair stood on end, and his biological instincts kicked in again, making him realize that something was wrong. A creature's silhouette slowly magnified in Wang Fan's eyes. A strange creature was slowly approaching. Qingxue, it seems it's too late. It seems there's no escape now. Chapter 56. The Cave Demon, Obtain Weapon. Flames appeared from the torches around the passageway. Swish, swish, swish. Rows of torch stakes were lit one by one, like a continuous chain of beacon fires. A demon with horns on its head and wielding a steel fork appeared before the two. In the demon's hands, a boiler filled with magma is constantly bubbling. On the ground, black limbs were mixed with blood, looking particularly gruesome and somewhat nauseating. The demon jabbed Od's head with a fork and threw it into the furnace. A hissing sound immediately rang out, and a wisp of white mist drifted out, which the demon inhaled sharply, trembling with pleasure. Wang Fan and his companion swallowed hard. It was too late to run. They could sense that this guy was very strong. However, the primal instinct for survival kicked in. Run. The two had just turned around and were about to run away. The next moment, the demon flapped its black wings, wielding a black steel fork, and swooped down. Urkiaki, the demon let out a strange cry, and pierced Wang Fan's body with a steel fork, lifting him high into the air. The steel fork pierced his chest, and a strong feeling of suffocation washed over him. From 27 health points, only 2 remain. Pierced instantly by the steel fork, Wang Fan coughed up blood, which dripped down his chin. He struggled to turn his head to look at the demon. 8-star, Suffering Demon. 80 HP. Current remaining health, 40 points. Dark creature, capable of sacrificing its own life to deal damage equal to its own, ignoring all defensive measures. Wang Fan finally understood. The reason this guy was able to take away 25 points of his own health with one spear was because the demon sacrificed 25 points of its own health to cause an equal amount of damage. Wang Fan guessed that the demon only saw its own 25 health points, and the extra 2 points of the savage attribute bonus were something the demon hadn't calculated. Otherwise, Wang Fan would already be dead. Blood dripped from the steel fork handle onto the ground. Due to the game's mechanics, Wang Fan, despite being stabbed twice, was still able to survive. Wang Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Should I call it good luck or bad luck? I almost was killed instantly. How come I ran into a transformed Dongwon here? Damn, who invented Dongwon? I suggest deleting it. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxue's head was buzzing, and her eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. His mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out, as if he was so frightened by the scene before him that he lost the ability to speak. Lin Qingxue's voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face. Wang Fan only had 2 points of health left and could leave her forever at any moment. Wang Fan, Lin Qingxue called out, her voice trembling. The demon let out a grotesque, cacophony laugh, then prepared to draw its steel fork. The next moment, the demon stared at Wang Fan with some anger, its steel fork tightly gripped by a pair of bloody hands. Wang Fan slowly raised his head, veins bulging on his arms, his dark eyes chillingly cold. You think you could just stab me once, and then not a second time? Using the steel fork as a fulcrum, Wang Fan suddenly exerted force and kicked out. Fuck you, General, you flying kick. All of this happened in an instant. Caught off guard, even the demon didn't expect the kick to be so sudden, and his face twisted to the side from the impact. A size 42 footprint was accurately imprinted on the demon's face, and he was then kicked back several meters. 8-star, suffering demon. 38 HP remaining. Wang Fan pulled the steel fork out of his chest. Thanks to the game mechanics, it no longer hurt, so he was fine. Lin Qingxua wiped away her tears and immediately helped Wang Fan up, gritting her teeth as she said, "This guy is too fast. Run or fight. We'll live together, and I'll die with you." Wang Fan looked at the demon of suffering. Fight. So what if it's suffering? Do you think I, Wang Fan, can't defeat mere suffering? Men charge. Awoo. Awoo. A group of silverbacks surged from behind Wang Fan toward the demon of suffering. The steel fork on the ground disappeared, only to reappear in the demon's hand the next second. The steel fork's attack is very painful, even without sacrificing its own life points. A normal attack can take away 16 points of health, while a casual claw from the demon can deal 8 points of damage. As for Ode and the others, their health was basically around 20 points, so they were naturally killed instantly. The demon of suffering soared into the air, not engaging the silverbacks in battle. This was the main hall, a vast space, and the demon flew so high that the silverbacks couldn't reach it at all. The demon hadn't lost a single drop of blood, which made Wang Fan frown slightly. Is this what they call movement technique? What should I do? What should I do? Calm down. Then the demon picked up the lava furnace in his hand and poured it on the ground, scalding the silverbacks who screamed and howled in pain. The lava can scald off a single unit of blood every second, which is terrifying. In just a few breaths, the silverbacks lost more than half of their health. Quick, get out of the lava! Wang Fan shouted. The panicked silverbacks calmed down after hearing Wang Fan's order and quickly avoided the lava on the ground. Damn it! How can we fight when they're flying in the sky? Wang Fan cursed. The sky. All right, Wang Fan, bow and arrows. I almost forgot. Wang Fan immediately slapped his forehead, then took out a bow and arrow, one for each of them. Then Wang Fan and his companion used the silverbacks as human shields in front of them, while they themselves shot arrows from behind these big guys. Several arrows shot out, but the demon ignored them and casually flapped its wings to dodge. Aga. The demon laughed wildly, as if he were toying with a puppy. Damn it, I missed. Even though the two shot accurately, they couldn't predict the exact location where the demon would dodge. Peace charged forward and attacked the demon, but the demon was very agile and pinned Peace to the wall with its fork, rendering it unable to move. Woof 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 howl. The demon looked at the thin Ping-In and laughed wickedly. Ha 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 ha. The eerie laughter echoed through the main hall, sending chills down one's spine. The next moment, dozens of slings were hurled at the demon, who immediately dodged them. However, it still got stuck in the sticky spider silk, which slowed its movements for a moment. But in that instant, several slings struck the demon, its wings becoming tightly entangled, and it fell heavily to the ground. The demon immediately poured out lava with one hand, trying to melt the slingshot made of spider silk. The two were immediately overjoyed, seizing this brief opportunity. We've got it. Our chance. Big guy, hold it down. The rest of you, give a good beating. Roar, roar, roar. The silverbacks swarmed forward, and the largest one immediately leaped and pinned the demon down. The remaining silverbacks directly punched the demon with fists the size of wash basins. Faced with such a large number of behemoths attacking it, the demon was unable to escape for a time and could only let the huge iron fists pound on its body. Knock, knock, knock. In less than 5 seconds, a pool of black liquid flowed out, and the demon's head was smashed flat. Wang Fan, munching on a beef skewer, approached to examine it. Nothing special. So what if it's 8 stars? Let you be arrogant. The demon's death also resulted in the dropping of a treasure chest. An 8-star treasure chest is basically unprecedented. Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, 8 stars. Let's see what good stuff it has. Currently, let alone 8-star, Wang Fan has never even encountered 7-star or 6-star. With a trembling hand and an excited heart, I opened the box to see if there was anything inside. The 8-star treasure chest is ready. Open it. Suddenly, golden light filled the air, and a steel fork appeared. The torture of suffering. It is tainted by the power of darkness and can sacrifice its own life points to deal an equal amount of damage. When a sacrifice is initiated, it cannot be dodged within a 500-meter attack range and ignores all defensive measures. Lava bucket. A tool used to hold any liquid with a maximum capacity of 9,999 units. Besides these two, there was nothing else, but Wang Fan was already content. He felt that these two things would definitely be very useful in the future. Qingxue, let's go out. I didn't expect that we didn't get the technology this time, but instead we got 2 items. Lin Qingxue also breathed a sigh of relief. Well, thankfully we're all alright, let's go. Lin Qingxue held Wang Fan's hand tightly and led him toward the exit of the underground palace. Wang Fan could clearly feel that Lin Qingxue's grip was unusually strong today. Chapter 57 Winter is coming to an end, and the Japanese invade the village. The two hurried out, as staying in a small, dark underground space for a long time would be very uncomfortable. Although neither of them had claustrophobia, they were indeed somewhat uncomfortable. Although everything seemed to happen quickly, it actually took the two of them a full day from entering the underground palace to slaying the demon and then coming out. There are only 3 days left until the end of winter. The two looked at the clear, mirror-like sky and took a deep breath. Ah, we're finally out. Yeah, I was so suffocated. I need to go. Once outside, Wang Fan rode on the back of the silverback and headed home. Wang Fan's health was replenished during his journey out, and 2.5 days were enough time for him to recover. I got the weapon this time. There are still 3 days of winter left. Great. I don't have to wrap myself up like a dumpling anymore. It's so uncomfortable. My crotch is itchy, and I can't scratch it. It's so uncomfortable, Wang Fan complained. Lin Qingxue giggled and hugged Wang Fan tightly. Really? I'll scratch it for you when we get back. Wang Fan felt a warmth in his heart and was very happy. Although he was a man, to be honest, he didn't really like being alone. What's wrong, Qingxue? These past 2 days, you seem even more attached to me. So you're having another idea now? Lin Qingxue's face flushed slightly, and she punched Wang Fan's back with her small fist before burying her head in his back. Do you know, Wang Fan, when that steel fork pierced your body, I had never been so afraid of losing you. In that instant, I realized that you are not only important to me, but also my life. I never thought that such a short time together would make me care so much. Wang Fan turned around and faced Lin Qingxue, their eyes meeting. Qingxue, thank you for appearing in my life. The two then hugged tightly and nestled together. Lin Qingxue finally understood. Only what is lost is truly precious, especially since she almost lost Wang Fan. Some people and some things, when they accompany you every day, you may find them annoying, or you may not care about them. But when you get used to it, and then suddenly he's gone, that feeling of melancholy and loss is unforgettable. How many people and things that were once annoying to ex-lovers and nagging parents are now missed so much after they are gone? Cherish every moment. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the village, the collapsed wall on the south side caught their attention. The southernmost part of the village wall had collapsed. The watchtowers were destroyed, and a huge oval stone with a radius of 5 meters had rolled into the middle of the village. Wang Fan was somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Where did this huge rock come from? He knew the terrain all around him. The only boulder was in a forest to the east. Moreover, the boulder was white, clearly indicating that someone had used special methods to push it down the hillside, and there was a ravine in the distance where the boulder had rolled down. Upon opening the map, 8 red dots came into view, scattered among several houses in the village, and they were moving. There were a few gray wolves on the snow, each pulling a wooden sled. Mr. Rikawa Steelplate, you really know how to find things. There's no one here, and yet there's so much food. Ha ha ha. Of course, Mr. Yumekawa Kuko. This place is our supply station during the cold winter. Beside her, a woman with a seductive figure half squatted down, placing her hands on her waist in a gesture of respect. Hikawa-kun, it's a blessing for our team to have you here. You even thought of using logs to move the boulder. Hikawa, with his mustache, turned around and reached out to roughly grope the woman's body. This made the woman unconsciously hum a few times. "Aoi, I'll trouble you to help me shake off my fatigue tonight. After all, you're the most beautiful slut in this group." Songjing smiled slightly, exuding a mature woman's aura. "Yes, Hikawa-kun, I will do my utmost to use every inch of my skin to wipe away your fatigue." At this moment, Wang Fan angrily kicked away the crushed vegetables under his feet, and the mud mixed with rotten vegetable leaves hit Richuan Gongban's face. "One is called Day-Piercing Steel Plate, and the other is called No Pants, right? And is also an instructor? Very well, very well. Since you're courting death, then you're not leaving. D." Wang Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a wild beast growl, because almost half of the vegetables he and Lin Qingxue had painstakingly grown had been crushed. Those are all meant to be cooked in hot pot. How could they dare? When Richuan and the others saw Wang Fan return, they immediately understood that the young man before them was the master of this place. Immediately, messages were sent, and the group from Japan gathered in this direction. Within seconds, 4 men and 4 women glared at Wang Fan, while 8 gray wolves bared their teeth menacingly at him. Young man, don't be too arrogant. There are only 2 of you, while there are 8 of us with 8 3-star battle pets. Can you beat us? Meichuan Kuzi immediately took a liking to Lin Qingxue, who had already taken off her hat, revealing her true face. Her curvaceous and exquisite figure was truly like that of a fairy. Meichuan Kuzi stared at Lin Qingxue with a lecherous look. "Richuan-kun, I think this woman can be kept and enjoyed slowly." "That face, TSK, TSK, TSK. Rikawa glanced at the steel plate, secretly indulging in fantasies, then said disdainfully, "Young man, I'll give you 2 choices. Live on your knees or die standing." Wang Fan sneered. "Live on your knees? Die standing up? I don't want either. I think I should think about how to make your deaths more painful." The reason Wang Fan didn't make a move at the beginning was that he was afraid that if a fight broke out, the scattered members would simply ride away on sleds, which would be troublesome. Now that everyone is here, it's easier to get started. We can't let anyone escape. The whole family should be together. Hikawa and the others burst out laughing. "Ha! You don't want any of them? Do you even have a choice? After we kill you, we can enjoy your women at our leisure. Ha! Yeah, Hikawa-kun, this is hilarious. This kid deserves to die, ha-ha. All of you attack. Kill him, but leave the woman behind." Wang Fan's eyes were cold. "Go? You're really impatient. I'm just thinking about how you'll die. Since you won't give me time, then let's get straight to the point and kill you all one by one." The next moment, a black steel fork appeared in Wang Fan's hand. The Berserker armor was the armor that could provide the most healing on the market. Unless he encounters some extraordinary opportunity, Richuan Steel Plate's health will never exceed 20 points. However, sacrificing 20 points of health is too dangerous. Although it can instantly kill the steel plate of the Nikawa, it will leave you with no health to spare. Wang Fan silently counted in his mind. Sacrifice points, 10 points. He raised the steel fork, leaned back, and exerted force. Wang Fan stared intently at the steel plate in the river. "Steel plate? Huh? I'll pierce you from both sides today." Seeing this, Richuan Steel Plate was somewhat frightened, but he remained calm. "You want to kill me? You think your attacks can hurt me?" With a whoosh of white light, a bamboo shield appeared in front of Richuan's steel plate. It was clearly handcrafted. This bamboo is filled with sand, and it's all wet and frozen solid. Even bullets can't penetrate it, let alone your trashy cold weapon. Wang Fan ignored him and gave a mocking smile. "Oh, is that so?" With a whoosh, the fork shot out, and in the next moment, the smug look on Hikawa's steel plate's face vanished completely. With a loud thud, the bamboo shield was pierced, and the unstoppable black steel fork magnified continuously in the eyes of Richuan's steel plate. The steel fork easily pierced the bamboo shield, penetrated the steel plate chest of Richuan, and pinned him firmly to the wall. Then blood dripped down the wall, and Hikawa, hanging in midair by a steel plate, couldn't believe what he was seeing. In that instant when they were frozen in place, Lin Qingxue and Wang Fan immediately switched weapons, holding bows and arrows in their hands. 5 arrows shot out in a flash, instantly destroying the steel plate of the Nikawa. The incident happened so suddenly that no one had time to react, as they never expected a steel fork to have such power. You should know that bamboo planted in wet sand is impenetrable even to bullets. The people from Sakura Kingdom immediately stepped forward to attack Wang Fan and his companion. At that moment, with a loud thud, wood chips and planks flew everywhere as the silver-backed and black-toothed boars burst through the wooden house, knocking the people away. Several gray wolves were also hit and howled in pain. Rikawa's steel plate coughed up blood, gripped the steel fork in his chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out. His eyes were blank and filled with resentment. Then, to the astonishment of the people from Sakura country, the steel plate of Hikawa slumped against the wall like a lump of mud, completely lifeless. Boy, what have you done? You mere Xia citizen. How dare you? Glug. Before Meichuan Kuzi could finish speaking, a sharp pain shot through its arm. Its arm had been ruthlessly severed, rendering even its shield ineffective. When Meichuan Kuzi came to her senses, she looked at the iron sword with 5 stars on it, as if she had seen a ghost. With a single strike that dealt 15 points of damage, plus his own 1 point, Wang Fan reduced his health to 4 points. After all, iron is not common. It's practically a rare commodity, and it's impossible for anyone to sell it on the market. Even if they did, it would only be a few pieces, and you might not be able to afford it. Meichuan Kuzi's pupils dilated in shock, and she stammered, "This? How? Is this possible? A 5-star iron sword? How could you possibly have one?" Without wasting words, Wang Fan killed Meichuan Kuzi with 2 sword strikes, then strode towards the group. With his battle pet providing cover, Wang Fan was not afraid at all. Why can't I have it? I'm ranked 2,800th globally among top-tier combatants. You've messed with me? Consider yourself a landmine. Die, you bastards. The battle raged, with wolves howling, pigs grunting, and silverbacks pounding their fists. For a time, the scene was chaotic. You damned little brat, you'd better die. Wang Fan was like a god of death. He would chop down anyone he saw and hack down any wolf he encountered. He killed anyone who stood in his way and killed any wolf that stood in his way. The crowd was terrified. In terms of armor, they were inferior. In terms of weapons, they were even inferior. And their battle pet, the gray wolf, was being carried around like a chick by the silverback and used as a punching bag. They then realized that the gap between their group and the top 10,000 was far greater than simply having more people. Wang Fan strode forward and slashed another person. A sphere rolled to the ground, and then he immediately charged forward again, a steel fork appearing in his hand. The crowd was terrified and no longer had the courage to fight. They turned and tried to run away, stop them from dealing with the labor and management. The silverbacks took the lead, blocking the group, while the black-toothed boars charged forward, destroying all the sleds. None of you are going to escape today. You're all going to die. Chapter 58 Winter is over a new crisis. Wang Fan, wielding an iron sword, pressed closer to the group. Songjing and the others panicked immediately. Several of them fell to the ground, staring in terror at Wang Fan as he approached. Their bodies trembled, their faces filled with despair and fear. One of them tried to get up and run away, but his legs went limp and powerless as if they had lost their strength. When he looked back, he found that his legs had been cut off. Run? Where do you want to run? Wang Fan said coldly. The other person gripped their companion tightly, their voice trembling as they asked, What do we do? Wang Fan's figure drew closer, each step accompanied by a chilling sound. Their hearts pounded, their minds went blank, and they were completely unable to think. Big brother, we were wrong. Don't kill us, spare us. We could be slaves, we'll cut down trees for you. Seeing his companion beg for mercy, Songjing immediately echoed him, kneeling on the ground and pleading, Let me go. It was their idea. It has nothing to do with me. Songjing clung to Wang Fan's leg, pleading, Please, just let me go. I'll do anything you can imagine. There's nothing I can't do. The next moment, a stone dagger pierced through Songjing's body. Do I need you to worry about me? I'll take good care of my man myself, so you don't need to worry about him. Songjing looked at Lin Xingxue with a blank stare and a sorrowful expression. Lin Xingxue pulled the sword away from Songjing's body. Stop looking, let's go. Songjing, who already had very little health, stared wide-eyed and breathed her last. The other witnessed their ruthless act, and both felt remorse, but it was too late. Before long, the room was covered in blood, the scene was gruesome, and the people inside died. Big guy, take all these people out and bury them. You can't eat them. Silverback scratched its head, and through telepathic communication, it understood. Wang Fan didn't want his battle pet to eat people. That was rather unpleasant. After tidying everything up, the two looted the people's belongings and took them for themselves, while Silver carried away and emptied Dudi's home. All these resources combined barely allowed Wang Fan's team to squeeze into the top 1,900 in the overall rankings. These guys are really poor. They only have this little bit of supplies. Wang Fan couldn't help but complain. But thinking about it, I felt relieved. Winter was almost over, and these people had already used up most of their supplies. It was already good if they had some left over. Qingxue, what did you just say about how you were going to take care of me tonight? Wang Fan said with a mischievous grin. Lin Qingxue blushed instantly and became shy, saying, "What do you want?" I'll do anything." A wicked laugh rang out as Wang Fan scooped up Lin Qingxue and carried her into the house. Let's go. Lin Qingxue said with slight concern. "Don't be too rough, be gentle." Before long, a sound like a scream came from the desolate mountains. However, there was also a hint of pleasure in their shouts. "Wang Fan, no. Are you sure? I'm with my mom. Help," Lin Qingxue said, her eyes red. Wang Fan looked rather robust at this moment, seemingly a size larger overall. "Qingxue, what do you think? These pig testicles can actually be refined into pills made from black pigs." Wang Fan laughed. Wang Fan accidentally discovered the testicles dropped by the black-toothed boar he had killed earlier. I was really curious to try out the effects of this strange tonic that I could get after refining it in the furnace. Black pig Zheng Yang pill. After ingestion, the body size increases by 10% within 1 hour, blood circulation accelerates, and a small portion of sanity is lost. Hey, what happened to the gentleness you promised? Lin Qingxue swallowed hard. Wang Fan stopped in his tracks. "So, do you want or not?" "I'll do whatever you say." Lin Qingxue's eyes darted around, but she couldn't suppress her restless heart. "All right, I want it." Before long, Lin Qingxue was walking with a trembling gait, and her eyes were filled with a hint of fear, but even more so with love as she looked at Wang Fan. "Damn it, I told you it wouldn't work, Wang Fan. I really believed your lies. Could you please not put up this kind of weird stuff next time? I'm really going crazy." Wang Fan pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms and asked, "So, do you love her?" Lin Qingxue lowered her head and whispered, "Love." The two spent the remaining days indoors, either enjoying meat together or studying the furnace. A furnace can refine many things, discarding the dross and keeping the essence. For example, iron ore can be refined into iron blocks. Pig testicles can be used to extract highly nutritious medicines. Purifying grass can be used to extract purifying liquid. The flesh and blood of a turtle can be used to extract a turtle breath pill, which can conceal one's aura. A potion can be extracted from the flesh of venomous snakes. After consuming it, people will become like snake spirits, becoming lewd and flirtatious, regardless of whether they are men or women. Vegetables and fruits can be extracted to obtain vegetable juice or fruit juice. What pleased the two most was the black mushrooms they had obtained earlier. Lin Qingxue had taken a few from the savage's corpse. Black mushrooms can be refined to obtain black powder. Anti-fans. People who are exposed to anti-fans will fall into self-doubt, constantly deny themselves, and slowly lose the courage to live. These are all quite useful. Winter is almost over. Things should be more peaceful from now on, right? Lin Qingxue said. "I hope so. Isn't it said that after one wave comes another?" "I think this winter is just the simplest kind of disaster," Wang Fan said in a deep voice. "After all, it's impossible to make the relatively easy harsh winter the first thing we experience, right?" After 20 days of freezing winter, on the 21st day, the weather gradually warmed up, not slowly from minus 70 degrees Celsius. Instead, the temperature jumped to 26 degrees Celsius, at which point countless snowmelts melted and flowed into the mountains and rivers. Chat. World. Current survivors. 6.8 billion. There's a flood. A huge flood. My house has been washed away. I'm lost. You're lucky. I was in the middle of running errands when it got washed into the river. That's just ridiculous. Fish. There are fish in the river. So many fish are swimming up. Haha. We're gonna make a fortune. Finally, we made it through. We were starving for 5 days, and all we could eat was snow to stave off hunger. Thank goodness, we can finally see the light again. 8 billion. A whole billion people died. Oh, they're mostly elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. It's normal that they can't handle it. Don't be surprised. Woohoo, I'm the chosen one. I survived. Goodbye to this damn winter. Volume 2, The Fog Arrives. Chapter 59, The Second Calamity, The Strange Mist. Meanwhile, the ice on the river in what was originally Sunset Forest had not yet completely melted. A small team of about 20 people arrived at the location by sled. Along had a buzz cut and several scratch marks on his cheeks from wild animals. He was also walking a crocodile dog. Oomph, we finally arrived. Damn it. Let's see where you run to today. The people around them each had their own agendas, but they all shared one goal, to seize resources. Brother Long, don't forget the reward you promised us. Yes, Brother Long, I heard you got quite a few benefits in the secret realm, including a special blueprint. I wonder. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked at Along. Along smirked and said, "Haha, don't worry, as long as you help me kill that kid, you'll naturally get to see the blueprints." At this moment, a beautiful woman asked, "Brother Long, what exactly are those blueprints? Can't you tell us a little bit first?" "Yes, Brother Long, this is a life or death deal. We only have one life. Wouldn't it be better to tell me first?" Along had anticipated this, so he took an item out of his inventory. The crowd immediately became resolute, and then their eyes flashed with greed and envy. Life essence. A liquid infused with life essence. The amount of life essence added determines the amount of blood restored. Simply consume it. This is indeed a treasure, and these blueprints are truly rare. We'll take this order. Yes, let's do it. Let's go now. 2 weak college students, thinking they can turn the tables? There's so many of us. Why would we be afraid of them? That's right. Follow Brother Long, and you'll get to smoke and drink beer. After a brief moment of thought, the group determined the value of the blueprint. As long as 2 fruits containing the essence of life were incorporated into it, drinking the drink would restore 2 points of life essence. If you incorporate 10, you can immediately regain 10 points. Its importance is self-evident. After all, if you eat fruit, you have to eat it one by one, and the time it takes to eat 10 fruits is enough to die several times in battle. But drinking essence is different. No matter how much is incorporated, it's all swallowed in one gulp, and your self-defense ability will definitely be greatly improved. Winter has passed. Fog will arrive in 5 days. This fog will last for 25 days. Terrifying fog monsters will spawn within it. Please kill them before they become too powerful. The mist monsters will merge with each other. 3 1-star monsters become 2-star, 3 2-star monsters become 3-star, 3 3-star monsters merge in a 4-star, and so on, with no upper limit. The merging of the mist monsters takes 2.5 hours. Everyone was stunned by the sudden notification. Mist. Fusion? Monsters? 2.5 hours? Wang Fan and his companion were also somewhat bewildered. 5 days later, if we continue merging like this and leave it alone, won't we be doomed? Lin Xingxue was also somewhat worried, since they had never seen the mist monster before, and if they didn't take the initiative, it would become increasingly difficult to defeat it. However, launching an attack carries enormous risks. There's no other way. If it's the dead of winter, we can just stay home, have hot pot, and warm ourselves by the fire. But this fog is different. If we had started killing those monsters when they were still 1-star, we could have killed them with a single sword strike. But if we leave them alone, once they merge and become even stronger, they could break down our walls in one fell swoop. Lin Xingxue nodded seriously. That's right. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easy to break, but a bundle of chopsticks is not. Those monsters will only get stronger. Perhaps we can upgrade the watchtower. The watchtower can also help us deal with those monsters. The two thought it over. 5 days wasn't enough time to gather resources, and the watchtower's attack power was too low and its range was too small unless they upgraded it. However, such a huge amount of upgrade resources is really difficult for just the 2 of them, and they only have 5 days to collect defensive resources. As for the area within the fog where monsters will appear, and how many monsters will appear on average within 100 square meters, no one knows the answer. Wang Fan decided to see if any of these people around the world had any clever ideas. Chat Global. I just survived the dead of winter, and now I'm being told I have to get through 25 days of fog in 5 days. Holy crap, this is inhuman. Damn it. Opportunity favors the prepared mind. Instead of complaining, take action now and hurry up and find the treasure and battle pets. Danger often comes with greater rewards. Haven't you considered how many resources so many monsters would drop? Seize the initiative, hunt monsters, and obtain more blueprints and resources. Let's all try to survive. Don't forget that our enemies are still the savages. There wasn't much useful information, but only one thing stuck with Wang Fan. Killing monsters will drop items. Qingxue, killing monsters will drop items, and the higher the star rating, the better the items you get. Wang Fan said with a sly smile. Lin Qingxue smiled knowingly, realizing what was going on. You want to raise high-star monsters, kill them, and then get better loot? Wang Fan kissed Lin Qingxue's rosy cheek. That's right. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If we keep killing low-star creatures, we might fall far behind others. If we only focus on surviving this disaster instead of becoming stronger, how will we survive future disasters? Lin Qingxue smiled gently and took Wang Fan's hand. Go ahead and do it. I'll be with you. Wang Fan smiled warmly. Okay. Wang Fan wasn't the only one with this idea. After all, it wasn't too hard to come up with such a thing, and it became the best opportunity for some people to turn their lives around. The gap created by the first wave of the downturn can be reversed after the fog of disaster arrives. The market sentiment completely changed the moment the announcement was made. In the past, people mainly focused on supplies and daily necessities during the cold winter, but this time, the focus has shifted to weapons and armor, with a large number of weapon and armor blueprints being purchased. Wang Fan and his companion looked around and frowned. The basic weapons and armor on the market right now aren't very good. The best ones only add 15 points of health. Lin Qingxue thought it was normal and said, after all, if someone obtains special protective gear and weapons, they would probably want to develop their own group. They will share it with their relatives and will not give others the opportunity to become stronger, since the next evaluation is still some time away. Wang Fan nodded silently, now that he possessed a non-star level weapon, the Suffering Fork. This weapon has virtually no upper limit. Its damage output depends entirely on Wang Fan's health. The more health he has, the more damage he can deal. Looking at the black steel fork in his hand, Wang Fan muttered to himself, it seems that all I need is something that increases my health or instantly restores it. Halfway up the mountain in Sunset Forest, Along and his companions stopped to admire the towering giant vines in the distance. What's that? A Vina? It's so tall. Yes, we can see it, but it's still quite far away. Oh well, let's just take a look. Along looked at the cave halfway up the mountain in Sunset Forest, which was just inches away, and his eyes flashed with a sharp glint. My good brother, I've come to avenge you. Chapter 60 Craftsman, Hand-Sculpted Puppets. At that moment, Straw Brother sent a message. Little brother, you finally made it through. 20 days, it seems like a short time, but I found it incredibly difficult. Wang Fan. Oh, you're here? What do you think of the next disaster, the mist? Straw Bro thought for a moment and said, armor, weapons, and weapons to defend our home. Let's develop them. Wang Fan agreed. It seems we're on the same page. I have blueprints for the watchtower here. If you have anything good, perhaps we can trade. Straw Bro's eyes gleamed when he heard about the watchtowers. If the watchtowers could be mass-produced, surviving the fog disaster shouldn't be a problem. However, the number of arrows consumed by the watchtower was also enormous. Because they weren't hiding in a cave, being out in the open made them easy targets for wild animals, and even at night, ghouls roamed around them. The number of arrows consumed by the automatic attacks of the watchtowers is also undeniable. Sometimes, even if you can afford to build them, you may not be able to afford to use them. Straw Guy replied, I do have some good stuff. You'll definitely find it useful. Wang Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this. I knew you had something good. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe you just wanted to chat with me. Tell me quickly, what good stuff is it? Straw Guy, I discovered this by chance. I believe I might be the first person in the world to find it. This thing could be very useful. Handmade, honest and reliable, and very easy to use. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue became slightly interested. It seems that craftsmanship is truly very useful. What is it? Seeing this, Straw Bro simply sent Wang Fan an item. Here you go, show it to me. Wang Fan immediately released it, and a bear-shaped creature made entirely of mud stood in front of the two of them, startling them. Holy crap, what is this? Fortunately, the mud bear did not make any move. Appraisal. Unable to identify. Straw Guy. You can only understand the handicrafts if I send you the panel. You can't authenticate them. Send information to Mud Bear Panel. Mud Bear Puppet. A perfect handcrafted item, capable of understanding simple commands, with one storage slot and a maximum of 99 units. Note, requires Heart of Iron to activate. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan gasped in astonishment. This thing was absolutely rare beyond measure. Wang Fan felt that this thing could definitely be used to gather resources, but he still had doubts and asked, "This thing can cut down trees to gather resources? Why is it shaped like a bear?" It scared me. Straw Guy scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, the shape made of mud and the bear skin made of straw. It does look a bit scary. I was thinking that this fierce appearance could not only prevent me from being attacked by wild animals, but it could also be used to intimidate people sometimes, right? I wasn't sleeping the whole winter, and I was also thinking about whether my skills were really useless. However, I was lucky when I opened the box and found the blueprints for Hearts of Iron, which can drive puppets. The only downside is that it is relatively troublesome to make, and it requires life fruit as one of the raw materials. Life fruit is rare and hard to find. I only have 4 on me, and I traded them for rice that I collected over several days. Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue exchanged a glance. The fruit of life? They might be able to cultivate many of those soon, because the fruit tree, after being fertilized, had already produced 3 fruits of life. The two men's idea was proven true. Plants can transform the nutrients they absorb into living fruits. So in the past, it wasn't that a single fruit could only grow on a tree. Rather, it was because there wasn't enough nutrition to produce many. Straw Brother explained to the two for a while, and they understood that ordinary people couldn't make this thing. After all, it's not enough to just make it look decent. Rather, it is the joints, the support points of the body, etc., that need to be able to move normally without falling apart. And they also need to be able to support large movements, such as swinging the arms or jumping. Otherwise, simply making it look decent is useless. It's just a lump of mud that will fall apart as soon as you jump up. Wang Fan was somewhat excited. "Don't worry, it's just fruit. We'll figure something out. By the way, how many mud bear puppets did you make in these 20 days? Straw Bro. I only succeeded on the 10th day after the arrival of winter. I can only make 2 puppets a day. I currently have 20 puppets. However, I don't have the fruit of life to manufacture the Iron Ambition anymore, but I can provide you with the blueprints." Ding! Hearts of Iron blueprints received. Wang Fan immediately began to examine it. Iron hearts, capable of driving mechanical life. Crafting requires 1 piece of glass, 1 piece of dark matter, 2 pieces of iron, and 1 fruit of life. "I don't have any glass, this." Straw Bro immediately spoke up. "Don't worry, it's just glass. I've already made some using a crude method, though it's not very efficient. I can provide it." Then, as if remembering something, Wang Fan asked, "What is the collection speed?" Straw Guy stated directly, "It's equivalent to a male, with a base mining speed of 5 points, and you can carry tools to speed up the gathering process." A bolt of lightning struck Wang Fan's head, instantly making him buzz. Wang Fan immediately estimated that he could currently equip all 20 puppets with stone tools, but he only had 1 set of iron tools. "My current gathering speed is based on 5 units per hour, plus 8 points from the 4-star stone tool, for a total of 13 points, which is a gathering speed of 13 points per hour. If Brother Straw gives us 10 puppets, then 10 puppets would be 130 units per hour. The puppets don't need rest, and they can chop for 24 hours a day, so that's..." Wang Fan was clearly having trouble with mental arithmetic. Lin Qingxue added, 10 puppets a day would be 3,120 resource points. If wood and stone are divided equally, it would be 1,560 units each per day. Wang Fan then asked, could you give me 10 to use first? I can trade them for something." Straw Guy and his female companion exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and then replied, 20. I'll give you all 20 of the ones I made." Straw Bro's face was flushed as he spoke. To be honest, he needed Wang Fan and the other man's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. He was also gambling that Wang Fan was a good person and wouldn't betray him, since their previous interactions made him feel that Wang Fan was trustworthy. The reason for this is that Straw Bro himself only has less than 5 life fruits, and it's uncertain whether he will encounter danger later. Without the fruit, he couldn't create puppets, let alone control 20 puppets. Besides, he didn't have that many high-level tools. Secondly, in the wilderness, there are few stones and trees to be seen at a glance. What use would a puppet be? The harsh winter had consumed 8 or 9 tenths of his resources. he was lucky to have survived. He might as well go with the flow and build a good relationship with Wang Fan, seeking his help. Wang Fan and his companion were stunned for a moment, then immediately asked, 20? Are you sure? What do you need? Wang Fan asked directly. Everything comes at a price. I've always believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Straw Bro, the watchtower blueprints and the resources needed to build the watchtower, right? I don't need a lot, just enough to get a foothold in the fog disaster. I want half of the resources collected in 5 days, and afterwards, all these puppets are yours. I can make more. Wang Fan was also impressed by Straw Brother's sincerity. Transactions should be this straightforward. You state your needs, I state my conditions, and if we agree, efficient and fast. In fact, Wang Fan also understood why Straw Brother made this decision. Firstly, he didn't have the life fruit to drive so many puppets, and secondly, he had too few resources. What's the point of having puppets if you can't collect resources? Immediately, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue exchanged a glance, and Lin Qingxue nodded affirmatively, yes. Okay, you're really a good friend. If I push my luck any further, I'd be heartless. If you don't provide the puppets, I won't be able to get that many resources. Don't worry, I'll settle half of the resources with you every day, so you can build some watchtowers first. Upon hearing this, Straw Guy's face lit up with joy. Thank you, young man, you're so generous. Straw Guy's female companion also breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, that's great, choosing to cooperate with them was a wise decision. Straw Bro nodded in agreement and replied, thanks, I'll send you the puppet first. Could you give me some armor and weapons? I want to get out of the wilderness. The resources here are too scarce. I also want some food. I've finished the few grains of rice I collected, and I only have enough for 3 days' worth of food. How could Wang Fan refuse such a small matter? After all, the resources consumed by weapons and armor were just a drop in the ocean, and were not worth mentioning compared to the value of 20 puppets. Wang Fan, it's nothing. There will be many more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Let's do honest business and win-win cooperation. I'll send you 2 sets of wolfbone armor that add 15 points of health, as well as 2 5-star stone short swords that add 10 points of attack power each. Straw Brother is also aware of this. This kind of protective gear and weapon is much better than most on the market. Although Wang Fan seemed to take it so easily, most people are already very fortunate to be able to eat their fill and stay warm, let alone the poor souls who have to eat snow to stave off hunger in the dead of winter. Straw Bro was also delighted. Great, a win-win cooperation. Thank you, little brother. Before long, Wang Fan looked at the 20 mud bear puppets standing beside the field ridge and was quite satisfied. Great, let's get 20 life fruits first. Before long, Wang Fan spent a huge sum of money in the trading market to obtain 15 life fruits. Damn, that's ridiculously expensive. 100 units of resources per one, damn it. Wang Fan couldn't help but curse, but this loss was nothing. Stop cursing, Fana. In this market now, it's all about offense and survival. Firstly, weapons and armor are expensive, and secondly, with the arrival of the mist monsters, injuries are inevitable. Naturally, these life fruits are very expensive. Wang Fan sighed helplessly. It was impossible not to feel the pain of losing 1,500 units of resources, but when he thought about the benefits brought by these puppets, those resources were insignificant. After all, if a puppet is properly protected, it can be used indefinitely, and the benefits it brings are terrifying. Wang Fan took out 10 stone pickaxes and 10 stone axes from his inventory, all of them 4-star. With his current resources, he could only upgrade them all to 4-star. He couldn't make any more. The two had almost completely exhausted their resources, except for some food to fill their stomachs. Arrows require wood and stone, as do upgrading weapons and armor, and sometimes even starting a fire for roasting meat. It's fair to say that the consumption of wood and stone is currently very high. Chapter 61. Alone arrives, great battle imminent. Meanwhile, outside the cave in Sunset Forest, Along and his group had already arrived. As Along smashed the heavy stone gate with his hammer, the gate's health dropped by 10 points with a loud thud. This door is really thick. It's actually a 2-star stone door, 200 points of health. Hurry, help me, smash it down together, they might be inside. A group of people nearby pulled out weapons and helped bang on the door. Almost there. Hurry up. Even if they're not home, they must have plenty of good stuff. Along felt that with the cold winter, just over, it was impossible for Wang Fan and his companion to move out immediately. It would take time. 2-star stone gate. Remaining HP 3 points. Almost there. Hurry up and smash it. Along shouted. At this moment, the cave was filled with dog-headed bats, and their eerie green eyes lit up in unison. That's right. This is the gift Wang Fan prepared for Along and his group. With the final hammer blow, the stone gate shattered on the spot, and at the same time, the hungry dog-headed bats all rushed out. 1,000 dark shadows swept across the sky and attacked Along and his group, their barking echoing through the air. "Oh no, it's a trap!" someone in the crowd shouted. "Run!" With so many monsters, even if they were all 1-star monsters, they could wipe out the entire group. Along's pupils shrank sharply, and the 2 fat men who became the bats' main targets. The fat man was shocked, and his face was filled with panic. He kept swinging his short sword, but how could he possibly fight against so many bats? Before long, the fat man became a shriveled corpse, his flesh and blood completely devoured. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Along's eyes darted around, and he immediately shouted, "Quick, turn the stones into blocks and build a house." Everyone did as instructed, their adrenaline surging. They placed the items, built the structure, and sealed it off. In less than 10 seconds, a square stone house large enough to accommodate everyone appeared. The group rushed into the stone house and plugged the last gap. Along pulled out the lamp of eternity. "Damn it. How many people died?" 3. One person answered. Along was a little angry. It was obvious that Wang Fan and the others had already run away and moved away long ago. This place was just a trap. Although there are many dog-headed bats from the outside world, they cannot get in, even if there is one 5-star bat. This is like comparing a wild animal to a king cobra. If you're bitten by a wild animal, you might survive, but if you're bitten by a king cobra, you will almost certainly not survive. But wild animals may be able to break rocks, but king cobras cannot. This is a weakness of living creatures. Every living creature has its strengths and weaknesses. Everyone admired Along for making the right judgment in such a short time. "Brother Long, what do we do next?" the beautiful woman asked. Along closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then suddenly opened them. "There's a track in the direction I am facing. Perhaps they built it. Let's dig down. There's still 17 of us. Let's dig down and get away from these bats first." The group thought it was feasible. Going out now would be tantamount to suicide, and the group also had 3 pangolins that could destroy the ground and dig tunnels directly. Pangolin, a sturdy, armored beast capable of burrowing through mountains and searching for treasure. Before long, a large hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in everyone's sight, and Along was the first to jump in. Besides the pangolin, the group also took turns digging forward. After 2.5 hours, the group reappeared in the ravine. Damn it, that kid dared to trick me. Let's go, follow the tracks. We're sure to find him. The reason the track has remained is that it would require manual digging to remove, and the distance of several thousand meters is simply too difficult, so Wang Fan simply left it alone. Along led the crocodile dog forward, and the crocodile dog, smelling a faint scent, began to guide the group toward the mushroom house. Usha Military Alliance. Li Jun, Xiao Wang, the teleportation keys are now in production. We expect to get 2 for you tomorrow, or at the latest the day after. Wang Fan was delighted to hear this. Thanks, Brother Jun. Li Jun, how many life fruits do you have? Could you share a few? Currently, the military is in the process of pioneering and exploring, and it is inevitable that they will encounter dangers. There's really not enough fruit. Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, I don't have many fruits, but I can provide planting methods according to the speed of your military's execution. I believe it won't be long before you're able to cultivate a large number of life fruits. Li Jun became interested upon hearing this. There are other methods to cultivate it? Wang Fan? Of course. Wang Fan then told Li Jun the method, and Li Jun suddenly realized, it can be done like this? This is a method we hadn't thought of. Thanks, Xiao Wang. Outside the mushroom house, Long and the others had already arrived. Nobody's here, Brother Long, someone said from the second floor. The group had already searched the house thoroughly, but there was no one there, only some traces of life. The house was long gone. Long spat out a mouthful of saliva. Damn, they can run so fast. How many times have they moved? Then a beautiful woman picked up a rubber object from the ground, placed it in front of the alligator dog, sniffed it, and said, Track it. The crocodile dog sniffed around and immediately identified a direction, which was the village where Wang Fan and the others were located. Along noticed a small black dot moving in the clear white sky from afar, then took out a resin telescope and looked. What the hell is that? A person next to him put down a resin telescope. It should be a detection method. They should be up ahead. We need to keep our distance. A beautiful woman stepped out from the crowd, leading 3 pangolins. With so many people, there's no good way to evade surveillance, and besides, I know what that thing is. Along immediately turned his head. You know? The beautiful woman nodded. That thing is like a heat source monitor, and it can magnify at will, so it's hard to hide from. I also have the blueprints, but I don't have an owl, so I can't build it. Along looked at the 3 pangolins, and immediately thought of something, saying, why don't we go underground? Before long, at a depth of more than 4 meters underground, a group of people squeezed into the narrow cave one by one and began digging toward Wang Fan's village. There was still a small amount of snow on the ground, and with a thickness of 4 meters underground, the owl radar could not detect any heat source. Wang Fan checked the radar and found everything to be normal. He didn't find any trace of wild animals or enemies, so he continued to assign tasks to the puppet with peace of mind. 10 puppets were chopping down trees, and 10 were digging for stones. The village was bustling with activity, and the clanging sounds of mining echoed constantly. Meanwhile, the woodcutting teams mined resources in the grove outside the village. Once their inventory is full, the golems will automatically go to the warehouse to store the resources, which is very convenient. Wang Fan was very satisfied with this, while Lin Qingxue was also busy fertilizing the plants. And at this time the lantern grass showed some abnormalities. Wang Fan, come quick. The lantern grass seems to have mutated. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan immediately ran over to check. The lantern grass, which was already emitting light, was now even brighter, and ripples of light were spreading outwards in all directions. What's going on? Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 62, A Fierce Battle, The Ruthless Along. Wang Fan initiated the appraisal. 2-star lantern grass. The power of light restores 1 HP every 10 minutes within a 10-meter radius. Ineffective against enemy units. Restored health. Qingxue, wow, this is amazing. Lin Qingxue was also very excited. There were indeed many things that could restore blood volume, such as eating meat or eating live fruits. But the meat recovers slowly, and once you're full, you can't eat anymore. You can't just stuff your stomach until it bursts. The live fruit is becoming increasingly rare, and it takes time to mature. However, the lantern grass is perfect as it can restore a little bit of health every 10 minutes. Yeah, you're the one with the most ideas. I didn't expect it to actually work. Now we can fight monsters and heal at the same time. However, the area is too small. I don't know if it can continue to expand its influence later. Wang Fan was very satisfied, so he bought 3 more lantern grass seeds, planted them, and fertilized them. While the healing effect is considerable, the 10-meter range is somewhat lackluster. However, Wang Fan and his companion don't mind. If they can upgrade to 2 stars, they can upgrade to 3 stars, and the range will eventually exceed 10 meters. Meanwhile, underground, the group was digging towards the village. How much longer until we dig it up? Along asked. The beautiful woman, dressed in a dress made of leaves, said, according to our calculations, our initial location was about 2,500 meters away from their village. Each step I took was about 1 meter. We've walked about 1,500 meters now, and there's still about 1,000 meters left, but we need to go around those watchtowers. Along nodded and looked at the beautiful woman. What did you do before? You calculated it so clearly. The beautiful woman shrugged. I studied civil engineering in college, and then spent more than 10 years in surveying, occasionally doing part-time work. What kind of part-time job? Someone next to me asked. The beautiful woman applied her homemade powder, software hardening engineer, the kind who comes to your home to fix it. Everyone swallowed hard, but said nothing because the beautiful woman's companion was a big guy who was holding a machete and was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Along slapped his companion's shapely buttocks. Look at him. See how useful he is. All you know is 3 meals a day. The woman said somewhat aggrievedly. Well, didn't I take good care of you? Along pursed his lips. All right, that's true. How much longer until the surveyors arrive? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman said, it's probably getting dark. There are still quite a few hard rocks underground in this area, making it difficult to drill. We can dig them out after nightfall. You guys don't rush in. Rushing in during the day might not be a good thing. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, one can kill without leaving a trace. Everyone nodded in agreement, agreeing that it made sense. Firstly, this matter couldn't be rushed, and secondly, it would be better to make a move at night, launching a surprise attack and catching Wang Fan and his companion off guard. As night fell, Wang Fan held Lin Qingxue and fell asleep peacefully. The sound of felling trees could be heard from the nearby woods. Since the puppet had no blood and could not generate heat, it would not be attacked by wild animals. Several night ghouls heard the commotion and ran over to take a few bites, only to end up with mouthfuls of mud. After that, no more ghouls attacked the puppet. However, a few of the puppets were damaged, with chunks of mud bitten off by ghouls. That's all. Ghouls that approach the village are shot down by the watchtowers, while the golems continue their frenzied mining. In the center of the village, the muddy ground kept shifting like an egg being cracked open, and soon a head popped out. The night was dark, with only faint starlight illuminating the darkness. Along asked, "What did you see? How was it? What's the situation?" Along's female companion noticed a group of about 10 figures not far away, and another group of about 10 figures in the distance that seemed to be chopping down trees. At this moment, the silverbacks pushed open the warehouse door and came out to use the latrine. Their huge physiques were truly frightening. There was also a black-toothed pig rooting around and eating cabbages in the vegetable garden. The woman was so frightened that she immediately pulled her head back and recounted everything she had seen and heard. Everyone was completely bewildered. What? 20 people are gathering resources, along with a group of gorillas and a black-toothed boar? Along took a deep breath. No, there are 3 black-toothed boars, my brother told me, and there's also a dog-headed bat. When everyone put their heads together, they were quite surprised. Wang Fan and his companion hadn't even shown up yet, and there were already about 33 hostile units. If we include Wang Fan and his companion, that makes 35 enemy units. Brother Long, this isn't a sneak attack. If we rush in, we'll be trapped like turtles in a jar. Of course, we're the turtles. Along was speechless. He really wanted revenge, but he couldn't lose his mind. Along spat out a mouthful of saliva. Now I understand why this guy is so confident. I didn't expect him to not only illegally form a team, but also recruit so many people. Damn it. The beautiful woman frowned slightly. Then what do we do now? Retreat? We came all this way just to dig 2 holes. Along's expression became uncertain. He was naturally unwilling, but if he were to lead these people in a battle now, they certainly wouldn't want to. If it were a sure thing, they would definitely be at the forefront, but in the current situation, who will be the cannon fodder? Everyone has their own agenda. Let's wait and see. I don't believe they'll leave the village. Along immediately realized, doesn't that kid often come out to walk the pigs? Look at the pig hoof prints on the ground, which means that kid often comes to walk the pigs. Brother Long, I think this kid's village is pretty good. Watchtowers, walls, and fields of vegetables. If we could take it. Seeing the envious looks in everyone's eyes, Along knew what they were thinking, and then said, "You guys decide what to divide it up. I just want that kid's life." Everyone agreed and clapped their hands in approval. Great. That's excellent. Just one day. If we can't catch you in one day, we'll leave. We can't waste all our time trying to avenge your brother. Along sighed helplessly, Fine, one day it is. The next day, the group ambushed the areas where the pig hoof prints were most widely distributed. How long will this take? Will it take days before they even notice? It's almost noon. Aren't they coming yet? Damn it. Hurry up and come. Damn it. The fog is coming in a few days. This is just a waste of time. Meanwhile, Wang Fan rode Air Mao out for a stroll. He quite enjoyed riding these battle pets around, looking for wild fruits and other things to eat. The owl radar did not detect any heat sources, and there were no wild animals or humans visible within a monitoring area, so it should be safe. Big Mao, second Mao, third Mao, and you big guy bring 2 henchmen and follow me. Wang Fan ordered. With his battle pets by his side, Wang Fan naturally had nothing to fear. Before long, the group left the village and headed into the woods and the wilderness. Along was trembling with excitement. They're here. They've finally come out to walk the pig. Damn it, just wait to die, Wang Fan. Chapter 63, Caught in Crisis, The Insidious Alone. Meanwhile, Wang Fan had already headed to the place where the pigs were being herded. A pair of eyes were fixed on Wang Fan in the snow. Here it comes, the fish has taken the bait. Upon arriving at the scene, they saw snowdrifts flying up as if cracking open a shell, and a dozen figures suddenly darted out. Haha, kid, let's see where you run now. Wang Fan was also startled. When he came to his senses, he found himself surrounded by people and battle pets. If anyone stabbed him, he would die. Wang Fan reacted quickly. Knowing that he couldn't possibly defeat them in a moment, he focused on a direction and suddenly rushed forward. Air Mao blocked the enemy on the left. The Mao knocked this big guy aside. At his command, the black-toothed boars charged out, briefly holding off those who posed a threat to Wang Fan, while the people around him all drew their short swords and slashed at him. The burly man watched Wang Fan charging towards him without the slightest hesitation. He must be an idiot, actually trying to break through my defenses. Stone wall. In an instant, a stone wall appeared out of thin air, blocking Wang Fan's path. Wang Fan mounted to Mao, spotted the burly man, and a black steel fork appeared in his hand. Sacrifice points 20. With a whoosh, the steel fork shot out, growing larger and larger in the burly man's eyes. The next moment, with a thud, the stone wall shattered, and the burly man was nailed to the tree. However, the burly man was still alive, which startled Wang Fan, who was riding the big man. He also produced a bow and arrow. High HP? Take this arrow. With a whoosh, the sword shot out. The burly man tried to dodge, but he was firmly pinned down by the steel fork and couldn't move at all. Wang Fan loved playing with compound bows when he was in school, so he was quite accurate with his bow and arrow. The arrow struck the strong man squarely in the body, killing him instantly. Wang Fan successfully broke through, but Air Mao was still fighting with the enemy group to cover Wang Fan. Wild boars are already fierce when they charge, let alone black-toothed boars, which are even more powerful than wild boars. Air Mao, hurry up, it's all right now, but don't die. Air Mao immediately charged through the crowd, breaking out in the opposite direction from the others. A group of people wanted to give chase, but Long stopped them. Why chase a pig? Chase a man. Don't let this kid get away. With the pursuers close behind, Wang Fan dared not slacken his pace. Mao, run faster, or we'll be dead if we get caught. As he spoke, Wang Fan stuffed the fruit of life into his mouth. He swallowed the 4 fruits in no time, and his health points were restored by 4 points, bringing him to 11 points. As long as he isn't hit by a high-level melee weapon, Wang Fan will be fine. Long was furious and chased after him, stamping his feet in frustration. Damn it, stop right there, you son of a bitch. He never expected that Wang Fan would break through the stone wall in an instant, and that the black-toothed boar would charge so fiercely. Seeing that Wang Fan was about to run into the village, Long and the others had no choice but to give up. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. So many of you can't even stop one person. What use are you? Grass. The beautiful woman squinted at the direction of the village. Brother Long, don't worry. This was unexpected. What kind of weapon did that kid get? It can not only pierce through a stone wall in one go, but also kill someone instantly. If it weren't for that, that kid would definitely die here. Long took a deep breath. Now is not the time to act impulsively or let anger cloud his judgment. Everything happened so suddenly, almost in the blink of an eye. Wang Fan's reaction was too quick, like an eel, really slippery. Originally, if a dozen or so people surrounded Wang Fan, it would take him some time to break through from any direction, and that time would be enough for Wang Fan to die dozens of times. But the truth is that Wang Fan had his battle pet hold off those who were nearby, and then instantly pierce through the stone wall to kill one person, which was done in just 2 or 3 seconds. This was something no one had anticipated. Damn it, this kid is really weird. What the hell is that steel fork? Long cursed. The crowd was somewhat wary of the steel fork. After all, it could be thrown and instantly kill someone, which was terrifying. Their health was mostly between 20 and 25, with most having only 20. The strong man had 22 health, which was considered high, but he was still killed on the spot by Wang Fan's arrow. Long stomped his foot on the ground. Forget it, this can't be rushed. If we fail this time, it will be even harder next time. Brother Long, what do we do now? It seems this kid isn't coming out. Yes, those blueprints? That kid is too dangerous. If I face him next time, I might be the one who dies. He's taken such a big risk, so he should be rewarded in some way, right? Long was somewhat helpless. Although he had brought these people into the alliance, to be honest, in this environment, it was all about self-interest, and no one would be foolish enough to actually risk their life for him. Along took out a resin telescope and observed for a long time before a cold smile appeared on his lips. I can give you the blueprints, but not now. Anyway, you don't have the fruit of life right now. So even if you get the blueprints, it won't be of any use. Although that kid has become cunning, based on my observation, those dozens of people are all puppets and have no fighting ability at all. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat bewildered. After observing for a while, they also realized something was amiss. It wasn't a person or a battle pet at all. It was more like a tool. Everyone, did you see clearly? Last night, because it was dark, we couldn't see clearly and were scared away. But now that we can see clearly, that's the kid who's going to die. That kid is strong, but even with the two of them and a few more gorillas, their fighting strength is far inferior to ours. We just need to get around the watchtower. But how do we break through the walls and watchtowers? One of them asked. Along coldly looked at the cave on the ground. Don't forget, the hole we dug last night is still there. These words reignited the greed in everyone's eyes. These are golems that can gather resources very quickly, and each one is equipped with high-level tools. They collect resources from villages, walls, and watchtowers. And Wang Fan and his companion have lived here for so long. How many resources must they have stockpiled? And that special weapon, the steel fork. That's tempting enough. Soon, everyone reached a consensus and decided to go down into the cave again to launch a surprise attack on Wang Fan from inside the village, catching him off guard. Wang Fan looked at the ambush site in the distance, his teeth itching with hatred. Damn it, they actually hid underground. No wonder the radar couldn't detect them. We almost lost a black-toothed pig this time. It's outrageous. I'm going to slaughter these people. Mao also took a longer route back to the village from the south. Mao. Current remaining health, 3 points. Lin Qingxue clenched her fists, her gaze somewhat gloomy. She had almost lost Wang Fan again this time. Get back to your strength first. Once you're fully recovered, take the silverbacks and kill them all. Yes, Mao almost died. We must avenge him. Lin Qingxue comforted her. It's not entirely your fault. Who knew these guys were so cunning, managing to evade the radar? At that moment, a chat window clicked. Wang Dali asked anxiously, Son, I heard from your wife that you've been ambushed. Wang Fan's face was flushed, his fists clenched, and he was also furious. That's right, we almost lost a powerful battle pet, and I almost died too. Wang Fan looked at the steel fork in his hand. If it weren't for the steel fork's miraculous effect, which could ignore all defenses, that stone wall could have really blocked him back then, and the consequence of being blocked would have been being beaten to death by the mob. Wang Dali took a deep breath, his face full of anger. Damn it. Who dares to touch my son? Son, you wait. We're all ready and will be teleported over now. Fuck him. Chapter 64, the haters do a great job, nearly annihilating them all. Wang Fan stayed next to the lantern grass to recover his health. Before long, 2 white beams of light appeared, and 2 figures suddenly appeared next to the vegetable garden. Lin Qingxue ran over excitedly and hugged one of them. Mom. The 2 embraced tightly. At this moment, Lin Qingxue also felt a great weight lifted off her shoulders as her family was finally reunited. Wang Dali, with a crossbody bag slung over his shoulder and a stubble-covered face, smiled warmly. Son, don't you want a hug? Wang Fan's mood instantly improved considerably, and he chuckled. Tisich, so pretentious. Wang Dali didn't care and rushed over, grabbing Wang Fan's neck with one arm. You brat, you don't even give your old man a proper hug? You're asking for it. Wang Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Mom, help. I'm turning my own family away for the greater good. Lin Qingxing and her son burst out laughing, and the scene became warm and harmonious, as if they had almost forgotten that they were on the Deathgate Star. Inside the house, the group ate grilled skewers and discussed their plans. Son, which direction are those guys going? Wang Fan pointed to the hilltop. Over there, that's where I was ambushed. Damn it. They actually used the fruit of life to lure me in. I'm so done with this. Lin Qingxue recalled the radar device near her home. It's not entirely your fault. These guys are very cunning. They seem to be able to dig tunnels. There was still a small amount of snow on the ground, and with the thickness of the ground, the radar couldn't detect it at all. No wonder you fell into the ambush. Wang Fan was also somewhat angry, but at least he had escaped with his life. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Wang Fan's eyes. Underground? Holy crap, they wouldn't have dug their way in from underground, would they? Upon hearing this, the 4 looked at each other, all of them breaking out in a cold sweat. That's very possible. Quick, go look for them. The four moved with lightning speed and immediately sprang into action, while Wang Fan mobilized the silverbacks to search everywhere. The silverbacks crawled on all fours, pounding the ground as they went. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. As dusk approached, Wang Fan's pickaxe pierced the ground with a single stroke. Found it! Found it! Damn it, there really is a hole. Holy crap. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If someone had sneaked over in the dark, their lives would have been in serious trouble. Block it, Wang Dali asked. Wang Fan and the others thought for a moment, then shook their heads. If we block them, they can still fight elsewhere. No, we might as well kill them out of the way. Watering? Poisoning? Lin Qingshue's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the word poison. That's right, poisoning, Wang Fan. Do you remember the black powder extracted from those black mushrooms? Wang Fan, reminded, also remembered, right, haters? Wang Dali and Lin Qingxing were curious, and seeing Lin Qingxue take out a pinch of black powder, they asked, what is the purpose of this? Lin Qingxue explained, how should I put it? It's like a mental poison. It can make people extremely self-conscious, to the point that they want to commit suicide. Inside the cave, Along and his group were slowly making their way forward, carrying lanterns. Let's see where that kid runs this time. Damn it, Along cursed as he walked. Even though Wang Fan had fallen into an ambush, he still managed to escape. Seeing his brother's killers still alive, Along was furious. If we hadn't failed to figure out that those things were fucking puppets that day, that kid would have died hundreds of times over. Damn it. Brother Long, there's nothing we can do about it. It was so dark back then. How can we know it was a puppet? We've never even owned a puppet before, so of course we wouldn't know. Yes, let's play it safe this time. We'll go up and kill everyone we see. With our battle pets, we have an absolute numerical advantage, so taking them down easily shouldn't be a problem. Just then, a cloud of black smoke drifted over, and those walking in front naturally inhaled the most. We're almost there. Along's eyes burned with rage. Kid, just wait and see what happens. Just then, the dozen or so people walking ahead suddenly stopped, staring blankly into space. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, you in front, hurry up and move aside, don't block the way. Yeah, what's going on? Along shouted. Suddenly, the dozen or so people's eyes turned red and swollen, and they burst into tears. I am useless. I only last 3 seconds. I'm disarmed as soon as I go in. I'm a complete piece of trash. Wah! I'm not clean. I'm not a pure woman. I was sexually assaulted in junior high. I'm not a virgin. I'm such a beast. I actually abused a cockroach. Cockroaches are living beings too. Xiaoqiang. I'm so sorry. I'm such a beast. I'm such a failure. On Earth, I earned $2,500 a month, worked 996 every day, and at 34 years old, I didn't own a car or a house, and I was even hundreds of thousands in debt. And here I am, still at the bottom. What's the point of my life? Me too. After hearing what you said, I want to die too. I want to die right here. What happened next was shocking. A group of people slammed into the wall repeatedly, their heads bleeding profusely, their health completely depleted. Along also sensed something was wrong and began to berate himself. Along slapped himself while cursing. Useless, useless. I can't even save my own brother. What a piece of trash. How can I still have the face to be a brother? I deserve to die. Along's partner, who was walking at the back, hadn't inhaled much and was unharmed. Seeing the scene before her, she immediately realized that everyone had been poisoned. She covered her mouth and nose and rushed forward, shoving Along repeatedly while making muffled cries. Brother Long, wake up. You're not useless. You've been fucking me so good. Wake up, Brother Long. I can't live without you. How can I live without you, Brother Long? She tried several methods, including shouting and pinching Along, but Along still couldn't wake up. Now that things have come to this, pain is useless, screaming is useless, so let's try this. I'm sorry, Brother Long. The ultimate martial art technique, 1,000-year kill. With a soft poof, Along almost jumped up but then immediately came to his senses. At that moment, another cloud of black smoke drifted over, and Along's pupils contracted. He had no time to pay attention to anyone else. Run! A short while later, outside the cave entrance, Along and a woman were panting heavily. Along looked up at the starry sky, somewhat desperate. Dead. All dead. Damn it. How could this happen? Why? Why is this happening? Heavens above, earth below. Why are you doing this to me, Li Long? Why? I'll curse you to the core. The woman hugged Long tightly. Brother Long, it's okay. I'll always be with you. The second wave of disaster is just around the corner. We have to find a way to survive. Upon hearing this, Long paused in his speech, then burst into laughter. Disaster, yes, disaster. I still have hope. I can still turn things around. Wang Fan, just you wait. This disaster will be your burial ground. Chapter 65, the Savage Scouts come to collect tribute. They should all be dead, right? Qingxue, are there any haters left? Wang Fan asked. Lin Qingxue clapped her hands, and a last wisp of black mist drifted away. It's gone, just the last bit. Have the silverbacks guard the cave entrance, and kill anyone who comes out. Meanwhile, Wang Dali sneezed, then burst into tears. Wah, I'm so useless. I've lived most of my life, and I'm penniless. I can't even afford to buy a house for my son. Wah. Wang Fan looked on in astonishment. My dad, he's been infected. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened. Then she took out the purified water and smashed it. Instantly, a cloud of purified water mist dissipated, and Wang Dali immediately woke up. It probably just drifted a little over to Father Wang's place. It's okay. There's purifying grass to clean it up anyway. Wang Dali wiped away his tears, somewhat bewildered. What just happened? This is the power of haters? Lin Qingxue nodded. Yes, that's right. But luckily I have the antidote. It's late. Everyone should go back and rest. It's safe with the silverback guarding us. Everyone nodded. Wang Dali and Lin Qingxing went to sleep in the house in the south of the village, while Wang Fan naturally slept in the house in the east of the village with Lin Qingxue. Send Silverback down to check on them at daybreak tomorrow. Make sure to take everything useful from them, so as not to waste anything. Yes, that's for sure, but I wonder how many of them died. Lin Qingxue thought for a moment and said, if nothing unexpected happens, they should all die. Just now, with the effects of that drug, Father Wang only inhaled a little bit and was already in despair. If I throw such a big punch at them, they'll definitely have no chance of survival. Wang Fan rolled over, pinning Lin Qingxue beneath him. Let's hope so. Let's get down to business first. Lin Qingxue turned her head away shyly, her face flushing red instantly, her eyes glancing towards the south of the village every now and then. No, your mom and dad are here. This isn't right. The next moment, a pair of lips kissed her. Lin Qingxue punched Wang Fan's chest with her small fists, trying to push him away, but her mortal body could not withstand the test. It would be impossible for Lin Qingxue not to react under the influence of Wang Fan's divine touch. Lin Qingxue tried to resist, but eventually gave in, relaxing her whole body and dangling her arms over the edge of the bed. You say no, but your body says otherwise. The same scene played out in the south of the village, except, Qingqing, don't be like this, the children are all here. Lin Qingqing yanked Wang Dali's trouser leg. What are you doing? Why are you running? Hurry up and give it to me. It's time to hand in the homework. Wang Dali lay on the bed, on the verge of tears. No, we've paid so many times already. We're completely out of ammunition and supplies, madam. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing took out a white pill and stuffed it into Wang Dali's mouth. He gulped it down in one go. What is this? What did you feed me? Wang Dali asked. Lin Qingqing smiled charmingly. What was that black pig aphrodisiac again? Anyway, it's very powerful. Wang Dali jumped in fright. What the heck? Where did you come from? But the next moment, Lin Qingqing pounced on her. Never mind, I have plenty more, not just Black Pig brand, but also Giant Horned Bull brand, Saber-Toothed Tiger brand. The next day, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the village. Looking at the towering watchtower and the spiked stone walls, the group of savages were completely bewildered. The leader of the savages had a very strange appearance. He had a goat's head and looked somewhat like a goat man. Glug glug. One of the savages, seeing the priest's signal, immediately stepped forward to investigate. As soon as they got close, the watchtower fired several arrows, reducing the scout's health by 10 points. The scout was immediately startled and ran back, terrified, muttering something incoherently. The savages were also puzzled. They had come to collect resources just before the winter, so why was this happening now? Moreover, the priest didn't remember giving the watchtower technology to this place. For heads popped out from the wall. Mom, what should we do? The savages have really come to collect the tribute. Lin Qingxue asked. Dad, what's that thing leading the pack? It has a sheep's head. Lin Qingqing and Wang Dali lived near the wild man tribe, so naturally, The question was directed to them. That's not a sheep's head. It's a full-face mask made from the head of a sheepman. Priests wear this from a young age. I've even seen savage priests wearing bulls' heads and tigers' heads. I don't have a good solution right now. The wild people won't go back until they figure out what's going on. Moreover, we don't know how much tribute they want this time, whether it's materials or food, and we don't understand each other's languages. The only way is to kill them all, but this time they didn't manage to bring the tribute back safely. Next time, there might be hundreds of savages coming. Upon hearing this, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Hundreds of savages coming? What was the point of fighting? They could only run away. Wang Fan asked, if we kill them, how long will it take for their tribe to arrive? Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and said, to be on the safe side, a month is the fastest we can go. The savages' tribute-collecting troops will bring storage carts, and they usually return about 28 days after they leave. If they don't return after 28 days, the tribe will send a large force to search for them. Based on the time these guys arrived, the main tribe of these savages outside the village is currently only about 3 days away from us. That means a 28-day return trip plus 3 days. The fastest we can get here is a month from now. Let's kill them all first. The others nodded in agreement. If they couldn't kill these savages directly, they would definitely go back to seek reinforcements today. Then it won't be a month before the main force of savages arrives. They'll come in about 3 days. Lin Qingqing observed for a while and found that there were no wise men in the tribute-collecting group, which put her mind at ease. The savages are very arrogant. If we fight them, they will definitely fight us to the death unless they are low on health. We should directly provoke them. The 4 of them stood up, and the savages saw them clearly. Haha, hey, having a good winter, you idiots? Wang Fan shouted. The savages were startled at first, then glared at Wang Fan. Wang Dali then started teasing the savage, standing up and saying, I'm here. He immediately squatted down and added, I'm leaving again. He stood up again. I'm here again, but did I really come? Then he immediately squatted down. I'm leaving again, but did I really leave? When Wang Dali stood up again, he said, I've done it again. Before he could finish speaking, a crossbow bolt as thick as a wrist shot out, sending him flying. After flying through the air for several seconds, he crashed into a tree. Suddenly, a large pile of snow fell from the tree, burying Wang Dali. An arm emerged from the snowdrift. This time, he's really gone. Father! Vigorously, Wang Dali swayed as he got up, brushed the dirt off his body, and the arrow had directly cost him 10 points of health. Damn it, this tribute-collecting army even carries crossbows on horseback. Unbelievable. Lin Qingqing was also speechless. Seriously, how old are they? Still acting silly? They almost really left. The silverbacks are already fighting them. We need to go and block their retreat. Wang Fan immediately led Lin Qingxue onto Mao and San Mao to circle around the south side of the village, making a big loop to block the savages' retreat. If they escaped, it would be a real problem. Roar! Roar! The silverbacks kept swinging their huge fists and fighting the savages. Now the silverbacks are all of high level. The leader is a 5-star, and the others are all 4-star. Currently, the savages still have the advantage. After all, they have high health and their attacks are painful, plus they can secretly fire crossbows. Wang Dali looked at the ballista with envy. This thing is great, a ranged weapon that deals 10 damage per arrow. I wonder if I can snatch it. Lin Qingqing took out the lantern grass. As long as we kill them, it will be possible. Lin Qingqing placed it in front of the wall. Those without health, come and heal. Let's use a rotation strategy. Having followed Wang Fan and Lin Qingqing for so many days, the silverbacks were able to understand her words, and Wang Fan had also communicated with them telepathically about the effects of the lantern grass. The savages were exceptionally fierce and harbored intense hatred for the people who had invaded the village. They fought with a reckless, suicidal attitude, and even arrows fired from the watchtowers could not deter their determination to attack. One should press on with full force, but the momentum wanes with each attempt, and exhaustion follows with each subsequent one. As the fight progressed, the more the players fought, the more disheartened they became. The silverbacks relied on a blood exchange tactic, fighting for a while, and then returning to replenish their health. In addition, Lin Qingqing and Wang Dali were also standing behind them, launching sneak attacks. The pain felt like ants crawling all over my body. The savage priest roared, slamming his scepter into the ground before collapsing to his knees and beginning to kowtow. Wang Dali and Lin Qingqing were also completely bewildered. They had seen the savages worship the heavens, but nothing unusual had happened in the savage tribe. However, this time, a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. Suddenly, Lin Qingqing thought of something, then quickly grabbed Wang Dali's sleeve and turned around to flee from around the watchtower. Oh no, run! Something terrible has happened. Wang Dali suddenly remembered something, and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly jumped down from the watchtower. The two didn't have time to turn around. All they could do was shout loudly, "Scatter! Damn it, run!" Chapter 66. The card is mine, and so is the crossbow card. About 20 meters above the watchtower, a flaming boulder covered in lava crashed down. With a loud bang, the two were thrown back by the shockwave, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater filled with steaming lava boulders. Wang Fan, even from distance, saw all of this and anxiously asked, "Dad, what happened? Where did that shooting star come from?" "Holy crap." Wang Dali struggled to his feet, shaking off the dirt. "I'm fine, son." "Cough, cough, cough, damn it. I almost got crushed to death. Luckily, I ran fast." Seeing this, Wang Fan felt relieved. He then decided to take the initiative. "Dad, I'll attack from behind. You and the silverbacks will attack them from the front." Wang Dali and Lin Qingqing immediately adjusted their strategy. "Let's go. They don't have much health left. Let's wear them down with arrows." Prioritize attacking the priest to reduce his health and create an opportunity for Xiao Fan. Okay, no problem. Several crossbow bolts came flying at them, but the two of them ducked, either dodging or the bolts hit the wall. They placed lantern grass around themselves and started a war of attrition. The savages weren't stupid either. They all began to eat the fruit of life. Lin Qingqing, her eyes narrowed, was also somewhat angry. Damn it, they even get to eat fruit. Wang Dali stood up and shot an arrow, then immediately squatted down again. "It's okay. Let's wear them down. They probably don't have many life fruits, but the lantern grass has no limit to healing." Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue, riding on black-toothed boars, fired arrows, as the wild man's running speed was naturally no match for the black-toothed boar. "Take another arrow from your grandpa, Fan." With a few swift arrows, Wang Fan immediately ran around, shooting one arrow and moving to another spot, always keeping his distance from the savages. The savages chased them, but the savages stopped chasing. Instead, they chased after them and shot at them. Wang Fan, riding his savage horse, fired another arrow, taking down 2 more points of the savage's health. I'm the Genghis Khan of the Chinese server. Lin Qingxue also fired wildly, and whether she hit the target or not was entirely up to chance. Fortunately, there were about 10 savages, so she was able to hit them occasionally. "You idiot. Genghis Khan rode a wolf, you rode a pig." Wang Fan circled around to the side and fired another arrow, hitting its mark precisely. "They're all the same. They're all the same." The savages kept attacking the walls, and Wang Fan was out of reach. They knew they weren't stupid. They wanted to break into the village, since that seemed easier than capturing Wang Fan. "Spike wall. Remaining health, 20 points. Wang Dali exclaimed in alarm. "Oh no, this is going to break. We need to fix it right away." Repairing a 20-meter spiked stone wall requires 20 stones and 20 arrows. Repair status. Fix it, fix it, fix it. If we don't fix it soon, it'll be a flatbed. Damn it. Wang Dali complained. Ding. Repair successful. The walls were repaired immediately after being damaged, and the same was done for the watchtowers. This battle lasted for almost a whole day. Their fighting strength is inferior to that of the savages, that's for sure. The savages have high health and high attack power, but this has become their sense of superiority, and they are single-mindedly determined to take down Wang Fan and the others. Remaining daytime hours, 2 hours. It's getting dark. The priest looked at the red sun on the horizon, his eyes reddening. After a moment's thought, he decided to retreat and go back to seek support, as he was also afraid of the darkness. The priest made a strange gurgling sound. The savages were decisive and immediately retreated. The watchtowers could not attack them, and the savages pushed their storage carts and ballistae to run away. The sound of pounding chests echoed, and the silverbacks roared with joy. They were originally on the savages' menu, but now that they had driven them away, they were naturally happy. Wang Fan communicated telepathically, and several healthy silverback gorillas led the rest of the gorillas in an immediate pursuit, pressing their advantage. "Dad, how much blood does that guy have left?" Wang Fan asked in his mind. 8 p.m. Upon receiving this news, Wang Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He charged towards the savages, and upon targeting the ram-headed priest, a black steel fork immediately appeared in his hand. Hee, let's see if you die today. Sacrifice 20 life points. The two sides are currently at least 100 meters apart. Wang Fan is not worried about being attacked. Ballistae are different from crossbows. Ballistae have a long firing time and require stopping to operate. Wang Fan threw the steel fork, and with a whoosh, the fork magnified in the savage priest's pupils. Upon seeing the steel fork, a look of fear appeared in the ram-headed priest's eyes. With a sharp tear, the ram-headed priest stared in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. Although his facial expression was obscured, his glowing red eyes had turned black. The savages were also shocked. The ram-headed priest was actually dead. In their minds, priests and sages were all high and mighty beings, but now that they were dead, they were naturally thrown into chaos and panic. The steel fork, in particular, terrified them. Taking advantage of the savages' chaotic state and complete lack of discipline, Wang Fan naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Quickly, use slings to subdue them. Good. The two took out slings from their storage space, raised them high above their heads, and swung them around. The buzzing sound of the rope whirring could be heard. The two men, riding the boar, hurled it out with a whoosh. Several slingshots immediately entangled several savages, while the silverback following closely behind immediately stepped forward and swung his fists, as big as sandbags, to beat them to death. There are 4 left. Qing Shue, chase them. Don't let them get away. The savages, in their panic, ran swiftly, gradually managing to pull away from the two. Damn it, these guys are running like madmen. The black-toothed pigs are exhausted after a long day. If this keeps up, they're really going to get away. Wang Fan exclaimed anxiously. If they really escape, then they'll have no choice but to move, since the savages will definitely bring back a large force to wipe them out. Just as Wang Fan and his companion were getting worried, several wild men running ahead suddenly fell into a pit. The two men behind them stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, there's a hole in front of us. Who dug that? Wow, that's awesome. Lin Qingxue also realized. It's all along. I didn't expect that our plan would backfire. The hole they dug actually helped us. The savages who fell into the pit were muttering curses, seemingly cursing which bastard dug the pit. In any case, they were using very offensive language. Dozens of kilometers away, a long sneezed several times in a row. Achoo, achoo. Damn it. Who the hell is thinking about me? Above the pit, the savages were surrounded. Run. Where do you think you're going? Kill them. The few savages were no match for them, and if they wanted to attack Wang Fan and his companion, they would have to climb up first, but that was impossible now, so they could only keep getting beaten up. Before long, several corpses were found lying in the pit. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they didn't get away, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Lin Qingxue also sighed. Yes, these guys are not only hard to beat, but they also don't drop any treasure chests. It's really a thankless task. Wang Fan glanced at the storage cart and crossbow cart beside him, his eyes lighting up. Qingxue, do you think there might be something inside this storage cart? Lin Qingxue opened her beautiful eyes wide. Maybe there is. Quick, let's push it back and take a look. If there really is, wouldn't we be rich? At this moment, Lin Qingqing and Wang Dali also arrived, holding the scepter of the ram-headed priest. Wang Fan and his companion also observed with curiosity. Appraisal. 1-star ram's head scepter. Can condense a giant fireball. Requires a 10-second casting time, and each fireball condensation consumes 100 stones, 10 magma, and 10 dark matter. Currently, a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters can be condensed, dealing 20 points of damage on a direct hit and 5 points of splash damage. This is awesome. Holy crap. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qingqing also spoke up. It is indeed good, but I just looked into it, and we can't upgrade it, because we don't have the blueprints for manufacturing the scepter. Wang Fan sighed slightly. Well, it's alright, but it's a bit resource intensive. By the way, Xiao Fan, do you have lava? Lin Qingqing asked. Wang Fan took out a bucket bubbling with lava. Look, there is some, but not much. There are only 200 units of lava left. Lin Qingqing was slightly surprised, then said, stones and dark matter are easy to obtain. One can be mined, and the other can be used to kill ghouls. However, Lava is one less use available each time. With only 20 uses, we should use it at the right time. Wang Fan nodded. Yeah, that's for sure. The key is that you can't collect lava without special tools. Otherwise, I would really like to ask the survivors near the volcano to get me some. As for sending the bucket over to someone else to collect the samples and then returning it to him, Wang Fan figured the bucket might never come back, so he gave up on the idea. There are 3 crossbow carts and 3 storage carts in total. Let's appraise them, Wang Dali said. 1-star ballista, attack power 10 points, effective range 500 meters. Storage cart, 40 storage slots. Each slot can hold up to 1,000 items, and each slot can only hold items of the same type. This ballista is pretty good. It only has 10 points at 1 star, and at least 20 points at 2 stars. It's really powerful, Wang Dali exclaimed. After studying it for a while, Lin Xingxing said, the downside is that it's a bit bulky, and the release interval is entirely manual. Loading and firing the arrow takes at least 30 seconds. Forget it, let's go, drag it back for research. The group hauled all their belongings back to the village. 3 storage carts, let's see what's inside. Wang Fan immediately began to inspect the 3 storage carts, which contained all sorts of items. 1,000 G of venison, gold 600, iron or 500, fruit of life 17, wood 2,000, stone 2000. That's it? You only accepted this much tribute, Wang Fan said helplessly. Lin Xingxing said at this moment, there's nothing we can do. We must be the 2nd or 3rd family these savages have taken in, otherwise we wouldn't have so few supplies. However, the harvest was quite good, especially the gold, which is very rare. Gold should be very useful in the future. Although there are currently no blueprints or technologies that can be used for it, gold is extremely important in manufacturing on Earth, Lin Xingxing said. The group agreed wholeheartedly that the more difficult something is to obtain, the greater its value. This is an age-old truth. The quantity of iron ore also pleased the group. Iron ore is naturally hard to obtain, as it is difficult to find, just like gold or... Let me ask the Military Alliance if they have any technology they can share with me. They're always exploring new areas. They might have some good stuff. Wang Fan said. The Military Alliance currently has around 300 members, which means that 150 of Xia Kingdom's teams are ranked in the top 10,000 globally. The number is not large, but it is not small either. However, some of the top-ranked Xia Kingdoms did not join the Military Alliance. Otherwise, the number would be even greater. Wang Fan. Commanderly, do you have any useful technology that you could share with me? A moment later, Li Jun replied, Young brother, the best technology our Military Alliance has right now is armor, the gold and silk soft armor, but gold is really hard to obtain, and even we have only made 3 sets. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Even in ancient times, the gold and silk soft armor was a close-fitting soft armor with excellent defensive capabilities. Wang Fan. Commanderly, can you share this with me? I'll trade you something. Li Jun remained silent for a moment. Since he had informed Wang Fan of this news, he naturally had to give it to him, but he couldn't give it away for nothing, as the Military Alliance also needed to develop. Li Jun turned to the commander and asked, Commander, that young man Wang wants the blueprints for the gold and silk soft armor. What do you think? The commander put down his teacup and smiled. Just give it to him and say it's a gift for him. Don't ask for anything in return. Chapter 67 Golden Silk Hedgehog, Defense Maxed Out. Although Li Jun was surprised to hear this, he understood what the commander meant. If he directly mentioned a transaction, then the relationship between Wang Fan and the Military Alliance would simply be a transaction. However, the situation for the Death Star is bound to become turbulent in the future, and such a trading relationship is certainly not stable. A short while later, Li Jun replied, Young man, our commander said that we can give you the blueprints for the gold and silk soft armor, but we cannot provide the gold. Firstly, it's hard to find, and secondly, we've already used it all up. Wang Fan found it slightly strange. Huh? Free? You don't want anything. Li Jun. No, we are all from Xia Kingdom. We should unite and survive together on this unclaimed star. Wang Fan roughly guessed and understood that the other party was trying to win him over, but couldn't say it openly. He just needed to keep it to himself. All right then, thanks. However, I, Wang Fan, cannot accept gifts without having done so. Do you need the blueprints for the bow and arrows and a watchtower? Wang Fan didn't want to owe anyone favors. Right now, he just wanted to focus on developing his own family. He could formally integrate into the military alliance later, if necessary. Upon seeing the words, Watchtower, Li Jun was overjoyed. Young man, do you have the blueprints for a watchtower? We really need them. You may not know this, but because of our illegal team formation, we are harassed by hundreds of wild animals every day. Although we can manage, it's very uncomfortable, like ants crawling on us. Wang Fan, all right, I'll give it to you. I've taken your technology, so how could I not give something in return? Besides, I also admire soldiers. The two immediately exchanged blueprints. Li Jun was overjoyed to receive the blueprints for the bow and arrow and the watchtower. With the watchtower, the problem of wild animals around the base would be greatly improved. Although Wang Fan is not a person with an excessive sense of compassion, he still has great respect for soldiers and firefighters. After all, in those peaceful and stable times, who wouldn't want to live a peaceful and stable life? But the soldiers and firefighters who rush to rescue and put out fires still risk their lives to carry out every mission. On the planet of death, there are also some people who are happy to help others, and most of these people were previously soldiers, firefighters, or police officers. Are you going to call them saints? No, they are great. In other words, if you were the one in danger, would you call them saints just because they saved you? Absolutely not. Although Wang Fan couldn't be selfless, he still possessed normal human relationships and humanity. After all, he was a flesh and blood human being. Young man, thank you. On behalf of all 300 members of our military alliance, I thank you. Wang Fan, you're welcome. I'll go check the blueprints now. But it may seem like just a blueprint, but its impact is truly significant. With the watchtower, the alliance can develop more effectively without having to worry about dealing with invading beasts. Facing the daily onslaught of beast tides, the consumption of food, healing fruits, and manpower is naturally considerable. Li Jun passed the blueprints to the commander. The commander took a small sip of tea, his face lighting up with delight. He spoke calmly and slowly. Good. A sentry tower, a good thing. Now the security risks in the defense zone can be basically eliminated. This kid is really sensible. But this also indirectly tells us that he doesn't want to be bound by the military alliance and wants to be a free man. Wang Fan immediately unlocked the technology. Gold and silk soft armor requires 100 gold, 1 life fruit, and 50 iron blocks. Expensive luxury armor that increases health by 30 points. Upon seeing the cost, Wang Fan also let out a light breath. Hiss. No wonder they said it was difficult to build. It turns out the materials are so hard to find. Fortunately, it can be made. While other armor can also be upgraded to 30 stars, the starting point is too low, making them unsuitable for frequent use. For example, the Berserker armor can increase HP by 10 points, but if it is upgraded to the maximum level of 20 stars, it will only increase HP by 200 points. However, although the Golden Silk Soft armor is expensive, it has a high starting point. If you reach 20 stars, it can add a terrifying 600 points of health. That's the difference. Wang Fan's Wild Man title naturally benefits from armor with higher HP, since it's calculated as a percentage. Wang Fan immediately began refining the iron blocks. Iron or refining in progress. Currently refining 500 iron blocks. Estimated time, 500 minutes. Wang Fan didn't add would speed things up. There was no need, and he wasn't in a rush. The puppets have already brought back several waves of resources, and the storage boxes in the warehouse are quite full of stones and wood. Xiao Fan, your dad and I are going to the warehouse. Could we use some stones and wood? Wang Fan nodded. It's okay. Use it as you like. What's wrong with my parents using my things? Go ahead and use them. While waiting, the two started grilling meat, as they were also hungry. Ding. Refining complete. Gold and Silk Soft Armor 4 requires 400 gold for life fruits and 200 iron blocks. Will be manufacture. Ding. Manufacturing complete. 4 thin golden robes appeared, and Wang Fan distributed them, 1 to each person. Wang Fan immediately urged, let's merge. This way, our self-defense capabilities will increase significantly. Lin Xingxue nodded and began to merge, while Wang Dali and the other two were not in a hurry to merge. The Gold and Silk Soft armor is merging, automatically replacing the Wolfbone armor. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Ding. Fusion complete. Wang Fan, check the information. Wang Fan, 44 HP. Lin Xingxue, health 40 points. Lin Qingqing, health 60 points. Wang Dali, 60 HP. Wang Fan was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Damn, how come you got 60 points? What the heck? You wouldn't believe it until you see it, and once you do, you're shocked. Wang Dali unfolded the panel. Wang Dali's outfit. 5-star Berserker armor. As you can see, son, we're wearing 5-star Berserker armor, plus our own 10 points, for a total of 60 points. Wang Fan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh my god! How could I forget? If I were only focused on increasing my health, I could have upgraded the Berserker armor first." Lin Qingqing shook her head slightly. "No, you should wear the golden silk soft armor. This madman armor was just upgraded using resources from the warehouse, but there's still a conjecture that needs to be verified." Wang Fan asked curiously, "Huh?" Lin Qingqing explained, "Haven't you upgraded your armor yet?" Lin Qingxue and the other person shook their heads. They had never upgraded before. They had only upgraded their tools and weapons. Wang Dali then took off the madman armor and placed it on the forging table. "Son, watch this. Upgrade the 5-star Berserker armor. Requires 120 wood and 120 stone. Success rate 10%. Upgrade. Failure will reduce the Berserker armor to nothing." Wang Dali acquired the 5-star Berserker armor. No upgrade. Wang Fan and his companion were completely bewildered, utterly clueless. They genuinely had no idea that probability even existed. "Son, take off your golden silk soft armor and put it on." Wang Fan complied. Upgrade the 1-star golden silk soft armor. Requires 200 gold, 2 life fruits, and 100 iron blocks. Success rate 30%. Upgrade. Wang Fan was stunned. 30? Why? Why is it different? Isn't it true that the better the item, the harder it is to upgrade? Isn't that how it is when I play games? Lin Qingxue closed the chat window she was checking and said, "I just checked, and it seems that the better the item, the higher the probability of a successful upgrade. But the system's built-in axe, sword, and other weapons have a 100% upgrade success rate, as long as you have enough resources." Lin Qingqing nodded. "That's right, this is the result of our experiment using warehouse resources. It's a 5-star Berserker armor, plus the 2-star one we already had. I've failed more than 50 times so far and only managed to synthesize 2 pieces, and that's assuming I'm not too unlucky. From 1 star to 5 stars, the success rate has remained unchanged at 10%, which is fixed. The probability does not change with the star rating. More than 3,000 units of resources were wasted. Now that I see your golden silk soft armor has a 30% success rate, that speaks volumes. Xiao Fan, if I'm not mistaken, the success rate is equal to the base health of your armor." Wang Fan doesn't care about resource issues. Sometimes understanding the mechanism is more important. Even on Earth, research and development or land reclamation consume enormous resources, but these resources are not a problem, since we won't starve and we have plenty to eat. After realizing what was happening, Wang Fan immediately decided to take a gamble. The odds of 30% were actually quite high, and besides, he had always been lucky. "I'll take a gamble then, since I have just enough gold left for 1 upgrade anyway." The group nodded in tacit agreement, wanting to see if they could succeed. Upgrade confirmed. Ding. Upgrade successful. Wang Fan, health points 77. Lin Qingxue, health 40 points. Lin Qingqing, 60 HP. Wang Dali, 60 HP. Seeing the massive amount of health, Wang Fan was overjoyed. "Holy crap, I did it." Chapter 68. Iron or Discovery, heading to dig. Just as everyone was happy, Sanmao pushed open the door, slowly walked in, and casually laid down to the side. A few scattered pebbles rolled off the black-toothed pig and onto the ground, making a soft clattering sound. "What is Sanmao doing?" Wang Fan asked, turning around. The light shone on a few scattered pebbles, 2 or 3 of which were dark red, catching Lin Qingxue's attention. "Dark red, this can't be." Lin Qingxue immediately stood up, picked up the pebbles, and examined them closely. "Dark red, no doubt, this should be iron ore." The group immediately began the appraisal, and the results were exactly as Lin Qingxue had predicted. Hematite, a type of iron ore with a specific gravity of 5.26 and an iron content of approximately 70%. Wow, it really is iron ore. It seems there's iron ore nearby. Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly. Iron ore resources are extremely scarce and will undoubtedly be very important in the future. The next disaster is the mysterious fog. We don't lack food for the people we need, so we should focus on upgrading our armor, weapons, and defensive structures. That's the safest course of action. Time remaining until the fog arrives. 3 days. Please be careful when clearing out monsters. When a monster exceeds 10 stars, it will undergo a qualitative change and become extremely powerful. Seeing the prompt, the group felt a sense of urgency. The fog disaster was not like a cold winter. It wasn't something they could get through safely by just staying home, eating, and drinking. Everyone in the world is forced to passively clean up the monsters around their homes. Otherwise, if those monsters merge into a higher-level monster, then it's all over. The 8-star suffering demon Wang Fan has already experienced despair. If he were to fight the demon one-on-one with his current 77 HP, he would definitely be killed. At that time, it was thanks to Ode and his group that they took the blow for them. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. Sanmao, where did you find the iron ore? Wang Fan asked. Sanmao grunted, not quite understanding what its master was saying. So Wang Fan directly fed Sanmao the wolf spirit liquid. With unimpeded communication, Sanmao immediately understood Wang Fan's meaning and led Wang Fan and the others to run out of the village. Upon arrival, a steep 90-degree mountain wall stood before them. Sanmao snorted, and a small patch of reddish-brown mineral vein on the mountainside caught the attention of the group. It's iron ore. It really exists. That's great, Wang Dali exclaimed excitedly. However, under the watchful eyes of several people, their initial excitement instantly sank to the bottom. This calculation only yields about 100 units of iron ore, which is far too little, Wang Fan complained. They found it, but there wasn't much iron ore. It was only a small portion. Although Lin Qingxue also felt it was a pity, she was not discouraged. It's okay. Since there are some here, it means there must be more around. Lin Qingqing picked up a piece of iron ore from the ground and said, That's right. Since there is slag around here, it means that there must be a mineral vein nearby. It can't be just such a small piece. No rush. We have plenty of time. Let's use the radar to search through monitoring. The group agreed that it was feasible, as hiring people manually would be too slow. The mountain walls here are basically as if they had been cut, smooth with only a few scattered grasses. Wang Fan controlled the owl to circle the entire mountain, with every rock face under surveillance. The 4 people on screen are searching together in sync. I remember black, brown, and dark red could all be iron or look carefully. Lin Qingxue reminded her. The group didn't hesitate, staring intently as they examined the area. 2.5 hours later, after the owl circled around to the back of the mountain, it reached the limit of the radar's movement, and a brown rock face connected to a large dark red rock wall appeared on the monitor. Upon seeing it, Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Found it, that's it. The group was overjoyed and quickly marked their location, as the surrounding map had already been explored and the marked distance was displayed directly. The marker is 3,800 meters from the home base. 3,800 meters. Isn't that a bit too much trouble to go back and forth? Wang Dali said, rubbing his chin. It takes about an hour to go back and forth, since this isn't a main road. You have to traverse through the forest. Let's build tracks, Lin Qingxue suggested. Feasible. The puppets have collected a lot of resources these past few days, but they can't avoid some terrain features, such as huge rocks blocking their path and pools of water. The straight line distance is 3,800 units, but building a track would require 4,000 units of wood, with 200 extra units of wood needed to bypass some terrain where it cannot be built. 4,000 meters of wooden track requires 4,000 units of wood. Will be manufacture. Estimated time, 40 minutes. Before long, the track was completed. Wang Fan also felt the pinch, but currently 1 unit of iron ore can be exchanged for 15 units of wood or stone, meaning that only 266 units of iron ore are needed to recoup the cost of building the track. After all, most good armor pieces that add around 15 HP require iron blocks, and the same goes for weapons with high attack bonuses. With approximately 6.7 billion people remaining in the world, the demand for iron ore is naturally far from meeting the supply. Once Wang Fan understood this, he felt relieved. Wang Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. Tracks? Son, you even have those blueprints. Wang Fan shrugged. We're lucky. Let's go, Dad. Wang Fan released the minecart and sat on it. The others also jumped onto the minecart. Wang Fan pushed the lever forward, and the minecart started moving. Lin Qingqing and Wang Dali sat in the back carriage, and the 4 of them did not squeeze together. Cross-swipe, cross-swipe. As the minecart moved along, the The scenery in the forest was quite nice, although there was still snow in many places. Wang Fan, it's a squirrel. Look how cute it is. Lin Qingxue leaned over the minecart, admiring everything. Indeed, we survived the harsh winter, and hopefully we can get through the fog as well, Wang Fan said with emotion. Although the winter wasn't too difficult, everyone understood that it was merely a beginner's village. By the way, Qingxue, it'll take a few more minutes to get there. Could you check what's written in that diary? Lin Qingxue immediately took out her diary, turned to the bookmark page, and said, I've been reading it for a few days now. Let me read you the key points. The high temperature has arrived today. I thought I would be fine in the pond, but I was wrong. The pond is now scalding hot, and the hot steam is making it difficult for me to breathe. It's so hot and humid, incredibly hot and humid. I found a cave. I almost died of dehydration. There's a woman inside who looks like she's been starving for a long time. I asked my father, who lives far away in the snowy mountains, for a few hundred units of snow. I placed all the snow blocks inside the cave. The temperature is currently around 34 degrees Celsius, which is bearable. I'm lucky. There's a well inside the cave, which seems to be naturally formed. I think I can survive on well water and snow blocks. When I'm hungry, I'll eat the snow blocks, and when I'm thirsty, I'll drink the water. I'll have to be careful with the fish in my storage. It's really strange. In such hot weather, those dinosaurs are still thriving. They seem completely unaffected by the heat. Luckily, this woman is quite attractive, so I won't be lonely. I restrained her to prevent her from threatening my safety. I didn't kill her. I needed to release my desires. Maybe I'm acting like a psychopath now. But who knows if I'll even survive tomorrow. Let's enjoy ourselves first. Wang Fan looked at Lin Qingxue with a slightly strange expression. This is also an important part? Lin Qingxue pouted and stuck out her tongue. Sigh, you don't like listening to this? Then I won't tell you next time. Wang Fan immediately changed his tune, sneering as he leaned close to Lin Qingxue. Good Xue, you're the best. Next time, please explain more of these key points. Chapter 69, The Stone Giant, Guardian of the Mind. However, upon closer thought, Wang Fan frowned slightly. Dinosaurs? What temperature is mentioned in this diary? Lin Qingxue said, it's 70 degrees Celsius, which is the opposite of our harsh winter. Could a dinosaur survive at 70 degrees Celsius? This diary doesn't record anything about Death Star, so there must be somewhere else. Lin Qingxue shook her head, not quite understanding, just like the Death Star. Unless all the history that humans have unearthed before, the mass extinction of dinosaurs, is wrong, and the theory of evolution is wrong, then the origin of humankind may have some other secret. Lin Qingxue's guess also gave Wang Fan a lot to think about. Yes, the universe is so vast. Did humans truly evolve? Traces of humans have been found on Mars, but where are they now? There also seem to be traces of human habitation on the moon. What exactly is missing from this history? Nobody knows. Before long, the minecart stopped, and the group finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the large slabs of mountain wall in front of them, they were all overjoyed. Great, there are quite a lot just by looking at the surface, but I don't know how deep the continuation is. Wang Fan took out a stone pickaxe and decided to dig around and see what was going on. With a clang, the pickaxe struck, and the entire mountainside trembled. Well, what's wrong? Do I have that much strength? Wang Fan asked, bewildered. An outline slowly emerged from the mountainside, becoming clearer and clearer. Xiao Fan, retreat quickly. Two large hands suddenly slapped down. He dodged one pair, but the other one slapped him away with a loud crack, sending him flying and rolling several times on the ground. My health dropped by 7 points. Wang Fan lay on the ground, coughing a few times. Holy crap. What the hell? What the hell is this damage? Oh my god. The only scenario where a monster with 7 HP doesn't crit is a 7-star monster. Several people immediately rushed over and helped Wang Fan up. Are you alright? Wang Fan shook the dirt off his clothes. It's nothing. So what the hell was that? The group turned their heads and saw two enormous monsters, each about 10 meters tall, appearing in front of them. Appraisal. 7-star stone giant, guardian of the mines. Its entire body is composed of various ores. Innate talent. Hardened skin. Damage below 5 points is ineffective against it. Damage above 5 points is reduced by 50%. Able to absorb minerals to replenish health. Current health, 78 points. Savage stone giants? 7 stars, and 2 of them. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The two stone giants were covered in moss, and their eyes glowed blue. However, they simply stood guard in front of the mine and did not actively pursue it, protecting their own territory, which made them seem somewhat simple-minded. Should we fight? Wang Fan pulled out a steel fork. Go ahead and fight. We've already fought the demon of suffering. What's there to be afraid of this one? Bows and arrows are useless anyway, while a 5-star stone dagger deals 11 damage, and each strike reduces damage by 50%, which is 5.5 HP. Lin Qingqing pulled Wang Fan back. Don't be impulsive. These two can also devour mineral deposits to replenish their health. They just came out of the mountain wall, like liquid merging into the ocean. If they can't beat them, they might go back inside, and once they recover, it will be another battle. Let's build a new forging station first and upgrade the short sword to 10 stars, since we'll need it later when we fight in the mist. Hearing Lin Qingqing's analysis, the others also felt that this was a more prudent approach. A 10-star stone dagger deals 20 damage. It takes 400 units of stone to upgrade from 5-star to 10-star. So, 4 stone daggers would require 1,600 units. And this was even with the stone short swords in the hands of the 4 people already upgraded to 5 stars, and the system's built-in technology upgrade was guaranteed to succeed, otherwise the consumption would be even greater. Luckily, I have Straw Bros puppets. Otherwise, I would never be able to level up by cutting them down one by one and grinding for resources. Wang Fan complained, feeling more and more that Straw Bro was a talent worth befriending. At the speed of Wang Fan and his 3 companions, which is about 50 points per hour, it would take them 32 hours to collect 1,600 units of stone without eating or drinking, even if Wang Fan were to double his speed. The resources required to build wooden tracks are astronomical for most survivors. It would take them ages to grind for them. Upgrading 4 5-star stone short swords to 10 stars requires 1,600 units of stone. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade complete. The 4 of them wield 10-star stone short swords, which can increase their damage by 20 points. Adding the 1 point they already have, that's 21 points. Even after deducting 50%, you can still deal 10.5 damage to the stone giant, so it's not impossible to fight it. Xiaofan, try your best to preserve your health and let San Mao tank the damage for you. Lin Qingqing reminded her. Wang Fan nodded. Yes, I understand, don't worry. Everyone rushed forward, but since they hadn't brought Silverback, they had to go themselves. The only battle pet they brought was San Mao. However, the group was confident they could win. Otherwise, they would have gone back to call for Silverback first. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the stone dagger struck the giant stone, sending sparks flying. The giant stone giant's massive fist came crashing down, but Wang Dali dodged it with a sliding tackle and struck the giant stone giant with his sword. Although Lin Qingqing and her daughter were women, they were quite skilled and were hit by the sword twice, but they were also hit by the sword as well. The damage is so high, no wonder it's a 7-star monster. I can't imagine how you guys managed to kill an 8-star monster back then, Wang Dali said, sweating as he dodged the attacks. Wang Fan, riding his black-toothed boar, leaped forward and struck the head of the stone giant with his sword, triggering a critical hit that dealt 21 points. The group currently has relatively high health and can withstand a few hits. Once their health drops below 20 points, they must retreat to replenish their health. They must leave room for error, otherwise, dying would be the end of them. The consumption of the life fruit was inevitable, but the group ate the fruit mixed with meat, hoping to replenish as much blood as possible, which was better than nothing. Before long, the group was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Not every attack went smoothly. There were always times when they missed and were sent flying. That's about it. Time for the analysis. Stone Giant, 40 HP remaining. Quick, you're almost at half health. Keep it up, maintain the rhythm, don't panic. Qingxue, you only have 19 health points left, retreat first. Lin Qingxue quickly crouched down to dodge a punch, then leaped backward to escape, taking out the fruit of life and immediately eating it. The group's health was also low. After all, a single hit could take away 7 or even 14 health points, which was not pleasant. Fortunately, they were agile and had managed to steal the savage's offerings, so the life fruits came in handy. Wang Fan was very careful with his positioning. He was fully focused and dared not slack off in the slightest. He knew that in the end, he would have to sacrifice himself to kill the enemy. When their health dropped to half, the 2 stone giants stopped fighting, leaned against the rock wall, and slowly merged into it. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing immediately urged, Xiao Fan, it's your turn. Don't let them get away. Wang Fan had his mouth stuffed full of 3 fruits, and he swallowed them in a hurry, figuring he couldn't choke to death since the game mechanics worked. Current health, 77 points. Wang Fan's face lit up with joy. Full. I'll sacrifice 38 life points, damn it. Wang Fan threw a steel fork, and with a thud, a giant stone was smashed to pieces by the fork. There's one more. Wang Fan was getting anxious. The giant stone was about to disappear completely inside. If he lost his sight, he wouldn't be able to make a selection. He summoned the steel fork again. Sacrifice 38 points die. A whooshing sound came through the air. With a bang, the stone giant shattered. Wang Fan's HP 1 point. Wang Fan, panting heavily, immediately ate a few bites of beef and swallowed a few fruits. His body emitted a green light, and his health slowly recovered. Thankfully, it's resolved. Let's go gather resources. At that moment, 2 hummingbirds were perched on a tree opposite the mountain wall, and not far away, inside a thatched hut, 2 people were watching them. The man said with some excitement, Hee hee, I didn't expect someone to actually kill the treasure guardian. These 2 stone monsters will be tough to kill. And it runs away as soon as its health drops below half. And after merging into the mine, it regenerates a little health every minute, making it extremely difficult to kill. Another alluring man beside them leaned in and asked, Brother, should we go and rob them? The man shoved the effeminate man aside. Get lost trying to rob me? Are you sick or am I? Can you even beat me? Didn't you see that weird weapon in that guy's hand? If I got hit by that, I'd be lying on the ground, completely motionless. Keep an eye on them. I don't believe they're still mining at night. How could they be working so hard? As soon as they leave, we'll go dig. They come, we leave. They leave, we dig. Understand? The effeminate man made a delicate pinky gesture. Okay, brother. Chapter 70. Speechless. Didn't do homework? Unfortunately, the treasure guardian itself doesn't drop any chests after being defeated. We've already killed the guardian. Let's dig for an hour or so. Tomorrow I'll bring all the puppets over, so we can dig some up to use. The group nodded in agreement. Going back to transport the puppets would indeed be quite troublesome. Anyway, there's no rush. Let the puppet chop some wood and dig some stones. We'll need them later. The clanging sounds of mining echoed through the silent valley, occasionally accompanied by a howling wind that added a touch of the eeriness of the place. If it weren't for having companions, people with poor mental fortitude would definitely be terrified and scared to death in this environment. Remaining daytime hours, 1 hour. Let's go back. Night has fallen, and the ghouls will come out soon, Wang Fan said. Lin Qingxue took out a cotton cloth and wiped Wang Fan's sweat. You've worked hard. Let's go home. The sky was somewhat overcast, and the group returned to the minecart and pushed the lever. With a clatter, the minecart started moving. Xiao Fan, can your minecart be upgraded? Lin Qingxing asked curiously. Wang Fan also started checking. To be honest, he had never thought about this at all. Firstly, there weren't many iron or resources before, and secondly, the mining carts weren't used much. I need to take a look? I don't know either. Upgrading a 1-star minecart to a 2-star minecart requires 10 iron blocks, 10 stone blocks, and 2 dark matter. Upgrade. Wow, it can be upgraded. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. The current minecart speed has been increased to 80 miles per hour. The minecart, which originally had only 1 bucket and 1 lever, was transformed into a car with a roof, a door, and 6 seats. Damn, this is great. I can sit here, Wang Fan exclaimed. The minecart, which originally traveled at 70 miles per hour, now traveled 10 miles per hour. Lin Qingqing looked around and saw that the seats were arranged in a 3-2-3 pattern. There are seats, but it's not really suitable for storing things. Wang Fan also noticed the shortcomings, but it didn't matter. He could develop several 1-star minecarts and attach them to the back. That's how it is with 2 stars, but what about 3 stars? Wang Fan asked curiously. Continue upgrading. Upgrading a 2-star minecart to a 3-star minecart requires 15 iron blocks, 15 stone blocks, and 3 dark matter. Upgrade. Yes, upgrade. Ding. Upgrade complete. The current minecart speed has been increased to 90 miles per hour. The minecart became more refined again. The original simple joystick disappeared, and a separate driver's cab appeared with a joystick inside. The entire minecart has been transformed into a small train, and it's even a common green-skin train. which looks quite nice. That's fine. It seems the only options are to increase the speed and make the minecarts more refined. Lin Qingqing said. Wang Fan nodded. It was enough for now, and dark matter was hard to obtain. It only dropped by killing dark creatures. No sooner had Wang Fan and his group left than a man and a sissy arrived at the cliff face, carrying pickaxes. The leading man took out a bright red pendant and handed it to the effeminate man. Hurry up, put this pendant on the hummingbird. 2 hummingbirds flew over, and the effeminate man put the pendant on their wrists. Lava crystal pendant. Beads that emit heat. Besides providing warmth, they serve no other purpose. As darkness fell, at that moment, countless green eyes lit up in the forest. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous nocturnal ghouls crawled on the ground, but their targets were all chasing hummingbirds, as they were extremely sensitive to heat sources. Quickly, build a wooden wall to enclose this area, then mine it with wooden pickaxes, the man ordered. The effeminate man followed suit, and before long, a wooden house enclosed in the mountainside was built. The house was sealed off on all sides, leaving only a vent. Listen up, don't spout nonsense, just use the wooden pickaxe to dig. We'll leave at daybreak tomorrow. The effeminate man nodded. Don't worry, brother, you can trust me to handle things. Both of them are carrying 5-star wooden pickaxes. The base score is 5 points plus 5 points, so if the 2 of them are together, it's 20 points. The night lasts for 14 hours today. 280 units of iron ore is definitely a huge fortune. Whether used to forge iron swords and axes, increase gathering speed, or even for crafting weapons and armor, the profits have doubled. Even if you sell it for resources, 1 unit of iron ore can be exchanged for 15 units of other resources, which is a huge profit. A bonfire was lit in the village, and the 4 sat around it. Dozens of ghouls surrounded the walls, and the watchtowers fired arrows. Spiked walls held off the invading enemy, while Silverback, Peace, and Big Hair, Second Hair, and Third Hair finished off the remaining enemies, preventing the ghouls from crossing the border. Beside the campfire, Lin Qingxue took out the fruit wine that had been brewing for a long time. Come on, we haven't had a proper get-together since we reunited. Let's drink. Wang Dali put his arm around Wang Fan's neck, sniffed the fruit wine in the bamboo tube, then gave a thumbs up, revealing a row of white teeth, and looked at Lin Qingxue. It smells delicious. My daughter-in-law has excellent cooking skills. Lin Qingxue picked up the bamboo tube. Uncle, no, Dad, I toast you. The group sipped slowly. There wasn't much fruit wine, so they had to drink it slowly, for every sip was 1 less. Mom, let me toast you too. Let's have 1 more. Cheers. Xiaofan, can you sing? Come sing one for everyone. Lin Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Wang Fan shrugged. Are you sure? Others may be tone deaf, but I'm tone deaf. Are you sure you want me to sing? Lin Qingxue tilted her head, looking rather cute, and stared at Wang Fan with her big eyes. What does it mean to be tone deaf? Wang Fan laughed and said, while others can sing 5 notes, I can not only sing 1 more note, but I can't even sing the whole note. The group burst out laughing. All right, singing is a nightmare, isn't it? Well, we'll sing anyway. However makes us happy, let's belt it out. Wang Fan raised the bamboo tube and drank it all in 1 gulp. All right, come on, let's sing together, shout it out at the top of our lungs. Before long, songs filled the village, with everyone singing their favorite tunes. On this strange planet, my familiar home is long gone. Skyscrapers, fried chicken and hamburgers, fine wine, and TV dramas, all of them are gone. Only family members can rely on each other for survival. Let the autumn wind carry away my longing, carry away my tears. Who lives a life that isn't like purgatory? I've lost all dignity and can't give up if I don't cry. If we hadn't been so stubborn back then, we wouldn't have so many regrets now. If I looked at you again, would I still feel anything? Lin Qingxue also sang a nursery rhyme, which was from her favorite cartoon when she was a child. Raindrops fall 1 by 1, a rainbow hangs in the blue sky. With confidence, I can travel to the ends of the earth. I have courage and fear nothing, regardless of the harsh winter or scorching summer. I am strong and stride forward. I cannot stop. Wang Fan's eyes welled up with tears. How could he not know this song? It was from his favorite cartoon as a child, Little Warriors. The song is called Don't Be Afraid. Wang Fan smiled with relief, resting his chin on his hands. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of anything. But Qingxue, why does this singing make me feel like I haven't finished my homework yet? Lin Qingxue walked up to Wang Fan and gently pushed his forehead with her hand. It's obvious that you only watched cartoons when you were a kid and never did your homework. It was a rare moment of relaxation. Ever since arriving on Deathgate Star, everyone's nerves have been on edge at all times. They're worried about food, safety, or the difficulties they'll face next. After a hearty meal and drinks, the group slept soundly that night, even into their dreams. Everyone thought they were sound asleep in their home on Earth, but a cold wind blew in the middle of the night, and they opened their eyes. The sky was still filled with unfamiliar stars, unfamiliar forests, and an unfamiliar world. The occasional roars of beasts and the whooshing sounds of attacks from the watchtowers. As the sunlight fell upon the earth, numerous puppets appeared on the horizon, silverbacks, black-toothed boars, and 4 figures leading the way. Come on, a new day has begun. The mine car is connected, and trained conductor Wang Fan is in position, Wang Fan said with a touch of childish eccentricity from the driver's seat. Lin Qingxue immediately ran to Wang Fan's side and stood at attention. Reporting to the train conductor, the puppets have boarded, the battle pets are ready, and the passengers are seated. Wang Fan looked back and saw that everyone was seated steadily. Then Wang Fan smiled leisurely and looked at the tracks stretching through the forest ahead. Pushing the joystick. Okay, the ping and is ready to depart. Lin Qingxue raised one fist and pointed straight ahead. Charge! Clatter, clatter, clatter. The little train travels through this unfamiliar, quiet forest, surrounded by tall mushrooms and lush greenery. A short while later, Lin Qingxue leaned against the window and exclaimed, "How beautiful, Wang Fan. Actually, it doesn't seem so bad here, since everyone's here." Chapter 71, The Mine, was stolen, and the conflict rekindled. Upon arriving at the mine, the group was completely bewildered. The group looked at each other, staring at the large section of the ore vein that had been excavated. How come hundreds of units of ore have been mined out? Wang Fan asked, bewildered. Who the hell is stealing or in the middle of the night? Holy crap. The group cautiously looked around. Although the owl radar was useful, its limitation of being unable to leave its home within a 2,000-meter radius was a major drawback. However, no findings were discovered within the range that the owl radar could detect. We need to find them first. Otherwise, what if they steal my puppet? Wang Fan said worriedly. Lin Qingxing squatted down, picked up a clump of soil, and looked at it. Even though the grass has been trampled and stuck to the ground, they still left traces. Although the footprints had been cleaned up, they still left a smell. Damao and Sanmao. Go and smell around, see if you can find anyone. Through telepathic communication, Black-Tooth Pig understood Wang Fan's meaning. After all, the pig who soloed the night had followed the scent all the way to the cave. Black-toothed pigs have extremely sensitive noses. The black-toothed pig sniffed, twitched its nose, and pointed ahead. East, let's go and see who's so bold as to steal our iron ore. Several hummingbirds flew away quickly, then landed steadily on the man's shoulder. Oh no, these people are here. Run! The effeminate man exclaimed in shock. What? They found us? What do we do, brother? What do we do? Not only are there a whole group of them, but there are also silverbacks and wild boars, and they're all carrying high-level weapons. Holy crap! What kind of people are these? Are we just going to wait to die instead of running away? The effeminate man, while packing up the storage box, asked in a panic, Where are you going? The man shouldered his bag, continue east, and joined a small group over there. Will they accept us? They seem to be from the United States. The man chuckled sarcastically. They won't be interested in news about iron ore. If I hadn't been forced into it, I really wouldn't have said anything. It's better to just steal some myself. Now is the time when advanced weapons and armor are needed. How useful is iron ore? Let them fight each other, and we'll reap the benefits. Stop talking nonsense, you sissy. Let's go, they're coming soon. A short while later, a small house came into view of Wang Fan and his companions. Found it. But when they got closer to check, the place was already deserted. The group stood with their hands on their hips, gazing at the distant plains. They spotted 2 figures, seemingly riding horse-like war pets, fleeing in one direction. They got away, damn it. Wang Fan cursed. Do you think they might come back? Lin Qingxue asked. Very likely. Be vigilant. Everyone wants iron ore right now. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. We need to be careful. Back at the mine, Wang Fan began to arrange for the puppets to mine the iron ore, and the clanging sound of mining echoed through the air. None of the battle pets were left in the homestead, but the owl radar was standing on the watchtower. If anything happened, the four of them could immediately take a minecart back. All four of them had their inventory filled with food, live fruits, and necessities like weapons, but they couldn't fit iron ore in it. The group clearly divided their tasks. Wang Dali was responsible for driving the mining truck back to unload the goods each time they went home, while Wang Fan and the others were responsible for guarding the area. Let the puppets handle the iron ore mining. To build a watchtower, number 6, you need 6 arrows, 180 stones, and 120 wood. Will be manufactured. Put up. Ding! Construction complete. Wang Fan placed the watchtower not far in front of mine. 100-meter spiked stone wall. Requires 100 stones and 100 arrows. Will be manufactured. Build. Ding! Construction complete. Wang Fan enclosed the area in front of the mine with a spiked stone wall, and inside the wall were 6 watchtowers. With the addition of the silverbacks, he felt quite safe. Not bad. Now I can feel a little more at ease. On the plains, inside a village built of wood, a group of burly men from the United States are living. What are you doing here? The sentry at the gate asked warily. The man smiled obsequiously and said, I've come to seek refuge with you. Please let me in. The sentry glanced at the man, then grinned wickedly. Once you're here, you're not leaving. Leave the resources, you can die. The man outside the door narrowed his eyes and immediately shouted, Wait. I have news about iron ore, an entire vein. I'm from South Korea, after all. We're practically your little brother on Earth, so don't be so aggressive. Upon hearing this, the opponent immediately stopped their attack. The fog is coming, and iron blocks refined from iron ore are essential for both weapons and armor, as well as for building and upgrading. Are you sure? If you dare to lie to us, you're dead. The Korean man remained calm and composed, then spoke confidently. If I didn't have absolute confidence, I wouldn't have come all this way to my death, right? Don't worry, as long as you follow my guidance, you'll be rolling in iron ore and become incredibly rich. The American soldiers' doubts had mostly dissipated by now, and they then looked at the effeminate man behind the man. Where are your teammates? Why did you bring a man with you? Upon hearing this, the man pulled his companion aside and said, As you can see, my companion is a man. Only sissies sleep with women. Men should fucking sleep with men. Upon hearing this, several American soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Their anuses tightened, and they were somewhat embarrassed. Awesome. At this moment, a figure wearing a tiger skin, sunglasses of unknown origin, and a green leather hat appeared. Jack, take Mike with you. The two of you go and scout ahead with this Korean kid. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. Jack and Mike nodded. Yes, General Arthur. The man from South Korea was somewhat helpless, but had no choice but to take Jack and Mike to the mine first. After the group had walked a distance, a blonde woman asked, Why didn't you just go directly there? Arthur narrowed his eyes as he watched the receding figure. There's an old saying in Xia. One should always be wary of others. What if this guy is trying to ambush us and lure us over? It would be wise to send someone to scout out the area first. Besides, the journey isn't far. It's just a matter of crossing the hills over the plains. It should be quick. 4 heads peeked out from the hilltop, watching Wang Fan and his group in the low-lying area. See? I told you I wasn't lying to you, right? The man said in a low voice. Jack frowned slightly. He hadn't lied to them. The mineral deposits below were indeed very rich, enough to support their small army of 50 people, and even allow each person to forge a set of 4-star iron short swords. What troubled them was that not only were there walls and watchtowers below, but there were also more than a dozen powerful battle pets. Living in the plains, they naturally didn't manage to tame many battle pets. Aside from having a bit more beef, which was just enough to eat, there were only about 20 battle pets for 50 people, and half of them were horses that could only be ridden. However, Jack felt that even so, taking down Wang Fan and his group would still be easy. After all, they had more people on their side, and they also had long-range weapons. I'll take a picture and send it to General Arthur. Arthur was overjoyed when he saw the photo. Such rich mineral deposits. Heaven is on my side. I hereby declare that these mineral deposits belong to my Arthur Legion. Jack, keep a close eye on them. I'm leading my men over right now. Jack's face lit up with joy. They're finished. Chapitre 72 Fireball Intimidation. Ça va, j'arrive. On the grassland, a group of people ride unique mounts, galloping across the plains. This mount has the head of a wolf and the body and size of a horse, and it is quite large, easily accommodating 3 or 4 people. The wolf horse galloped at full speed, with a group of people sitting steadily on its back, racing towards the location of the mine. "How much longer until we get there?" Arthur asked. "We expect to arrive around noon. There are 10 hours of daylight today, so we should have 5 hours left after we arrive." Arthur's eyes gleamed. "All right, they don't have many people, but they seem to have advanced technology. Everyone used long-range weapons to shoot them down from the hilltop." "Did you hear me clearly?" "Yes, General," the group replied in unison. Lin Qingqing's eyelids twitched slightly. "Why do my eyelids keep twitching? I have a feeling something's going to happen." Wang Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Behind him were mineral deposits, and to his right were railway tracks, the route he had taken. You only need to pay attention to the area directly opposite and to the left. Let's be on high alert and make sure the puppets mine safely. Ping and you go up in the sky and keep an eye on things. Report any unusual activity to me. Peace flew into the sky in a flash, and a cute dog head looked around warily. No problems or dangers have been discovered so far. But 2.5 hours later, something unexpected happened, and Ping and started barking urgently. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Qingxue asked. Through telepathic communication, Wang Fan also looked solemnly at the mountain wall directly opposite him. The cliff face is about 15 meters high, and behind it, a small team of about 50 people is climbing. "Something's wrong. People are here. It's probably the guy who ran away who called them. Damn it." Although their expressions became slightly serious, they did not panic. Lin Qingqing asked, "Xiao Fan, what are their strengths? What weapons are they using?" Ping embarked twice, and Wang Fan immediately realized something was wrong. Slingshots. These guys are using slingshots, which are long-range weapons. What they fear most right now is naturally ranged weapons. If you want to fight in melee, you have the silverback black-tusk boar and high-star weapons, so you're not afraid of the opponent at all. However, it's difficult to fight at long range. Even with a high-damage 5-star iron sword, it's useless. To be honest, slingshots are actually very powerful. Even the kind of slingshots used to shoot steel balls on Earth can kill people. Arthur waved for everyone to stop. "Kimchi bro, are you saying that kid's weapon is weird, that it can kill a 7-star monster with half its health with a single fork?" The Korean man was also very attentive. Yes, that's right, I saw it with my own eyes. You must not be reckless." Seeing this, Arthur did not show himself. Instead, he ordered, "Their location is below on the opposite side of this cliff. All of you, go forward and shoot them as soon as you see them." "Yes." A group of people popped their heads out, spotted Wang Fan and his group, pulled up the rubber bands, aimed, and released them. It hit Wang Fan with a thud, causing him to lose a little blood. Wang Fan immediately hid behind a stone wall, a blind spot where the opponent couldn't hit him. "I've tried it. This slingshot only takes a little damage per hit." The men's faces darkened. A little blood was indeed not much. However, all 50 of the enemy soldiers are armed with slingshots. If they focused their fire on one unit, it would be absolutely terrifying. It was precisely because of their focused fire that Arthur and his group were able to hunt down many high-level monsters. Otherwise, a team of 50 people would not have been able to do well. Wang Fan checked the map and realized that if he wanted to climb up the opposite cliff, he would have to climb up the steep slopes on both sides of the cliff. Would it be feasible to have the silver backing wrap around the side? Lin Qingxue asked. Wang Fan shook his head and quickly rejected the method. No, even though silverback is already 5 stars, it will take time to climb up. In that time, they will send out their battle pets to block it and then focus their fire on silverback, which would be terrible. At that time, not only will silverbacks suffer heavy casualties, but we will also lose many battle pets. Several silverbacks howled angrily and pounded the ground. Because of their large size, they were constantly on the defensive and could only dodge and run around. Wang Fan looked at the steel fork in his hand and put it away. Forget it, the fork won't work either. It's pointless to kill one in a second. At this moment, Lin Qingxue took out the ram-headed scepter. The ram's eyes on the scepter still glowed red, giving it a somewhat eerie look. Use this, there's no other way. Everyone nodded in agreement. There wasn't a better solution at the moment. Although the lava is becoming increasingly scarce, there's no other way. It's absolutely necessary to use it now. Qingxue, come here. Lin Qingxue hummed in agreement, then picked up the scepter and peered at the other person through the small gap. The red-eyed sheep's head that suddenly appeared on the stone wall left the American people somewhat bewildered. What is that thing? Sheep? Crutch. Never mind, just shoot down the wall. A series of thuds echoed as countless pebbles pounded against the stone wall. The 2-star spiked stone wall only has 200 health points, and many walls have already begun to break down. Fallen Vulcan, heed my command and bring down the meteorite. What are you doing, Qingxue? Don't need to chant like that. I didn't know that. Lin Qingxue smiled leisurely. Don't you think it feels better this way? Huh. Consumes 100 stones, 10 lava, and 10 dark matter to unleash a 10-meter diameter lava fireball within a designated 400-meter radius. Will be manufactured? Make it! In an instant, about 20 meters above Arthur and his companions, a huge, fiery red boulder was still flowing with molten lava, growing larger from small size. The lava boulder continued to grow larger in everyone's eyes, filling them with fear. What is that thing? One person exclaimed in terror. I don't know, a shooting star? That's ridiculous. Does your meteor look like that? Arthur's eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted, Get out of the way. This thing wasn't made by them, so Arthur figured it must be something bad. Leaving first is the best option. Lin Qingxue counted down, 3 to 1 fall meteor volcano. With a loud bang, rocks flew and lava tumbled from the opposite mountaintop. Several other people were thrown off the cliff by the blow and died instantly. 4 people were directly smashed into the ground, and a group of people fell to the ground. Staring in utter terror at the still steaming lava boulder, he broke out in a cold sweat. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief, General, that kid's cheating. Arthur swallowed hard. All 4 people who were killed head-on had less than or equal to 20 health points. Arthur estimated that the boulder would only deal around 20 points of damage. Furthermore, there is splash damage. After all, he only lost 5 health points from being thrown back by flying pebbles. Damn it, who are these Xia people? How do they have something like this? Meanwhile, a group of wild men more than 10 kilometers away saw the huge fireball from afar and then ran towards it like madmen. The savages wielded short swords and wore strange helmets, and there were more than 30 of them. Chapter 73, Savage Tribe, Valiant Warrior. Ping flew down and landed on Wang Fan's shoulder, barking twice. 4 people are dead, and several are seriously injured. Qingxue, give us another one. Wang Fan said. Lin Qingxue didn't hesitate and immediately raised her scepter. I can't see anyone, but watch me, I have no vision prediction. Consumes 100 stones, 10 lava, and 10 dark matter to unleash a 10-meter diameter lava fireball within a designated 400-meter radius. Will be manufacture. In an instant, another fireball condensed in the sky. The people of America hadn't even recovered yet, and were now even more frightened. My hair, give it back, someone exclaimed. Everyone watched as the fireball slowly condensed, growing larger from small to large, increasing in diameter by 1 meter every second. It was truly terrifying. Run, Arthur shouted. He didn't want to lose any more men, so everyone fled in panic. A fireball crashed down from above, killing 5 more people with a thud. Along with the loss of 6 battle pets, Arthur was already considering retreating. He couldn't afford to provoke them. He simply couldn't afford to. General, what should we do? Arthur was helped up, patted the dirt off his body, and sighed helplessly. This is impossible to win against. Heaven knows how many more times they can use a move like this. Retreat. A group of people were also unwilling to give up. The mineral deposit was right in front of them, and if they obtained it, their strength and development would definitely take a qualitative leap. The Korean man was somewhat unwilling, and though he wanted to speak, he swallowed his words. Arthur has now lost both his wife and his army. If he says anything more, Arthur will definitely take his anger out on him. Arthur turned around and noticed the Korean man, his eyes filled with anger. The man realized he was in trouble and turned to run, but was grabbed by several people from the United States. Arthur slowly walked over. Trying to run? Where do you think you're going? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have suffered such a huge loss? You'll pay for this loss with your life. The Korean man felt a sinking feeling in his heart, knowing he had no way out, and began to curse. You fucking noobs, a bunch of you 50 people couldn't beat 4 people on the other side, and you blame me? You really brought your earth ways with you, huh? Damn it, a bunch of good-for-nothings. It's no wonder that Xia country is superior to you. You heartless bastards. A sharp, resounding slap. Oomph, you fucking make me fight against a cheater. Do you want me to die fast enough? We're still living in the Stone Age. Where the hell are they? A fireball, 10 meters in diameter. Can you believe it? Go to hell. Arthur slapped him again and again. Go to hell. Fuck your mother. I'll fucking beat you to death. A slap usually takes away 0.3 points of health, while a Korean man has 22 points of health. But he was beaten to death by Arthur, which finally brought him some satisfaction. You bastard, you're really tough. Let's go. We'll remember this. We're not going to let this go. General, what should we do with this sissy? Seeing the effeminate man being brought over, Arthur turned and walked away without looking back, saying lightly, "Play whatever you want. I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Upon hearing this, the American group immediately revealed a wicked glint in their eyes. Hee. The effeminate man felt a tightness in his anus and unconsciously recalled a song. The chrysanthemum is withered, wounds cover the ground. Arthur had barely descended the mountain when he was stunned to see a group of savages armed with weapons charging towards him from about 100 meters away. They were menacing, raising dust and shaking the ground wherever they went, and their masks looked extremely ferocious. A group of people stared wide-eyed, uttering each word slowly and deliberately. Stop sending messages. Holy crap. Run. Where did these savages come from? And such a huge group of them. Holy crap. A group of people fled in panic. The mountain was a dead end, a cliff with no way out, so they chose to take a detour. Arthur's eyes lit up, and he shouted as he ran, "Quick, lead these guys over to that kid." The group immediately turned around and ran towards Wang Fan. Even if it meant his death, he wanted to find something for Wang Fan to do. Thump, thump, thump. The ground kept shaking. Wang Fan and the others turned to look in one direction. What's wrong? Was there an earthquake? Everyone had a bad feeling, and the next moment, Arthur led a group of people running towards them from around the bend in the mountain ahead. Damn it, they dare to come here. Qingxue smashed them to death. Lin Qingxue, wielding a ram-headed scepter, directly created a fireball. Arthur and the others were alarmed. Quick, go around the wall, break out from the side, and enter the forest. A group of people on wolf horses broke through the wall from the side and headed into the distance. A fireball came crashing down and killed several more Americans. But Arthur had no time to pay attention and turned to shout, "Kid, look at the gift I prepared for you. Ha ha, if you can survive, I'll admit I'm impressed." Wang Fan frowned slightly, while Arthur had already dashed off into the distance. They led the remaining 30 or so people through the side of the wall into the forest, then moved through the woods and turned left to prepare to go home. The tremors in the ground had not yet subsided when about 30 savages, wielding short swords and wearing terrifying helmets, appeared around the corner ahead, coming into view. Their equipment looked very sophisticated, and they were smaller than the average savage. But with that speed and that equipment, you could tell even with your toes that they were definitely not to be messed with. The pupils of the group shrank dramatically. What is that? Appraisal. 6-star Savage Warrior. 82 HP. Equipped with 3-star high-quality stone gear. Short in stature, but extremely agile. They're Savage Warriors. Well-equipped Savage Warriors. How can there be so many? It hasn't even been 28 days yet. Lin Qingxing exclaimed in a panic. What exactly was overlooked? What else was left uncounted? Wang Dali said in a deep voice, "It's a priest." Although a priest is not as good as a sage. But perhaps they had some special connection with the tribe, which is why they learned of the priest's death. A chill ran down their spines. This was the only explanation they could come up with. Their understanding of the savages was ultimately insufficient. I thought everything would be fine as long as the savages didn't go back to report. But now they realize they seem to be wrong. The priest must possess some kind of ability that will be known to the other party after his death. This unknown world still holds too many mysteries, and even a tiny savage is so elusive. In the savage tribe, a ram's head mask had split open in the middle, signifying the death of the ram-headed priest. There are also tiger heads, ox heads, pig heads, and so on, a total of 12 masks. Consumes 500 stones, 50 magma, and 50 dark matter to unleash a 10-meter diameter lava fireball within a designated 400-meter radius. Whether or not to manufacture. Manufacture. The chanting time is 50 seconds. The group dared not hold back as the savages moved swiftly. Not only can he climb walls with almost a single jump, but he also wields equipment comparable to a 3-star stone dagger. One fireball is definitely not enough, and it might even be dodged. Only by throwing 5 fireballs at once can you possibly kill more than half of them. Wang Fan, buy some time. 5 fireballs should be enough to wipe out at least half of them. Okay, don't worry. None of them will get through. Wang Fan joined the battle, but he was very careful. At this moment, Lin Xingxue was a mage, and the group needed to buy time, 50 seconds. The savage warrior wields 2 short swords, dealing 6 plus 6, for a total of 12 damage. Moreover, if it's doubled, that's 24 points. Even though Wang Fan has a lot of health, he wouldn't dare to provoke him head-on. The savage slashed very quickly. He would strike with his left hand, and then immediately strike with his right. Clang, 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 sparks flew as weapons clashed. Wang Fan kicked the savage off the stone wall. Go to hell, General, use whip kick. Without hesitation, Wang Dali rushed to the side, where a wild man was climbing and about to come up. Wang Dali kicked hard, but the savage clung tightly to the stone wall with both hands, refusing to let go. Wang Dali, size 42 feet, kicked the savage in the face again and again. Let go, you son of a bitch, let go of me. 5-hit lightning whip strike. I told you to let go. A rapid series of kicks. The savage finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. The moment the savages climbed onto the wall, they saw the ram-headed scepter in Lin Xingxue's hand and became even more frantic, trying to climb over wave after wave. They were very fast, climbing to the top of the wall in almost 3 or 4 seconds, but the silverbacks were waiting above, and once they climbed up, they were thrown out. Everyone, stop them. Don't let them get over the wall. Following Wang Fan's instructions, the silverbacks did not engage him in combat. Instead, kick the savages down so they can't get over the stone wall. Just block them. Killing them is too difficult. Lin Xingxing released the crossbow and pulled the bowstring with all her might. With a sharp whoosh, it hit its mark precisely, knocking her off the stone wall. Come on, I'm not one to be trifled with. The savages continued their fierce fighting style, constantly leaping upwards. Even when they were pricked by the thorns and bled, they were not afraid. Their eyes were only on the ram-headed scepter, which seemed to be very important to them. 18 seconds left, everyone. Hang in there. Chapter 74. Destroying the Savages, the Skeleton Knight. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Hang in there a little longer. Almost there. Lin Xingxue reminded him with slight anxiety. 50 seconds may seem short, but it is actually not long at all. During this time, Wang Fan and the others faced a perilous situation. A savage climbed over the spiked stone wall, leaped down quickly, and charged directly at Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue was startled and shouted, Wang Fan. Wang Fan turned his head and his eyes sharpened, a steel fork appearing in his hand. Appraisal. 6-star Savage Warrior, current HP, 68. The attacks from scaling the spiked stone wall and the watchtowers weakened the savages, giving Wang Fan the opportunity to kill them instantly. Sacrifice 68 health points. Fuck. The Savage Warrior turned his head in panic, only to see a black steel fork growing larger and larger in his eyes. With a splatter, blood splattered, and the savage was pinned to the watchtower, lifeless. Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The savage's attacks were extremely fast, with very short intervals between them. If you get close to him, he can slash twice in almost a second, just like a Wuju Blade Master in his ultimate form. I'm going to land right on your heads, otherwise I won't be able to kill these guys. I'll count to 3. Everyone get ready to run. Okay, received it without any problems. Lin Xingxue immediately started counting. 3. Mom and Dad, Wang Fan, get out of the way. The 3 looked up at the sky and saw that 5 huge fireballs had been successfully formed and were falling. Holy crap, wasn't it supposed to be counting to 3? Why is it counting to 3 already? Run. The group reacted quickly, and the fireball landed right on the wall, since almost all the savages were concentrated there, which was unavoidable. The silverbacks had fallen for this trick before. Without needing a warning, they immediately leaped away, running faster than rabbits. Hurry, get out of range. The group quickly ran in the opposite direction of the fireball. Lin Xingxue had chosen her landing spots very cleverly. One behind the savages, one in front of them, one in the middle, and one on each side. Even if we can't kill them all, we can definitely hit every single savage. The savages were quite agile, but they had just jumped off the wall when the boulder fell, as they hadn't been prepared beforehand. Thump, thump, thump. 5 boulders of lava crashed to the ground, sending a group of savages flying. The entire spiked wall collapsed under the combined damage, as it already had little health left. Each lava boulder also had splash damage, and when they were stacked, they killed 20 savages on the spot. 1 bullet deals 20 points, 5 bullets deal 100 points, and the splash damage is 5 times 5, which is 25 points, even though it's impossible for 5 bullets to hit all targets at the same time. However, most of the savages were damaged by at least 3 lava boulders, and with the splash damage stacked up, only 10 savages remained. Even though most of the remaining savages have unhealthy health. They looked at their dead comrades, at the enormous lava boulders, at their wounded comrades, and felt fear in their hearts. Devil, it's a devil, they thought to themselves, simply because Wang Fan held a weapon of the devil. Escape as quickly as possible, was their only thought. With a few gurgling sounds, the remaining savages scattered and fled in 10 different directions. Seeing this, Wang Fan cursed, cunning, utterly cunning, extremely cunning. These despicable bastards. The group knew they couldn't let these guys escape, but with 10 directions to pursue them, how could they possibly catch up? Even knowing it would be difficult, we still had to chase. Everyone, Ping and Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, spread out and chase after them. Remaining daytime hours, 1 hour. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Only 1 hour left. If they didn't get back within 1 hour, they would have to face the ghouls, which would be even more troublesome. If you can't catch up in half an hour, hurry back and take a car back. Good. As they spoke, the group had already left the mine and dispersed, with one group moving through the woods. Ping'an is extremely fast and was the first to bite and kill one. Now, Ping'an is also a 5-star monster and is not a hindrance at all. Well done. All that meat I've been feeding you every day hasn't been for nothing. Keep it up. Woof, woof, woof. Peace is as swift as the wind, continuing its relentless pursuit. Birds were being startled and flying around in the woods, a flock to the east, a flock to the west, and another flock to the north. Remaining daytime hours, 2 minutes. By this time, the group, drenched in sweat, had returned to the mine site. Even though they said they would come back if they couldn't find them in half an hour, none of them wanted to let those savages escape. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble, which is why it has dragged on until now. Of course, this is also because each of them is thinking about the team and wants to solve this problem. Even if I encounter real danger and cannot return, I will still pursue them. Otherwise, you could just come back after chasing for less than half an hour and not have to worry about anything. Wang Fan was drenched in sweat, his mouth stuffed with large chunks of meat, his stomach bulging like a balloon, and his health points down to only 10. I killed 3. How about you guys? Ping'an barked twice, and Wang Fan stroked Ping'an's head. You killed 2. Great job. Lin Qingshue's face darkened. Hearing this number, she knew things were hopeless. 1. They ran too fast. Wang Dali said, I'll have one. Lin Qingxing took a deep breath. 1. The silverbacks came up empty-handed. Their massive size became an obstacle in the forest. But Big Mao brought good news. He had killed one. 1, 2, 3, 9, 9. Lin Qingxue counted. Everyone's hearts sank. Oh no, there are 9, and 1 got away. But now that it was getting dark, everyone had to board the old-fashioned green train and go home. Night has fallen. The skies suddenly darkened, plunging the entire forest into darkness and silence, with only the green train moving forward with its headlights on. Numerous green lights illuminated the forest, and hundreds of ghouls appeared, their legs like spiders, crawling swiftly across the ground. The enormous noise and heat generated by the train drove them frantically toward this side. 10, 20, 50, 100, and more. Wang Fan severed the ghoul's hands with a single sword stroke, causing it to fall to the ground. Keep a close eye on them. Don't let them in. The silverbacks remained on high alert. Several terrifying heads peered in through the window, and a silverback sent them flying with a high punch. Dozens of ghouls were scrambling around on the train, and sharp claws kept reaching in from the roof. A few people could hear the rattling sound of the disgusting crawlers crawling on the roof of the car. It was the sound of the ghouls' sharp hands and feet hitting the metal roof. With a tearing sound, a large hole was ripped open in the ceiling, and a skeleton with green eyes, holding a long sword, looked at Wang Fan and his companions. This guy not only has a sword in his hand, but also a shield, and there's no doubt that the huge gash that was torn open was caused by him. Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine and looked up. What is this? 5-star skeleton knight. 52 HP. A being formed from an unreincarnated spirit, active at night and hiding by day. Its sharp sword is tainted with misfortune, delivering critical hits with every strike. Wang Fan couldn't help but complain. Every hit is a critical hit? 999 damage per hit. If you're a brother, come and fight me. To be honest, at first glance, Wang Fan even thought the skeleton was somewhat handsome, really cool. But Wang Fan suddenly pulled the lever behind him, and the train braked instantly. Due to inertia, all the monsters on the train were thrown out. The other passengers in the carriage were also in bad shape, and they collapsed together, bumping into each other. Wang Dolly kicked the silverback. Get your monkey but off my face, you bastard. Wang Fan's health has only recovered to 20 points, so it's impossible for him to fight head-on. He can only outsmart him. Chapter 75, The Fog Approaches, entering the auction. Wang Fan maneuvered the train backward, then braked and surged forward again, crashing through dozens of ghouls before brushing past the skeleton knight. Damn it, there are all sorts of monsters and demons out there. What exactly is that thing? The group was temporarily out of danger, with only a few ghouls still clinging to the train, but it wasn't a big problem. While browsing through the survival guide for the Dead Gate world, Lin Qingxue noticed a piece of information. Remember, all living beings in the world of the Dead Gate are real, and each being has its own purpose, including you. It's bizarre, absolutely bizarre. A sense of gloom settled over the group. Now that one savage had escaped, there was no doubt that a large savage army awaited them. Back in the village, the group sat together and discussed their next move. Just then, Straw Bro sent me a message. Young man, do you know there's an auction today? I heard there's a treasure map up for auction. Are you interested? Wang Fan immediately replied. Treasure map? When does it start? Straw Guy. Half an hour left. Wang Fan. Okay, got it. Thanks, I'll go check it out in a bit. Even after closing the message, the atmosphere remained somewhat somber. Mao grunted twice, and Wang Fan frowned as well. What? Mao didn't come back. Oomph. Wang Fan frowned, looked out the window, and took a deep breath. I hope Mao isn't in trouble. Just then, outside the wall, Mao kept banging on the door. Inbei recognized Mao and immediately opened the door to let him in. Mao excitedly ran into the house, bumping into Wang Fan and sending him flying. Wang Fan knocked over tables and chairs, then cried out in pain. Ouch! What the hell are you doing, Mao? Wang Fan, who had just gotten up, shook his dizzy head and asked, Where did you go, Mao? How did you get lost? They left in such a hurry that they didn't take a head count. Their attention was entirely focused on the runaway savages. Mao grunted twice, and Mao immediately told Wang Fan through telepathy. After Wang Fan understood what Mao meant, he immediately rushed over and stroked Mao's big head. Who knows what this little girl had been through? Appraisal. Mao. Current health. 1 point remaining. 1 point of health, oh my god. You've really gone through a lot, Mao. Wang Fan said gently. After Wang Fan told the others the news, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Mao had been chasing after the last wild man all along. With a bit of wisdom, she knew that the savage absolutely could not be let go, so she simply kept chasing him. After a fierce battle, during which she smashed a wounded savage into a tree and killed him, she began her return journey. Relying on her keen sense of smell, she found her way home and raced all the way back. The ghouls kept chasing me all the way, so much so that I almost died on the way back, with only 1 point of health left. The group took out food and placed it in front of Mao. Mao, this is venison. And here, 3 live fruits. Mao, eat beef. Amo, eat these. Tia penis, it's very nourishing. Faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, Mao was somewhat at a loss and immediately shook his head and fainted to the ground. Several people gathered around and asked, What's wrong? Having trouble making a decision. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, resting her chin on her hand. I guess she was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. By the way, Mom, the savages shouldn't be coming out anytime soon this time, right? The group analyzed the situation and discussed the moving arrangements, ultimately concluding with 2 words. No moving. The reason is simple. Since savages possess some intelligence, 30 savage warriors in a savage tribe must be an extremely powerful force. If you put yourself in the chieftain's shoes, and you sent out your elite troops for less than 2 days, would you think they would be wiped out? Of course not. At least in the event of casualties, it's impossible for everyone to die, right? As for whether these warriors would be known after their deaths like the priests, the group decided to take a gamble, betting that he wouldn't, and they analyzed that the probability of them being right was very high. If any ordinary savage warrior had this thing, how much would be lost, and how many materials would be needed to make it? Furthermore, none of them wanted to give up the environment here. After all, they had invested a lot of resources in the village. Besides, the fog will arrive in 1 day, and monsters will be everywhere then. Those savages will have to clear out the monsters too. It's better to wait until after this fog arrives. Xiao Fan, isn't there an auction? Isn't it almost time? Lin Qingqing reminded him. Wang Fan then came to his senses, realizing that his attention had been completely diverted. Auction house, room 999. Room 999 is the room with the treasure map that Strawbro mentioned. The group opened the auction house. The auction had already begun and was currently in the bidding phase. 1. Treasure map. Large amount of treasure. Current bid. 50 units of iron ore. 2. Zhuge repeating crossbow blueprint. Current bid. 40 units of iron ore. 3. Life fruit 20. Current bid 60 units of iron ore. 4. Teleportation key 2. Current bid. 100 units of iron ore. Wang Fan and his group looked around and found that there were only a few good items, but the teleportation key was more sought after than the others. There's only one reason, summarized in 3 simple words. Family. Even if it costs a fortune, everyone would want to bring their family over, so they are naturally in high demand because family is worth it. Which parent wouldn't want to bring their child to live with them? And which child wouldn't want to stay by their parent's side and protect them? It's possible, but extremely rare. The bidding has only reached the first round. Should we place a bid? We don't know how high it will go in the end. Wang Fan said. With over 6.7 billion people in the world, Wang Fan wasn't sure if he could compete with those teams, since those teams all served one person or one family. Some did it voluntarily, while others were enslaved. Check the rankings. Your team is currently ranked 28th globally. Upon seeing the number 28, Wang Fan took a deep breath. Indeed, there are always people better than you, and there's always something higher than the next mountain. Take an inventory of the resources. Your resources are as follows. Various meats, 2,323 units. Iron ore, 3,250 units. Stone, 1,500 units. Wood, 1,200 units. 2 sets of iron tools, rated 5 stars. Condoms, 150. Wolf Fong set, 50. Battle pets, 12. Demon weapon, 1. The Zodiac scepter, the scepter with a ram's head. Silk, 600 units. Wild rabbits, 25. Sheep, 2. Various blueprints. Looking at the densely packed list, Wang Fan had a general idea of what was going on. The rabbits had already given birth, and there was still plenty of food to eat. Stone and wood are consumed in large quantities, as they are needed daily for arrow production and wall repair. Even if the price of wood and stone drops in the future market, as long as there are enough of them, you can definitely exchange them for other things. That's for sure. The consumption is still quite high, Sai. Lin Qingxue said, let's take that treasure map and the Zhuge repeating crossbow. We don't need anything else. We have lantern grass to heal, and fruit trees can also bear fruit. Perhaps I'll have a chance to find the treasure map someday, and maybe I'll find a lot of treasure. And the Zhuge repeating crossbow can also enhance our team's offensive capabilities. Such a rapid-fire long-range weapon is naturally useful. So what if the damage is low? If you scrape fast enough, gua sha is like scraping the bone. Everyone thought it was feasible, and they immediately decided to put up a bid. Please select whether you are bidding individually or as a team. Team. Your team currently has no name. Please set a team name. Our team doesn't have a name yet. Let's come up with one. The group said they didn't care, as long as it wasn't particularly tacky, and told Wang Fan to take whatever he wanted. Wang Fan immediately typed 4 characters. Please confirm your team ID is Imperial Power and Hegemony. Confirm. Ding. Imperial Power and Hegemony have entered the bidding. Chapter 76 acquires the auction item, forges the Zhuge crossbow. 1 round of bidding for Imperial Power and Hegemony. Item number 1's current bid, 100 units of iron ore. Item number 2's current bid, 100 units of iron ore. Several people bid directly, and starting with 100 units, they can beat 98% of the other bidders. Inside this room, more than 20 million people were preparing to participate in the auction. After all, there were more than just these two good items. It's just that Wang Fan either didn't need the other good items or already possessed them. Meanwhile, 10 million people are watching, and as for the rest of the world, some are not interested, some are busy gathering resources, and others are in other auction rooms. Not everyone has the leisure and resources to participate in auctions. To be honest, auctions are something for people with resources. Even on Earth, it's something for the rich. A total of 200 units of iron, or wow, this kid is quite rich. It's just so, even though I only have 10 units. The guy upstairs who talks big, a guy who earns $3,000 a month but thinks $300,000 is a pittance. The second floor was silent. Iron ore is hard to find. This area is vast, and who knows where there is iron ore. Moreover, I heard that even if you find it, you still have to deal with the mine guardians, who are extremely troublesome. To compete, you either need to offer more than Wang Fan, or you need to offer 1,500 units of wood or stone to be equivalent to 100 units of iron ore. While some people did acquire the gold, they don't need it right now. It's not a necessity for the auctioneer. The auctioneer's true intention is to use stones, wood, and iron ore to forge armor and weapons. Gold is useless to him. After all, not everyone has the blueprint for the golden silk soft armor. Rare items are often in the hands of a few, and rare blueprints are rarely repeated. Moreover, the only powerful weapon that comes with the system right now is the iron sword, and the upgrade success rate is 100%. Most of the better armor on the market requires iron blocks. Therefore, everyone uses iron ore as a bidding tool. Immediately, someone raised the price, adding 10 units of iron ore to both items. They were relatively cautious and didn't think about going all in. Only a fool would do that. The minimum bid increment is 10 units, or the equivalent of 10 units, which is the essential resource required by other auctioneers. Xiaofan, add more slowly with them. We'll add more as they add more, until they can't add any more. Lin Qingqing reminded him. Wang Fan nodded. Okay. This is the only way to get these two auction items at the most suitable price. If you just show off and go straight for 500 units, you might be able to get them outright, but that would be too wasteful. The other side was also going head-to-head with Wang Fan. They understood the same principle and kept increasing their points by 10. Item number 1's current bid, 300 units of iron ore. Item number 2's current bid, 300 units of iron ore. Inside the auction room, the other party spoke up. Friend, please don't try to take these two items from me. I have a use for them. The other party revealed their ID, which read, Western Dragon. Wang Fan was naturally not intimidated, and his ID was revealed, Imperial Power and Hegemony. Inside the room, everyone was amazed. Who is this kid? Is he that arrogant? Holy crap, Imperial Power and Hegemony. Wow. Is that Qin Shi Huang sitting across from me? Or just royal power and wealth? Don't be so damn arrogant. I can't even stand it anymore. You're even better at showing off than me. Someone even tagged Wang Fan. Do you remember me? We worked at an inflatable doll factory back then. I was in charge of attaching the head, and you were in charge of looking cool. 666,666. Wang Fan smiled, ignoring those people, and replied, Coincidentally, I also have a use. If you are richer than me, I have nothing to say. Let's rely on our own abilities. The blonde man opposite him frowned and immediately raised the price again. After several rounds of bidding, the price reached 350 units of iron ore. The blonde man felt confident that he had secured his position. The two items totaled 700 units, which, when converted to wood and stone, amounted to 10,500 units. Quite astonishing. In that case, I'm sorry, but my price is probably quite high, isn't it? Hey you, Imperial Power and Hegemony, right? If you're really that wealthy, why not continue? Wang Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't add 50 units, but only 10 units, just to avoid being scammed. Even if he was scammed out of 10 units, he would still feel uncomfortable. It's like when a store is supposed to give you 30 cents in change, but they just say, never mind, it's only 30 cents. It's not much money, but it still makes you feel uncomfortable. Seeing Wang Fan add another 10 units, the blonde man became annoyed. Are you kidding me? Either you pay a high price to win the bid, or you get lost. What's the point of you keeping adding low prices here? The blonde man turned to the woman beside him. How much iron, or do we have left? The woman, blonde and blue-eyed, was quite attractive, A total of 840 units of iron ore, and the captured black slaves only found this much. The blond man thought for a moment, then spoke. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. This kid is totally messing with me. Taking a step back will only make things better. If I hold back, I'll just get angrier. I'll go all in. That treasure map might contain something good. After all, it has never appeared before. Equipping the slaves with those rapid-fire crossbows will also help them better deal with the mist monsters. The price of the Western Dragon has increased. Item number 1's current bid, 420 units of iron ore. Item number 2's current bid, 420 units of iron ore. The other party spoke with a hint of smugness. Excuse me, everyone, I believe no one has offered a higher price than me. Two 420-unit iron ore deposits make up 840 units. While the number may not seem like much, there are 100 million people out of 6.7 billion who have iron or resources nearby, but haven't discovered them. Of these, half, 50 million people, possess knowledge of iron or reserves, and the other half, 25 million people, are able to successfully locate ore veins. Only about 1/10 of the population can actually kill the Mind Guardian, considering it's a 7-star monster. Saying that only 1/10 of the population can handle it is an overstatement. Out of 25 million people, that leaves only 2.5 million. Before the harsh winter arrives, will these 2.5 million people be collecting food for warmth or iron ore? Naturally, it should be food and warmth. At that time, the iron ore market is not large, and basically no one cares about it. Even if we assume 1/10 of the 250,000 people go to collect iron ore after the winter, and it's only been 4 days since the winter started, how much can they collect? At most, 1,000 units would be a great achievement. And how many of these 250,000 people actually participated in the bidding? Very few. Inside the room, everyone was in an uproar. Wow, so many. This is enough to build a small team. Who is this guy? Does anyone know? People from the United States enslaved some black people. They were among the top 10 people in the United States. Top 10 in the country? Wow, that's pretty good, better than many people. 10 units of iron ingots make one 1-star iron sword. How many iron swords can that make? And it can also be upgraded to a higher star level. Wang Fan ignored it and simply raised the price by 10 units. Item number 1's current bid, 430 units of iron ore. Item number 2's current bid, 430 units of iron ore. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in chaos. Wow, who exactly is this imperial power and hegemony? They're so rich. And he seems to be toying with the other side, only adding 10 units each time. Remove seems, thank you. I think he's just playing games with the other side. The woman opposite him frowned slightly. This guy seems to be playing us, only adding 10 points each time. The man's face darkened, and he felt even more certain. It's not just a possibility, it's a joke. Don't argue with this guy. We don't necessarily need these two things. If we can't have them, then so be it. Let's let this kid go for now. It'll save us some iron ore. The woman rolled her eyes, slightly speechless. The man changed the subject, saying, we can ask Arthur from America to exchange the blueprints for the slingshot, although it can't compare to the Juga repeating crossbow. By the way, how's the construction of the stone pit going? The woman replied, it's 15 meters deep and 400 square meters. It's already built. Unless you can fly or climb walls, you can't get out. The man nodded in satisfaction. Give the order that as soon as the fog arrives, throw similar types of monsters into it to merge with each other, keeping their star rating at 6 stars or below so as to obtain better resources. I don't need the auction items, but this matter must be done well for me. Tell my slaves that they won't get anything to eat until this is done. Yes. After a moment of silence, the blond man sent a voice message with a hint of displeasure. Imperial power and hegemony. I hope we never meet again. Rat tail juice. Imperial power and hegemony. You'd better watch yourself. You've been spending too much time on TikTok. Chapter 77, The Mist Appears, Monsters Attack. At this price, no one competed with Wang Fan for the contract. Firstly, there's no need, and secondly, there's no demand. Survival is a problem. So who would dig for treasure? The third one was naturally penniless, with no iron or to fight over, not even a hair. Countdown 3, 2, 1 is over. Congratulations to Imperial Power for winning a treasure map and a blueprint for the Juga repeating crossbow. All right, we got it, Wang Fan said. Xiao Fan, open the treasure map and take a look. Lin Qingqing reminded him. Okay, sure. Ancient tombs, a blood-soaked burial ground, where an emperor lies buried, and where vast treasures lie dormant. The journey here is long and arduous, fraught with peril. When everyone clicked on the treasure map, they were somewhat stunned. They finally understood why that guy had put the treasure map up for auction. Wow, it would take almost 2 Earths to find this place. It's so far. Wang Fan complained. Lin Qingqing immediately began to sort things out and contacted some people in the Researchers Association. Wait a moment. Although it's far, it's not impossible to get there in the future. Let me see which places I need to pass through to get here. However, the group didn't care. If a treasure were so easy to obtain, it wouldn't be called a treasure. Wang Fan continued to look down. 5 keys are needed to unlock the treasure. The locations of 3 of the keys are marked in red below. The locations marked in red were all completely black on the maps of the group, with no indication of any terrain or topography, since no one had been there before. Through comparison and communication between Lin Qingqing and the Researchers Association, the specific geographical location of the 3 keys burial site was also clarified. Dragon Valley, the kingdom of dinosaurs, a place where countless dinosaurs lived, including Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Velociraptors. The Dead Forest, a forest tainted by ominous substances where the plants devour people. Sleeping in the snow-capped mountains. Stretching for thousands of miles, the snow-capped mountains have temperatures that are consistently below -40 degrees Celsius, and many enormous creatures have perished here. Wow, any of these look dangerous. Oh my god. The group sighed. They still had no information on the other 2 of the 5 keys, but this only fueled Lin Qingqing's curiosity. As a bioarchaeologist, she was filled with a desire to explore everything about Death Gate Star, and was also very curious about the arrival of humans there. It's alright. The closest mountain to us right now is Changmian Snow Mountain. We can go there if we have the chance. There's no rush now. Let's take a look at the Zhuge repeating crossbow first, Lin Qingqing said. Okay. Zhuge repeating crossbow requires 10 wood, 1 beast tendon, 1 spider silk, 1 iron block, and 1 dark matter. It can load 10 crossbow bolts at a time. Damage depends on the arrowhead material. Effective range is 100 meters. Each star upgrade increases the firing range by 10 meters and the payload by 10. Not bad. We can teach the silverbacks how to use it. If they learn how to use the repeating crossbow, it will be a great help to us. The fog is coming soon. Let's start teaching them, Wang Fan said. Lin Qingxue patted Wang Fan on the shoulder. We're out of spider silk. We can only make 15 Zhuge repeating crossbows. Upgrading them to higher stars is impossible right now. Wang Fan stroked his chin. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. We haven't found any trace of spiders yet. Let's build 1 star ones for now. At least they can fire in bursts. The group nodded in agreement, finding it feasible. They also suggested that the silverback could be taught how to use the crossbow. Silverback primates are quite intelligent, so learning from them shouldn't be too difficult. The original giant silverback has reached a terrifying 6-star level. One of them was killed by wildlings, but there are still 8 silverbacks left. Of the remaining 7, only 2 are 5-star, and the rest are 4-star. The large silverback grows to a huge size after reaching 6-star, reaching a height of 6 meters. Wang Fan simply made several portions of wolf spirit liquid and gave them to all the silverbacks to drink. In this way, they could fully understand Wang Fan's meaning through telepathic communication. Before long, inside the village, several silverbacks curiously played with the Zhuge crossbows in their hands, and with a few swift arrows, they shot out and shot the fruit in Wang Fan's hand onto the wall. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop shooting like crazy. Don't you guys have any aim? Wang Fan cursed. The silverbacks scratched their heads. Although they knew how to use the repeating crossbow, their aim was terrible, and besides, they were quite playful, even shooting at each other. After several hours of rest and training, the silverbacks all had big bumps on their heads. They stood in a row, looking rather pitiful, their expressions saying it all. We behaved ourselves. Please let us go. All right, the fog will arrive right after midnight. Everyone, be on your guard and listen to my instructions. After getting everything sorted out, Wang Fan began leading his 3 black-toothed pigs to root around in the ground outside the village. Lin Qingqing, sweating profusely, asked, Xiaoxue, is there any water? I'm dying of thirst. Oh yes, well water. I'll boil it. Glug glug. The group started drinking. Although not drinking water, or eating would forcibly extend their lives by the system instead of causing death. It would cause them to lose health. But the feeling of hunger and thirst will happen normally, which is also very uncomfortable. So in this life, eat and drink as you should and don't mistreat yourself. Several people were digging a hole, all holding shovels and digging hard. Shovels are fast at digging. We should be able to dig a 200 square meter pit before dark. The silverbacks were also digging with shovels, but they were very mischievous, and through the dirt they dug up onto the other silverbacks. It's like fighting a war. A lump of mud was thrown at Wang Fan, but Wang Fan wasn't about to be fooled and immediately shoveled it away. What are you doing? Why are you all so restless? Do you want to get beaten up again? Wang Fan roared. The silverbacks immediately became obedient and helped with the digging. Because of their telepathic communication, Wang Fan knew that these silverbacks were just like that, active and lively, and meant no harm. With everyone's efforts, the pit was dug 5 meters deep. Of course, this was not enough, so the group began to build a wall of spiked stones around the pit to enclose it. All right, this is deep enough. They shouldn't be able to climb out now. Wang Dali gestured with his hands. Pretty much, unless that monster can fly. Lin Xingxue then led her mother to a field. Mom, look, I've cultivated some dryland rice, but I've tried grafting and hybridization, but haven't been able to cultivate high-yielding, lodging-resistant dryland rice. Lin Xingxing frowned as she looked at the vast expanse of golden wheat fields, although the dryland rice was exceptionally beautiful in color. However, they were short in size, and although they had already produced rice grains, they mostly lay on the ground like babies who hadn't woken up yet, with much of it rotting. Xiaoxue, your direction is correct, but the essence of hybrid rice lies in removing impurities and preserving purity. You have to select the best of the worst from the hybrids, then hybridize these best of the worst again, and select again, and so on in a cycle. Only by bringing its quality infinitely close to one can we finally succeed. This is a very long process, not something that can be achieved overnight. Later, when we have time, Mom will help you cultivate these dryland rice varieties. However, you've already cultivated high-yield, lodging-prone dryland rice, which is quite impressive. Lin Xingxue looked at the wheat field without being discouraged, believing that she would succeed one day. Okay, once I cultivate a high-yield, short-season, and lodging-resistant, drought-resistant rice, my family won't have to eat meat every day. To be honest, for the past month or so, the group has been eating meat almost every day, either rabbit or beef, with maybe some vegetables and not many seasonings, not even soy sauce or oyster sauce. No more rice with soup, rice with soy sauce, or fried rice with egg. Eating vegetables without rice means you're missing half the fun. As the night deepened and all was quiet, a fog descended. The planet has begun its journey across the misty starfield. It will be shrouded in mist, and monsters will emerge. Please try your best to survive. In a vast universe, a colossal planet is hurtling towards a large, gray, misty region. Meanwhile, on the planet Death Gate, gray mist began to appear continuously, resembling the smog of a sandstorm. From within the mist, strange figures slowly emerged. Some resembled humans, while others looked like cats or dogs. As night fell, the ghouls appeared, and immediately, these mist monsters and ghouls began to tear each other apart. It seems they're not the same type at all. At night, the group did not plan to clear out the monsters, since there were still ghouls outside, and the situation was complicated and not suitable for combat. They might as well just go to sleep. If there's a really big emergency, the silverback will wake a few people up. A mist drifted into the village, and a figure appeared at Wang Fan's window. She looked old and frail. Her face was lined with deep, dark wrinkles. She spoke slowly, her voice lingering and drawn out, as if coming from afar. Xiao Fan, my dear grandson. Wang Fan immediately woke up and looked out the window. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran through Wang Fan's body. His lips parted slightly, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 78, The Mist Arrives, Time to Slay Monsters. Wang Fan was panicked not because of anything else, but because the person outside the window was his deceased neighbor, Grandma Li. When Wang Fan was a child, his father worked away from home to support the family, and his mother remarried. While other children had their parents pick them up from school, Wang Fan didn't. Having few playmates growing up, he only had the care and concern of the elderly lady living next door. They would give him good food, And once they even walked 20 kilometers from the village to buy Wang Fan a battery-powered racing car. The problem is that Grandma Li has always had leg problems. The 20-kilometer round trip took her a whole day, and she didn't return until after 8 p.m. Wang Fan only found out about this later. Wang Fan's first race car was named Charged Tornado. To this day, he still remembers. The reason why Grandma Li treats Wang Fan this way is most likely because she is lonely or because she likes children. Grandma Li's experience was also very tragic. She had 5 children, but in her old age, none of them cared for her. Her eldest daughter complained that she had an old-fashioned air about her. Her second son complained that she had difficulty walking and wanted to send someone to take care of her. The third son, under pressure from his wife, also chose to turn a blind eye and has not returned home in the 5 years since he left. My fourth daughter married far away and hasn't called home once in 3 years. The fifth son returned from gambling and stole Grandma Li's retirement pension and other savings. There has been no news of him since. No one knows if he is alive or dead. Only Wang Fan, when he was a child, not only did not dislike Grandma Li, but would also tell her some interesting things that happened at school when he returned home. For example, lifting a little girl's skirt, stealing a classmate's spicy snack, rescuing a stray cat. Grandma Li always told Wang Fan stories with a smile, and every story was about values and beliefs, which naturally made Wang Fan happy to listen. Although Wang Fan wasn't good at studying, his values were still quite good, even though he had some minor flaws. Grandma. Lin Qingxue rubbed her eyes. There was no one outside the window. It was completely empty. She didn't understand who Wang Fan was talking to. Wang Fan, Wang Fan. After shouting twice, Wang Fan remained unmoved, as if frozen in place. The scene was quite bizarre at one point. Xiao Fan, I've come to see you. I've also come to this planet. Come quickly, come with Grandma. Grandma has many good things and many resources for you. Wang Fan stammered. Grandma Li, weren't you dead? Wang Fan clearly remembered receiving a phone call while boarding the school bus for a field trip. It was from a nursing home. Grandma Li only had one number in her phone contacts, and that number belongs to Wang Fan. You're Li Pingmei's grandson, right? She just passed away peacefully at the age of 18. Our nursing home will take care of the rest. If you have time, you can come and see her one last time in the next couple of days. The elderly woman donated some money to the nursing home, hoping to be laid to rest in her hometown and not to be cremated. We will bury her the day after tomorrow. By the way, her children have all come to claim their inheritance, that old house. But she made a will, and she still has 23,547.52 yuan left, so it would be best if you could come and deal with it when you have time. Besides, your grandmother's children are arguing incessantly at the nursing home every day. It's so noisy. The sooner they come, the sooner it'll be over, and they'll be done with their hopes. This was the last news Wang Fan heard. The remaining money could be 20,000 yuan, or it could be none at all, but it was in whole and small amounts. Wang Fan knew that this was all of Grandma Li's belongings. And in less than 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, everyone in the world was transported to another world. At this moment, Lin Qingxue was stunned. She was terrified. Dead? Conversation? In the middle of the night? Lin Qingxue's eyes turned red. Her heart pounded. Her breathing quickened, and her body trembled. She huddled in the corner of the bed, slightly terrified. Maybe he's dead. Maybe he's still alive. Xiao Fan, come here. I've found so many good things, you'll definitely need them. Grandma Li said kindly. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, pulled out purified water, and hurled it at Wang Fan. Then at the window, a burst of water vapor exploded, and Wang Fan blinked, his eyes regaining their clarity. What happened just now? I think I saw something. Wang Fan muttered to himself. Lin Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, tears welling up in her eyes. She rushed over and hugged Wang Fan tightly, her little fists pounding against him repeatedly. Wah! You scare me to death, Wang Fan, wah! Wang Fan hugged Lin Qingxue and gently patted her back. It's all right, sweetie, I'm fine. Could this fog have hallucinogenic effects? Wang Fan wondered. Very likely. Lin Qingxue nodded affirmatively. Hey, Wang Fan was talking to thin air. How could he not be hallucinating? But Wang Fan found it strange. He felt it wasn't a hallucination, but he wasn't entirely sure. He looked up at the crimson moon in the sky and muttered to himself. Could it be that I'm under the infinite Tsukuyami? The next day, just as dawn broke, sounds of fighting could be heard from the outskirts of the village. Thump, thump, thump. That's the sound of the silverbacks protesting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was the sound of the Zhuge repeating crossbow firing. Fuck your mother, die. This was the cry of a terrifying, upright ape. Qingxue, quick, there's one on the left. Lin Qingxue turned around and killed a one-star monster with a single sword strike. Obtained 1 piece of wood. Another one was killed. Obtained 1 stone. Yes, monsters do drop items, but not every item drops. The drop rate is generally around 50%. These monsters are currently mostly reptiles, including lizards, venomous snakes, centipedes, rats, scorpions, and more. Even so, the group was still in great discomfort. The gray fog reduced visibility to a mere 15 meters in radius. Sometimes, if you're not careful, you might get ambushed by monsters in the fog and lose some health. What if one has only 1 sliver of health, but gets ambushed by 10 or 100? That was terrifying. Fortunately, the group had lantern grass, which emitted light. They didn't run far, but stood around the lantern grass, engaging in a war of attrition. Wang Fan built 5 watchtowers to help deal with the sky monsters. The sky monsters spawned by the mist were mosquitoes. 1, 2, 3, 4. It also makes a buzzing sound, which is very annoying. Who invented mosquitoes? I suggest deleting this. Wang Fan, don't we have pitcher plants? Let them out. Maybe they can eat these mosquitoes. Lin Qingxue reminded him. Wang Fan immediately released it and planted it on the ground. The newly planted pitcher plant was only 20 centimeters tall. However, mosquitoes are small enough for pitcher plants to eat. As soon as the pitcher plant is planted in the ground, it emits a unique smell, which is neither fragrant nor foul. Dozens of mosquitoes immediately fell victim to the pitcher plant, crawling into it and being devoured. The pitcher plant itself visibly grew larger. Wang Fan was overjoyed. It works. It works. I don't have to worry about mosquitoes anymore. It really is true that one thing can overcome another. Holy crap. The 4 people were facing 4 different directions and were quite close together. These monsters were not very intelligent and would actively come and attack them. The 4 people standing back to back also greatly reduces the risk of being attacked from behind. Chapter 79, Biological Evolution. The Evolution of the Century. This situation continued until noon. When the sunlight became stronger, the fog began to thin considerably, and the monsters began to retreat, seemingly disliking the sunlight. Like a surging tide, it comes and goes in a hurry. The group wiped their sweat. Their health had dropped by half. They had been constantly slaying monsters. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a bit and recharge. Damn it. Wang Fan plopped down next to the watchtower to rest. Yes, it's strange that these monsters retreated at noon, Lin Qingxue said, puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Who cares? It's a good opportunity to adjust my state of mind. In their spare time, feeling a bit bored, the group opened the interface. Chat, global, currently active, 6.2 billion. Nearly 500 million more people died in just one morning. The group sighed helplessly, saying that some people will not adapt to the environment and that only the fittest will survive. I'm rich. I'm rich. 5 units of meat have been sold. I can finally eat meat. Holy crap, there are mosquitoes here. I hate mosquitoes the most. Wah. Hey everyone, does anyone have a life fruit? I've eaten so much meat, I'm practically bursting, and I've only recovered 3 HP. Whoever gives me a fruit, I'll chat with them about it. My ranking jumped from the bottom to the top 2 billion. I turned things around, huh? One for me, I'm live streaming my monster fighting adventure. Please send me some virtual coins to support me. Everyone, get out. Who's your family? Get out of here. Nearly 2 hours later, the fog thickened again, and everyone immediately became alert. Guys, we're here. Get ready for battle. Wang Fan warned. The silverbacks were as excited as a 1-ton child, very happy. They loved the Zhuge repeating crossbow and enjoyed playing with it. At this time, not only centipedes, rats, and scorpions appeared, but also several large shrimp. That's right, a 2-meter-long prawn with stalked, giant eyes, a pair of segmented, giant forelimbs for quickly capturing prey, a beautiful large-tail fan, and a pair of long-tail forks. Lin Qingqing's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed in surprise, "This guy! No way!" Lin Qingqing's face was filled with disbelief. For a moment, she was stunned. "Mom, what's wrong? What happened to the shrimp?" Lin Qingxue asked with concern. Lin Qingqing murmured, It's Anomalocaris, a marine predator from the Cambrian period, reaching 2 meters in length. But shouldn't this creature live in the sea? How do they get on land? As biologists, they are constantly exploring the mysteries of life through archaeology, discovery, knowledge-seeking, and exploration. But now it seems they've made a mistake. Why did the Cambrian marine predators appear on land? Were all previous human explorations and conclusions wrong? Wang Fan didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to kill her first. Mom, don't worry about it. Just kill her first. Lin Xingxing also came to her senses and immediately took out her iron sword to start slashing. The Anomalocaris are increasing in number, but they're currently only at level 1, making them quite easy to kill. Obtained 1 unit of Anomalocaris meat. Obtained 1 Anomalocaris eye. Obtained 1 shrimp claw. The constant falling items also boosted the group's motivation. Something was better than nothing, even though they didn't know what use they would be later. The whole day passed quickly, and at night, it was time for another battle between ghouls and mist monsters. These creatures of the night were clearly much stronger than the creatures of the mist, and they seemed unwilling to allow the mist creatures to merge. Inside the room, Lin Xingxing was lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Xingxue asked with concern. Lin Xingxing smiled slightly. I'm fine. I just feel that the knowledge I learned before seems to be useless. Anomalocaris clearly has no legs. Fossil studies have shown that they should be marine creatures, but they can actually run on land. Doesn't this directly negate my decades of research on biology? Well, Wang Fan didn't understand these things, but he still said, Mom, don't think too much about it. Biology is a wonderful thing. Having feet doesn't necessarily mean you live on land, and having fins doesn't necessarily mean you live in water. Take the platypus, for example, which is a kind of creature that doesn't resemble anything else. If there weren't living platypuses, who could prove from fossils whether a creature that doesn't resemble a land animal or a sea animal? And I heard my teacher say that platypuses theoretically have 25 sexes. It's a good thing they're living ones, otherwise they would be a global problem. Hearing this, Lin Xingxing felt much relieved. Indeed, who can completely determine all the characteristics of a creature based on just a pile of fossils? Horses that go to sea, snakes that come ashore, fish with wings, and chickens that can dance. The ever-changing nature of life is beyond anyone's comprehension. Inside the pit that the group had built, the Anomalocaris were beginning to fuse, transforming from 1 star to 2 star, and then from 2 star to 3 star. Of course, they must be of the same species. Anomalocaris must fuse with Anomalocaris, and mice must fuse with mice. Otherwise, they cannot fuse. The group wanted to raise high-star monsters, then kill them to get better loot. The next day, the group was delighted to see the Anomalocaris in the pit had become a 3-star creature. Killing the Anomalocaris was easy, but capturing it and throwing it in was difficult. After all, Anomalocaris is 2 meters long, and the reason for not choosing rats, scorpions, or anything like that is because even the 1-star ones can crawl out. Anomalocaris has no legs and can crawl on land in a snake-like manner, but it is not as agile as a snake and cannot climb walls. After some discussion, the group decided to catch the Anomalocaris and raise it until it reached about 8 stars before harvesting it. They didn't dare to risk raising it to 10 stars because there would be a qualitative change at that level, and who knew what would happen. Big guy, now's the time. Throw it in. Wang Fan ordered. The silverbacks rushed over, picked up the overturned Anomalocaris, and threw it into the pit. However, the Anomalocaris seems to be stronger today, with a noticeable increase in health, but the impact is not significant. Well done, keep it up. The group was having a great time. When they ran out of blood, they had lantern plants to deal with them, and they could handle mosquitoes with pitcher plants. They didn't need to worry about anything. The pitcher plant had grown considerably, reaching a height of nearly 1 meter, and its pitchers had become much larger. Excellent, excellent. I never imagined that my unintentional action back then would be so helpful to the battle. Obtained Anomalocaris Shell 1. Obtained 1 piece of iron, or obtained Shrimp King 1. Wow, it can even drop, or... Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise, although the probability was very small. With a 50% chance of getting a specific item, and then taking that 50% chance to get iron, or the remaining 10% chance is quite low. However, this has caused a global sensation. The news spread quickly from one end of the village to the other, from the 100 Herbs Garden to the 3 Flavor Study. Chat, Xia Kingdom. It can drop or, holy crap, or from killing Anomalocaris. Wow, really? The bag is really good. I got one too. This is iron ore, and iron is worth a fortune. I'm not kidding. In just a short while, news spread that the enhanced Anomalocaris could explode with ores. The village was in an uproar, the city was in an uproar, the whole country was in an uproar, and even the whole world was in an uproar. Why does the Anomalocaris look so handsome? Hey, my good little shrimp, don't run away. Let Grandpa chop you up just once, it won't hurt. One chop, and you'll be dead. Brothers, let's kill shrimp, get iron ore, and use the iron ore to make equipment. Charge! Currently, Anomalocaris has between 10 and 15 health points, which is manageable for most people if they are careful. After all, Anomalocaris' attacks can be dodged if you react quickly enough. As people around the world become increasingly enthusiastic about killing shrimp, a hint of panic seems to emanate from the Anomalocaris' hard shell and expressionless eyes. These people are insane. They've gone mad and want to kill them as a sacrifice to the heavens. Chapter 80. Lacking spider silk, searching for information. Today was a crazy day, and also a happy day for humanity. With the ore, everyone's strength will increase to some extent, although most of them will still be slower than Wang Fan and his group. After all, whether it's the efficiency of killing monsters or the means of restoring health, most people rely on eating meat to restore health. Moreover, the drop rate is low, not everyone gets the watchtower and lantern grass, and quite a few people have been bitten to death by mosquitoes. It's really tragic. When people discovered that lobsters were edible, they were served in garlic and braised dishes, and there wasn't enough to go around. It's quite strange when people discover that oysters have become an invasive species abroad. Why are they so rampant? Is it because people don't know how to cook them? When people discovered that bullfrogs were edible, wow, they started farming them. Why? Because the wild ones were almost extinct. And now, people have discovered that hunting Anomalocaris can yield minerals. Think about it. Think about it carefully. Chat, Xia Kingdom. Hey, does anyone have any Anomalocaris left? Can you give me one? I don't have enough to kill, not enough at all. You want to share, even the Anomalocaris? Shaw, go find it yourself. Get out of here. There are no Anomalocaris. No Anomalocaris. How can we kill them for you? We don't even have enough to kill for ourselves. Do you want some rats? You can share them with us. Hee, I got 15 iron ore today, quite a haul. Where did this Soul Palace Protector come from? Throw him out. Hey, do you guys think Big Anomalocaris is better braised in oil or with garlic? Get out of here. Get out of here, you glutton. Wang Fan smiled slightly and looked at the group. So, which is more fragrant, braised in oil or garlic? Before long, wood was added to the camp, and a whole Anomalocaris was placed on top and started to roast. Wang Fan took a picture and posted it to the class chat channel. It's nice to chat with these classmates who have been with us for 3 years of college, sometimes. Finally, we could take a break. How are you all doing? This shrimp looks pretty good. It'll be cooked soon. Monkey, Brother Fan, you've even eaten an Anomalocaris? Wang Fan frowned. Yeah, isn't this thing easy to kill? You didn't get to eat it. Brother Fan, don't even mention it. Killing them is alright, but dealing with the other small monsters is too troublesome. After killing them and getting the loot, we just run away. Where do we find the time to drag the 2-meter-long Anomalocaris corpse? My inventory is full of essential items, so I can't take them with me at all. Wang Fan then realized what was going on and said helplessly, Okay, want some? Really? Godfather. It's really true. The crowd below, staring at the enormous shrimp claws, were already imagining how much meat was inside, their mouths watering even through the screen. Dad, Godfather, please accept my bow. Father, Grandpa Fan, let me have a taste. Wang Fan glanced at the dozen or so Anomalocaris corpses laid out by the door and shrugged helplessly. There was simply no way he could finish them all. This is why Wang Fan and his friends, with their high attack and high health, could farm Anomalocaris with impunity. Ordinary people, with low attack and low health, wouldn't dare to farm it for a whole day. Not to mention spending time dealing with the carcass of a 2-meter-long Anomalocaris. Many others simply choose to lie low, find a place to hide, and are too afraid to fight monsters. There are quite a few like that. Wang Fan felt that it was just a little bit of meat, nothing special. After all, they were classmates, so he didn't mind being given a piece of meat, which was such an insignificant thing. Before long, almost everyone except those who didn't get along with Wang Fan had a bite of shrimp, which was only about the amount of a bowl of rice. but that was enough. After eating the shrimp, everyone exclaimed that, in a word, it was absolutely amazing. It's so fresh and delicious. And it's so bouncy and chewy. The texture is amazing. It's really delicious. Thank you, Dad. Lin Qingxue also smacked her lips. This shrimp meat is much better than the dead shrimp I used to eat. Those unscrupulous merchants sell dead shrimp. The meat is rotten and has no chewiness, and they still sell it at a high price. Several people strongly agreed with this point. Exactly, those unscrupulous merchants, ugh. Alone, dozens of kilometers away, sneezed again. Achoo, achoo, why do I keep sneezing, damn it? The woman took a bite of shrimp, sucking on her fingers that were covered in the flavorful sauce, looking very satisfied. Brother Long, you really lived up to your reputation of running a barbecue restaurant. Your grilling is absolutely delicious. Along's face lit up with a smug look. He, of course. I'm a gangster. I always have some skills to rely on. Otherwise, I'd starve to death, wouldn't I? Eat quickly, and we'll have a lot of fun later. I feel like every muscle in my body is full of power after eating this meat, including the chicken. The woman lay in Along's arms. Brother Long, let's not seek revenge anymore. Isn't it good for the two of us to live like this? Along's expression changed. He pushed the woman away and said seriously, No, we have to report it. That's my brother. He then looked down at Wang Fan's village at the foot of the mountain, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. Just wait. Once I raise a 10-star ferocious beast, you're finished. Along took out a blueprint, then looked at the 15 units of iron or he had painstakingly collected throughout the day, and then unlocked the technology. Iron chains, manufacturing. The Anomalocaris seems to have gotten a lot stronger today. Will it get stronger and stronger in the future? Lin Qingxue asked worriedly. The group agreed wholeheartedly, agreeing that Anomalocaris was indeed stronger and might become increasingly difficult to deal with in the future. After all, the current situation is not too difficult, and apart from other creatures, only Anomalocaris seems to have become much stronger, with its health points being about 5 points higher than the day before. The casualties among them were naturally greater, since most of them were fighting with high-level melee weapons, and injuries were inevitable. If that's possible, let's upgrade the Zhuge repeating crossbow, so we can use it to clear out monsters too. The upgraded version has a 20-shot capacity and an additional 10-meter attack range, allowing us to clear monsters from a distance with relative safety. The group agreed wholeheartedly. Although the Zhuge repeating crossbow didn't deal much damage, it was incredibly fast, and you could just stand still and fire a barrage of shots without much effort. But we're running out of spider silk. Let's go to the trading market and see if anyone's selling any. Feasible. After checking, the group was speechless. There are so many people in the world, yet no one sells spider silk. Why is this happening? Nobody in the world sells spider silk. Where did these savages get their spider silk from? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. Then, Lin Qingxue searched for the keyword spider in the world chat channel. I found some chat logs about spiders. Someone help me. I'm stuck in a spider web. A spider. A huge spider. It's coming. It's crawling towards me. Help. Goodness gracious. Has anyone encountered spiders? The spiders here are terrifying, bigger than a 3-story building in my village. Someone help my husband. Spiders have wrapped him up like a mummy, and I can't cut through these spider webs at all. The spiders are coming back soon. The two men exchanged a glance and said in unison, It's huge, you can't cut it? It's like a building? Wang Fan swallowed hard. No wonder no one has ever gotten spider silk. Even if they did, they couldn't cut it, and even if they could barely cut it, it would attract spiders that would eat them. Wang Dali wasn't idle either. He used the radar to mark a spot on the map. Here, marked in yellow, there are many white spider webs on the tree trunk. Maybe we can collect them. Chapter 81, The Giant Spider, Stealing Spider Silk. The group approached to examine the image closely, zooming in. They saw that the dense forest to the west was filled with white skeletons, clearly indicating that the skeletons had been eaten by a powerful creature. On the barren tree trunk, strands of spider silk, each as thick as a thumb, were wrapped around it. It's only been half an hour since noon started, so we still have about an hour and a half left. It takes half an hour to go there and back, so we'll have about an hour to collect the materials, Lin Qingxing estimated. Wang Fan dragged the screen, searching for the spider's silhouette. That's weird. Where the hell is the spider? The group observed the area, but couldn't find any spiders. Apart from the bare, leafless trees and the withered leaves and bones on the ground, There was no sign of a spider at all. Xiao Fan, just to be on the safe side, we need a secure method. Mom, what did you say? We already know that the spiders here are very big, so we should avoid direct contact. We're afraid that if we fight, they might spray out a lot of spider silk and trap us. It's no easy feat to break free from spider web as thick as a thumb. Lin Qingqing then took out a slingshot and slashed at it with her sword. The spider silk was very resilient, and she only managed to cut a shallow gash, not even cutting a tenth of the diameter of the spider silk. Look, it's very resilient, and it makes your hands sticky, very sticky. Since it's a spider, I think it probably relies on the vibrations of its silk to pinpoint the location of its prey. Lin Qingqing pointed to the upper left corner. This is the extreme where the spider silk stretches, and we go in the opposite direction of the extreme, which is the farthest away. Then send a mud bear puppet to this extreme point to tap the spider silk and lure it there. We'll use this time to collect the spider silk. The group nodded in agreement, finding it highly feasible. Although no trace of spiders have been found yet, it was always good to be fully prepared. All right, let's not delay. Let's set off while the sun is high in the sky. Wang Fan did not bring any battle pets because they were too large, and their vision was only a grayish-white area, making it difficult for them to distinguish spider silk. If they were to collide with each other, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, the group was just going to collect some materials and wasn't going to fight. The sun hung high, its rays piercing the withered wasteland, scattering decaying leaves. Several people walked across the wasteland, the air thick with the stench of marsh gas. Why is this place so lifeless? Lin Qingxue complained. Meanwhile, the group had found the spider silk, but the silk was intricate and lacked any aesthetic appeal or structure, making it far from a beautiful web. Wang Fan looked up at the thick spider silk, put his hands on his hips, and said, "All right, that's all for now. The mud bear puppet will probably take a while to get there. Let's wait about 10 minutes. While waiting, the group began to examine the spider silk on the sling. Unable to cut or tear, Wang Fan then took out a torch. Let's burn it. Spider silk should be flammable. Let's give it a try. Theoretically, that should be the case. Lin Qingqing and her daughter held the two ends of the sling, while Wang Fan took out a torch and burned it under the spider silk. But the spider silk was not easy to ignite. However, it is not heat resistant. When the spider silk is burned, it emits black smoke like burning plastic and then slowly melts from the scorched area, but does not catch fire. It broke after about 10 seconds. That works. Burning it is indeed a good idea. At this moment, the mud bear puppet had reached the extreme furthest away from the group, and then it swung its axe at the spider silk in front of it. With a soft thud, the spider silk trembled slightly. A faint humming sound emanated from the air, just as the group was observing a giant black spider, nearly 9 meters long and almost 4 meters tall when standing, suddenly kicked up the dead leaves on the ground and leaped onto the thick spider silk 100 meters in front of them. There was a red mark resembling a tiger's head on the spider's tail, making it look menacing. 8 slender spider legs clung to the spider silk, hanging upside down as they quickly crawled toward the mud bear puppet. The group was startled. Damn, this guy's been hiding under the dead leaves the whole time. The group, regaining their senses, had no time to be surprised and had to race against time. Quick, 2 people per group, find a spider web, and each of you burn one end. The 4 immediately sprang into action. Wang Fan and his companion found 2 trees about 20 meters apart, connected by about a dozen spider webs. Burn! The 2 men stood on tiptoe, raising the torch high to scorch the spider silk. At this moment, the giant spider is about to approach the mud bear puppet. At that speed, it'll be back in at least a minute. We'll burn a couple more sticks and then leave. Lin Qingxue hummed in agreement and immediately moved swiftly, burning one stick after another. At this moment, the spider spat out the mud and straw from its mouth. On the ground, the mud bear puppet had been torn into several pieces, the kind that couldn't be glued back together even with super glue. Upon discovering that the puppet was gone, Wang Fan immediately shouted, "Let's go." The concise and clear words made Wang Dali and his companion stop what they were doing, immediately put away their torches, and flee. The breakage of the spider silk naturally attracted the attention of the large spider, which immediately rushed towards them. The spider hung upside down in midair, its slender, long legs swinging forward rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the figure crawling towards him upside down at breakneck speed, The group felt a chill run down their spines and took off running. Wang Fan ran while looking back. Appraisal. 8-star blood tiger spider. 88 HP. About to be upgraded to 9, female spider. Its abdomen will burst open when it dies, revealing 500 baby spiders inside. Please handle with caution. Upon seeing the following passage, Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Without looking back, he turned and ran. He had originally planned to sacrifice the steel fork to exchange blood and kill the thing, but now it seemed, never mind. First, it's dangerous. Second, it's dangerous for people with trypophobia. Third, if you kill a spider, it might explode and you could end up dying next. The blood tiger spider, rushing to the scene, also missed its target. However, the disappearance of the spider silk made it think that some prey had broken free and escaped. Then, with a hint of resentment, it let out a strange, rustling sound. The group quickly ran home. Although they lost a puppet and a life fruit, it was not a big deal. It was worth it in comparison. Xiao Fan, we've collected a total of 150 units. Wang Fan also took stock. Mine is about the same. Including what's left in the warehouse, we have a total of 400 units of spider silk. Zhuge repeating crossbow. Requires 10 wood, 1 beast tendon, 1 spider silk, 1 iron block, and 1 dark matter. Looking at the materials needed, apart from the wild animal tendons which I hadn't collected much of, I had plenty of everything else. At the time, I hadn't thought that wild animal tendons would have this use. I'll go check out the trading market. A message in the trading market caught Wang Fan's attention. We are the Wind Hunters. If you need wild animal meat, come to us to trade. Don't come if you only need 1 or 2 pieces, so as not to waste my trading opportunities. Wang Fan immediately approached the man. Do you sell wild animal tendons? When a man saw someone come to his door, he was naturally delighted. Yes, of course we have some. Our hunting wind squad specializes in hunting wild beasts. But what will you offer in exchange? Bulk orders get preferential pricing. Wang Fan didn't mince words. Iron ore. The other person's eyes immediately lit up with gold. How many wild animal tendons do you want? Wang Fan did a rough calculation and figured he'd need it eventually anyway, so exchanging it for 100 units would be fine. 100? How do you exchange it here? The man's eyes darted around. 20 iron ore for tendons, brother. You want to make a slingshot, right? I know slingshots need animal tendons. Wang Fan frowned, somewhat displeased. 20? Are you kidding me? I've been killing monsters all day and only got 9 iron ores, and you're asking for 20. The man was speechless. He had thought Wang Fan was a tycoon, but it turned out he was just a poor guy. However, there weren't many people who needed tendons in their feet. Aside from those with advanced tendon technology, ordinary people don't buy tendons. What they sell best is the flesh and blood of wild animals, which many people need to eat. Wild animals' testicles are very popular, used as an aphrodisiac, but very few people inquire about their tendons. Only one group of people who needed to make slingshots bought them from them once. These wild animals' tendons are too tough to cook or chew, so they're not very valuable. The man took a deep breath and said calmly, Brother, you're so poor? But 9 is really too few. You can at least give me enough to make iron swords. Can't you even make 10? Wang Fan sent a voice message, sounding slightly embarrassed. Sighed, okay, I begged and pleaded and only managed to get 1, barely making it 10. Can we exchange them? The other party was also helpless. Looking at the Achilles tendon that was neither useful nor worth throwing away, he immediately slapped his thigh and said, Change it. Afterwards, both parties placed their items on the system for third-party display. Once both parties confirmed that everything was correct, the system transferred the items, which was safe and reassuring. All right, got it. And it was pretty cheap. If he had asked for 5 more iron ore, I might have agreed. Wang Fan said thankfully. In the market, only the Hunter Wind Squad has a slightly larger volume. The others trade in 1 unit, or 10 or 20 units. To craft 4 Zhuge repeating crossbows requires 40 wood for beast tendons, for spider silk, for iron blocks, and 4 dark matter. Will be manufacture. Ding, manufacturing complete. Upgrade directly to 5 stars. To upgrade 4 Zhuge repeating crossbows from 1 star to 5 star, you need 560 wood, 56 beast tendons, 56 spider silk, 56 iron blocks, and 56 dark matter. The current upgrade success rate is 30%. Upgrade now. Upgrade. Ding. Successfully upgraded 3 weapons. one of which exploded, resulting in material loss. Wang Fan didn't care and simply rebuilt it, upgrading it once again. Ding! Upgrade successful. Phew, having lots of resources is great. Chapter 82 The Century reappears, the Ordovician Overlord. 5-star Zhuge repeating crossbow. Range 140 meters. Magazine capacity 50 rounds. Wang Fan held the Zhuge repeating crossbow in his hand. At the bottom of the crossbow was a black box, which was the magazine space made of dark matter. Not bad, 50 rounds. You can fire one every 1 to 2 seconds. Although the range isn't far, it's enough for fighting monsters. Qingxue, how many arrows do we have left? Lin Qingxue checked. 400. There were 800 this morning. The consumption is too fast. The sentry tower needs them, and the silverback also needs them. To craft 1,000 arrows, you will need 2,000 wood and 1,000 stone. Will be manufacture? Manufacture. Ding, manufacturing complete. Wang Fan chose to add stones to the arrows, which would increase the damage by 2 points. Of course, adding iron would increase the damage by 3 points per arrow, but that would be too expensive and he couldn't afford it. After making the arrows, the group discovered that they were almost out of stones and wood. Sigh, this is really expensive. Let's just keep grinding monsters. The puppets are still gathering resources, so it's not a problem. Upon arriving at the battle zone designated by the group, they found the pitcher plant devouring several rats, its size visibly increasing once again. He's already as tall as Wang Fan now, a towering 1.8 meters. Wow, it can grow this big? How am I supposed to move it if it gets this big? However, there's no time to think about how to move the pitcher plant in the future. The group arrived at the prepared position, where the watchtower had been attacked and was in ruins. Repairing 4 watchtowers requires 40 stones and 40 wood. Repair. Ding, repair complete. Upgrade. 4 1-star watchtowers to 3-star rating. Requires 600 stone, 400 wood, and 20 arrows. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. 3-star sentry tower. 300 HP. Arrow firing speed is 8 seconds per shot. With 300 health points, it won't be so easy to break through now. As the group worked, the fog in the sky began to thicken, and it was also filled with heavy moisture. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. What's going on? This rain came so suddenly. Wang Fan exclaimed. The outlines of stars and the sun could still be vaguely seen in the sky, but the air was filled with water mist, and your clothes would get wet after walking just a few meters. The group cautiously leaned against the watchtower, observing their surroundings. The visible distance had shrunk to only about 10 meters, and the area ahead was shrouded in smog, making it impossible to see anything. Everyone be careful. This fog seems to be getting weird. The group perked up at Lin Qingqing's reminder. Although the objects ahead were not clearly visible, dozens of huge black silhouettes appeared in the distance of the mist, resembling squid, swimming freely in the misty air. The enormous black shadow was clearly visible in the white mist because it was so large, at least 10 meters long, while Wang Fan was only 1.8 meters tall. 5 Wang Fans combined would only be 9 meters tall. The group's pupils contracted as they pointed at the enormous black shadow. What is that? It's coming this way. In a panic, the dark shadow drew ever closer, breaking through the mist as if swimming across the ocean, leaving ripples of mist in its wake. Lin Qingqing was shocked again and exclaimed, "This thing is a straight-shelled nautilus, the apex predator of the Ordovician oceans." What? They all exclaimed in unison. First, it was Anomalocaris, the dominant creature of the Cambrian period, and now it's the straight-shelled nautilus, the dominant marine creature of the Ordovician period. Who wouldn't have countless speculations? What exactly is this mist? It seems to be changing the types of monsters according to the evolution of the centuries. Lin Qingqing guessed. Wang Fan stared directly at the nautilus. The straight-shelled nautilus had a body shape similar to a squid, except that it had a huge cone-shaped cap on its head, inside which the nautilus itself lived. Appraisal. 3-star Ordovician Overlord, straight-shelled nautilus, currently capable of swallowing any creature weighing less than 500 caddies, causing the user to lose 1 HP every 5 seconds after being swallowed. Current health, 15 points. A 3-star creature, yet it only has 15 health points, but I have to say its abilities are quite strong. As Wang Fan was reminiscing, the nautilus immediately attacked the group its 8 sticky tentacles, each over 3 meters long, coiling towards him. Get away from me. Don't touch me with your disgusting tentacles. D. A 5-star iron sword, capable of dealing 16 damage in one strike, could naturally kill a nautilus. However, Wang Fan's sword missed its mark as the nautilus reacted quickly and promptly withdrew its tentacles to dodge the attack. The nautilus floats in midair, swimming freely as if the entire sky were an ocean. Wang Fan was shocked. Holy crap, he can even use positioning. Shoot it down. The silverbacks shook their somewhat dazed heads and immediately began shooting at the nautiluses. Wang Fan glanced at the big guy and frowned. Big guy, what are you doing? The strongest 6-star silverback was being completely grabbed by the nautilus's tentacles, and the nautilus was trying to swallow it. But how could a heavyweight athlete who is 6 meters tall and weighs 1.5 tons swallow it? Silverback seemed to know about this as well, and immediately grabbed Nautilus's tentacles with one hand and beat it up. Its fists, as big as sandbags, made Nautilus try to escape, but how could Silverback let it go? He was killed with just 2 punches. The same goes for other silverbacks. Even the lightest of these silverbacks weighs 800 pounds, which they simply cannot swallow unless the Nautilus continues to fuse and evolve. Obtain Carapace 3. Obtain 8 Nautilus tentacles. Obtain 10 Nautilus meat. Wang Fan put these things away. They'd definitely be useful later, so he couldn't let them go to waste. These 3-star Nautiluses can't damage silverbacks, so let the silverbacks do the work first. The group rested for a while. Although their health was good, they were still tired from killing monsters. The silverbacks tore at the Nautilus, their tentacles and shells flying everywhere. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Qingqing answered the call. Dr. Lin, as you've probably noticed, the monsters in this fog appear according to the evolution of the centuries. Perhaps this is telling us something. Out of curiosity, the group gathered around. Mom, who is it? Oh, he's a former colleague from the Institute of Earth Biology. Dr. Lin? Lin Qingqing realized. Oh, you mean sorry, I noticed that too. So that means the next wave of monsters will be the Silurian overlord, the horseshoe crab? The other person nodded. That's right, I think that's how it should be. If it really is the Silurian period, then the Devonian, Permian, and other Paleozoic organisms would follow. If that's the case, Lin Qingqing also took a deep breath. If that's really the case, could it be that humans, or even apes, will start appearing in a new generation? It's possible. Maybe we can figure out where humans came from. Lin Qingqing also fell into deep thought. At this moment, a message came from the other end. Dr. Lin, the situation of humanity is very dangerous. Perhaps only by investigating all of this can the flame of humanity be preserved. Lin Qingqing blurted out, the spark? Aren't we still alive for over 6 billion years? Before she could finish speaking, Lin Qingqing stared in disbelief at the chat interface. Chat, global, remaining survivors, 5.5 billion plus. Chapter 83, A Perilous Situation, The Clever Monkey. They were all shocked. This morning there was more than 6.5 billion, but now, only halfway through the afternoon, there was only 5.5 billion left. They died too quickly. How could he die so quickly? The group exclaimed in surprise. The person on the other end of the voice call also had a solemn expression. It's a straight-shelled nautilus. Although it's fragile, its abilities are too strong. I think this is perhaps the price to pay. Everything has a price. A 3-star character with only 15 HP means that once swallowed, it is basically impossible to survive. Humans rarely weigh more than 500 pounds. If a person is swallowed by a nautilus, they will be squeezed in the nautilus's esophagus. In that narrow space, a person cannot fight back and can only bleed. Once the shield's health is depleted, all that remains is for stomach acid to slowly corrode the body. The group remained silent. They knew that dealing with the enemy would be relatively easy for them, given their advanced technology. Some of the nautiluses were even killed by the watchtowers before they could get close. But others are different. Not everyone not only robbed the savages of resources, but also unlocked many rare technologies. Death is inevitable, but in the freezing winter of minus 70 degrees Celsius, without the protection of a system mechanism to prevent the camp from going out and to deplete health before freezing, one cannot be instantly turned into an ice pop. Otherwise, even more people would die. Dr. Lin, the situation is dire. As human beings, we should contribute to all mankind. We researchers, even if we don't sacrifice ourselves, still need to investigate and research all of this. Lin Qingqing nodded. I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will send you some organized records and materials in the next few days. Okay, thank you in advance, Dr. Lin. My wife and I are going to kill some nautiluses. Those guys are here again. They're demolishing my house. They're a real demolition crew. Okay, take care. Wang Fan checked again. 5.4 billion, another 100 million died. Just then, Monkey sent a message. Brother Fan, I almost didn't get to see you again. I have some very important information to tell you. Wang Fan immediately made a voice call. What news? A straight-shelled nautilus. I was just swallowed by it, but I survived. Wang Fan was also shocked. What? How did you escape? You escaped after Fatty killed that guy? Such a guess is normal, as the group had already learned that nautiluses eat people and then swim to high altitudes to digest their food. Unless you have a weapon with an extremely long range, you can't hit them at all. Once someone is eaten, their entire body will be surrounded by a narrow esophagus, and their legs and feet will be squeezed constantly. It felt like being coiled up by a python, or like being wrapped up in a blanket. He had no power to use, let alone attack. He could only be digested and killed. Even if Wang Fan was swallowed, he would be unable to attack, and could only wait to die. It wasn't Fatty who saved me, Brother Fan. If you accidentally get swallowed, promise me you'll eat it. Wang Fan's eyes widened. Huh, you ate it? The monkey nodded solemnly. That's right, that's exactly what I did. I was grabbed by that big eye's tentacles, and its huge suction cups sucked my body in. Then it pushed me down my esophagus and squeezed me. I thought to myself, I'm done for, I'm going to die. But I remember that Fatty asked me how grilled squid was. My body couldn't move, and my legs and hand were tightly wrapped up. But I discovered that this skinny monkey, still have a mouth. My mouth can move. That's right, while it's eating me, I'm eating it too. I just open my mouth and start biting as hard as I can. Even if it tastes bad, I'll still bite. It eats me. I eat it, even though it makes my stomach uncomfortable and a little sore. But I can heal myself. I lose 0.1 HP from the raw meat poison after eating a bite of meat, but I can recover 0.5 HP. So I ate like crazy and ate it to death. A mere 15 HP. I finished it off in just over 30 bites. It's not even enough to fill a tooth gap. The monkey then casually took a picture of itself, picking its teeth. In the photo, the monkey was dark and thin, but its teeth were very white. It was even leisurely picking its teeth with a fishbone. Several people exclaimed in unison, "Holy crap!" Wang Fan and the others were all shocked. Holy crap, this has shocked me for 100 years. Brother, you're really awesome. This is actually possible? Brother Fan, that's right, it works. I've personally tested it, and it's effective. I came over to tell you as soon as I escaped. If you're ever in danger, remember to do this, and you're guaranteed to survive. Wang Fan smiled slightly, feeling a warmth in his heart. He had received the monkey's concern, and such important news was truly worthwhile. Thanks, bro. You still remember your brother. Of course, Brother Fan. Every time I asked you to turn off the lights, you insisted on making me call you Dad before you would. It's a pity we can't go back to that. We were brothers, so don't worry about it. Wang Fan chuckled leisurely. The money on the table is always there, but you always manage to steal the lighter. Haha, Brother Fan, you found out. I ate the spicy strips on your table too. Hee hee. Hey, you old man. Here's something for you. Wang Fan immediately sent 200 units of iron ore. Brother Fan, what are you doing? This is iron ore. Brother Fan, so much? No, I only need 20. The monkey declined. He wanted it. He really wanted it, but he was a little embarrassed because of the importance of maintaining proper decorum between men. Iron ore was too precious. What's more, it's 200 units. Wang Fan temporarily disabled his trading function. Iron ore 180. Delivery failed. The recipient has disabled the transaction function. Monkey, don't bother, just take it. Live well, and hopefully we can survive until humans rebuild their homes, and we can go back to school and live in the dorms together. The monkey swallowed hard, his eyes reddening. Brother Fan, I won't repeat the cliched lines from the Chin Ching. Take care. Yes, take care. Lin Qingqing immediately made a connection. This news had to be told to humanity, otherwise, at this rate of death, humanity might be wiped out. Of course, it's best to eliminate the Sakura Kingdom as soon as possible, but the rest should not be eliminated yet. Every single one of the Xia Kingdoms must survive. This concerns the life and death of all mankind, and as human beings, we should share it. Before long, thanks to the influence of the Researchers Association's network and connections, the news spread like wildfire from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000. In less than 2 hours, it had spread almost all over the world. After all, there's also a golden scrolling message displayed in the chat interface. That's a world megaphone that costs 200 units of any resource to use once, and the person sending the message is anonymous, so no one knows who they are. The sharp decline in the human population has caused widespread panic and concern. Chat, Xia Kingdom. Wow, this guy's got a monkey's brain. He's incredibly clever. How could he come up with such a cunning idea? That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm totally in awe. Stop talking, guys. I'm already eating it inside the Nautilus's esophagus. The esophagus is quite crunchy, really crunchy. It really is crispy, just like pig's throat. It's so delicious and fragrant. It's a pity we didn't bring any seasonings. Does anyone have any seasonings? Chili powder is fine too. I can't live without spicy food. How can I eat braised meat like this without some chili sauce? Or dropped. The drop rate for this is higher than for an amalacris. Wow. Let's take off. At this moment, a pinned video was posted in the chat channel of Xia Kingdom. It was pinned to the top by a huge number of people who sent what to boost it. The image shows the commander of the Xia Kingdom's military alliance. Citizens of Xia Kingdom, greetings. I am Xiao Zhen, the supreme commander of the military alliance. The situation for humanity is becoming increasingly dire. Perhaps we can be somewhat relieved that we have survived the harsh winter. In just a short while, the global population has dwindled to 5.3 billion, down from 5.5 billion a moment ago. In less than half an hour, another 200 million people have disappeared. I really want to say comforting words, or lie to everyone and say that everything will be alright. Maybe you still miss hamburgers, milk tea, and the soft sofa at home. Of course, not maybe Xiao Zhen also wanted to curl up on the sofa in the living room to watch the news, TV dramas, and scroll through short videos, but then I came to my senses. We're all on death gate. We have to fight to survive. I've gathered several hundred of the top-ranked advanced teams and have already cleared a safe zone. Here, we've planted vegetables, raised livestock, and the protective facilities are nearing stability. I will send the location of this area to every Xia citizen. If you'd like, come over. This will always be the home of the Xia people. Brothers and sisters, no matter the disaster or the difficulties, earthquakes, floods, viruses, none of them have ever broken the strong will in the bones of us Xia people. Don't lose your will to live. Stand up, rebuild our home together. Humanity cannot perish. Resilient people of Xia, take up your weapons and slay those damned tentacle monsters. Let us join hands and fight for a better tomorrow. The comments below were overwhelmingly positive. Not just overwhelmingly positive, but hundreds of millions of responses. Many people had long lost the courage and faith to live, but at this moment, they were ignited. They wanted to live. They did not want to die. They wanted to eat meat and drink alcohol to their heart's content. They had to live. They absolutely had to live. The Xia people were full of enthusiasm, as if they had inexhaustible energy and charge towards the mist monster. This time, their eyes were particularly focused, and their movements were much more agile. Ding received. Ding received. Bite. The sounds of resources being leaked are rising and falling. The terrifying Ordovician overlord is being torn apart, swallowed, and eliminated bit by people in their esophagus. Eat them. Let them see who the hell is food. Chapter 84's deduction was correct, and the enemy was dealt with in advance. At night, outside the village, the ghouls began to be driven back in defeat. They were mostly one-star monsters. Meanwhile, skeletal knights, wielding long swords, began to appear in the forest. They carried shields and flaming swords, fighting against the mist creatures. The skeleton knight killed Nautilus with a single strike, every hit a critical strike, instantly eliminating them all. In the village, several people were sitting around roasting Nautilus meat and enjoying their meal. Dr. Lin, based on our current analysis, if the Silurian apex predator Eurypterus really does appear tomorrow, then our analysis plan might be ready to be sent out. Lin Xingqing took a bite of meat and said, horseshoe crabs can grow to over 3 meters long and have sharp pincers. They are related to spiders, scorpions, and horseshoe crabs. And it's poisonous too. It can be considered a 3-meter-long crab, but its eyes have a whopping 1,600 lenses, making its vision extremely advanced. A hard shell, sharp jaws, excellent eyesight. They're going to be tough. If it really comes down to a fight, humans won't stand a chance. The other party was silent for a moment, his face also looking somewhat unpleasant, before slowly saying, yes, after all, they were the overlords of the Silurian period. Back then, they could dominate the entire ocean, so naturally they stood at the top of the food chain. After a moment of silence, Wang Fan's eyes lit up. When he was a mischievous child, he had also gone down to the river to catch fish and move stones to look for crabs. Mom, how well is this guy protecting his eyes? Yes, its eyesight is very good, but when you grab a regular crab, its eyes will retract to the side, but the eurypterid doesn't. Its eyeballs are recessed into its carapace. Wang Fan stroked his chin and nodded slightly. Then, let's poke his eyes. Since they're close relatives of crabs, their eyes should be very fragile. Once their eyes are gouged out, they can't see people, so even the best eyesight is useless, right? The other suddenly realized, oh right, how come I didn't think of that? Even crabs, despite their hard shells, cannot protect their eyes, and their eyes are very fragile, easily falling out with the slightest touch. The horseshoe crab must be the same. Soon, Lin Qingqing expressed her idea, and then the Researchers Association sent out the message. As for whether anyone would follow it, that would depend on whether they were willing to take the risk. After all, to attack the eyeball, you have to get close. Horseshoe crabs have excellent eyesight, so ranged weapons might not be able to hit them. Horseshoe crabs certainly won't stand still. In addition, there's another creature that may have appeared in the Silurian period called the Brondiscorpion, which is 1 meter long and highly venomous. If you encounter it, remember not to get close to fight it. The group took Lin Qingqing's reminder to heart. All right, Xiao Fan, go and get some rest with Xiao Shui. We're going back to rest too. Okay. After Wang Dali and the other man left, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue lay on the bed and looked out the window at the red moon in the sky. Wang Fan, do you think we can still go back to Earth? Wang Fan took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. I don't know, but I think if humans can survive, this place might become a second Earth. Lin Qingxue rolled over and buried her head in Wang Fan's arms, where a pair of strong arms held her tightly. Go to sleep. We still have to go kill monsters tomorrow. Okay, so what have we been up to these past few days? Wang Fan looked through his assets, which mostly consisted of materials and some meat, such as the eyeballs of Anomalocaris and the shells of Nautilus. Some materials, they should be useful later. Go to sleep, go to sleep. The following day, just as they had predicted, the number of Nautiluses and Anomalocarids began to decrease, and what began to appear in large numbers were 3-meter-long pedipalps. Sure enough, the deduction was correct. They're all overlords of the Paleozoic era. Lin Qingqing said with slight excitement. As they crawled toward them, a giant crab nearly 2 stories tall appeared, with a pair of large pincers that looked quite powerful. However, its size is more than 3 meters, at least 2 stories high. Holy crap, it was supposed to be 3 meters. How come it's so big? Even on Earth, the crabs in those rivers are very strong, especially their claws. Anyone who's been pinched as a child knows that. Try shooting it in the eyes. Several people raised the Zhuge repeating crossbow and fired a few arrows. The winged horseshoe crab quickly leaned its body down, and the arrows all hit its hard carapace, with each arrow only drawing a little blood. Appraisal. 2-star horseshoe crab, 25 HP. Its tough shell reduces damage from any attack by 1 point. This guy's shell is pretty tough, but his star rating is low, so melee combat is the way to go. The group switched from bows and arrows to iron swords. Iron swords had high damage, making them a good choice. They could basically kill an enemy in 2 strikes. Obtained 5 horseshoe crab shells. Obtained 3 crab roe. Obtained 1 piece of iron ore. Obtained crab claw 2. This guy drops pretty much loot. Keep going. The group didn't hesitate. These resources were bound to be very useful, so they decided to cut them down first. A pair of huge pincers attacked Wang Fan from behind. He turned around abruptly and was already clamped down. Wang Fan tried to break free, but the guy was too strong. Xiao Fan, don't worry about me. I'm tough. Don't kill this guy. Let me try piercing its eyeball first. Wang Fan stopped him. Even with the iron sword drawn, the Eurypterus cannot dodge at such close range, as it has no eyelids. Its eyes are recessed inside its shell. With a bang, like the sound of a light bulb breaking, Wang Fan easily pierced both eyeballs. The horseshoe crab, its eyeball pierced, was in excruciating pain, while its large pincers clamped down on Wang Fan even harder. Lin Qingxue severed the large pincers with a single sword strike, and Wang Fan struggled to pry them open and emerge. These pliers are so big, they should be edible after roasting them. With a thud, the blind Eurypterus crashed headfirst into the watchtower. The watchtower kept shooting arrows, and the Eurypterus, unable to see clearly, could only flee haphazardly, stumbling and falling. Moreover, wielding its last remaining large pincer, it began attacking even its own kind, causing a slight chaos in the scene. It works. This guy is completely lost without his eyes. The group was overjoyed. Meanwhile, people in many parts of the world have done this, and with great results. Getting pinched by the giant pincers will cost you 5 health points, but if you puncture the Eurypterus's eyes at that moment, it will instantly lose its fighting ability. The silverbacks didn't need to do that. Several silverbacks directly challenged the horseshoe crabs in a strength contest. The big ones grabbed the horseshoe crab's 2 large pincers with both hands and forcibly broke them off, then started gnawing on them. Big guy, well done. All this stuff is yours. Eat up. Chapter 85. Heading to the wasteland, an unexpected discovery. The silverbacks were responsible for clearing away the pheasants around them, while the others went to the stone wall, which formed a circle around them. Inside the circle, there were more than a dozen anomalocaris. Currently, we have 5 3-star, 1 5-star, and the rest are mostly 2-star. Wang Fan looked at the steel fork in his hand and said calmly, "Well, let's keep catching them. The higher the star rating, the harder it is. If possible, maybe we can start harvesting at 9 stars. Although it is dangerous, a qualitative change will occur when it reaches 10 stars. Currently, the group possesses the ram's head scepter and the steel fork. It should be possible to kill a 9-star monster. It's feasible. Although there are some risks involved with 9 stars, it should still be within our control. By the way, Xiao Fan, what star level is that spider?" 8 stars, soon to be 9 stars. "Can you fight?" Lin Qingxing asked. Wang Fan also said in a deep voice, "It won't be easy. That thing is a female spider. After she dies, she will burst open, and there are 500 baby spiders inside her. It won't be easy to deal with." Lin Qingxing pondered for a moment, then looked at the pheasants fighting the silverbacks not far away, and suddenly had an idea. "Why don't we try letting these monsters fight that spider?" Their eyes lit up immediately. Perhaps this would work. But what should we do? Won't they attack each other? Probably so. These mist creatures are prone to killing each other, so they probably don't have much of a sense of community. We'll go to the wasteland and lure these creatures there. It's covered in spider silk, and once they touch it, the spiders will notice them. Then we could just sit back and reap the rewards. The group nodded silently. It was a good idea. 8-star monsters were hard to find and hard to kill, and the loot they dropped would definitely be good. Since these Paleozoic creatures like to attack humans, let's lure them over and let the spiders fight them. Let's go to the wasteland. They set off immediately, slaying winged horseshoe crabs along the way. This time, they brought along the smaller ping, and before long, the group arrived at the wasteland. Behind it, numerous Paleozoic creatures, such as anomalocaris and horseshoe crabs, were also in pursuit. The group plunged headlong into the desolate forest. "Be careful. That spider might be hiding somewhere again," Lin Qingxue warned. The group walked cautiously, heads bowed, trying to pass through the spider webs overhead. "Slow down. Be careful not to bump into it." Wang Fan stopped and looked up, somewhat taken aback. He stammered, "I think I know where that guy is." Upon hearing this, the others turned to look at Wang Fan, and then, following Wang Fan's gaze, turned their heads to look upwards, whereupon they were also taken aback. 100 meters ahead of them, on a tall tree, the 8-star blood tiger spider was hanging. Seeing it up close, the spider was really big and looked very dangerous. "Don't move. Let's stay where we are. The horseshoe crabs have already followed us. As soon as they hit the spider web, we'll take the opportunity to find a safe place to hide." "Okay, sure." The group stopped where they were and waited quietly. In less than a minute, quite a few creatures ran headfirst into the spider silk. The buzzing sound of the spider silk quickly caught the attention of the blood tiger spider. With a whoosh, a figure, still hanging upside down in midair, followed the spider silk as the giant spider swept over the heads of Wang Fan and the others. Let's go. Quick, let's go check that tree and wait to harvest the vegetables." The group quickly traversed the wasteland. 100 meters ahead stood a giant tree, at least as thick as a television tower. The surrounding area was shrouded in mist, and there were skeletons all around the big tree. The tree was enormous, at least 200 meters tall, according to Lin Qingqing's calculations. At the time, the group was collecting spider silk on the outskirts of the wasteland, and the fog was so thick that they didn't see it. I was quite shocked at that moment. The tree was enormous. Appraisal. Blood tree. An ancient tree that has survived for tens of thousands of years, feeding on blood, flesh, and the rotting, foul-smelling remains of animals. It is currently in a long slumber, and its sap contains immense vitality. The sap contains powerful life force. Good stuff, get some. Wang Fan tried to slash at the blood tree with his sword, but he only managed to leave a shallow mark and couldn't cut it all. Damn, I can't cut it down, the bark is too thick. No rush, there will definitely be a way to collect them. On the tree, at a fork in the branches, a glint of sunlight reflected off the branches, momentarily blinding the group. What is that? The group looked up and saw a corner of a house come into view. It looks like a corner of a wooden house. Lin Qingqing put down the resin telescope. It doesn't just look like one, it's a wooden house. The group suddenly realized what was happening and decided to go up and take a look. Wang Fan made a loop with one end of the spider silk and then handed it to Ping and go up and find a sturdy spot to put it on. Woof, woof, woof. Ping and flapped its wings and flew up to the fork in the road 20 meters high, where it found a wooden stake to attach the spider silk to. Let's go climb up. Two grown men could easily climb up, but Lin Qingqing and her daughter didn't have enough arm strength to do so. My dad and I will go up first, and then we'll bring you up. Okay, slow down, Xiao Fan. Wang Dali and his son grabbed the spider silk in their hands and climbed up step by step. When they got tired, they would wrap the spider silk around their bodies and hang in midair to rest for a while. After climbing up, the two dropped the spider silk. Xiao Xue, go up first and wrap the spider silk around your waist. Okay, Mom, then be careful down there. Before long, Wang Dali and his son pulled on the spider silk in their hands. Ping-in, give it your all. Just a little more effort. We're almost up. Ping-in, biting the spider silk, struggled to pull herself up. Before long, Wang Fan and the other man were panting heavily, and Lin Qingqing was also pulled up. We're finally up here. I was quite scared down here all by myself, Lin Qingqing said with a sigh. The group looked back into the distance, a testament to the saying that the higher you stand, the farther you can see. The giant blood tiger spider was seen fighting a group of Paleozoic creatures. Puff, puff, puff. Several strands of spider silk shot out rapidly, followed by 4 long spider legs wrapping these creatures into a food supply. Below, several eurypterids clamped their grips tightly onto the blood tiger spider's legs, causing the spider immense pain, which caused it to immediately spew green liquid from its mouth. The liquid melted several horseshoe crabs into a pool of blood, and many more ancient creatures collided with the spider silk, straight-shelled nautiluses, pedipalps, anomalocaris. The blood tiger spiders were simply too busy. They would kill one thing after another, and then another would come from the other side. And its health is decreasing little by little. Great, monster battle. Okay, let's go and take a look at that house. The group turned around and looked to the right, about 50 meters away, where a small wooden house stood quietly. The wooden house was covered in cobwebs and dust, clearly indicating it had been around for many years, yet it hadn't rotted, for reasons unknown. Chapter 86 inscribed wooden boards, recorded in small seal script. The group cautiously pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, and with a creak, the door opened. The wooden house is not large, about 50 square meters. Upon entering the room, one is greeted by a magnificent carved bed, with a pair of antique bronze candlesticks placed at the head of the bed. Opposite the bed was a dressing table with a bronze mirror embedded in it, reflecting a faint light. In the center of the room, there was an 8-immortal table and several chairs, which were placed around the table. Several tall wooden wardrobes stood against the wall, their doors carved with exquisite patterns and emitting a faint woody fragrance. Several people gathered around to take a closer look. There are signs that someone lived here, and judging from the style, it seems to be ancient bronze mirrors, a carved bed. Lin Qingqing walked towards the octagonal table, where a wooden box was placed. She gently wiped away the dust and then opened the lid. A bamboo slip appeared in Lin Qingqing's field of vision. This is small seal script. Upon hearing this, several people crowded around to check. Small seal script? Mom, It's from the Qin dynasty again. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Yes, after unifying the 6 states, the king of Qin ordered that the Qin small seal script be used as the standard to unify the writing system throughout the country. Some of the artifacts we discovered earlier also date back to the Qin dynasty. But why are there so many things from the Qin dynasty on Deathgate Star? Earth, Deathgate Star, modern people, Qin dynasty, these are not from the same era at all. But they've all appeared. Could it be that the Great Qin Empire has also arrived on the Deathgate Star? Many questions lingered in everyone's minds, but there were too few clues, and they didn't know where to start. Mom, what's written on this? Can you understand it? I can only recognize part of it. Lin Qingxing spread the bamboo slips out completely and began to decipher them. This is roughly what it means. I'll explain it to you, otherwise you won't understand it very well, even if I read it aloud. Good. Lin Qingxing began to interpret. We failed, but we did not completely fail. Perhaps all that we did could leave a glimmer of hope for the future of the Qin state. The army was defeated. I may be the last citizen of the Great Qin on this Deathgate Star. I will die soon, if one day a descendant of the Great Qin can find this place. And please remember, those demons in the night, those burning skulls, they are not the enemy. They are the key to breaking the deadlock. The location of the 12 scepters has been exposed. Unexpectedly, the group we underestimated the most has given birth to an intelligent life. Its appearance may make things more troublesome. However, it may take thousands of years to find the exact location. The 12 scepters are located in various parts of the Deathgate Star, far apart. Even if they obtain them, they will start a fight for power because of the sudden increase in power they receive. Please remember, the 12 scepters must be in the hands of the people of Qin. They are also a key to breaking the deadlock. In addition, this tree is called the blood tree. There is a tool in the wardrobe that can be used to make a hole in the blood tree. It has fallen into a deep sleep, and we don't know when it will wake up. If it wakes up, remember to run. It has already lived for tens of thousands of years since I came into existence. But its sap is extremely precious, containing a great deal of vitality. Lin Qingxing put away the bamboo slips and took a deep breath. That's all. Let's leave here first and take the tools from the cabinet with us. Open the cabinet door, and there was an awl covered in dust. The awl is made of iron and has undergone smelting and quenching, making it highly sophisticated. The awl is hollow inside, tapering at the tip and widening at the back. Let's go. Let's get some blood tree sap first, since we're already here. Okay, sure. Wang Fan inserted the pointed end into the tree trunk, then used the reverse end of the axe to smash the iron cone. The iron awl was driven in little by little like a nail. It took more than 40 centimeters to extract the juice. Splash! A red liquid, as red as fresh blood, slowly flowed out. Great, it's out. Quickly, get the bamboo tubes and collect some. The group of people took out their bamboo tubes and said, "By the way, Wang Fan, where's your bucket? Take it out and fill it up." All right, I had forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. The lava bucket has 9,999 slots in total. Lava occupies a few slots, and the remaining slots can be used to store liquids. However, this container can only hold liquids at the moment. It cannot hold other things. Identification. Blood tree essence. Each drop restores 1 unit of health. Wow, 1 drop can restore a little bit. Holy crap. Quick, quick, fill up the storage space and everything. Fill it up, fill it up. Such a precious item was something none of them wanted to waste. Crafting storage box 4 requires 80 wood and 4 dark matter. To be produced, let's make it. Ding, finished. Upgrade. Upgrade me. 10 stars. 10 stars. Upgrading 4 1-star storage boxes to 10-star requires 5,200 wood and 260 dark matter. Ding. You don't have enough wood. Upgrade failed. Wow, 5 stars then. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. What a pity, there's too little wood. 5 stars is fine. We'll just come back and fill it later if necessary. Wang Fan said with some helplessness. A 5-star storage box has 50 slots, each with a maximum capacity of 99 units. There are currently 4 5-star boxes, which means it can hold 19,800 units of blood tree sap. Moreover, the lava bucket can hold a lot, and a drop of blood tree essence appeared in my inventory. Wang Fan struggled to pull out the awl, then made several more holes and began to repair it. Just as the group was having a great time pretending, the blood tree moved. The hard, solid tree trunk began to soften like a python, and then the huge tree began to shake completely. Several people swayed precariously, some unable to stand steadily. Damn, the tree is alive. I haven't even had enough of my essence yet. Wang Fan said regretfully. The bucket in my hand was still continuously collecting the essence, even though it was wobbling a bit. Oh no, Xiao Fan, don't be greedy, let's go. Lin Qingqing shouted hurriedly. Wang Fan immediately put away the lava bucket and ran away as fast as he could, or he would be dead. The blood tree swayed, and a pair of eyes emitting a yellow light began to appear on its huge, ancient trunk. Those eyes were reflected right in front of them as they climbed down the spiderweb. Holy crap, it's alive. It's alive. Of all times to live, why now? What bad luck. While complaining about the rapid descent of the group, they jumped off halfway down, losing 10 points of health. Run! With a shout, the group had already taken off running. Behind them, the roots of the blood tree had been uprooted from the earth, and its body lay beneath the ground. The blood tree not only had withered yellow eyes, but also a terrifyingly large mouth, with rows of sharp teeth inside that sent chills down the spines of the group. My God, is that a plant or an animal? Oh my God, don't go run. You'll die if we get caught. Appraisal, Wang Fan exclaimed as he ran, conducting the appraisal. The awakened blood tree, second form, an ancient monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years, gaining 1 point of health for each year it lives, an extremely terrifying apex predator. Current HP, 52,000. Damn it, how much? 52,000, oh my God. Chapter 87, The Blood Tree Chase. Huge gains. None of them dared to turn their heads. The blood tree kept whipping its branches, lashing out at the straight-shelled nautiluses swimming in the air and at all the creatures on the ground. Any living thing that faces it dies instantly with a single blow. The damage is explosive, wow. This guy won't chase us, will he? If he does, the village will be destroyed. Lin Qingxue said, panting heavily. I don't know. Don't run towards the village yet. Lead it towards the mushroom forest. The group changed direction and ran to the left. The earth behind them surged and churned, the tree roots buried deep in the ground, constantly piercing through the surface, and the earth was lifted up wherever they passed. The blood tree relentlessly pursued the group, crushing creatures with its massive trunk wherever it went. The blood tree has many branches. A single tap can kill a whole group of nautiluses. This guy must be a nascent soul stage expert. Damn it. At this rate, we'll be caught up sooner or later. The guy's too fast. As the blood tree drew ever closer behind them, the group became frightened. The group moved hurriedly and frantically, their hearts pounding and their breathing rapid. One could almost hear their heartbeats pounding as if they were about to burst out of their chests. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, soaking their clothes. The men ran desperately, their pace quickening. The wind whistled past their ears, bringing a touch of coolness, but it couldn't quell the fear in their hearts. They dared not turn around, for fear that if they did, they would be caught up. Lin Qingqing looked at the woods not far ahead. Quick, get into the woods. The trees will slow it down. Wang Dali took off charging, yelling, Charge! Whoever's last has to do the dishes tonight. Ugh, I don't want to wash the dishes. I don't want it either. A group of people disappeared into the dense forest as if they had vanished into thin air. As they ran, they opened the map. Quick, to the marked place. Run there. There are giant mushrooms there. We can hide there. Once we get there, we should hide immediately. The fog is getting thicker, and we'll definitely lose sight of it. The group nodded in agreement, chose a direction, and started running. Although the visibility was not far, there were signs to guide them, so they only needed to run in one direction and were not afraid of getting lost. The blood tree crashed into tree after tree, kicking up dust and sending trees crashing and breaking behind it. But when it reached the mushroom-filled area, it discovered it had lost its way. Behind a mushroom to the left of the blood tree, several people were leaning against the mushroom, panting heavily. Several people were chatting using their minds to type. Holy crap, this guy's here. Don't make a sound. Whatever you do, don't sneeze or fart, or we'll be done for if we get caught. It would have been better if you hadn't called it nonsense, but now that you've said it, I can't hold back anymore. Hold on. Does anyone have a stopper? Please put in for him. Lin Qingxue handed Lin Qingqing a bamboo tube stopper. Lin Qingqing immediately took the stopper and looked at Wang Dali. Wang Dali's eyes widened, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 I've already behaved. Please let me go. I suddenly realized that was just my imagination. At this moment, the blood tree began to search, but finding nothing, it set its sights on the mushroom next to it. Then it circled the mushroom, trying to see if anyone was hiding there. Turning clockwise, there's no one there. Turning counterclockwise, still no one. Their backs were practically burning from the friction as they kept circling the blood tree. Damn it, this tree is actually pretty smart. It even knows how to find people, Wong Fan type complaining. I don't know, my clothes are so worn out they're practically on fire. It's so tiring spinning around like this. Stay alert, it might leave in a bit. The blood tree found it strange. It clearly saw the group disappear after arriving. So how could they have run far away? Then hundreds of huge tree branches like hands lifted the mushroom, which was over 10 meters tall, up completely. Blood tree looked at the spot where it had been uprooted, and there was no one there. Meanwhile, several people were scrambling on the mushroom that had been lifted up. Hey, hurry up, bro. I can't hold on much longer. Dad, bite the top with your teeth. It will save you some energy. Wang Dali took a bite of a small, protruding piece of the mushroom to conserve his energy. It actually works. I feel like I can hold on for a few more minutes. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and the other two were also about to give up. Wang Fan immediately released 2 units of spider silk to increase the stickiness of the group, and then stuck it to himself. Wang Fan gripped his fingers tightly and bit his lip hard. Seeing that no one was around, Blood Tree casually tossed the mushroom into the dense forest, then chose a direction and drove away. In the forest, several people were clutching their waists and legs in great pain. They had just been thrown more than 20 meters high and more than 100 meters away. Wang Fan took out the blood tree essence. Hurry up, drink some. Holy crap, what is this stuff? 52,000 units of blood. That's more than my summer vacation salary. The ground was littered with the remains of Paleozoic creatures, including straight-shelled nautiluses and anomalocaris. Wang Dali immediately got up and started picking up the corpses. Ah, we're rich. We're rich. So much stuff. Hurry up and pick it up. After drinking the essence of the blood tree, the group stood up and looked at the path they had come from. The mist here had been completely dispelled because of the blood tree. What came into view was a wide avenue, easily accommodating 8 cars, with fallen trees lining the road. The road was littered with corpses, hundreds of them in total. We're rich. We're rich. Quick, pick it up. The area washed away by the blood tree was temporarily free of monsters, and the group was happily looting the items. Big guy, bring your tribe over here quickly and help drag the corpse. Telepathically, the silverbacks all dropped to all fours and charged over, dragging the corpses into the village. According to estimates, the quantities for various types of meat and crustaceans are at least 400 units each. Most people can only kill about 20 a day at most, and at most obtain about 30 units of various resources. All right, leave this to the big guys. Let's go check on that 8-star blood tiger spider. Yes, go and take a look. The group quickly set off and ran towards the wasteland, where they saw the blood tiger spider lying sprawled on the ground, its tail sack torn open with a large hole. Numerous small spider corpses lay scattered on the ground, and several Paleozoic creatures were gnawing on them. Some of the surviving spiderlings have long since disappeared. Quite a few died. Wow, this tree is amazing. Let's go see what good stuff they have. Beside the carcass of the blood tiger spider, a horseshoe crab was holding a resource crate with its pincers. There are a total of 8 stars on it. The group exclaimed in unison, an 8-star resource box. That's fantastic. You stinking crab. How dare you touch my box? You'd better die. Wang Fan used his steel fork to kill it with one thrust, then drank a few drops of blood tree essence. This essence is really useful. It's a pity I didn't have enough time to collect 9,000 drops. Sigh. That big thing can produce at least hundreds of thousands of drops, maybe even more. With a helpless sigh, the group realized they had survived a close call. Not only had they obtained some good items, but they now also had an 8-star resource box, all without any effort on their part. Xiao Fan, you drive. Wang Fan stepped forward and opened the resource box. Hee, baby, your Lord Fan is here. Chapter 88 Fanshue's store officially opens. A flash of golden light appeared, and 2 blueprints suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Artillery vehicle manufacturing blueprint. Requires 10 iron ingots and 5 wood. Artillery shell manufacturing blueprint. Requires 5 iron blocks, 5 saltpeter, 5 charcoal, and 5 sulfur. Wow, it's a firearm. Awesome. Let's build one of these first. We don't have the materials for the shells right now. Okay, sure. The artillery vehicle requires 10 iron blocks and 5 pieces of wood. Will be manufacture? Manufacture. Ding. Manufacturing complete. 1-star artillery vehicle. A frontal hit deals 40 damage and 10 blast damage. Current effective range is 400 meters. Each upgrade increases the firing range by 20 meters, but does not increase damage. Note, manual ignition is required. The group looked at the completed artillery vehicle, which had a cannon barrel and 4 wheels and could be pushed around, but it was currently lacking in materials for cannonballs and could not be fired yet. It's alright, but like the ram's head scepter, it's a bit too expensive to use. A single cannonball consumes so much stuff. It's alright, Xiao Fan. We can go to the trading market and see if they have any for sale. Okay, let's go back first. Back in the village, the group rested for a while. By this time, the anomalocaris in the pit had reached level 6, but speed would slow down considerably after that. After all, it took several days to get a 5-star, not to mention that it would require the fusion of 2 6-stars. And so on, a 9-star anomalocaris requires the fusion of 3 8-star anomalocaris, and an 8-star anomalocaris requires 3 7-star anomalocaris, and so on. The number is staggering. Take your time. We'll kill him as soon as the fog clears. The group glanced at the anomalocaris in the pit and nodded. Yes, let's keep it for now. Back inside, Lin Qingxue immediately brought out the ground konjac, filling a wooden basin to the brim. Oh, all done. Lin Qingxue nodded. Of course, it's a piece of cake. We'll make konjac noodles together with dried chili powder and ground chili oil. Become. Oh, right, check out the store feature. Shop. To open a shop, your duo team needs to be ranked in the top 10 million globally. The two are currently ranked 15th globally, so they are naturally eligible to activate it. Activate. Please name your store. Fanchue Foods. Please list your products. Before long, several hundred konjac snacks were listed in the shop. The price for konjac snacks was 2 units of wood or stone for 1 piece, or 1 unit of iron or for 8 pieces. It's already successfully listed, just waiting for customers to come in. I bet our konjac snacks will be a huge hit, and the reviews will be amazing, Lin Qingxue said excitedly. This was her first time doing business. Absolutely. Anything Xue makes is absolutely amazing. Lin Qingxue waited expectantly. In the middle of the night, the group went to grind monsters again, continuing until evening when they laid down on their beds to rest. Qingxue, I've received a lot of messages, but I haven't read them yet. Why don't you go check them out? There might already be a lot of positive reviews. Lin Qingxue immediately lost her sleepiness and began to check. There were many messages, mostly reviews, but when Lin Qingxue clicked to view them, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. Negative reviews. All negative reviews. Absolutely all negative reviews. What's going on? Why are they all giving me bad reviews? Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Wang Fan also got up to check. What's wrong? Let's open it and take a look. The two opened it and took a look. They were almost petrified on the spot. Damn it, refund my money. This is toxic. Heartless merchants and scrupulous merchants. The konjac snacks they sell are poisonous. Damn it. Ugh, I'm gonna die from diarrhea. What the hell is this konjac drink? Where's the owner? Where's the owner? Please, stop making food and just be a decent human being. Konjac. Didn't you even know it's poisonous? It poisoned me terribly, costing me 2 points of health. Hey bro upstairs, how much did you eat? Did it poison you and drain 2 health points? No, I just miss konjac snacks so much. They taste so good. I'd still want to eat them even if they were poisonous, wah. Refund. Qingxue, Wang Fan said, slightly embarrassed. Lin Qingxue scratched her head sheepishly. I forgot I was too excited and forgot to deal with the toxins in the konjac. Lin Qingxue immediately replied to each message one by one. Because she could reply to messages with her thoughts, she was very fast. I'm sorry. I'll return the supplies for the konjac snacks. I'll deal with the toxins and then send everyone a new serving. This reply did calm everyone's resentment, and Lin Qingxue's voice was very gentle. When the other side heard that it was a food shop run by a girl, their anger immediately subsided by half. Many people did the opposite, acting like sycophants and trying to add Lin Qingxue as a friend. Lin Qingxue simply replied, Sorry, I have a husband and my child is old enough to run errands, so I won't add any. Some people still wouldn't give up, so Lin Qingxue simply set the friend addition function to be unavailable, and she only had eyes for Wang Fan, who had taken her virginity. From a moment she and Wang Fan became one, she was convinced that this man was a bit lewd, yet had good taste in women. Although Wang Fan was somewhat lecherous, she never did anything too outrageous from day one. She knew that very few people could resist violence in that kind of environment. Together they caught rabbits, killed cows, slaughtered wild boars, built a home, escaped the pursuit of savages, and lived together, growing vegetables and making a living. Lin Qingxue knew that it was highly unlikely she could go back to Earth. If she could settle down here with someone, grow vegetables, raise livestock, and not have to go to school or work, that would be nice. The only person who could be with her was Wang Fan. At this moment, Wang Fan leaned his head over and rested it on Lin Qingxue's slightly fleshy thigh. It was soft and fragrant. Oh, the kid's already old enough to run errands? Xue, how many are you planning to have with me? Lin Qingxue blushed slightly, and even now, she still feels a little shy when talking about these things. A warm little hand pinched Wang Fan's cheek. How many children do you want? It's too dangerous now. You have to take precautions. If we can settle down in the future and no longer have to face these disasters, we can have a basketball team and a football team. It's fine. Now, Lin Qingxue's expression showed a hint of melancholy. I understand, but it's not feasible now. Every day is either fighting monsters or facing unknown dangers. Who knows what kind of disaster might come after this one? All right, go to sleep, Xue. Wang Fan got up, hugged Lin Qingxue, and with a strong pull, lifted her onto the bed. Lin Qingxue nestled in Wang Fan's arms like a kitten. She pouted slightly. What are you doing? Try to bully me again? Wang Fan chuckled and ran his finger along the tip of Lin Qingxue's nose. So, does Xue want to be bullied? Well, I'm a girl. I need to be reserved. How can you expect a girl to ask for something first? Okay, it's what I want. Wang Fan immediately kissed her. You're playing hard to get. Wah! Chapter 89, The Third Disaster Message. At night, the village was filled with the sound of snoring. The two men, exhausted from their work, were also fast asleep. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away in a dense forest, there's a deep valley where a horseshoe crab, chained by dozens of iron chains, is struggling. Unfortunately, the chains were too thick, and even though the horseshoe crab had reached the 5-star level, it still couldn't break free. On a tree trunk near the horseshoe crab, a man and a woman were standing. Brother Long, the ghouls are coming. Yes, I see it. I only left one entrance around this giant crab. I'll kill these ghouls one by one when they come. Brother Long, are you really going to raise this thing to 10 stars? Want to get out of control? The woman asked worriedly. Along took a deep breath. Of course I will. These mist creatures attack anyone they see. As long as I can lure them to the village alive, I will definitely be able to wipe out Wang Fan's family and avenge my brother. The woman was saddened by his words. But what about you, Brother Long? What'll I do if you die? I can't survive in this world on my own. I just want to live a good life with you, Brother Long. Along glanced at the woman beside him. She was neither ugly nor beautiful, and she was very obedient. She would do whatever he asked her to do. During her time on Death Star, she had served him very well. Along sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do. When the erythropod becomes a 10-star winged crab, I will give you all the resources. This will be the last time. If I fail, I will give up on revenge and just live a good life with you. Along's nose also felt a little sore, but he held it in and rubbed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for this woman, he would continue to seek revenge until he or Wang Fan died. But now he's also starting to think about living a peaceful life. Hearing this, the woman's initial worry subsided by half. The other half depended on Along's safe return. The woman placed her hands on her chest and prayed silently. She didn't wish for anything else. She only hoped that Along would be safe. Along's disappearance did not attract the attention of Wang Fan and his companion. First, neither of them had ever seen Along's true face. When Along ambushed them, Wang Fan didn't know which one of the many people was Along. While clearing the bodies from the tunnel, Wang Fan felt that the number of people seemed off, but he couldn't tell if Along was among the dead. The Black Society group was also disbanded. Wang Fan wasn't sure if it was automatically disbanded after the creator's death or if Along disbanded it manually. The only pity is that all the pangolins that were digging for treasure have died. Otherwise, they might have been useful in finding mineral veins. Sunlight streamed in through the window, and outside the wall, several large fish were ramming against it. These large fish can reach 6 meters in length, and their heads are made up of a very hard exoskeleton. The thumping sounds of impact continued, and the fish could only swim about 2 meters above the ground, unable to swim freely into the air. Lin Qingqing was already numb. She understood that these marine creatures were able to come ashore because of the fog. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. It's Dunkleosteus, the king of the Devonian period, which could weigh up to 4 tons, Lin Qingqing said. However, a global warning had already been issued yesterday, and sure enough, the creature that appeared today was the Devonian predator, Dunkleosteus. These fish aren't too difficult to deal with. Just reinforce the enclosure. The spiked enclosure will slowly wear them down. That's right, let's not go out. Let's deal with the hundreds of corpses we dragged back yesterday. Wang Dali walked towards the stone wall. You handle it. I'll take care of the wall repairs. Okay, slow down. Let us know if anything happens. The number of monsters they faced was more than 3 times that of an average person due to their illegal team formation. For a small team of only 2, the number of Paleozoic creatures around them is generally around 20, neither too many nor too few. It seems that the more people there are, the more attractive these creatures become. Inside the village, a large number of corpses were piled up. Several people began to collect them, collecting the carcasses and the meat. Now the big guys will have plenty of meat to eat. Lin Qingxue, remembering something, spoke up. By the way, it seems that all the plant-based things in this world are very powerful. Do you remember that big mouth flower, Wang Fan? I remember. Of course I remember. It saved my life. Plants are indeed quite powerful, but they can't walk. However, that blood tree is a bit special. Why don't we go and kill those big mouth flowers? They'd be thriving if planted at the village entrance. Lin Qingxue immediately clapped her hands. Yes, that's right. That's what I was thinking. We didn't have any ranged weapons before, but now that we have bows and arrows, we can take it down. All right, let's go when the fog clears up around noon. Okay. The group had witnessed the power of the plant type, and although it had its weaknesses, it was undeniably strong. The pitcher plant alone can eat hundreds of mosquitoes a day, and the mosquitoes even fly over to it willingly. The same goes for the blood tree. Perhaps it was very difficult for the blood tree to grow, but it actually became one and lived for over 52,000 years. But at the beginning, it was fragile and perhaps only had a little blood. It's tough to only gain a little blood each year. Wang Fan had reason to believe that, given enough time and resources, the big mouth flower could definitely grow into a terrifying force. Xiao Xue, I prepare the konjac for you. Don't forget next time, Lin Qingqing said, bringing over a bowl of konjac. Lin Qingxue took the konjac and gave an awkward smile. Hey, I'll be more careful next time. Currently, the shops that have opened up the store function are mostly selling food, especially flavorful items, as long as they have ever appeared on Earth, even if the replicas are not very good. There are people willing to pay the bill, so naturally there are people who want to eat there. Remember to help me make konjac dessert tonight, Lin Qingxue said. Wang Fan smiled leisurely. Good. It would be best to find a way to get some more flour. Making some spicy strips would definitely sell well. Lin Qingqing took out a handful of rice. Then we'll need this. The two stared wide-eyed. Rice. Mom, you got it done? Lin Qingqing shook her head. No, it's still in the experimental stage, but it's coming soon. After all, there are predecessors to guide us. I've also read some of the old man's public records or notes. If you still can't figure it out by just copying, then my PhD from Tsinghua University is wasted. Don't worry, with Mom here, I guarantee I'll get it done. But we're running out of test subjects. Let's see if we can get some more. Wang Fan nodded in agreement. The experiment was quite demanding, so he immediately asked Straw Brother for advice. Do you still have any dryland rice seedlings in stock? About 10 minutes later, Straw Bro replied, I have some. I knew you wanted more, so I collected a lot more along the way. Wang Fan was also somewhat impressed by Straw Brother's thoughtfulness. Thanks then, what do you need? Food. We're almost out of the wilderness. We're about to reach Dragon Valley. Wang Fan was also startled. Dragon Valley? That's quite dangerous. Be careful. Can't you just go around it? No, I need to migrate north. I have to pass through Dragon Valley. Also, I have some news to share with you about the third catastrophe. Wang Fan's eyes widened. What? The third disaster? You have news. Yes, I got it by gambling in the secret realm, but I can only tell 10 people. If I want to notify more people, the message can't be sent. Even if I send a voice message, the other party can only hear the censored sound. Even if I video chat in the group, no one can hear me. Whenever I mention anything about high temperatures, it gets censored, and I can't write anything by carving it. Anything about high temperatures gets forcibly erased. My partner and I have already notified 6 relatives, and there are 4 more to notify. I remember you only have 4 people on your end, right? It just so happens that you sent me a message. Wang Fan immediately asked, "What kind of disaster?" The reply came from the other end, "High temperature, 80 degrees Celsius. Humans simply cannot survive, not even with air conditioning, let alone now that there is no cooling equipment at all." Chapter 90, Persuading the Military Alliance. High temperatures and turmoil. Several people exclaimed in surprise. What? 80 degrees Celsius? Is that even considered high temperature? That would bake them alive. That's right. In temperatures of 80 degrees Celsius, even with air conditioning, it's useless. Air conditioners would break down. Besides, we don't even have air conditioning. After a moment of surprise, Wang Fan said, "Thanks. You want meat, right? I'll give you 200 units. Is that enough? If not, just ask me for more. I have plenty of meat here. I can't finish it all." Strawbro was already used to it. Wang Fan always managed to say things that surprised him. He could casually throw 200 units of meat, and, judging from his words, it seemed like 2,000 units would be no problem at all. "That's enough. There are only 2 of us. We can't eat much." "All right, then be careful. Dragon Valley is very dangerous." "But where are you planning to go?" Strawbro replied, "Lying in the snow-capped mountains stretching for tens of millions of miles." According to reliable sources, survivors born there say that most of those snow-capped mountains are even higher than Mount Everest. Based on the high temperatures that preceded the cold wave, the warm air currents will likely blow from north to south, and I'm currently traveling from south to north. Once I reach the foot of the snow-capped mountain, I will find a place to settle down and develop properly. The hot air currents will be blocked by the high-altitude, snow-capped mountains, and the temperature on the snow-capped mountains is low. With the combined effect of these 2 factors, I think it should be no problem to survive the high temperature. Wang Fan and the others were stunned. This idea was indeed good. The tall snow-capped mountains could indeed block warm air currents. Just like the mysterious Qinling Mountains in the Xia dynasty, the Qinling Mountains single-handedly blocked the southward-moving cold air and blocked the northward-moving warm and humid air. Lin Qingqing nodded silently. "That's a good idea. Besides, we're going to the long sleeping snow mountain to find the key, so we could try migrating during the last few days of the fog." "Dude, be careful. I'm hanging up now." Strawbro replied shortly after. "Okay, you guys be careful too. Life is like a phone call. Either you hang up first or I hang up first. If I don't hear from you anymore, it means I'm dead." Wang Fan, stop hanging up the phone. "What are you saying, so discouraging?" "Oh, by the way, I'll have my mom get you some information. Be careful." "Documents? What documents?" "We'll see soon enough. Let's play it safe and farm safely for now, and try not to get killed." "Okay, thank you very much." Lin Qingqing also relied on her memory to write down information about dinosaurs. The information revealed by the other party was very important and deserved her reward. After hanging up the phone, Straw Guy took his female companion's hand and walked towards the vast grassland ahead. The grasslands were teeming with dinosaurs, mostly herbivores: Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus. Let's go. Most of the dinosaurs here are herbivores. We currently have 25 health points, and thanks to the game mechanics, we won't die so easily. The woman gripped Straw Man's hand tightly, her gaze resolute despite her fear. "Yes, okay." "Are you scared?" Straw Brother asked. "I'm not afraid of anything as long as you're here." The 2 smiled at each other, the midday sun shining brightly and warmly on their faces. Within Dragon Valley, mist permeates the air, and numerous mysterious Paleozoic creatures appear, but they have no chance of survival in the dinosaurs' territory. One came out, and another one came out. Inside the village, Lin Qingqing was trying to spread the message, but no matter how she spoke, wrote on the ground, or used hints or clues, she couldn't get it out, or it was blocked and censored. "Mom, don't bother. We've already tried. There's absolutely no way to contact anyone." Wang Fan guessed, perhaps these 2 disasters were a warning because we're still in the beginner phase. The beginner phase might be over after the fog clears. I wonder what it will be like then. Having played countless games, this is how he understood it. After all, this isn't a game at all. Can it be called a game if people can die? A death game? But perhaps we can do this, Wang Fan said, his eyes lighting up. How do we do it? Shortly afterward, Wang Fan contacted the people in the military alliance. What? Relocation? Young man, we just finished building this base and you want to relocate? You have to give me a reason, right? Li Jun's surprise was not unfounded. After all, Wang Fan hadn't given any reason, so how could he possibly agree? Commander Li, I have no reason to explain, but you have to relocate to the eternal resting place in the snow-capped mountains. You must go, the sooner the better. I can ignore others, but all the people of Xia must go to the eternal snow mountain and settle there. What's the reason? Li Yun asks. No reason. That won't do. You have to give an explanation. Wang Fan was at a loss for words. No matter what he said, he couldn't reveal the high-temperature information. But if he didn't give a reason, how could the other party believe him? Lin Qingqing then chimed in. Hello, Commander Li. I wonder if Professor Zhuge is in the army? Li Yun found slightly. Most of the high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom were in the military alliance, but Xiao Zhan was currently in charge of the specific matters concerning the military alliance. Who are you? I am Professor Zhuge's student. If you tell him my name is Lin Qingqing, he will naturally see me. Li Jun was skeptical, but still went to consult Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was also somewhat puzzled, but he had a good impression of Wang Fan. So they went to see Professor Zhuge, who was a top biological historian in Xia Kingdom and had many patents in various fields. Such a talent was naturally protected. Xiao Lin? Long time no see. The last time we met was... Professor Zhuge joked. Professor, you still love to joke around. Try to find joy in hardship, huh? What's the explanation for suggesting the military alliance relocate to the eternally sleeping snow mountain? Professor, I don't know how to say it, and I can't explain it. In short, I swear on my life, I must go to the snow-capped mountains to be buried in eternal sleep, Lin Qingqing said excitedly. She couldn't reveal any information about the high temperature, not even hints. It would be censored if spoken out, and the other party would never hear it. Professor Zhuge naturally understood his student, and he chose to trust him. Perhaps you have some unspeakable secret that you can't reveal, so you're risking your life to guarantee it all. Am I right? Professor Zhuge said slowly. Wang Fan and the others nodded frantically as if they had found kindred spirits. Yes, yes, yes. The professor is indeed a professor. He got our point right away. But I choose to believe in this matter. As for others, they are not someone I can change. I can only say that I believe in my own students, and I know their character. Wang Fan immediately took out the blueprints for the minecart and track. This is a means of transportation for you to use. For the sake of the people of Xia Kingdom, it must be sent to the eternal resting place in the snow mountain. After receiving Wang Fan's blueprints, Xiao Zhan began to ponder. As someone who had done several transactions with Wang Fan, he knew that Wang Fan was the kind of guy who wouldn't suffer any loss. Giving away vehicle blueprints for free? What's going on here? Could something really be happening? Wang Fan naturally didn't feel he was at a loss. Was it a loss if more of his brothers and sisters in Xia Kingdom could survive? Obviously not. Those were all compatriots, people from Korea, Japan, or America. If they died, so be it. It had nothing to do with Wang Fan. But not in the Xia Kingdom. Those are all compatriots. Perhaps there are occasional conflicts among compatriots, but try letting other countries intervene. They would stop fighting among themselves and unite to wipe out the others in no time. This is the cohesion and unity of the Xia Kingdom from ancient times to the present. We can fight among ourselves, but if others interfere, we'll kill them first and let them interfere. Moreover, if one's own blood relatives all die, then living seems to lose too much of its joy. Humans are, after all, social beings. Few people can say they can live a carefree life outside of society. When you're sick, you can't leave society. When you want to have fun, you can't leave society either. Okay, I'll discuss this with the higher-ups now. Thank you, young man. This blueprint is very important. Chapter 91 Life Journey is arduous, but we stride forward. As for whether the members of the military alliance would listen to his advice, Wang Fan didn't know. In any case, he had done what he could, and whether they succeeded or not was up to them. Xiao Zhan also organized a meeting at this time. Isn't this ridiculous? How can you listen to a woman and a kid who's not even 20 yet? But they're ranked 15th in the world. The meeting room quieted down considerably after these words were spoken. On Death Star, Age is not the determining factor. Strength is. I knew it. Since it's something a person from our own Xia kingdom says, we should definitely think it through. Xiaojun was embarrassed. That's not what you guys were saying just now. Lin Qingqing is my student. I know her. Wang Fan has made several deals. The watchtower, the stone wall, and the newly acquired railcar were all given to him. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room fell into deep thought. Let's discuss whether to move or not, and then we'll vote on it later. The minority will have to obey the majority. The first vote ended in a tie. Professor Zhuge then spoke up. I guarantee with my 65 years of personal integrity that I believe my students can be trusted. Xiaojun also spoke up. I am also willing to vouch for that child Wang Fan, and I will vouch for him with my personal integrity. Professor Zhuge mentored Lin Qingqing for 6 years, from her freshman year to her doctoral graduation, so he naturally believed that his student wouldn't joke around. Xiaojun also knew Wang Fan's character. Putting aside everything else, Wang Fan was the kind of guy who would never suffer a loss or owe anyone a favor. How could you suddenly be so certain about this? At this point, many people sided with the two leaders, and a second vote was held, overwhelmingly passing the meeting and deciding to relocate. After all, to be honest, someone has already stepped forward to take the blame, so let them take it. It's just that if there are any problems later, Professor Zhuge and Xiaojun will definitely be in an awkward position. After the meeting, Xiaojun and Professor Zhuge were both slightly melancholy. Wang Fan, don't you dare mess with me. Hopefully, my student will be more reliable. Currently, the total population of the military alliance has reached more than 13,000 due to the acceptance of Xia people, and more people are on their way, since not everyone lives nearby. What about those who are separated by tens of thousands of miles? Commander, when shall we move? Xiaojun looked into the distance. Wait. Wait for whom? The technicians are on their way. They are needed for the construction, design, commencement, and operation of the factory. Once our first factory is built, the rest will be much easier. We humans need time to develop. The process of going from zero to something is naturally very long. Once we've built tanks and machine guns, why will we be afraid of savages? We'll just wipe them out. Li Jun was also slightly excited upon hearing this. To be honest, they had fought the savages a few times, but the savages were much better developed, with more health and higher attack power. However, the military alliance won several battles with difficulty. Some soldiers were able to take on 2 opponents with only 30 health points, killing 2 7-star barbarians by themselves. However, this requires being in excellent condition and having exceptional skills. A short while later, Wang Fan also inquired, are there any teleportation keys left? Li Jun shook his head. There aren't many left. Only 2. We've already exhausted the materials for making the teleportation keys, and we haven't found any more materials yet, so we can't make them. Wang Fan asked curiously, what kind of material is so hard to find? Obsidian. Wang Fan could only sigh helplessly. He had never seen this thing before, and the other party only had 2 keys left. There were 4 people on his side, which was not enough. Furthermore, the Alliance has been keeping these 2 keys and is reluctant to use them, so they probably won't use them for trading. Upon learning the news, Wang Fan and his companions immediately began controlling the puppets to collect wood, as the military alliance currently had no more teleportation keys available. Therefore, collecting wood to build the tracks becomes especially important, as it's highly likely that the whole family will have to move later. By the way, Qingxue, take a look at that diary. Did that person survive in the end? Lin Qingxue immediately flipped through it. I found this notebook. There are 2 dead bodies here, a man and a woman. I don't know if the man died from exhaustion or heat stroke. The corpse was already rotting, and in this sweltering heat, the 2 of them were still embracing each other, trying to cool themselves off with some snow. What were they thinking? How foolish. Well, at least we're all human. I buried them. Now the heat wave is over, and my team and I are moving to the mountains. The next disaster is a super rainstorm. Just from a name, you can tell how big it is. We need to find a high mountain, the higher the better. We climb to the top of this mountain, and there is an even higher peak in the south, which is obviously more suitable. I will record my story. After all, that guy still had a few fish in his backpack when he died, so I'll write it down. My team consists of 5 people, me, 1 guy, and 4 girls. Isn't that great? I feel the same way. Anyway, future generations won't know who I am. Let them call me a pervert if they want. At this point, I'm too lazy to care. I managed to survive the 70-degree heat, but now that the temperature has dropped, and with the super rainstorm arriving in 10 days, I have to get going. These women aren't really a burden. There's a doctor, a police officer, a cook, and a student. You might ask, what's the use of the student? That's incredibly useful. It just depends on how you use it. Wow, this guy is at least a soul palace protector. Wang Fan exclaimed. The first owner of that diary died from the heat of 70 degrees Celsius. The group frowned slightly. The man, who had been hiding in a cave and relying on his father, who was far away in the snowy mountains, to send him large amounts of snow, still died from the heat. After this fog disaster passes, we don't know when the high temperatures will return, and this time the temperature is 80 degrees Celsius. What does that mean? It's terrifying. Wang Fan, are we moving again? Lin Qingxue looked at the village with reluctance. They poured their hearts and souls into this place, but now they're leaving. Wang Fan took a deep breath and sighed. Sigh. What can we do? After all, we're not here for tourism. Lin Qingqing gently patted her daughter's head. Wild geese fly south, swallows fly south, reindeer migrate. These are all perfectly normal things, Xiaoshu. Don't be too sad. In fact, even on Earth, people are the same. For example, migrant workers leave their hometowns and can only go home once a year, or even every few years. Some were assigned to different cities, even very far away, because of civil service exams and other reasons. What were they doing it for? To survive, to make money, Lin Qingxue said. Xiao Fan, what do you think? Mom, I think Qingxue is right. People live humbly in order to survive, to make money, and sometimes to prove themselves. Wealth and luxury in public, suffering in private. It's all for money. Only with money can one survive better. Lin Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. That's right. So don't be sad. Don't be afraid. The road ahead is still long. Take it slow and live well. Wang Dali walked over at this moment. Son, do you still remember what your dad does? Truck driver. Yes. What's the most important thing for us truck drivers? Make money? Hauling goods to support your family? No. While that's important, it's not the most important thing. Huh? What's that? Wang Dali looked north, towards the direction of the snow-capped mountains where the dragon rests. As a truck driver, the most important thing, naturally, is... Look ahead. Chapter 92, heading to the forest to kill the big mouth flower. After calming down, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue got ready to set off. Let's go, it's noon now, the fog is lifted. Let's go take down that big salvia. Xiao Fan, Xiao Shui, be careful. Okay, don't worry, Mom, we'll be right back. Wang Fan released the toy train and pushed the lever. Cross swipe, cross swipe. I've looked at the route we're taking to the eternal sleeping snow mountain. We'll also have to pass through Dragon Valley, which is very dangerous. Wang Fan turned his head away. How about we get some more battle pets? Where can I get it? Wang Fan looked towards the forest. My hometown, the cave in Sunset Forest, it's full of dog-headed bats. It's on the way. Qingxue, I have an idea. Let's roast the meat first. Make it more fragrant, and it would be best to sprinkle some of the collected peppercorns and chilies on it as well. Lin Qingxue did as she was told, and immediately set up camp inside the train and started grilling. What do you want to do? It's very simple. Remember when we first entered that cave, there was a hole in the ceiling of the cave where the dog-headed bats were, and you could see the red moon through it. I know where that cave is. Ping'an can't resist the smell of meat, and those dog-headed bats are no different. Let's put the meat a little further away from the cave, then sneak to the cave entrance. Use spider silk to climb down. Since they are mammals, they must have offspring. Don't forget, Ping'an was rescued from when she was a cub by us. Lin Qingxue also thought it was feasible, but there was a risk. If they were discovered, thousands of bats would definitely kill them. Then I'll have to roast a few more. Thousands of bats will roast very quickly, so we need to have plenty of time. Lin Qingxue set up 2 more campsites and roasted them both. Before long, the 2 arrived at the location of the chomp flower. Wow, this big mouth flower has reached 5 stars, with 53 health points. Wang Fan exclaimed. Come on, let's not delay, shoot it with arrows. The 2 immediately took out their bows and arrows and began firing at a distance. Although the giant mouth flower could swallow and kill instantly, it couldn't move and could only passively take the hits. Arrows whizzed by, piercing through Big Mouth Flower's body one after another. Soon, Big Mouth Flower was riddled with holes and collapsed limply to the ground. Only after seeing the chomp flower dead did the 2 dare to go over and check on it. Obtain 2 chomper seedlings. Obtain 2 chomper rhizomes. Obtain 5-star treasure chest 1. Open. 5-star treasure chest opened. Obtain candied fruit porridge blueprint 1. Grass cake recipe 1. Wow, what kind of blueprints are these? Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The two had cut down a plant before, but it was a non-aggressive pitcher plant. Could it be that the blueprints for food drop from killing plant-based monsters? Probably. Quickly, take a look at the instructions. Lin Qingxue said excitedly. Candied fruit porridge requires 1 unit of honey, 1 unit of any vegetable, and 1 unit of any grain. Drinking it instantly restores 5 health points. Grass cake requires 2 of any vegetables, 1 flour, 1 green pea, and 1 animal fat. Eating it instantly restores 6 health points. Wow, this is great. Now we can save some of our blood tree essence. Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, and something made with technology should taste really good. Put them away first. Let's go collect the dog-headed bat cubs to prepare for our later adventure in Dragon Valley. Okay, let's go. The two were overjoyed and ran quickly toward the cave, feeling even the wind tastes sweet. The journey through Dragon Valley will surely be fraught with danger, as it is teeming with dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are not easy to deal with, and relying solely on silverback is not a reliable option. Dog-headed bats, which are characterized by their numbers and agility, are naturally the best choice. They are small and flexible, making them easier to deal with large carnivorous dinosaurs. The two placed all the roasted meat about 100 meters to the left of the cave entrance, because the wind was blowing directly towards the cave entrance. Let's go, let's get out of here. Let's go around to the back of the cave. Wang Fan pulled Lin Qingxue and ran towards the top of the cave. Before long, the dog-headed bats with their keen sense of smell flew out and landed next to a pile of fragrant meat, where they began to feast. Quickly, this is only 500 gene of meat. There are almost 2,000 of them, and they're eating it very quickly. The two heads retreated into the bushes, and Wang Fan led Lin Qingxue all the way up the mountain. Have you found him, Wang Fan? Wang Fan pushed aside a clump of bushes, revealing the cave entrance in front of them. Found it. Quick, I'm going down. You wait for me up here. Looking at the dark cave, Lin Qingxue was also a little worried. Okay, then be careful, and come out immediately if anything happens. Don't worry, it'll be quick. To save time, Wang Fan jumped down directly. The 20-meter drop caused him to lose 20 HP. Without delay, Wang Fan immediately picked up the Lamp of Eternity and began to check. The cave was filled with the stench of urine, and our feet were covered in the excrement of dog-headed bats. Wang Fan covered his nose, squinted slightly, and waved the lamp in front of his eyes. There was nothing on the ground, nor on the ceiling, so Wang Fan illuminated the cave wall. It really is here. On the cave walls, there are naturally formed pits, like grooves about the size of a wash basin. Inside, sleeping were one dog-headed bat after another. Sorry, little ones, I'm going to kidnap you. From now on, I'll be your master. Wang Fan took out spider silk and immediately hung one after another on it. The spider silk was quite sticky, so even small dog-headed bats, no bigger than a palm, could be hung on it. To prevent the little guys from making noise, Wang Fan even used spider silk to seal their mouths. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wang Fan simply wrapped the spider silk around his waist, round and round. Wang Fan, hurry up, the meat is almost gone. Lin Qingxue said anxiously. Wang Fan was drenched in sweat, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Don't rush, grab a few more the better. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, sounds began to come from the passage. Wang Fan suddenly came to his senses and immediately rushed over to release stones, temporarily blocking the passage at the other entrance. Before leaving, Wang Fan didn't forget to take the two cubs with him, and then he climbed onto the spider web. No, that's too slow. Let's use stones to support it. Wang Fan released the spider silk, adjusted the stone into a square shape, and then stepped on it after each jump. With Wang Fan's intense concentration, he climbed a 20-meter-high mound in less than a minute, even though he was still somewhat inexperienced. At this moment, the dog-headed bats that were blocked flew out of the cave and towards the cave on the mountain. Thousands of dog-headed bats, like a dark cloud pressing down, arrived at the mountain entrance. Behind the bushes, there was an empty bamboo tube for purifying water and two people covered in snow. Could they have discovered us? Wang Fan typed, panting heavily. Probably not. The temperature is temporarily masked, and the smell is also Chapter 93 Super Giant Millipede, King of Millipedes. The two men's hearts were racing, the dog-headed bats were restless, and most of their offspring were missing. Wang Fan was covered in cute little puppies, but the smell was a bit strong, so Lin Qingxue kept spraying purifying water on him. Otherwise, they might have been discovered by these dog-headed bats. The two slowly slid down the hillside behind the cave, escaping unscathed. Once on the minecart, Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we weren't discovered. It's all thanks to this purifying grass. I never imagined that a single plant could have so many uses. How many cubs did you get? Lin Qingxue asked. Wang Fan removed the dog-headed bat cubs that were hanging all over his body. 1, 2, 3. There are 30 cubs in total. The cubs were only the size of a palm, so they were fine to tie around one's body. These little guys haven't even opened their eyes yet. Let's take them back and feed them well. Wang Fan was slightly troubled, but there was nothing he could do. Battle pets are great, but I'm afraid there won't be enough meat for us in the future. Lin Qingxue shrugged helplessly. In order to cross Dragon Valley more safely and quickly, it was necessary to improve combat power. All right, you should be glad it wasn't 30 silverbacks. Otherwise, you simply couldn't afford to raise them. Wang Fan shuddered. That's true. If it were a silverback, it would be doomed. I only have a mere 10 silverbacks, and their daily food intake is astonishing. Imagine if I had 30 silverbacks, I would go broke. They would definitely eat me out of house and home. Wang Fan pushed the lever, and the train started moving. While passing by, Lin Qingxue noticed something and immediately told Wang Fan to stop the car. What's wrong, Qingxue? Lin Qingxue jumped off the train. Looking at the black mushroom beside the tracks, she exclaimed, Wang Fan, come look, a black mushroom. It really is. It seems to be the seed from that mushroom. It's still very small and not aggressive. The two were quite excited as they looked at the small black mushroom, since the black powder extracted from it was extremely useful. Pick it. This thing doesn't have a name, so let's call it the bewitching mushroom. Become. Obtain 5 bewitching mushrooms. The sudden notification startled the two of them. Huh? Named after the name we chose. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. This isn't a big deal, but what's chilling is the thought that if it were true, everything that I can identify now has been given a name by some people. Blood tree, black-toothed pig, and so on. Those names that could be used to name people, the two of them naturally didn't think they were from their group. Could it be that everything identifiable on Deathgate Star was taken by ancient people? Wang Fan said, That's quite possible. Let's not worry about it for now and go back to discuss it. The fog should be coming back soon. Okay, let's go. The train started and the two headed towards the village. Wang Fan, perhaps we should find a place to settle down. Once we reach the long sleeping snow mountain, let's find a good spot and never move again, Lin Qingxue said softly. She really didn't like the feeling of being a wanderer. If it weren't for survival, she would have liked to stay in that cave and have a good relationship with Wang Fan. Okay, no problem. To be honest, I also want to settle down, but we should choose a place at a higher altitude. What if, after the heat wave, it turns into a downpour, like in that diary? Lin Qingxue pondered for a moment and found it very reasonable. That makes sense. We should dig up all the vegetables in the garden and put them away first, and there's still so many fruit trees. We can start preparing for the move now. We'll be passing through more than just Dragon Valley. There are several other places that no one has ever been before. At this moment, a mist was spreading, and things that sent chills down one's spine began to appear from within it. Carapace, multiple legs, tentacles, venomous pincers. Oh no, why is it so fast this time? Isn't the time up yet? Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. As the two looked up at the sky, dark clouds continued to gather, blocking the sunlight. The train sped along, and behind it and along the tracks, a large number of enormous, centipede-like creatures began to gather. It's a millipede, Lin Qingxue exclaimed. They weren't afraid, but the thing made them feel uneasy and uneasy. These millipedes are like a combination of centipedes and millipedes, but they can reach a length of 3 meters. Buzzing sounds could be heard constantly coming from the sky above. Looking out the window, Lin Qingxue saw giant dragonflies, each nearly 2 meters long, flying in the sky. They were in groups, hovering high above. It's a giant dragonfly. Lin Qingxue recognized it at a glance. The Carboniferous period, it's already the Carboniferous period. All these creatures come from the Carboniferous period. Beep, beep, beep. Xiaoxue, have you come back yet? The fog has spread, and a large number of carboniferous creatures have appeared. Lin Qingxing asked anxiously. Mom, we'll be there soon. Don't worry, we're fine. As they spoke, a buzzing sound arose beside them, and dozens of giant dragonflies appeared on the top of the train. The two looked up at the ceiling. Don't worry, these guys can't get in. The train continued moving forward, but at a much slower speed, and the scenery outside the window changed noticeably more slowly. Oh no, something's holding the train back, and it's slowing down. A hint of panic flashed in their eyes, and Lin Qingxue gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with her fingers. Their hearts raced, and they began to realize that they seemed to have fallen into a situation they couldn't control. They weren't far from the village at the time, and when they activated the owl radar to take a look, the two of them gasped in shock. A gigantic creature, its length obscured and its height equivalent to a 3-story building when standing, slowed down the train single-handedly. Appraisal. Mega King, a super male creature born after devouring all its brothers and sisters in its belly, currently with 200 HP. No star rating, only a bloodthirsty and brutal monster, a unique creature. The chance of it dropping a treasure chest is 0. Perhaps its flesh and blood are also valuable. These creatures are extremely rare. If you encounter one, it's simply bad luck. Damn it, the treasure chest isn't even dropping. Wang Fan cursed. Stop cursing. Let's figure out a way to get rid of that guy first. Wang Fan can only see the train through the radar screen. His eyes cannot see the millipede at the rear of the train, and the steel fork cannot be activated. With a series of cracking sounds, the carriage began to shake violently, and a much larger dragonfly suddenly appeared in the sky, its wingspan nearly the size of a Boeing 747. The giant dragonfly was clearly targeting the two of them. Wang Fan had already communicated with his battle pet, and was now close to the village. Buzzing. What the hell is this? Holy crap. Wang Fan continued to push the lever, but this time, the train could not move forward an inch, simply because the locomotive had been lifted up by the giant dragonfly. 6 long legs had already hooked around the entire carriage. The dragonfly's legs were very slender, but the few feet that had clawed into the car window were as thick as an adult's thigh, covered with bristles, and the dragonfly clung tightly to the carriage, trying to pull it up completely. Mutant Giant Pulse Dragonfly, a mutant that emerged at level 1 after consuming thousands of its own kind of egg cells. It has 180 HP. No star rating. It seems to have been attracted by something. The two immediately frowned. Attracted? But there was no time to think further. Silverback, black-toothed pig, and Ping had already come galloping over from the village. Previously, thanks to the Blood Triol monster's help, we obtained a large amount of meat, which we fed to them, totaling several thousand units. The big guy is now 8 stars, standing 8 meters tall, and the rest are at least 6 stars. Air Mao received special care from the two men because of her repeated merits. Now she's an 8-star, and her size has grown to the size of a minivan. As for Pingin, it's now a 7-star creature, so being bitten by it now wouldn't be pleasant. The ground began to shake, and a herd of silverback pigs, 3 pigs, and a dog came charging menacingly towards them. Roar! The big guy roared, tens of meters away, its leg muscles tensed, and it exerted force. It leaped high into the air, its feet leaving the ground by 10 meters, and in mid-air, it raised a pair of fists the size of cartwheels, and slammed them down on the dragonfly. Chapter 94 The Army of Battle Pets displays its might. With a thud, the top of the carriage was dented. The mutated dragonfly reacted immediately after being hit, and tried to return to the sky. Tear off its wings, Wang Fan shouted. A glint flashed in the big man's eyes, and he aimed precisely at the dragonfly's wings and yanked them off. With a tearing sound, the wings were ripped to pieces, and the other wings were not spared either. The mutated dragonfly may have a lot of health, but without the ability to fly, it's just a lamb to the slaughter. In terms of strength, the silverback dragonfly can go toe-to-toe with it. Moreover, several silverbacks rushed over at this moment, grabbed the large dragonfly, and gave it a good beating. Unable to jump onto the top of the carriage, the 3 black-toothed boars charged directly at the millipede king. Humph, humph, humph. Air Mao stood still, his powerful hind hooves scraping against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. 100-meter acceleration, a ferocious pig charging. The same goes for the Mao and San Mao. Even when faced with 3 black-toothed boars, the giant millipede was not afraid and immediately crawled over quickly. Bang! then bang bang, 2 more times. The king of millipedes was knocked over, its head flipping over, but quickly flipped back, crawled rapidly, and formed a large circle, enveloping the 3 black-toothed pigs inside. Then it suddenly contracted, wrapping around the 3 black-toothed pigs, and began to squeeze them like a python. The 3 black-toothed pigs squealed like pigs being slaughtered under the pressure, their voices deafening. Even the combined strength of the 3 pigs was no match for them. "Oh no!" Wang Fan exclaimed, and immediately jumped off the train and ran towards the back of the train. The group had never encountered a starless creature with 200 HP before, but its combat power now seemed truly terrifying. 1 8-star and 2 7-star black-toothed pigs. Even if 3 of them combined couldn't defeat it. Wang Fan pulled out a steel fork. Sacrifice 50 points. He dared not offer too many sacrifices at once. There were too many monsters here, and he had to leave room for error. He threw it out with a thud. "Go to hell." With a whoosh, the steel fork shot out, instantly impaling the king of millipedes and knocking it to the ground. A bloody hole appeared in the millipede's body, from which black blood continuously seeped. Wang Fan quickly drank 50 points of blood tree essence, fully restoring his health. Again, 50 points. The millipede king looked at Wang Fan in the distance, and was very wary of that steel fork. Although the 3 black-toothed boars had knocked it over once, it had only lost 3 health points. The millipede king was absolutely confident that it could take on all the enemies present by itself, but the steel fork was the only thing that made it fearful. The king of the millipedes turned and ran, but by then the steel fork had already been thrown. With a soft splatter, black blood splattered everywhere. It was already halfway to death, but it was agile and had already turned its head, trying to escape into the dense forest. The dense forest was shrouded in mist, and there were plenty of tall weeds. If it managed to escape, it would be really hard to find. Wang Fan swallowed another 50 drops of blood tree essence. "Don't even think about leaving." The black steel fork reappeared, and with a whoosh, it shot towards the king of the millipedes. The king of the millipedes turned his head, his eyes filled with terror. His entire body was pinned to the track by a steel fork, unable to move an inch. As long as Wang Fan doesn't summon the steel fork back, the steel fork will keep him pinned down. "You've got 150 HP left. Let's see how many more rounds you can last." Wang Fan quickly drank the blood tree essence to replenish his life. Only 50 drops, just 1 sip. However, this last attempt will surely kill the millipede king, since the millipede king only has 200 health points and has already lost 3 health points. 4 steel forks would surely kill him, and Wang Fan immediately made up his mind. Retract. The steel fork appeared in his hand. "Go!" With a whoosh, it shot out again. This time, the Dragon King would surely die on the spot. But then, something unexpected happened. At this critical moment, the millipede king suddenly split into 2 parts, and a pair of eyes opened on its tail, revealing that it actually had 2 heads. After splitting apart, each segment of the body has only 20-odd points of health, but the steel fork can only target one thing. With a tearing sound, one segment was pierced through, resulting in its complete death. But the other segment took the opportunity to disappear into the dense forest, its whereabouts unknown, extremely cunning. Thick fog rolled in, and Wang Fan wanted to give chase, but he had already lost sight of the enemy and was unable to launch another attack. "Damn it, it can even split. What the hell is this thing?" He cursed, somewhat helplessly, but at least half of the corpse remained. The corpse of such a powerful creature must be of great use. This wave may not be profitable, but it certainly won't result in a loss. By this time, the dragonfly had been beaten to death, and its limbs, head, wings were being played with by the silverbacks. "Quick, let's go back first." At Wang Fan's command, they all immediately ran into the village. This all happened in just 2 or 3 minutes, and the millipedes all around them gathered around. A short while later, the 2 men, panting heavily, closed the door. But at this moment, millipede heads kept popping out from the stone walls of the village. The crowd then realized that the crisis was not over yet. These guys can climb walls, but fortunately, these millipedes aren't very strong, all around 2 stars. Although there are many of them, they don't pose much of a threat. And not all millipedes crawl here. The Anomalocaris in the pit shows no mercy to these Carboniferous-era overlords. It was, after all, the overlord of the Cambrian period, and its star rating was far higher than these millipedes. It could kill a millipede with a single pincer strike. In the sky, the giant dragonflies also met the straight-shelled nautilus. The two sides fought fiercely, neither willing to give way to the other. They were both the overlords of their time, so why should the other give way? Corpses fell from the sky and crashed to the ground, and Wang Fan and his companions picked them up from below. Wow, these guys actually started fighting? That's spectacular. Hurry up and pick them up. Hurry up and pick them up. We're gonna get rich. We're gonna get rich. Similar events are unfolding in various places, and the pressure on humanity has suddenly decreased considerably. Chat, Xia Kingdom. Holy crap, these guys started fighting amongst themselves. Hurry up and pick up the food. We've been starving for days, and meat is falling from the sky. Can you believe it? Oh my god, these millipedes are so disgusting. They're creepy. I have about a dozen monsters here, and they're fighting each other. It's really exciting. Bring on more monsters. Let's fight them quickly, so I can pick off the stragglers. The two, scrolling through messages, also realized the problem. Wang Fan, don't you think we're facing a bit too many monsters? Wang Fan also realized this belatedly, and upon reflection, it was indeed the case. From the very beginning of the fog, the group had faced numerous monsters. They were initially puzzled as to how others managed to survive with so many monsters. It seems that's true. I hadn't asked before, but looking at it now, it's definitely true. Could it be that we actually have something that attracts these mist creatures? After careful consideration, the two realized that an illegal team of 4 would typically face at most around 20 creatures of various kinds, and rarely more than 30. However, the number of monsters they faced was around 100, which was far too many, although they were able to handle them. Even with the Alliance's current strength of several thousand people, they're only facing less than 5,000 monsters. Compared to that, this is far too many for us. While others faced approximately 5 monsters each, Wang Fan and his group faced roughly 25 monsters each, which was quite a lot. If it weren't for the watchtowers, walls, battle pets, and other advanced technology, the group would have been in a very difficult situation and might not have even survived. Wang Fan looked at the steel fork and a ram-headed scepter in his hand. Perhaps it's one of these two things? Or just one of them? Wang Fan wondered. Lin Qingxue shrugged. I don't know. We can't just throw them away, can we? More is fine, as long as we can handle it. More monsters mean more resources. Wang Fan simply stopped worrying about it. That's true. Anyway, we can fight them. Let's collect more meat to feed the dogs. These pups are still crying for food. Chapter 95, Modifying the Train, Preparing for Departure. Wang Fan ordered his battle pets to clear out the millipedes that had crawled into his home. The group piled up all the collected chunks of meat, and then let the group of dog-headed bat cubs suck the blood. Once they grow teeth, let them start gnawing on chunks of meat. Pingin, you're the boss from now on. You'd better take good care of these little brothers. Woof, woof, woof. Don't worry, master. Through telepathic communication, Wang Fan fully understood what it meant and immediately rubbed Pingin's head. Okay. You'll have to train it to be more rigorous. When we get through Dragon Valley, it'll be up to you and your crew. Woof, woof, woof. Understood. Leave it to me. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Fan released the corpse of the Malu King. The corpse was very tough. Even a 5-star iron sword could only leave a shallow mark on its carapace. This guy is really tough. Even with a 5-star iron sword, if we were to fight head-on, I'd probably only be able to get a single drop of blood. Lin Qingxue felt a wave of fear wash over her. Indeed, it's a good thing we had those steel forks, otherwise we might have been wiped out. No, they're definitely going to be wiped out, Wang Fan said with certainty. Be more careful in the future. There are too many unknown things on this planet, Lin Qingxing reminded her. Wang Dali dug out a piece of the millipede king's flesh. The flesh was black and covered with black blood, which made people feel uneasy. Yes, even on Earth there are many places that humans cannot or dare not set foot in. Moreover, this Death Gate star is comparable in size to 20 Earths, so there might be something even more terrifying than the Blood Tree. The group deeply agreed with Wang Dali's words, realizing that compared to all things in the universe, humanity is extremely insignificant. By the way, I've already done the proportional calculation. The distance between us and the Eternal Snow Mountain is about 20,000 kilometers, and that's the straight line distance. 1 kilometer equals 1,000 meters. Do the math. How long will we need to build this track? We simply can't afford it. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan and his companion were somewhat stunned. They had only thought about driving the train to the Changyan Snow Mountain, but they hadn't calculated how far the journey would be or how much they would need. Now that Lin Qingqing has said this, the two of them are at a loss for what to do. According to their deductions, the high temperatures might be similar to the previous 2 times, with a 10-day or 5-day lull after the fog ends. Then, as time passed, the high temperatures arrived, so the group had to finish loading and moving a few days before the fog dissipated and set off for the eternally sleeping snow mountain. Why don't we check if there are any car blueprints in the trading market? The group checked, but there were none. Not even any blueprints for building the car. No, I'm lost. Don't you even have a bicycle? The group looked through the items and found a bicycle, but it was useless. Lin Qingxue searched several keywords in succession, busy for a long time, when suddenly her eyes lit up and she hurriedly shouted, "Quick, quick! I found something useful." What? The group leaned closer to examine it. This is an adaptive tire, which can fit tires on wheels of any size. Is it inflatable or solid? Solid. Okay, let's ask. How do I change the blueprints for adaptive tires? The other party replied instantly. This thing? You could trade it for 10 iron ore. By the way, what kind of wheels do you use? Wang Fan and his companions exchanged glances, but didn't say it was a train, fearing the other side would overcharge them. Oh, it's just a bicycle. Damn, it got a flat tire, and we couldn't find a blueprint for an air pump. Upon hearing that it was a bicycle, the person on the other end immediately lost interest. He knew that if there were tires, there must be car blueprints, but there were no air pumps on the market at the moment. So whenever someone gets a flat tire, they'll definitely think about changing it, and that's when someone can take the opportunity to rip them off or get the car's blueprints. Bicycles? They're replacing those with new ones too? There aren't even any smooth roads here. How can you even ride one? Seeing that the other person was changing the subject, Wang Fan wasn't fooled. That's true. It's useless anyway, so let's just leave it at that. After saying this, Wang Fan didn't send any more messages. The person on the other end sighed upon seeing this. Looks like this guy really is a bicycle. What a pity. It would be great if he had the blueprints for the vehicle. After all, if a car tire blows out, he doesn't believe Wang Fan wouldn't be in a hurry to fix it. Only a useless bicycle would do that, and if he didn't want to fix it, he wouldn't. Then, the other party took the initiative to send a message. Why don't you fix it? It's not bad to have someone to ride. Okay then, deal. Make a deal. Ding. You've received the adaptive tire blueprints. Before the others could even check, Lin Qingxue found some good stuff from the keywords. Take a look. What do you think of this blueprint? Isn't it perfect for us? Ice picks can be installed next to any wheel. Explosion-proof vehicle front fender can be installed on any vehicle. It really is a good product. Ice picks are shaped like cones on highways, except they're not only made of iron, but also have sharp blades on them. The front fender of an explosion-proof vehicle is the same cone-shaped protective plate on the front of the trucks in zombie movies. If you hit a zombie, you'll kill a whole bunch of them. Ask what the price is. The group immediately began questioning. Should we change it? The reply from the other end was as usual. What kind of car do you drive? Bike. You think you can just put a bicycle in here? Are you kidding me? Trade me vehicle blueprints, and I'll even give you some iron ore as a bonus. Wang Fan immediately bought a bicycle from the market, took a picture, and sent it over. A real bicycle. They didn't really want these 2 people from other countries to get the train blueprints. They were content with having those themselves. Although the military alliance has it, it's believed they won't give it away casually. It's all bargaining chips for future negotiations. Upon seeing that it was indeed a beat-up old bicycle, the person on the other end also became somewhat impatient. All right, I'll change it. 10 iron or... Make a deal. Deal. A bicycle with this attached? You're crazy. Adaptive tires. Require 10 units of rubber and 10 units of coal. Icebreaker. Requires 10 iron blocks and 10 dark matter. Explosion-proof vehicle front fender. Requires 50 iron blocks and 10 arrows. We don't have any rubber right now, so we need to get some. We got some coal when we were gambling in the secret realm, so that should be enough. The rest can basically be manufactured at the moment, no problem. The group agreed that it was fine. Once tires were installed on the train, it could run off the tracks without needing to build new tracks, although the speed would definitely be reduced considerably. After all, wheels can't run as fast as tracks, and ice picks and explosion-proof vehicle front fenders are also very useful. Ice spikes provide excellent protection against nighttime monsters, preventing ghouls from getting close. As for the explosion-proof workshop baffle, once it is upgraded to a sufficient level, it can easily break through obstacles such as trees to make way for it. After all, There are no roads in this area. You have to create your own path by driving through the traffic. Okay, Qingxue, go and get some more rubber. In the meantime, we need to work on the train, tires, ice picks, and explosion-proof barriers to the highest possible level. Okay, I'll go change. Lin Qingqing picked up the short sword. Then Dolly and I will be in charge of the village's security. Good luck to you too. Okay, no problem. Wang Fan released the green toy train and began modifying it. First, the wheels. Chapter 96, The Transaction Turmoil. Me too. Lin Qingxue's search keyword, rubber. It appeared quickly, but there was basically no trade in rubber at the moment. Only shops were open, while blueprints for condoms, which were not particularly rare, began to flood the market. However, the two-shop is still selling like hotcakes. After all, only the top 10 million teams can open a shop, so the demand for Konjac Delight is naturally outstripping supply. Although condoms are already widely available, they are still selling well in stores. In addition, the blueprints for the rib condom are not currently available on the market. It is currently exclusively for Wang Fan and his partner, and sales are quite good. The person who traded rubber before is dead, so now we have to find someone else. Before long, Lin Qingxue found several merchants selling materials in the store. Most of them have been contributed to the top 10 million by other small teams. The profits earned after opening a store can be further subdivided, and the first batch of people clearly earned quite a lot. After all, people only make a few transactions a day, and they usually have to think about what essential resources they need to exchange for. How do I change the rubber? Iron ore. How many? 5 units of iron ore can be exchanged for 10 units of rubber, and all of mine are already refined. Lin Qingxue frowned slightly. No, it's too expensive. Then go find someone else. This is the price now. Take it or leave it. Lin Qingxue ignored her and turned to find someone else. You're also exchanging 5 units of iron ore for 10 units of rubber? This is robbery. Young lady, it's not that I paid too much for it. That's just how the market price is right now. Go check out other materials. They're just as expensive. Lin Qingxue glanced at it casually. Whether it was seawater or the fruit of life, the market price was basically the same, and no one was willing to exchange it for less than the market price. Qingxue, just tag those people and say we need a lot of rubber. Someone will be willing to trade. After so long, the market has basically been unified. They can earn more iron or by sticking to their guns like this. Lin Qingxue immediately tagged the group. Cheaper. Lots and lots. I want 500 units of rubber. No, not any amount. Giving you a low price would disrupt the market, wouldn't it? That's right. Wealth and power cannot corrupt us, nor can they subdue us. How can we, as business people, be solely driven by profit? Find someone else. I'm not changing. Even if you offer us 1,000 today, we won't lower the price to exchange for you. We said we'd exchange 5 iron ore for 10 rubber, so it has to be 5 iron ore. Besides, I advise you not to bother. We've already bought up all the loose goods in the trading market, so you won't be able to get any. Lin Qingxue was also quite angry and cursed through the screen. These people are too despicable. They actually engaged in monopoly, exchanging 5 iron ore for 10 rubber. Isn't that robbery? Despite her anger, Lin Qingxue knew that this was true in any industry. Even on Earth, once capitalists monopolize a product, its price will inevitably remain high. Wang Fan immediately tagged the group. You won't trade for 1,000? Then I'll offer 10,000. I want 10,000 units of rubber, and I'll offer 1,000 units of iron ore. The shopkeeper across the street rubbed his eyes and asked, How much? How much do you want? Wang Fan replied, 10,000. I said I want 10,000 units of rubber. Are you selling it to me or not? No, that's way too low. It's like 1 for 10. The volume is large, but the price has been driven too low, which is problematic. I second that. I'm in the same predicament. There's only one reason why Wang Fan needs such a large amount of rubber. Damn, there are too many train wheels. Currently, in addition to transporting battle pets, we also need to transport some monster corpses, as well as vegetables and such. The storage boxes have been upgraded to full stars several times. Moreover, they need to drink water along the way, and their battle pets also need to drink. It would be difficult if there were no clean water sources along such a long journey. Even the soil for planting had to be brought by the group, as the land there was already very fertile, while the snow-capped mountains were frozen year-round and consisted of permafrost, making it difficult to cultivate crops. Then there are livestock, sheep, rabbits, chickens, silkworms. It doesn't seem like much normally, but when you actually count it all, it's really too much. It's like spending money. A few dollars here and a few tens of dollars there don't seem like much, but in less than a month, you find yourself penniless, completely broke. The storage boxes had to fill almost 2 carriages, and there were still carriages left to house the livestock. Wang Fan calculated that about 10 carriages would be just right, and each carriage has 4 pairs of wheels, which is 8. How many are there in 10 carriages? A total of 80 wheels are waiting to be fitted with tires. After installation, it needs to be upgraded, otherwise the 1-star tires are not wear-resistant at all and will break down after a short distance. Wang Fan said impatiently, "I'm just asking you whether you're selling or not. What's wrong with a 1:10 ratio? This is 1,000 units of iron ore. You can discuss it yourselves." The shop owners began to have doubts. If you buy a small amount, they can hold out for a while, but now there are 1,000 units of iron ore. How many sets of armor and weapons can that be made? At this point, several businessmen changed their minds. They no longer adhered to the original plan, fearing that their competitors would snatch up such a deal. Harvesting rubber is not difficult. The locals can basically cut rubber trees and pull rubber grass every day. A group of 10 or so people can produce 2,000 units of rubber a day. 10,000 units can be produced in 5 days. But can they produce 1,000 units of iron ore in 5 days? They really can't, since monsters don't drop iron ore every time. Moreover, the ratio of 1 iron ore to 10 rubber is the most accurate representation of the true price. The other side isn't actually losing money at all. They've just created a monopoly to drive up prices. No, don't even think about tempting us. We're businessmen. Anyone who dares to sell to us is a coward. Yes, 1 to 10 is too much of a loss. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Me too. Wang Fan smiled, looked at the screen, and said, "Keep pretending." Within 2 minutes, someone messaged Wang Fan privately. "Brother, let's do this business. Those two don't know what's good for them. Isn't this a surefire big customer?" Didn't you just say that anyone who dares to sell is a coward? What are you saying? Hey, I'm the grandson, Grandpa. Let's make a deal right now, okay? At this moment, 2 other vendors arrived. By mine. Didn't you say a 1:10 ratio is a huge loss? As the old saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. I'm just a person who likes to suffer a little loss. The third person also contacted him almost simultaneously. Hey bro, did those 2 message you privately? That's right. What are you selling to? Aren't you sticking to your principles anymore? Hee, selling, me too. Wang Fan smiled, but inwardly he sneered. A few little punks, this is a piece of cake. They still want to trick me. Wang Fan replied, I don't have a grandson like you, not for sale. I don't like to let others suffer losses, so I'll pass. Me too, right? I find the way you talk very interesting. Let's make a deal. After failing to secure a deal with the first 2 people, Wang Fan quickly completed the transaction with the third person. What a tycoon. He could take 1,000 units of iron ore as he pleases. How generous and generous. Wang Fan replied, Yeah, me too. Chapter 97. Continuing the trade, resources not enough. With the rubber in hand, Wang Fan immediately began manufacturing it. Adaptive Tire 80 requires 800 units of rubber and 800 units of coal. To produce or not? Manufacture. Ding. Manufacturing complete. 80 tires sat neatly in Wang Fan's storage compartment. Number of adaptive tires, 80. With the tire in hand, Wang Fan immediately began installation. Holding the tire, he aimed it at the train wheel and said install. Ding. Done. Bite. The alarm sounded a full 80 times and all 10 carriages were fitted with rubber tires. However, like walls, these tires wear out and need to be repaired and replenished from time to time. Wang Fan first tried to upgrade the tires, but only upgraded 1. Tires are currently classified as tools, not weapons, so 5 stars is the maximum. Upgrading a 1-star tire to 5-star requires 140 rubber and 140 coal. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. At this time, the originally very simple tires with only a layer of black rubber were transformed into heavy truck wheels. And it is very thick and hard. Appraisal. 5-star adaptive tires. Super high-quality tires that only require maintenance once every 10,000 kilometers. This is good, but there's not enough coal. The coal was refined from a coal mine that I had previously obtained through gambling in the secret realm. At that time, I only had 1,000 units. Moreover, dozens of units were burned for heating in the winter, and now only a few pieces remain. Shue, how much iron or do we have left? Lin Xingxue opened the asset section. Iron or quantity, 2028. That's all we have. We only dug up a little over 3,000 at the time, and then the auction house spent some of it, and we just spent some more. Also got some more drops from monsters, but that's about it. Wang Fan calculated that all the tires have been installed, but there were still 79 left that hadn't been upgraded to 5 stars. 140 multiplied by 79 equals 11,060 units of rubber and coal. A little more rubber would be enough, but there's still a long way to go before you can get enough coal. Then let's exchange some iron or for some coal. Lin Xingxue nodded and started searching. I remember I came across a group of miners before. They had dug down to almost 200 meters underground and found a lot of materials. Wang Fan had also encountered this mining team before. They were all hardcore gamers who basically stayed up all night mining, and who knows, they might have mined a lot of good or... Lin Xingxue opened a shop. There were 10 million teams, and about 8 million of them had opened shops. The number was actually quite large, but it was relatively small compared to the global total. Miner's shop. Upon seeing the shop, Lin Xingxue decisively clicked on it and found the miner's shop across the street, which was run by a group of people from Xia Kingdom. How much is the coal mine? That depends on what you're going to trade. Exchange it for iron ore. Upon seeing that it was iron ore, the other party immediately lost interest. Iron ore, which is scarce in the eyes of outsiders, is not so rare in the eyes of their mining teams. It is simply a necessity. 1 iron ore can be exchanged for 3 units of coal ore. Wang Fan didn't haggle this time because he knew that this group of people had plenty of resources like ore. But if Wang Fan makes this exchange, it's not worth it. And even if he spends all the iron ore, he won't be able to get tens of thousands of yuan worth of coal to refine coal. Is there anything you particularly want? I can change it. The other party waved their hands repeatedly. What I want is too difficult. You're unlikely to have it. So forget it. It's a waste of time. Wang Fan had already come up with a plan. He had something in his possession that the other party would definitely want. Our team is ranked 15th globally. Maybe we can talk, just in case. I have it. Chapter 98, Huge Gains, Contract Generation. The other party initially didn't want to respond, but upon seeing the ranking screenshots sent by Wang Fan, they were stunned. 15th in the world? That's outrageous. There are currently 4.6 billion people left in the world, and more than 2.3 billion teams. After all, there are also solo teams that have lost their teammates. The top 15 out of 2.3 billion? That's a probability of 0.000000006. Since you're so capable, young man, I'll be frank. Although we can mine a lot of minerals, many rich deposits are located deep underground. Finding them is easy, and mining them is easy too. The only problem is transportation. We have to transport them from a pit nearly 200 meters deep to the outside. Currently, we can only rely on manpower and manual cranes to pull them up, which is too slow. It's useless to dig more if we can't bring them up. Perhaps it's because of the mineral vein. The mine we found has an astonishing amount of reserves, and it contains various types of minerals, including magnetic ore, which makes it impossible for us to use the trading function in the mine. Otherwise, we could collect the materials and send them to our teammates on the ground. But now we can only rely on manpower to put them in the storage compartments and transport them, or carry the storage boxes out. Our tools are all 5-star iron pickaxes. We have 100 people working in 2 shifts. We can only support so many people because of the mineral deposits. And we've also unearthed rare mineral deposits such as copper, silver, and gold, and so on. Wang Fan's eyes immediately lit up. Do you have obsidian? The person on the other side also chimed in. Yes, but there are too few. We've been digging for so long, and we've only found 3 pieces. Moreover, this thing is very rare and must be of great use, so we will not be trading it for the time being. Wang Fan sighed slightly. This was normal. After all, anyone on the other end who wasn't an idiot would understand that things are valued for their rarity. All right, I can help you with the transportation problem. The person on the other end immediately became excited. Really? It's really true. Wang Fan decided to exchange mine carts and track blueprints. First, the mining team was from Xia country, and second, the other party had a lot of rare mineral deposits. They will be a long-term business partner in the future, so it's always a good idea to maintain a good relationship. In this kind of environment, it's always a good idea to make friends with capable people. But uncle, you can't give this blueprint to anyone else. I don't want that, and giving it to others might also affect your own interests. After all, other countries also have mining teams, and I still hope that our Xia country's team can gain a foothold in the market. In addition, I hope we can have a long-term partnership. You must share some of the minerals you mine with me. We can discuss the specific amount later. The other party readily replied, no problem, they're all from Xia Kingdom. We Xia Kingdom people don't lie to other Xia Kingdom people. As long as you can solve the transportation problem, the ore is a small matter. To put that into perspective, a pit nearly 200 meters deep is only 89.6 to 100 meters deep. Nearly 200 meters is equivalent to 64 stories. Transporting minerals from such a deep pit is too difficult. Luckily, there are many people on the other side. The person on the other end said, we have 100 people. If each person works about 1 hour, it's about 19 yuan per hour for men and women. Let's count 50 people. After all, we work 2 shifts, so only 50 people can actually work a full 24 hours. One person alone consumes 456 units of resources per day. Our mining team can extract 22,500 units of ore per day, but the transportation efficiency is too low, only 50%, because we still need people to transport it. Lin Xingxue had almost finished her calculations and immediately reminded Wang Fan. They don't have 50%. I've roughly calculated the ratio of round-trip transportation time to the collection speed. Their actual efficiency should be around 30%, which means they can only collect about 7,500 units of minerals per day. Wang Fan nodded, understanding, and then replied, I have minecarts and tracks, and they don't need fuel. Just push a lever to move them. Immediately, Wang Fan took photos of the 2 unupgraded 1-star minecarts and sent them over, along with a video. The person on the other end stared wide-eyed and immediately called over a few people. The group turned on their video and greeted Wang Fan with smiles. Young man, how much mineral deposit do you want? Wang Fan replied, we're all from Xia country, so your efficiency is probably less than 50% right now. Let's get straight to the point. I have some top students here. Your efficiency should be around 30%. A collection speed of over 20,000 sounds impressive, but it's actually only around 7,500, right? With my minecart, we only need 5 people to drive it and unload the cargo, and they can also mine the mine while it's loading. Efficiency reaches 98%. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end was immediately taken aback, and beads of sweat appeared on their forehead. Wang Fan's words were exactly the same, and he immediately stopped trying to hide it, as there was no need to hide it anymore. Okay, your calculations are indeed quite accurate. So how much do you want? Name your price. Wang Fan didn't ask for an exorbitant amount, as such a cooperation would be unstable. How about 20%? Giving me 20% of the resources you mine every day will be enough. The other party breathed a slight sigh of relief. 20% was acceptable. After all, with a minecart, taking 20% would still be 80% efficiency, much better than the previous 30%. Okay, deal. Wang Fan immediately activated the contract function, knowing that this was not something that could be done just by talking. Then I'll write the contract. Is that all right? No problem. Go ahead and write it. Contract. 1. After obtaining the minecarts and track blueprints, the mining team must allocate 20% of the resources they collect each day to the client. 2. During the contract period, the mining team shall not share the blueprints with other individuals or teams. 3. Party A will not participate in Party B's management. 4. During the contract performance period, other transactions may be conducted without restriction. 5. Of the 20% of resources allocated daily, 10% will be of a type specified by Party A. A small amount of special or rare materials may be requested, but not excessively. The system will determine what constitutes excessive requests. 6. If either party fails to fulfill their obligations, the breach of contract will be punishable by death. The breaching party, death. Party A, all members of imperial power and hegemony. Party B, sign it. After you sign, I'll send you the drawings. The mining team readily agreed, because it was calculated as a percentage, so even if the profits suddenly dropped and they could only collect 10,000 units, they would still give Wang Fan 2,000 units based on that percentage, so it didn't matter. Okay, no problem. Party B, all members of the mining team. After completing all this, Wang Fan sent over the blueprints. With over 25,000 tons per day, 20% of that is 5,000 units of mineral deposits. In this way, we won't have to worry about resources at all, unless the mining team runs out of resources one day. Wang Fan was very happy to see the 1,500 units of mineral deposits he had received today. Since the other party has only just received the mine carts and hasn't used them yet, the 20% figure is calculated based on their current rate. And tomorrow, there will be 5,000 units of or resources in our account. Looking at the train, Wang Fan was filled with anticipation. It's flying. It's flying. This is a huge profit. We can fill up all the train parts. Ha ha ha. I'll drive the Land King across Dragon Valley. Chapter 99, A Powerful Alliance. Call me Old Gao. Wang Fan immediately began upgrading the tires, but he didn't have enough resources yet and would have to wait a few more days to upgrade all the tires to 5 stars. Icebreaker 80 requires 800 iron blocks and 800 dark matter. Will be manufacture. There is insufficient dark matter to create it. Wang Fan was also taken aback. There wasn't enough dark matter. After all, the group hadn't hunted ghouls much. They had relied on the watchtowers to automatically attack and loot the corpses the next day. However, there are still buyers and sellers available. As long as there is demand, there will be sellers. Wang Fan strolled around the market. Why are there so few people selling? This little bit isn't enough. We'll need more when we upgrade. I'm going to go. However, this is to be expected since ghouls only appear at night, and to obtain dark matter, one must go out at night to hunt monsters, which is naturally risky. There are quite a few scattered around on the market, but the quantity is too small, usually only a few or a dozen at a time. Wang Fan immediately searched for the keyword dark matter on the World Channel. Can someone give me some dark matter? I need to build something. Selling dark matter. 1 iron or for 3, I have several hundred here. Our alliance sells large quantities of dark matter. Whether you need hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, we can provide it. Wang Fan glanced at it and decided to contact that alliance. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Wang Fan was stunned to find that this alliance was ranked number 1 in the world. Of course, this is the league ranking, not the ranking of duo teams. The alliance's name is Mighty Alliance. A powerful alliance? Why does that sound so familiar? Wang Fan wondered. Upon closer inspection, their alliance's signature read, "The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. On Death Star, if you see my mighty alliance, bow your head and be a human being." 6. Lin Qingxue also complained. The alliance currently has 2,000 members, but these people are scattered in different places and are not all together. How much does dark matter cost? Wang Fan asked. The reply was, "We only accept large orders. We don't sell to just a few or even dozens of people. We don't sell to foreigners." Wang Fan immediately said, "I want tens of thousands." "That's negotiable. How much exactly?" "I want 20,000. How much can we negotiate?" The other party immediately thought that 20,000 was a big deal and that they could discuss it further. The person on the other end said in a deep voice, "How about this? 1 to 5. 1 iron or for 5. This is the lowest price and our bottom line." Wang Fan understood that the other party had already pushed the price down to a level they could accept, and there was no room for further negotiation. But actually, it's not a loss. The ratio is 1 to 5, while most companies on the market offer a 1 to 3 exchange. Xiangxin Group is able to achieve a 1 to 5 exchange because Wang Fan had a large volume of orders. "Okay, but I'll have to give it to you tomorrow. I can pay a deposit of 1,000 iron or first. Just give me some to use." "No problem. Let's sign the contract." The two signed a contract, and Wang Fan soon received 10,000 units of dark matter, which amounted to 10,000 ghouls. Wang Fan was not quite sure how these people had obtained it. While the Qiangxin Group ranks first in the world, that reflects its overall strength, but the strength per individual is not actually that strong. This is like the opposing team having a total strength of 2,000 people, with each person representing a strength percentage of 1. If we consider the combined strength of Wang Fan and his 3 companions to be 1,200, then each of them would have a strength of 300. In fact, individually speaking, Wang Fan is much stronger than his opponents. However, if compared to the entire league, they would appear slightly inferior to the opposing team. At Qiangxin Group, a man wearing a trench coat, black leather shoes, and slick-back hair stood out. At that moment, the man was standing on a savage. "Damn it! I'm telling you, call your tribesmen to hunt wild beasts and ghouls for me. Otherwise, We won't be able to provide you with any more ice in the future. Do you understand? The savage nodded repeatedly. As a tribal chief with a slightly higher level of intelligence, he could understand what the man in front of him meant. The man kicked the savage chief over the ground. Damn it, get out of here and get to work. The savage chieftain who was kicked over was not angry. Instead, he knelt on the ground like a dog, crawled to the man's feet, and kept making sucking motions. He was so hungry, bowing and kowtowing. The savage chieftain needs ice, a stimulating substance mixed with hallucinogens and nerve-stimulating agents. The man kicked the savage chieftain over again. Damn it, get out of my way, these are my newly made leather shoes. The man then gestured with his eyes. Old M.O., get 1 unit of ice for this guy. Okay, you come with me. The savage chieftain, his face beaming with smiles, scurried after Old M.O. like a lapdog. Old Gao, are you planning to take control of this entire 1,000-strong savage tribe? The man shook his head. No. Then what are you doing? The man took a drag of his homemade cigarette, then exhaled a smoke ring. Don't worry, after all this time we've been fighting, don't you understand me? Anexion's expression changed slightly. Then she said, you want to control all the savages? Old Gao chuckled, a loud laugh that, though not loud, was somewhat arrogant. Huh, you really understand me. I used to be just a fishmonger, but ever since that incident, my life has changed. Doing this on Earth would land me in jail, but here, I can sell these things to savages without going to jail, right? On the contrary, humans would have to give me a certificate. Anexion sighed. No need to squat, but your attempt to control all the savage tribes is very dangerous. Don't forget that their wise men are also very intelligent. Old Gao stopped laughing, then looked at an Exion with a serious expression, slowly walked over, and patted an Exion on the shoulder. Don't worry, you know that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Anshin felt helpless, but it didn't matter. As long as Lao Gao didn't harm humans, he naturally wouldn't stop Lao Gao. He could tell the difference between the two kings. However, after returning to bed, Anshin remarked, it really proves the saying that everyone who comes out of the police station is a talent. That's right, the powerful alliance has taken control of an entire savage tribe of 1,000 people by using ice, an addictive and hallucinogenic substance. If you dare to hit me, you won't have any more ice to absorb anymore. If you don't hit me, then I'll use ice to control you and make you work for the powerful alliance. Human beings may be fragile, but the wickedness of the human heart is dozens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than evil spirits. Old Gao stood on the hilltop, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at the distant savage tribe. Savages, huh? I'll show you what badness and evil really mean. Chapter 100. The beginner period over. A new journey begins. After a busy day, Wang Fan received, ore from the mining team, every day for the next few days. With these resources, Wang Fan began to upgrade the ice-breaking cone. The ice pick is very sharp and can rotate with the wheel. Upgrading a 1-star icebreaker to 5-star requires 80 icebreakers, 11,200 iron blocks, and 11200 dark matter. Upgrade, ding, upgrade successful. Appraisal, 5-star icebreaker, a sharp defensive weapon with powerful cutting capabilities as it spins. The icebreaker now resembles a ship's or blade, spiral-shaped and a full meter long, with 5 sharp spiral blades. The blade is black, extremely sharp, and incredibly strong due to the presence of dark matter, making it resistant to chipping. Continue. Explosion-proof vehicle front fender. Requires 50 iron blocks and 10 arrows. Will be manufacture. Ding, manufacturing complete. Upgrading the front fender of a 1-star explosion-proof vehicle to 5 stars requires 7,000 iron blocks and 140 arrows. Upgrade, ding, upgrade successful. A protective panel had appeared in Wang Fan's storage compartment. The panel was very thick and had sharp spikes on it, so much so that Wang Fan couldn't even pick it up when it was placed on the ground. It took the help of a big guy to lift it up. Wang Fan estimated that the protective plate weighed at least 2 tons, since even a big guy had to drag it on the ground. Once the protective plate is installed, a thick, cone-shaped iron protective plate will appear in front of the train's engine, diverting traffic to both sides. Appraisal. 5-star explosion-proof vehicle front baffle. A robust crash barrier. A steel torrent that can withstand even massive impacts. Wang Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay, all done. Now that the wheels and protective features have been upgraded, all that's left is to plan the route. After all, even though trains can run on the ground, uneven terrain can still cause difficulties in driving. Let's contact some survivors in the area between here and see if we can plan a route. Lin Qingxue also nodded in agreement. The group was currently in the giant mushroom forest. There are many places to pass through on the way to the eternally sleeping snow mountain, and Dragon Valley is just one of them. A distance of 20,000 kilometers is indeed very far. There is currently no teleportation key. Even if there would be no one to meet you in the eternally sleeping snow mountain, so I dare not trust anyone rashly. Furthermore, if I were to teleport, I could only bring the items in my inventory. Storage boxes, vegetables, battle pets, and livestock cannot be teleported over at all. Wang Fan climbed onto the train, which was now very tall. The footboard was almost a meter off the ground. Push the joystick, and the 80 large wheels start spinning, releasing a powerful and pleasant sound. The 80 ice picks also started spinning at a slow speed of 70 miles per hour. This was because they were on the ground, where the friction was too great and the power was lost. It would be much more enjoyable to be on the railway tracks. The train hasn't been upgraded to 5 stars yet, so there's still room for improvement in speed. That's a bit slow. It's not like we can get there in just a few days, driving 20,000 kilometers. Wang Fan frowned slightly. Lin Qingxue immediately started calculating. Currently, the minecart is 3-star and the tools can reach 5-star. We still have room for improvement, and we expect to reach a speed of at least 100 yards. At a speed of 100 miles per hour, if we drive day and night, the shortest distance would take us 8.5 days to reach the destination. This is an absolutely perfect straight line distance. But we might have to take detours along the way, and we might encounter dangers or difficult terrain, which would add up to at least 5 days. We need to allow for 2 more days of error tolerance in the 13-day period, making it 15 days in total. If the high temperature starts to appear 5 to 10 days after the fog ends, we need to set off when there is still about 10 days left in the fog. We will definitely be able to reach the eternal snow mountain before the high temperature arrives. Wang Fan nodded in tacit agreement. The process needed to be sped up. At night, the group, who had been busy all day, fell fast asleep. Qingxue, my hand is numb. Lin Qingxue groggily raised her head, and Wang Fan pulled his arm away. Oh dear, I've almost lost all feeling in my body. Lin Qingxue lay down, feeling like something was missing. Then she bumped into Wang Fan's arms, making him wince in pain. Ouch, you big idiot. Are you sleepwalking? In Dragon Valley, a boy and a girl are hiding inside a dilapidated school bus. The school bus was faded and rotten, as if it had been there for a century. On the rotten floor, there were a few student ID cards, which were so blurred that only the word school could be seen. Why is there a school bus here? Straw Guy asked in confusion. Let's forget about that for now. There are dinosaurs outside. Let's rest. The area where the two were located was the territory of herbivorous dinosaurs, with relatively few carnivorous dinosaurs, and most of the carnivorous dinosaurs were heading towards the herbivorous dinosaurs. Humans are relatively small compared to dinosaurs, so the two of them had a good place to hide. They didn't dare turn on the lights and huddled together in the back of the school bus to sleep. Then, the velociraptors cried out as if they had discovered something and were calling to their companions. The woman woke up with a start. Brother Chung, what's that sound? Li Chung held the woman in his arms and looked up warily at the outside of the school bus. That sound is from a velociraptor. Dr. Lin mentioned their calls in his materials. They are social animals and are good at cooperating to hunt prey. Brother Chung, have they found us yet? The woman asked worriedly. That's not impossible. Could it be that we were snoring in our sleep just now? The two quickly got off the school bus and went straight to the back of the bus where luggage was stored, where they hid. It was dark inside and had a rusty smell, but it wasn't unbearable. Less than 5 minutes after the two had taken cover, dozens of velociraptors surrounded them. They were not large, but their sharp claws could even tear through sheet metal. If they were to grab you with their claws, you would definitely be disemboweled. The woman's heart was racing. She was terrified. With a thud, several velociraptors jumped onto the school bus, while a few smaller ones crawled inside. Then, finding no one in sight, dozens of velociraptors searched around the school bus for a long time. They searched the inside, under, and on the roof of the bus, but thankfully they didn't know the structure of the school bus and couldn't find the two people hiding in the trunk. Before long, The velociraptor had no choice but to retreat. A massive Tyrannosaurus rex then ran over, defecated a large pile of dung, and walked away. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Chime, that's great, they're gone. You scared me to death just now, Brother Chung. Just sleep here. They laid out a straw mat and a straw pillow, and the two spent the night in the trunk of the school bus. They had been there for almost 4 days, but the journey was too difficult for them. The next day, with about 10 days left before the fog ended, a clear, ethereal voice once again resounded in everyone's minds. This news has once again made humanity's situation precarious. The protection period has expired. The trading market function has no limit on the number of times it can be used. It will be completely closed one day after it is fully open. The shop function still allows you to trade and buy what you want. The shield protection has disappeared. Your equipment can still make you stronger, but it will no longer increase your health. Instead, it will increase your vitality. Strong vitality will allow you to heal faster when you are injured. Eating can transform into vitality, helping your wounds heal quickly. The mining tools, weapons, and methods provided by the system remain unchanged. In the synchronous language, the savage's language has been deciphered. Chapter 101 Dinosaurs Appear, Origin of Dragon Valley. The world was shocked, but some were happy while others were sad. Sure enough, there really is a protection period. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Huh, no shield left. Protection period? Holy crap, is there any chance of survival? Holy crap, no way. Vitality? Can a severed arm regenerate? Holy crap, previously, people would only get injured and bleed when their shield health was depleted and they had 10 base health points left. But now that the shield is gone, the equipment can only increase your vitality. No matter how strong your vitality is, your body will still be injured. However, since everyone's vitality is different, the speed at which wounds heal will also be different. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, with some concern. It's getting more and more realistic. Indeed, this is no simple game. In the past, everyone could withstand attacks and then slash back. It was like a turn-based game where you hit me and I would slash back. Previously, being affected by a cold wave wouldn't result in instant death, as it would deduct health points first. Before, I didn't need to eat. Even if I didn't eat for 10 days, I would at most feel hungry and lose 10 units of blood, but I wouldn't die. Things are different now. It seems everything is moving closer to reality. People will die of thirst if they don't drink water, starve if they don't eat, and fight for their lives if attacked by wild animals. The first thing Wang Fan thought of was the steel fork. But what about the steel fork if he lost his health? The tormented fork. Within a 500-meter range, it can penetrate all defenses. The steel fork can forcibly attach itself to any creature. At that time, damage dealt to the enemy will be synchronized with the damage dealt to you, but healing will not. Wang Fan quickly realized that he had become hidden. If someone is selected by the steel fork, Wang Fan can cut their wrist with a knife, and the other person's wrist will also be cut. If Wang Fan pierces the heart, the other person's heart will also be pierced. The only change was that he would also feel pain, but Wang Fan understood that as long as his vitality was stronger than the opponent's, the opponent would definitely die first. However, the advantage is that if you encounter a tough-skinned creature that you can't break, the steel fork can ignore its defenses and strike its vital parts directly. A 5-star iron sword is sharper than a 1-star or 2-star iron sword. Wang Fan had no doubt that if the iron sword were upgraded to a higher level, it would be able to cut through iron like mud and even cleave steel. Early morning, sunlight, forest, thick fog. A series of roars shattered the silence. Wang Fan, look, it's a pterosaur, Lin Qingxue exclaimed. The group looked up at the sky, where hundreds or even thousands of pterosaurs were flying overhead. It's the Mesozoic era. These dinosaurs are from the Cretaceous and Jurassic periods. Lin Qingxing stared at the scene without blinking. With a loud thud, the spiked stone wall in the distance collapsed. The 2-star spiked stone wall, which no longer has a new player protection period due to game mechanics, has returned to normal. It no longer has health points, but rather its sturdiness. Previously, even with extremely violent impacts, even with shocks of tens or hundreds of tons, the spiked stone wall would not collapse as long as its health was not instantly depleted. The 2-star spiked stone wall was clearly not sturdy enough to stop dozens of triceratops in the distance. Roar! Instead of attacking the group of dragons, they engaged in combat with the dominant species of the Paleozoic era, anomalocaris, straight-shelled nautiluses, giant crabs, and so on all began to die in large numbers. They were no match for the dinosaurs. Even though carnivorous dinosaurs don't seem very interested in humans at the moment, they're all heading in one direction. Lin Qingqing opened the map and glanced at it. Dragon Valley! All those dinosaurs are heading towards Dragon Valley. With a loud thud, the wooden house was smashed to pieces by a massive Spinosaurus. The Spinosaurus glanced at the group before charging towards Dragon Valley. The big guy was furious and was about to go up and beat him up. Don't go to the big guy. Wang Fan's shout finally stopped the big guy. Quickly, get on the train. Wang Dali shouted. The group quickly hit on the train, watching the dinosaurs charge through the windows. Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, Pachycephalosaurus. All kinds of dinosaurs are running. Dust billowed from the ground, the earth trembled, and smoke rose everywhere. Lin Qingqing noticed something and said, "High temperature, it's high temperature." These dinosaurs seem to know that high temperature is coming, so they are all running towards Dragon Valley. After the dragons left, the group began packing their things. Lin Qingxua looked at the trampled vegetable patch and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I packed all the vegetables in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single intact vegetable. Load the truck, load all the useful things onto the truck. Xiaofan, you're in charge of repairing the wall. It should be able to keep the ghouls out. Okay, I'll go right away. I almost forgot. Anomalocaris, the anomalocaris we raise. The group ran to the edge of the pit, where anomalocaris had already killed several velociraptors, and there were dozens of velociraptor corpses in the pit. Appraisal. 10-star anomalocaris, a terrifying creature that has undergone a qualitative change, possessing 200 points of vitality. Even if its heart is pierced, it will not die for a short period of time. The group of people secretly cried out, "Oh no, something's gone wrong." They didn't expect the anomalocaris to grow so quickly after eating the velociraptor. Suffering. A black steel fork suddenly appeared in his hand, and anomalocaris stared intently at the group of people at the edge of the pit. At this point, the anomalocaris had grown to 20 meters in length, stood more than 6 meters tall, and even developed legs. Ding ding ding. Several slender shrimp legs crawled up along the edge of the pit. "Oh no, this guy can wipe us all out." Wang Fan exclaimed in alarm. Without the protection of the mechanism, this kind of thing would definitely kill them. "Big guy, big hair, 2 hairs, 3 hairs. Roar. Oomph. Block it for me first." The big guy rushed forward, his powerful arms bracing against a huge shrimp claw. The 3 pigs worked together to ram the shrimp's leg, and with a series of bangs, the anomalocaris was temporarily knocked over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qingqing and the others made a few slashes, but only managed to create shallow wounds. A trickle of blood seeped from the wound, but it didn't hurt or itch for the anomalocaris at this moment. Previously, damage was calculated simply by hitting the target. Now, that's no longer the case because the anomalocaris has a hard shell. "Oh no, we can't cut through a 5-star short sword," the group exclaimed in alarm. If the Iron Sword star rating were any lower, it definitely wouldn't be able to harm even a hair on the opponent's head. At this moment, the anomalocaris, which had fallen into a slump, immediately flipped over, its large pincers snapping loudly, which was quite terrifying. Wang Fan knew that this was not a simple game, nor a trip, but a life-or-death struggle. With a snap, Wang Fan severed both of his legs. In the instant the blade struck, Wang Fan swallowed the essence of the blood tree. With a bang, all 8 legs of the anomalocaris were severed, and it collapsed to the ground. A painful sound rang out. It was Wang Fan's scream. "Xiao Fan! My son! Fan!" Several people crowded around, but under the influence of the blood tree essence, their legs grew back in the blink of an eye, as if in a dream. Sweat rolled down Wang Fan's forehead. He knew the crisis was not over yet, because anomalocaris's powerful vitality was there, and its legs were growing, albeit very slowly. But we can't afford to waste a single moment. Again, Wang Fan severed his left arm, and after recovering, he severed his right arm as well. Anomalocaris's 2 large pincers also fell to the ground, blood spurting from the broken ends. A black steel fork on anomalocaris's body was gleaming with an eerie light. "Kill him with a hammer." The battle pets naturally understood the opportunity. How could the anomalocaris, having lost its legs and weapons, withstand the beating from several people? Before long, an exquisite treasure chest fell out. It's a 10-star treasure chest. Chapter 102 Long-Range Weapons, Sniper Rifles. The group approached to examine it. It was a 10-star treasure chest, an extremely rare find. Open. Ding! You have obtained the AWM manufacturing blueprint. Obtained the Magnum Bullet manufacturing blueprint. Holy crap, a sniper rifle. Wang Fan exclaimed. The group immediately began to investigate. AWM requires 2 pieces of glass, 5 pieces of stainless steel, 5 pieces of animal eye lens, and 2 pieces of leather. Magnum Bullets requires 1 piece of refined steel and 1 piece of gunpowder. As for glass, Strawbro has refined some of it, but it was done by hand. Refined steel can be obtained by refining iron or into iron blocks, and then refining it together with coal. In fact, it takes about 4 iron blocks and 4 coals to refine 1 piece of refined steel. We also have animal eyeballs, such as dragonfly eyeballs and crab eyeballs. Let's go back first and take our time. Okay. Back in the village, the two began refining steel, though the process was a bit slow. However, they quickly refined 20 units of steel, and gunpowder needed to be refined from saltpeter. Do you have any saltpeter? Let's get some saltpeter from today's resources. The mining team quickly replied, yes, that's fine, but not many. Is 100 units enough? That's enough. Use it for now. Okay, we'll send it to you. Ding. Received 2,000 iron, or 1,000 silver, or 1,000 gold, or 900 copper, and 100 units of saltpeter from the mining team. Wang Fan immediately began refining gunpowder, while Lin Qingxue continued refining steel. Before long, Wang Fan examined the sniper rifle in his hand. It was green, felt silky to the touch, and had a cloth strap that he could carry on his back. AWM, a powerful sniper rifle equipped with an 8x scope, with an effective range of 1,500 meters. That's good. Let's make another 100 bullets. Shue, how much refined steel have you refined over there? Lin Qingxue wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's 50 yuan already. It's very slow. We'll have to wait. You make 50 rounds first to test their power. Become. Magnum Bullets 50 requires 50 fine steel and 50 gunpowder. Will be manufacture. Ding. Manufacturing complete. 50 Magnum Bullets have been placed in your inventory. Click. Wang Fan loaded the magazine, set up the sniper rifle, and used the rocks for support. Aiming at the distant mountain peak, a bird or beast is perched on a treetop about 800 meters away. That's about right. Lift it up a little bit. There's not much wind, so it's good. Pull the trigger. With a thud, Wang Fan's shoulder trembled, and only a few bird feathers remained in the distance. The birds and beasts were dead. A wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle. Wang Fan blew on it and said, not bad. At a distance of 1,500 meters, it's truly a silent killer. At this moment, Lin Qingqing was sitting solemnly in the room, and Professor Zhuge was on the other end of the video call. Teacher, stop keeping me in suspense. What exactly is it you're talking about? Lin Qingqing asked. Opposite Professor Zhuge were several elderly men with white hair. They looked old, but they were full of energy. Sigh, I'll tell you now that things have come to this. Throughout history, we've discovered the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, but no one has ever opened it. Why do you think that is? Lin Qingqing frowned slightly. Why? Isn't it because you're afraid of damaging cultural relics? The person on the other end shook their head. No. We've looked at the small seal script on the wooden board you gave us, so I think our old folks might be right. Shaolin, the real reason why Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum hasn't been opened is... The person on the other end seemed hesitant to speak, and Lin Qingqing was about to explode. No, what is it? Can you stop peeking so far? The voice on the other end was deep and a hint of madness on his face. The reason is simple, because we already opened Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum a long time ago. But guess what? There is no Qin Shi Huang in the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum at all. King Yingzheng of Qin is not in the tomb. We've always wondered why such a huge and magnificent tomb was built, only to find it empty. Where did Qin Shi Huang's body go? Where's that emperor who sought immortality? But it wasn't until you showed us that we understood. Zhuge said somewhat tactfully. It seems that the charming ancestor has come to this Death Gate star. Lin Qingqing was so shocked that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Even Wang Dali, who couldn't read a single word, fell into deep thought. There is no Qin Shi Huang in the tomb. it is empty. The real Qin, Shi, Huang, never died of illness. Instead, they came to the Deathgate Star and brought a large army with them. Otherwise, how could one explain the small seal script which was left behind by the people of the Great Qin? Lin Qingqing stared blankly, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Then where are they?" The person opposite him shook his head bitterly. "I don't know, but the only thing we know is that our ancestors' tombs may be buried on this planet. Perhaps all the mysteries will be solved when we find the true burial place of Qin Shi Huang, and the small seal script seems to be telling us that the 12 scepters must be collected. But the creatures of the night aren't monsters, so why are they attacking us? I don't understand. Shaolin, you're quite capable in archaeology. Come here. Humanity needs us to solve the mysteries. Perhaps only by solving the mysteries can humanity truly establish itself on Deathgate Star." Lin Qingqing asked with some surprise. "You want me to go to the military alliance to assist in the investigation? But my daughter is still..." The person on the other end smiled helplessly. "Sigh, I understand. But it's not with the military alliance. It's a small group of 20 people. It's our investigation team. It's easier to move around with fewer people. Xiaolin, the choice is yours. We won't force you. Everyone is free and has their own choices. But when we see human civilization gradually disappearing, I know that someone must have the spirit of sacrifice. Perhaps we will all die on this trip and never see our families again. You are the youngest and most outstanding archaeologist and biologist in the country. So Tsai, please reconsider. I admit we were a bit selfish, but we're running out of talent, and too many people have died. I'm so sorry." Lin Qingqing came to her senses and hesitantly opened the chat channel. Chat, global, currently 3.9 billion plus active. Lin Qingqing was incredulous. It was too astonishing. Half of the 8 billion people had died in less than 2 months, and the number was still decreasing. The video was turned off shortly afterward. Lin Qingqing's eyes welled up with tears, but they didn't fall. She looked out the window at the 2 children. "Wang Fan, you idiot, you've gotten water all over me. Hee hee, you splashed me first, so I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Oomph, you little brat Wang Fan, just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. TCH, you think you can outdo me? You little rascal. Heh. Oomph, you're bullying me. I'm ignoring you. You're not allowed on the bed tonight. Okay, I was wrong. Shu. A smile unconsciously crept onto Lin Qingqing's lips. She knew that only by investigating everything could humanity perhaps be saved. Beauty is always fleeting, and perhaps she was simply too attached to the beauty of the present moment. But for that last glimmer of hope, Lin Qingqing had made up her mind. What she wanted was not fleeting happiness, but eternity. She wanted her children to live happily ever after. She knew perfectly well that a happy and fulfilling life came at a price and required sacrifice. Just like the good life in the Xia kingdom, it was bought with the blood of our martyrs. They sacrificed their lives to make the Xia kingdom strong and its people happy. Firefighters face the prospect of sacrifice every time they fight a fire. They also have families, yet they still fight and rescue people in order to save lives. Wang Dali put his hand on Lin Qingqing's shoulder. "Me? I'm not very educated. I'm just a truck driver. I can't read many words." Wang Dali squatted down and took Lin Qingqing's hand. "Qingqing, I'll go wherever you go. For the sake of the children's future, I'm willing to go with you." Lin Qingqing smiled gently and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Thank you." The two then hugged, and Lin Qingqing said, "Don't bring up your status anymore. So what if you're a driver? You earn money with your own hands. As long as you're good to me, that's enough. If 2 people truly love each other, even a mouse will fall in love with a cat. They say love can overcome all difficulties. Otherwise, why would a wolf fall in love with a sheep? And why would I like an ordinary person like you? Because I..." He leaned close to Wang Dali's ear and whispered, "I love you because I love you." Wang Dali laughed loudly. "Ha! Then I'll show you how to drive tonight." Lin Qingqing patted Wang Dali on the back, a smile spreading across her face. "Ha! Don't make me laugh in such a warm and cozy setting." Chapter 103, Temporary Departure, Searching for the Emperor's Tomb. The next day, just as dawn broke. "Mom and Dad, dinner's ready." "Dad, Mom." Wang Fan frowned, ran to the door and knocked. "Still not up?" "Mom and Dad." Wang Fan sensed something was wrong and kicked open the wooden door. "Neat bedding, a clean room, several storage boxes, and a table with a piece of paper on it. Wang Fan picked up the paper, his hands trembling slightly. Xiao Fan, Xiao Shui, by the time you see this farewell letter, Dolly and I will have already embarked on our journey to find the Emperor's tomb. Please don't worry. Only by uncovering the truth can humanity survive, and only then can my beloved Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui be happy forever. Don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. You are very strong, and I am very reassured. However, if you meet the right people in the future, remember to form your own alliance. The strength of two people is ultimately not enough. In addition, I have already planned a train route to the eternally sleeping Snow Mountain overnight. This route is about 23,000 kilometers long, but the road is relatively flat. Water, food, salt, and some chili peppers, garlic, and ginger were also obtained through connections within the military alliance. Remember to add seasonings when you eat meat in the future. Please don't worry about us. If you miss us, remember to give us a video call. The military alliance is taking special care of us. After all, it concerns the fate of humanity, and we are perfectly safe. Lin Xingxue buried her face in Wang Fan's arms and sobbed. Wang Fan gently stroked her head and said, "It's okay, they did it for us. If we weren't part of humanity, I don't think my parents would have gone." Lin Xingxue understood, but she still wanted to cry. When she was little, her mother always put meat in her bowl, claiming that she didn't like to eat meat. Wang Fan also understood that when he was a child, he would call his father and find him sweating profusely from exhaustion. The shipping company was in a difficult position and sent a driver to unload the goods. To avoid losing his job, Wang Dali also did the unloading work, which was not originally the driver's job. No matter how tired he was, he endured it because he thought of his son. If he had nothing to lose, Wang Dali would have run that bastard over with his car long ago. People always have to make sacrifices. Those who go to work in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen leave their hometowns to create a better environment for their loved ones and relatives. The assembly line work may be tough, but seeing the family getting better and better brings sweetness to their hearts. They sacrifice their freedom for their families. That is love. At school, a devoted man scrimped and saved to please his girlfriend. He himself would eat plain steamed buns and instant noodles, and sometimes he would even get all his roommates in the dormitory to eat instant noodles with him. They also made sacrifices, all for love. They were once called affectionate, then called simps, and finally got a nice name, pure love warriors. And so later, people stopped remembering what love was like. Love gradually disappeared from people's hearts, and they became numb. Women sacrificed their good figure, freedom, and energy during the 10 months of pregnancy, all for love. Love for their husbands and the child in their wombs. After the video call, the two felt much better. "Hello, Xiao Shui, Xiao Fan, don't worry. With the soldiers of the military alliance here, we'll be fine. Also, we've lost the teleportation key, so we can't go back for the time being, and you guys can't come over either. If we find the obsidian later, we'll bring you over to play." Wang Dali flashed a row of white teeth and gave a thumbs up. "Take care on your journey, son." Lin Xingxing and the others were quite at ease with Wang Fan and his companion. After all, among billions of people, being ranked 10th was certainly not entirely due to luck. "Let's go, Xingxue, let's set off." Lin Xingxue moved her head away with difficulty and rubbed her eyes. Okay. The silverbacks boarded the train, but it was a bit crowded, so they tore open the roof. However, they were not in the same carriage as Wang Fan. Wang Fan and Lin Xingxue were in the first carriage, which was the front of the train. The train, laden with vegetables, livestock, war pets, and storage boxes, lit up its headlights. The locomotive has now been upgraded to 5 stars, with a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and air conditioning has also been added. The train's whistle startled the birds and animals in the forest. Everything has been checked. Nothing was lost, right? Lin Xingxue straightened up and saluted. Reporting to the train conductor, "We are ready and can depart at any time." Wang Fan smiled leisurely. "Okay." He pushed the joystick. "Let's go." Wow! 80 large wheels began to spin, and with a bang, a large hole was smashed through the spiked stone wall, and a train rushed out. The engine hummed as it drove north. At this moment, numerous mist monsters attacked, but as soon as they got close to the train, they were sliced to death by the rotating blades of the ice-breaking cone. Thump, thump, thump. It crashed through several trees, breaking them in one go, and carved a path through the potholes. Even the most uneven areas could be traversed as long as they weren't too big. After all, this is an 80-wheel drive super train, not just a simple 4-wheel drive. What does the front wheel getting stuck have to do with my back wheel? Just keep pushing. In the valley, a large crab had already reached level 10. Ah, finally 10 stars. A qualitative change. It's so big now. All we have to do is lure it to that village. Ha ha. Along laughed loudly. Just then, the chains binding the giant crab broke one by one. Bang, bang, bang. This was followed by dozens of banging and cracking sounds. Along exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, we can't hold him back anymore. Brother Long, run. The two were shocked. Along took a deep breath. No, I have to lure it to the village and kill Wang Fan. Along ran wildly, and the giant crab chased after him. Just as they were about to reach the village, Along was startled. He could only see the taillights of a train. They ran away? Along asked, feeling a slight pain in his heart. Brother Long, watch out, the woman shouted. Along turned around, and the enormous pincers attacked, but he had no way to avoid them. Just at this critical moment, a large centipede rushed out and attacked the 10-star Eurypterid. Along stood frozen in place, staring at everything in horror. What is this thing? The woman, regaining her composure, immediately grabbed Along's hand and ran wildly into the woods. Forget about it, Brother Long. They've already escaped. We can't get revenge now. We have to survive. The woman was secretly delighted. In this way, she could live with Along forever without any more accidents. Once they reached safety, the two men, panting heavily, said, Brother Long, maybe this is fate. From now on, let's live a good life. Along was helpless. He could no longer catch up with Wang Fan. It was impossible. Perhaps this is fate. I'm sorry, little brother. Your older brother is incompetent. Along then sighed a few times and looked at the woman. Neither of them had any relatives left. They were all dead. Now, the two of them are their only family. Along pulled the woman into a tight embrace, saying, From now on, let's live a good life together. The woman's face lit up with happiness. Okay, Brother Long. At this blissful moment, just when the woman felt everything was going well, an old tree beside her suddenly opened its eyes, big yellow eyes. A small wooden hut perched on a treetop, its eyes fixed intently on the two kissing, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Outside the village, the 10-star winged horseshoe crab was reduced to an empty shell. It was dead. Even at 10 stars, it was no match for the millipede king and was instantly killed. The Malu dynasty followed the train's trajectory, trailing it all the way. On the train, Wang Fan opened a map, which showed a planned route. We will arrive at the Eternal Forest in one day. The Eternal Forest, a beautiful and enchanting forest, often filled with strange songs, beautiful and melodious. Chapter 104 Steel Torrent, Overturning Arthur. The increasingly realistic mechanisms have put the straw guy and his companion, who were attempting to cross Dragon Valley, in a very passive position. This is going to be tough, Chime. We're getting closer and closer to reality. Straw Bro sighed. Brother Chung, don't be afraid. I believe we can get out of this. The woman was full of confidence in him. She believed in the man before her, even though she had been disabled in her legs in her younger years and had been shunned by others. Even her closest relatives are just keeping her alive. In reality, they can't wait for this vampire to die. Li Chung was the same, because his parents believed in superstitions when he was a child, saying that his birth time was bad, unlucky, and would affect the family's fortune. Then he was abandoned. How ridiculous, how utterly ridiculous, that two people whose fates were originally so tragic seem to have it easier on this Death Star. There are no horrible people here, no backstabbing, only harsh conditions. They would rather face hardship than see people with cold hearts. Li Chung looked at the dense forest ahead. Let's go, or we'll die of heat stroke sooner or later if we can't get out. The two strode forward, heading towards the dense forest. The tall weeds in the dense forest obscured their figures, and they escaped unharmed. The two found a rotten tree hollow. The hollow was large enough to easily accommodate 4 people, let alone the 2 of them. Beep, beep, beep. How are you guys doing? The system has changed. You'd better be careful. If a dinosaur targets you, you won't survive. Wang Fan warned. Straw Bro took a sip of water. The tree hollow was a bit stuffy. There's no problem so far. We spent a night on the school bus, and we should be able to get out in about half a month. Wang Fan and his companion were immediately startled and hurriedly asked, School bus? What school bus? No way, damn it. Straw Bro posted a picture, which they found strange. So they took a picture and sent it to Wong Fan and the other two, who were immediately shocked. Isn't this our school bus? How'd it get here? And judging by the marks, it seems to have been here for decades, or even centuries. The two were puzzled, but they could only save a copy of the picture, hoping it might be useful for reference later. Straw Guy was also taken aback. Your school? But this school bus looks rusty and rotten to me. We've only been here for less than 2 months, right? It is indeed our school bus. As for why it happened, we don't know either. Let's not dwell on that for now. Would you like to join our alliance? Faced with Wong Fan's invitation, Straw Bro and his companion readily agreed, as they had already been in contact before the cold winter and were trustworthy. Sure, no problem. What should our alliance be called? Imperial Power and Hegemony. Isn't this a bit arrogant and overconfident? Wong Fan smiled leisurely. Can you call yourself a young person if you're not impetuous? Yes. Are you already on your way? Well, if all goes well, it should arrive in about 5 days. Okay, be careful on the road. Number of players in the alliance, 6. Alright, now our alliance has 2 more people. Strawman's craftsmanship is very important. If he returns to reality in the future, his ability to make things using traditional methods will definitely be a great advantage. Wong Fan doesn't need thousands or tens of thousands of people in the alliance. He only needs capable people. Having more people is useless. At most, they can only help with resource extraction. But in that case, Straw Bro's Mudbear puppet could completely replace it, and the Mudbear puppet would be completely obedient to him and easier to control. Current temperature, 30 degrees Celsius. Wong Fan and his companion checked the temperature and found it had risen. The temperature was 28 degrees Celsius the day before yesterday, and it had increased by 2 degrees in 2 days. The temperature is rising. The highest temperature was only 28 degrees a couple of days ago, but now it's already 30 degrees. Lin Xingxue glanced at the temperature display. It seems the temperature is slowly rising, which is a scary thing. It's not rising all at once. The most terrifying thing is like a frog being boiled in lukewarm water. The temperature will probably reach close to 40 degrees Celsius when the fog ends. 40 degrees is already very hot, as the two of them know all too well from their time on Earth. As for whether others will notice this phenomenon, that's not their concern. Perhaps some observant people will. Instead of following the route, Wong Fan turned onto a flat plain, which was relatively flat and vast. He had something else to do there. A fortification built of stone walls sits on the plain. Several wolf horses are grazing around the fortification, and the walls are clearly man-made. On the train, Wong Fan looked excited. General Arthur, right? You didn't expect that, did you? Your Grandpa Fan is back. Previously, Arthur and his men had attempted to ambush and kill them, but after the fog descended, they had no chance for revenge. Now Lin Xingxue excitedly raised her little fist, stomped to the bottom, smashed them to death. Wong Fan, go for it. Of course. As he spoke, Wong Fan pushed the joystick to its full extent. A deafening roar followed as a massive steel behemoth charged toward the fortifications. The roar of the engine echoed across the plain, the train whistle sounded, and thick smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. Several people were greatly surprised on the stone wall of the fortification. Their pupils contracted, utterly terrified. What is that? One person shouted urgently. It's a train. A train. Damn it. How can a train be rushing towards us? General, something terrible has happened. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The 2 men rang the alarm bell, and the group of people were confused until they climbed up the stone wall and saw that the indestructible steel monster was charging towards them with a deafening siren. Arthur pulled out his binoculars, and through the lens, Wong Fan was giving him the middle finger. Screw you. Arthur's hands were trembling as he held the binoculars. He knew he was doomed. His voice was hoarse as he said, It's that cheater, that overpowered kid. Run. This wall can't stop them at all. A group of people hurriedly fled the fortifications, just as the train was approaching, followed by a loud bang. The train crashed into numerous rocks, the wall collapsed, and its 80 powerful wheels surged forward relentlessly, unstoppable. Sizzling sounds, a series of cutting sounds came from the air. Those who didn't have time to escape were all crushed to pieces by the ice picks and died a painful death. Wong Fan jumped onto the hood of the car and shouted, Come on, you damn Arthur. You dared to harm your Grandpa Fan. Didn't you ever think about today? Today, none of you will escape. You'll all die. Ping and go. Take your army and kill them. Big Mao, second Mao, third Mao, run them over. Big guy, leave no one alive. I don't need to say more, do I? Umph. Roar, roar, roar. Woof, woof, woof. Now all 30 dog-headed bat cubs have been raised to level 2. After all, with plenty of meat, their combat power is quite good under group attacks. Wang Fan chased after them in his train. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to die, even if it meant missing half a day's journey. Bang, bang, bang. The massive steel monster completely destroyed the fortifications. The people of the beautiful country were terrified and fled in all directions, but their battle pets pursued them relentlessly. Some rode their wolf horses at breakneck speed, some disappeared into the dense forest, and others hid in cellars. That Korean country is a real menace. How could we have messed with such a plague? Damn it. Let me go, don't hit me, Wah. I don't want to die. Someone pleaded. Get away from me. Get away from me, you bunch of bastards. Stop biting me. Ah! Get away from me. Let me go, brother gorilla. Let's talk this over, don't cough. Blood trickled from the corner of the man's mouth. His eyes filled with terror as he was crushed to death by the big guy. Chapter 105, Unable to Get Out, The Trapped People. Arthur felt a chill run through him as he watched this scene unfold. He was filled with regret. Looking at the ruins of the fortifications, looking at the dead bodies one by one, he was numb. He stood on a large rock, his voice hoarse with anger, and shouted, Wang Fan, the winner takes all, and I, Arthur, lost. I guess I was just unlucky to run into a cheat like you right after I made my move. Arthur drew his iron sword and pointed it at his abdomen, but I don't think you can kill me. My fate is in my own hands. Before he could finish speaking, Arthur plunged a knife into his own abdomen and committed seppuku. Wang Fan didn't care either. As long as he died, that was fine. Solved. Job done perfectly. Let's go. Head towards the snow-capped mountains. Having resolved all these issues, the two resumed their journey to the eternally resting snow mountain. After driving for a day, the two had already left the edge of the giant mushroom forest, which was very large, almost the size of a province. As night approached, the location changed. Current location, the eternal forest. As soon as they entered a forest of dead trees, a mournful and desolate cry reached their ears. Wah! Wah! What's that sound? It sounds like something is crying. Lin Qingxue said in fear. The two men had their headlights on. The forest was overgrown with dead trees, devoid of any green leaves, and filled with decay and decay. Wasn't it supposed to be a beautiful forest with wonderful songs? What's going on? The two were somewhat surprised. The dead tree outside was not an ordinary dead tree at all, but a devil tree similar to the one around Grey Wolf's castle. These trees, as if they had facial features, were eerie and terrifying. Identification. Devil tree. A tree filled with deathly energy. It seems to move, so please pay close attention to its actions. The forest was very dense, and Wang Fan could only drive his car through it to create a path. Following the map markers, Wang Fan drove in one direction. If we take a straight route, we expect to be able to exit the eternal forest by tomorrow afternoon. Lin Qingxue was already feeling sleepy, so she responded weakly and laid down on the sleeper berth to fall asleep. Wang Fan forced himself to stay awake and drove forward. Not long after, the train suddenly collided, and the whole train shook, which startled Wang Fan awake. He was so tired that he fell asleep. Pinyin, you're in charge of keeping watch. Remember to wake us up if there's any noise. Woof, woof, woof. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. Okay, then I'll lie down for a while. Wang Fan lay down to rest. The dog-headed bats were unusually excited at night, so they could be sent to guard them. Wang Fan turned off the engine. Since the train has doors, he wasn't worried about any creatures suddenly crawling in, especially since there were dog-headed bats patrolling the area. The forest was exceptionally eerie and silent at night, but as usual, a large number of nocturnal creatures hesitated for a moment at the edge of the forest before retreating. They seemed unwilling to enter the eternal forest. Something frightened them. Wang Fan was snoring loudly. He simply couldn't stay awake any longer and was too tired after driving all day. At this moment, all the demon trees began to move. They all came to life, but they did not attack the train. They continued to move, completely changing their original distribution. In the forest, a peach tree's branches and leaves have withered, and peach blossoms are scattered all over the ground. The peach tree trembled, and the entire peach tree crawled out of the soil. The lower half of the tree was actually a human body, but it had no flesh and blood. It was made of deadwood. "We have guests. We must treat them well." The peach tree covered its mouth and chuckled softly, a slightly eerie sound. "Hey, a couple. Huh. Interesting, very interesting." Nothing was said that night, and the two continued their journey the next day. "Qingxue, did you sleep well?" Lin Qingxue stretched and yawned. "Ah, so comfortable. It's great. This car is really nice." "Qingxue, look at these trees outside. Aren't they a little creepy? I feel like they're moving. There were lots of trees in front of me when I went to sleep last night, but now there's a path." Lin Qingxue looked out the window. The trees here were all devil trees, which looked extremely gloomy and made people feel uncomfortable. "Why is this place so terrifying and eerie? Let's leave this place quickly." Lin Qingxue was also a little scared. Wang Fan didn't follow the road. Instead, he looked at the map and drove in a straight line, eventually carving out a path himself, which made him feel at ease. As noon approached, Wang Fan and his companion felt a chill in their hearts, because after driving for half a day, they were still far from the next region, having barely moved at all. "What's going on? I've been running all morning, and I haven't moved a muscle." Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The forest was deserted, devoid of even birds and beasts, and suddenly, an eerie atmosphere permeated the air. "Wang Fan, start again, drive straight, and try not to move the steering wheel." "Become." Wang Fan continued walking until the very end, but the further they walked, the colder their hearts grew. They remained motionless, unmoving. The 80 large wheels kept turning, but no matter how far their train traveled, it could not leave the forest and kept going around in circles. "Damn it, am I trapped in a ghost wall?" "Impossible. There must be something wrong with it," Lin Qingxue said. Lin Qingxue then turned on the recording function. "Keep it on. Let me take a look." Another hour passed, and we still hadn't moved much from where we were supposed to leave. Lin Qingxue analyzed frame by frame. Pause. Fast forward, slow motion. Before long, Lin Qingxue's pupils contracted. "They've moved. They've moved. These trees are moving. They're changing the terrain, making us go in circles no matter which way we go, and it's a huge circle." Wang Fan was also dumbfounded. So it seemed that no matter which direction he drove or followed the markers, it wouldn't make a difference. They will be forcibly moved and won't be able to get out at all. However, the two of them couldn't sense it because the eternal forest was large enough, roughly the size of Northern Province, and the train was so small. "Wang Fan, we need to think of something, otherwise we might be stuck here forever." "But what's the underlying principle? How exactly did they change the terrain?" Wang Fan asked. Lin Qingxue also began to analyze. The Earth not only rotates on its axis, but also revolves around the sun. But can we, who live on it, feel it rotating? We can't, right? This forest is probably the same. Beneath this land are probably the roots of countless devil trees, supporting the entire ground. Then each tree only needs to move a tiny distance to keep us here. The trees here are so dense, it's almost as wide as a province. Moving so many trees together will cause a huge change for us. Wang Fan, let's burn them. Burn all these trees, and maybe we can escape. Chapter 106 The Peach Girl Appears, the mastermind behind the scenes. Without further hesitation, the two began to mass-produce torches. Big guys take the torches and throw them out. Roar, 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 roar. Wang Fan started the train, and the big guys threw torches into the forest from the back of the carriages. Instantly, flames shot into the sky, and a large area of the forest behind the train was set ablaze. At this moment, countless demon trees writhed and roared terrifyingly, while the trees, scorched by the fire, let out mournful cries, as if living people were being burned alive. Wang Fan, I'm scared. Lin Qingxue covered her ears and shrank into a ball. Wang Fan swallowed hard. To be honest, he was a little scared too. This was too eerie. Suddenly, with a few loud thuds, the train veered off course, and Wang Fan, swaying along with it, quickly regained his balance and pushed the lever to its maximum. With a roar, the 80 wheels began to gallop wildly, emitting a beastly howl. Countless devil trees blocked the way ahead, swarming in one after another, trying to stop the train. Wang Fan threw out more than a dozen torches, and flames immediately shot into the sky ahead. A howling sound echoed through the sky. On a high point in the forest, a woman with a peach tree growing from her head was watching all of this. Her voice was weak, ethereal, and elegant. Burn. Let the fire burn. Humans, can you burn it all? You hypocritical creature, become a devil tree and stay here with me forever. The train continued its relentless march with a series of thuds. Its 80 speed drive was no joke. No matter how the devil trees tried to stop it, the train kept going. They couldn't stop it at all. Wang Fan pushed the joystick to the maximum. Die, you bunch of weirdos! One after another, the devil trees fell, and green liquid seeped from the ground, looking like the devil tree's blood. But Wang Fan bumped into it for almost half an hour before realizing it was completely useless. The area of the devil tree he destroyed was too small. It was negligible compared to the overall forest. The distance remains unchanged. Wang Fan forced himself to remain calm. Damn it. How are we going to get out of here? These guys are going to trap us here to die. Lin Qingxua looked out the window nervously. For a moment, she didn't have a good solution and could only take stock of the resources. Our supplies can sustain us for 6 months. Let's think of something first. Wang Fan calmed down and simply pushed the joystick to its full extent, deciding to ignore it altogether to prevent the devil trees from getting close to the train. Moreover, it doesn't require fuel anyway, as it's powered by dark matter. We won't starve to death right now. Let's think about it slowly. We'll eventually come up with a solution. It's just that the temperature is rising every day, so we can't afford to waste too much time. Wang Fan nodded in agreement. That's true. We can't rush it. It's important to stay calm first. Pingin, go up to heaven and see what's going on. Woof, woof, woof. Good owner. Peace hovered in the sky, its clever dog head observing everything around it. What did you see? Through telepathic communication, Wang Fan also understood everything that Ping and had seen. You mean there's a lake to our left? Woof, woof, woof. Yes, master. Without further hesitation, Wang Fan drove towards the lake, hoping that finding the lake would lead him to a way out of the area. This time, they still couldn't reach it. The devil trees kept subtly shifting the train's position underground. This prevents the train from ever reaching the lake. Wang Fan slammed his fist on the control panel in frustration. Damn it, they won't even let us go to the lake. Wang Fan, they can move the ground from the sky, but they can't move the sky. Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately. That works. Let's go to the lake first. The two dared not put away the minecart, because the area was full of devil trees, and they would be attacked. Hey, you short seventh brother, come here. The slightly smaller silverback immediately ran over. Through telepathic communication, Wang Fan taught Lao Chi how to control the steering wheel. The joystick was already pushed to the maximum, so there was no need to worry about it for the time being. Peace, take us there. Woof, woof, woof. Gather your men. Suddenly, more than 32-star dog-headed bats flew over, and a group of them picked up the two of them. Go towards the lake. Led by Ping and Wang Fan and his companion were led by the dog-headed bat to the lake, where there was no devil tree. Out of place in this withered and decaying forest. How strange. Why is this the only place full of life? The two probed the air for a while, and only landed with peace of mind after confirming that the devil trees dared not set foot on the lake. Holding the essence of the blood tree in their hands, and with a squad of puppy guards protecting them, they felt quite at ease. The peach tree was very large, about 3 stories high, which exceeded the normal height of a peach tree. The peach trees were laden with fruit, their bright colors making them look very appetizing. Appraisal. Ding. Unable to identify unknown entity, Wang Fan was slightly surprised. It can't be identified? Recalling the black mushrooms that they couldn't identify at first, the two felt that this peach tree must be something special. Even though the fruit looked like a good thing, they dare not pick it and eat it. Let's forget about the peach tree for now, Wang Fan. Come take a look at the lake. The lake's surface shimmered, sparkling with blue-green starlight under the sun, which was quite beautiful. Appraisal. Water of life. A source of water imbued with powerful life force. Drinking it can rapidly replenish life, help you regenerate a severed limb, and maintain your youthful appearance. Long-term use can even slow down aging, but only slow it down. Good stuff. Never mind. Let's fill some up first. The two of them started packing, trying to pack as much of this stuff as they could. Just then, the peach tree behind them suddenly sprouted from the ground, and beneath the huge peach tree was a young girl. The girl slowly rose, shaking off the dirt to reveal her enormous body. The peach tree was actually her hair, nothing more. The two suddenly felt a chill down their backs. At that moment, A huge human face appeared in the reflection on the lake. Startled, they immediately turned around. Ah! Wang Fan! Lin Qingxue screamed. In that brief moment, when she turned her head, Lin Qingxue was grabbed by the giant girl. Lin Qingxue struggled, but to no avail. Wang Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he plunged a steel fork into Tao Nu's body. Wang Fan roared, "Let her go!" and immediately swung his sword to cut off his own left arm. With a soft plop, the Peach Maiden's left hand, which was gripping Lin Qingxue, snapped off completely. Peach Girl was also surprised by this, and said with some astonishment, "I didn't expect you to have overcome hardship." Interesting. Human, you have successfully piqued my interest. Tree branches kept growing from Peach Girl's severed arm, and soon the branches solidified and turned back into an arm. After Wang Fan drank the essence of the blood tree, his arm instantly recovered. The Peach Maiden became even more excited upon seeing this. That old man's blood? It's really getting more and more exciting for the tree. Lin Qingxue stood behind Wang Fan with a look of terror on her face, while dozens of dog-headed bats swarmed over and barked wildly at Tao Nu. Peach Girl raised her hand and slapped him. So noisy. Their pupils constricted sharply, and they retreated hastily, shouting, "Get out of here, you bastards!" The sound of splashing water echoed. The dog-headed bats hadn't been killed, but were instead swatted into the lake. Sweat rolled down Wang Fan's face, his eyes piercingly clear as he stared intently at the creature before him. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Is it a person or a tree? Chapter 107 Raging Inferno. Searching for my lover. Peach Girl leaned down and looked at the two of them. Little ones, who is this woman to you? Wang Fan shielded Lin Qingxue by taking 2 steps back, gripping the iron sword tightly in his hand, while the steel fork remained stuck in Tao Nu's body. Peach Girl didn't have a good solution with the steel fork, but she wasn't worried. Her vitality is much stronger. If Wang Fan were to harm himself, he would definitely be the first to die. She's my lover, Wang Fan said in a deep voice. Are you human or a demon? Peach Girl tilted her head, bringing her large face even closer. Demon? What's that? But obviously I'm not human either. I am who I am. I am just a tree. Wang Fan frowned. The girl in front of him seemed to have a very high level of intelligence. She didn't seem to have any intention to kill him for the time being, so perhaps talking to her could keep her calm for now. A tree? But you have a human body. Peach Girl looked at her own body, then strangely raised her head. The peach tree above her shook, and a few leaves fell. No, a tree is a tree. Little kids, don't try to stall for time. I won't kill you for now. How about we play a game? If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose. Tao Nu hesitated, and Wang Fan asked nervously, what will happen if we lose? Wang Fan never expected that such a powerful creature was hidden beside the lake. He knew he couldn't escape or win. The only way out now is to follow Peach Girl's words and continue the conversation. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. A sinister smile appeared on Peach Girl's face. If you lose, you'll become a demon tree forever and stay with me in the forest of eternal scars. The two swallowed hard, gulp. Turning into devil trees? A terrifying thought arose. Could the devil trees here be transformed from humans or other creatures? They were all turned into a tree by the Peach Maiden, a tree that could never speak and could never leave this place. Ow, how do you play? Wang Fan asked in a trembling voice. Even when facing the blood tree or the 10-star anomalocaris, he had never felt so desperate. Looking around, the devil tree filled the entire forest, so much so that even an 80-speed train couldn't get out, let alone a person. Peach Girl gave a strange smile, then decisively made her move, grabbing at Lin Qingxue. Wang Fan! Lin Qingxue screamed in fright. Wang Fan swiftly severed his right hand, and the huge outstretched arm also broke off cleanly. The pain from his broken arm made Wang Fan's lips turn purple. He quickly drank the essence of the blood tree, and his arm grew back instantly. But in that instant, the peach-shaped woman's arm grew even faster, and she grabbed Lin Qingxue first. Lin Qingxue was captured by Tao Nu, who took out the ram-headed scepter with one hand. 5 lava fireballs produce. Ding. Successfully manufactured. The magma was used to create 5 large fireballs, which crashed down with a deafening roar. Peach Girl exclaimed in surprise. Huh, you have this too? Look at me. I'm so lucky. I found so many good things. Peach Girl raised her hand and blasted the 5 lava fireballs away, which landed in the forest and ignited a large fire. With a snap, Peach Girl's hand broke off again. But soon, several arms grew from Peach Girl's body and firmly grabbed Lin Qingxue, who was falling from midair. Peach Girl turned to look at Wang Fan. TSK, little brat. Even if you pierce your heart, you'll still die before me. I suggest you don't struggle. Peach Maiden plucked a peach from her head, and dozens of slender branches pried open Lin Qingxue's mouth. Wang Fan, his eyes blazing with fury, roared, "Stop! Don't touch her! What are you doing?" Wang Fan drank the essence of the blood tree voraciously, consuming more than 500 drops in just a few minutes. He repeatedly severed his own arm in an attempt to save Lin Qingxue, but it was all in vain. His cutting speed was nowhere near that of the Peach Maiden. The Peach Maiden's roots were firmly embedded in the soil, with thousands of roots penetrating the soil and reaching all the way to the lake. Wang Fan's blood tree essence was far too insignificant for this lake. It was simply a drop in the ocean. Even if he could drink the lake water, he is a human, not a tree, and he would die from overeating. Wang Fan felt despair. Blood was streaming from his arm. He was numb. He had experienced the pain of having his arm severed 100 times. Wang Fan, Lin Qingxue called out with difficulty. The Peach Maiden squeezed the peach in her hand, and the juice dripped into Lin Qingxue's mouth. "Little girl, this peach juice can change the structure of your body and turn you into a tree. How about that? Isn't it amazing?" The peach juice traveled down the esophagus into the stomach, into the bloodstream, and into the genetic code, where it began to frantically modify Lin Qingxue's body. Slowly, Lin Qingxue's legs began to turn into trees, and the hair on her body gradually turned into tree branches. "No!" Wang Fan shouted in despair, but it was no use. His strength is for humans, but to Peach Girl, he is insignificant. Wang, gurgle. Lush leaves poured out of Lin Qingxue's mouth, preventing her from speaking. Peach Girl threw Lin Qingxue violently into the burning forest in the distance. "All right, the show is about to begin. Little one, if you can find your companions before the fire burns everything down, I'll let you go." Wang Fan had completely lost his mind. He took out his short sword and slashed wildly at himself, kicking and slashing. Peach Girl was also injured. With a soft plop, blood gushed from Peach Girl's chest, and she also spat out a mouthful of blood, which was red. Peach Girl was momentarily stunned, and said with some difficulty, "Little baby, your lover is already surrounded by fire. Are you sure you still want to fight me to the death? If you don't go find her soon, your lover will be burned alive in the fire." Wang Fan suddenly woke up and stared straight at the burning forest, where the devil trees were screaming in agony as they were burned. In that forest, Lin Qingxue had transformed into an immovable demon tree, unable to speak. Wang Fan didn't know why Tao Nu did this, but thinking about it now was pointless. Saving lives was the priority. Her biological instincts made Lin Qingxue want to escape the fire, but she was surrounded by flames and crowded with devil trees, so she couldn't get out. "Little one, either you and your lover become devil trees and stay here, or tell me you're scared, and I'll let you out alone." Peach Girl looked at Wang Fan curiously, as if she already knew everything about his decision. Looking at Wang Fan's devastated state, she thought confidently, "Hurry up and tell me. You want to go out and abandon your lover, right?" That's right, all that love, it's just a lie." Peach Girl was absolutely certain that her thoughts were correct. No one would sacrifice their life for someone else. No one. Absolutely not. In Peach Girl's eyes, all that bullshit about romance and love is bullshit, lies, and hypocrisy. Wang Fan resolutely charged towards the flames, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "We came together, so let's stay together. Even if we die, I, Wang Fan, will not be a coward." Peach Girl stood there, stunned, somewhat lost in thought. Wang Fan's actions had surprised her. Chapter 108, Desperate Search. Grandma appears. In the forest, the devil trees howled pitifully, for they feared fire. Wang Fan rushed into the fire and arrived in the middle of the forest. He consumed the essence of the blood tree, and his charred half of his body was restored. There are tens of thousands of trees here, and on the outer perimeter, a ring of fire is closing in, with more and more devil trees being burned to ashes. The ring of fire slowly shrank, and Wang Fan needed to find Lin Qingxue, who had transformed into the devil tree. Give up, little one. You still have a chance to back out. If you give up, I'll let you out of the forest, okay? There are tens of thousands of devil trees here. If you can't find them before dark, your lover will be completely destroyed in the fire. Peach Girl looked up at the sky. Little one, it's getting dark soon. Wang Fan, check the time. Daytime remaining, 1 hour. Little baby. Wang Fan turned his head and roared. Get lost, you son of a bitch. Stop yelling. A furious shout left Hao Nu stunned for a long time. She didn't quite understand what Wang Fan was yelling, but she could tell that he was definitely not praising her. Then go ahead and search. Time is running out. As Wang Fan searched, he shouted, If I find it, does that count as a win? Calculate. Hearing the reply, Wang Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least there was still a way out. If the other side is determined to kill them, they have no chance of survival. They can neither fight nor outrun them. Qingxue, Qingxue. Wang Fan called out, but received no response. Lin Qingxue, who had become a devil tree, was no different from an ordinary devil tree. The surrounding demon trees did not attack Wang Fan. Instead, they all opened their mouths wide, sometimes howling in pain, and sometimes laughing strangely. The fire terrified and pained them, but the suffering of Wang Fan and his companion made them laugh. A wailing sound came from somewhere, indistinguishable whether it was the wind or the voices of the devil trees. Wang Fan moved slowly through the woods, afraid of missing something. The sun warms the colorful clouds on the horizon. Effort represents the priceless value of sweat. Travel the world with confidence. I have courage and I'm not afraid. Regardless of the cold winter or the scorching summer, I stride forward with great strength. I can't stop moving. A melodious song drifted from the forest, slightly off-key and tinged with a hint of crying. It was Wang Fan singing. They traveled together from their initial openness to living, eating, and escaping together, eventually arriving here. We'll come together, we'll leave together, and we'll die together. Peach Girl was very puzzled. She didn't understand why Wang Fan would still sing under these circumstances. Qingxue, don't be afraid, be strong. I will find you. If I can't, let this fire burn me to ashes too. Wang Fan continued singing, I have courage. I'm not afraid of anything. At that moment, a tear actually shed from the corner of a devil tree's eye, even though the surrounding temperature was very high. It was just a single drop, which quickly evaporated. Wang Fan didn't even notice the large number of devil trees present. Wang Fan kept singing, even though he was extremely anxious. He knew he had to stay calm and not panic. He believed he could find it. Remaining daytime hours, 30 minutes. Wang Fan's heart tightened. Time was passing too quickly. He hadn't even searched 1/10 of the forest, and now only half the time remained. How could he search? Where should he begin? At this moment, a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. This is a very normal psychological state for humans when facing a desperate situation. Wang Fan's legs went slightly weak. I can't find it. I simply can't find it. Wang Fan braced himself against a tree trunk with one hand, constantly encouraging himself. Don't panic, don't panic. We'll definitely find it. We'll definitely find it. We have to find it. He slapped himself across the face to keep his composure. What's the use of panicking? It will only increase the chances of failure. I can't back down, and I absolutely cannot despair about this. Suppressing his emotions, Wang Fan continued forward. Even if the hope was slim, he knew that if he didn't try, there would be no hope at all. The human heart is fragile. It can break at the slightest touch. But it is also strong. When a person has someone they want to protect, they become incredibly powerful. Wang Fan continued singing, his eyes sharp and clear, and his speed increased even more than before. No, there isn't any here. Where? Maybe it is there. No, still no. This isn't right either. As Wang Fan searched, he muttered to himself. He was confident that as long as Lin Qingxue was nearby, his singing would surely cause the devil tree to behave strangely, thus leading him to find her. Time passed by minute. Time remaining, 20 minutes. Wang Fan looked around, his singing continuing, even though it sounded a bit unpleasant. This one, no. What about this side? No, there's no unusual activity here. Time remaining, 10 minutes. Wang Fan's forehead was dripping with sweat. The fire had shrunk the area to just over 2,000 devil trees. Since Peach Maiden did not declare the end or failure, it means that the demon tree that Lin Qingxue transformed and has not been burned to death and Lin Qingxue is among these more than 2,000 demon trees. After thinking it through, Wang Fan continued his search. Although the time had been shortened, the search area had also shrunk. But he had to hurry. In case Lin Qingxue was a devil tree near the edge of the fire, she might be burned to death at any moment. As the devil tree burned extensively, the fire's circle contracted even faster. Little one, time is almost up. If you give up, one of you can survive. Why force yourself? Is it worth risking your life for someone you have no connection with? As Wang Fan searched, he yelled, "You're just a broken tree, a rotten tree. You're not human. You don't understand human emotions at all. My life, half of my life has already been given away. If she lives, I live. If she dies, I die." Peach Girl was speechless, wanting to retort, but unsure what to say. Time remaining, 5 minutes. Wang Fan was desperate. There were still nearly 800 devil trees, covering an area of about 8 acres, which was still very large. Just as Wang Fan was at his wit's end, a figure appeared in the forest. She had a weathered face and was leaning on a cane, but her feet were suspended in midair. "My dear grandson, come here. Grandma has found it for you. If we don't hurry, my granddaughter-in-law might really be burned to death." The sudden turn of events left Wang Fan somewhat bewildered. He didn't understand why Grandma Li's figure had reappeared. But his intuition told him that this was not an illusion, nor was it a bad thing. Wang Fan was taken aback at first, but he didn't care. Grandma Li's figure was almost floating like a ghost. He chased after Grandma Li with all his might. With his already good speed and the added advantage of his wild man nickname, he arrived in front of a devil tree in less than 30 seconds. Upon seeing Wang Fan's arrival, a few scattered leaves from the devil tree trembled down. "This is it, my dear grandson. Grandma," Wang Fan called out. But the next moment, Grandma Li's kind and gentle face suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Wang Fan didn't have time to think much. Saving lives was the priority. By this time, the fire was already close to him. Wang Fan pointed to the devil tree in front of him. "I found it. This is it. It's my love." Peach Girl suddenly stood up, somewhat incredulous. "How is this possible?" Chapter 109, Peach Girl's Background. Mysteries gradually unravel. Peach Girl was quite astonished. She didn't understand how Wang Fan had managed to find her, but she accepted that she had lost. At this moment, Peach Girl looked at Wang Fan with a hint of doubt and a strange expression on her face. "Which I've won. Release Qingxue now," Wang Fan shouted. Peach Maiden also came over, and countless branches transformed into hands to uproot the devil tree from the ground. She then crushed the peach pits in her hands into powder and sprinkled it on the devil tree. As soon as the powder was sprinkled on, Lin Qingxue's genes and cells began to multiply and recombine infinitely, transforming her from a tree back into a human. "Wang Fan, you scare me to death." Lin Qingxue immediately threw herself into Wang Fan's arms and burst into tears. She was terrified. The feeling that her body wasn't her own, that she could only watch helplessly but couldn't act, was incredibly painful. Wang Fan stroked Lin Qingxue's head, his eyes warily fixed on Tao Nu. This demoness was simply too powerful. There was no way to defeat her. "You promised to let us out? Shouldn't you have done that?" Wang Fan questioned. Although he was filled with rage, he knew he shouldn't provoke the witch. He couldn't win against her. To fight to the death, knowing one is no match for the enemy, is foolishness disguised as passion, and Wang Fan was well aware of this. The Peach Maiden bent down, the peach tree above her head trembling. "I'm sorry, little children. I didn't mean to hurt you. Can you do me a favor?" Wang Fan was puzzled, but he didn't agree. Instead, he directly refused. "No way. I may not be able to beat you, but you turned my companion into a tree. Why should I help you? I'd be so stupid I'd have a peach tree growing out of my head." The Peach Maiden wasn't surprised. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "Little one, I did this only to prove one thing. Love truly exists in this world. Unfortunately, I've waited 5,000 years, but I'll never find love." Wang Fan frowned slightly. The Peach Girl in front of him was actually an old monster who had lived for 5,000 years. No wonder she was so powerful. From the moment he came into this world, Wang Fan had already discovered that plants were far more powerful than animals, except that most plants had their weaknesses. Wang Fan was about to speak when Lin Qingxue stopped him, her keen senses telling him, "Don't provoke her, let her talk." Wang Fan hummed in agreement. Peach Girl's strength is terrifying. Play it safe and don't be reckless. Wang Fan filled 2 bamboo tubes with water from the lake and handed them to Lin Qingxue to drink. Tao Nu watched all this without stopping her. Instead, her eyes were filled with envy. Seeing the 2 drinking water, Peach Girl continued, I was raised by a human when I was young. 5,000 years ago, he said he would never come back, so he planted me in this eternal forest. I was originally only supposed to live for 1,000 years, but the water of life has allowed me to live for so long. Hearing this, Wang Fan and his companion were somewhat surprised. Cultivated by humans? Sure enough, humans have been to Deathgate Star long ago. Then what? And who is that human? Lin Qingxue asked nervously. The Peach Maiden sat on a rock, her gaze serene. His name is Li Si. Lin Qingxue was shocked. What? Li Si? Li Si, the strategist of the Qin dynasty. It's no wonder Lin Qingxue was surprised. Historically, after Qin Shi Huang's death, Li Si was involved in the conspiracy of Zhao Gao and Hu Hai. Later, in order to seize power, Zhao Gao falsely accused Li Si and his son of colluding with Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, and Li Si was eventually forced to confess. Li Si was executed by being cut in half at the waist in the marketplace of Xianyang, and his entire clan was exterminated. Lin Qingxue wasn't sure if it was really Li Si from the Qin dynasty, or just a coincidence of names, but the former was clearly more likely. Then what about the 5,000 years you mentioned? Lin Qingxue asked eagerly. At this moment, Peach Maiden's eyes turned sad. 5,000 years ago, I was too lonely. At that time, I could not move around and could only stay quietly by the lake. Until one day, an ape was being chased by a wild beast and accidentally wandered into this place. I stretched out my branch to rescue him from the water and gave him my fruit to eat. Later he recovered and stayed with me for a long time. We were very happy during that time, until one day he asked me to borrow my heart, my peach heart. I love him so much, even if he weren't a peach tree, I would still be willing. So I gave him my heart, my peach heart, my most important thing. He said he would definitely come back to find me. Oh, so you're just love-struck, Wang Fan said bluntly. Peach Girl was puzzled, but she still said, I don't quite understand what you mean, but it doesn't seem like a nice thing to say. Wang Fan shrugged. I bet that ape hasn't come back to find you yet, right? She deceived your feelings and your heart. A hint of anger flashed in Peach Girl's eyes as she looked at the ape man, but it was mixed with a trace of expectation. She sighed, alas, that's right, he really didn't come back. 3,000 years ago, I had the ability to walk on the ground, but I had no heart. I needed a huge amount of life force to support it. Even if I could walk, it would be useless. I had to rely on this lake to survive. I could only wait and wait, and another 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, until I met you, humans like my master. When I saw you two being so affectionate, I was so jealous. I felt like you were both using each other, so I wanted to test my theory. I thought I would definitely win, but I lost. I used to think love was hypocritical, but now I realize it's not that love doesn't exist, it's just that I haven't received it. At this point, Tao Nu's eyes did not show any disappointment despite her defeat. Instead, they were filled with light as she looked at Wang Fan and the other man. Just as Wang Fan and his companion were lost in thought, Tao Nu suddenly severed the underground root system, which connected to the lake. With a few soft popping sounds, the peach blossom began to wither and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Fan, she's committing suicide, Lin Qingxue exclaimed. Wang Fan didn't stop her. This vixen definitely had something wrong with her head. Peach Girl pleaded weakly. Little one, I know I hurt your companion. You can't help me. So I will pay for what I did to you with my life. Everything has a price. After I die, the forest will be reborn, and then you'll be able to get out. My fruit can turn any animal into a demon tree, and the peach pit is the antidote. You've already seen it. Under this rock, there's also a weapon buried, left by my master. I think cough cough. Peach Girl coughed up blood, but at this moment, she seemed like a living person. This was something the two of them hadn't expected. They thought it would take some effort to get out, but everything changed too quickly. The person committed suicide after hearing only half of the story. Hey, you vixen, while you still have a breath left, hurry up and say it. Although Wang Fan seemed a bit unforgiving, there was a hint of gentleness in his words. Peach Girl smiled, the ground covered in blood. I want you to help me find that ape man. to ask him why he didn't come looking for me, why he left me here as a tree for 5,000 years, and why he deceived my heart. I want an answer, even if it's a bad one. Where is he? I don't know where he is. As she said this, the light in her eyes began to fade. Please, please. After saying this, Peach Girl's remaining vitality withered and decayed completely, and she died. What's going on? This vixen, Wang Fan asked, bewildered. Chapter 1, 10 Huge Gains, Emerging from the Forest. Although Wang Fan felt some resentment towards Tao Nu for hurting Lin Qingxue, now that she was dead, there was no need to hate a dead person. Wang Fan let it go. Let him catch his breath. He's already dead. Tao Nu's life was pretty tragic, Lin Qingxue said. Yeah, that's true. There's no need to argue with a dead person. At least they left something behind, so it's some compensation. The two walked over and picked up all the peaches that Peach Girl had dropped. Obtain 100 cool peaches. Cool peach. Even the slightest bit of it entering your stomach will turn you into a devil tree. The peach pit is the antidote. Obtain cool peach sapling 1. A sapling of a 1,000-year-old peach tree, which can control the demon tree. A set. Wang Fan asked in surprise. The two arrived at the large rock where Peach Girl had just sat. After smashing the rock, they found a wooden box underneath. Open it and take a look. It should be fine. Wang Fan opened it directly, and a somewhat ancient weapon appeared. Konglong Mace. Activating the Jinlong ring of the Konglong Mace will cause it to vibrate at a high frequency. Any weapon struck by this vibration will be shattered instantly. 6. This one is not bad, but it feels like a weapon left over from ancient times. The two packed up their belongings and stood up, only to find that the lake of life had dried up and the previously withered devil tree had come back to life. And these devil trees no longer have frightening expressions. Instead, they grin and are full of sunshine. Holy crap! I hadn't even filled it up yet, and it's all gone. Wang Fan ran to the middle of the dried-up lake, which was already dry and had dried up very quickly. Damn it, what bad luck. If I had known this would happen, I should have packed more. Looking around, there were only a few large, translucent, jade-like emerald stones stuck in the mud. Appraisal. Life jade stone, nourished by the water of life year-round. Keeping it by your side daily can slowly enhance your vitality. Nice one. Currently, vitality will not decrease. For example, if you have 50 vitality and are injured, it may take 2 or 3 days to recover if you don't eat anything. If you have 100 vitality, it will shorten the recovery time by half. Of course, eating during this period can speed up recovery. However, your vitality will not decrease from 100 after you're injured. Once you have fully recovered, your vitality will still be 100. It's just that the level of vitality affects the healing speed. Just like when Wang Fan injured himself, Tao Nu recovered faster than Wang Fan because Tao Nu had stronger vitality. However, if the injury is too fatal, the healing speed cannot keep up with the death speed, and then she will die. An ordinary person would bleed to death if their artery ruptured, but someone with strong vitality could repair and heal even if their artery bled. Wang Fan put the stone into his storage. At that moment, a group of dog-headed bats, their bellies round from drinking, lay on the dried-up lake bed. It's filthy, covered in mud. Come on over and take a shower. Wang Fan shouted. Upon hearing their owner call, the group of little creatures immediately woke up and scrambled to Wang Fan's feet, too full to fly. Come on, line up one by one. Woof, woof, woof. A group of puppies stood in a row, and Wang Fan splashed water on each of them to wash them. Hey, stop shaking your head. It's all water. You, and you. How come you still have fish in your mouth? Before long, the roar of the engine came from the forest again, and the 80-wheel drivetrain was on its way again. The two didn't take Peach Girl's request too seriously, but of course, they would ask her if they happened to meet her by chance. But what kind of monster is an ape that can live for 5,000 years? Wang Fan naturally didn't believe that the ape was dead. If it were dead, Peach Girl probably wouldn't have made such a request. Lin Qingxue looked ahead at the edge of the forest. Wang Fan, we're about to leave. Next place, Crimson Plains. Wang Fan pushed the lever to its maximum, and the train's speed increased. All right, we've passed the Crimson Plains, 2 more stops to Dragon Valley. I wonder how Straw Bro and the others are doing. Let's ask. After all, we're allies. How are you? Are you safe? Straw Bro replied. It's all right. The Tyrannosaurus Rex once pooped a pile of feces, and we smeared it on ourselves, which avoided a lot of danger. Thanks to Dr. Lin's information. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have known that Tyrannosaurus rex dung could be so useful. Wan fan, tidan swaz het jung. That stuff is useful, but you guys should still be careful. I remember that while Tyrannosaurus rex dung could scare away small predators, it also attracted large carnivorous dinosaurs. Strawman was also surprised. Thanks for the reminder. I mainly have small carnivorous dinosaurs here for now, so it should be fine. However, we encountered some difficulties. Wang Fan, what? What happened? Straw Brother looked at the cliff in front of him. An insurmountable chasm, very deep, very long, and very wide, has blocked the way forward. We haven't figured out a solution yet, and we don't know how to get there. If we take a detour, it will take at least 10 more days. Wang Fan pondered for a moment. Why don't you find a safe place to hide for 4 or 5 days? We should be there soon, in about 4 days. I'll have my battle pets take us there, or we can ride in our vehicle to go around, which is better than you walking. Strawbro thought for a moment and decided it was feasible. The chasm in front of him was about 200 meters away, and it was impossible to cross it without a flying battle pet. Instead of taking a long detour, it would take too long and be very unsafe along the way. It would be better to find a safe place to hide and develop first. When Wang Fan arrives, it will be safer and faster for everyone to get in the car. Okay, then I'll find a place to hide and develop my strength for a while, and wait for you to come. Wang Fan, okay, no problem. After closing the chat interface, the two were about to enter the Crimson Plains. Crimson Plains, a battlefield filled with carnage, death, and countless corpses, where hundreds of millions of lives have perished. Qingxue, let's take turns driving. This place seems dangerous, so it's better to get out of here sooner rather than later. Lin Qingxue nodded. Yes, no problem. Outside the window, a blood-red moon shone, casting a crimson glow upon the desolate, lifeless plains, which were strewn with weapons. Do you think this might be a place where humans fought wars in the past? Wang Fan also saw the scenery outside. Very likely, but who exactly did humans fight against in the past? I don't know. Do you think it could be a savage? Wang Fan shrugged. That possibility cannot be ruled out, but I see a lot of broken weapons here, some of which are even huge, and they don't seem like anything a living being could lift. There are 2 hammers in the distance. They are very large, about the size of a van, and are clearly weapons. The 2 men thought the weapons might be useful, so they stopped the car. Try it. If it doesn't work, just leave. There are so many weapons. Wang Fan didn't get out of the car. Instead, he examined the weapons outside the window from inside the car. Appraisal. Sumeru Hammer, a massive hammer-shaped weapon, imbued with a murderous aura, bloodlust, and malevolent energy of ancient battlefields, capable of turning its user into a killing machine. Damn it, it doesn't work. Wang Fan was also helpless. After several appraisals, he found that everything here would cause people to lose their minds. It's all right, we have enough weapons. Let's leave here first, Lin Qingxue reminded them. She didn't want to touch the weapons. They were too dangerous. Okay, sure. On the plain, the soil began to loosen, and a hand emerged from the earth, bare of flesh and blood, revealing only white bones. Chapter 111 Crimson Plains, Giant Skeleton. At night, no ghouls were seen on the Crimson Plains. They seemed too afraid to set foot in this area. How strange. It's the middle of the night, and there isn't a single ghoul. Wang Fan yawned, then stood up and got out of the driver's seat. Qingxue, you drive for a while. I'll check the surroundings. Lin Qingxue sat down in her seat. All she had to do was make sure she didn't drive into the ditch, which was quite simple. Wang Fan lay on his bunk, looking out the window. The air was hot, filled with the smell of blood and a strong, rusty odor. Wang Fan frowned slightly. Since the ghouls haven't appeared, this is not good news. Ghouls typically appear at night. However, the presence of the devil tree in the eternal forest prevents ghouls from appearing there. Thinking of this, Wang Fan became slightly worried and muttered to himself, could it be that there's something in this Crimson Plains that it fears? Wang Fan, Lin Qingxue shouted. What's wrong? Look, what's that? Wang Fan looked in the direction Lin Qingxue was pointing and saw a group of soldiers standing where the train lights had previously illuminated. They were more like skeletons than soldiers, wielding rusty long swords and tattered shields. Damn, wouldn't I get tetanus from that? No problem. I'll just run them over. The 2 people in the car were naturally unafraid and immediately accelerated and rammed into it. Kaba kaba. The skeletons made a clattering and grinding sound. with a loud bang. Then it sounded like firecrackers going off. Bang, bang, bang. Countless broken bones flew out, scattering and landing on the ground outside the window. The skeleton soldiers were all smashed to pieces. It's just a few small caroms. Just keep driving like this. Don't panic. Wang Fan reassured him. Lin Qingxue nodded. Okay. Having been hit once, Lin Qingxue was no longer afraid. The train was powerful enough. Wang Fan continued driving the train and then lay down to sleep. Qingxue, remember to wake me if you get sleepy. Then I'll take over driving. Okay, you go to sleep. I can manage. Seeing this, Wang Fan also felt relieved and fell asleep. Before long, he began to snore. He was too tired and had been feeling exhausted these past 2 days. In his dream, Wang Fan arrived at a place, a somewhat dilapidated thatched hut, where an old man in tattered clothes leaned on a cane. Grandson, you've come to see your grandma. Grandma Lee, it really is you. You're not dead, you're still alive. Yes, grandson, you're getting closer and closer to me. Come see Grandma quickly. Grandma has prepared many good things for you, all of them for you. Wang Fan walked over, and suddenly, a giant beast bent down and stared at Wang Fan, with sharp teeth, enormous size, wings, and a dragon-like appearance. However, half of the dragon's tail fin was missing, which means that the dragon could fly, but could not control its direction. Pterosaur? No, this isn't a pterosaur. Grandson, don't be afraid. This child is very well behaved. Wang Fan, wake up. Lin Qingxue shoved. Wang Fan groggily opened his eyes, somewhat bewildered. Where's Grandma Lee? I think I just had a dream, but it doesn't feel like it. A dream? What kind of dream? Lin Qingxue asked in confusion. Grandma Lee, the Grandma Lee who guided me when the fog came from outside the window, and who also guided me when you turned into the demon tree. Wang Fan is now basically certain that it was not a hallucination at all. One hallucination is understandable, but 2 or 3 times is no longer a hallucination. He figured he hadn't been affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, so Grandma Lee must still be alive, and maybe even on the Death Gate star. Qingxue, a winged dinosaur, but not a pterosaur. Do you know what species it is? Lin Qingxue thought for a moment. You seem to be talking about dragons from the west, the kind Daenerys Targaryen rides? Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember, it's that kind of thing. Then Wang Fan stroked his chin and said, that's strange. I've never heard of any place where that kind of dragon exists. Lin Qingxue yawned. Okay, stop thinking about it. You drive. I'm not ready either. I almost fell asleep and bumped into a sledgehammer. Okay, done. Wang Fan simply stopped thinking about it. He would figure it all out someday. It was already dawn. Lin Qingxue was in the second half of the night, and Wang Fan was in the first half. Wang Fan sat in the driver's seat and took control of the steering wheel. Before long, several figures in the distance startled Wang Fan. After seeing them clearly, he was instantly wide awake. 3 enormous skeletons were blocking his way with weapons. Those skeletons were huge, and they had horns on their heads, making them look rather terrifying. Holy crap, what is that thing? It's huge. Appraisal. The remains of giant warriors after their deaths. Skeletons devoid of consciousness. Killing machines formed from the taint of the ancient battlefield. Note, this being cannot be killed here. It is a being imbued with the resentment, murderous intent, and malevolent energy of various inanimate objects. Roar. The hollow remains then emitted a sharp roar. It was unclear how it could make a sound without vocal cords. The remains were as tall as a 10-story building, and a single rib was thicker than Wang Fan's entire body, and there were 3 of them. Holy crap, turn around, turn around. Wang Fan suddenly swerved, causing the entire train to creak and groan, with the rear end swinging like a fishtail. Lin Qingxue, who had just lain down, hadn't even had a chance to fall asleep when she felt as if she were weightless and slumped against the car window. Lin Qingxue gripped the handrail tightly. What's wrong, Wang Fan? Monster! Hold on tight, Qingxue. Lin Qingxue looked up and was startled. That thing is so big. Remains of giants? What the hell are these things? I hope they don't catch up with me, damn it. The locomotive has already turned around, but the tail has not yet. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled, and the skeletons moved. Holy crap, they're here. With a loud bang, the 80 large wheels sped off, instantly kicking up clouds of dust. The sharp turns caused the wheels to slip on the ground for a moment. The giant skeleton, wielding a 40-meter-long sword, swung it down. With a snap, one of the carriages at the rear broke off, and with a loud crash, the carriage tipped over to the ground, scattering dirt everywhere. Wang Fan turned his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's just a truck carrying soil. At this point, the train had completed its turn and was regaining speed. 3 giant skeletons tilted their heads and looked at the train. The next moment, one of them suddenly rushed over and caught up with the train in just a few steps with its 15-meter-long legs. A massive katana slashed down its target the front of the vehicle. Oh no, if I get hit by this, I'm done for. Wang Fan threw the steel fork almost instantly, then swiftly severed his own left arm. With a loud crash, a huge skeletal arm slammed to the ground. Wang Fan immediately drank the blood tree essence, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly, as if the pain had not yet subsided. Chapter 112, The Undead General, Terrifyingly Powerful. Wang Fan, watch out, there's another one. Wang Fan immediately looked over and saw another skeleton rushing towards him, wielding a long sword. At this point, there was no time to retract the steel fork and release it again. The first skeleton caught up with them, and Wang Fan couldn't handle it all. There were just too many. Open the skylight. Silverback punched open the skylight, and Wang Fan jumped up, grabbed the skylight, and climbed up. With a swift slash, the sword blade gleamed brightly, flashing with white light. Why isn't this sword rusty? Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, he took out the dragon-slaying mace. There was a ring on the handle that resembled a bearing. Wang Fan activated the dragon-slaying ring without hesitation. With a hum, the dragon-slaying mace vibrated, feeling like a cell phone vibrating when held in the hand. Wang Fan raised his hand and swung it. With a crack, the 40-meter-long broadsword shattered, its fragments scattered all over the ground. The giant skeleton tilted its head, looking somewhat puzzled. At this moment, the train was still speeding along. Wang Fan stood on the roof, dealing with 3 large skeletons by himself, while Lin Qingxue tried her best to steer the train to a smoother path. Wang Fan brandished a black steel fork once more, and with another sword strike, sweat dripped from his forehead. He supported himself with one hand and immediately drank the essence of the blood tree. However, the severed arms of several skeletons in the distance are rapidly regenerating, almost as if they have been completely reassembled. The next moment, Wang Fan's pupils contracted. The skeletons, having lost their long swords, picked up the sumaru hammer from the ground, a war hammer the size of a minivan. A blow from this would be far more than just a bump on the head. There are at least 2 bags, one on the head and one on the mountain. Damn it, this is never going to end. Wang Fan cursed. Just then, Wang Fan's eye twitched as he saw 4 more giant skeletons approaching from the side. Damn it, how can there be so many? There were too many to handle, so Wang Fan could only mutilate his legs to create distance between a few of them when they were far apart. Before long, the roof of the car was covered in blood, left by Wang Fan himself. Wang Fan, Lin Qingxue called out anxiously. It's all right, I can manage. Just then, a roar came, a roar that seemed to strike straight to the soul, making one's soul tremble. All that could be seen on the distant horizon was a horse and a man, with flames rising from the ground with every step they took. Wang Fan was stunned for a moment. Ghost Rider! However, just when Wang Fan thought it was another enemy, something unexpected happened. The flaming skeletal warhorse leaped into the air, reaching a height of at least 10 meters. Unbelievable. Just then, the skeleton knight, riding a warhorse, killed a giant skeleton with a single sword stroke. With a deafening crash, the massive skeleton shattered into pieces, unable to be reassembled. That thing, isn't it supposed to be unkillable? How come it can actually kill these skeletons? Wang Fan exclaimed in amazement. He had already tried it. No matter where he cut, the skeletons would reassemble, making them impossible to kill. But what Wang Fan saw made him realize that the guy riding the warhorse was definitely very strong, and could even kill him in an instant. Gulp. Wang Fan swallowed hard, hoping this guy wouldn't attack him. Wang Fan, what is that? I don't know, but hopefully they won't attack us, or we're doomed. Appraisal. Wang Fan immediately initiated the appraisal. The peerless general who died, acting only with the last vestiges of reason he retained in life, was the most powerful being on the Crimson Plains, currently surviving on the deathly aura of the battlefield. Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Such a powerful thing can only survive in the Crimson Plains. The giant skeletons immediately stopped chasing Wang Fan and engaged the great general in battle. However, even though his figure looked weak and frail, the general's aura remained undiminished. He leaped into the air, and the horse beneath him unleashed its powerful aura. Flames erupted from the horse's body like an explosion, igniting the entire area. Roar! The giant skeletons were in agony, as if the flames were their natural enemy. Amidst their agonizing howls, the giant skeletons searched for the great general's whereabouts. However, the next moment, on the back of Wang Fan's truck, the great general, engulfed in flames, was standing there. Sword marks appeared on the bodies of the giant skeletons, and flames rose from those marks like maggots clinging to bones, which the giant skeletons could not extinguish no matter what they did. Wang Fan, what should we do? Wang Fan took a deep breath and looked at the skeleton general standing not far in front of him. I don't know. Don't make any rash moves. This guy is too strong. He seems to have transcended the category of living beings. Clatter, clatter. The train slowed down. The wind whistled past, its sound ringing in Wang Fan's ears. Wang Fan swallowed hard and spoke somewhat nervously. He had a feeling that the general didn't seem to have any ill intentions, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was just a strange feeling. Who are you? What do you want? The skeleton general did not answer Wang Fan, whether because he was unable to speak or because he did not understand. At this moment, the remaining giant skeletons caught up from behind, taking 2 steps at a time at great speed. Wang Fan immediately tensed up, gripped the dragon-slaying mace tightly, and assumed a fighting stance. The skeleton general's eyes were blazing with fire, yet he seemed to be staring intently at the dragon-slaying mace. As the skeletal giant drew closer, Wang Fan was about to make a move when he saw the skeletal general raise one hand towards the sky. Then he gripped it tightly. With a few loud thuds, the flaming sword wounds he had inflicted exploded completely at that moment. Explosions continued, blasting the giant skeletons into countless pieces, which lay scattered and burning like firewood on the grassland. Wang Fan was stunned by Feng Xing Lei Li's swift and decisive methods. Having done all this, the skeleton general slowly walked towards Wang Fan. 1 step, 2 steps. Wang Fan instinctively took a step back, but his intuition told him he mustn't make a move. Doing so would mean instant death. Glug! He swallowed hard. Lin Qingshue's heart also tightened. The next moment, the skeleton general closed in on Wang Fan, and the somewhat scorching flames made Wang Fan feel uncomfortable. It's not the heat, but the feeling of unease, like being extremely agitated but having nowhere to vent. The skeleton general plunged his hand into the raging chest, and an ancient black key appeared in his hand. Then, while Wang Fan was still in a daze, the skeleton general handed him the key. Wang Fan took the keys in a daze. Thank you. Wang Fan was also taken aback. He had actually thanked her subconsciously. However, the skeleton general did not harm Wang Fan. Instead, he glanced at the dragon-slaying mace in Wang Fan's hand, then whistled. His fiery warhorse galloped over, and he leaped off, riding away. Phew, that scared me to death. What was that? Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingxue noticed some subtle details and asked, Wang Fan, did you see the inscription on that guy's weapon? Wang Fan shook his head. He wasn't paying attention at all. I wasn't looking. What's wrong? Lin Qingxue said with slight excitement. There are 2 words on that weapon. Z. Wang Fan frowned. Z? Who's that? If history is accurate, there is only one person in history with the courtesy named Z. Who? Bai Qi, the butcher. Chapter 113 Planting Peach Trees. Blessed with a daughter? Wang Fan was also taken aback. Who didn't know Bai Qi's fearsome reputation? Even in video games, he was a master of crowd control. It was him. Inside the carriage, Wang Fan took out a key, a dark and antique-looking key. He gave me a key. Do you think this could be one of those 5 keys? It's very likely. If it's one of the 5 keys to unlock the treasure, then we only have 1 location left to figure out. We currently know that there is one in the long sleeping snow mountain, the dead wasteland forest, and the Dragon Valley, making a total of 4 in addition to the one we have. Wang Fan also looked into the distance. That means there is another key buried somewhere that is still missing. If there are any traces of the key in Dragon Valley, perhaps we can go and look for it. Yes, that works. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Straw Bro sent me a message. This is incredible. We've discovered a building in Dragon Valley that looks quite old. Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue exchanged a surprised glance. Holy crap. What I said actually happened. The two quickly inquired. Architecture? What kind? Send it to us. Straw Bro blinked and took a picture, sending it to the two of them. In the picture, a magnificent palace was located deep in the jungle. The palace is somewhat like a pyramid, covered with vines. See this? This must be human work, right? I see some broken artifacts on the ground that seem to be from the Qin dynasty. Straw Brother has been learning to make ceramic utensils since he was a child, and he also has some knowledge of ancient artifacts. The Qin dynasty? The two were also surprised. Wang Fan turned around. It seems we were right, Qingxue. That palace might be the location where the key we're looking for is buried. Hey, don't make any rash moves yet. That palace might be dangerous. Let's go together when we get there. Wang Fan reminded them. Straw Bro replied, well, we don't dare to go in rashly either. There's a stone house here. If we clean it up, we can live in it. We'll just stay here and farm safely, waiting for you to come. Wang Fan, okay, no problem. After closing the chat interface, the two were quite excited. They had been worried that finding all 5 keys would be difficult, but now they had news of the second key. All that's left is to explore the palace further. Let's not rush. We still have a day before we can open up the Crimson Plains, and then we'll have to get through the muddy swamp. Wang Fan nodded. After leaving the Crimson Plains, they would have to pass through a place called the Muddy Swamp. Only after passing the swamp would they reach Dragon Valley. Wang Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's a bit hot, in broad daylight. Current temperature, 42 degrees Celsius. My God, it's already 42 degrees Celsius. No wonder it's so hot. Qingxue, turn on the air conditioner. It doesn't consume any power. Okay. Lin Qingxue walked from the front of the car to the back and turned on all the air conditioners. The carriage carrying the fertile soil had one section cut off, but it wasn't a big problem since it wasn't just carrying one load of soil. There was another section that was also soil. Inside the carriage, the silverbacks and dog-headed bats were already panting with heat. Lin Qingxue felt the cool breeze from the air conditioner. All right, little ones, you won't be hot anymore. Woof, woof, woof. My owner is so good, woof. Lin Qingxue rubbed the dog-headed bat's little head. Good boy, eat your meat well and grow up quickly. Since drinking the water of life, the dog-headed bats have all reached the 4-star level, greatly increasing their combat power. Reaching the last carriage, Lin Qingxue took out a wooden bucket, filled it with soil, and then planted the peach tree in it. Peach Girl is already dead, so no matter how angry she is, it's useless. But as a woman herself, she feels some sympathy for Peach Girl's plight. Waiting for someone is too painful. It wastes your youth and energy. Waiting is the hardest thing to endure, and it's the same on Earth. How many people waste their youth waiting, only to be told in the end, you're a good person? Lin Qingxue planted the peach tree and watered it with some life-giving water. The water of life was scarce. Only about 1,000 units were stored at the time, and it dried up after some event occurred. After being watered with the water of life, the peach tree became even more active. A faint voice came from behind. Thank you, Mom, for watering my plants. Lin Qingxue was startled. She looked around as if she had seen a ghost, then stared at the peach tree in front of her. Was it you who spoke? Yes, Mom. Lin Qingxue immediately began to examine it. A mutated peach tree, a variant resulting from its predecessor being too powerful. Could it be that the peach maiden is too powerful? Lin Qingxue muttered to herself. Lin Qingxue then poured some more water of life on the plants. The peach saplings swayed gently, as if enjoying a bath. Oh, it feels so good, Mom. I feel so cool. Lin Qingxue suddenly became somewhat interested. This peach tree already had some kind of consciousness, but she didn't know how old it was in human years. However, being called Mom by a peach tree still felt a little strange to Lin Qingxue. But more than that, it evoked a peculiar and novel feeling. Then how about I call you Xiao Dao from now on? The peach tree swayed. Great little peach, I have my own name now. Lin Qingxue's eye twitched slightly. Why did she feel like that demoness was still alive? Was her IQ a little too high? Hey, Mom, why aren't you talking to Xiao Dao? Xiao Dao loves being around people. Xiao Dao is afraid of being alone. Lin Qingxue was startled. At this moment, she was even more certain. Either the peach sapling is the peach maiden herself, or the new generation has developed such emotions due to the influence of her predecessor. However, Lin Qingxue was not afraid. No matter what the cause, she was certain that the peach tree would not harm them again, so it didn't matter to her. Before long, a potted plant appeared in front of Wang Fan's driver's seat. "Why did you move the peach tree here? Are you Dad?" The sudden scene startled Wang Fan so much that he almost jerked the steering wheel off. "Who's talking?" Then Wang Fan stared at the peach tree whose thin branches were swaying. "Are you talking?" Yes, are you Dad?" Wang Fan turned to look at Lin Qingxue. "Huh, this?" Lin Qingxue smiled slightly and shrugged. "She called me Mom as soon as I planted her." Okay then." Dad. The peach tree called out to Wang Fan. Wang Fan was also taken aback. He found it strange that the peach tree called him Dad, but he still agreed. "Sweetie child, Daddy's driving, be quiet." "Wow, driving, what is driving?" Driving is..." Wang Fan was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain. Lin Qingxue poured some water. "All right, shout out, be quiet." "Oh, okay then." Chapter 114. After crossing the plains, approaching the swamp. With Xiao Tao around, Wang Fan and his companions' otherwise dull driving trip became much more lively. A flaming warhorse galloped across the blood-red plains, moving faster than a train. "It's that horse!" Wang Fan exclaimed. 100 meters ahead, the skeleton soldiers holding shields and the remains of the dead battle pets all came back to life. The horse quickened its pace, flames erupting from its hooves as it charged forward, destroying all the monsters blocking the train's path. "Wow, that's awesome. Are they clearing the road for us?" Although the two were puzzled, it was actually a good thing. "Why can this thing catch fire?" Wang Fan wondered. "It's miasma." Lin Qingxue also analyzed that the stench of decay here was too strong, but the horse seemed to be carrying a lot of miasma and could even attract miasma. As a result, the miasma around the horses was particularly thick. "At this rate, we should be able to get out before dark," Wang Fan said, sounding slightly excited. Without any danger or obstruction, the speed of travel was still quite fast. Along the way, there were many tattered battle flags planted on the ground, and without exception, they all had the character Qin on them. Although countless years have passed, some battle flags can still be faintly seen. Look, these are all battle flags from the Qin dynasty. I really don't know what happened back then. Why did they come here, and who are they fighting? Looking at the scene outside the window, the two couldn't help but feel puzzled. All these mysteries lingered in their minds, and perhaps collecting all 5 keys would provide the answers. Before long, the sun had set, and tall, dense forests appeared ahead, though these forests were also filled with miasma. "I see it, it's a muddy swamp." Muddy swamp. Withered and decaying land, the swamps here are dangerous, unfathomably deep, and could even swallow a mountain. The two felt a chill run down their spines. Swamps existed even on Earth, and once trapped inside, escaping was extremely difficult. Wang Fan parked the car at the border, and the warhorse, seeing that Wang Fan and his companion had safely left the blood plain, allowed a howl and rode away. "What should we do?" Wang Fan couldn't come up with a good idea for a while. If you blindly drive through, it could be extremely dangerous if the train gets stuck in the swamp, since the swamp can swallow even mountains. Lin Qingxue opened the map and began to calculate, drawing conclusions through proportional calculations. The current route across the muddy swamp is approximately 600,000 meters, or 600 kilometers. We definitely can't just drive over there rashly, but if we build tracks, we can pass safely. But we don't have 600,000 pieces of wood, so maybe we can find a way to make the train wheels tracked. This results in a larger contact area, and with other carriages also providing power, is safer. However, this would definitely slow things down. After some thought, Wang Fan decided to first check the map and plan a relatively safe route. "Feasible, let's get started." "Pinyin, take the men to explore the map. Remember to fly high." "Woof, woof, woof." "Good owner." A flock of dog-headed bats flew into the swamp. Wang Fan thought that if there was any danger in the swamp, it was most likely crocodiles or spiders. So as long as the dog-headed bats fly high enough, it doesn't matter. "Qingxue, let's take a break. It will take some time to explore the map." "Okay, let's do some braised pork then. We could try out the seasonings Mom gave us." Before long, the stew was ready. It smelled delicious. The two of them stewed animecaps meat, which was tender, bouncy, and very tasty. While eating, Wang Fan went to look for the blueprints for manufacturing the tracks. Search global chat channels using the keyword Tracks. Who needs tracks installed on a bicycle? Put tracks on a bicycle? Are you out of your mind? If I had a tank, I might need it, but unfortunately I don't, so I don't need tracks. Almost half a month has passed since the message was sent, and Wang Fan still doesn't know if the other party is alive. Almost an hour later, Wang Fan had finished eating, and the other party replied, "Sorry, I was a little constipated and just finished." Wang Fan was speechless. Luckily, he had already finished eating, otherwise he would have really lost his appetite. There's no need to go into so much detail. How do I change the blueprints for the tracks? The other party replied, "You need 20 units of iron ore to exchange for the tracks." In the past, Wang Fan would definitely have negotiated the price, but now he earns several thousand yuan a day for more. As long as the other party's price isn't too outrageous, then we can switch. It doesn't matter. Okay, sure, but can these tracks only be used for bicycles? No, that's not it. These are adaptive tracks. Any kind of wheel can be installed. Wang Fan felt much more at ease after hearing what the other party said. As long as it could be installed, that was fine. Okay, then I'll change it. The other party was also surprised by Wang Fan's straightforwardness and was very happy. Good for you, brother. You're a straightforward person. Ding. Transaction successful. Adaptive tracks. 1 meter of high-quality steel construction. It can be used between wheels of any size. Need refined steel? That's all right. We can refine it. Wang Fan. How long will it take for Ping and any others to return? Through the exchange of ideas, Wang Fan also gained a general understanding. Well, they should be back by tomorrow morning. But don't worry, they are bats, and they're actually quite comfortable at night. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue felt relieved and prepared to go to sleep. Looking at Wang Fan, who was fiddling with the furnace, she asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "Wait a minute. Let me refine some high-quality steel first. The more of this stuff, the better. Ideally, I should be able to install all the tracks by tomorrow morning." "Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Remember to come over and hug me while I sleep." "You haven't hugged me to sleep for days." Lin Qingxue pouted, a little unhappy. Wang Fan smiled and said, Okay, I'll come over and hug Xue to sleep when I'm done with my work." Lin Qingxue then turned around and fell asleep peacefully. She had been traveling for the past few days, so she naturally hadn't applied any more stickers. Wang Fan knew that Qingxue was having a hard time, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. Wang Fan walked over and closed the iron door between the first and second carriages. The iron door had no windows. In this way, the first carriage is completely enclosed. Should we refine 500 units of high-quality steel? Yes. Refining in progress. Estimated time, 500 minutes. All right, let it refine itself slowly. I'm going to sleep now. Wang Fan turned off the overhead lights in the train, leaving only the small light in the driver's cab, the dim light creating a somewhat warm atmosphere. He climbed onto the bed and pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms. Lin Qingxue felt a pair of hands reaching out, but she didn't dodge. The two were very close, their breaths mingling. "Wang Fan, be gentle." Wang Fan kissed Lin Qingxue's forehead. "Okay, don't worry, I'll be very gentle." Not long after, at the edge of the Crimson Plains, a train locomotive was shaking violently. Chapter 115 Lord of the Swamp, Savage Crocodile. As the morning sun shone down, the two were already fast asleep, and Wang Fan felt completely drained. Before long, a fire was lit inside the carriage, and smoke began to rise. "Here, have a piece of meat to nourish yourself." Open your mouth." Lin Qingxue was feeding the animals, and she looked radiant, a stark contrast to Wang Fan, who had dark circles under his eyes and looked exhausted. As Wang Fan ate his meat, he couldn't help but complain. It really proves the old saying, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined by plowing. Lin Qingxue smiled sweetly, a smile that made Wang Fan's kidneys tighten. All right. How about we drink some of the water of life to replenish ourselves? Forget it. No need. We can use a little bit of that stuff and just eat meat. Before long, the dog-headed bats flew back, looking somewhat tired, and told Wang Fan and the other person everything they had seen through telepathic communication. Lin Qingxue immediately opened the map and marked some large areas on it, based on the memories of the dog-headed bats. There's a big spider here. There's a big crocodile here. And here. This swamp is really dangerous. Lin Qingxue was also embarrassed. Fortunately, the puppies had scouted ahead. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to get out if they had just rushed in. However, She wasn't particularly worried. With the weapons and combat power she currently had, she could handle those monsters as long as she didn't get stuck in the mud. Having marked the dangerous locations, Lin Qingxue began planning a route. She needed to devise a safe route as much as possible. Current temperature, 42 degrees Celsius. The two were taken aback when they saw the notification. The temperature was rising a bit too fast. The fog would end in 5 days, and the temperature would likely reach 50 degrees Celsius by the time it ended. Wow, the temperature is rising way too fast. Wang Fan exclaimed. Wang Fan immediately began manufacturing the tracks. 400 meters of adaptive tracks require 400 tons of high-quality steel. Will be manufacture. Ding, manufacturing complete. Wang Fan immediately gave Lin Qingxue 200 meters of track. Qingxue, let's each load one side. It'll be faster. Okay. The two immediately got to work. The installation of the tracks was not complicated. Each carriage was about 20 meters long, so Wang Fan did not choose to install a whole 200-meter track. Instead, each carriage is equipped with 20-meter sections, which makes turning easier. It was very hot, and Wang Fan checked the chat interface while installing the software. Global, currently active, 3 billion plus? Wow, there's only 3 billion left. Wang Fan exclaimed. Human beings are so insignificant in the face of natural disasters. 5 billion people have died in less than 2 months. The number of wild men is estimated to be at least 7 billion. 3 billion against 7 billion. Unless you have a technological advantage, it will be really hard to fight. After all, wild men are much more developed than humans. Damn, it's so hot. Why did it suddenly get so hot? Hot. I don't feel hot in the snow-capped mountains. I just went swimming in the river and found that the water was hot. Damn, this is like summer when I was in Shanghai. What kind of weather is this? Will it still be hot, guys? High temperature? Really? Isn't the fog supposed to last for a few more days? It can't be that bad, right? There was no warning about it. After closing the chat interface, Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue met at the back of the car. Both of them had finished installing the software. Lin Qingxue wiped Wang Fan's sweat with her sleeve. You've worked hard. Go to the car and enjoy the air conditioning. The two entered directly from the rear compartment and walked all the way to the front, where it was quite cool. Once in the driver's seat, Wang Fan pulled up the map, on which Lin Qingxue had already planned a route. That's really good. Let's set off now. Wang Fan pushed the lever, and the train, after being fitted with tracks, slowed down considerably, reaching only 60 kilometers per hour. The distance of 600 kilometers is considered as a straight line. In reality, the two of them might have to drive nonstop for 12 hours to get out. It's 7 a.m. now. If all goes well, it should be sent over by dark, Wang Fan estimated. Okay, you drive first. Call me when you get tired, and I'll drive again. Wang Fan pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms. What are you doing? Lin Qingxue asked, puzzled. Wang Fan smiled leisurely. It's nothing. I just wanted to hold you while driving. Lin Qingxue smiled, put her arm around Wang Fan's neck, and gave him a few hickeys. After driving for 2 hours, everything was normal and there was no danger. The track train travels very smoothly, and even in several muddy spots, it does not get stuck. The train's characteristics allow the entire locomotive to be suspended on a flat surface. As long as the mud pit is no more than 30 meters long, the front of the vehicle will not get stuck. Just as the two lowered their guard, the carriage suddenly shuddered. What's wrong? The two of them instantly became much more alert. Woof, woof, woof. A big monster has bitten the car. The reminder about peace startled the two of them. They quickly looked around, sticking their heads out of the window and turning to look. They saw a giant crocodile, over 100 meters long, biting the middle carriage. What's there? I'm going. It's the carriage of the battle pets. Maybe the smell attracted that big guy. Wang Fan was at a loss for what to do. He couldn't very well use a steel fork to connect the two pieces and then chop off his own head, could he? After all, crocodiles attack by using their bite force and the rotation of their entire body, so cutting off their legs and feet won't solve the current situation, unless you cut off the crocodile's head. But Wang Fan didn't think his vitality was so strong that he could survive even if his head was gone. Wait, I'm going to kill him. Wang Fan abandoned the steel fork and switched to using an iron sword to attack. Big guys, don't get out of the car. There's mud everywhere, and spider webs too. Upon hearing this, the silverbacks calmed down. The surrounding area was covered with spider silk, and if another spider came, it would make the situation even more troublesome. The danger of the swamp is even more terrifying. For silverbacks of their size, getting stuck and being pulled out is no easy task. Wang Fan leaped onto the roof of the train and ran up to the middle carriage. He spotted the target and leaped forward, plunging a knife into the crocodile's eye. Damn it! Serves you right for biting my car. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. The crocodile howled in pain and released its grip. However, this injury was not the most fatal to the crocodile, which twisted its body and burrowed into the mud. Wang Fan had no choice but to give up. He didn't want to be dragged into the quagmire. Chapter 116, The Crocodile's Nest, 10 Giant Crocodiles. As the giant crocodile twisted its body, Wang Fan initiated the identification process. Savage crocodile, a giant crocodile exceeding 100 meters in length, a social creature that increases in length by 1 meter for each year it lives. It wouldn't have mattered if we hadn't done the identification, but the identification itself was quite shocking. A 100-meter-long crocodile actually lives in groups? Does that mean there are many more such giant crocodiles beneath the mud? A chill ran through Wang Fan's heart, and he called out slightly urgently, "Qingxue, drive quickly." Lin Qingxue immediately pushed the lever to its fullest extent, and the train started moving. The mudflats here were like rivers connecting all directions. Pinyin, go to heaven and keep watch over us. Woof woof woof, okay. As Peace continued to fly higher, in Peace's field of vision, there were swamps writhing in dozens of directions in the distance, and there were also hundreds of traces of small crocodiles writhing. Wang Fan exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, we're doomed. These crocodiles can actually do this. Damn it." The two quickly devised a plan, anticipating that the crocodiles would all come and attack them in less than 10 minutes. How could such a large train escape? "Mama Dad, gwuzzy, gwuzzy." Upon hearing Xiao Dao speak, the two suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, oh right, there's also Peach. It can turn any animal into a peach from the devil tree. The two broke open 5 peaches, removed the pits, and then divided the 10 segments in half again, making 20 pieces. Wang Fan weighed them, and felt that the weights were about the same, but the giant crocodile's advantage lay in its large size. A large body size means a large mouth, and a large mouth is just right for both of them, making it easier to throw accurately. Everyone, stand apart. At Wang Fan's command, each carriage was assigned a battle pet, and Wang Fan distributed 9 peach petals to the silverbacks. They're primates, with arms and hands that allow them to throw. Aim carefully before you smash it, and remember, if you can't smash it into that big mouth, you'll get a beating later. The silverbacks felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled the fear of being dominated by Wang Fan. Before long, the wriggling motions in the mud became more and more numerous and drew closer. In the mud, a giant crocodile with one eye suddenly charged forward, opening its blood-red maw to bite the front of the car. Wang Fan's face lit up with joy, and he tossed the peach in his hand. Hee, good timing. He threw it with a swift, precise throw. Turn into a tree. With a gulp, the giant crocodile swallowed it whole, and in the next moment, its massive body, hundreds of meters long, began to change rapidly. Before long, a giant devil tree, 100 meters tall, appeared before the two of them. Wow, that's really spectacular. And the same scene happened at almost the same time. Even if there are dozens of giant crocodiles, each 100 meters long, what difference does it make? Their fate was sealed the moment they ate the peach. Giant devil trees, some hundreds of meters tall, suddenly appeared throughout the entire swamp forest. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, the branches of these devil trees lashed down, and they actually tried to attack. A branch several meters thick falling from it can be deadly. Holy crap. Xiao Tao, Dad, let me help you. Hey, all of you, get out of here and eat mud. The little peach tree trembled violently, and the huge devil tree stopped moving and obediently burrowed into the swamp. The devil trees, which are hundreds of meters tall, numbered about 10 in total, and were all stuck in the mud. This scene terrified the little crocodiles. They watched as their elders turned into trees, and how could they not be afraid? They all fled, not daring to linger any longer. After dozens of devil trees entered the swamp, Xiao Tao also seemed exhausted, and the whole sapling became listless, looking as if it was about to wither. Lin Qingxue quickly took out the water of life and watered Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, are you all right? Cheer up. Nourished by the water of life, the little peach tree's branches swayed incessantly. Thank you, Mom. It feels so good. At this moment, the devil trees were all howling in the mud, trying to break free, but it was all in vain. After all, they're no longer giant crocodiles, but a giant devil tree. Crocodiles can swim freely in mud, but trees can't. Wailing and howling, their cries were terrifying. Even these ancient monsters, who had lived for hundreds of years, seemed somewhat naive in front of the peach tree. The two breathed a sigh of relief and began to expend materials to repair the train. The train wasn't badly damaged and was repaired using 60 iron ore. All right, the crisis is over. We owe it all to Xiao Dao. Thank you for the compliment, Dad. I will continue to work hard. Wang Fan also watered the peach tree with a few drops of blood tree essence, and Xiao Tao immediately felt a sense of comfort. The peach tree also trembled violently. It tastes different. It's so delicious. Xiao Tao is relatively picky. Although it can survive with ordinary water or nutrients, it will grow very slowly. Therefore, the two of them would occasionally use the water of life or the essence of the blood tree to accelerate Xiao Tao's improvement. Xiao Tao, how many demon trees can you control right now? Dad, 12 is Xiao Tao's limit. Wang Fan nodded slightly. This was normal. He remembered that when Peach Maiden was at her peak, she could control hundreds of millions of demon trees in an entire forest. He felt that training Xiao Tao was also very necessary. After all, her abilities were truly extraordinary. It's just that it's relatively difficult to cultivate. Only by constantly using treasures like the water of life can its growth be accelerated. Wang Fan held a peach that had been broken into several pieces and tossed it onto the spider web in front of him. With a hum, a giant blood tiger spider crawled down the spider's silk, swallowed the peach flesh in one gulp, and immediately turned into a devil tree, hanging on the spider's silk. It's really useful. If only this thing could be thrown into the water source of the savage tribe, turning all the savages in the tribe into trees, and then burning them all down. Currently, almost no creature can stop the two as they traverse the muddy swamp. Anything that dares to block their path will invariably turn into a devil tree. Wang Fan opened the chat. How are you? Are you safe? Straw Guy replied. It's all right, it's safe for now, but I found traces of wild men here. Wang Fan was shocked. What? Savages? They went to Dragon Valley too. Straw Guy. That's right. We've moved to a different location now. We've climbed to the top of the palace. There's a corner here. We're well hidden. They won't find us. They seem to be heading straight for the palace. And there's even a guy with a bull's head scepter. Wang Fan and his companion exchanged a glance. Bullhead? A scepter? Wang Fan immediately replied. Stay put. They're dangerous, especially that bull-headed scepter. We don't know what it does yet. Hide and wait for us to come. Straw Guy. Okay, got it. Straw Bro closed the chat and continued to observe. Suddenly, a bird call rang out, and the birds spotted the two of them. They never expected that the savages kept birds as pets. Then the group of savages looked up at the top of the palace. The lead savage in the bullhead mask pointed and shouted, Seize them! Straw Guy and his companion were also startled. Oh no, we've been discovered. Run. Chapter 117, Crossing the Swamp and Arriving at Dragon Valley. Wang Fan and his companion had originally planned to arrive by nightfall, but due to the giant crocodile's delay, they were dragged out until well past midnight. But just after the train passed through the muddy swamp, it suddenly sank into the mud. Holy crap, what happened? Wang Fan woke up with a start from the driver's seat. I turned on the headlights and found that water was starting to enter the front of the car. Wang Fan, where did you drive the car? Lin Qingxue asked in shock. Damn it, I don't know either. Let's get out of here. Pull the lever, and the tracks begin to reverse, quickly pulling the entire train back up. When the two of them finally saw what was in front of them, they were completely dumbfounded. There was a large river in front of them, but because it was night, they couldn't see the other side of the river at all, and they had no idea how wide or long it was. Wow, it's a big river, and it looks pretty deep. It's right on the boundary between Dragon Valley and the muddy swamp. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. He felt that the river could probably submerge the entire train. It's too dangerous. Let's wait until dawn before we leave. If we accidentally climb overboard, we'll be in deep trouble. That's true. Let's rest here then. How deep and wide is this river? Are there any giant beasts in it? These are all unknowns. Visibility is really poor at night. If you walk along the riverbank, you might accidentally fall in or be dragged into the river by a giant beast, which would be extremely dangerous. I'm not afraid of anything on land, but the water is definitely more terrifying than the land. The two simply closed the car windows, turned off the lights, and went straight to sleep. Inside Dragon Valley, two figures swiftly darted through the forest. Brother Chung, they won't catch up, will they? We've already run quite a distance. Li Chung peered at the escape route by the faint moonlight. It shouldn't be. It's so late at night. Their target should be the palace, not us. The woman said softly, "Where should we hide tonight? It's pitch black all around, and there are dinosaur roars." Li Chung looked at the tall trees beside him. "Let's go up in the trees. The ground is too dangerous at night." Okay. The two men put hooks on their feet, which were tools they could use to climb trees. Li Chung was the first to climb up a thick branch and sit down, then reached out and pulled the woman below. "Come on, get on." The two of them stayed in the tree branch, preparing to rest for the night. "Brother Chung, send our location to Brother Wan. We'll act together when they arrive tomorrow. It'll be safer that way. Today was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the dinosaurs stopping us, we probably would have been captured by the savages," the woman said, still shaken. The agony of being captured by savages is self-evident. Savages not only eat people, but also have an extremely strong desire for human women, which is terrifying. Moreover, they had heard that some savage tribes did not even spare men, which made the two of them feel a chill of fear. "No problem. They're probably asleep right now. I'll send it over first, and they'll see it first thing tomorrow morning." As the sun shines on the earth, the temperature rises again. Today's temperature, 44 degrees Celsius. It's so hot. It's already 44 degrees Celsius. It was only 42 degrees a couple of days ago. Damn it. Li Sheng complained. Just then a large tongue licked the two of them. Li Chung was startled and quickly turned around. "Holy crap. What is that?" The woman in his arms also woke up with a start, terrified by the large tongue. The two of them looked closely and saw that it was a giant dinosaur. After Li Chung saw it clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't panic. It's a brachiosaurus, a herbivorous dinosaur." Hearing this, the woman felt relieved and curiously examined the dinosaur in front of her. The brachiosaurus had a very long neck, like a giant giraffe, and its eyes looked somewhat wise. "Brother Chung, this guy doesn't seem very bright." Just then, the brachiosaurus's eyes narrowed, and it used its head to knock the two of them off the tree. "Ouch, my back!" Li Chung cried out. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, and both of them were still alive, so they didn't fall to their deaths. "Could that big guy understand human speech?" Li Chung asked, touching his waist in confusion. "That can't be right. I feel like we might have interfered with its cooking." "Well, we're going to come down anyway, so this might be faster." As the train traveled along the riverbank, not only were there dinosaurs in the river beside it, but there were also crocodiles. The two also felt somewhat fortunate. Luckily, we didn't drive recklessly yesterday. Otherwise, we would have been doomed if we had fallen in. Judging by sight, the river was about 200 meters wide, but its length was unknown, and they couldn't see exactly where this great river extended to. Before long, a flock of dog-headed bats flew back. "How are you?" "Safe. Have you seen a way to cross the river?" "Woof, woof, woof." "Yes." The two men's eyes lit up immediately. "That's great. You've worked so hard. Go and eat some meat." "Woof, woof, woof." "It's not hard work." The two marked the spot according to what Ping saw. According to Ping, there was a shallow beach more than 1,000 meters ahead of them. The shallows connect the two sides of the riverbank. The exact depth of the shallows is currently unknown, but Wang Fan estimates that he should be able to cross them. Let's go check it out first. There shouldn't be any major problems. It's already 44 degrees Celsius today. We should try to reach Changmian Snow Mountain before the temperature reaches 55 degrees. It shouldn't be a big problem. We'll be there once we get past Dragon Valley. We can find a decent spot, build a house, and grow some vegetables. The two were also very interested in this, as scientists had conducted experiments on the highest temperature that the human body could tolerate in a dry air environment. The human body can survive for a full hour at 71 degrees Celsius, 49 minutes at 82 degrees Celsius, 33 minutes at 93 degrees Celsius, and only 26 minutes at 104 degrees Celsius. At a temperature of 55 degrees Celsius, a person can still live as long as there is water, but it will be very difficult. However, once the temperature exceeds 55 degrees Celsius, Even with water, a person's organs will not be able to withstand the pressure and will gradually fail. Before long, the train arrived at the shallows, where only a few herbivorous dinosaurs were drinking water, while some dinosaurs went to swim in the deep water because the temperature was too high. Wang Fan stood on the shallows, the river water up to his knees. Luckily, it's only up to my knees, the train can pass. Qingxue, come down and take a look. The river water is so refreshing. Lin Qingxue immediately got out of the car and ran over to feel it. It was really cool, even a little icy. Wang Fan, I think this river water must have flowed down from the snow-capped mountains. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so cool. It should be. The two played for a few minutes, but dared not linger, afraid of delaying the progress. Wang Fan prepared to remove all the tracks so that they could go faster. Qingxue, why don't you take the battle pets to play in the water first? Okay. Before long, the shallows had been taken over by the battle pets. The big guy had caught a 4-meter-long crocodile from somewhere and was using it to scrub his back, which was quite enjoyable. My God, you big guy. Where did you catch that crocodile? You're even using it to scrub your back. Lin Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. The big, Han Ho, honest and simple creature handed the crocodile to Lin Qingxue. It thought the crocodile for scrubbing was quite nice and assumed its owner would like to try it too. Lin Qingxue was also embarrassed and quickly told the big guy to take it away. No, I won't rub it. I won't rub it. You continue, you continue. The black-toothed pigs were having a great time in the water, frolicking and spinning around. Before long, the group set off again. Open the map, and you'll see a blue marker. That's Straw Guy's mark. They're not far from us. It will take about an hour to get there if we drive at full speed. Contact them first. Chapter 118, The Ox-Headed Scepter. It's actually this. Hey, are you guys still marking points? Li Chung immediately replied. Yes, they haven't gone far, but I heard a lot of noise. It seems that the group of savages is attacking the palace. Attack the palace? You mean they haven't gone inside since they arrived yesterday? Li Chung, that's right. We studied it from the beginning. That palace is like a pyramid. There's only one entrance, but we can't open it. We tried looking for the mechanism, but apart from a recess in the main gate, there were no other mechanisms. Wang Fan nodded silently, then said, Okay, it's actually a good thing we can't get in. Can you see how many of them there are? Li Chung thought for a moment and said, According to the group of savages we saw yesterday, there should be close to 50 of them. The leader was a priest wearing a bull's head mask and carrying a bull's head scepter. Wang Fan took a deep breath. Okay, we estimate we'll be there in about an hour. Don't wander off. Ugh. After closing the chat interface, the two began to discuss the matter. How do I do it? I'll do whatever you say. Lin Qingxue said. Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, Let's get the people first and then see how it goes. It's a group of nearly 50 savages plus a priest. They won't be easy to deal with. We don't know what the bull-headed scepter is for yet. If we really have to fight, we'll have to wait until they're all gathered and then run them over with our cars. That way, the chances of winning are much higher. Wang Fan felt that the ox-head scepter should have a similar combat power to the ram-head scepter, or perhaps slightly stronger. If we look at it this way, even if the train is capable of fighting the ram's scepter, it should have no problem escaping unscathed from the bull scepter. After reviewing his hand, he realized he had the following cards: Dragon Mace, Peach, Battle Pet, Train, Ram's Head Scepter, and Steel Fork. If he could use the Steel Fork to instantly kill the Minotaur Priest, the rest should be a crushing defeat. After thinking it through, Wang Fan felt that it was feasible to fight. Even if he couldn't win, the other party definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Several curious dinosaurs chased and bit the train from behind, but they bit each one without making a sound, their teeth not as hard as iron. With a loud rumble, a large train crashed into several large trees and came to a stop in front of Li Chung and his companion. Seeing such a powerful torrent of steel, Li Chung and his companion felt much relieved, finally no longer needing to hide. We've finally met, Straw Bro. Wang Fan joked. Li Chung smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Wang Fan. You flatter me. Haha, Alliance leader. Wang Fan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled leisurely. Haha, come on, get in the car, turn on the air conditioning, look how big and round the sun is. It was very cool inside the car, a complete contrast to the scorching 44-degree heat outside. You even have air conditioning here. That's really great, Li Chung exclaimed. It's all right. We were lucky to get the blueprints. You can stay in the second carriage. You can put your things down there. Li Cheng and Chi-Chi smiled broadly and said, Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Looking at the bed, the cool air conditioner, and Li Cheng beside her, Chi-Chi burst into tears. Wah? Chi-Chi couldn't help but cry, which surprised Lin Qingxue and the other person. Why are you crying? What's wrong? Wang Fan asked. Kiki wiped away her tears and said gratefully, On Earth, although I have a home, my family dislikes me because I'm a vampire and disabled. They think I can't do anything and have to find someone to take care of me. I was blessed by God to meet Brother Chung. Although I was always hiding and had no fixed abode, at least someone truly loved me, and I was content. After wandering for so long, sometimes I was even worried about being attacked by wild animals at night, and I didn't get many good nights of sleep. Now, Cheng-Ji and I finally have a place to stay. Wah. Li Cheng stroked Chi-Chi's head and pressed her against his chest. Okay, don't cry. It's not good to start crying as soon as you get in the car. Kiki didn't cry when she was disabled. She didn't cry when her family disliked her. She didn't cry when she was transported to the Death Star, but only now did she cry. Lin Qingxue smiled slightly and said, It's all right. Since we're all allies, we're family from now on. Let's help each other out and make this place our home. Wang Fan didn't think Chi-Chi was being pretentious. If she were really that pretentious, she wouldn't have traveled almost an entire province with Straw Brother to reach Dragon Valley. But people's happiness and pain are not shared by each other. Before long, Chi-Chi had recovered and began to help clean the train and clean up the feces left by the battle pets in the back carriage. Wang Fan tried to dissuade him, but the other party felt that he should always do his part for the alliance, even if the contribution was insignificant, so he simply stopped him. The alliance treaty contained many restrictive provisions, so Wang Fan was not afraid that the two would harm him and Lin Qingxue. First, there's an alliance. Second, I've known Straw Bro for quite a while and have a good understanding of him. The alliance has several key provisions. 1. Allies should not harm each other, whether physically or psychologically. 2. Allies share a common storage area where allies can put items in and others can use them at any time. 3. If you harm an ally, whether mentally or physically, the perpetrator will be immediately eliminated by the system. 4. What are your plans next? Li Cheng asked. Wang Fan stated bluntly, Guide the way to the palace, kill the savages. Ugh. Li Cheng did not object. He had done several transactions with Wang Fan, and Wang Fan was known for never suffering a loss. If he wasn't confident, how could he dare to seek out a 50-man savage army? However, he still asked out of curiosity, I'm curious, where do you rank in terms of combat strength right now? Wang Fan also turned around, and the train slowed down considerably. Combat strength ranking? We've never actually looked at that. I usually look at things like comprehensive supplies. After saying that, Lin Qingxue immediately opened the panel to check. Power rankings, duo rankings, global rankings. Double team, Wang Fan, Lin Qingxue. Current ranking and strength. Number 1 globally. Holy crap. Li Qing exclaimed in shock. You guys are number 1 in the world, damn it. Wang Fan wasn't surprised. As expected. He had considered this while investigating, but he knew it without even thinking. Steel forks, peach trees, battle pet groups, sniper rifles, scepters, and so on. If this isn't the first, then it's too outrageous. After all, who else could have such an extraordinary encounter? You might not be able to outcompete some top-tier resources, but combat power isn't something you can just boost by simply acquiring resources. Before long, the train arrived outside the palace, where a group of savages were ramming the gate with wooden stakes, but to no avail. On the flat ground in front of the palace, most of the savages were still standing, watching, because the entrance to the palace could not accommodate so many of them. The roar of the engine made the savages turn around, but when they did, the giant train was hurtling towards them at 120 miles per hour. Woo woo woo. Wang Fan simply sounded the horn. He pushed the joystick to its maximum. Hee hee, I'm going to run you all over. Upon seeing this, the Minotaur priest's pupils contracted, and he immediately raised his scepter. Suddenly, 3 giant steel bulls appeared and rammed head-on into the train. The giant steel bulls are about 3 stories high and about 30 meters long, and there are 3 of them. A steel exterior, mechanical joints, steaming nostrils, and eyes glowing red. Wang Fan was also shocked. What is that thing? Where did it come from? Appraisal. Wooden ox and flowing horse. coal-fired steel behemoths, forged entirely of refined steel, indestructible. Lin Qingxue was also surprised. Wooden ox and flowing horse? Aren't those from the Three Kingdoms period? Could they have existed in the Qin dynasty? However, Lin Qingxue is basically certain that the Death Gate star currently only contains some remnants from the Qin dynasty. Perhaps after arriving on Death Gate star, some extraordinary person or genius figure researched it before Zhuge Liang could figure it out. It's just that it couldn't be transmitted back to Earth because all the people from the Qin dynasty who came here died. Chapter 119 Wooden Ox and Flowing Horse, Body of Steel. With a few loud bangs, the wooden ox and flowing horse made of fine steel slammed into the locomotive, while the other two oxen also crashed into it from the side. The front of the car is tough because of the skid plate, but the sides are not very impact resistant. Wang Fan hurriedly shouted, "Big guy, block the one on the left, and the rest of you block the one on the right." The big guy didn't even bother to get out of the car. He immediately tore open the roof and jumped down, grabbing the two steel horns of the wooden ox and holding it firmly in place. The other silverbacks also blocked the other one. Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Where's the Minotaur priest? Find him quickly. Woof, woof, woof. In an instant, dozens of dog-headed bats flew into the sky. With a roar, a giant, strange bird flew over and immediately attacked the swarm of bats. That's it. The flying beast kept by the savages, a pterosaur. Li Sheng Shota. The pterosaur, with a wingspan of over 12 meters, immediately engaged in a fierce battle with a group of dog-headed bats. Wang Fan glanced at it briefly and then ignored it. The pterosaur wasn't particularly powerful. The dog-headed bats could handle it. The most urgent task is to find the Minotaur priest. Once those 3 wooden oxen and horses are gone, we can crush the savages. The wooden oxen and flowing horses in front of the train were also pushed backward by the train. The 80 horsepower was something they couldn't withstand. However, the wooden ox and flowing horse were still very powerful. The train wheels spun wildly, and the friction and slippage on the ground were what propelled the big guy in front of it. The ground was covered with dust kicked up by the turning train wheels, making a huge commotion. Wang Fan stood on the roof of the vehicle and looked around. The wild people scattered and did not fight Wang Fan head-on. They knew that Wang Fan had a steel fork. The Minotaur priest was even more despicable. The moment he summoned the wooden ox and flowing horse, he disappeared without a trace. "Hey bro, do you know how to use a sniper rifle?" Inside the carriage, Li Chung immediately replied, "Yes, I was a soldier." Immediately, Wang Fan placed the AWM sniper rifle and 50 rounds of ammunition in the Alliance's shared storage. "I've put the stuff in the storage. Find a suitable spot and snipe these savages. They're too scattered." Li Chung immediately set off, running toward the back of the train. "Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll find a high vantage point." To avoid being seen by the savages, Li Chung deliberately got off the train at the back, where there was a large, very tall tree less than 100 meters behind him. He immediately took out his tree-climbing hooks and started climbing. Wang Fan did not use the ram's head scepter because there was not much lava left. He could only fire 3 more lava fireballs, and he did not want to waste them. He couldn't possibly run down and fight the savages in close combat. He wasn't good at it, and he would die. For a moment, Wang Fan did not make any move. In the current situation, it was obviously better to use a sniper rifle. As for Taozi, it would be more effective against the giant crocodile, since the crocodile was stupid and had a big mouth. Just then, the bull-headed priest hiding in the shadows began to exert his power. The eyes of the bull-headed scepter emitted a red light, and then the 3 wooden bulls and flowing horses began to emit wisps of white smoke. "What's wrong?" Wang Fan was also taken aback. Just then, the wooden ox and flowing horse all turned bright red, and their whole bodies began to get hot. The big man's hands were terribly burned, so he quickly let go and kept blowing on his reddened hands. "Wang Fan, it's coal." That guy used even more coal, so not only is the wooden ox and flowing horse glowing red hot, but its strength has also increased. Lin Qingxue reminded him. Wang Fan quickly realized that the red-hot wooden oxen and flowing horses were too hot to handle, and there was no way to stop them. Since it was mechanically driven, it was impossible for Wang Fan to stop the 3 cows by self-harm. In an instant, apart from the wooden ox and flowing horse at the front of the vehicle, the other 2 were unobstructed and immediately charged forward. The big guy wasn't going to back down either. If a frontal attack didn't work, it would try the side. It immediately circled around to the side of the wooden ox and flowing horse, took a running start, and used its shoulder to ram it, knocking it to the ground. Meanwhile, under Lin Qingshue's command, the black-toothed pigs also flipped the wooden ox and flowing horse off from the side with a few bangs. After all, they were mechanical life forms without any thoughts. With a bang, 2 savages fell to the ground, one killing 2. Li Cheng quickly adjusted his position and continued aiming. The Minotaur priest was completely bewildered. He didn't understand how the other party had suddenly killed 2 of his men. He could only activate the Minotaur scepter again to make the wooden ox and flowing horse stand up. Just then, a Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed over from beside the palace and roared at Wang Fan's location. Roar! In an instant, the roar caused the numerous birds and beasts in the valley to scatter in fright and flee. Wang Fan, this place is Tyrannosaurus Rex territory. Lin Qingxue explained. Wang Fan remained calm. He continued searching for the Minotaur priest, but couldn't find him anywhere. The area was overgrown with vegetation, making him difficult to spot. I can see that now, but is it going to attack me or the wooden ox and flowing horse? I think it's probably not us. Sure enough, the Tyrannosaurus Rex charged decisively toward the enormous, steaming wooden ox and flowing horse, clearly making it a more conspicuous target. The Tyrannosaurus Rex charged forward and launched an attack on the wooden ox and flowing horse. Thump, thump, thump. The ground began to tremble. The wooden ox and flowing horse had just gotten up when the Tyrannosaurus Rex bit into its body. With a snap, the wooden ox and flowing horse, made of fine steel, was bitten and dented. 2 of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's teeth were also broken off by the hard steel. Holy crap, it can even bite through steel. This Tyrannosaurus Rex must use Darlie toothpaste. Wang Fan exclaimed. It's not surprising. The bite force of a Tyrannosaurus Rex can reach about 11 tons. It's just right that the Tyrannosaurus Rex helped us entangle one, so we can free up our hands. Wang Fan nodded in response to Lin Qingshue's words. Great timing. This is a perfect opportunity. Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, and the rest of the silverbacks, all of you go and kill the savages. Hey big guy, don't let this bull get up. If it does, charge it. Thump, thump, thump. The big guy pounded his chest, very excited. With his battle pets by his side, Wang Fan could follow them to fight the savages, since the battle pets would carry the weapons. Wang Fan jumped off the train. Qingxue, tell me if anything happens. Okay, go ahead without worry. The situation is pretty good right now. With a bang, another savage was shot in the forehead and fell into a pool of blood. Wang Fan, riding on a large horse, charged forward with a dragon-slaying mace in his left hand and an iron sword in his right. When the savages saw Wang Fan charging towards them, they immediately drew their weapons and fought. Seeing this, Wang Fan immediately activated the Jinlong ring. With a bang, the savage's weapon shattered, and to his astonishment, a gleaming iron sword cleaved his head in 2. They hadn't expected that a weapon could shatter their weapons instantly, so they were caught off guard. Chapter 120, The Bull-Headed Scepter, Mine. The savages wanted to surround Wang Fan, but not only was Wang Fan riding a pig, but he also had 2 guard pigs beside him. The black-toothed pigs were quite fierce, and under Wang Fan's command, they cooperated very well. Wang Fan rode on Big Hair, while Second Hair and Third Hair guarded him at all times. Ordinary savages wouldn't even be able to get past before being rammed aside by the black-toothed boars, and what awaited them was being slashed down by Wang Fan with a single blow. Without the protection of the mechanism, the wild man became just as vulnerable. His vitality was not enough to survive even after being beheaded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows shot over, and Wang Fan immediately turned to the side and rolled over. All the arrows hit the black-toothed boars, but without the mechanism bonus, the black-toothed boar's thick skin became apparent. Ordinary arrows, unless fired with excessive force at close range, can only penetrate the skin of a black-toothed boar and cannot cause significant damage. Wang Fan immediately grabbed De Mao's fangs to prop himself up and regain his balance. From the tree, a savage leaped down, wielding a short knife. The blade pointed directly at Wang Fan's forehead. Die, you damned human. Wang Fan was shocked, but then he heard a bang and the savage was hit by the sniper rifle. He flew backward in the air, then rolled several times on the ground and died. Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been too careless. Stop, don't rush. The silverbacks roaming the forest immediately swarmed over. These savages were very cunning. They moved through the forest without ever directly confronting Wang Fan. At that moment, a pterosaur was plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground with a thud. Wang Fan was also overjoyed. Resolved? Quick, Pingin, go find that Minotaur priest. Woof woof woof. You over there, you over here, you, come with me, the rest of you can find yourselves. With the help of air power, they should be able to find it, so Wang Fan wasn't worried. Looking back, although the wooden ox and flowing horse had been bitten and dented, their steel bodies were still incredibly hard. The red-hot bull horns had pierced through the Tyrannosaurus Rex's abdomen, while the wooden ox and flowing horse held the Tyrannosaurus Rex suspended in midair. The red-hot bull horn continued to scorch the Tyrannosaurus Rex's chest, so much so that its blood was already vaporized before it could even flow. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in pain. Even as the apex predator, it was now at a disadvantage and was about to die. This wooden ox and flowing horse is really powerful. Wang Fan exclaimed. Woof woof woof. Master, we found something behind the palace. Wang Fan was delighted and looked towards the palace, but he really couldn't see it from the front. Brother Chow, can you see over there from the palace? That guy somehow got around to the back of the palace. Li Chun was also surprised. What? Isn't that where we first hid? You really know how to hide. Wait a minute. Let me climb up a little more. It should be fine. Okay. Wang Fan didn't make any noise and just needed to wait for good news. A short while later, a gunshot rang out, and Wang Fan knew it was over. With a loud thud, a strangely dressed savage fell from a high place behind the palace, crashing heavily to the ground and splattering blood. Wang Fan immediately went over to check. Wow, you're pretty good at hiding it. He picked up the bull-headed scepter that had fallen to the ground, and then manipulated the wooden oxen and flowing horses to stop moving. Seeing this, the savages lurking in the forest abandoned their attack and vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Before long, a group of people gathered around the Minotaur priest's corpse to examine it. Leader, what do you think is under that mask? Wang Fan shook his head. I'm not sure. They should be like ordinary wild men, right? Covered in hair. The savages had fought several times. They were larger than humans, and their facial features were similar, but the savages' faces were covered with thick hair. Wang Fan immediately reached out to remove the mask, but found that he couldn't pull it off no matter what he did. Hey, leader, this mask seems to be stuck to your face. I'm seeing your scalp moving when I pull it. Chi-Chi reminded her. Wang Fan immediately stopped what he was doing and, upon closer inspection, confirmed it was true. Holy crap, was it welded on? It must have been branded on. I guess they heated the mask until it was red hot and then stuck it directly to the face. Lin Qingxue analyzed. These words sent chills down their spines. A brand? That must hurt way too much. Wang Fan felt it was more painful than having his arm chopped off in an instant, because if the knife was fast enough, he wouldn't feel any pain in that instant. It's like cutting your finger while chopping vegetables. You don't feel pain immediately, but it hurts after a few seconds. But a burn is different. It hurts continuously. Forget it. Let's stop arguing. It would be scary if they peeled their whole face off. Let's go check out the palace first. The group agreed wholeheartedly and then climbed the steps toward the palace gate. The steps were very high and long, and the palace was somewhat pyramid-shaped. In the center of the palace was an entrance passage, at the end of which was a stone gate. Looking at the groove on the stone door, Wang Fan was also taken aback. This groove seems to resemble a weapon just like mine. Can it be opened? Li Qing asked. Give it a try. Wang Fan took out the Konglong mace, whose groove was almost exactly the same size and length as the Konglong mace. He placed the dragon-slaying mace on it, then took a step back. Why isn't there any response? The shapes should be about the same. Could there be a mistake? Lin Qingxue asked doubtfully. Just as the group was wondering what was going on, the entire palace began to shake, and the spot where they were standing started to spin. Rumble. Stone fragments kept falling from above the palace, but fortunately, the people in the passageway were unharmed. From the outside, you'll see that the upper and lower parts of the pyramid are rotating, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise, in completely different directions. All that could be heard was a sound like a combination lock turning into place, click, 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 and the palace stopped rotating. The stone wall in front of them disappeared, turning into a dark passage. The passageway exudes a sense of history. Should we go in? Is it dangerous? Chi-Chi asked nervously. Wang Fan took out the dragon-slaying mace from the groove next to him. Now that everything is open, we should go in, but we need to leave someone outside. Hey, I'll tell the battle pets to follow your commands. It's best if the savages don't block our way, since this is the only exit. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem. I'm confident I can do it. You can go ahead and leave the outside to me. Wang Fan also felt that there should be no problem. After all, the Minotaur priest was dead, and there were still so many battle pets left. Even if there were any unexpected events, he could come out early. The bullhead scepter has a storage compartment with exactly 3 slots, but each slot can only hold 1 wooden bull or horse. Wang Fan had been wondering where the wooden ox and flowing horse came from, but it turned out they were released from the storage area. The wooden ox and flowing horse require coal to operate, which Wang Fan has no shortage of, since he has a mining team to support him and can use coal at will. Lin Qingxue took out the eternal lamp to illuminate the path ahead. Li Cheng carried a sniper rifle at the back, and Wang Fan walked in the middle, ready to deal with any emergencies. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was guarding the exit with her battle pets. As the lamp of eternity illuminates the passageway, the space gradually expands, becoming more spacious. Chapter 1:21 Bronze Coffin, Strange Corpse. As the group ventured deeper, the surrounding space became increasingly spacious. Swish, swish, swish. The torches on both sides of the passage lit up one after another in unison. The surrounding walls were illuminated, and a series of exquisite murals suddenly appeared in everyone's view. Wang Fan stared at it for a while and said, "This mural doesn't seem too difficult to understand." The group pondered the murals, which depicted a battle scene with various creatures, some of which looked somewhat humanoid, while others resembled wild beasts or beastmen. Lin Qingxue pointed to several humanoid patterns. Look, there are many creatures on these, and they have trapped this group of people in the middle. And this tall creature with bull horns, isn't that the remains of the giants we saw in the Crimson Plains? Wang Fan checked carefully and confirmed that it was indeed the case. The passageway is about 4 meters high and has not yet reached its end, but the mural covers the entire wall and stretches all the way to the end. Moreover, it is present on both sides of the passageway, as well as on the top and the ground, all 4 sides. Let's take a picture first. There's no time to study it, Lin Qingxue said. The group immediately took pictures of all the murals while blinking and walking. After passing through the long passageway, the space suddenly became larger and larger, as if you were in a vast world like a large playground. Wang Fan slipped, and his body plummeted. He felt a sudden tightness in his chest and immediately grabbed the edge. Holy crap, what the heck? There's no road ahead. Li Cheng immediately reached out and pulled Wang Fan up. Seeing Wang Fan being pulled up, Lin Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. She raised the eternal lamp to illuminate the area. There were no torches lit, but there were braziers hanging on the walls. Lin Qingxue took out several torches from the storage compartment and handed them to the 2 of them. Light these torches, otherwise you won't be able to see what's going on. Bang, bang, bang. The brazier burst into flames. Immediately afterwards, the oil trough above the brazier connected to the next brazier, and one after another, they were all lit. As the hall was illuminated, the group saw the place clearly and gasped in surprise. Li Cheng exclaimed, "Terracotta army. So many terracotta army. Yeah, why are there so many terracotta warriors here?" The palace is square, and the 5-meter deep pit beneath it lie ancient Qin dynasty chariots, war horses, and soldiers wielding bronze swords. 1, 2, 3, 4, roughly 50 by 50. That's an estimate of 2,500 terracotta warriors, Lin Qingxue calculated. Li Cheng stared intently at the center. Having served in the military, he had a subtle feeling that something there was watching them. It's a strange feeling. Sometimes you can feel it when someone is watching you, or when you're walking at night. You often feel like someone is behind you. There seems to be something watching us from the middle of there. Wang Fan and his companion were also startled, a chill running down their spines. Huh? Could be a giant zombie, or some kind of drought demon. Li Cheng shook his head, not really sure. Then he took out his sniper rifle and looked through the scope. Let me see what it is. After watching, Li Cheng put down his sniper rifle, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What's wrong, Brother Chow? Li Cheng handed over the sniper rifle. You should take a look. That thing's a bit scary. Wang Fan curiously picked up the sniper rifle and was stunned when he looked at it. In the center was a bronze coffin, inside which lay a man, whose face was half human and half ghostly, and he also had fangs. Moreover, his face was covered with red cracks, making him look quite ferocious. There was also a scepter inside the coffin, with a tiger's head on it. Holy crap, a tiger-headed scepter. What? A tiger-head scepter? In the tomb? Lin Qingxue asked in surprise. They then realized that the savages had come for the tiger-headed scepter, and that the scepter was not made by the savages. They were created by people from the Qin dynasty and buried in different locations. As for why they did so, the group is currently unaware. Let's go get them. Then we'll have 3 scepters, Wang Fan said. The two nodded and carefully followed. They hadn't gone far when Wang Fan stopped. What's wrong, Alliance leader? Wang Fan turned around and handed the sniper rifle to Li Cheng. Brother Chow, you can stay here and help us from a distance. If that giant zombie moves, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Okay, then I'll stay here and keep watch. Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue stepped forward. After all, they both had relatively high vitality. As long as they weren't beheaded or had their hearts ripped out, they could basically recover by drinking some blood tree essence. However, if Wang Fan were to let Lin Qingxue set up the gun, he was afraid that Lin Qingxue's aim was not good and she might blow his head off, which would be really bad. The two slowly approached each other along the road. Then Wang Fan raised his hand to block Lin Qingxue behind him. Wait a minute, I'll go first. Be careful. Wang Fan approached cautiously. The coffin was right in front of him. It wasn't lying flat, but standing upright in a semi-tilted position. You know the Pythagorean theorem, right? Of course, it has nothing to do with this. Wang Fan reached for the tiger head scepter, but the corpse lay there quietly, making no move. He held the tiger head scepter in one hand and slowly took it out, but just as the tiger head scepter was about to leave the coffin, Wang Fan discovered that he couldn't move his hand. Looking down, he saw a pale white hand gripping his arm tightly. Holy crap, it's come back to life. Wang Fan exclaimed in shock. The next moment, the corpse's eyes emitted a light of one green and one red, and it suddenly sprang up from the coffin, throwing Wang Fan out of the coffin while firmly grasping the tiger-headed scepter in its hand. The corpse exhaled a breath of black, turbid air, a strong, pungent stench of death. Wang Fan slammed heavily onto the ancient chariot, shattering its edges. He immediately stood up and drank a few drops of blood tree essence. Wang Fan stood up unsteadily, then clutched his back, which was still a little sore. Damn, this thing is so strong. Could it really be a drought demon? The corpse did not move, but stared at the tiger head scepter in its hand. Brother Chow, don't fire yet. This guy doesn't seem to be planning to attack. Wang Fan warned. Just as Wang Fan had said, the corpse didn't attack. It looked at the tiger-headed scepter, then at Wang Fan. The next moment, the eyes that were flashing green suddenly turned red, and the two eyes that were originally red and green became a single red. Wang Fan had a bad feeling. He watched quite a few TV dramas, so how could this be a good thing? Brother Chow, fire now. Li Cheng decisively pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet accurately struck the man's head. The body's head was thrown back by the powerful impact of the bullet. But it wasn't a big deal in itself. Damn, I can't break through. Chapter 122, Qin Dynasty Military General, General Wang Jian. Hit me again. The corpse did not move. It was a perfect sitting duck. Li Cheng Fai Zi Pi Ten, bang bang bang. After a few gunshots, the body, holding its dislocated head, straightened it and was unharmed. Appraisal. Wang Jian's corpse. The corpse, now transformed into a drought demon, seems to have been corroded by some substance, causing a change in its appearance. Lin Qingxue was also surprised. It's Wang Jian, one of the 4 great generals of the Qin dynasty. The drought demon raised its bronze sword and leaped down into the deep pit, slashing at Wang Fan with its sword. Wang Fan was shocked. He quickly crawled under the chariot and slipped out from the other side. This guy was a top general in the Qin dynasty who held military power. He was not only good at fighting, but also very smart. Wang Fan dodged another sword strike. Qingxue, stop with the explanations for now. Quickly help me find this guy's weakness, or the feast will begin. He severed his own legs with a single sword stroke, and the drought demon also lost its legs. Wang Fan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately drank the water of life. But the drought demon's severed legs were connected by something like lotus root threads, which immediately reattached them, and it swung at Wang Fan again. Damn, this thing is inanimate. You can't kill it by cutting it. With a bang, Li Cheng fired again, hitting the drought demon's joint and allowing Wang Fan to escape another blow. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Kong Long Mace. Dragon Ring. I'm going to activate it. With a hum, the dragon-slaying mace vibrated. Seeing the bronze sword swinging down again, Wang Fan did not hesitate. We should confront them head-on. With a crisp bang, the bronze sword shattered into several pieces. Wang Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, without the sword, this guy isn't much of a threat anymore. Wang Fan, don't be careless. Get out of the way. Lin Qingxue shouted. Wang Fan looked up and realized that another sword was swinging towards him. With a bang, the bronze sword was knocked away by the bullet, and Wang Fan dodged another attack. He then realized that the drought demon had actually taken the bronze sword from the terracotta warriors and was using them to attack him. Wang Fan struggled to climb out of the deep pit. This guy is cheating. Not only can't he be killed, but he also has an endless supply of weapons. No sooner had I finished complaining than the drought demon leaped out of the 5-meter deep pit, jumping incredibly high, just like a damn zombie. Holy crap, this guy's cheating. Run! The group scattered and fled, and the drought demon did not hesitate to pursue Wang Fan. Wang Fan turned around and cursed. Damn it, why is everyone chasing after me? Okay, so you want to play like this? Wang Fan stopped in his tracks, only then remembering that he had just acquired a weapon. The wooden ox and flowing horse. Come out, you cows. Moo. The wooden oxen and flowing horses made a bellowing sound, and then suddenly appeared in the hall, but this sound was not something they could actually make. Rather, it is the sound produced by the heat released from the burning coal inside the coal being expelled through the vents. The wooden oxen and flowing horses cannot understand commands. They have no intelligence and are more like remote control cars, requiring Wang Fan to control them with his thoughts. If left unattended, the wooden oxen and flowing horses will stand frozen in place as punishment. The drought demon charged forward, but the 3 giant steel bulls, under Wang Fan's control, rammed it away. Wang Fan was immediately overjoyed. What drought demon? In the face of the steel torrent, it's nothing but a little brother. Wang Fan had no doubt that if Wu Xie and his friends brought some Barrett rocket launchers or something similar when they went into the tomb, they wouldn't be afraid of zombies at all. All the fear stems from insufficient firepower. The drought demon, which had been knocked away, stood up straight, just like a damn zombie. Li Cheng examined the body carefully through the scope and concluded that something must be controlling the corpse to come back to life. Leader, try cutting its body in half again. Wang Fan immediately replied, Okay, then you better watch out. This guy is holding a tiger-headed scepter. We have to take him down. Good. A black steel fork appeared in his hand. Wang Fan thrust out suddenly, the steel fork attaching itself to the drought demon's body. He was decisive, severing his own calf with a single stroke. Ouch, it hurts. He immediately drank the blood tree essence, and his calf grew back. However, the pain he had just experienced left him feeling a little dizzy. The severed lower leg of the drought demon also began to be pulled toward its body by those lotus root-like things. Li Cheng could see everything clearly through the scope. He saw countless tiny worms wriggling inside the severed leg. They were controlling the body. Those lotus root-like things are just the threads they spit out from their mouths. Li Cheng was overjoyed. Found it. It's insects. This drought demon's body is full of filthy, disgusting insects, and those insects are controlling the corpse. I know now. I knew this thing couldn't really come back to life. Holding a torch, Wang Fan manipulated the wooden ox and flowing horse to attack from 3 sides, pinning the drought demon firmly against the wall, rendering it unable to move. The drought demon twisted its body with all its might, pounding its fists on the bull's head with a crisp sound, but could not break free. Its strength was not great enough. Wang Fan also closed in, If I can't kill you with my bare hands, I'll burn you alive. He tried to scorch the drought demon with a torch, but he couldn't get it to light, though the drought demon was in some pain from the heat. What the heck, it won't light. Wang Fan, use lava. If it can't be ignited, just scald him to death. Those insects won't survive either. Lin Qingxue reminded him. This is good. Wang Fan took out a bucket filled with lava, which he had obtained by slaying a demon. Lava poured from the bucket and drenched the drought demon's head. Sizzling sounds. The drought demon emitted smoke and roared in pain. Its scepter fell to the ground and was carefully picked up by Lin Qingxue. Roar. The drought demon howled incessantly, but its voice was hoarse and strange, unlike anything a human could produce. The drought demon, which had been half melted by the lava, had regained its green color. It looked at Wang Fan with no murderous intent in its eyes, but rather with some excitement and joy. Even the remaining half of his mouth was curved into a gentle smile, as if he were looking at his own child. What the hell? Why is this thing laughing? Why do I have this feeling that it's treating me like a grandson? Wang Fan was also puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, the last trace of Wang Jian's intelligence remaining within the drought demon's body was merely a manifestation of its remaining will. Wang Jian was smiling. He had finally found liberation. Before long, the drought demon melted into ashes, and those disgusting insects also died. The group went to examine the bronze coffin. Inside, they found some characters that appeared to have been carved with a sword, but the technique was not very professional. Death is both a beginning and a liberation. To seek well-being for future generations is our greatest glory. What's the meaning? The literal meaning. Chapter 123, Sandworm Soldiers, the power of the tiger tally. Could it be that they are working for our benefit? It's possible. After all, we in Qin Shi Huang are all human beings. They couldn't possibly seek the well-being of other creatures, could they? So all of this was planned in advance? They knew we would come. After some guessing, the group had a pretty good idea of what was going on, as it wasn't actually that hard to guess. What's puzzling is why Qin Shi Huang and his entourage came to the Death Star, and where did the monsters they fought come from? After all, since humans arrived on this planet, they have never seen the monsters or other species depicted in the murals. All that could be seen were the remains of the giants. They were already dead. The fight was so intense, there had to be a winner, right? But who the hell was the winner? The group didn't think the winner was a savage. The undead Bai Chi alone was already incredibly powerful, not to mention the giant. He alone could wipe out the savages, let alone Qin Shi Huang and his entourage. Wang Fan stopped thinking about it and immediately took out the tiger head scepter. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's see what the tiger head scepter is for. The tiger head scepter is no different from other scepters, except that it has a tiger head. Tiger head scepter contains a tiger tally, which can be used to mobilize an army of sandworms. The group was taken aback, muttering to themselves, tiger tally? Speaking of the tiger tally, it was a tool used by the Qin dynasty to control military power. Lin Qingxue took the scepter in her hand, and a tiger tally was held in the mouth of the tiger head scepter. It really is the tiger tally. Back then, Wang Jian was able to command an army of 600,000 with just the tiger tally. That's military power. An army of 600,000 was the main force of the Qin dynasty, which shows how powerful Wang Jian was at the time. A beep beep beep. Message came through, and Wang Fan immediately checked it. Leader, something bad has happened. I see a large group of savages coming from afar, and I think there are at least several thousand of them. Chi-Chi's words surprised Wang Fan and the others. Several thousand savages? No wonder Kiki could see people clearly in this overgrown place. If she couldn't see thousands of people, she would be blind. How do we do it? Li Cheng asked. Although Li Cheng was older than Wang Fan, he was still willing to follow the Alliance leader's arrangements. After all, Wang Fan was much stronger than him, practically a human cheat code. Wang Fan looked at the scepter in his hand. This scepter must be able to work because of the tiger tally. Let's give it a try. He took the tiger tally from his scepter and held it in his hand. A lightning-fast message entered his mind. How to use the tiger tally. Immediately, Wang Fan raised the tiger tally and shouted, "All soldiers, listen to my command and follow me into battle." Lin Qingxue and Li Cheng were also dumbfounded. They didn't know why Wang Fan was shouting these things at the air. Could these terracotta warriors possibly move? However, the next moment, all the terracotta warriors turned their heads and stared at Wang Fan, creating a ghostly scene. The terracotta warriors shouted in unison, though their voices were rough and hoarse, sounding almost like synthesized words. Kill. Holy crap. Li Xing exclaimed. Lin Qingxue was also dumbfounded. Aren't they made of mud and sand? How can they move? At this moment, Wang Fan handed the tiger tally to the two men, and they then understood why this was the case. It turns out that these terracotta warriors were not made of mud and sand, but of insects. Sandworms, nano-sized worms that devour living organisms completely. And after finishing, they mimic the behavior and singular thoughts of the organism they were alive. Note: sandworms are afraid of water and will not move when they encounter water. I see, the group exclaimed. There are actually such amazing things in this world. Lichun was also slightly surprised. That's not surprising. Compared to the universe, Earth is just a tiny, insignificant speck of dust. What we know is ultimately too little. Perhaps in some places, there really are mecha planets, goo realms, or even vast worlds. The group agreed wholeheartedly, acknowledging the insignificance of humankind. Should we run or fight? Before, they would definitely have run away, but things are different now. With a terracotta army of about 2,500, we're a few thousand savages to fear. After confirming that the tiger tally could be used independently, Wang Fan put the tiger head scepter away separately and did not put the tiger tally back. Since the savages were able to find the palace in Dragon Valley, it must not have been a coincidence. What if the savages could calculate the position of the scepter? Then placing the tiger head scepter in a dangerous location might actually trick the savages. Of course, even if the idea is wrong, there is no loss, since the tiger tally has already been obtained. Let's try the terracotta army. There's not much water in this area, but we have a train. Let's wipe out this tribe. Okay, I wanted to do this for a long time. After some discussion, the group felt there were no major problems and that the situation was quite safe. If it were very dangerous, Wang Fan would definitely have suggested running away. Wang Fan took out the tiger tally. Return. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose, like the sound of a dense, heavy rain. The terracotta warriors began to disintegrate, flowing from their feet towards Wang Fan like water. Of course, Wang Fan knew that they were not mud or sand, but tiny sandworms or nanoworms. Even if they are struck by weapons, they will only be scattered, but they will not be killed. After all, while the weapon is sharp compared to the size of the nanobot, the blade is just a huge flat surface, unless the blade is also nanoscale, which is impossible here. Collect the sandworms. They are very small, taking up only 2,500 units in total, which is enough to fit in a lava bucket. Wang Fan put the bucket away and sighed. These soldiers must have suffered terribly to be eaten alive. Lin Xingxue also took a deep breath, feeling deeply helpless about the deaths of these soldiers. It must have been painful, but they endured it, and there aren't even any scratch marks on the ground. That shows how strong their willpower is. Wang Fan put away the tiger tally. Let's go out and kill some savages. As the three people left the main hall, the brazier in the hall collapsed with a crash, and all the pits where the terracotta warriors were stored also collapsed. Those walls and pits had long since decayed and rotted over countless years. They just kept waiting, kept holding on, kept waiting for humans to arrive. While sandworms are indeed powerful and useful, if the person they're eating experiences pain and fear before death, the sandworms will also develop those same emotions. But now, it's clear that even as those soldiers were being slowly devoured, their resolve remained unwavering. That is to obey the tiger symbol's orders. It's that simple. Chapter 124 says humans are weak? You must be dreaming. Once outside the palace, the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated, and the sky was finally visible. How much longer until they arrive? Wang Fan asked. Kiki pointed and said, over there, over by the herbivorous dragon herd, there's a group of people. Following the direction Chi-Chi pointed, the group saw a group of herbivorous dinosaurs on a distant grassland. Groups of savages were also rushing across the grassland toward the palace. They're almost there. It'll take them at most half an hour to get here. Let's get ready to take them down. Li Cheng immediately climbed up to the top of the palace and set up his gun. Then I'll hold the position. As Wang Fan descended the stairs, he arranged the distribution and positions of his battle pets, unaware that the savages who hadn't been killed earlier had escaped. Perhaps they were hiding in the shadows, giving out directions. Who knows? Wang Fan was in no hurry to release all the terracotta warriors. If the enemy spies discovered them, they might escape. The reason Wang Fan was willing to go to great lengths to kill these savages was to capture 2 of them alive. The wild man's language has now been deciphered by the system, and it is possible to communicate with him. Wang Fan needs to know what happened in the past, and he is becoming increasingly curious. Wang Fan drove the train to the back of the main hall, letting the battle pets do as they pleased. If they couldn't win, they could run into the forest. Whether it's black-toothed boars or silverbacks, they're like home in the forest, and the wild men can't catch them when they run. Qingxue, Jimei, if a fight breaks out, just drive the train and ram into each other. Make sure you check all the doors. Keep everything locked up tight, and don't get off the bus. The two nodded solemnly. As long as they stayed in the car, they were naturally safe. After all, given the horsepower of a train, there is nothing that can stop it in the forest, and the area around the main hall is relatively flat. Before long, the savages arrived. The savages moved in a disorderly manner, basically like scattered soldiers, each going their own way, although they also had a division of labor. The one leading the way was a small, sword-wielding savage who looked like a scout. Walking in the middle of the procession was a group of guys carrying shields, which was the first time Wang Fan and the others had ever seen them. Looking further back, there were 3 guys riding rhinoceroses. The rhinoceroses were about the same size as those on Earth, but not very big. I don't know if it was just that big to begin with, or if it was taken out before it was an adult. Drums were placed on either side of the rhinoceros. Holy crap, these savages have even put together a band? Wang Fan exclaimed. He felt that the drum must have some special function, perhaps to boost morale, or perhaps to do something through its sound. Wang Fan was more cautious. It's always better to be wary of things you've never seen before. After searching for a long time, Wang Fan still couldn't find the leader of the savages. Where the hell is the boss? Don't these guys have a leader? Wang Fan wanted to wait for the other side's leader to appear so that Straw Bro could shoot him dead, but Wang Fan didn't see the leader at all. Judging from their clothing, they were not particularly savages. If it were as easily recognizable as those priests, Wang Fan would recognize it at a glance. Among the savages, one of them spoke, but his voice was not loud and he was quite far away from Wang Fan, so Wang Fan and the others could not hear him. Where are those humans? Have they come out yet? From the jungle, several small savages emerged, but instead of kneeling, they addressed the group of savages, saying, "We've come out. I just saw them go to the back of the palace. I guess they're hiding there, trying to ambush us. Haha, how ridiculous. There are so many of us, and he's stupid enough to try to ambush us. What a brainless bastard. Well, at least they didn't run away. Just a reminder, don't bow to me. I don't want to get shot to death by some random crossbow bolt." Yes, Chief. It turned out that these savages had already tipped them off, but they didn't know what a sniper rifle was. They just mistook it for a crossbow with a long range. Men, send out several hundred men from each side to surround the humans behind the palace. The rest of you stay here to protect me. Yes, these foolish humans actually dared to ambush our elite bison tribe. They're even more stupid than black-toothed boars. The Mao, Air Mao, and Sand Mao, who were hiding in the forest, heard everything clearly. Pigs are actually very smart, even smarter than dogs. The 3 pigs who followed Wang Fan around every day could easily understand that these words were clearly an insult to the 3 of them and their master. Immediately, hot air came out of the 3 pigs' nostrils, and their powerful hooves rubbed against the ground. If their owner hadn't ordered them not to act impulsively and to wait for the right moment, they would have already crashed into it. It was very hot, so the savages wore shorts made of animal skin and short-sleeved shirts made of cowhide. They wielded long swords and short knives, flanking the palace from both sides. Wang Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, a division of labor? Looks like there's a leader inside, but he's just a coward. Brother Chow, one of the 100 or so savages left behind, is the leader. Find him, cripple his legs so he can't escape, but leave one alive for now. Okay. Wang Fan felt that the leader couldn't possibly come in person, and since the other party was dressed in plain clothes, it was obvious that he was afraid of being recognized and that he was afraid of dying. Since he was afraid of death, he would definitely stay where he was and send people to protect him. And as the leader, how could he not know what was going on? Obviously not. Wang Fan jumped off the train. Qingxue, just run them over in a bit. I'll go surround the leader. Okay, be careful. Wang Fan circled around the back of the palace to prevent the enemy from escaping. Just as the savages on both sides were about to turn the corner and surround the rear of the palace, with a loud bang, a torrent of steel rushed out. Bang, bang, bang. In just one exchange, the group of savages were crushed to death, their hands, feet, and legs strangled by the ice spikes. The unlucky savage was thrown into the air by the collision and then run over by the train, spraying blood everywhere. Inside the driver's seat, Lin Qingxue exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, this is so much fun. It feels like I'm crashing into zombies." The savages were terrified to see their companion in such a miserable state and scattered in all directions. Monster! A huge monster! Run! These humans, they're not human. They are demons. They are demons. Ah! Help! Who said humans are weak? Quickly, before the words run could even be uttered, the savage was crushed to death by the train. The savages were terrified by this incomprehensible thing before them. Previously, the train had been blocked by the wooden ox and flowing horse, so these savages had never personally experienced the train's power. Seeing that their mistress was attacking, the black-toothed pigs immediately let out sharp squeals and angrily charged towards the wild boars. The silverbacks, armed with the short swords Wang Fan had given them, charged into the savages and began hacking away. 3 or 5 savages would gang up on a single silverback, but the silverbacks were too strong. With a powerful elbow strike, they would knock several savages flying. The savage chieftain, watching his subordinates flying around in the sky like lost chicks, could no longer remain calm. Protect me! Protect me! A group of savages surrounded him, and Strawman naturally witnessed this. Li Chung smiled slightly and pulled back the bolt. He found him. What chieftain? Turns out he's just a coward. Chapter 125. The Sand Soldiers unleashed their power, sweeping across the savages. The sun was high in the sky, and it was quite hot. Above the palace, Li Chung breathed calmly, his index finger on the trigger, his eyes already fixed on the savage chieftain's knee. The next moment, a gunshot rang out. Then came a scream of agony. The savage chieftain's kneecap was shattered by the bullet, and he then knelt on one knee, his face contorted in pain. Ah, damn it! How did they recognize me? The chief gritted his teeth, also surprised. But the pain in his knees made him disregard everything else, and he quickly ordered, "Quickly, stand in front of me. Shields! Shields!" The savages holding shields immediately surrounded him. The shields looked thick and seemed to offer good protection. Li Chung, who was in the palace, saw all of this, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. With a click, Li Chung pulled back the bolt, preparing to continue the attack. This shield can stop a sniper rifle? That's interesting. With a bang, a large hole was pierced through the shield, and a bullet hole appeared on the head of the savage holding the shield. However, the skull was very hard, and the bullet just passed through it, hitting the back of the head. The bullet was stuck in the skull at the back of the head, with half of the bullet already through. The back of the head was facing the savage chieftain. Blood splattered all over the savage chieftain's face. He looked at the bullet tip, which was covered in brain matter and blood, and his eyes twitched slightly. A chill ran through him. He was already considering retreating and hurriedly ordered, "Go! Go! If this continues, I'm going to die." He was terrified. The unknown weapon was far too terrifying. "Chief, don't you want the tiger head scepter anymore? If we had that scepter, we could subdue other tribes, and then we would be even stronger." "Want it? My life is in danger. What do I need the scepter for? Let's go back to the tribe and gather more people first." Just as they were helping the chief away, a rustling sound came from the forest behind them. They immediately looked back alertly, and a gunshot rang out as Li Chung fired again. The chief was hit in the shoulder, leaving a bullet hole, but he won't die for now. Damn it, these humans are terrifying. They're toying with us, the chieftain exclaimed in horror. The pain in his knees prevented him from standing, and the pain in his shoulders made him grit his teeth constantly. It hurt so much. After the 3-shot demonstration, he realized that the other side hadn't missed, but was just toying with him. The rustling sounds from the jungle ahead grew closer and closer. "Quickly, you're blocking my way." Several savages immediately shielded their chieftain behind them, their eyes fixed intently on the jungle before them, their grips on their swords tightening. The jungle is filled with tall trees and green plants that are taller than a person. A person emerged from the greenery. At this moment, Wang Fan still had some burrs stuck to his body, and his head was covered with leaves. Wang Fan scratched the burrs on his body. These burrs are really annoying. Then he looked at the group of savages in front of him. "Finally, you've circled around. All right, now you're blocked from the front and back. You can't escape." The chieftain, however, retained some composure. Seeing that Wang Fan was the only one on the other side, he immediately shouted, "Kill him!" The chief's face was contorted with rage, and his mouth and nose twitched from time to time, as he was filled with unvented anger. A group of savages rushed forward. They were incredibly agile and determined to tear Wang Fan to pieces. "Oh dear, you're in a hurry, but don't rush me. I haven't unleashed my ultimate move yet." Wang Fan was unconcerned. It would take another 10 seconds or so for the enemy to charge over. He took out the tiger talisman and the lava bucket. "Come out, my soldiers." In an instant, a sand dune appeared in front of Wang Fan. The sand dune was very large and tall, like some larger piles in a mine. Then, in the blink of an eye, the sand dune split into soldiers. Ancient chariots, war horses, warriors wielding long swords. In just a moment, thousands of soldiers appeared in front of Wang Fan, surrounding all the hundreds of savages, so much so that not even a fly could get out. The savages, though shocked by what they saw, swung their swords without hesitation. The sand soldiers didn't even try to dodge, because there was no need to. The rustling sound of slashing echoed, but it was meaningless. The sand soldiers that were slashed could regenerate in just a moment. The savages, seeing this group of sand soldiers, unconsciously took 2 steps back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "You can't kill him by cutting." Cutting! They were terrified and couldn't understand why, since the sand soldiers hadn't even shed any blood. Wang Fan immediately ordered, "Kill them, but leave the wounded guy alive." In an instant, all the sand soldiers rushed forward, and although the savages were afraid, they fought back with all their might. "Quickly, beat the drums." At the chief's shout, the savage riding 3 rhinoceroses began to beat the war drums. Knock, knock, knock. The powerful drum beats reverberated, plunging all the savages into a state of excitement, while Wang Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wang Fan clutched his dizzy head. Holy crap, that drumming. However, the sand soldiers were not affected. They were only afraid of water and would not move when they encountered it. Li Cheng saw all of this through the scope, and he realized that there was something strange about the drum. He aimed at the drum and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Then the bolt was pulled, and 2 more shots rang out. The drum is quite large, so hitting it isn't too difficult, especially since he himself had served in the military. With the drum beats gone, Wang Fan immediately snapped out of it, clutching his head in discomfort. What the hell is this? It can actually affect the brain. After a moment's thought, he felt relieved. Just as scratching glass with a fingernail can make someone feel uneasy. The drum beats had their peculiarities, but fortunately, I was unharmed, thanks to the sand soldiers blocking my way. Although the savages who were caught up in the excitement were much braver, they were still too weak in front of the sand soldiers. Seeing the drum pierce through, the savage chieftain realized he was doomed. He had tried to use the drum beats to break through the encirclement, but it was no use. He cursed. Damn it. Where did these humans come from? How come they have so many strange and bizarre things? One by one, the savages fell down, and seeing the situation was dire, he panicked. Quickly, rhinoceros drummer, smash a path through me and take me away. The rhinoceros drummer immediately rode the rhinoceros to the chief and pulled him onto its back. Then, at a command, the 3 rhinoceroses charged in one direction. Wang Fan frowned slightly. If the sand soldiers were to be knocked away and a path was cleared, they might actually be able to escape. Although they wouldn't be killed by the impact, they would be scattered. He took out the bull-headed scepter and began to manipulate it. Come forth, you bulls. A few mooing roars. 3 massive steel bulls suddenly appeared and, under Wang Fan's control, collided with the 3 rhinoceroses. With several loud bangs, the rhinoceros horns were broken off. Ultimately, they were no match for the hardness of steel. Oh no, the bull's head scepter is in his hands too. The chief was also shocked. Back up, change direction. They immediately changed direction, but the next moment, Wang Fan chopped off one of his own feet. Then the rhinoceros, carrying the savage chief, fell to the ground and slid several meters away. Wang Fan drank deeply of the water of life. By this time, the savages were almost all dead, and the power of the sand soldiers was unstoppable. Chapter 126 received a gift. Fierce Tiger Tribe? The savage chieftain struggled to his feet, and with a thud, a corpse collapsed beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own men. Looking up, he saw his men being brutally beaten to the ground by the sand soldiers, utterly powerless to resist. His eyes were bloodshot, and he knew he couldn't escape today. In order to make a quick move, he didn't bring many men with him. I thought a few thousand people would be enough, but now, it seems like that's not quite enough. A few savages disappeared into the jungle, and the silverbacks did not pursue them, but were called back by Wang Fan. The train stopped at this point. The cleaning was almost complete, and it was time to end it. Li Chung, with his sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, slowly descended from the top of the palace. Before long, Wang Fan put away the sand soldiers, and a group of people surrounded him. At this moment, all the tribal warriors around the savage chieftain were dead, and the ground was littered with corpses and blood. The savage chieftain knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with despair. He sighed helplessly. Sigh, if you're going to kill me, then hurry up and give me a quick death. He was afraid of dying, but he was even more afraid of being tortured by Wang Fan and the others. The feeling of being neither dead nor alive was truly unbearable. Perhaps ending it all outright would have been a more peaceful death for him. Want to die? It's simple. Just bite your tongue and kill yourself. Wang Fan joked. The savage chieftain gritted his teeth, unable to bring himself to bite down. He wanted to die, but he was also afraid of the pain. Wang Fan was somewhat disdainful. He knew that this cowardly guy was terrified of biting his tongue to commit suicide, as that would be too painful. Since you're not going to commit suicide, why don't you answer a few questions for me? The savage chieftain stared blankly, his voice humble as he asked, Answer me, and I'll live? Wang Fan sneered. Do you think that's possible? Even if I agreed, would you believe it? If you don't want to be tortured, answer obediently, and I can let you die a little more easily. The savage chieftain felt powerless. He dared not commit suicide, yet feared being tortured, so he had no choice but to agree to answer the questions in the hope of a quick death. Very good. It seems you are very aware of this. Lin Qingxue and the others listened attentively, eager to know the truth about this world. Wang Fan placed a wooden stool down and sat down. I'm asking you, have you ever seen or known any other humans before this? Upon hearing this, the savage chieftain felt a pang of unease, as if recalling a terrifying past event that made him shudder just thinking about it. I've met you. This answer made their eyes light up. They had really caught the right person. This chief did indeed know something. Tell me, the savage chieftain said slowly, when I was a child, my people participated in a battle, a fierce one. Sometime later, humans who looked similar to you came to our tribe. At that time, our tribe had more than 2 million people. You humans number only a little over 1,000, yet these 1,000 plus people slaughtered our entire tribe, and one of them even killed my parents. All I heard was someone shouting something like, the butcher has come. And then I was taken away by my fleeing tribesmen. Hearing this, the group frowned slightly. 1,000 against 2 million, and it's a massacre? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? No, you're making it sound like we humans are evil people who slaughtered your homeland? 1,000 people massacred a tribe of 2 million? Is that even possible? The savage chieftain, his gaze now calm and serene, was no longer afraid. Instead, he was lost in memories, murmuring, It's true, it's true. When I was born, the adults told me that humans were the weakest, but those humans who slaughtered us, how were they weak? I also saw a burly, black-bearded man tear my tribesmen in two. Wang Fan immediately inquired about other aspects. Where's the scepter? Why are you looking for the scepter? The savage chieftain shook his head. I don't know either. We are acting on the prophet's orders, but that scepter is indeed very powerful. Once I find it, I can integrate the other tribes and grow stronger, so I'm looking. The group suddenly realized that the savage tribes were also scattered, each managing its own affairs, just like many countries on Earth. However, one thing is certain. Regardless of which tribe they belonged to, the savages would slaughter humans and even eat them raw. Have you ever heard of a name? Ingzheng. The savage chieftain shook his head. I don't know. The older generation is basically all dead. We've been barely surviving for many years to bring the population up. As for the person you mentioned, I don't know much about them. Wang Fan took a deep breath, speechless. It seemed that this had happened when the chief was a child. All right, Brother Chow, give him a quick death. The savage chieftain turned his head in terror to look behind him, where a dark gun barrel was pointed directly at his face. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and the savage chieftain fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Wang Fan stopped dawdling and said, Let's go. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. Let's hurry to the long, sleeping snow mountain. The group put away their weapons and headed towards a train. Big guys, get on the bus. The silver-backed, black-toothed pigs returned one after another, and the big guy helped a Mao and Air Mao onto the truck. Just as he was preparing, Wang Fan's message came through. Ding! You have received, or 23 from Lu Cheng. Received 13 pieces of wood from Lu Cheng. Received 90 tons of fresh water from Lu Cheng. And then came the accompanying sentence. Whoever you are, please help me avenge my family. Savages, they're a bunch of beasts. Wang Fan was also puzzled. Lu Cheng? Who is that? Wang Fan didn't know this person at all, so he contacted him. Ding! The person you contacted is deceased. What? Death? Wang Fan was completely bewildered. He couldn't understand why this complete stranger would send him something before he died. After telling the others about it, they immediately started searching through the chat interface. Chat. Global. 2.3 billion currently alive. Holy crap. I received the package. Me too. I have food, water, and weapons. Wow, I'm rich. I received iron ore. Wang Fan immediately sent a message asking, hoping someone could reply. Why did I receive something? Shortly after, a middle-aged woman in her 50s replied to Wang Fan. Young man, you don't know yet, do you? Savages are slaughtering humans on a massive scale. And of those who died, basically 98% were slaughtered by savages. After all, those who have survived to this day have some skills, and the environment will not easily erase them. But those who were wiped out were not reconciled. The savages were cruel. They roasted people over fires and even sprinkled them with seasonings. They eat people, they kill people, and countless people can only look at their loved ones across the river through the chat interface, separated by life and death. So even if they die, they either give all their resources to their families, or they randomly distribute them to other people. Hearing the explanation, the group remained unsettled for a long time. Wang Fan was lucky, so he had been on vacation all along, and even though there were occasional minor setbacks, they were not a big problem. But not everyone is like him. Of the world's 8 billion people, less than 2.3 billion are still alive. The culprit wasn't the weather. Aside from the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who died at the beginning, most of the others died at the hands of the savages. Wang Fan was also a little angry. Damn it, I was too lenient with that guy just now. Next time I catch a savage, I can't let him get away with it so easily. After all, he still has empathy for humanity in the face of the shared destiny of mankind. He couldn't imagine the despair some people must feel, watching helplessly as their loved ones were brutally murdered by savages. Qingxue, are there any wild tribes in the Changmian Snow Mountain? Yes, the fierce tiger tribe. How many people? According to the survey, the population is approximately several 100,000. Wang Fan took a deep breath, hundreds of thousands. Then he took out a peach, which would turn into a devil tree if the other party touched it even slightly. So what if there are hundreds of thousands of people? One day, I will show them what a terrifying upright ape is. Chapter 1, 27 Giant Octopus. Tiger Head moves abnormally. Wang Fan and the others also felt somewhat heavy-hearted. If things continued like this, sooner or later humanity would be completely wiped out. In less than 2 months, only 2.3 billion people have died. First, go to the snow mountain of eternal sleep, contact the military alliance, and see where there is a good place to settle down. Wang Fan immediately began contacting the military alliance. Commander Li, have you settled down at the foot of the mountain? A short while later, Li Jun replied, I've already settled in, but the temperature is quite low right now, around minus 20 degrees Celsius. Based on our assessment, the temperature here will likely reach between 20 and 35 degrees Celsius after the heat wave arrives, which is just enough for survival. Li Yunis will surprise Wang Fan. Clearly, Junming had noticed the temperature change, and his parents had informed him of the high temperature through other means. Wang Fan seemed to be thinking about this, and immediately asked, is there any room left? I estimate I'll be there in the next couple of days. Send me your location, and I'll come over and find a place to settle down. Li Jun was pleased to hear this. After all, Wang Fan's abilities were quite good, and besides, Wang Fan's parents were already working in the scientific expedition team. Okay, no problem. There's a valley next to us, but we need to clear it out first. There are some wolves in there. Wang Fan, however, didn't seem to care. Oh, is that so? It's fine, just a pack of wolves. Perfect for killing them and cooking them. It's all right, Xiaowan, you go first. I'll send people to clear out the wolf pack for you. Is there anything else you need? Just let us know, and we'll definitely help you if we can. Wang Fan also felt a warmth in his heart, but it was normal. After all, he had made a lot of contributions to the military alliance. All right, Commander Li, thank you in advance. Yes, you're welcome. Not long after, Li Jun sent Wang Fan his location. After a quick calculation, based on the train speed, Wang Fan would most likely arrive in about 4 days. After planning the route, Wang Fan immediately drove towards his destination. Let's go. We expect to reach the eternal snow mountain before the temperature rises to 55 degrees Celsius. Okay, then Chi-Chi and I will go and tidy up the train. Lin Qingxue smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you too. It's all right, it's not hard work. There's air conditioning, food and drink, and it's safe. It's so much better than being homeless outside. It's only right to do something. Li Cheng pulled Chi-Chi towards the back of the train and thoughtfully closed the door between the front of the train and the second carriage. Wang Fan, what about that huge crack? We don't even know how long or how far it is. Lin Qingxue said worriedly. Let's go there first and see what happens. We'll have to go there sooner or later anyway. Yes, that's true. Several kilometers directly in front of the train is the Dragon Valley Rift, which stretches almost the entire length of Dragon Valley, and its width is far beyond what a human could cross. Beside the rift, Wang Fan and his group were looking at the wide, deep abyss. Below the rift was clearly another world, perhaps containing treasures or unknown monsters. How do we do it? If we go around that route, the train journey alone will take more than 5 days, Li Cheng asked. They had measured the size of Dragon Valley, which was almost the size of the Xia Kingdom. However, that wasn't considered large. The giant mushroom forest was even larger, equivalent to half the area of the earth. How about we have the dog-headed bat carry us there? Wang Fan said. The others thought it was feasible, but Lin Qingxue looked at the silverbacks behind her and asked, what about these big guys? The dog-headed bats can't move them. Wang Fan was dumbfounded. The giant was now 8 meters tall and weighed nearly 5 tons, and the dog-headed bats couldn't lift it at all. Even the smaller silverback weighs over a ton. They can't just abandon their underlings, can they? Everyone was at a loss. Just then, the tiger head scepter, which had been stored separately, fell out of the storage compartment on its own. It fell to the ground with a thud. Huh? Why did you release this thing? Wang Fan spread his hands, somewhat bewildered. I didn't release it. Damn it, it fell out by itself. Huh? The group gasped in astonishment. Such a thing was unprecedented, and they had never heard of items spontaneously leaving the storage compartment. Pick it up and take a look. You might find something, Lin Qingxue suggested. There must be something unusual about this situation. Wang Fan picked up the tiger head scepter. The eyes of the tiger head scepter, which had lost their tiger tally, had long since lost their light, but now they were shining again. What's going on? Wang Fan was puzzled. He picked it up and shook it, and then the light disappeared again. Huh, it's not working. Lin Qingxue seemed to have noticed something and quickly said, wait, Wang Fan, pointed towards the palace. Wang Fan did as instructed, but the tiger head scepter remained dull and lifeless. Try heading toward the other side of the crack again. The tiger's eyes on the tiger head scepter are facing the opposite bank, still dim and lifeless. What about the left side? Wang Fan pointed the scepter to the left, and as soon as he pointed it to the left, the eyes of the tiger head scepter lit up. Holy crap, it's lit up. It seems there's something over there. I don't know if it's good or bad. Wang Fan immediately turned the train to the left. Let's go take a look first. Since this tiger head scepter was left behind by the people of the Qin dynasty, the direction it points to must also be related to the Qin dynasty. It shouldn't be anything bad. The group agreed with this statement, since a scepter made by the Qin dynasty couldn't possibly point in the direction of a savage tribe. Could it? It must be related to the Qin dynasty. The train passed by the crack to the left, and the people looked out the window at the scenery, which was quite pleasing to the eye. The sun was shining brightly, and the mist in the valley had dissipated. As the mist cleared, the group was greatly surprised. Holy crap, what is that? Li Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Looking out the window, they saw a super wide river, or perhaps a vast ocean, flowing through the crack. In the water, there was a giant octopus. The gap between the top of the crevice and the bottom of the valley was at least 1,000 meters, and the giant octopus itself was 400 meters tall. To be aware that a 32-story building in a residential complex is typically between 96 and 108 meters tall, we'll round it down to the nearest whole number, 100. So the depth of this crack is about the height of 10 stacked 32-story residential buildings, while the giant octopus is as tall as 4 stacked 32-story buildings. Where did this guy come from? What amazing stuff will he drop if I kill him? Wang Fan exclaimed. Are you sure you can kill him? I suspect this guy could drown us with a single spit. Put aside any doubts, it's absolutely certain that this guy could kill us with a single spit. Chapter 128, The Old Stone Tablet Points the Way. Fortunately, the octopus was just resting. It was only interested in other creatures in the river and not much in Wang Fan and his group. Li Cheng was also stunned and stood there, though he said in a deep voice, "It seems that the ocean is the most terrifying existence." Wang Fan also turned his head away, no longer watching. Yes, that's true. Even on Earth, the ocean is something that humans cannot fully explore. On Earth, the ocean is also the most mysterious, with countless strange and wonderful creatures. Giant creatures are mainly found in the ocean, and no land creature is as large as marine creatures. In many eras, the ocean was also a place where giant creatures were produced. Before long, a huge stone monument about 5 stories high stood in front of the train. The stone tablet was covered in dust, and several large characters were carved on it, making it very conspicuous. Cross the heavenly road to reach the other shore. As long as you want to go, the road is right under your feet. The group was slightly puzzled and looked around, but there was no road anywhere. The heavenly road? What does that mean? Looking at the small seal script, Lin Xingxue clearly recognized that it was indeed left behind by the people of the Qin dynasty. It's not clear yet. Let's go down and check. Several people jumped off the train and approached the stone tablet to examine it. There was nothing special about the area in front of the stone tablet, except that it was covered in a thick layer of dust. Upon reaching the back, the group made a new discovery. Behind the stone tablet was a groove shaped like a tiger's head. Wang Fan was overjoyed. Holy crap, I found it. Having passed through the palace, they knew perfectly well that this was where the tiger head scepter was kept, but there was nothing there, so they didn't know what use it was. Let's give it a try first. Our ancestors wouldn't harm us. Okay. Wang Fan immediately took out the tiger head scepter and placed it into the groove. As soon as it was placed inside, the clicking sound of the mechanism turning could be heard, and the stone tablet began to shake violently. The dust on top was shaken off, causing the group to cough incessantly and quickly cover their mouths and noses. Lin Qingxue squinted and looked around. What's going on? I can only hear the sound of mechanisms turning, but I can't see any entrance or any other changes. I don't know. Damn it, I only felt a slight vibration. Just as the group was wondering what was going on, a hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet, and then they lost their footing and fell in. The silverbacks and black-toothed boars were anxiously waiting above the hole, wanting to jump in, but the next moment, the hole closed, and there was still some grass and plants above. It was as if the cave entrance had never existed at all. It was damp and dark. Several people fell onto a large wooden plank, about 100 square meters in size, and water was seeping out from the cracks in the plank from time to time. Lin Qingxue took out the eternal lamp and illuminated the surroundings. Where did we end up? Wang Fan also got up and looked around. The smooth blue stone walls were square, and the top had been sealed off. The surroundings were slippery, making it impossible to climb up. What's going on? Could it be that we've been tricked by our ancestors? Li Cheng touched the stone wall and gave up the idea of climbing. The stone wall was not only slippery, but also covered with moss, making it impossible. Even if it's just a stone block, the top is sealed off, and while a steel fork can break through any defense, it can only do so if someone is defending it. The large blue stone at the top offers no protection. It simply remains there. Oh no, what are we going to do? Just then, the wooden plank beneath their feet suddenly began to sink rapidly. Wang Fan grabbed Lin Qingxue with his left hand and Li Cheng with his right, while Li Cheng grabbed Chi-Chi. The group was a little nervous and dared not be careless. Hold on tight. We're falling. As the plank sank, a huge drain above the river at the bottom began to discharge large amounts of water. Before long, the falling of the wooden plank stopped, and only a small stream of clear water was slowly flowing from the drain. Instead of the 4 surrounding blue stone walls, there was a passageway directly in front of them. Let's go take a look. There's only one road anyway. Okay, be careful. Qingxue, walk behind me. Good. The passage was dark and smelled of mud and sand. After passing through the passage, there was a grand hall, and the space suddenly opened up. The main hall was filled with numerous crystals, which looked like diamonds. As soon as the light of the eternal lamp shone upon them, the crystals refracted, and refracted the light again and again. One after another, the light rays intertwined, refracted, and overlapped. In the end, it even illuminated the entire hall. After seeing it clearly, the group was somewhat shocked. There was a high platform in the main hall, about 20 meters high, about the height of a 6-story building. The platform is cone-shaped with steps on all 4 sides, and a person sits on it, or rather a skeleton. The rest of the area was empty, except for some damp patches of water and a few small fish frolicking in the puddles. Wang Fan took out the dragon-slaying mace and carefully climbed up the high steps. "I'll go up and take a look first." "Slower." Wang Fan grunted in agreement, then stepped onto the steps. The steps were covered in moss, as were the surrounding area of the platform. They were incredibly smooth, even smoother than a slide, except for the steps. As soon as he took a step, the steps suddenly flipped like a roller, and the flat steps Wang Fan was standing on rotated into a vertical direction. Wang Fan lost his balance and fell, but luckily he didn't fall. These steps, they rotate. Looking at the slippery platform around them with no footholds, the group was at a loss. Wang Fan wanted to place stones on top, but found that apart from the Qin Dynasty items, nothing else in his inventory was usable. The Lamp of Eternity was at the top from the beginning, meaning it was in my hand before I even entered. Lin Qingxue looked at the 4 sets of stairs and pondered for a moment before asking. "There are 4 sets of stairs here. Could it be that we need to climb them all at the same time?" These words immediately brightened their eyes. "That's right, Qingxue, you're really clever. You can give a try. There are 4 of us." Before long, the 4 of them were standing in different positions. "Are you ready?" Wang Fan asked. "Alright, Alliance Leader." "Me too. Me too." "Then I'll go up 1 step now, and you all follow me up 1 step." "No problem." 1. The group stepped onto the first step in unison. I stepped on it steadily, and the stairs really didn't rotate at all. The others were also delighted. "Wow, that works." Hurry, continue. Chapter 129, Obtaining the Key, Opening the Heavenly Path. The group counted each step in unison, their pace coordinated. "Give it your all. There's only 1 last step left." After they stepped onto the platform, they breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally made it up. Wang Fan wiped his sweat, finally succeeded. These stairs actually rotate. Is it trying to prevent people from climbing them? Stop complaining. At least we're up here. Let's check out this skeleton first. If we can't get out, we're doomed. The group couldn't help but feel a little worried, since here, apart from items from the Qin Dynasty, everything in their inventory was locked and unusable. It seems that this place is outside the controllable scope of the game mechanics. Directly opposite the 4 people in the center of the platform, there was a low table in front of the skull. There was also a wooden box on the table, and next to the box was a bundle of bamboo slips. "Let's go take a look." The group cautiously approached, and thankfully there was no danger once they got close, which relieved them greatly. After all, sometimes skeletons that have been dead for a long time either carry poison gas or conceal hidden darts. Lin Qingxue blew away the dust from the wooden box. The platform did not appear to have been flooded. "Be careful, Qingxue. There might be poison gas inside." Lin Qingxue placed the wooden box on the table and then pried it open from a distance with the Konglong mace. A cloud of gray smoke immediately filled the air, but thankfully it contained no poisonous gas, only dust. The group coughed as they dispersed the smoke and dust. Once the smoke cleared, Wang Fan went closer to examine it. "It's the key." The group was overjoyed. Could this be the key to the treasure's burial site? Very likely. After all, there should already be one in Dragon Valley, so must be this one. Wang Fan held the key in his hand. Now we have 2 keys. We don't know the exact location of one of the remaining 3 keys. The other 2 are in the Eternal Snow Mountain and the Dead Wasteland Forest, respectively, which is not bad. After putting away the keys, the group unfolded the bamboo slips, which were covered with small seal script characters, as well as some obscure and difficult-to-understand characters. "Qingxue, can you recognize them all?" Lin Qingxue shook her head. Although she was a good student, she hadn't studied seal script much, unless her mother, an archaeologist, was here. "Take it with you first, and let my mom see it later." "Okay, then go down first." But when the group was about to go down, they ran into a problem. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb up a tree, but hard to get down. Looking at the dizzying ground, the group didn't know how to get down. I didn't feel anything when I was going up, but I felt a little scared when I went down. What if someone didn't cooperate well and stepped on the wrong step? Then all the steps will start spinning like a roller, and you'll fall down. There seems to be no safety mechanism here. You'll fall to your death. You definitely will. Is it absolutely necessary to go down these stairs? Lin Xingxue returned to the skeleton and began searching. Why don't we look around for any traps or mechanisms? Our ancestors wouldn't possibly trick us. The three people also gathered around and started rummaging through the table. Before long, the group had turned the platform upside down, but they found nothing. Li Cheng shrugged. No, Alliance leader. Chi-Chi shook her head. I don't have anything here either. Lin Xingxue and Wang Fan were in the same boat. They found nothing. Wang Fan looked at the skeleton. Perhaps there's still one place we haven't searched. He strode over and picked up the skeleton in one swift motion. Below the skull was a futon, but it was unclear what material it was made of, yet it showed no signs of decay or decay. Wang Fan carefully placed the skull aside, then removed the futon, revealing a keychain. Wang Fan's eyes lit up immediately, and he was delighted. Damn, it really exists. Quick, insert the key and see if it works. Wang Fan took out the key and immediately inserted it. He then tried to turn the key to the left, but couldn't. He tried to turn to the right, and the key moved. All that could be heard was the sound of the mechanism turning, click-clack. The steps on all four sides began to rotate, and all the steps became aligned, then stretched towards the ground. Before long, 30-degree slides appeared in their view. Hey, slide? The group exclaimed in surprise. The steps, which were originally covered in moss, have now all turned into slides. Let's go, it should be fine now. The group sat on the slide. The wet steps were not only slippery, but also covered with moss. In a flash, the group had already slid down. This is so much fun. I want to play it again. Lin Xingxue said happily. It's really fun, just like a water park, but we can't get up there anymore. Let's find the exit first. The group searched around, but all they could find were smooth bluestone walls. There were no grooves, and not a single piece of bluestone could be pushed. There were no other mechanisms whatsoever. Wang Fan's heart sank. No, I'll go. Lin Xingxue searched again and again, but found nothing. She then looked back at where she had come in and said, why don't we go back the way we came and take a look? The group immediately thought it was feasible, since there was no way to go any further, and perhaps the exit was where they had come from. Back on the wooden plank, the group surveyed their surroundings. With the light of the eternal lamp shining, a discovery was finally made. Look here, there's a keyhole. Lin Xingxue exclaimed happily. Wang Fan immediately took out the key, inserted it directly, and then started twisting it. But there was no reaction. What's going on? Damn, there's no sound. The moment Wang Fan turned the key, a huge red rock crashed down from the cracked cliff. Just as the giant octopus spotted the red boulder, it aimed at a drain and sprayed ink into it. A 400-meter-long giant octopus must have incredibly powerful ink. Just as the group was wondering what was going on, they heard a loud boom, which sounded like water crashing against the surface. A gurgling sound kept coming from beneath the wooden planks under our feet. What's wrong? The group asked, puzzled. The next second, a powerful jet of water slammed into the wooden board, pushing it directly upwards. With a rumble, the wooden planks rose rapidly. Holy crap, it's up there, it's up there. It's like taking an elevator. Just as they were nearing the top, the bluestone wall above them opened up at that moment. With a thud, the wooden plank flew out of the hole, and a large amount of ink continued to gush out from the hole. As a result, they were all covered in ink, but fortunately, the ink, apart from turning them black, was not poisonous or harmful. Wang Fanqing kept rinsing the ink with clean water, but only a small portion came off. It was not easy to wash it away completely. Oh no, this ink can't be washed off. Chapter 1, 30 Bamboo Slip Diary, Bridge in Air. The group was helpless. Since they couldn't wash it off, they could only rely on their skin's metabolism to remove it. But how are we supposed to get there? Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. The group suddenly realized. That's right, we still can't get through this. Although this trip yielded some results, the fundamental question of how to cross the Great Rift remains unresolved. Lin Xingxue took out the bamboo slips and spread them out. Perhaps the answer lies within these bamboo slips. Before long, Lin Xingxue took pictures of all the contents of the bamboo slip and sent them to her mother. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Qingqing replied. Xiaoxue, this is what the bamboo slip contains. I'll explain it to you from the beginning. The four of them also pricked up their ears to listen. When someone finds this place, it means that the descendants of my great Qin have arrived on this planet. Perhaps you are heading towards the snow-capped mountains because the temperature is about to rise, and it will be so high that 80% of the life on the planet will die. This crack was not formed naturally, but was caused by an epic war, a battle that claimed hundreds of millions of lives. It was in this great battle that all the warriors of my Qin dynasty perished, and even the king of Qin died here. We foresaw that descendants would come here thousands of years later, so we built a road long ago, a road to heaven. Be bold, young man, step forward. Don't be afraid. The road is wide and long, leading to the other side. This is all we can do. The truth of history is in the Qin king's tomb, and there are too many things involved to write about in detail. Only by ending this battle as soon as possible and becoming the master of the planet can we establish ourselves. Otherwise, disasters will only come one after another, without end. The group listened, stunned. The disaster would never end. Only ending this battle would solve it? What's the meaning? I don't know. Lin Qingqing then spoke up. It should be like a game, right? There can only be one winner in this game. Perhaps if we win this game, those disasters will stop. Mom, how can we humans win this game? Lin Qingqing shook her head. I'm not quite sure either. We've already explored deep into the Changyan Snow Mountain, and according to what you said, we already have 2 of the 5 keys. The undead Bai Qi gave you one, and you found another one under that stone tablet. If we can find the key that lies buried in the snowy mountains, then there will be 3. Lin Qingxue nodded. Yes, that means there's currently an unspecified location where one is buried. Let's look for it first. Also, Mom, how are we getting there? Lin Qingqing thought for a moment, and then said, have you read the Grave Robbers Chronicles, or Ghost Blows Out the Light? Do you remember the air bridge? Remember, Wang Fan and the others suddenly realized what was going on. Mom, are you saying there's an air bridge above this crack? Yes, that's right. The air bridge is an air, but a transparent material. However, it's so transparent that you can't see it unless you look closely. Perhaps you could try looking for it. Okay, we'll go look for it first, Mom. You guys be careful. Okay, go ahead. After hanging up the phone, the group began their search. Let's use water to splash it. That'll be faster. Wang Fan suggested. The group thought it was feasible and immediately poured water down into the crack. Before long, Wang Fan poured a bucket of water down, and the water droplets actually floated in midair instead of falling down. Wang Fan exclaimed with delight, found it. The group immediately gathered around to take a look. How wide is it? I don't know. Let's splash it again. The group splashed water on them again. After the water was poured, it was estimated that the bridge was about 10 meters wide, which was more than enough for a train to pass through. Let's go get in the car and drive over. Wang Fan took 2 steps, stepped onto the footboard, and jumped onto the train. The others followed closely behind and got into the car. The battle pets also got into the car, and then Wang Fan drove forward. With a rumble, the train drove straight up, and there was a train running prominently on that air bridge. From a distance, it looks as if the train is flying in the sky, which is very magical, but in fact the bottom of the train is just a special transparent material. Drive slowly, or we'll be doomed if the road ahead is blocked, Lin Qingxue warned. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan slowed down. However, it wouldn't matter if the locomotive fell off, since its weight wasn't enough to pull the entire train down. Just then, the giant octopus looked over, its eyes appearing to be the size of a house, which was somewhat terrifying. Chi-Chi was also startled and exclaimed, that big guy's watching us. Everyone turned to look, and sure enough, the giant octopus was looking at them. Being stared at by such a behemoth is bound to make you a little nervous. He won't attack us, will he? I don't know. If this guy attacks us, we're doomed. Just as the group was getting worried, the giant octopus sprayed a torrent of ink toward the air bridge in front of the train. The impacts pounded against the bridge. The entire air bridge was dyed black, becoming opaque. The group realized what was happening and were somewhat surprised. This guy is giving us directions. It does seem that's true. Could this huge creature have been raised by people from the Qin dynasty? That's possible. I wonder how old this guy is. Appraisal. Giant octopus. A marine creature that has lived for 5,100 years and occupies the middle of the food chain. Holy crap, it's 5,100. This big guy is only in the middle of the food chain? What would the top be like? Could there be an even bigger whale? or something? Definitely. It seems the ocean here is at least 10,000 times more dangerous than Earth. We have no chance against this guy alone. The group was quite shocked. The ocean here was roughly the size of 8 Earths. What terrifying monsters are lurking inside? However, the group wasn't too worried, since those marine creatures were unlikely to venture on land. Although powerful, they, like plant-based creatures, had their weaknesses. Chapter 131, A Powerful Alliance. Time to start making a scene. Looking around, the entire bridge is intact, connecting to the other side, and has no defects. Only then did Wang Fan feel relieved enough to push the lever to its full extent and move forward at full speed. Let's go. The road is intact. Let's go straight ahead. The giant octopus stared at the train as if looking at an old friend, a tear rolling down its cheek. And those enormous octopus tentacles were constantly slapping the surface of the water. On the water surface, crocodiles and enormous fish alike were all flung away, some even accidentally killed by the octopus. Wang Fan, that guy cried. The group looked around, and sure enough, they saw someone crying. Was that octopus really crying? Or was it just some other biological characteristic? The group was puzzled, but they all had a feeling that the big guy was really crying. By the time everyone came to their senses, the train had already reached the other side. We're here, Wang Fan said. How much longer until we leave Dragon Valley? Lin Qingxua looked at the map. Although she had already crossed the Great Rift, she was still in Dragon Valley. We can get out after another day and night of driving. All right, then I'll continue driving along the locations marked by prematurely. The jungle was very dense, with many trees, but there were no paths. Wang Fan drove straight ahead, making a path where none existed. As long as the trees weren't too thick and towering, the train could easily crash into them. Looking around, the group could see a corner of the eternally sleeping snow mountain, which stretched endlessly, almost separating the Death Gate star. On the hilltop, Lao Gao was examining the dog-head scepter in his hand with great interest. He was wearing a trench coat, smoking a cigar, and a savage was kneeling at his feet. Judging from his attire, he seemed to be the chief of another savage tribe. This is good stuff, but only savages can use it. I'm not that ruthless. The savage chieftain looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept for days and nights, with dark circles under his eyes and a face so thin you could see his bones. Please, I've already given you the dog-headed scepter. Please give me some ice. I'll do anything for ice. The savage chieftain, wagging his tail like a dog, crawled over and tugged at Lao Gao's trouser leg, pleading, I will bring my people to surrender to you. Please, just give me a bite. He held up a withered finger. Just one bite, please, Lord Gao, I beg you. Old Gao took a drag of his cigarette, adopting an arrogant posture with disdain in his eyes, and turned to look at an Xian to his left rear. Ha! Don't worry, look, this is the chief of the fierce tiger tribe. Isn't this attitude very friendly? He even traded the scepter for ice. What a spendthrift. Old Gao spoke with a sarcastic tone. While others might be afraid of the savage, he wasn't. He considered him a big bad guy. An Xian took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless towards Lao Gao. All right, remember this. This thing is only for savages. If you dare to use it on anyone, I'll be the first to kill you. Old Gao stood up, walked towards an Xian with a serious expression, patted an Xian on the shoulder, and then burst into laughter, his serious expression completely gone. Ha. Don't worry, don't you know me? Humanity is in grave danger right now. Even if I were stupid, I would never do something so heinous to humanity. An Xian remained expressionless and said in a deep voice, Yes, that would be best. What the mighty alliance used would be punishable by beheading on Earth. It's a capital offense. Countless families have been ruined and destroyed because of this stuff. It's terrifying, so people must never touch it. This is an absolute and unquestionable bottom line. We must draw a clear line with this thing, and Anshin is keeping a close eye on Lao Gao. You can use it on wild men, but not on humans. That's the bottom line for peace of mind. Similarly, the savages simply couldn't resist this thing, so much so that the chief of the fierce tiger tribe actually brought out the tribe's most precious treasure, the dog-headed scepter, to exchange for ice. Old Emo, give this guy some. Tell him that tomorrow his tribe will attack other savage tribes. If they don't fight, there will be no more ice. Old Emo grunted in agreement and led him away. Old Gao looked excitedly down the mountain, where there were 2 savage tribes, each with a population of 100,000. Everyone says savages are terrifying and evil, but sorry, I'm the real villain. By the way, don't worry. Let's do a live stream tomorrow and let all of humanity see how our Qiangxing group attacks the savage tribe to boost human morale. What do you think? Old Gao nudged Anshin with his shoulder. Say something, Anshin. How are you? Anixian's face remained as cold as ever, and she pouted, saying, Fine, fine, fine. Chapter 132 The Savage Sage wants to destroy Old Gao. The area surrounding the snow-capped mountains is home to a large number of tribes of wild men. They seem to have known that the high temperatures were coming, so most of them had already arrived here. At the foot of the mountain, there is a magnificent building, all made of stone, which looks as if it were built in the Iron Age or the Stone Age. Among them was a towering building, somewhat resembling a pyramid. Inside the tower, in a spacious hall, stood 3 people with blue skin, somewhat like avatars. Several savages knelt down in unison, each holding a scepter. Rats, monkeys, chickens, and so on. Apart from the scepter that had already been taken away, only the dragon-headed scepter was missing. One of them slightly raised his head and asked, Sage, what are your instructions? One of the 3 wise men spoke up, his voice somewhat ethereal. The dog-headed scepter, the ram-headed scepter, the tiger-headed scepter, and the bull-headed scepter have all fallen into the hands of the human race. According to the calculations of the crystal ball, the fierce tiger tribe has been subdued by humans, and they may launch an attack on other tribes in the next few days. Upon hearing this, the chiefs present were also taken aback. Humans? Aren't they extinct? Even if they were once powerful, how could they possibly make a comeback? And they even subjugated the fierce tiger tribe, which is 500,000 people. The wise man narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, Are you questioning our deductions? These words startled the savage below, who immediately knelt down and said in a weak voice, I dare not. I dare not. I just felt something was strange. Please, wise sir, spare my life. The wise man waved his hand. Never mind. The man holding the dog-headed scepter is dangerous. He holds a poison that can turn the tide of battle and make people lose their minds. I need you to go there immediately and wipe them out completely tomorrow. If we let them grow, it will be extremely dangerous. The men looked at each other and nodded. Yes, sir. Yes, go down. Take more people with you, preferably 1 million or even tens of millions of troops. Do not underestimate them. Do not be careless. Deal with them all at once. Yes. The savage chieftains retreated dejectedly, puzzled. They couldn't comprehend that their population now numbered a staggering 6 billion, far surpassing that of humans. How could any human being possibly turn the tide of a battle single-handedly? However, this is understandable, as the savages had no idea of the power of ice. The main hall was empty, but the 3 wise men were still talking, though their expressions were slightly solemn. One of them frowned slightly and said, But there's still one person who is a variable. It is really strange that we cannot calculate his position now. The 2 nodded silently, then looked at the crystal ball. The image on this crystal ball is of a demon riding a dragon and wielding a black steel fork, but we've never seen such a creature before. We have to find it. This creature is a variable. We've built up this empire over thousands of years. We can't let it all go to waste. After all, we're about to win. Yes, this planet should rightfully belong to us. We are the true masters of this Death Gate star. The 3 of them then fell into deep thought. They didn't know who the image in the crystal ball was foreshadowing. It seemed that something was obscuring the crystal ball, preventing it from calculating the complete picture. Current temperature, 50 degrees Celsius. Seeing the temperature display at 50 degrees Celsius, Wang Fan and the others felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they found out in advance. Otherwise, they would have died from the heat when the high temperatures arrived. Li Cheng blew on his reddened fingers. It's so hot. I just touched the metal outside the train and burned my hand. Who told you to be so curious and have to touch it? Chi-Chi complained. Ugh, I was just checking to see how hot it really is outside. It's definitely hotter than summer on Earth. If this train weren't special, it might have broken down. Lin Qingxue handed Wang Fan a glass of ice water. Here, have some. Wang Fan gulped down 2 mouthfuls, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, that's great. Where did it come from? Oh, I bought it from a store. There are people who specialize in selling them. It seems they live on the other side of the snow mountain. I see. Then they can make a small fortune. During the journey, many dinosaurs in Dragon Valley began to migrate towards water, as they knew the temperature was becoming abnormal. With a loud crash, a brachiosaurus with a long neck collapsed in front of the train, seemingly suffering from heat stroke. Brachiosaurus was now foaming at the mouth and had fainted. You scare me. Hey, big guy, get out there and haul it to the truck. We're having dinosaur meat tonight. The big guy suddenly jumped down, causing the train to shake. Hey, can you be a little gentler when you get off the train? With your massive build, almost 9 meters tall, this tiny train can't handle you. The big guy scratched his head sheepishly and started dragging the brachiosaurus carcass. Wang Fan jumped out of the car and dismembered the brachiosaurus in a few quick movements, then put it into the storage box. Let's go. It's not bad to have dinosaur meat to eat. Although the trees along the way had not yet withered, their green leaves had lost their vitality and looked droopy. Passing by the stream, I noticed that many fish had already surfaced, indicating that the river water was no longer suitable for their survival. There was a scorching heat wave in the air, like a phantom. It was the heat of the air. Wang Fan saw all of this. Wow, it's only 50 degrees, not even 80 degrees yet. What would happen if it were 80 degrees? Creatures began to die continuously in Dragon Valley, while more dinosaurs headed towards the muddy swamp, where the great river was fed by melting snow. Perhaps some of the dinosaurs survived there. Lin Xingxua drank the ice water, feeling somewhat refreshed. Luckily, we have air conditioning, otherwise we would have fainted from the heat. By the way, Wang Fan, there's a live stream tomorrow. I heard the powerful alliance is going to attack the savage tribe, saying they want to boost human morale. These words surprised not only Wang Fan, but also Li Cheng. Huh? Fight savages? Which tribe? The fierce tiger tribe? Lin Xingxua looked at the chat interface and shook her head slightly. No, that's not it. The fierce tiger tribe has already been subdued by them. He's going to attack the 2 small tribes around here. This left them even more bewildered. The fierce tiger tribe, with a population of 500,000, had been subdued? Then this powerful alliance really has some tricks up its sleeve. I wonder what methods they use to achieve this. However, Wang Fan felt it was alright. Most of the savage tribes drank well water. If he could put peach juice into their water source, he could wipe out a tribe of 500,000 people. However, he felt that the powerful alliance, no matter what, did have some skills, but that was all. They couldn't compare to Wang Fan and his group, who had at least several skills. Chapter 133 War begins. War begins, the Serpent Scepter. The train left Dragon Valley at night, and was not far from the target point marked by Li Jun. Wang Fan crossed his legs in the driver's seat. Alright, we'll be there in about a full day, then we can rest. Great. You've worked hard. Here, want some shaved ice? The live stream is about to start. Why not take a look? Wang Fan ate the shaved ice, saying, it's pretty good. It'll be a good opportunity to see the actual fighting power of the savages. I've never seen such a large-scale battle before. The group opened the screen, and in the screen, Lao Gao was standing on the city wall, which was still the city wall of the fierce tiger tribe. Wow. It seems you've really managed to subdue the fierce tiger tribe. Wow, how'd they do that? The group was somewhat puzzled, but there were a lot of people watching. After all, the hype was quite good, and basically 99% of people would come to watch. The comments section is packed with people. You can't see anything unless you hold down the screen to view it. Wang Fan pressed the screen to view it. Damn, that's awesome. They're fighting with savages. Wow, that's impressive. He actually subdued an entire savage tribe. Who is this guy? A mighty alliance, ranked number 1 in the world. Damn, are they that good? Hurry up and kill all the savages. Last time they chased me halfway up the mountain and tried to kill me, but luckily I ran fast. Exactly, they're awful. They not only stole my crops, but they also killed my teammate. My family died at the hands of those savages. Those damned savages. I really wanted to rush over and kill them all. Wang Fan scanned through a lot of messages, even though they all talked about how much resentment they had towards the savages, but that was normal. The savages kill anyone they see, showing no humanity whatsoever. It seems that humans have not provoked them since they came to this planet. However, they're extremely hostile towards humans, which Wang Fan suspects is related to the people of the Qin dynasty. Moreover, according to the deceased chief, many years ago, the savages were the ones being slaughtered by humans. Wang Fan checked the rankings and found that his Imperial Power Alliance was currently ranked 2nd globally, behind the Mighty Alliance. However, since my team only has 6 people, it's not fair to generalize, as most leagues currently have at least 500 people. It's truly remarkable that a team of only 6 can rank 2nd globally. On the city wall, a group of people stood with their hands behind their backs. Old Gao was holding a scepter in his hand. Wang Fan took a closer look and was also shocked. Holy crap, a dog-head scepter. We absolutely have to get this. We'll have to find an opportunity to make contact with him later. I currently have 3 scepters. If I add the dog-head scepter, I'll have 4. Collecting 12 scepters is just around the corner. The group stared intently at the interface, for the great battle was about to begin. Old Gao stood with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Beat them!" With a thunderous roar, hundreds of thousands of savages poured out of the entire town, their screams echoing through the air. Most of the wild men had dark circles under their eyes, withered and thin faces, and looked very listless. The wild people of the fierce tiger tribe have a special type of soldier, the tiger riders, who ride large tigers into battle to kill enemies. A deafening roar echoed as hordes of savages surged forth like a tidal wave. The battle took place on a snow-covered plain, sparsely wooded and relatively flat. The savages headed straight for 2 other small tribes, and the ground trembled slightly from their trampling. The fierce tiger tribe was practically going to great lengths to obtain the ice from Lao Gao. They were desperate for it. On the snowy plains, atop a towering, majestic mammoth, the chief of a small tribe stared with rage. Then he roared, "Chieftain Fierce Tiger, have you gone mad? You're actually sending troops against your own people. Didn't you ever think about what the consequences would be?" Chieftain Fierce Tiger charged ahead, his eyes filled with madness. "You don't understand. You have no idea how tempting that thing is. Even if it means death, I have to get it. Without it, I feel miserable." As he spoke, Chief Fierce Tiger leaped high into the air with his spear and thrust it toward the mammoth. The chieftain atop the mammoth held aloft a serpentine scepter. "Chief of the Fierce Tiger, do you recognize this? Traitor, kill him." Chieftain Fierce Tiger's pupils constricted upon seeing the object, and he exclaimed in surprise, "The serpent scepter! The wise one actually lent it to you." On the elephant's back, the man held a scepter and shouted, "Scepter of the snake, grant my army unparalleled power." The serpentine scepter instantly unleashed its power, its green light shining brightly, poisoning all of their weapons. Don't think that numbers guarantee victory. Chieftain Fierce Tiger, this is the price you pay for betraying your people. Charge my warriors. Throw spears. At a command, countless spears shot onto the battlefield, like a torrential rain, whistling and continuous. And all the spearheads were tinged with green, the color of poison. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk before the savages of the Fierce Tiger tribe could even get close. Most of them were already injured. Anyone who is contaminated by the toxin loses their reason. They become extremely agitated, and their aggressive desires rise sharply. Roar. The poisoned savage soldiers went berserk, biting at others like zombies. The person bitten will be poisoned and will then attack others, spreading the poison from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. On the battlefield, one savage after another fell, but Lao Gao did not send any of his own men into battle. Even if they were truly outmatched, it would be the savages who would die, not the humans. Roars. The deafening roars continued endlessly, but just like before, quite a few tigers were also poisoned. The original numerical advantage of the Fierce Tiger tribe proved insignificant at this moment, as a single serpentine scepter firmly seized control of the battle. Throughout the snowfield, savages lay dead in pools of blood, the constant whooshing of spears piercing the air. At this moment, the army of the Fierce Tiger tribe was already in decline. Even with its large numbers, it was useless, as the toxins had turned all its people into zombies. Old Gao, things are not good. That scepter is very powerful. Old Gao frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a thing. Damn it, why doesn't the dog-head scepter, I gotta have this effect? Just then, Wang Fan contacted Lao Gao. "Hey, want to take down the other side?" "Nonsense, isn't it obvious? If we lose this battle, human morale will probably plummet." Wang Fan nodded silently. That was indeed the case. After all, the remaining 2 billion people in the world were watching, and losing would damage human morale. "Give me the dog-headed scepter, and you can borrow the sniper rifle, but you have to return it after you're done." Without even thinking, Lao Gao sent Wang Fan a dog-head scepter. "Here you go, lend me the gun." Wang Fan immediately lent out the sniper rifle. He wasn't worried that Lao Gao wouldn't return it. If he really didn't, he could just make another one. It wouldn't be a hassle. I have 10 bullets left. You can borrow them too. No need, 1 shot is enough. 1 shot is enough to kill that bastard. Become. Wang Fan was puzzled as to why the other party was so agreeable, and then he took out the doghead scepter. Appraisal. Upon seeing the test results, Wang Fan suddenly realized, no wonder it was so straightforward. This thing is absolutely useless to us. Chapter 134 Old Gao's Defeat, the Fierce Savage. Dog-headed scepter. It can possess a person, but the possessor must be a member of the user's own younger generation, granting the soul immortality. The possessed person must also be completely devoid of resistance. Note, the person possessed can only be one's first generation. The soul of the possessed person will perish and never be reborn. This is a failed creation made by the King of Qin in his quest for immortality. Several people frowned slightly. A failed experiment? However, after reading the description of the dog-headed scepter, the group suddenly understood. It's truly a failure for humanity. No, it should be said that it is a failure for a normal person. After all, what normal person would want to possess their own offspring? And the offspring would have to be willing to be possessed by their parents. Wang Fan sighed slightly. It's difficult. If the King of Qin had been able to create a successful dog-head scepter back then, perhaps they wouldn't have died. Looking back, the group realized that the savage chieftain they had killed in Dragon Valley had said he'd seen Bai Qi when he was a child, but logically, Bai Qi had been dead for at least several thousand years. In other words, the chieftain had been using the power of the dog-headed scepter to survive for thousands of years. How many of his own flesh and blood must he have sacrificed over that time? After all, wild men are also primates, just a bit bigger and with shorter lifespans. 100 years old is considered extremely long-lived. After figuring it out, Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. These savages are truly a cruel bunch. Several people agreed, saying, indeed, who would want to take away their own offspring while they are still alive? Forget it. Let's put it away for now. At least we've got an extra scepter, even if it's not very useful. Wang Fan put the scepter away and then continued watching the live stream. Old Gao set up his sniper rifle on the high wall and aimed it at the chief of the mammoth tribe. He took a deep drag on his cigar and then pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet shot out and struck the mammoth tribe chief in the forehead. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. The chief had a hole punched in his forehead. He stared blankly, seemingly not understanding what had killed him, and there was disbelief in his eyes. The surrounding savages were all startled and cried out, but they did not panic. Something terrible has happened. The chief is dead. He was assassinated by some kind of long-range weapon. Quickly, the scepter. Pick up the scepter and keep fighting. The other savages immediately rushed forward, picked up the serpentine scepter, and continued fighting. The scepter could be used by anyone, regardless of who was in charge. For a moment, the mammoth tribe was slightly alarmed, but it wasn't a big problem. The properties of the serpent scepter were too abnormal, basically like a plague. If they come into contact with even the slightest bit of the toxin, they will immediately go berserk, attacking other unpoisoned creatures without any distinction between friend and foe. Of course, the poisoned creatures dared not approach within 100 meters of the serpent scepter, and inside the serpent's head, a strange creature was wriggling. Old Gao frowned slightly and shouted, "Bring them back. Abandon all those poison guys." Although this poison is potent, it doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. If we continue fighting like this, many of their own people will die. We have a numerical advantage, so there's no need to keep dragging this out. On my command, prepare the ballistae and launch a long-range attack. After this battle, every one of you savages will receive ice. Upon hearing Lao Gao's words, all the savages became excited, as if they had been given stimulants. Quick, quick, quick! Push the ballistae out, kill our comrades on the other side, and switch to ice. Hurry up, those behind! Follow up, get into the battle, and shoot the enemy down. A group of savages pushed out ballistae in 2s and 3s, and thousands of ballistae were pushed out one after another from the small gate at the foot of the city wall. The ballista's attack range is definitely farther than that of a spear, so the power of the serpent scepter cannot be fully utilized. The savages of the mammoth tribe on the other side were also taken aback, staring blankly as tens of thousands of ballistae were pushed out. And the savages of the fierce tiger tribe shouted, "Kill our compatriots! Kill our compatriots! Kill our compatriots!" The savages of the mammoth tribe stared in disbelief, some even petrified. Have they gone mad? Who are on our side? What the hell is going on? Why are the people of the fierce tiger tribe acting like this? Support? Where's the support that the wise man spoke of? We don't have that many ballistae. They couldn't help but panic. Compared to this ranged weapon, they didn't have many ballistae. Even the two tribes with 100,000 members combined didn't have more than a few thousand. Moreover, the opposing fierce tiger tribe can produce nearly 10,000 ballistae, which is also Lao Gao's doing. He has the blueprints for the ballistae, and all that's left is to provide the resources. A tribe with 500,000 members can gather resources quickly, and Lao Gao only needs to focus on manufacturing, which is very fast. However, the items of the savage tribe can only be made by hand and cannot be made instantly. Don't worry. How about it? It should be safe now. And Xin remained expressionless. Okay, let's see first. The savages of the mammoth tribe had already decided to retreat and dared not fight any longer. If tens of thousands of huge crossbow bolts came flying at them, they would be doomed. What should we do? The chief is dead anyway. Let's run. Yeah, the other side is terrifying. A group of people gripped the reins in their hands, preparing to flee. They believed that if just one person took the lead, they would all escape. What's the panic? I'm here now. A deep, resonant voice rang out. The savages turned to look and were immediately relieved. They respectfully said, Chief Barbarian Pig, we are relieved to see you here. The savage wearing a pig head mask held a pig head scepter, and the pig's head had knife scars on it, making him look somewhat eerie and terrifying, just like the pig-headed man in a horror game. Just charge forward, and I will grant you unparalleled power. Then the pig-headed chieftain took out 10 pills from the scepter. The pills were black and about the size of a glass marble. He distributed the pills. Come on, let the mammoths eat them. Yes. Old Gao observed everything through the magnifying glass, his eyelids twitching slightly as a bad premonition arose. What is this guy doing? He then looked down at the wall and shouted, hurry up, everyone get within range and start firing. The savages quickly pushed out their ballistae, and soon many of them were within range and began to draw their bows. Just then, a deafening roar came from the mountains, the roar of 10 giant beasts, which caused an avalanche in the distance. Old Gao and his group covered their ears, looking somewhat uncomfortable, and gazed into the distance. What's going on? What's that sound? Chapter 135, Pig-Headed Scepter, Gene Pill. Wang Fan and the others were also surprised when they saw the screen interface. Damn it! How the hell are we going to fight this? We're doomed. In the video, the 10 mammoths of the mammoth tribe have grown from the height of a 3-story building to the height of a 10-story building. Its size has increased more than threefold and is still growing, while the mammoth skin is changing and wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xingxue immediately recognized it. It's a gene pill that looks like a peach. It's a high-tech method that can quickly change tissue structure in a short period of time. Although the group was shocked, they didn't find it too amazing. After all, hundreds of years ago, who would have thought that a high-yield nuclear bomb wouldn't look particularly big? But an explosion can destroy a country. And who would have thought that video and voice calls could be made across thousands of miles? You should know that even the ultimate goal of God is science. What surprised them was how the Qin people managed to create these things. Were the wisdom of their ancestors really that high? What do we do now? We're probably going to lose. Li Qing asked. Wang Fan sighed. There's nothing we can do. We can't get there in time, and I can't give the weapon I have to that person yet. If he loses, we'll play next time. The others had no objections and would listen to Wang Fan's decision. After all, it was unlikely that Wang Fan would teleport the demon weapons and scepters back for them to use. The other side can control 500,000 savages in the entire fierce tiger tribe, so they are no pushovers either. At worst, I can just leave my own people to fight the savages later. But lending out all my weapons is out of the question. While the group was talking, the mammoths had grown to the height of a 15-story building and finally stopped growing. Moo! The mammoths let out a deafening roar. Then this group of colossal beasts charged forward, and with each step they took, the ground trembled, leaving behind one huge elephant footprint after another on the snowfield. Shoot them! Old Gao shouted, then immediately jumped off the high wall. He whispered to his companion beside him, Run, run. We're doomed. We're doomed. We can't win. The group quickly prepared to slip away from the back. At that moment, a hail of crossbow bolts shot out, each bolt as thick as an arm, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows whistling through the air echoed across the snow-covered plains as they struck the mammoths. The bolts pounded on the ground like raindrops, then immediately lost their force and bounced to the side. These crossbow bolts simply couldn't penetrate it. To support such a massive body running, the mammoth's density and strength would be extremely high, so this is perfectly normal. The once excited, fierce tiger tribe was now completely dumbfounded, and fear gradually appeared on their faces. It's no use. It's completely useless, Ron. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna get trampled to death. The enormous elephant hooves grew larger and larger in their field of vision. Thump, thump, thump. The mammoth herd charged over, overturning hundreds of ballistae, which crashed heavily to the ground and flew into the air before shattering into a few scattered pieces. Traitors, this is your fate, betraying the wise one. Today, the fierce tiger tribe will be annihilated. Kill them. Stomp them to death. Charge. The sky is filled with performances, aerial acrobatics. The giant elephant hoof flew up and kicked hundreds of savages, sending them flying hundreds of meters before they fell to their deaths. With a sudden stomp, the mammoth crushed a group of ants to death on the left and another on the right, as if it were stepping on ants. The savages of the fierce tiger tribe abandoned their vehicles and fled into the buildings. Quick, get inside the house. Get inside the wall. Get inside the wall. The mammoths, however, paid no heed and charged straight at them. With a loud thud, the 20-meter-high wall collapsed, leaving the ground covered in dust. At this time, the mammoth's 15th floor was nearly 50 meters high, and this wall was just a foot away. With a violent bang, the stone roof house was completely smashed to pieces. Massive destruction. A one-sided massacre. One by one, the savages of the fierce tiger tribe fell. They had no chance against such a behemoth. With a thunderous roar, heavy snow fell from the mountaintop, surging down like a monstrous wave. It should be noted that the snow on this eternally sleeping mountain has been deposited for countless years, and its thickness is enough to bury dozens of high-rise buildings. The savages of the mammoth tribe all looked in the direction of the sound and were shocked. It's terrible. It's an avalanche. Run. Retreat. Retreat. Withdraw immediately, or we'll be buried alive. At this moment, their voices were drowned out by the sound of the avalanche. The earth trembled violently, several times stronger than the previous tremors caused by the mammoth herd. The pig-headed chieftain had already noticed this scene and fled, but even so, he didn't know if he could escape. Damn it, these mammoths have gone mad. They're getting bigger, so why do they have to roar like that? Old Gao had already ridden his bicycle far away, but he was still shaken by the avalanche. He lit a cigar with trembling hands. Phew. Luckily I ran fast, but the savages of those three tribes are probably all dead. But it's all right. Anyway, they're all savages. As the snow waves crashed down, the tall trees on the snow-capped mountains snapped and cracked as they were swallowed by the tide. With a thunderous roar, the snow surged down, engulfing the ballistae and the herd of mammoths. On the mammoth's back, the savage kept slapping the mammoth. You clumsy thing, run away. Turning his head, he saw the massive avalanche sweeping in like a tidal wave, growing larger and closer in his eyes. With a thud, it was slammed off the elephant's back by the snow wave, and then it was buried in the avalanche along with the mammoth. Even those buildings were completely submerged in the avalanche, as if they had never existed. Even though mammoths were incredibly fierce, they were still no match for nature. Everyone watching the scene on screen was deeply moved and remained unsettled for a long time. This was the first large-scale encounter between humans and savages, and it seemed to have ended because of an avalanche. But this is only the beginning. But who won and who lost? The answer is obvious. A sense of heaviness settled over everyone. The power of those two scepters lingered in their hearts, impossible to shake off. That's good. At least we won't be directly killed and suffer a crushing defeat. Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xingxue also frowned and said, Yes, but the situation is obvious. If we continue fighting, the strong side will naturally not gain any advantage. Wang Fan took out several scepters from his hand and held a peach in his right hand. Perhaps we can fight, but don't forget we still have peaches. Lin Xingxue took the peaches and put them away. Don't rush. Let's settle down in the snow mountain first. There aren't enough people like us. We need to gather more people. Yeah, that's true. We'll be there in half a day. We'll plant the vegetables first. I'm getting malnourished from eating so much meat these past few days. Chapter 136, Clearing the Giant Beasts, Savage Bull, and Bear. These days of hurried travel have really taken a toll on Wang Fan. The main problem is that the fatigue from driving for a long time has caused him to experience pain in his shoulders and neck, as well as soreness in his lower back and knees. By this time, the train had entered the area of the eternally sleeping snow mountain, and the scorching temperature had eased considerably. The eternal resting place of the snow-capped mountains, a vast snow-covered mountain range where countless colossal beasts lie in eternal rest. Continuing towards the location marked by Li Jun, the landmark was updated again after about 4 hours. Snow Wolf Valley, the habitat of the wolf pack. Wang Fan stretched and looked at the valley less than 100 meters ahead. I'm exhausted, but we're almost there. Beep beep beep. A message popped up from Li Jun. Something bad has happened. We had an accident while clearing out the wolf pack. Wang Fan immediately straightened his crossed legs and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "A giant beast. We accidentally awakened a giant beast while clearing out the snow wolves. We are still dealing with it, but it's quite difficult. Our best weapons and equipment are all at the front lines right now, and it's not easy to get them. When can you get here?" Wang Fan frowned slightly, looking at the valley less than 100 meters wide. "Almost there. We can already see the entrance to the valley." "All right, we've temporarily held this beast back. Come quickly." Ugh! Ahead of the train is a snow-capped mountain, and halfway up the mountain, there is a wide road with towering snow-capped mountains on both sides. Several lower snow-capped mountains surround a recessed valley. The valley is quite large and could probably accommodate 1 million people. Wang Fan just wanted a piece of land of his own, where land was free, unlike on Earth where a cage could cost hundreds of thousands. "We'll be there soon. I hope Commander Li and the others are all right." "It's all right. They're soldiers after all. Even if their combat capabilities are inferior, they should be able to leave safely." Yes, that's true. Inside the valley, there were scattered tall trees. On a slope, a giant beast, 100 meters tall, was attacking Li Jun and his companions. Its height is roughly equivalent to that of a 32-story building, which is really huge. The behemoth had white fur all over its body, bull horns on its head, and was making low, whimpering noises. It even yawned, as if it hadn't slept well. "Get out of the way." A giant bear paw came crashing down, and the soldier rolled away to avoid the blow, snapping dozens of trees in half with a single strike. The trees fell, and the soldiers scattered, their eyes showing a hint of fear, but as soldiers, they remained calm. "Brother Jun, how do we fight this guy? He's too thick-skinned." "Yes, Brother Jun, if this continues, we will suffer casualties." Li Jun's expression turned slightly serious. He had a mustache, a square face, and was wearing a green military overcoat. He looked at the giant beast in front of him with a furrowed brow. Then he looked behind him and saw a large village with fields, houses, and people. He had already led his men to clear out the wolf pack deep inside Snow Wolf Valley. That area was reserved for Wang Fan. He led his army and tens of thousands of civilians to live not far from the entrance of Snow Wolf Valley, which could be considered as guarding the entrance of the valley and garrisoning the area. This guy just woke up and is moving slowly. "Tie him up with a rope." "Good." A group of people hurriedly urged, "Get the rope. Get the rope." They all took out ropes. Although the beast was huge, it had just been revived and was moving somewhat slowly. Even though its attacks may seem weak, its massive size allows it to kill people, even with seemingly weak attacks. Several soldiers took off their heavy cotton-padded coats and took out ropes. Super rope. Made of spider silk, rubber, straw, iron blocks, and coal, it is exceptionally strong and tough. The rope was very light and about the thickness of a toddler's arm. Quickly, wrap it around this guy's feet and tie all 4 of his feet together." "Zhang-san, you go over there. Li Si, you come with me. Hurry. Get moving." A group of people ran over quickly. The giant beast seemed to be staring at the group of creatures at its feet with some curiosity, but didn't take them seriously. The rustling sound of ropes swinging could be heard continuously. The giant beast's 4 legs were bound together, but the ropes could not be pulled back. They simply linked its 4 legs together, which made the giant beast's steps much smaller. It's like putting shackles with smaller gaps on a person's feet, making it more difficult to walk. The behemoth paid no attention to any of this and took a step forward, its huge foot raised in midair. The behemoth found that it could not take a step. Its front legs were held by ropes, which were tightly wrapped around its hind legs. Roar. The giant beast seemed to be angry and let out a roar. He then kicked forward forcefully, tearing at the rope again and again. Get out of the way. This rope isn't enough. This big guy seems to be fully awake. Li Jun urged him on, and everyone had already retreated far away. Brother Jun, we can't cut this guy down. His skin is too thick. We can't stop it. If it runs in this direction, our newly built houses and newly planted vegetables and fruits will all be destroyed. The sound of the train whistle reached everyone's ears. Even the giant beast looked around curiously. It's that kid, Li Jun exclaimed with delight. Brother Jun, is that impressive young man you mentioned here? Li Jun nodded. Yes, that's right. We were able to avoid the high temperatures thanks to that young man. A green train sped by, with villages on both sides, inhabited by the original residents of the Xia Kingdom. Wow, so many people. This is the first time I've seen so many people since I came to this planet. Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly. Li Chung rubbed his eyes and said, Yeah, that's right. We've finally seen our own people. That's just how people are. They crave peace amidst the noise, yet yearn for liveliness after prolonged solitude. Wang Fan did not linger, but went straight to Li Jun's position. Roar. The giant beast roared, seemingly annoyed by the sound of the train. Wang Fan looked at the giant beast without surprise. He had seen many strange creatures before. Does this guy have morning grumpiness? Then Grandpa Fan will give you a proper treatment. He climbed to the top of the train, staring at the behemoth. Identify. Savage bull and bear. It's unclear whether the bull cheated on him or the bear married the wrong person. But this newly awakened behemoth loves to eat vegetables and fruits. If that's not enough, he'll eat anything. Damn it, if they dare to eat fruits today, they'll dare to eat people tomorrow. They deserve to die. The bull and bear had had enough of the train's roar, and with a burst of strength, they broke free of the rope binding their feet. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the ropes snapped like firecrackers exploding. Oh no, Brother Jun, something's wrong. The sound of that train has angered this guy. Chapter 137, finally settling down, building a house. As the rope snapped, the bull and bear charged toward the train. They've arrived, Alliance Leader. I see it, don't panic. At this moment, a group of soldiers rushed over to help, but Li Jun stopped them. Don't go over there, just watch, he can handle it. Although everyone had doubts, they trusted Li Jun. Behind the train, a group of Xia people were also watching the whole thing. Mom, what is that? It's a monster. Get inside. Shouldn't you have run away? Don't worry, with our Xia Kingdom's army here, we're safe. We're not afraid, even if the sky falls. Okay, then I'm not afraid. Thump, 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 the snow on the treetops kept falling and the ground vibrated. With a series of cracking sounds, trees were snapped in half and sent flying into the distance. Several houses were even destroyed, but fortunately no one was injured. Wang Fan seized the opportunity and a steel fork appeared in his hand. The distance is right. Now's the time, go. In the blink of an eye, a steel fork was embedded in the giant beast's body. Wang Fan immediately drew his iron sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as dazzling as a cold star, and looking incredibly sharp. With a snap, Wang Fan severed his left hand. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the giant beast fell to the ground, crashing into a large rock, its left forelimb completely broken off. Everyone was stunned, unable to understand how Wang Fan had done it. Holy crap, how did they cut it like that? I saw that after he seemingly mutilated himself, the giant beast's forelimbs also broke off. That seems to be the case. The behemoth staggered to its feet, its severed limbs spurting blood, but they were slowly growing back. Its vitality was incredibly strong. But Wang Fan didn't give it a chance. With his sword in his left hand, he slashed at his right. With a snap, the giant beast, which had just stood up, fell headfirst back down. Unlike Wang Fan, it cannot stand on 2 feet. Roar. The giant beast let out a low growl, and the snow in front of it was blown up by the air currents it exhaled. Wang Fan drank the essence of the blood tree. What are you yelling about? Get up again, and I'll chop you down again. Although the behemoth was enormous, without the ability to move, it was nothing more than a larger ball of flesh. Seeing this, Li Jun immediately shouted, Quick, that big guy can't stand up. Climb on it and kill him. We'll have extra food tonight. A group of people exclaimed excitedly, Ha, extra food. Great. The crowd swarmed forward. The giant beast had lost its forelimbs and would be cut off as soon as it grew. On its back, A group of people were repeatedly piercing its skin with iron swords. The sword pierced through, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. This guy's skin is too thick. I can't even reach its subcutaneous tissue. Yeah, I can't even get Washa done, damn it. Wang Fan noticed this as well, immediately took a deep breath, and then stabbed his own lung with a sword. A wave of dizziness immediately followed. The puncture in his lung made his whole body numb and tremble uncontrollably. The pain was excruciating. This single blow ruptured the beast's lungs, causing the bull bear to roar in pain, but it stopped after only a few seconds. These enormous creatures require a lot of oxygen. Although the bull bear was not dead yet, it immediately fell into a coma. Wang Fan immediately drew his short sword, sweat dripping from his forehead, his lips turning blue, and he knelt on one knee in great pain. He immediately drank the essence of the blood tree. He took a deep breath, regained his composure, stood up, and shook his head. Ugh, it felt so bad, like I was about to die. Soon, Li Jun and his team found the weak point of the bull and bear. His neck. This guy's neck is perfect for bloodletting. Quick, pierce it. Thud, thud. Bloody gashes appeared. The giant beast's neck was pierced, and blood gushed out, melting the accumulated snow. Just like slaughtering a pig during the Lunar New Year, you stab it in the neck and let it wait to die. It's only a matter of time before the unconscious bull and bear die. Not long after, in a wooden house in the village, Li Jun brewed a cup of tea for Wang Fan and the others. Come have some tea. Oh, thank you. By the way, Commander Li, where's the land we plan to be located? Li Jun pointed through the window into the depths of the valley. The innermost part, it's quiet there, undisturbed. You can settle down there. In addition, there's only one entrance and exit to this valley, which is guarded by our military and is very safe. Lin Xingxua took a small sip of tea. Wow, this tea has such a unique flavor. Li Jun chuckled. Haha, it's all right, young lady. This tea hasn't been picked for 1,000 years. It can even heal injuries. If you want some, I can give you some. Thank you so much for today. Although this place is far from the high temperatures, crops are hard to grow, and feeding these people has become a problem. But since you arrived today, you've already killed a giant beast. It's so big, it's enough to feed you for several meals. The enormous carcasses of the bull and bear clearly became food for tens of thousands of people, which pleased Wang Fan. It was a win-win situation. It's nothing. We haven't thanked Commander Li yet for helping us clear out the wolf pack. Haha, it's nothing. It's no trouble at all. I'll pick out a few good pieces of the bull and bear meat, cook them, and bring them over to you later. Okay, thanks. After a short chat, Wang Fan bid farewell to Li Jun and headed into the depths of the valley. The valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and you can only see the corner of a village house in the distance. The terrain is also slightly higher. Brother Chow, why don't you go next door and use the homestead feature to build a homestead? Ugh. Li Cheng, with Chi Chi by his side, began building a house 500 meters away from Wang Fan. Wang Fan simply turned the stones and wood into blocks, just like in a game, and built them up directly. Let's make it bigger. The area can be a bit larger, 300 square meters, okay? Lin Xingxua nodded in agreement. Okay. The two felt that the area was enough for them to live in. Since a piece of wood and a stone were combined to form a 1 cubic meter block, the size of the house was easy to calculate. After a busy day, as the sun was about to set, the basic structure was complete. Wang Fan decisively activated the homestead function. Building your home. Generifying based on your current environment. Under reconstruction. Ding, reshaping complete. The sharp edges of the original blocks disappeared and became rounded, and the roof that was originally built with blocks became a proper roof. The two built 3 stories, and now a 3-story house made of stone and wood has appeared. Looking at the brand new house, the two were filled with emotion. Standing outside, Wang Fan hugged Lin Xingxua and said, "We never have to move again." Lin Xingxua leaned on Wang Fan's shoulder. Yes, at least we don't have to run away anymore. When a heat wave hits, the temperature in Snow Wolf Valley never exceeds 30 degrees Celsius. Even after the heat wave subsides, it's still perfectly safe to live here. The black-toothed pig squealed. Wang Fan snapped out his days. Stop yelling, okay, we'll build you a thatch hut. Chapter 138 Home Upgrade, New Features. Wang Fan started building a thatched hut, but he wasn't very good at it, so he just built it like he was playing a game, using blocks, wood, and stones. Because the black-toothed pigs are relatively large, Wang Fan naturally had to build a larger shed for them. Qingxue, let's build a framework first, 20 meters by 20 meters, 400 square meters. Okay, I'll put 20 yuan here, and you put 20 yuan there. Okay, done. The two buried themselves in their work. These battle pets had been with them for a long time, and they had developed some affection for them. It was only right to let them enjoy some comforts. Li Cheng and Chi Chi also came over at this time. Li Cheng had shaved his beard, and Chi Chi had changed into new clothes. It was obvious that the two of them had taken a shower and tidied themselves up. Alliance leader, what are you doing? Setting up a tent. Wang Fan turned his head. Yes, these little guys are watching with eager eyes. Li Cheng immediately stepped onto the 1-meter-high stone block. I'll do it. Building houses is something I'm familiar with. Wang Fan glanced at Li Cheng and his companion, noting their clean appearance and brand new clothes. Forget it, we don't want to get them dirty again. Li Cheng immediately adjusted the shape of the stones, turning them into squares, and started building directly from there. Leader, you two haven't rested yet, have you? Go ahead and get busy. Leave it to me and Chi Mei. This isn't manual labor, it's like playing a game. It won't get very dirty. Chi Mei chimed in. Yes, Alliance leader, there's no reason for you to do all the work yourself. We've taken good care of you on this journey, so leave it to us. Wang Fan thought about it and agreed. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Let's go tidy up the house first. Okay, let's go Qingxue. Lin Qingxue jumped down from the rocks and followed Wang Fan into the room. The house has been renovated very well, with a clear layout, including a master bedroom, a second bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen and living room. The staircase leading to the second floor inside the room is a circular staircase, which makes it look somewhat unique. Let's see what other features the homestead has. Wang Fan asked. Lin Qingxue opens the door to the world of death and the survival method. Upgrading your homestead will make the building materials more modern. Your homestead can be upgraded to 10 stars, and new features will be unlocked when it reaches the maximum star level. Huh, a new feature? Wang Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. Before, I was either running away or on my way to move, so I didn't even have time to upgrade my homestead, let alone take a look at it. Moreover, upgrading one's homestead should require a large amount of resources. Wang Fan, let's see what you need first. Good. Upgrading a 1-star homestead to 10 stars requires 10,000 wood, 10,000 magnetite, 100 obsidian, 10,000 stone, 1,000 dark matter, 10 rubies, 10 emeralds, 10 sapphires, and 10 crystals. Holy crap, so many. Wang Fan was also somewhat surprised. Even though he was very wealthy now, upgrading to a 10-star home was still impossible, as one of the reasons was the magnet and the other was the obsidian. The mining team has mined some magnetite, but only a small amount. It is a relatively rare resource. As for obsidian, it is essential for making space keys. Why would I need gemstones of various colors? Holy crap, I've never even seen these before. Lin Qingxue also pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Wang Fan, you've played games before, right? I've played it. Do you think those gems might be buried very deep underground? Probably, but the mining team has been digging for so long and hasn't seen any gems. Could it be that they chose the wrong location? It's possible. Let's gather some information in the next couple of days. With so many people, someone's bound to make a discovery. Wang Fan could only shrug helplessly. He had checked and found that upgrading a home to 8 stars only required iron blocks, fine steel, coal, and the like. However, upgrading from 8 stars onwards requires various resources that you've never seen before. Forget it. Let's upgrade it to 8 stars first. Upgrading your homestead from star 1 to star 8 requires 1,000 coal, 1,000 iron ingots, 100 fine steel, 1,000 stone, 1,000 wood, 10 magnetite, and 100 limestone. Upgrade. Although magnetite is rare, there are still 10 of them. Limestone is also uncommon, but there are still 100 of them. The mining team gave Wang Fan at least 300 limestones. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Your home has become more secure, and a magnetic field detection function has been activated, covering a radius of 5,000 meters. Magnetic fields can detect moving objects within their range. Additionally, the soil around your home can be modified using resources becoming more fertile. Hey, this is good. It just so happens that the soil was chopped up by the remains of those giants. Wang Fan, like a curious child, immediately started upgrading his level 8 homestead, either not upgrading at all or upgrading it to the maximum level in one go. As for the 10-star home, Wang Fan hasn't thought about it yet. Considering the existence of obsidian, it's possible that the 10-star home is related to space. The magnetic field is ready to deploy. Ding, deployment complete. An alarm will be triggered automatically if any living creature approaches. This is much more useful than owl surveillance. Wang Fan continued operating the system. To modify your land, please select the area you wish to modify. You can modify your homestead within a 1,000-meter radius. Wang Fan immediately dragged the green box in the interface. Just like in a game, as long as he dragged the green box to an empty space, he could transform it into a fertile piece of land. He dragged the green box and selected an area of about 2 acres. 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, is about 666 square meters, which is roughly 20 meters wide and 33 meters long. 2 mu of land should be enough. Wang Fan looked around. After the 8-star home was generated, marble-patterned floor tiles appeared on the ground, looking somewhat old. The toilet has a Western-style toilet and is separated into wet and dry areas. There's also a squat toilet on the 2nd floor. The kitchen has also been converted to concrete, and there's a water tank and a faucet, making it somewhat modern. However, the overall structure seemed to Wang Fan like his childhood home, which had a black and white CRT TV, cement floors, and so on, but was better than that. Wang Fan, come and take a shower. Lin Qingxue called out from inside the bathroom. Okay, coming right away. Wang Fan didn't rush in a bathroom. Instead, he strolled slowly towards the bathroom while admiring his new home. He knew that his kidneys were going to suffer a little. The bathroom has a concrete bathtub, but its surface is very smooth and not rough. Inside the bathtub, there was some steam. Lin Qingxue was lying in it, her eyes slightly closed, enjoying the warm bath. Come quick, the water temperature is nice. Wang Fan also took off his clothes and went inside. It's so hot. Where did this hot water come from? Wang Fan asked. Oh, after upgrading my home, I discovered that the bottom of this bathtub is hollow. It only requires coal to heat it. Is it really that great? Wang Fan exclaimed. Lin Qingxue also got up and buried herself in Wang Fan's arms. The 2 months of running around had left her physically and mentally exhausted. She had been wandering around the Death Gate Star all day long with no way back. They traversed the eternal forest, crossed the Crimson Plains, passed through the muddy swamp, and then stepped across the Dragon Valley Rift. We finally arrived here and are settling in. Lin Qingxue's eyes were bright, and there was a slight blush on her face. In a bathroom filled with water vapor, Lin Qingxue's perfect figure appeared somewhat ethereal, like a fairy. How was it? Was the bath very comfortable? Lin Qingxue asked in a childlike voice. Wang Fan hugged Lin Qingxue, whose skin was as smooth and silky as jade. It's quite nice. Before long, water from the bathtub began to splash throughout the bathroom. Wang Fan, be gentle. Don't be so rough. Chapter 139. Eat and drink well. No more fatigue. The next day, as the morning sun streamed down into the valley, the two climbed out of the bathtub. Wang Fan lay listlessly on the edge of the bathtub, his eyes barely open. A whole night. It finally proves the old saying, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are overplowed. Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, had a rosy complexion and gentle eyes, looking very energetic. All right, drink some of the fountain of life to replenish your energy. Wang Fan was startled. More? No. Let's go out and take care of our business. The skin on the 2 people was not wrinkled for being soaked because due to their strong vitality, their skin did not become white or rotten for being soaked. Outside, there were newly built thatched huts and cultivated farmland. Even in the Snow Valley, the farmland was not frozen and faint ripples were spreading around the homes. Wang Fan knew that it was the power of the upgraded home. When the black-toothed pigs and silverbacks saw Wang Fan come out, they got up and huffed and puffed as they came over to greet him, rubbing against the 2 of them affectionately. The big guy rubbed against Wang Fan, who quickly dodged. Hey, big guy, don't you dare rub against me. You'll break my arm if you do. The big guy was a little disappointed, then scratched his head and went back to lie down in the hut. Pinyin and the entire Bat Army were hanging upside down on the roof of the thatched hut, and a few others seemed to have eaten too much and were sleeping in the haystacks below the hut. They looked very relaxed. Good morning, Alliance Leader. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Li Cheng smiled slightly. Don't mention it. Being able to settle down in this dangerous place is more than a blessing. At this moment, Li Jun sent a message. Wang Fan opened it, glanced at it, and then said to the others, "Let's go. There's breakfast." Before long, Wang Fan and the others arrived at Li Jun's residence, a 4-star homestead, a mix of stone and wood, which was not bad. Li Jun brought out several dishes. Bull and bear paws, stir-fried cabbage with beef, shredded pork with green peppers, tiger skin peppers, braised eggplant in oil, braised pig's trotters, and a large cup of steaming hot milk for each person. "That's all the food we have. Please forgive us if we haven't been very hospitable," Li Jun said politely. "Not at all. These dishes all come with seasonings. This is already quite luxurious." "Yes, Commander Li. These things were all grown by the people?" Li Jun nodded. "Yes, that's right. The oil used for cooking is lard rendered from wild boar. The milk comes from cows. It's all thanks to the people." The group was somewhat moved. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Li Jun brought over a bowl of rice, glistening and looking delicious. You could smell its aroma from afar. "There's rice too?" But not many." The 2 soldiers standing guard at the gate swallowed hard. Wang Fan knew that rice, vegetables, and milk weren't something he could eat every day. Even on Earth, these things are so common that you could eat them to death, but here, they are a luxury. However, Wang Fan didn't mince words. It was pointless. Besides, it's just a meal. He can afford it. Without his news and firm stance, many people would die from the heat. Li Jun handed out chopsticks to the group. "Come on, eat up, don't be shy." "All right, then we won't stand on ceremony." The group, holding their bowls, didn't care about elegance. They hadn't had any condiments or rice in so long, so they ate heartily, in large chunks, and without restraint. Soon, there was hardly any food left on the table. Wang Fan picked up the milk and gulped it down in a few mouthfuls. With a sigh of relief, everyone was stuffed, a grain of rice still clinging to their lips. "I'm so full. Thank you for the treat. By the way, Commander Li, you didn't just call us here to treat us to dinner, did you?" Wang Fan asked. Li Jun gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, I can't hide it from you, kid." He certainly had something to say, but since Wang Fan already knew he was the kind of person who wouldn't come without a reason, and he ate everything clean, he was already prepared. Li Jun took out 2 small animals from a box next to him. "Look, these are the 2 cubs you lost after you killed the bull and bear yesterday. 1 male and 1 female. Firstly, we really want to thank you all today, as many people would have died from the heat without you. Secondly, we want to discuss where to go for this little beast. Since you were the one who killed him, it would be better to discuss it with you." Wang Fan wiped his mouth and said directly, "Your military doesn't have a guardian beast to represent you, does it? How about this male and female? Your military can take one, and I'll take the other one." Li Jun was also very happy to hear this. He felt that one was enough, and he was not greedy. He was very satisfied with what Wang Fan said. "Excellent, excellent. That's wonderful. It's nothing. By the way, Commander Li, could you get some salt, chili peppers, lard, or something?" Li Jun smiled helplessly. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't suffer a loss. I'll have someone deliver it to you later." Sure, no problem. It'll be a pleasure working with you, Commander Li." Wang Fan only has 4 people, so they don't actually need that much seasoning. A jar of seasoning can last a long time, so it won't have much of an impact on the general public. Wang Fan himself didn't know that the bull and bear had given birth to cubs. Li Jun could have easily kept quiet, but he did, which shows he is a good character. Moreover, the defense of the valley is the responsibility of the military, so having a guardian beast is a good thing. "By the way, Commander Li, what happened when you said your weapons were all at the front lines?" Wang Fan asked. Li Jun's expression immediately turned serious. He lit a cigarette, walked to the door, and looked into the distance. Savages. Actually, most of these savage tribes live around the snow-capped mountains. Some just live far away. And they want to exterminate humans. Since we arrived here, people from other countries have already organized defensive lines to block the savages. People from our Xia kingdom have also joined in to stop the savages from going any further. It is estimated that once the high temperatures arrive, there will probably be less than 1 billion people left in the human race. The situation will be very serious, and we have seen the savages' methods. They are very strong. If we don't have firearms, it will be difficult to fight them. Li Jun paused for a moment, then thought about it and decided to speak up, feeling that Wang Fan and the others were still trustworthy. In addition, in the forest on the other side of the valley, craftsmen and scientists from various countries are beginning to manufacture industrial products. Only when the first processing and production chain is fully established and a large number of firearms are manufactured will humanity have hope. Wang Fan asked curiously. So what kind of weapon are you planning to manufacture? A tank. Li Jun shook his head. No. We discussed it for a long time and decided to manufacture a large number of AK-47s. Wang Fan was also taken aback. AK? It seems that AK is the way to go. Chapter 140 Ancient Tomb Centipede. Searching for the monster. Having firearms would certainly change the course of the war significantly, but whether it would actually lead to victory remains to be seen. Just then, a disheveled peasant woman, wrapped in a heavy coat, came running over quickly. She gasped for breath and said anxiously, "Something terrible has happened, Commander Li. More than a dozen of our livestock died overnight, and their deaths were gruesome, as if they were eaten alive by something." Upon hearing this, Li Jun's expression turned cold. What? More than a dozen have died? No, that's right, you should go and take a look. Li Jun immediately stubbed out his cigarette, and then anxiously ran towards the farm. Wang Fan and the others exchanged glances and followed. The farm is located near the mouth of the valley, where there are a large number of grasses that have evolved over countless years and are now able to grow on a large scale in cold places. Ice grass, an extremely cold-hardy grass that can be used to feed livestock. On this patch of snow grass, there were scattered limbs everywhere, the remains of sheep and cattle that hadn't been eaten. They ate their food as if they were just taking a random bite, without really savoring it. Li Jun turned to the soldier beside him and asked, "Who was on guard duty at the valley entrance yesterday?" "Report. It's the 3rd Squad, 2nd Platoon, 3rd Company." "Where are the people?" Li Jun asked. The soldier opened the interface and checked the chat groups. In the group chat of the 3rd Squad of the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company, although everyone was present, no one replied. This means one thing. They have all lost consciousness, otherwise it would be impossible for no one to speak. Since the shift change took place at noon, no one noticed, as nothing had happened before. The soldier's face flushed red, his eyes wide, and he stammered, Report that they all seem to have vanished." Li Jun took a deep breath, his heart tightening slightly. Something came in and took away a whole squad of people. A company has about 120 people. A company is divided into 3 platoons and 9 squads. Each squad has about 10 to 15 people. Wang Fan and the others also felt slightly uneasy. They knew that here, even those on their deathbeds could send out messages through their thoughts, just like Li Hua, who was beheaded. Even though Li Hua's head was severed, he still managed to send out the message before his brain was completely dead. Since the people in Class 3 were not dead, how could they not have sent out the message? "Commander Li, it seems something has silently abducted them," Wang Fan analyzed. "Yes, that should be the case. Let's go check the watchtower first and see if it's there." The group hurried towards the watchtower. The area around it was covered in black, foul-smelling blood, which looked somewhat familiar. Wang Fan felt the stench and color of the blood were vaguely familiar. Looking around, there were no signs of a struggle, only blood. But how could there be blood if there was no struggle? "Wang Fan, does this black blood look familiar?" "A bit. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before, but I just can't remember." Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the watchtower, a soldier lay unconscious, a small worm clinging to his neck, its roots and slender legs firmly embedded in his flesh. The insect looked somewhat like a centipede. Appraisal. Mutant parasitic centipedes, found in ancient tombs. The group exchanged glances, also expressing their surprise and doubt. An ancient tomb? Li Jun killed the centipede with a single sword stroke. The centipede, now severed in 2, tried to escape, but was crushed to death by Wang Fan's foot. It can still run, even when it's in 2 pieces. This doesn't seem like that guy at all. Wang Fan was even more puzzled now. But Lin Qingxue felt something was off. Wait, isn't that a millipede? Not a centipede, right? The two were somewhat bewildered and tried to wake the soldier, since he was still alive. Li Jun carefully picked up the soldier, a boy around 20 years old with a somewhat youthful face. Wake up! Wake up! What's wrong, kid?" The boy struggled to open his eyes, looking at the group groggily. He managed to stammer, "A centipede, it's huge." Cough, cough. The boy coughed up blood, his life seemingly coming to an end. Wang Fan quickly took out the essence of life and forced a sip down his throat. "Quick, drink it. It's a lifesaver." The boy swallowed slowly. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. After taking 2 small bites, his body emitted a faint green light. His injuries were instantly healed, and his eyes regained their clarity. What exactly happened? Wang Fan asked softly. Upon hearing this, the boy recalled the events of the previous night, and tears immediately streamed down his face. Wah! It was a centipede, a huge centipede. No, not just one, but 2. Wang Fan was shocked. What? 2 giant centipedes? The boy continued, a look of fear and anger on his face. Yes, there's no mistake, those 2 horrible things, they attacked my comrades. Erden, Shunzi, Grey Wolf, Dezhuang, Youqiao, Baozi, Hamburger. They've all been kidnapped. Wow. The boy covered his face and wept bitterly. He wasn't afraid, but he was saddened by the unknown fate of his comrades, who were living, breathing people, brothers who had shared life and death with him. Li Jun also became worried. He knew each and every one of them. The funny Erden, the steady Dazhuang, and the sharpshooter Shunzi. The rest of the names were given to them after they arrived here, based on their favorite foods. Unfortunately, there were no hamburgers or fritters here. He patted the boy on the shoulder. Cry. It'll make you feel better. Maybe they're not dead yet. We have to go look for them. The group was puzzled. If a centipede had eaten livestock, why had it only abducted people? After all, their information was still visible on the interface, meaning they weren't dead. But there's no time to think about that right now. Finding someone is more important. Li Jun stood up, turned his head, and said, Tiger, take it back to rest. Have the men from Squad 3 come and stand guard. The men from Squad 2, come with me. Those 2 monsters must be in the valley. We can't let them continue to do evil. Yes. Just as Tiger was about to take the boy away, the boy immediately wiped away his tears. His nose twitched, and his face was full of anger. I want to go too. That monster kidnapped my comrades, Baozi and Hamburger, and their fates are still unknown. Li Jun understood the boy's feelings and didn't stop him. Anyone would have done the same. Okay, let's go together. Li Jun led a dog out of the military camp, and Wang Fan recognized it immediately. A crocodile dog? You guys keep these? Yes, we happen to catch a few. They're great for tracking. Li Jun held the centipede carcass in front of the crocodile dog's nose and sniffed it. The crocodile dog immediately identified a direction, which was the side of the valley where no one lived. Excuse me, could you tell me the specifics of what you saw last? Wang Fan asked. The boy responded, I remember I was on guard duty last night when I saw a centipede crawl up the watchtower. After all, this thing also exists on Earth. Although it looks terrifying, it is a beneficial insect, so I didn't bother with it. Then I heard a scream, looked down and saw a huge centipede eating my comrade. I thought I should warn everyone first. At that moment, a centipede jumped into my face, and then I lost consciousness until you found me this morning. Chapter 141 Mutation and Evolution. Soy Milk Takes Over. The boy held out his hand. By the way, you can call me Soy Milk because I really like drinking soy milk, and that's what my comrades call me. Yes, Wang Fan. Li Sheng. The group walked along the road, following the alligator dog. Chi-Chi said with slight trepidation, Alliance leader, that centipede means it can make people fall into a coma, and it can make people fall into a coma almost instantly. We need to be careful. If he faints, we're all doomed. Wang Fan nodded. Yes, indeed. We really need to be wary of this. Qingxue, do you still have any juice extracted from the purifying grass? Lin Qingxue took out 3 jars, all in bamboo tubes. Yes, we naturally have plenty of this kind of good stuff. Wang Fan immediately took the 3 cans of purification liquid and distributed them to the group. Drink some to refresh your mind. If that stuff can make people faint instantly, this herbal juice might be useful. The group didn't refuse and drank it immediately, since the herbal juice wasn't particularly precious. I feel like my eyes have become much clearer, Li Cheng said. Me too. My head feels completely clear, Chi-Chi said, rubbing her head. Li Cheng joked. Could it be that your brain is so clear because it's frozen? Remove the possibility. The others smiled upon hearing this and continued on their way with the crocodile dog. Kiki also laughed, and the atmosphere eased considerably. In front of us were some pine trees, not very dense, just scattered here and there. Behind the pine trees was a cave, dark and somewhat eerie. And high up in the pine trees, in an extremely inconspicuous place, crawled hundreds and thousands of tiny centipedes. The alligator dog stared straight at the cave, but it didn't bark, showing a degree of intelligence. It seems to be in that cave. Commander Lee, wait a minute. Let me call my battle pet. Good. The group did not act rashly and stayed where they were, waiting. The silverbacks, guided by telepathy, immediately rushed towards this direction, along with black-toothed boars and dog-headed bats. It wasn't far. The battle pets arrived in about 10 minutes. Big guy, big hair, second hair, third hair, you guys are the most resilient. Go into the cave and take a look. If you encounter any strange creatures, lure them out. Through telepathy, the battle pets could fully understand Wang Fan's meaning. Yes, master, with the three of us pigs together, we're not afraid of anything. Okay, go ahead. If you encounter any danger, run away, understand? Your life is more important. Okay. The three pigs and one gorilla quickly entered the cave. The cave was very large, about 20 meters high and about 30 meters wide. No one knew what kind of monster lived in such a large cave. However, it's unlikely that they can defeat Wang Fan's battle pets in an instant. They've eaten a lot and are already at the 9-star level, just 1 star away from the qualitative leap to 10 stars. A roar, a scream echoed, but the sound wasn't of anger, it was of terror. Big guy, Lin Qingxue called out worriedly. No, that's not the big guy's voice. Wang Fan immediately reminded him. After all, he had telepathy. Just then, Big Guy and the three pigs seemed to be quite frightened, and they all scrambled out of the cave. Oh no, there's a big one here. Roar, roar, roar. The black-toothed pigs tugged at Wang Fan's trouser legs, trying to get him to leave, but Wang Fan remained unmoved. The pigs were pacing anxiously in circles, almost as if they were about to speak. It's all right. I refuse to believe that any creature can kill me instantly. Suddenly, a cold, damp wind carrying the stench of blood blew out of the cave, a foul, pungent odor. They're here. Prepare for battle. Thump, thump, thump. The snow above the cave was shaken down one after another. A giant beast appeared in their field of vision, but the group, who had seen many giant beasts before, were not alarmed. A large white bear appeared, but its entire body was now stained red with blood. The white bear was about the size of 2 adult elephants. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it looked somewhat frightened. Just as the group was about to make their move, Wang Fan stopped them. No, this guy's blood is red. This isn't what we're looking for. Appraisal. Giant polar bear, a 10-star transformed bear, possessing immense strength. A single slap can deliver a force of 3 tons. Holy crap, 3 tons. 1 palm strike, and it sent the car flying? The group exclaimed in amazement. It's worth noting that a typical family car weighs only between 1.5 and 2 tons. Just then, an even larger black shadow suddenly darted out of the cave and tightly wrapped around the polar bear. The massive polar bear exploded from the constriction, crushed into chunks of flesh. Several pieces of flesh flew in front of Wang Fan, the flesh still twitching slightly. Exploded? Li Cheng asked in a daze. At this moment, the group finally saw the huge creature clearly. Wang Fan's pupils contracted, and then he exclaimed, It's it. It's the king of the millipede. However, the king of the millipedes seemed to have changed at this moment, and Wang Fan immediately began to examine it. Appraisal. Super millipede king. While lurking in an ancient tomb, it devoured the centipede king, evolving once more. Its star rating and life force are unknown. Extremely dangerous. Damn it, Wang Fan cursed. The king of the millipede had one end resembling a centipede, while the other end had the head of a centipede. Soy Milk's eyes blazed with fury. It's this guy. It attacked my comrades. But he didn't act impulsively. Acting too impulsively would have been suicide. Meanwhile, the king of the millipedes also noticed Wang Fan, his old enemy. Roar. The king of the millipedes let out a terrifying roar, its pair of dark, crystal-like eyes staring at Wang Fan. It seems that the 2 monsters you saw were actually it. After all, it has 2 heads. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the huge thing in front of him. Hey, you still remember me, big guy. Wang Fan immediately pulled out a steel fork. Do you recognize this? When the king of the millipede saw the steel fork again, it visibly paused, its long tentacles swaying, but it showed no fear. However, Wang Fan can no longer sacrifice points to kill it, and if he were to harm himself, he wouldn't have thousands or tens of thousands of feet to chop off. He couldn't just cut off his own head, could he? His vitality wasn't strong enough to survive a decapitation, but the king of the millipedes could, since it had 2 heads. Knowing they wouldn't be easy to deal with, Li Jun had already sent out a message, and thousands of soldiers were rushing over with ropes. This is really troublesome. I never expected to run into something like this, Li Jun said, slightly nervously. They'd never encountered anything so monstrous on Death Star before. Big guy, don't get entangled with it, get back. The big guy had already run behind Wang Fan and shielded him in front of him. He was also a little scared. The power to crush a 10-star giant polar bear is definitely beyond its ability to withstand. The 3 pigs weren't afraid, since they weren't primates, but Wang Fan didn't intend to send them to their deaths. The 2 sides are currently at an impasse, and Wang Fan has not broken the deadlock. He is thinking. Brother Wang Fan, could you lend me some materials like stones? Do Jiang asked. Although Wang Fan was puzzled, he still replied, Okay, but what do you need the stones for? Soy Milk glared coldly at the king of the millipedes. Kill this guy. You can kill with stones? Yes, trust me. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 142, The Battle Begins. Chinese server players? Wang Fan sent 1,000 units of stones to Do Jiang. Is that enough? That's enough. We shouldn't need it all. Okay, be careful. Wang Fan wasn't quite sure what Do Jiang wanted to do, but since the other party seemed confident, he'd let him use it. To be honest, the current king of the millipede is not easy to deal with. If you get entangled with it, you will definitely be crushed. Moreover, those seemingly thick scales are not easily breached. The king of the hissing horse continent circled around from the other side, flicking his scarlet tongue at the group. And this head was none other than the centipede's head. Wang Fan couldn't tell whether the 2 heads belonged to the same life form or 2 different life forms. Roar! The next moment, the king of the millipedes launched the first attack. Its super long body was full of power. It arched its body and then sprang up with great speed. Do Jiang immediately shielded Wang Fan behind her, saying, Let me do it. The next moment, Do Jiang took a deep breath, and then his hands emitted a white light, which surprised Wang Fan. That was the faint glow emanating from his hands as he placed the stones. But how could the king of the millipedes, with its incredible speed, build a stone wall? A 1-meter thick stone wall can naturally stop the king of millipedes. The reason is simple. A python can crush a person to death, but if you let it crash into a wall, it naturally won't be able to break through. The king of millipedes, however, has scales that should make it considerably tougher, but a wall made of 1-meter thick stones should be able to hold it off for now. Soy Milk can change the shape of stone with a mere thought, much faster than anyone else. The glowing hands moved rapidly, almost creating a blur of light. Top, top, top! In less than 2 seconds, a stone wall appeared in front of Wang Fan and his companions. Holy crap! Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, with a loud thud, the entire stone wall shook violently. Get out of the way! The group quickly scattered to both sides, and the stone wall was smashed open. A trickle of black blood seeped from the king of the millipede's forehead, but the wound was slowly healing. It's effective even though I'm injured, Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. After smashing through a meter-thick layer of rocks, the king of the millipedes was somewhat injured, albeit slightly, but this gave the others a sense of reassurance. Upon seeing this, Soy Milk immediately became excited. It works. I knew it would work. Now, I'll show you my top-notch hand speed after being single for 20 years. Wang Fan took out the bull-headed scepter. Come out, you bulls. Moo! 3 steel bulls immediately appeared in front of everyone. I don't believe you can burst even steel. Go for it, kill this guy. Coal! Coal! Give me more! Used 300 units of coal. The next moment, the steel bulls were steaming, and a small patch of snow on the ground melted. Do Jiang took the opportunity to place stones under his feet and leaped onto Nyo-Nyo's back, where it wasn't hot to the touch. The 3 cows let out a bellow like steam whistles, and then charged forward. The king of the millipedes was not going to back down. It charged forward, and with a powerful swing of its massive body, it knocked 2 of the steel bulls to the ground. Then its entire body twisted violently, tightly wrapping around the 2 steel bulls, while the 3rd steel bull charged over and rammed into it. The king of millipedes immediately charged forward with its tail, ramming into the bull's head without flinching. On the cow's back, Do Jiang rushed forward, stomped on the centipede's head, and then emitted white light from his hands. Build me a stone cage. Snap, snap, snap. Soy Milk's hands moved with lightning speed. In less than 3 seconds, A stone shackle locked the centipede's head. Because the centipede's head is much larger than its body, and the stone shackles seal off the back of the centipede's body. The centipede's head couldn't be pulled out for a moment and got stuck between the rocks. This isn't over yet, you damned thing. Undeterred, Soy Milk stepped on its back and built stones on both sides of its body, sealing most of its body inside the stones. The stones all formed an inverted U shape, locking its body in place. The others looked somewhat blankly at it. Wang Fan asked, "What was this Soy Milk used for before?" Li Jun thought for a moment, then said, "I remember that Do Jiang used to play Fortnite, right? He was a top player in the Chinese server. He mentioned it before." Hearing that there were Chinese players in Fortnite, the others weren't surprised. The hand speed required for that game is, well, let's just say it's incredibly fast. It was there that two people started fighting. The first thing you saw wasn't who died, but that a tall building appeared on the other side the moment the fight started. Chapter 143, The Battle Begins, The Terrifying Millipede. Li Cheng pulled out a sniper rifle and aimed it at one of the king of the millipede's eyes. "I'll shoot you in the eye and see how you see anything then." With a loud bang, the king of the millipede's eyes exploded like a light bulb shattering. The king of the roaring earth let out a painful roar, its remaining one-eyed creature glaring venomously at Wang Fan and the others. But it did not turn to attack. Instead, it began to tightly entangle the two steel bulls, squeezing them so hard they creaked and groaned. The force was immense. Wang Fan snorted coldly. "Strong? Then try this. Keep adding coal." An additional 200 units of coal were added. With a loud boom, the steel bulls turned completely red, emitting scorching hot air from their bodies. The steel body was glowing red from the heat. "Roar!" The king of the millipede roared as it was burned. The scorching temperature was making it extremely uncomfortable. The next moment, the king of the millipede flung the steel bull away, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat, though it wasn't very pleasant. The king of the millipede glared venomously at Wang Fan and his companions, then charged forward, only to be momentarily stunned as his head hung, suspended in midair, unable to move. It turned its head and saw that its body was actually sealed by thick stones. The king of the millipedes slammed its massive head into the heavy rock, sending it flying with a thud. Then it twisted its body with all its might, and the stones began to loosen. Soy Milk quickly left the area, and by then thousands of soldiers had all rushed over. Seeing that things were going badly, the millipede head behind the king of the millipedes immediately let out a sharp cry. From the pine trees not far away, swarms of small centipedes swooped down, landing on the soldiers' bodies, necks, and heads. "Ah!" Several screams rang out, and groups of soldiers collapsed to the ground. Under the attack of the centipede swarm, they instantly fell into a deep sleep. Wang Fan turned his head and was also shocked. He immediately took out a can of purification liquid and smashed the bamboo tube at the group of soldiers. It exploded with a bang. The purifying mist spread out, and the group moved slightly. Soon their eyes regained their clarity, and after getting up, they continued to tear off the centipedes that were clinging to their bodies. "This weird bug is killing me. Quick, quick, help me pull it from back to back. Ah, my ear, this damn thing has bitten my ear. Torch, torch, burn them. They'll run away as soon as you burn them." At this moment, the millipede king broke free from the stone's restraints, and with a sudden burst of strength, its scales rubbed together, making a cracking sound. Then the centipede head threw the steel bull away, where it slammed heavily to the ground. Both heads were now facing Wang Fan, making him feel a little uneasy. "Damn it, what are you looking at? I've already chopped you before. I can chop you up no matter how many times I come back." The king of the millipede charged forward, but Wang Fan was not to be outdone. A white light flashed in his hand, and a train disappeared from his inventory, reappearing on the snow. The train's whistle blared through the sky. Wang Fan pushed the joystick and charged forward, colliding with the two heads with a loud bang. The eyes of those two heads stared menacingly at Wang Fan inside the car through the windshield. "Quickly subdue this guy. We can't let him escape again." A shout brought the slightly stunned crowd back to their senses. At this moment, the soldiers were all freed from their predicament and gathered around, swinging the ropes in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. "Tie it up. Go over there and hang on to its body. Over here. Someone come here." The soldiers divided their tasks in an orderly manner. Their task was to tie up this huge creature. "It's hung up. It's hung up. Me too. Ready." Ropes flew out, passing through the body of the millipede king and then wrapping around it. Thousands of ropes, like grappling hooks, are spread all over its body. At the end of each rope, a soldier held it firmly. Upon seeing this, Li Jun immediately ordered, "Pull it! Come on, brothers, let's work together." As the ropes were pulled taut, the train began to move forward, and the might of the millipede king diminished. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. The veins on everyone's arms bulged, and the silverbacks joined in, pulling and tugging. The king of millipedes was being pulled backward continuously. It noticed the abnormality in its body and turned its head to look. It saw that it was being pulled by thousands of ropes. Chapter 144. Working together, we finally killed them. It angrily turned and charged at the soldiers, but the next moment it couldn't turn its head back. Dozens of ropes were firmly holding its head. If you still want to attack the people in the first company, you'll have to ask if the people in the second company agree. Right, brothers? A group of people shouted in unison, yes. 1, 2, 3, pull, heave ho, heave ho. But when the king of the millipedes changed direction to attack the people in Company 1, Company 2 suddenly pulled it up, making it unable to attack either side. Haha, our first company isn't lagging behind either, guys, don't you agree? Yes. At this moment, every part of the hundreds of meters long body of the millipede king was being pulled by ropes, so that no matter which way it ran, it would be pulled back from the other side. It twisted its body desperately, trying to break free from the ropes. But in the face of so many people's strength, its proud power was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Brother Chow hit it. Li Chung had already prepared his gun, and with 2 bangs, he hit the king of the millipedes in the head. A mournful roar echoed as the king of the millipedes seemed to sense the dire situation, and black blood began to seep from its entire body. What is this guy doing? Lin Qingxue frowned slightly, then shouted, "Oh no, its blood is corrosive. It's trying to self-harm to melt the ropes." Wang Fan was also taken aback. If they escaped again, the next meeting would be even more troublesome. We can't let it get away. Ping'an, get your henchman and bite its belly. Woof, woof, woof. All right, everyone, let's go. Upon hearing this, Li Jun also ordered, "Give it your all. Turn this guy's belly over." Good. A group of people pulled hard, exposing most of its belly. The king of millipedes had a yellow belly and no thick scales. The dog-headed bats immediately rushed over and began to devour the millipede king, the toxins seeping into its body and causing it excruciating pain. The millipede king's thousands of long legs scratched incessantly, but the claws were not very sharp. They were just covered with fine bristles. Wang Fan also took action, and before long, a steel fork appeared on the body of the king of the millipedes. He was breathing heavily, as if making a difficult decision. Then, Wang Fan gritted his teeth and poured a mouthful of blood tree essence in his mouth, but did not swallow it. The next moment, Wang Fan cut open his own stomach, but he didn't cut too deep for fear of damaging his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. Wang Fan was sweating profusely, and his legs were almost unsteady. A gash appeared on the belly of the king of the millipedes. Black blood kept gushing out of the laceration, and some chunks of flesh and undigested sheep horns could be vaguely seen, but no human limbs were visible. This also relieved Li Jun and the others. Soy milk was also somewhat relieved. The steamed buns and hamburgers weren't eaten. That's great. The next moment, Wang Fan finally couldn't bear the pain any longer, pulled out the iron sword, swallowed the essence of the blood tree, and the tear in his belly healed rapidly. The king of the millipedes' belly hadn't healed quickly enough, so Wang Fan immediately jumped off the carriage and used his iron sword to slice open the belly again. With a ripping sound, the carcasses of sheep and cows all slid out, emitting an unbearable stench. But Wang Fan ignored it all, gripping his iron sword tightly, and swung from the 100 Herbs garden to the 3 flavors study. Slice open the entire belly of the millipede king. The king of the millipede roared incessantly. Finally, it unleashed an unparalleled will to survive, twisting its entire body violently and flinging hundreds of people to the left and hundreds more to the right. My back. I almost fell to my death, damn it. This guy is incredibly strong. The soldiers were thrown off, falling to the ground and hitting rocks, but none of them were in mortal danger. Having broken free of its ropes, the king of the millipedes wanted to escape. It identified a direction and was about to dash off, but its speed was noticeably slower. The rope beside Wang Fan's feet was quickly pulled away, and he was dragged away by the king of the millipedes. He grabbed 2 ropes, then ran towards the train and tied them to the locomotive. The next moment, the ropes snapped straight, the force sending Wang Fan flying and crashing to the ground. But Wang Fan immediately got up and charged toward the king of the millipedes. The king of millipedes was momentarily stunned by the rope, then turned and sprayed black blood at it, causing the rope to melt continuously. The big guy pounced and grabbed the centipede's head, while the other silverbacks snapped off the centipede's tentacles and claws. With a bang, the king of the millipedes was hit in the head again. It let out a mournful roar, but its voice grew weaker and weaker. Black blood flowed continuously from the body of the millipede king, its life force about to come to an end. Wang Fan immediately charged towards the head of the millipede king. We can't let this guy split off and escape again. Sure enough, the next moment, the millipede king resorted to the same trick again, trying to abandon half of its centipede body in order to survive. But how could Wang Fan let him escape again? The 3 steel bulls had already circled around from a distance and knocked him to the ground. The millipede king, now reduced to just its head, howled and crawled on the ground, looking rather pathetic. The millipede king, now without a body, was no match for them. The steel bulls pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Wang Fan charged forward, drew his iron sword, leaped, and plunged the sword deep into its head. Let's see if you can still run away. With a soft thud and a feeble roar, the supermassive creature died on the spot. The centipede's head had already been smashed flat by the silverbacks. Chapter 145, An Unexpected Discovery Deep Within the Cave. Finally killed him. This guy actually followed us all the way here. Damn it. Wang Fan cursed. Lin Qingxue and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If it had escaped again, there would have been endless trouble. Everyone go find someone. Li Yun shouted. Several thousand people set out to search, and Wang Fan, along with Dojiang and about 100 soldiers, went to the cave. The cave was very large, and the group walked inside, carrying the lamp of eternity to light their way. Pinyin, take your underlings and go scout ahead. Woof woof woof. Okay. A flock of dog-headed bats immediately flew inside, their barking echoing from the depths of the cave. Not long after, news came back from Peaceful. Through telepathic communication, Wang Fan immediately understood the meaning of peace. Quick, there's something inside. A group of people rushed into the depths of the cave, where a dozen or so large and small creatures resembling silkworm cocoons were wriggling. The group felt somewhat uneasy, but they still picked up their lamps and shone them over. Doesn't that dark shape look like a person? Li Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Wang Fan took the eternal lamp and examined it closely. Under the light, the humanoid silhouette became much more prominent. They're people. Quick, release them. Upon seeing this, a group of people rushed over anxiously, with Dojiang taking the lead. He carefully cut open the disgusting pupa with a small knife, afraid of hurting the person inside. With a sizzling sound, clumps of viscous liquid flowed out, and inside the mucus were vividly living people. After seeing clearly, Dojiang disregarded the disgusting liquid and hugged the man tightly. Thank goodness, squad leader, you're all right. Some overweight middle-aged men coughed a few times and struggled to open their eyes. We're saved. The soldiers were so weak that they were lifted up and leaned against the rock wall. Wang Fan was generous and took out some of the fountain of life. Here, feed them some. Dojiang pursed her lips and carefully took the spring water. Brother Fan, thank you. Yes, let's hurry and save them. Inside the cave, there were constant sounds of panting and coughing, but thankfully no one was seriously injured, although quite a few livestock had died, which was a pity. After chatting for a few minutes, Wang Fan learned that Dojiang and his group were all college students who had spontaneously organized themselves, and they were all filled with the fervor to die for the people. Wang Fan admires such a passionate young man with such ideological awareness, but he himself may not be able to do it yet. He is not that great. Come on, Brother Chow. Let's go deeper in and take a look. Okay, Alliance Leader. The 4 continued deeper into the area. Seeing this, Li Jun looked at the guards beside him and said, Tiger, take about 10 men and follow Comrade Xiao Wang. Make sure they are safe. The muscular soldier named Hu Zi saluted. Yes, sir. Second son, third son, and you come with me? Yes. Wang Fan didn't say anything when he saw the soldiers who followed him. It was a good thing to have someone protecting him. The cave was deep and wide, and it was unknown how far ahead lay. Ping and was leading a group of his underlings to scout ahead, so Wang Fan could sense any danger. I don't know where this cave leads, it's so long. Lin Qingxue said with slight trepidation. The unknown is always frightening, especially a dark cave. What if there are big snakes or rats in there? The further they walked, the more worried they became. They had only intended to take a casual look around, but after an hour they still hadn't reached the end. Wang Fan, stop going. We don't even know where this leads. Lin Qingxue's concerns were not unfounded. After all, they could only faintly see a small white dot in the direction of the exit. If they continued walking, something unexpected might happen. All right, let's go back the way we came. It feels like a bottomless pit. Just as the group was about to give up, Ping and let out a strange cry. Something's up. Let's go check it out. After running for another 10 minutes or so, a group of dog-headed bats with glowing green eyes were waiting for Wang Fan at a rock wall. The stone wall looked like a door, and it had a black sheen and was somewhat smooth, so it didn't look like it was formed naturally. The group examined it curiously, and Tiger immediately recognized it, saying, "It's obsidian. I've seen it before when we were mining it." "What? Obsidian?" Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Fan immediately took out a pickaxe and started digging, and a group of people also came over to mine together. Obsidian mining is very slow, taking almost half an hour to extract one unit, which is extremely slow. Damn, this is so slow. How long are we going to dig like this? Yes, Alliance leader, but why do I feel like this is a door? The shape looks very similar. I also think it looks a bit like it, Chi-Chi said. Wang Fan also thought it looked like one, but he didn't pay much attention to it. How could there be a door in this desolate wilderness? Perhaps it was formed naturally. After all, nature is amazing. Just as the group was engrossed in their mining, a group of burly creatures carrying torches rushed out from the darkness. Upon seeing the group mining obsidian, they were immediately enraged. Then the creature roared, "You son of a bitch! You dare to dig up the gates of hell? You son of a bitch, are you all insane?" The group was startled and immediately turned to look. They saw a dozen or so people opposite them, all wearing horned helmets, heavy armor, and some carrying shields. The leader exuded a murderous aura, wielded a strange short knife, and had a skull tucked into his waistband. Wang Fan frowned slightly, and the soldiers beside him immediately became alert. The creatures opposite looked like humans, but they were very large, with the shortest being 2 meters tall. Appraisal. Vikings, a warrior race. Don't anger them, or they'll hurl insults at you until you're completely bewildered. They love fine wine and food. If you can outdrink them, you'll earn their respect. Note, they're straightforward and vengeful, never resorting to tricks or schemes. If they disagree, they'll fight. If they can't win, they'll die. Huh? Vikings? Wang Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. The leader on the other side exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? You know we're Vikings? Weren't you humans all extinct? Where did you come from? If you dig this door again, I'll shove your heads into a rhinoceros's ass. Wang Fan and the others exchanged glances. The other party didn't seem to intend to attack them, even though their language was vulgar. Wang Fan gestured to the people around him not to act rashly, then asked, "Who are you?" "Us?" "Huh, it seems you're not with that group of humans. You don't even know us Vikings. You're short-sighted. You're the one who's short. Your whole family is short." Wang Fan cursed. Upon hearing this, the other party all burst into laughter, showing no anger. "Haha, you guys are quite interesting, but if you dare to mess with this door again, believe me, I'll cut your head off and use it as a chamber pot." Chapter 146 following along to the Viking tribe. Wang Fan was not angry about this. Firstly, because of the introduction of the appraisal. Secondly, even though the other person's words were unpleasant, their tone was flat, so he couldn't sense any malice from them. It sounded more like a verbal warning. However, Wang Fan did not doubt the truthfulness of what he said. If he touched the door again, the other party would make a move. Fine, I won't touch it then. But you still haven't answered my question. What exactly did you mean by humans? The bearded man said impatiently. Why should I tell you? I have no obligation to. You all get out of here. There's nothing in this cave except this door. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air. It was fruit wine brewed by Lin Qingxue. Oh dear, what a pity. These fine wines would be wonderful to share with friends. Wang Fan also hoisted a huge dinosaur leg onto his shoulder. Oh dear, we can't finish it We simply can't finish it. The Vikings immediately swallowed a few times, looking very envious. The bearded leader immediately grinned. Young man, as they say, when people meet on a narrow road, they become good friends. We Vikings are the most hospitable and welcoming people. Why don't you come and visit our tribe? Wang Fan glanced at the other party, since the identification system had already described what Vikings were like. It's probably true. It must have been confirmed by people from the Qin dynasty who had contact with them. Surely our ancestors wouldn't harm anyone. After all, Wang Fan already knew that the information obtained through the identification was the result of the ancients' experience and conclusions. The other party clearly knew some information about the Death Gate Star, and had even been in contact with people from the Qin dynasty. Okay, I'm tired from digging. Let's take a break. The bearded man rubbed his hands together excitedly, a little drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fixed on the dragon leg. The next moment, Wang Fan put it into his storage. Hey, young man, why are you putting it away? You can at least smell it. Lead the way. All right, let's go. Wang Fan and the others followed the Vikings deeper into the cave. After walking for about half an hour, a white light appeared ahead. It's the entrance to the cave, Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise. Come on, once you're outside the cave, you'll be in our tribe, the bearded man called out to the group. After exiting the cave, there was a valley surrounded by mountains. Inside the valley were many wooden houses and wolf meat hanging everywhere. There were no fields or livestock. Is this where you live? Yes, but there aren't many people. All of us Vikings are here, probably tens of thousands. If it weren't for the fact that you're human, I definitely wouldn't have brought you here. The group frowned slightly and followed the bearded man into the village. Someone come here, give me some stewed wolf meat, roasted wolf meat, and dried wolf meat to serve the guests, the bearded man shouted. A group of burly Vikings immediately looked over like curious children. My God, it's a human. Weren't they all dead? How come they're still here? Could the story Mom told be true? My God, it's a person, that brutal race? Quickly, come out and see. It's humans. They're not all dead. A group of people were puzzled when they heard these words. Wang Fan, it seems that the people of the Qin dynasty had some contact with the Vikings. Yes, that's true, but they don't seem to be enemies. Alliance leader, they won't attack us, will they? Chi-Chi asked. No, the test results were carefully selected by our ancestors, so they can't be wrong. That's good. The bearded man led the group to a slightly luxurious wooden house, but the luxurious house was much simpler than the wooden houses where people lived in Xia country. The cabin was quite spacious, with a long table on both sides and chairs on either side. At the end of the table was a stone fireplace with a roaring fire. Please sit down first, and food will be brought over in a little while. Wang Fan and his companion sat down and looked around curiously. Soon, several cups of hot tea were served. The group didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started drinking. The bearded man stared longingly at Wang Fan, making Wang Fan feel extremely uncomfortable. Come outside with me. Okay. Wang Fan released the entire carcass of a brachiosaurus. You can have them all. They're nothing special anyway. Wang Fan picked up quite a few dinosaur carcasses along the way, so he wasn't short of them. The Vikings around immediately lit up with excitement when they saw the brachiosaurus's carcass. Quickly, please help me. Dragon legs and dragon tails are both top-notch. Oh dear, it's been so many years since we had a different taste. Before long, the table was full of meat, but most of it was wolf meat. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Wang Fan asked, could you explain what exactly is going on with humans, you Vikings, and the gates of hell? The bearded man tore off a large piece of dragon leg meat and said as he ate, it's a long story. Actually, it's been passed down from generation to generation. I don't actually know much by my generation. First, I only know that guarding the gates of hell is our duty. As for anything else, I think that old man knows more than I do. Then the bearded man shouted towards the door, hey, you two go and call the elder over. All right, don't just eat all you want, leave some for us. Don't worry, it will stay. As they were talking, the bearded man picked up another piece of dragon meat and started gnawing on it, leaving the two of them speechless as they ran away. Hey, you big bearded guy, hurry up and call the elders, or they'll eat it all up in no time. Before long, an elderly man with a somewhat thin face was invited over. He looked old, but he was very hale and hearty, and spoke in a booming voice. Hey, you little glutton, You didn't even tell this old man before you ate your delicious food. If you do this again, I'll climb up your house and tear down your roof beams." Wang Fan and the others were speechless. Lin Qingxue whispered, "Wang Fan, are all Vikings like this?" Wang Fan was embarrassed. I don't know. What kind of people did our ancestor associate with?" The bearded man tossed a dragon leg to the old man. The dragon leg weighed at least 200 pounds, but the old man caught it and immediately started gnawing on it. "Oh my, Brachiosaurus meat. Good stuff, really good stuff. Hey, you with the mustache, what did you call me here for?" "Oh, tell them a story. They want to hear it." The old man glanced at the group, then casually sat down on the threshold without coming in. "Oh, humans. You want to hear a story?" Wang Fan also respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. Could you please tell me about the gates of hell and the matter of our ancestors?" Wow, they're quite polite, much better than those silly brats in our tribe. Those naughty kids, next time they misbehave, I'll hang them up and flick their eggs. Wang Fan and the others awkwardly chuckled in agreement. Ha, sir, please continue. Actually, these two things can be considered as one thing. A long time ago, when I was a child, my grandmother told me this. We Vikings originally lived on a rich planet, coexisting with some dragons. But those dragons were not dinosaurs, but dragons that could breathe fire, breathe water, or spit poison. Chapter 147 Historical Truth, The Gates of Hell. Although Wang Fan was puzzled, he did not interrupt the other party, thinking it would be better to ask after listening. Then one day, all the Vikings suddenly came to this planet, with high temperatures, cold waves, insect swarms, fog, and so on. Too many to count. Originally, we should have had 4 billion people, but after so many years, only a few have survived, not even 50,000. They have all perished in the long river of history, generation after generation. However, it is said that a long time ago, humans cooperated with us, and the two races went through an epic war together. That war was very fierce, and the human race was almost wiped out. We also lost more than 500 million people. But we Vikings live in cold weather, so we hid in these snow-capped mountains, thinking we would grow and then go out to take revenge once our population had increased. But the weather was not cooperating. We arrived just as the temperature was so high. Although we wouldn't die from the heat in the snow-capped mountains, the entrance to hell was loosened because of the rising temperature. Then countless underground creatures rushed out, a huge, dark mass, like a dark cloud, and swept over us. We ultimately fought to the death, with more than half of our people almost using their bodies to block the entrance to the cave. As history changed, it became what it is today. So much so that we've guarded that cave entrance for generations. Sometimes we can even hear rustling sounds coming from behind the walls. I think that's underground creatures trying to come out. At that time, the few thousand remaining humans dragged their dying lord here to heal. Among them, a group of people known as sorcerers among humans calculated that 5,000 years later, the human race will rise again. And that man said that the human race is the only hope to lead our Viking people to prosperity again. At first, my ancestors thought it was just a joke or a dying wish, but if you calculate the time, it has been exactly 5,000 years now. The old man looked at Wang Fan and the others with golden light in his eyes. Wanner said, "Perhaps what that so-called sorcerer said is true. What about the savages? Since the battle was so fierce, why are the savages still so numerous?" Wang Fan asked. The old man narrowed his eyes, sighed deeply, and said wistfully, "Savages? You mean those hairy guys? The fog is about to end. You'll know when the fog clears, but the fog won't spread throughout this snow-capped mountain." These words made Wang Fan's heart tighten, and he immediately asked, "Old sir, you don't mean to say that the savage was born from the mist, do you?" The old man sighed deeply, tucking the dragon leg bone he had finished gnawing into his waistband. Yes, they are endless. We kill wave after wave. How can we fight them? What can we use to fight them? In the last 3 days of the mist, the number of those guys will increase by another 6 billion, 2 billion every day. Their sheer numbers alone can exhaust any race. Perhaps before the emergence of wise beings, they were nothing more than beasts, eating when hungry and drinking when thirsty. They had no knowledge of cooperation, construction, domestication of other creatures, or weapon manufacturing. It's tough, kid. If your ancestors were right, then we Vikings might have to rely on you. Ha ha. The old man stood up and walked toward the mountaintop. As he disappeared into the distance, he chanted, 12 scepters, the Dragon Emperor carrying the coffin. That old emperor really schemed, planning for 5,000 years. What a grand scheme. Ha ha ha. Wang Fan turned his head and frowned. He knew about the 12 scepters, but what was the Dragon Emperor carrying a coffin? After hearing this, the group felt heavy-hearted. The number of savages was actually going to continue to increase. But humans can't do that. According to the old man, those wild men might appear as adults, unlike humans who have to be raised from a young age. As the saying goes, one thing rises while another falls, one thing falls while another grows. If this continues, only humanity will disappear. Perhaps, like the Vikings, only tens of thousands of humans will survive and be lost to the long river of time. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wang Fan stood up and said, Uncle Beard, we're leaving now. Our men are staying in Snow Wolf Valley at the end of that cave. Perhaps we can fight the enemy together. The bearded man shook his head repeatedly. No need. My people number less than 50,000. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid our entire tribe will be wiped out. Lin Qingxue also spoke up. Uncle, I understand what you mean, but over the years, has your population increased? Haven't they slowly been buried in these snow-capped mountains? The situation is not good right now. You probably know more about the savages. If you can provide useful information or tactics, perhaps our human race can carry you. The bearded man immediately thought it made sense, but he still asked, what does bring me flying mean? Wang Fan smiled leisurely. It's very simple. I'll make you strong again. The bearded man sighed. You guys go first. This matter still needs to be discussed. But I'll organize the information about the savages and send someone to inform you later. Wang Fan clasped his hands respectfully and said, Thank you very much. The group left the Viking tribe, passed through the cave, and returned to Snow Wolf Valley. The rescued people were no longer there. Only a few soldiers were still exploring inside the cave. Where is Commander Li? Wang Fan asked. Oh, Brother Jun went back to camp. It seems something bad happened. Wang Fan frowned slightly. Something bad? That's right. I saw that his expression was very unpleasant after he answered the voice call. Wang Fan suddenly sensed something was wrong. Now was no longer the time to go home and farm for leisure. If the matter of the savages wasn't resolved, humanity might be worn down to death. How can we talk about a happy life then? We'll only be able to run away all day long, barely clinging to life. Wang Fan still dreams of having a football team and a basketball team with Lin Qingxue. Without settling down, these ideas are just wishful thinking. Before long, Wang Fan arrived at the military camp. Li Jun was sitting on the table, puffing on a tobacco pipe. The tobacco didn't taste very good, but Li Jun smoked more than half of it. What's wrong with Commander Li? Li Jun raised his head, and the hair on his forehead had turned quite a bit gray. It had only been half a day since he last saw him. Oh, it's Xiao Wang. I have some really bad news, all of it at once. What? Tiger has already sent a message that the number of savages will increase. But this is not the most serious problem. After all, no matter how many people there are, they can't withstand machine guns and tanks. But just now, news came from the industrial zone that after producing more than 2,000 AK-47s, they could no longer make any more. Chapitre 148 Technological Blocade, UT Destruction. Li Cheng asked in confusion. Can it be made? Is it because there aren't enough materials or something else? Li Jun exhaled a long puff of smoke and said, No. According to what the industrial zone says, our technology has been blocked. Wang Fan was also taken aback. From the literal meaning, he roughly understood what was going on. Technological blockade? They can even do that? I can't believe it either, but looking back, it seems reasonable that people from all over the world have traveled through time to this place, and the technological blockade is now justified. Based on our speculation, this technological blockade is probably the work of the savages. After all, if we couldn't build it in the first place, we wouldn't have been able to build a single one. But now, after building more than 2,000, it suddenly stopped working. Kiki asked timidly, What exactly does technology blockade mean? Lin Qingxue explained, You've heard of Jizi, right? I imagine this technological blockade is the same. It can alter the chemical reactions we originally had on Earth. For example, water can be electrolyzed to produce oxygen and hydrogen, which is common knowledge. But if something like a sapan appears, it can disable your chemical reactions. It prevents your water from producing hydrogen and oxygen after electrolysis, causing new changes in your chemistry and mechanics. making it impossible for you to obtain the original experimental results. In short, all the theorems in chemistry, physics, and other subjects learned on Earth have been altered. Humans are unable to create anything within the scope of their knowledge, and need to rediscover new laws. But this is extremely difficult. It's like starting from scratch again, and even if you succeed, no one knows if it will be tampered with again. Upon hearing this, Li Jun nodded solemnly. Yes, that's right. The young lady's explanation is correct. That's indeed the point. And now fighting has broken out in the northeast direction of the long-sleeping snow mountain. The situation is not optimistic. Dojiang rushed in through the door, raised his hand in salute. Sir, send me to the front lines. Those damned savages, I'm going to kill them. Li Jun patted Dojiang on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, don't be impulsive. You won't change anything if you go. Once all of us older generation are wiped out, it will naturally be your generation's turn. Wang Fan also asked, how much longer can they hold out over there? About 5 days. There's a high probability we won't be able to hold out much longer. If we can't hold out, we'll have to shrink our survival zone, but that will mean losing a large piece of usable land. But there's no other way. Staying alive is the most important thing. Commander Li, are there any volcanoes nearby? Wang Fan asked. Li Jun was taken aback when he heard this. Volcano? There is one, but it seems to be an extinct volcano. By the way, what do you want with a volcano? A cold glint flashed in Wang Fan's eyes as he leisurely said, turn the tide of battle. Before long, the group climbed up the snow-capped mountain. The mountain was different from the valley, and the cold wind lashed against Wang Fan and the others. On the snow-capped mountain, Wang Fong hummed a song. The north wind howls, snowflakes flutter and fall. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The wolf was seriously wounded. Li Chung then pulled the trigger. With a blood-curdling howl, a snow wolf collapsed in a pool of blood. Li Chung quickly ran to retrieve the body. Hee, extra food for tonight. Li Chung put the wolf carcass into his inventory. Alliance leader, we'll be at the extinct volcano soon. I wonder what the temperature will be like there. Wang Fan sneezed. It shouldn't be cold now, but I'm shivering from the cold on this mountain. Lin Xingxue opened the map to check the marked location. There's still about 500 meters ahead. We'll get there after we cross that hill. I don't know if we have enough time in 5 days. It's already taken us a whole day to climb up here. If we don't get to the front line in 5 days, they will withdraw and retreat, and it will be difficult to expand the defensive line again. Xingxue, don't worry, we should make it in time. The dormant volcano is just lying dormant and not erupting. There's plenty of lava. When the time comes, hundreds or thousands of fireballs will come crashing down, and those savages will have a hard time. Soy Milk followed closely behind the group, and the 5 of them strolled along the snow-capped mountain peaks. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xingxing and Wang Dali popped up a video. Mom, how are you? Lin Xingxue asked anxiously. On the other end of the video call, Lin Xingxing had about 40 people all bundled up tightly. Xiaoxue, we've made a new discovery. What? Lin Xingxing was located on a giant frozen lake, and she adjusted the camera to focus on her feet. Beneath the ice beneath her feet lay hundreds of people. All of them were frozen solid. They were wearing armor and carrying weapons, fighting a giant fish that was hundreds of meters long. It seemed that they had accidentally fallen into the water and were forced into the battle. Look, we've discovered footprints of people from the Qin dynasty. They came here, and we're heading in the right direction. Xiaoxue, send me the pictures you took in that palace passageway. Perhaps we're not far from finding the key that will keep us resting in the snowy mountains. Okay, Mom. Lin Xingxue looked at the screen, and the giant monster under the ice looked terrifying. Mom, what is that huge creature? Lin Xingxing initiated an identification process. The thing under her feet looked like a combination of a dinosaur and a shark, with half of its head frozen and the other half protruding from the ice. Leviathan the sea dragon, currently in its juvenile stage, is not completely dead. Lin Xingxing was shocked. What? This Qin dynasty soldier has been dead for at least 5,000 years, and this guy is still alive after being frozen for so long? Everyone, get out of here right now. Lin Xingxing urged urgently. Just then, a cracking sound, like glass breaking inch by inch, came from the ice surface, and a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Beep, beep, beep. Communication interrupted. Mom! Mom! Lin Xingxue shouted. I then tried calling several video calls, but no one answered. Wang Fan checked the Alliance's roster and breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, the number hasn't decreased. They're safe. They're probably running for their lives right now. The two were somewhat worried, but Wang Fan did not show it, and kept reassuring Lin Qingxue. Let's go. Let's head to the lava entrance first. Shortly after, Lin Qingxing sent a message. We're fine. We escaped, but the way we came is cut off. But it's not a big problem. We should have pressed on anyway. Lin Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the message. Are you relieved now? Hurry. We're almost at the lava vent. On the shore of the lake, the research team members stared blankly at the lake's surface. Leviathan was truly terrifying. The ice was at least 10 meters thick, but it was overturned, turning the entire lake upside down. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. What kind of world have we come to? Leviathan, isn't that a mythical creature? It actually exists. Lin Qingxing called out. Let's go. Let's quickly decipher the pattern. This path is impassable. Let's see if Commanderly can make a teleportation key. Otherwise, we'll have to teleport back. Chapter 149 Magma Entrance, Strange Creatures. At the same time, ripples spread across the sky, covering the entire Death Gate star, though they were invisible to the naked eye. In the eastern part of the snowy mountains, in a valley, there is a stone house, a pyramid-shaped building, with a group of savages standing below it. A towering, cylindrical building stood before them, with lightning constantly flashing above it. One of the savages, with bluish skin, spread his arms wide and shouted, "Ha ha! The Tower of Death is now fully operational, and human technology has been completely locked down. Humans actually dare to think they can defeat us with technology. Their ancestors have been plotting for 5,000 years, and so have we. They can scheme, and so can we. 5,000 years. A full 5,000 years. Do they still think we're just some chickens and dogs that can be killed at will? 5,000 years ago, there was an invincible emperor, but he eventually turned into a handful of dust. 5,000 years later, humanity wants to rely on technology, but little do they know that we have already foreseen this outcome. When the fog returns, gather your forces and launch a full-scale attack on humanity. Their proud technology will be unusable. The high temperatures are about to hit the whole country, and their numbers will be less than 5% of what they started with. They have no chance. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain, at the crater of the volcano, Wang Fan and the others gazed at the steaming lava flow. Ahead of them was a place resembling a lunar crater, with an area of about 3,000 square meters. The lava pool was located in this circular crater in an area of about 1,000 square meters. It's like two circles nested together, with the smaller circle in the middle being the lava vent, while the rest of the area is flat ground that you can walk on. Alliance leader, how do we collect the resources? Li Qing asked. Looking at the still, bubbling lava, Lin Qingxue said uneasily, "This isn't an extinct volcano, it's a dormant volcano. This volcano has not lost its activity. It has remained active, it just hasn't erupted yet." Wang Fan was also taken aback. Huh? Won't that burn someone to death? Lin Qingxue said solemnly, "Yes, the surrounding area is full of solidified lava. We don't know which part is solid, or which part will sink into if we step on it. It's not easy." Wang Fan took out the dragon-slaying mace and tapped around the magma vent, but he couldn't find out the truth. The magma had been deposited for many years and looked very solid, but who knew if he would sink in if he stepped on it? The surrounding area is filled with deposited magma ash, and there are no footholds to dig down, making it really difficult. It's like there's a small, unfrozen pool in the middle of the lake in winter, and you have to walk on thin ice to fetch water from that pool. Good heavens, who knows if the ice will crack? If this lava falls, no matter how strong your vitality is, you will be melted by it. For a moment, Wang Fan and his companions were at a loss and dared not take any risks. Li Cheng threw a few stones into the lava crust in front of him. The stones sank at a speed visible to the naked eye and were soon swallowed by the lava, with a few bubbles appearing. No, Alliance leader will get stuck. But if we collect right here, we'll only get lava crusts. Wang Fan also began to ponder. The magma was so close, yet he couldn't touch it. It was truly difficult. Leader, there's a cave entrance over there. Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise. Following the direction Chi-Chi pointed, the group saw that there was an opening in the inner wall of the pit. Let's go take a look. Wang Fan led the way, and the others followed him into the cave entrance. The entrance was fairly spacious, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, and inside the cave was a spiral-shaped passage. How come there's another road here? Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qingxue looked around. The surrounding stone walls were smooth as jade and seemed to have been washed by something. Let's take a look first. This cave should have existed for thousands of years. If it were going to collapse, it would have collapsed long ago. It should be fine. Yes, that's true. The group continued walking downhill for almost an hour, but still hadn't reached the end. However, a scorching heat began to emanate from them. Holy crap! Are we going to the center of the earth? Wang Fan exclaimed. Probably not. At this rate of descent, we'll probably be at the same height as the foot of the mountain soon. Although the group was somewhat alarmed, they had already traveled so far that there was no way they could go back. After all, if we just go back like this, wouldn't it be like a dung beetle encountering diarrhea? A wasted trip? After walking for about 10 more minutes, the passage ahead stopped going down and instead became flat, eventually turning into a passage that led forward. A fiery red light flashed ahead of the passage. It's the cave entrance. Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. The group quickened their pace, passed through the passage, and walked out of the cave. As soon as they stepped out, the space in front of them suddenly opened up. A huge space, comparable in size to 2 track and field stadiums, appeared. The space was not dark. Instead, it was filled with a vibrant, fiery red color. Within the vast space lies a lake of lava, constantly bubbling. It's lava, and there are footholds around it. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Then, Wang Fan immediately ran over, stepped onto the thick ground, and began to fill the lava bucket with lava. After Wang Fan finished preparing the lava, he distributed it into his storage compartment. However, it was not easy to release the lava from the storage compartment. One wrong move, and he would burn himself badly. Just as the group was having a great time, a scarlet eye rose from the lava and looked at them. Wang Fan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and met those eyes. Holy crap, what's that? The group looked over and saw the eyes. They were large, about the size of an apple, and dark red. Wang Fan immediately shouted, "Let's get out of here! What kind of good thing can survive in lava?" The group immediately left the lakeside and ran towards the passage. The next moment, bubbles began to rise continuously from the lava lake, and then a huge body burst out of the lava, splashing lava everywhere, and the group hurriedly dodged. Li Chung was hit in both legs by lava and immediately screamed in pain. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan immediately cut off Li Cheng's legs and then fed him the essence of the blood tree. After all, the lava is stuck to your legs, so drinking won't help if you don't cut it off. The lava will keep burning. The group turned around and saw the enormous figure in the lava. It was a 2-headed snake whose entire body was covered in scales that looked like rocks, with lava flowing on them. Appraisal. The hellish 2-headed serpent. It grows a new head for every additional century it lives. It is currently 280 years old. Damn, it's a monster that's 100 years old. Chapter 150 Unexpected Gain, Frontline Collapse. The 2-headed snake spewed 2 pillars of magma at the group, and a scorching heat immediately hit them. Quickly build a wall. Wang Fan shouted. There's no way to hide now. This place is wide open, and there's nowhere to take cover. Suddenly, white light shone from their hands. Set it up. Place it. The construction was completed very quickly with the help of several people, with the aim of providing cover rather than aesthetics. With a series of clattering sounds, several 1 cubic meter stone blocks were released. In an instant, a stone wall 1 meter thick, 2 meters high, and 5 meters wide was erected. With a thunderous roar, scorching pillars of magma crashed against the stone wall, instantly turning it scalding hot. The group quickly ran towards the passage, using the stone wall as cover. While running, Chi-Chi's eyes were momentarily blinded by a red light, and she looked in the direction of the light. Leader, what is that? The group looked in the direction of the tree and saw several bright red fruits growing on the stone wall not far away. The fruit was small, about the size of a cherry tomato, but it was bright red and had fine cracks on the surface. Fruits that can grow in such an environment must be extraordinary. Appraisal. Magma fruit. Fruits that grow around lava, constantly nourished by the scorching, violent heat. Note, consuming this can forcibly increase brain development by 5% for up to 1 hour, but it will make you irritable. Do not consume too much. It could be extremely dangerous. Your head might explode. Wow, this stuff is amazing. It can even develop the brain. Wang Fan exclaimed, turning their heads. They were shocked to see that the stone wall had been melted into a pool of lava. Just how hot is this magma? It's melting rocks. Quickly rebuild the wall. Chi-Chi, go pick some fruit. Wang Fan urged. Okay, no problem. Chi-Chi immediately rushed towards the rock fruit, while Wang Fan and the others immediately began building a stone wall. Chi-Chi didn't dare to delay for a moment and collected them one by one. The fruit fell about 50 degrees Celsius in my hand. It was a bit hot, but not hot enough to be unharvestable. However, there were very few fruits, and there were some on the distant stone wall, but that place was too dangerous. There were about 20 fruits on the stone wall in front of Chi-Chi, so she put them directly into her storage. Upon seeing this, the two-headed snake's eyes glowed even redder. With a roar, the two-headed snake spewed a pillar of magma into the sky. Countless streams of lava sprayed outwards, startling the group. The lava poured down from the sky like a torrential rain, filling the entire space with lava rain for a moment. Wang Fan immediately pulled out the bull-headed scepter. Come out, bull! The bull-headed scepter in his hand burst into light, and 3 steel bulls instantly appeared. Quick, hide under the cow's belly. The group immediately hid under the cow's belly. Because the steel cow was very large, it wasn't crowded underneath. The lava rain slammed down on the steel bull, and instantly, plumes of scorching smoke billowed out. Seeing the white smoke billowing around them, Lin Qingxue quickly reminded them, Quick, cover your mouth and nose. This ash is poisonous. You'll suffocate if you stay too long. The group immediately covered their mouths and noses, but they still inhaled a lot of the foul-smelling rock dust. In just a short while, Chi-Chi had picked all 20 fruits. As for the fruit from other places, we had to give up on them. They were too dangerous. The lava storm came and went quickly, and the two-headed serpent continued to absorb lava, intending to attack again. Seeing this golden opportunity, Wang Fan immediately urged, Let's go. The 3 steel bulls were put away, but they were already badly damaged by the scorching, and they would have to be repaired later with the help of materials. The group quickly ran towards the passage, and the two-headed snake, its eyes flashing with golden light, seemed to understand their intentions. It immediately aimed at the entrance of the passage, intending to spew out a thick column of magma to block the group's way out. Visible to the naked eye, streams of magma were writhing in its throat. Oh no! The group exclaimed in alarm. If this guy blocks the passage, then these people will be stuck in this underground world forever. A black steel fork suddenly appeared on the body of the two-headed snake. Wang Fan immediately took out an iron needle, which he had made when he subdued the silverback gang. He had used this iron needle to pierce the silverback leader's fingernail. He looked at the silver needles in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said, Damn it, a little pain is better than dying here. I'll risk it. Then, with a soft plop, the iron needle pierced Wang Fan's throat. Wang Fan felt a sweet taste in his throat, and then blood gushed out, his facial features contorting in pain. He immediately drank several mouthfuls of the fountain of life. Although his throat was pierced, he could still drink, but it was just very painful. The two-headed snake's throat was also pierced. As any living thing, it would feel pain, and the two-headed snake collapsed in agony into the lava lake. The verbal attack also came to an abrupt halt. Wang Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Great, it worked. Just then, heads began to emerge from the lava lake. In an instant, 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, it was impossible to count how many hellish two-headed serpents were in this lava lake. Some even have 3 heads, 5 heads, or even 10 snake heads. This ancient monster is 1,000 years old. Damn it, just how big is this lake? Wang Fan cursed. In an instant, all the snake monsters spewed lava at Wang Fan and his companions. The next moment, the group leaped into the passage, with wave after wave of lava gushing out behind them. Fortunately, the group was fast enough that they were not contaminated by the lava. The group fled frantically and finally reached the spiral-shaped passage, then began to run upwards. Li Chung gasped for breath. Holy crap, this place is terrifying. There are so many snakes living in the lava. Damn it. Thank goodness, we finally escaped. I'll never come back to this place again. Soy Milk joked, still a little shaken. Is it always this thrilling when you guys run dungeons? Wang Fan chuckled leisurely. Huh, not bad. You should be glad you've survived every dungeon run with us. Chi-Chi gave the fruit to Wang Fan, who immediately accepted it. As for how to use the fruit, he said, we'll see. Wang Fan doesn't yet know what would happen if he developed his brain by 5%, and he doesn't have many fruits to use, so he has to use them only when needed. Before long, the group walked out of the passage and returned to the volcanic crater. The wind and snow intensified considerably, and the biting wind made the group shiver as they walked on the snow-capped mountain peak, their arms wrapped around their hands. Beep, beep, beep. Did you all return safely? The Yun asked. We're on our way down the mountain. What's wrong, Commanderly? The person on the other end took a deep breath and said with some helplessness, the front lines have fallen. The savages are too numerous. They are fearless and surge forward like a tidal wave. The front lines have collapsed. The group was stunned. It hadn't even been 5 days, and they'd already been defeated? How many of us humans are left? Wang Fan asked. He dared not go and check it himself, fearing it would chill him to the bone. 800 million. There are 8 billion people in the world, and 800 million are still dead. Chapter 151, Danger Ahead, AK Power. The group of people were slightly taken aback and were somewhat dazed. 800 million people may sound like a lot, but compared to the time elapsed and the total population of 8 billion, people die way too quickly. The number 800 million is still decreasing. Almost every minute and every second, people are dying, and it may even fall below 600 million tonight. The temperature around the snow mountain has reached about 15 degrees Celsius, which proves that the temperature of the entire Death Gate star, excluding the area around the snow mountain, has reached 65 degrees Celsius. The cold wind howled and lashed against their faces, and they felt a slight chill in their hearts. Perhaps they hadn't felt anything before. But when the human race began to die out on a large scale, the group couldn't help but feel a sense of tension. Wang Fan stepped through the snow and walked ahead of the group. Let's go. Let's hurry down the mountain. This reminder pulled them out of their thoughts. Soy Milk, walking behind, suddenly said, Brother Fan, is humanity really going to be wiped out? Wang Fan took a deep breath, the icy air penetrating his chest. Perhaps, but I don't think we'll be wiped out. Even if we learn from the Vikings, we can still survive. However, if my descendants are to live a life of mere survival for generations to come, that is not what I, Wang Fan, want to see. Isn't there still hope? The 12 scepters, the treasure trove, may be our hope. Li Cheng didn't speak, but stood on the top of the snow mountain looking at the village in the snow valley. Perhaps at the beginning, everyone was selfish and only wanted to survive. But now they're starting to unite because they can't survive on their own anymore. Leader, look over there. The newly reclaimed land has already been planted with vegetables. The group bent down to look, and the color of the fields stood out conspicuously against the snow. However, in the past few days, they had hardly seen any children or elderly people among the locals. Clearly, they could not withstand these natural disasters and have turned into a handful of yellow earth on the Death Gate star. Wang Fan looked up to the east, where the front line was located, but it was too far away for his eyes to reach. On the front lines, towering city walls were covered with corpses lying haphazardly, indistinguishable from one another, some so badly disfigured they were unrecognizable. You brat, why aren't you retreating with the army? What are you doing here? The middle-aged man roared. The young man's face was covered in dust, whether from a fall or from being blown up by something. It was hard to tell. Uncle Lou, I'm not leaving. My parents died in the cold winter, and my younger siblings were eaten alive by wild animals. Now, you're the only one left in this world. If you all die, what's the point of me living alone? Uncle Lou, dressed in a light green military uniform, leaned against the city wall, his gaze filled with a mixture of kindness and regret. Oh boy, you're right. Second, Uncle's whole family is dead. There's no point in living anymore. But we should die like men. Then Uncle Lou stood up and shouted, Listen up, all of you. If you have a wife and children, if you have family members still alive, you all need to evacuate with the army. All you lone bastards, get your rifles ready and shoot those bastards to death. Everyone looked at Uncle Lou, but no one got up to leave. From the crowd, someone shouted, Let's fight. I've never done anything worth bragging about in my life. But since I'm already here, I have to leave something behind. Kill these beasts. They ate my brother alive. I can't even imagine how much pain he suffered before he died. And my daughter was tortured by these beasts. My wife too. A group of people felt a pang of sadness. Their eyes reddened, and tears rolled down their cheeks, but they clenched their teeth even tighter. This group included soldiers and civilians. Soldiers are single-mindedly dedicated to protecting their homes and country and fighting for their nation, while most of these civilians are people whose families have been persecuted by savages and who voluntarily join the ranks. Platoon Leader Liu. Killing one is no loss. Killing two is a huge gain. Prepare for battle. Gawazi, wearing tattered pants, stood up and picked up an AK-47. Gawazi, love playing shooting games. My dad always criticizes me for not studying properly and only playing games. But I can no longer hear him criticize me. I long to be criticized by my father again. It's all because of these damned savages. Even if I die today, I will avenge my father. Gawazi's still somewhat immature face hardened as he raised his rifle and shouted, "Kill!" The crowd shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Meanwhile, outside the walls, the sun scorched the earth, and the sounds of drums and horns rose from the distant horizon, followed by an army of tens of thousands of savages. Their steps were disorderly, their march completely disorganized. Among the savage army were several giant rhinoceroses, on whose backs sat a savage dressed in slightly noble clothes, holding a scepter with a pig's head in his hand. According to the prophet's divination, humanity has already retreated, but a few thousand troops remain here to bluff. My million-strong army will surely break through them easily. Then the pig-headed chieftain lazily stood up, raised his scepter and pointed forward. Charge! The war drums beat loudly. The bugles blare mournfully. Then came the massive, dark army pressing in. On the plains, looking down from the sky, the savage army resembled ants swarming out of their nest, one group after another. On the other hand, Goa looked like a sugar cube surrounded by an army of ants, with no way out. Uncle Liu stood atop the city wall with the remaining few thousand men, undeterred by the imposing presence. Brothers, we are all human beings. Rather than die in vain, we should die with some value. There is no way back today. Just fight the enemy. At worst, we will die. Once they get closer, just start shooting and show them what a damn AK is. With a rumble, the savages' footsteps drew closer, and soon they were 100 meters away from the city wall. Uncle Liu's expression hardened, and he pulled the trigger. Shoot. In an instant, it was like firecrackers exploding and sparks flashing, with countless yellow flashes erupting on the city wall. Rat-a-tat-tat, countless bullets poured out. Thud, thud, countless spent cartridges fell to the ground. As the bullets sliced through the air and shot out rapidly, one savage after another fell down. 1, 2, 3, 4, hundreds, thousands. The screams of agony were incessant. A voice in the savage crowd cried out in terror. What kind of weapon is that? Tens of thousands of savages charging ahead were all killed in an instant, some even riddled with bullets. More than 2,000 AK-47s. That was no joke. For a moment, the savages were terrified and dared not move forward, hesitating to proceed. Quickly back up. Quickly back up. Chapter 152 Attack. Prepare for a fight to the death. In an instant, the first wave of attacks was repelled. Uncle Liu plopped down on the ground and leaned against the city wall. Count the ammunition. I have 20 rounds left. I have 30 rounds left. 5 shots. 15 shots. Uncle Liu took a deep breath. Due to the technological blockade, although he could not manufacture firearms and ammunition, the ones he had already manufactured were not subject to the blockade. This is certainly a good thing, but there isn't much ammunition. Each person only has about 100 rounds, and not every bullet can kill a savage. Sometimes they missed, and sometimes a savage was shot dozens of times. Everyone, after the next wave, let's go down and engage in close combat. We can stall for as long as we can. A few thousand of us holding off a million-strong army is a huge win. The crowd nodded silently, their eyes resolute. They had long since lost their families. When they first came into this world, they had a place to come from, but now that their loved ones were gone, they had no way back. All that's left is to bleed the last drop of blood from his body for his fellow countrymen. The savages rushed to the rhinoceros, shouting, "It's terrible, Chief. Those humans have powerful weapons." Yes, they killed tens of thousands of us in just a few breaths. And that weapon can't even stop a shield. The pig-headed chieftain looked disdainful, completely ignoring his subordinate's words. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm here. My lord, it would be wonderful if you would lend a hand." "Yes, please show your power, sir." The pig-headed chieftain leaped off the giant rhinoceros's back and then took out 3 pills from his scepter. "Come on, everyone, open your mouths." 3 giant rhinoceroses opened their mouths wide, and then 3 pills were flicked into their mouths. "Moo!" Roars echoed across the plains, and then the giant rhinoceros grew larger and larger at a visible speed. 3 meters for meters, 10 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters. At a height roughly equivalent to a 16-story building, the giant rhinoceros let out a deafening roar, followed by the pig-headed chieftain shouting, "Charge it!" Upon hearing the command, the 3 giant rhinoceroses immediately raised their 2 front legs and then roared to the sky. "Moo!" The sound was like an air raid siren, echoing throughout the entire plain. Chief Pighead looked around with lingering fear, then breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we're far from the snow mountain. The enormous roar startled Goa and the others, who stood up and stared at the colossal creature. "Second uncle, it's that same trick again." Uncle Lou watched all this indifferently. "I saw it, such a big thing. Isn't your second uncle blind? We're gonna die either way, so why wait for them to run into us? Listen up, everyone. Follow me through the small gate on the south side of the city wall. The enemy general is less than 2,000 meters ahead. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and we'll all charge in. What's the point of killing little Karami? We're all gonna die anyway. Let's kill their leader." Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Someone licked their lips. Interesting, really interesting. They never expected we would storm in and kill their chieftain. Someone pulled out a short knife, his face beaming with excitement. At this point, the crowd had lost all fear of death and became extremely excited. Live stream. I'm gonna do a live stream. This time, I can only succeed. Failure is not an option. So what if there's a 1,000,000-strong army? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Before long, a live stream called Taking the Enemy General's Head from Among 1,000,000 Soldiers opened and immediately became the #1 stream. No human failed to watch it. However, Uncle Lou muted the room, so the audience couldn't speak. Then he said, "In my whole life, all I know is to make money, go to work, and have enough to eat and wear. My family and relatives all died on the Death Star. Some died in the cold wave, some died in the heat, but most of them were killed by savages. This is the first and last time I've ever streamed in my life. Last time, the Strong Alliance lost, but this time, even though we only have a little over 2,000 people, we will win." Then Uncle Lou turned the camera around. "See those 3 big guys? They're terrifying, aren't they? Maybe even a tank can't do anything about them. But we're not afraid. It's just a slightly larger rhinoceros. There's the chieftain of the savages there, the commander of the entire savage army. In 10 minutes, with 2,000 men, I will surely take the enemy's head amidst a 1,000,000-strong army. You all watch closely." Just then, the ground began to shake, the sound of a gigantic rhinoceros's iron hooves galloping across the earth. 3 enormous rhinos charged forward, indiscriminately charging without distinguishing friend from foe, becoming extremely agitated. Chapter 153, 8 Desperate Counterattack, The Heaven-Defying Monkey. Uncle Lou and his group all gathered at a corner under the wall. "As soon as the rhinoceros comes over, we'll charge at it. You all passed the 1,000-meter race, right? You passed. Rest assured. It'll be fine." Uncle Lou smiled and said, "Okay, but this time it's 2,000 meters, so don't fall behind halfway." Someone in the crowd shouted, "Anyone who falls behind is a son of a bitch." "Right. Hee hee." The next moment, a loud bang was heard. The entire city wall trembled violently, and the middle of the city wall was smashed open by the rhinoceros, with dust and stones flying everywhere. "Now's the time. Charge!" At a command, a large group of people poured out and rushed towards the plain from the side of the city wall. "Kill!" The shouts of battle shook the heavens, and hordes of savages swarmed in to attack. "Break through the front, fire!" Thud, thud, thud. Groups of savages fell to the ground one after another. The 1,000,000-strong savage army had no tactical strategy and was scattered across the entire plain. In a short time, the savages were unable to return to any one place to provide reinforcements. The savages charged at the crowd from all directions. Uncle Lou and his men, armed with rifles, wasted no time in engaging in a prolonged fight. Their goal was simply to advance. Even if people behind us are being harassed by savages, even if our numbers are dwindling, keep charging forward. Charge with all your might. Charge recklessly. There's no turning back. Just keep charging. Goa pulled the trigger, and the AK started firing rapidly. Guva shouted, D. Kill them all. Kill them all. With the road cleared, the group continued to rush forward. Charge, guys. I'm streaming this live. Don't you dare embarrass yourself. Someone's coming from the left. 2 people block the left side. 2 men come from the right. Stop them. Although there are many savages, only 2 or 3 people are needed to hold them off against dozens of savages. After all, firearms are no joke. At this moment, Chief Pighead also came to his senses, his brows furrowing. Damn it, they're coming for me. Quick, quick, stupid cows, come back and trample them to death. The rhinoceros came to its senses and then charged towards Uncle Lou and his group. Chief Pighead also breathed a sigh of relief. At this distance, they still want to break through the encirclement and kill me? They're just dreaming. He wasn't worried. Judging by his appearance, they were all dead before the humans could rush over. Oh no, the rhinoceros has turned around. The group was shocked. The rhinoceros could reach them in just over 10 seconds, and they certainly wouldn't be able to kill the pig-headed chieftain before then. Scatter, leave it to fate. Each of you go and kill that guy. If a group of people are scattered and then gathered together, they will only be trampled to death by 1 foot. However, the enlarged rhinoceros was unstoppable, crushing dozens to death with 1 stomp and kicking hundreds more away with another. Those watching the live stream were on the edge of their seats. Humanity needed a victory. But in the scene, one by one, humans die, pierced by spears, trampled by rhinoceroses, and torn apart by wild beasts. 1, 2, 3, one after another, but they still couldn't reach the pig-headed chieftain. They were still almost 1,000 meters away. Even running at full speed without any obstacles, the human limit is 2 minutes and 11.96 seconds, which is impossible to reach. The rhinoceros kicked out again, accurately hitting dozens of people. Faced with that huge foot, there was no way to dodge, and everyone was sent flying. Humans are either dead or injured, and even if they wanted to stand up, they couldn't. The scene fell silent. Some covered their eyes, unable to watch any longer, while others shed tears and mourned for them. At least they had been brave. The pig-headed chieftain stood there laughing. In front of him stood rows of savage soldiers, who could not hit him even if they fired. He laughed wildly. Ha! You think you're so clever, trying to kill me? How could you? Just because you have technological weapons, you think you can do whatever you want. Come on, kill me, ha, is that all? Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, appearing with ghostly precision in front of Chief Pighead Ball. The figure was cloaked, obscuring its face, which greatly alarmed Chief Pighead Ball. The next moment, the figure made a decisive move without any unnecessary actions, and a triangular military dagger, dripping with green liquid, pierced through the pig-headed chieftain's heart. Blood seeped from beneath the pig-head mask, and his eyes were filled with shock. How? How is this possible? What's impossible about that? Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. This scene shocked everyone. By the time the savages came to their senses, it was too late. The Mitsubishi bayonet not only drew blood, but was also poisoned. The pig-headed chieftain is doomed. The cloaked figure didn't waste any more words, snatched the pig-headed scepter from the chieftain's hand, and teleported away in an instant. My lord, the leader of the imperial power and hegemony, you'd better keep this scepter safe. The next moment, hundreds of spears pierced his body. He gritted his teeth and let out a strange laugh. A million-strong army, is nothing more than this. Killing you is as easy as killing chickens. When the cloak was lifted, Wang Fan saw the true face beneath it. Monkey, it's a monkey. Wang Fan was feeling conflicted. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Monkey had always been a bit of a chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur. When I have nothing to do, I like to play the role of a guardian of the Soul Palace. Wang Fan still shed tears. Those were his roommate, his friend, his adoptive father who slept in the lower bunk and turned off the light. I should have known it was him. But how did he do it? As the monkey's carcass was uncovered, the air cushion and wingsuit were revealed, and Wang Fan understood. What a clever monkey. Well done, monkey. The rhinoceros charged from behind, naturally heading towards the pig-headed chieftain. It kicked him away, but was stopped by the air cushion. The monkey was kicked high into the air, then unfolded his wingsuit and jumped down at the right moment. Steady, accurate, and ruthless. Chapter 154. A scene reenacted, people who are about to die. Off-screen, everyone was terrified. They never expected that someone would not only break through the past, but also kill the pig-headed chieftain. After less than 3 seconds of silence, everyone burst into cheers. Damn, this kid is awesome. A force of 2,000 men charging into an army of 1,000,000 to take the enemy general's head. What a feat. Wow. Who the hell said savages are awesome? So what if they block technology? They'll still get stabbed to death. Holy crap, this young man. This is fucking like an old cow stepping on a power line. It's so awesome, it brings lightning. Some cheered, some stomped their feet in joy, and some even kowtowed. That was awesome. That was awesome. That damn pig-headed man killed my whole family. He deserved to die. He deserved to die. Some people danced happily, while others drank and chatted. Wang Fan has returned to Snow Wolf Valley. The people are excited and overjoyed. Although Wang Fan is also happy, he is not particularly excited. After all, his family hadn't died at the hands of the savages during this time, and he hadn't experienced the joy of revenge. If he had to have one, Wang Fan hoped that next time he would have enough strength to sweep through the savage tribe. It didn't end in an avalanche, nor in a tragic end, but in a crushing defeat, an absolute crushing defeat. Wang Fan clenched his fist as he looked at the agitated crowd. He had no connection with these people, but they all shared the blood of the Xia people. Humanity's living environment is so dire that if we do not unite, we will perish sooner or later. Qingxue, let's go home. Lin Qingxue rubbed her red eyes. Monkey was, after all, her classmate. Witnessing such a tragic end to her classmate was bound to be heartbreaking. Okay, Wang Fan, let's work hard to improve our strength, and strive to one day stop fighting so brutally. Don't worry, it will. Wang Fan took out the pig-head scepter and examined it closely, not because it was anything special. It was just a scepter. But this was earned by the monkey at the cost of its life. Wang Fan smiled bitterly. The nickname Monkey is really fitting. He actually passed the scepter to me at the last moment. Next time, I'll use this scepter to prove myself to you. Appraisal. The scepter of enlightenment, forged from the heart of a dead giant boar. When animal blood is placed inside, it is transformed into a giant pill, one of which is born every 7 days. Note, the giant pill lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the user will enter a 7-day period of fatigue. Only those with the strongest physique of a wild beast can take it. Humans who take it will explode. Wang Fan swallowed hard. I was just thinking of trying it. This thing will blow up if you eat it. After checking, Wang Fan found 5 more giant pills inside. 5 left, not bad. I'll save them up a bit more. After returning home, Wang Fan thought it over and decided to put the blood of the king of millipedes into the process. Before long, the corpse of a giant millipede king appeared in front of the home. I wonder if there's any difference between the blood of this thing and the blood of ordinary wild animals. Big guy, big hair, 2 hairs, 3 hairs, peace, all come here. At a shout, all the battle pets came running over, huffing and puffing. Eat the corpse of this millipede king. Such a creature will greatly enhance your abilities. Suddenly, Wang Fan remembered the corpse of a mutated dragonfly and immediately released it. 2 enormous corpses appeared before the beasts, startling the dog-headed bats, who were taken aback by their sudden appearance. Quickly eat, eat, eat. Eat faster to boost your combat power. The pets immediately began to gnaw on them, but they were emitting a black light, which was neither good nor bad. However, Wang Fan did not detect any unusual movements from the pets through his telepathic connection. It should be fine. Eating some meat shouldn't kill you. After making a comment, Wang Fan turned around and went home. Lin Qingxue was already cooking. With all sorts of seasonings, the food would definitely taste much better. Wang Fan slumped onto the sofa, leaned his head back, and squinted his eyes slightly. He had been feeling a bit tired these past 2 days, so it was nice to while away the time for a short while. But he dozed off and fell asleep immediately. In his dream, an old figure leaning on a cane appeared again. My dear grandson, wake up. Come find Grandma. Grandma doesn't have much time left. Grandma has something very important for you. If you're late, it will be too late. Wang Fan immediately cried out, Grandma, where are you? How am I supposed to find you? Child, Grandma's place is desolate. The forest is withered and lifeless. Monsters are howling. I don't know where I am. This is a no man's land. No prompts, no information, child. Wang Fan, Lin Qingxue shoved. Wang Fan opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Qingxue, I just dreamt of Grandma Li again. We need to analyze this. It seems Grandma Li really isn't dead, and she has something very important to give me. Lin Qingxue was also taken aback and asked, what happened? What did Grandma Li say to you in your dream? Wang Fan explained the situation, and the two began to analyze it. No man's land, that is, areas not marked on the map, should be very rare, Wang Fan said. Lin Qingxue thought for a moment and looked at the current temperature, which was 23 degrees Celsius. 23 degrees Celsius, which means that in many places it's around 73 degrees Celsius. It's only 7 degrees away from 80 degrees Celsius. This analysis gave them a sudden insight, and they exclaimed in unison, the area surrounding the snow-capped mountains. That's right. Most of the areas around the snow-capped mountains are below 50 degrees Celsius. Although it's hot, it's not impossible to survive. And the closer you get to the snow mountain, the lower the temperature. After all, the long-sleeping snow mountain runs through almost half of the Death Gate star, and its impact is enormous. Just look around the snow-capped mountains. Once they had decided on their approach, they immediately began asking questions. Since everyone spawns at random points, many people heading toward the snow mountain are not concentrated in one place. So maybe 1 or 2 people in the southernmost part of the snow mountain, while others may be in the north. Currently, most human tribes, except for those around Snow Wolf Valley, are Xia people. Of the remaining 800 million people, they're scattered across the snow-capped mountains, scattered far and wide. Wang Fan spent 100 units of materials to initiate a golden scrolling screen in the chat interface. Abandoned land around the snow-capped mountains, barren and lifeless, an unclaimed area with no markings or records. Does anyone know where this place is? A reward of 2,000 units of any resource will be given for any valuable clue. According to the dream, Grandma Li doesn't have much longer to hold on, so she has to hurry. There are many people who need resources. No one is without them, or rather, who would turn down resources. Chapter 155, Giant Beast Mutation, Brain Development. Before long, a large number of private messages came in. There are thousands upon thousands of pieces of information, some of which are just for show, while others are truly valuable. Before long, Wang Fan's information had reached more than 100,000 pieces, and it was still increasing. There's simply too much to look at. How do you sift through 100,000 entries to find the useful information? For a moment, Wang Fan was at a loss. Damn, there are so many. How am I supposed to find them all? There was no way to finish reading it. Wang Fan was getting tired of watching it. The next moment, Wang Fan, who was scratching his head, suddenly had a bright idea. He took out a fruit that was bright red. The magma fruit is all up to you. Without hesitation, Wang Fan ate a magma fruit, which unlocked 5% of his brain's potential. The next moment, Wang Fan's mind cleared up instantly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, and he transformed from a poor student into someone who had scored perfect in math. Lin Qingxue also became slightly curious. How come I feel like your IQ has surpassed mine? That intelligent look in your eyes. Wang Fan took a deep breath. 15% made me smarter, but that's still not enough. The unusual sensation in his body caused Wang Fan some pain, especially his head, which felt throbbing and aching as if he had drunk too much. He took out another magma fruit and ate it without hesitation. In an instant, white light flashed in Wang Fan's eyes, his aura changed drastically, and his hair stood on end as if he had been electrocuted. Lin Qingxue watched this scene without blinking and said worriedly, Wang Fan, stop eating. People will die. Those eyes, filled with white light, looked at Lin Qingxue, making her feel suddenly unfamiliar. Lin Qingxue knew that the brain's development is at the animal stage when it reaches 3% to 5%, where it begins to exhibit animal instincts. 7% is the primate stage, where they begin to exhibit primate characteristics. 10% is the earthling stage, where they begin to exhibit the abilities of ordinary people. 15% is the super genius stage, where people exhibit extremely high intelligence and learning ability. At the 20% perception stage, people can see the flow of life energy and possess extraordinary perception. Then, at 30%, we can read the energy structure of an object and access its basic information. 40% of the time, you can use your mental power to manipulate objects. 50% of the body will evolve, gaining stronger physical abilities. 60% of the time, the void power gained allows one to begin rewriting the world. 70% of the time, it's in the devouring power stage, capable of devouring any matter and energy. 80% of the time, one can manipulate spatial power, constructing powerful, independent spaces and freely traversing them. 90% of the time, time can be manipulated. Humans can control a certain range of time. 99% of the time, it's the power of space-time that allows humans to rewrite space at will and travel between the past and the future. When the brain is developed to 100% beyond the dimensional level, it transcends human limitations and becomes a true deity. However, the physical body will dissipate, while the spirit will merge into the universe and coexist with all things. At this moment, after eating 2 fruits, Wang Fan progressed from the human stage to the perception stage. The human brain is a supercomputer, more sophisticated and powerful than any computer on Earth. At this point, Wang Fan had forcibly developed his brain to 20%, and his brain was a supercomputer. Wang Fan's mind raced, his brain working at an unimaginable, unsurpassable, and incomprehensible speed. The next moment, his eyes flashed with an even stronger light, which then instantly diminished. Time taken, 0.00001 seconds. Filtering complete. Here, take a look at these. Lin Qingxue stared in disbelief. My God, are you going to surpass the gods? Wang Fan smiled slightly. Then his expression suddenly turned pained. He clutched his head, a burning sensation washing over him. The side effect was kicking in, and he was about to become irritable. Lin Qingxue immediately gave Wang Fan the purified water she had prepared beforehand to drink. The next moment, Wang Fan immediately regained his composure. 8 pills. Now I can sense every part of my body. My body can only handle 8 fruits, which is equivalent to developing my brain to 50% capacity. Can manipulate objects, can evolve its own body. Lin Qingxue also silently noted it down. Before Wang Fan ate the fruit, he didn't know how many he would die from. But after taking 2 pills, he understood. He clearly felt that his mortal body could only eat 8 pills. Any more, and his brain would explode. Afterwards, Wang Fan sorted out the filtered information, and the one that satisfied him the most was the one with an attached photo. At this moment, the white light in Wang Fan's eyes dissipated, and he felt as if he had been staying up for several nights in a row, his mind a little dizzy. This one also has a photo. The location is the withered land next to the Deadways Forest, and you can explore the Deadways Forest as well. If you're lucky, you might even find a key to the treasure map. Lin Qingxue also checked it out, and after filtering out about 10 other useful pieces of information, the two became even more certain that the place in the photo was very likely the one in the photo. The two immediately contacted the sender and sent the payment. Soon after, the sender provided Wang Fan with the location information. How far? A train journey that takes 3 days. Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days, thank goodness. It's only 3 days. It's not that far. Lin Qingxue marked a red on the map, then said with some worry, however, we have to pass through a tribe of savages. There's no way around it. Look, if we go around, we have to go through a high-temperature area, but we can't stand 80 degrees Celsius. We'll die from the heat. Wang Fan frowned slightly, then looked at the pighead scepter in his hand and gripped it tightly. If we can't get around it, we'll just force our way in. How big is the tribe? A price in the 500,000 range. Wang Fan didn't care at all and turned to look out the window. Then let's fight our way out. We must upgrade our battle pets to 10 stars in the next 2 days. The battle pets are not far from 10 stars now, only 1 or 2 stars away. After the qualitative change, the silverback black-toothed boar has eaten a giant pill. Are they afraid of not being able to break through the savage tribe? That's absolutely impossible. If there's no road, then we'll force our way out. That's not difficult. Just then, several animal roars came from outside the door. What's going on? The two immediately rushed out the door, only to find that the corpse of the millipede king outside had been mostly eaten. The silverbacks all knelt down, clutching their heads and howling in pain. Roar! Wang Fan was shocked. What's wrong? Oh my God, could it really be something wrong with what I ate? At that moment, blood began to seep from the heads of the silverbacks, with streams of blood gushing out. Big guy. Meanwhile, the black-toothed boars were writhing on the ground in agony. and the dog-headed bats were howling wildly. The two dare not approach. It was too dangerous. The next moment, the silverbacks sprouted a pair of sharp horns from their heads, and the black-toothed boars also began to mutate. Wang Fan's pupils contracted, and he stammered, "This is it mutating? Could this king of millipedes be infected with nuclear radiation? Holy crap." Chapter 156, The Mutation, ends. Powerful battle pets. The black-toothed pigs also began to grow armor, or rather, exoskeletons, which looked very hard. Meanwhile, the dog-headed bats have also undergone a new change. Originally, the dog-headed bats had bodies like dogs, and their two canine teeth were not very long. But now those two teeth look like a vampire's, and they look rather scary. If you were to bite them, you would not only leave a bloody hole, but they would also be poisonous. Pinyin, Demao, Air Mao, San Mao, and several other strong silverbacks have all reached 10 stars. A qualitative change. A series of unexpected changes have occurred. Through telepathy, Wang Fan also learned of the changes in his battle pets. After all, only the battle pets themselves know best what changes have occurred in their bodies, and Wang Fan, who can communicate with the battle pets' minds, can naturally know as well. Currently, apart from Ping, which has reached 10 stars, the rest of the dog-headed bats are at the 8-star or 9-star level. The rest are all mutated, but Pinyin has not only mutated, but has now undergone a qualitative change. Pinyin has grown larger, about the size of an adult Siberian tiger, and its appearance has become slightly ferocious. The change in Pinyin is that its size has increased its strength and its bite force, allowing it to poison an elephant in an instant. Upon closer inspection, the three pigs had grown slightly larger, now equivalent to the size of an adult elephant, and had developed exoskeletons in many parts of their bodies. Even if these exoskeletons are damaged, they will not harm the black-toothed boar itself, because these exoskeletons are the same as fingernails and look rather imposing. Wang Fan took out his iron sword and slashed a few times, discovering that the exoskeleton was very hard. Even with forceful strikes, only a few tiny cuts appeared. The black-toothed boar's tusks became even larger, and those tusks gleamed and looked even sharper. You three have gotten quite a bit stronger, but don't chase each other around outside. If you accidentally crash into the house, you'll get a beating. Mao grunted twice. I'm never crazy. It's always Demao and San Mao. Upon hearing this, Demao and San Mao immediately became unhappy, and the three pigs started arguing and snorting. They then began to fight and collide, with none of them giving way to the other. However, they were just fooling around and didn't actually fight. The three pigs collided together, making loud banging noises. Wang Fan nodded in satisfaction. It's really hard, not bad. He then turned and walked towards the silverbacks. The silverbacks had already completed their transformation, but Wang Fan didn't quite understand why they had grown horns. Wang Fan touched the large black horn. The horn should also be a type of exoskeleton, right? After all, even if the horn breaks, it shouldn't hurt unless it breaks very deep. Through telepathy, Wang Fan also clearly knew that the black horn contained a berserk element. There's actually something like this? Could it be something left inside the king of the millipedes? Silverback also conveyed the effects of the berserker factor to Wang Fan through telepathic communication. Big guy, you mean it can not only make you immune to pain, but also stimulate your body's abilities to make it stronger? The big guy nodded vigorously, and it was very happy. It's important to know that primates are actually very strong, especially chimpanzees, but they have a fatal flaw. They are afraid of pain. If it hurts, I'll run away. Even if I can win a fight, I'll run away if I get hurt. The same goes for silverback ferrets. Once they get hurt, they'll want to back off. Seeing that his battle pets had become much stronger, Wang Fan felt relieved. In this way, we will be more confident in going to that unclaimed land. On the ground outside, Little Peach was swaying happily. Wow, everyone has become stronger. Little Peach wants to become stronger too. Little Peach wants to help Mom and Dad. Wang Fan squatted down and dripped a few drops of the fountain of life onto the peach leaves. Thank you, Dad. It's so delicious. I love it. Yes, I'm glad you like it. Shout out. You should become stronger quickly so you can help your parents in the future. The slender peach branches swayed gently, as if nodding, I definitely will. However, Wang Fan knew that as a plant, Xiao Tao's strength would grow slowly, but there was no particularly good way to deal with it at the moment. But if Xiao Tao grew up, it would definitely be a terrifying existence. Wang Fan could sense that Xiao Tao's maturity would be even more terrifying than that of the Peach Maiden, since the Peach Maiden had no heart, while Xiao Tao, as a new generation, had a heart. After the two finished packing their supplies, Li Cheng and Chi Chi came over as promised. Alliance leader, we're ready. When do we depart? A flash of white light appeared in Wang Fan's hand, and a train appeared on the snow. Let's go now. The train was traveling through the valley, heading towards the exit. Dojiang saw the train and immediately shouted, Brother Fan, take me with you. I want to go too. Wang Fan glanced at Li Jun standing on the watchtower, and Li Jun nodded. Go ahead, be careful on the way. Dojiang saluted and then quickly climbed onto the train. Li Jun looked at the departing train with a slight worry. I hope they have a safe journey. Then Li Jun stroked the bear cub in his arms. You agree, right, little guy? The bear cub stared at Li Jun with wide, curious eyes, blinked, and then nodded slightly. Li Jun was also somewhat surprised and said, Wow, the little guy can already understand human speech. Brother Fan, where are we going this time? Dojiang asked. Go kill some savages, and while you're at it, find some supplies. Upon hearing about killing savages, Dojiang immediately became excited. As a fellow soldier, he shared the same hatred for the fallen soldiers. Great, Brother Fan. I've wanted to kill savages for a long time. After leaving the Snow Valley, Wang Fan encountered many tribes of varying sizes along the way, all of which were formed by humans. The soldiers who guarded the city last time had bought many people a chance to escape. This also effectively conceals human traces, since the Changshan Snow Mountain is covered in snow year-round, and after a few hours, footprints and other traces will basically disappear. Our human settlements are so scattered, basically in patches here and there, Chi-Chi said. Wang Fan also said, it's better to spread out. At least we won't be wiped out by the savages all at once. But those countries like Uruguay and India used to hide their main forces very well. We haven't seen many people along the way. They've been hidden quite well. Li Cheng joked, Alliance leader, do you think it's possible that those who weren't well hidden are already dead? Huh, that's true. I completely agree with your point of view. Chapter 157. Some are dying of drought, some are dying of floods. The group rested on their sleeper berths. The outside temperature was around 45 degrees Celsius. Since Wang Fan had been driving near the snow-capped mountains, the temperature wasn't particularly high. Brother Fan, your train is really awesome. It even has air conditioning. Wang Fan smiled leisurely. I was lucky. The blueprint dropped when I was fighting monsters. By the way, Soy Milk, how long did it take you to build a fortress in Fortnite before? Upon hearing this, Dojiang sat up in the bed and thought for a moment before saying, about 15 seconds. Could you construct a defensive fortress in those 15 seconds on Deathgate Star? Soy Milk shook his head. No, Brother Fan, that's a bit difficult. After all, when I play games on Earth, I can operate all 10 fingers at the same time, and my hand speed is also fast. But if you build a Death Star deck, you can only use 2 hands, which is equivalent to having only 2 keypads, and it's not very easy to use. On Earth, I've basically mastered the basics of building a fortress, just like playing Yuan Gu in King of Glory with 1-4-3, 3-2-2-3, using the same set of moves I'm used to. It's very difficult if you don't practice diligently, and the things consumed in playing games are all virtual numbers. But in Deathgate Star, those resources are all mined by yourself. Even if I wanted to practice, I didn't have that many stones or other materials. Wang Fan rubbed his chin, agreeing with what Dojiang said. Playing games is one thing, but real-world practice is another. However, it must be said that Dojiang's hand speed is quite fast for this team. After all, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Just like some people are ugly but rich, and some are handsome but poor. But of course, there are also those who have both. Soy Milk, how about joining our alliance? Dojiang was delighted to hear this and immediately nodded. Great. By the way, how many people are in your alliance right now? Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, including me, there are a total of 6 people. Okay, I'll join. I'll definitely work hard to improve our league's ranking and strive for first place. By the way, Brother Fan, what's our alliance called? Wang Fan chuckled and then said, our alliance is called Imperial Power and Hegemony. We don't need to compete for first place anymore. We are already number 1. Dojiang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but was stopped by surprise. No, Brother Fan, your alliance only has 6 people and you rank first? Holy crap, are you guys cheating? Li Cheng patted Dojiang on the shoulder. If it's not turned off, does that mean it's on? Dojiang laughed upon hearing this. Haha, it's an honor. It's truly an honor to join the Imperial Empire. But I bet Brother Fan is watching Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Wang Fan also said, yes, of course I saw it. I still want to continue my predestined relationship with my Xue in her next life. Then Wang Fan raised an eyebrow at Lin Qingxue, right? Lin Qingxue blushed. Continue, what kind of fate? We haven't even grown old together yet. Let's grow old together first. All right, let's grow old together then. A hint of ambiguity filled the air, making the group feel slightly uncomfortable. Leader, Chimei and I went to the back carriage. Seeing Li Cheng was about to leave, Dojiang also stood up. Then I'll go find Ping and to play with. With a soft click, the first carriage door closed. Lin Qingxue immediately pressed the lock button. The door would only open when the unlock button was pressed. Wang Fan suddenly felt a chill at his waist and asked nervously, why? Why did you lock the door? Lin Qingxue's eyes were deep and cold, like stars in a cold night, shimmering with icy light. Her lips were tightly closed, her features beautiful yet expressionless, when a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her somewhat aloof face. What do you think? Weren't you supposed to be reincarnated to continue your destiny? Then, Lin Qingxue sat in Wang Fan's lap, facing him directly. Lin Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes, then said seriously, how about right here? Wang Fan was on the verge of tears, silently thinking, damn it, I really shouldn't have said anything. At this moment, Wang Fan finally understood what it meant for some to suffer from drought, while others suffer from floods. He hadn't understood it before, but now he was experiencing it firsthand. No, Xue, you're a girl. You should be more reserved. Being reserved is for outsiders, not for your husband. Before long, Wang Fan collapsed onto the bed, while Lin Qingxue controlled the direction of the train. All right, stop pretending to be asleep. I'll let you off the hook, okay? We've been driving for a whole day since we set off, and we'll be at the Savage Tribe in a few hours. We're about to fight. Wang Fan sat up groggily. You have the nerve to say that? From the moment we set out until now, you haven't stopped for a single moment. If it weren't for my fountain of life, I'd be a dried-up human corpse by now. Lin Qingxue chuckled lightly. No, how could that be? I already said no, but you insisted. Hearing this, Wang Fan felt even more aggrieved and said, when I stopped when you said no, you got upset and told me that when a girl says no, she means yes. You keep saying no. How am I supposed to know which no you really mean? Lin Qingxue also came over and hugged Wang Fan. Okay, honey, good honey. Hurry up and drive. We're about to go to war. Before long, the group had approached the Savage Tribe. According to the information Wang Fan knew, the Savage Tribe was around 500,000 strong and possessed a serpent-shaped scepter. Xue, is there any purified water left? Yes, there are many. Purifying grass grows quickly, and I've planted some myself. Well, that's good. That serpentine scepter can drive people mad and attack indiscriminately, and it can also spread plagues. The purified water can just help to suppress it. Wang Fan put the car away and stood under the shade of a tree. Although the outside temperature was 45 degrees Celsius, it was still bearable since it was very hot in many parts of Xia country on Earth as well. Wang Fan wasn't sure if there was a 45-degree angle, but he was certain there was a 40-degree angle. Chi, why don't you start a live stream? Humans have never officially won before, so let's give them a show this time. Yes, Alliance Leader. Wang Fan handed Dojiang 2 fiery red fruits. Eat 2 of these when the battle starts. I think they will be of great help to the battle. Okay, Brother Fan. Chapter 158, An Unexpected Encounter with an Old Man, Feeling Powerless. Artillery Vehicle Manufacturing Blueprint. Requires 10 iron ingots and 5 wood. Artillery Shell Manufacturing Blueprint. Requires 5 iron blocks, 5 saltpeter, 5 charcoal, and 5 sulfur. Let's build some cannons first. We have the materials to make cannonballs now. Brother Fan, you even have one of these? You really open it? No, it's just luck. Immediately, Wang Fan began manufacturing artillery vehicles and shells. The mining team had provided quite a lot so far, enough to make several thousand shells. Artillery Vehicle Manufacturing 1000 requires 10,000 iron blocks and 5,000 wood. Will be manufactured? Yes. Ding, manufacturing complete. To craft 5,000 artillery shells requires 25,000 iron blocks, 25,000 saltpeter, 25,000 charcoal, and 25,000 sulfur. Will be manufactured? Yes. Ding. Manufacturing complete. Insufficient space detected. 5,000 shells have been added to the Alliance shared storage. Subsequently, Wang Fan moved the artillery vehicle to the Alliance's shared storage area. When the fighting starts, we can use these things freely. They're no longer part of the health system. If these shells hit a dense area, they can easily kill a dozen or so savages in one go. The group excitedly checked the shared storage. There were 1,000 cannons and 5,000 shells, which meant that one cannon was equivalent to about 5 shells. A single cannonball could kill at least 3 savages, and if the area was densely populated, at least 10 savages would be able to climb up. However, operating so many cannons at the same time is a difficult task. Soy milk. When you eat 2 fruits, you will develop your brain to 20%, and I believe your abilities will be greatly improved. You take Qingxue, Chi-Chi, and Sauga to build a fortress. Hide inside and fire cannons. Don't leave any stairs, make it solid. Just put yourselves up on it. With the savages unable to come up, you can farm them without taking any damage. Brother Fan, aren't you coming with us? Yes, leader. It would be better if we defended the fortress and attacked from there. Wang Fan shook his head. No, don't forget, I have the giant pill now. I'll ride the silverback black-toothed boars in and trample them to death. All right, then be careful. Just then, a rustling sound came from not far away, and the group immediately became alert and looked in that direction. Oh, Li Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Not far away, under the shade of trees, an elderly man with white hair was digging a hole with a shovel. Beside the hole lay a corpse, already rotting and headless. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Wang Fan asked cautiously, although he had already guessed most of it. The old man was nearly 60 years old, thin and with a bronze complexion. His eyes were red and swollen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He dug the hole without saying a word, then suddenly thrust his arms together, driving the shovel deep into the soil. The old man, who had been silent all along, seemed to lose control of his emotions after seeing a living person. He was extremely agitated, and then, without turning his head, he cursed loudly. Savage! Fucking savage! They kidnapped my wife, and when my son went to rescue her, they chopped off his head. Damn it all. I was living happily with my family on Earth. I've never done anything wrong in my life, but God has treated me like this, forcing me to come to this hellish place to suffer. The next moment, the old man slashed at a nearby tree with his knife, cutting the blade all the way in, using all his strength. Then he looked up at the sky and said in grief and indignation, Damn God, are you watching? Answer me, what did I, Chen Guangfa, do wrong that you treat me like this? Chen Guangfa grabbed a shovel from the ground and hurled it forcefully into the sky, yelling, Answer me, you damned God. Then old man Chen collapsed onto the headless corpse, hugged it tightly, and cried out, They say heaven is watching what people do, but God, look at what you've done. My son was only 19 years old, not even married yet, and he just died like that. My wife is over 60, and she was taken away and tortured. He pounded the ground so hard that his fists were covered in blood. Wang Fan and the others exchanged glances, their fists clenched tightly. After the group comforted Mr. Chen for a while, he explained the reason. The family of 3 had traveled almost across an entire country to reunite, and just as they were looking forward to a better life, they were discovered by savages. Those savages were extremely cruel. They had no heart, only torment and cruelty. They not only spared Old Man Chen's life, but also allowed him to live and weep. Even if Old Man Chen went up to seek revenge, he would be thrown out by the savages. They want to see Old Man Chen weep. They want to see humans as desperate and helpless as ants. They're happy to do so. Wang Fan slammed his fist on the tree trunk. Damn it, they're still doing this. We have to kill them today. Chapter 159. My name is Soy Milk, and I love Wolfsburg. Wang Fan knew about the savages' cruelty, but he had only heard about it or watched 2 live streams, which were all about slaughter. This was the first time Wang Fan had ever witnessed such torment of a human being, both physically and mentally. Old Chen wiped away his tears, smearing the mud from his arms onto his face, and advised, Young man, don't be impulsive. There are only 5 of you, while this tribe has at least 500,000 people. I appreciate your good intentions, but rushing in would be suicide. You're still young. You shouldn't die so young. Even if we go, it will be the older generation. Young people, could you help me dig a hole? I want to bury my son here. The group looked at the stinking corpse and immediately began to help. Uncle, it's hot. We'll take care of it. Don't let him get heat stroke. Yes, old man, don't worry. We're here to hunt savages today. Old Chun continued digging into the soil with all his might. Thank you, but I'm not that fragile yet. Go home when you're done with your work. There are people waiting for you at home, right? Unlike me, from now on I'm all alone. I have nowhere to go in life. Even death would be a relief for me. Before long, with the efforts of the group, a small mound appeared in front of them, and Old Man Shin knelt down and kowtowed several times. The same applies to the others. Normal etiquette is still required. But just as the group finished their prayers, Old Man Chun disappeared without a trace. Where are they? Alliance leader, is this old man going to find the savages again? I think so. Quick, let's go check it out. Old Man Chun stood outside the wall of the savage tribe and shouted, You beasts, you filthy fellows, come out and fight me. Are you afraid of this old man with one foot in the grave? You bunch of trash, scum, cowards. On the city wall, the savages looked at Old Man Chun with a mocking expression and said, Ha! How is it? Are you in pain? Your wife is dead, and your son is dead too. You're all alone now. It must be a tough feeling, right? Ha ha ha. Old Chun continued to shout and curse, but he couldn't go up or get in, so he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at them. Even if he were to die, Old Man Chun would still want to utter a few curses. Suicide? Of course not. It would be worth it to utter a few curses before he dies, since that's all he can do with his abilities. With a loud bang, it smashed right onto the head of Savage. The Savage looked pained, his face turning icy cold. He glared at Old Man Chun and said, You damned human, you're nothing but an insect we're playing with. You dare to hit me? Fine, fine. We're tired of playing with you anyway. Today we'll send you on your way. Immediately, the savages took out their bows and arrows and started shooting at Old Man Chun, intending to turn him into a pincushion. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of arrows shot toward Old Man Chun, intending to pierce him through. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs rang out, blocking hundreds of arrows. Old Man Chun was also somewhat puzzled and looked up. A huge gorilla with large horns shielded him beneath it. On the gorilla's head, Wang Fan was supporting himself with one hand on its large horn, looking down at Old Man Chun. Hey, old man, what did I just say? We're here to hunt savages. Beside Old Man Chun, 3 huge black-toothed pigs also walked over, with several people riding on their backs. Yes, Uncle Chun, don't you want to see with your own eyes how we slaughter these savages? Old Chun was so moved that he burst into tears. He never expected that Wang Fan and his companions would actually have such strength. He then became extremely excited, his body trembling, and shouted, of course I want to, but I can't do it. I dream about it. I want to tear them to pieces. Chi Mei was live streaming, and the camera turned to the front, showing towering city walls. Behind the city walls were buildings made of stones, and in these buildings lived groups of savages. Wang Fan himself topped the live stream rankings, for no other reason than that no one wanted to see that tragic ending again. Moreover, Wang Fan's group only consisted of 5 people, and even if you include Old Man Chun, there were only 6 people. 6 people fighting against 500,000 people, and they didn't even have AK-47s. Isn't that pure nonsense? Even though they didn't believe it, no one mocked them. Instead, they admired them. Some people in the live stream tried to dissuade them. Some praised their courage, and others were already contacting people in the vicinity to see if they could help collect the bodies. Chi Mei, take a picture of me. Oh good, Alliance leader. The camera focuses on Wang Fan, who stands with his hands behind his back, holding a steel fork and a black cloak that appears out of nowhere behind him. Fellow human compatriots, I am the leader of the Imperial Power Alliance, and my name is Wang Fan. The fact that I chose this name means that my Wang clan will not be ordinary. The first battle ended in an avalanche, the second in a disastrous defeat, but my good brothers still managed to kill that pig's head amidst 1,000,000 soldiers. Today, I will vindicate the human race. Who says savages are strong? Who says humans are weak? So what if we block technology? So what if we are outnumbered? Today I'll show you what truly terrifying things are. When they heard that the world's #1 league was going to declare war on the savages, almost everyone came to watch. Whether they were taking a dump, gnawing on tree bark, or even fighting wild beasts, they all eagerly opened their live streams. Are they really capable? 6 people against 500,000? I don't know. I doubt even with that giant gorilla on the other side, they could easily score 500,000 points. I hope they can play. After all, it's the world's #1 league, so they must have something special. Can I send some gifts? I want to send some wood to support you. Some clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Imperial power and hegemony. How impressive. Don't you dare talk big and embarrass us Wongs. We must beat those savages to a pulp. Someone knelt before their loved one's grave and recounted everything. Did you see that? The world's #1 alliance is going to vindicate humanity, with just 6 people challenging a tribe with 500,000 members. Others were rushing towards that direction with weapons. Hurry, 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 sending a bunch of children to charge in a battle. If word gets out, won't it say that we humans have no one to rely on, that we're all cowards? Brothers, charge. Charge over there and support them. A group of people shouted in unison, charge. In an instant, Wang Fan's actions attracted a lot of support. When did humanity need a young man of about 20 years old to take the lead? Even if we die in battle, we can't lose face. Wang Fan chuckled, then laughed and cursed. You bunch of idiots, I, Master Fan, don't need your support. Just watch. The savages stared in fear at the enormous gorilla and the black-toothed boar that resembled a small mountain. Wang Fan used 4 out of 5 pills, and the 3 pigs and the big guy each ate 1. He left 1 pill to show for error tolerance, since they would all enter a fatigue period after the pills expired. Old man, you can run over whoever you want, and you can charge and kill however you want. Then the big guy put Old Man Chun on a Mao's back. Old man, go for it. Don't you want revenge? You want to kill them? Now you have the ability. Mao will help you. Old Chun, looking at the giant beast beneath him, was also extremely excited. Young man, thank you so much. I don't know what to say for a moment. All I can say is, young man, you're amazing. Wang Fan smiled slightly and shouted, kill. In an instant, the giant beast surged, and one of the big guys kicked the city wall away with a single kick, sending rubble flying everywhere. The flying wall smashed into people on the left and right, killing them one after another. The current giants, when standing up, are equivalent to the height of 2 32-story buildings stacked together, while the black-toothed pigs are equivalent to the height of a single building. After all, they are all beings that have undergone both mutation and qualitative change, plus the effect of the giant pill. Compared to the rhinoceroses that Chief Pighead fed before, which didn't even have 10 stars, the big guy and the 3 pigs are naturally much stronger. Meanwhile, Dojiang immediately ate 2 magma fruits. Current brain development, 20%. The next moment, Dojiang's eyes burst forth with white light, and his hand shone with an even more intense light. Soy milk leaped off the back of the black-toothed pig, a height equivalent to 32 stories. Soy milk shouted, hey. A towering building rises from the ground. Our glory depends on my brother Fan. Wolfsburg rise. At 20% capacity, the range that soy milk can build with his hands is increased from the previous short distance to a greater distance. He can now place stones at will within a 500-meter radius of himself. Hey, get up. At this moment, Dojiang was like a white divine light, his whole body bursting with intense white light. The development of his brain made him smarter, and his perception became super sensitive. He sketched the image of Wolfsburg in his mind, his hands constantly drawing arcs so fast that they were too fast for the naked eye to catch, leaving after images. Soy milk kept shouting, build, build, build. Fortress, take flight. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless stones flew everywhere. Foundation, windows, cannons, roof. In an instant, a super Wolfsburg appeared. On top of the fortress, Soy Milk stood with its hands on its hips and declared loudly, my name is Soy Milk because I love to drink it. My fortress is called Wolf Castle because I love Grey Wolf. Artillery, prepare to fire. Chapter 160. The battle begins. The might of the giant beast. On the fortress, hundreds of cannons were neatly arranged in every window. Li Cheng, Lin Xingxue, Chi-Chi, and Dojiang immediately took torches and lit them one by one. The fortress was about the height of a residential building, and there were no stairs from the 1st to the 10th floor, so the savages could never have come up. The savages' territory was fiercely attacked. They came out in full force, and their massive army, though seemingly intimidating, was by no means weak. Each of these savages possessed physical strength superior to that of humans, Yet they were utterly useless in the face of imperial power and dominance. Bang, bang, bang. 100 cannons roared in unison, and the meteor-like shells exploded with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. On the distant plains, countless shells crashed down, exploding and blowing houses and savages away, blowing their heads off. Wang Fan stood atop the giant's head, raised the ram-headed scepter, and shouted loudly, "Take this! The Yellow Springs killing move, lava rain." In an instant, hundreds and thousands of magma fireballs were brewing in the sky. The savage chieftain, holding the snake-headed scepter, was also greatly alarmed. He stood frozen in place, staring at the twinkling sparks in the sky. "No, how is this possible? How could you possibly have so much lava?" The savage chieftain shouted, "Snake venom will help me." In an instant, the serpentine scepter sprayed out a large amount of venom, which stained the big guy's body. Wang Fan immediately sprinkled the essence water mist, and the venom dissipated instantly. Wang Fan shouted disdainfully, "Come on, old man. Use whatever tricks you have left. Don't make the battle too boring." The next moment, Wang Fan counted down from 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of magma fireballs crashed down, and because Wang Fan was standing high, the magma fireballs were also exceptionally high. A fireball, over 200 meters high and 10 meters in diameter, crashed down. This magnificent scene turned the entire sky a fiery red. Inside the live stream, people shouted and cheered, extremely excited. "Smash them! Smash them to death!" "My dear brother, do you see? The savages are being slaughtered. Go! Fall down with my fury and smash them into mincemeat." Spectacular, truly spectacular. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Deserves to be number one, a complete and utter crushing defeat. With a loud thud, a lava fireball slammed into the ground, tearing it apart, followed by a barrage of attacks. It's pouring rain on the entire savage tribe. That was a rain of lava fireballs. A series of loud thuds followed one after another, crashing down one after another. Help! Help me! My body was smashed. Quick, save me! A large group of savages surrounded the chief, trembling and pleading. "Chief, you must think of something. If this continues, our tribe will be wiped out." The chief was horrified but helpless. Wang Fan didn't kill him. Wang Fan shouted, "Watch this. Weren't you born to torture people? Today you will witness firsthand how your tribe is destroyed and slaughtered. Stomp them to death." The big guy stomped one group to death, then kicked another group away. It grabbed 2 houses and slammed them onto the ground like it was swatting cockroaches. The house was smashed and deformed, stained with blood and savage skin. Wang Fan had no pity for these savages. He just killed them relentlessly, without restraint, and with all his might. Across the plain, artillery fire flew wildly, and lava fireballs rained down from time to time. A tribe of 500,000 would naturally take a long time to kill. Old Man Chun rode his black-tusked boar with great pride, venting his anger. His face trembled with excitement as he sat on the boar's back, shouting repeatedly, "Kill!" Black-tusked boars trampled the battlefield with each stomp, when suddenly a few elephant roars echoed from afar. Black-toothed boar immediately charged forward, but the massive mammoth army was no match for it, like a punching bag. With a roar, the black-toothed boar rammed into mammoth after mammoth. The savage mammoth army was no match for the gigantic black-toothed boars. It is said that the best pig is the first, followed by the bear and then the tiger, let alone such a hard and huge black-toothed pig. In the center of the savage tribe stood a towering castle-like tower, which the black-toothed boar rammed into, causing half of it to collapse. Many savage soldiers fell from the tower, some dying from the fall, others being trampled to death. The savage chieftain shouted, "Don't panic, don't panic. Those giant beasts won't last long. Without their enormous war beasts, they're just a bunch of weak humans. There are too many of us. Let's run away quickly. He can't kill them all." The shout also reached the ears of the wild men, who scattered and fled in all directions, trying to buy time until the giantification ended. In this way, they can still turn the tide. Wang Fan naturally understood that it was impossible to completely wipe out a tribe of 500,000. He could only try his best to kill as many as he could. Wang Fan kept summoning lava fireballs, and wave after wave of savages died. Meanwhile, Do Jiang and his men kept firing cannons, blasting and killing one group of savages after another. Before long, the number of dead savages had exceeded 100,000, but that was still not enough. Although Wang Fan and his group were powerful, they ultimately could not kill them all. As the time was about to end, Wang Fan was also a little worried. He kept directing the big guy to kill indiscriminately, but it was still not enough. Looking at the already somewhat exhausted giant beast, the savage chieftain shouted happily, "They're about to collapse. Hurry up! Wear them down to death." Wang Fan remained calm. Having come all this way, he was prepared for anything. How could he not have thought of this situation? Ignore the big guy. Keep fighting, kill as many as you can. Roar! The big guy roared, then began pounding his chest repeatedly. The berserk factors on the horns kept surging into the body, forcibly prolonging the duration of the giant pill. The giant resumed its fight, grabbing a group of savages' spears and flinging them away before hurling the spears at them. With a series of swift movements, dozens of savages were impaled on both sides and died on the spot. The black-toothed boars were slowly shrinking in size. Wang Fan summoned them back, and the four beasts fought side by side. Before their gigantic forms disappeared, they continued to fight fiercely. The savages couldn't get close at all. If they did, they would be trampled to death. In just a short while, the group killed more than 50,000 more. Most of the remaining savages were either wounded or crippled. They were terrified of Wang Fan's killings and never imagined that their tribe would be wiped out by 6 humans. Of the 6 people, 1 was merely carried away. In reality, the other 5 are the ones who annihilated them. Chapter 161, The Demon King Fan, begins to unleash his power. As time passed, the gigantic size of the 4 beasts began to subside, and they soon returned to their original size. Seeing this golden opportunity, the savage chieftain excitedly shouted, "Hurry! Charge! Kill them! The behemoth's effect has expired." A group of savages approached cautiously, their steps slow and hesitant, terrified of being killed. Meanwhile, on the other end of the live stream, countless people were sweating bullets for Wang Fan. The giant form had disappeared. Wasn't he doomed? Just as the savages surrounded Wang Fan roared, "Get lost!" A loud shout scared away thousands of people. Holding a steel fork, Wang Fan then gnawed on the rockberry, its fiery red juice, like lava, dripping from the corners of his mouth like blood. Just then, outside the savage tribe, countless humans wielding swords and axes charged in. They were all very excited, sweat dripping from their faces, as if they had been running for a long time. He gripped his weapon tightly, his face filled with fervor. "Young man, let's help." "So what if they have a lot of people? We Earthlings haven't all died out yet." "That's right, kill them all." Tianyun Shun Family Alliance has come to lend its support. The Fierce Tiger Alliance is here to lend a hand. The Hydra Alliance has arrived to lend its support. The Model Alliance is here to lend their support. In an instant, the human forces roared and shouted, creating a deafening atmosphere. Wang Fan turned his head and looked at them coldly, saying, "What are you doing here? Do you think my imperial power and hegemony can't sweep through the savage tribes?" From the crowd, someone shouted, "Young man, don't be a show-off. Yes, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Come this way quickly. They haven't surrounded us yet." Wang Fan lowered his eyes and turned away, ignoring people's concern. His mind began to race. That's a side effect of the magma berry. People rushed forward to help, but the next moment a lava fireball fell from the sky, hitting the crowd without harming them. Wang Fan said coldly, "I said, you don't need to help." His tone left no room for argument. "Young man, don't be so arrogant. There are over 300,000 people on the other side. How can you possibly fight them all by yourself? Don't be impulsive, Alliance Leader Wang." Many people tried to persuade him, but Wang Fan only responded with a pair of cold eyes, which made them feel cold and dare not move. They had never seen such a cold and furious look in their eyes. The next moment, countless savages charged forward, and Wang Fan ate the 7th magma fruit. Current brain development, 45%. 20% is the perception stage, and 30% is the stage where the energy structure of an object can be read, allowing the reading of the object's basic information. 40% of the time, you can use your mental power to manipulate objects. 50% of the body will evolve, gaining stronger physical abilities. Wang Fan's body began to float up, his black robe billowing behind him, crackling loudly in the powerful energy storm. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand what had happened to Wang Fan. Wang Fan's voice was deep and resonant, carrying for miles around. You all advised me not to act impulsively, but if I didn't act impulsively, would I still be a young man? You all say that I am too insignificant to handle such a situation alone. The next moment, a white light flashed in Wang Fan's eyes. Then I'll show all of humanity just how powerful we humans can be. With a few soft popping sounds, the approaching savages exploded one after another. That was the power of willpower. That wasn't all. Wang Fan ate another rock fruit and took a bite. The eighth one, the limit that the human body can withstand. Current brain development, 50%. Wang Fan's arms were bulging with veins, and his muscles were bulging all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost. A white aura surged around him, like a scion unleashing its power. Everyone was shocked and gasped. What's he doing? What's wrong? He's transforming. He's a super scion. That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How can he be so awesome? I want to transform too. Is this really possible? One person against 300,000? I don't know, but this is crazy. On the fortress, the group watched all this in surprise, but they weren't worried. As long as Wang Fan didn't eat the ninth one, the explosion wouldn't happen. Brother Fan, you're awesome. Beat them to a pulp. Alliance leader, charge. Wang Fan, beat Cuckoo up. Wang Fan let out a low growl. The pain in his head was so intense that it felt like it was going to explode, but so what? So what? That's not enough to stop his inner thoughts or hinder his steps. Wang Fan suddenly waved his hand and rushed forward, soaring through the air. That was the manifestation of spiritual power. Of course, one couldn't step on the air. One was simply controlling one's body to float rapidly. The savages were terrified. Dreaming, this must be a dream. Before he could finish speaking, he was crushed by Wang Fan and turned into a bloody mist. The savages retreated, looking at the devil wielding a pitchfork, but dared not approach. The savage chieftain shouted, "No, this can't be real. How could a human have such power?" Wang Fan flew over, waved his hand, and countless pebbles around him floated up, then shot out like bullets. The savages coughed up blood and flew backward. Wang Fan flew through the sky like a demon god, firmly holding the upper hand and controlling the entire battle. In just a short time, he killed more than 40,000 savages. This is certainly not enough. If we keep killing like this, we won't be able to kill them all before the time limit expires. Wang Fan leaped into the air, his steel fork shooting toward the ground. With a loud bang, dozens of cracks appeared in the ground. Wang Fan closed his eyes and poured all his mental energy into the steel fork. His mind was highly focused, his goal was very clear, and his actions were very bold. The next moment, a black light curtain suddenly unfolded from the ground, instantly covering the entire savage tribe. Suddenly, phantom images of steel forks appeared on each of the savages. The savages were all greatly alarmed. What is this? I can't pull it out. Help! It's stuck in my chest. It's a demon's weapon. This thing isn't human. It's a demon. Wang Fan smiled slightly, then took out a sharp short knife. The savage chieftain took a step back in fear. He sensed something was wrong, but there was nothing he could do. The next moment, Wang Fan took a deep breath and filled his mouth with a mouthful of the fountain of life. Yes, I can do it. I definitely can. I will survive. With a soft thud, Wang Fan plunged the blade straight into his own heart. With the enhancement of his body and the blessing of the fountain of life, Wang Fan was convinced that he would not die. In an instant, blood spurted from the savages' chests, a truly spectacular sight. No. Cough, cough. My heart. No, my heart. Wise one, please save us. The cries of agony echoed across the entire plain. Chapter 162, I'm going to show off, so I'll show off. In an instant, countless savages developed unstoppable gashes in their hearts, continuously gushing blood. Wang Fan immediately swallowed the fountain of life. With 50% brain development, Wang Fan's body was like a pump. Even though blood was gushing out, the injuries were slowly healing, something the savages could not possibly do at such a speed. Wang Fan was panting heavily. Just moments ago, the pain had almost made him faint. Sometimes even a slight stitch in the chest can cause unbearable pain. Imagine the agony of having your heart pierced. Wang Fan's lips were turning blue, and he was breathing heavily as he stood in midair, his black robes and black hair framing blood dripping from his feet. Did it work? He struggled to open his eyes. Countless savages lay dead on the ground, the entire plain stained red with blood. Wang Fan smiled slightly. I did it. He swayed precariously, as if he might fall at any moment, and a large crowd had gathered below him. Child, don't push yourself. Go back and heal your wounds. That's amazing, child. You're practically a god among men. Come home. Child, come home with us. Let's eat meat and drink wine to our heart's content. I must offer you a bowl of wine, no, 10 bowls of wine. Wang Fan looked down at the crowd below, who had their arms outstretched as if to catch him. Wang Fan immediately steadied himself and did not fall. He waved his black robe sharply and said loudly, Today, I have killed 500,000. My alliance alone is enough. I not only kill people and destroy cities, but also destroy their hearts. Then, Wang Fan flew away, summoning the train and using his powerful mental energy to control it to soar into the sky and fly towards the fortress. Soybean and the others wisely boarded the train. Then Wang Fan shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the sky. Let's take to the air for now and fight the savages again tomorrow. Before long, the train sped away, leaving only its taillights on the horizon. My imperial power and dominance will surely wipe out the savage tribes once again. The voice drifted away, and the crowd stared in a daze, their eyes filled with admiration. Many people knelt on the ground, moved to tears. Alliance Leader Wang. May you have a safe journey. The god of mankind is the god of the human race. That boy is terrifyingly powerful. How did he manage to do that? Someone looked up to the sky and shouted, Damn it, why are you so handsome? Next time, take us all with you. Although many houses were destroyed, the resources stockpiled by the savages were naturally enormous. The people did not leave, but instead used these resources to develop their own bases. After all, with proper maintenance, this place could be quite suitable as a stronghold. Everyone got busy and began rebuilding. So much meat. Stone, this savage has stockpiled a lot of materials. Slings, spears. Hurry up, there are 2 mammoth calves over here. They're about to open their eyes. On the ravaged plain, from the sky, people looked like ants as they built and constructed defensive fortifications. On the riverbank, Wang Fan suddenly fell into the water. Lin Qingxue immediately helped him up, her eyes glistening with tears, feeling very sorry for him. Lin Qingxue gently pinched Wang Fan's arm. Silly boy, if you can't hold on, just say so. Why do you have to show off? Wang Fan's eyes were glazed over, and his body was limp like a lump of mud, just like a drunkard, and a very drunk one at that. You're still laughing? How can you laugh like that? Do you know how dangerous that is? Lin Qingxue opened her arms and gently cupped Wang Fan's cheeks, her voice hoarse as she said, If you had really died back then, would you have made me a widow for the rest of my life? The heart. That's the heart. It can really kill someone. Wang Fan smiled warmly and whispered, Give me a kiss. Lin Qingxue blushed, wiped away her tears, and pouted, What time is it? You're still kissing me? Haven't you kissed me enough? You should focus on healing your injuries. Wang Fan laboriously brought his head closer to Lin Qingxue. Wife, a kiss will help you recover faster, right? The group of people with soy milk nearby also shrugged slightly. Brother Chung, have they always been like this? Li Chung grabbed Dojiang's shoulder, made him turn around, and then walked towards the train, not lingering by the river. Kids don't understand yet. If you had our leader's shamelessness, you wouldn't be single. Ha ha. Dojiang scratched his head and left the riverbank. The riverbank was quiet, with only the 2 of them there. Wang Fan shouted with all his might, Brother Chow, I heard you call me a scoundrel. You'll have to drink 2 more glasses tonight as punishment. Li Chung was immediately startled and shouted, Alliance leader, I'm innocent. That was what Dojiang said. You must have misheard. Brother Fan, I'm innocent. It wasn't me. Both of you drink it. The group had already gone far away, but their voices could still be heard. Lin Qingxue hugged Wang Fan tightly. This was the 3rd time. The first time was when Wang Fan had a close encounter with the black leopard. The second time was when Wang Fan was pierced through the chest by a steel fork. And the 3rd time was just now. Hey, I can't breathe. Lin Qingxue released Wang Fan abruptly, then repeatedly punched his chest with her small fists. You bad boy, you bad boy, you bad boy. What'd you promise me? You promised to stay with me for life. Don't do anything so dangerous again. If one day it really comes down to it, please take me with you. Even if we die, we'll die together. Lin Xingshu, tears welling in her eyes, gazed intently at Wang Fan. Don't forget, Wang Fan, we came here together. We escaped here together. If we die, we die together. Wang Fan was about to say something when his mouth was covered. He could only pull Lin Qingxue into his arms and enjoy the moment of tenderness. A gentle breeze was blowing, bringing a touch of coolness. The two stood in the river, letting the breeze caress them. In that instant, her delicate hair fluttered in the wind, and she was overcome with love. Before long, the train started moving again, but the driver was Lin Qingxue. Wang Fan was completely exhausted. The side effects of the magma fruit were too severe, and there were 8 of them. That was the limit of the body, or rather, it was a state of teetering on the edge of life or death. Even though his body had fully recovered, Wang Fan was still in a daze. After all, although his physical body had been healed, his mind was still his spirit. Wang Fan was in poor spirits, utterly exhausted, and even though the time limit had expired, his head was still throbbing, and he felt dizzy. Qingxue, we have 30 magma fireballs left and 8 magma fruits left. We can use them if we encounter danger. Idiot, go and rest, stop talking, and get some rest. Inside the carriage, both the large pigs and the black-toothed pigs were exhausted, snoring, and perhaps sleeping for several days. Everything comes at a price. While gaining great power, you will lose something else. To earn a lot of money, you have to put in tremendous effort. Of course, even if you work hard, you might not be able to afford a pen. Or even if you try your best and fight for it, you still get the same answer. You're a good person, but we're not a good match. But what does it matter? No child cries every day, and no gambler loses all the time. Just keep trying. Even if the road ahead is dark, even if it is full of thorns, even if you are all alone, you must still try. Because only through effort can there be hope. Even if the hope is slim, it is better than a life without hope where the end can be seen at a glance. Chapter 163, Historical Records, Deciphering and Analysis. On the horizon, the sun gradually rose, and rays of warm sunlight shone in. Wang Fan opened his eyes. His mental state hadn't fully recovered, but it was much better than yesterday. I feel much better, but I still feel a little dazed, like I just spent the whole night in an internet cafe. It's good that you're feeling a bit better, honey. We're almost at the dead wasteland forest. Wang Fan was also taken aback. Why did you change your mind? Lin Qingxue blushed slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Well, I've always called you husband, so do you like me calling you that? Wang Fan rolled his eyes and said, I like it, but it would be even better if I could scream while driving, preferably scream loudly and fast. Wow, just thinking about it makes me so excited. Lin Qingxue understood perfectly what Wang Fan meant, and her ears immediately turned red. Although they had known each other for a long time, she still felt shy when she heard these words. She stammered, well, we'll talk about it later. Just then, a notification popped up. The dead forest, a forest tainted by ominous substances where the plants devour people. We've arrived. We've entered the dead waste forest area. Shue, drive past the edge. Don't go into the forest. We need to get to the no man's land first. We have to hurry. Okay, I understand. Roars echoed continuously from within the dead wasteland forest, sounds that did not resemble those of wild beasts. It's more like the howling sound of the wind blowing through the mountains. The sound came from the depths of the forest, which was pitch black. Even though the sun had just risen at dawn, the forest remained eerily gloomy. If a person were in it, it would be as if they were in the twilight all the time. Several people felt a chill run down their spines and were somewhat uncomfortable. Don't worry about it. Keep going. As long as we don't go too deep, it should be fine, Wang Fan reminded him. The train continued on its way, and Wang Fan felt that this forest seemed more dangerous than any other place he had ever been before. If that key is indeed inside, then the opening of the treasure map is not far off. Currently, Bai Chi gave me one. I got another one on the cliff edge of Dragon Valley, and of the other 3, one in the dead wasteland forest and one in the eternal snow mountain. The location of the last one is unclear, but it's not far from the target. Beep, beep, beep. Son, how are you? I called you yesterday, and your wife said you were asleep. Are you feeling better now? Wang Fan looked at his father on the other end of the video call. Much better, Dad. How are you all doing now? On the other end of the phone, the research team members were setting up camp, with a cold wind blowing and heavy snow falling. Oh, we're lost. The snow is too heavy. We've analyzed a lot of things from the mural you gave us. We're resting in a low-lying area now. Wang Fan asked curiously. What did you analyze? What exactly happened? Lin Qingqing then walked over to Wang Dali and said earnestly, the conflict of myriad races. What? A war among all races? The two were also shocked. Yes, that's right. Based on our analysis and interpretation, this is roughly the case. 5,000 years ago, our ancestors crossed the long river of history and were transmitted here by a special means. This was a war among all races. At that time, the human race was the weakest and had the fewest people among all races, while the other races had hundreds of millions of people. The Qin dynasty had an army of less than 1 million. Yet according to the records on these murals, the Qin people, with an army of less than 1 million, managed to gain a foothold among all the tribes. Wang Fan also gasped in shock. There were tens of thousands of races, each numbering in the hundreds of millions. Just like the Vikings, when they arrived, there were over 4 billion people. But the Qin dynasty only brought less than 1 million troops. How could they possibly fight? Moreover, Wang Fan didn't even think he could defeat the remains of the giants. Actually, we don't understand it either, but that's how it's recorded in history. Maybe they also ate the magma fruit, who knows? One of the scenes was filmed at the entrance to the underground palace. It depicts a group of aliens wearing golden masks who found the king of Qin about 5,000 years ago. According to the text above, it roughly means they asked the king of Qin if he wished for immortality. Of course, the king of Qin wanted to live forever. At that time, the king of Qin was nearing the end of his life. He was harmed by some sorcerers and ate an elixir of immortality, but that elixir contained heavy metals. That wasn't an elixir of immortality at all. It was poison. The alien cured the king of Qin and gave him a map. Wang Fan and his companion asked in confusion, Map? Mom, you don't mean the map of Death Star, do you? Lin Qingqing nodded. Bingo, you got it right. Indeed, they told the king of Qin that his health could last for another 5 years, during which time he would remain in good health. If he can win the war among all races and stand at the pinnacle of the planet, he will obtain the true elixir of immortality, granting the king of Qin eternal life, making him immortal and indestructible. Therefore, the king of Qin set off with his army without hesitation. At that time, the Qin dynasty could only mobilize about 1 million troops. There is a historical gap between the Qin dynasty and the Western Han dynasty, which is probably the process of the Qin dynasty's demise. The truth of history was written by the ancients. Perhaps history is false. The reason why the Qin dynasty collapsed was because the king of Qin disappeared with a 1 million-strong army. Who can verify those historical events? It all depends on how the ancients tell their stories. As for the arrival of the Qin dynasty, I guess it was just a replacement, essentially someone who randomly filled a vacancy. After all, the murals initially depict all sorts of strange races mocking humans. But as they continue to unfold, it shows humans trampling them underfoot. All races are begging for mercy, kneeling before the human race. But what exactly happened? The mural seems to have been deliberately damaged. However, the person who wanted to smash the mural didn't mean they didn't want us to see it, but rather they didn't want other creatures to see it. Those incomplete murals may hold the secret to the Qin dynasty's incredible comeback. After all, as you said before, Bai Qi single-handedly slaughtered the barbarian tribe. Bai Qi is indeed powerful, but he's not capable of taking on 1 million men single-handedly. There must be some way to make them like this. After listening to the analysis, the two were stunned for a long time. According to the Vikings, the king of Qin had visited the Viking tribe before his death and had been planning for 1,000 years. However, their secret could not be exposed too much, otherwise some creatures would get there first. So the Qin dynasty buried the secret and let humans find it. The savages spent thousands of years finding many scepters, but that was certainly not enough. Perhaps all of this was part of their ancestors' calculations. Chapter 164, No Man's Land, Eerie Black Mist. Therefore, Xiaoxue, finding the missing parts of the mural is very important. It may very well contain the method to make humanity stronger. Outside the video, Wang Fan and his companion understood as well. There were others eyeing the Qin king's treasure. Or perhaps it wasn't human, but rather a savage or something else entirely. It was the existence of those very things that forced the king of Qin to disperse and store the scepter. Wang Fan took out the snake-shaped scepter, which he had obtained from attacking the savage tribe yesterday. Currently, the 12 scepters represent the pig, tiger, ox, sheep, snake, dog, Wang Fan murmured. That means there are still 6 scepters left. Horse, monkey, rooster, dragon, rat, rabbit. Sigh. It's still so far away. I wonder where all these scepters are. I hope the dragon isn't with the savages. Wang Fan guessed that the dragon was probably the most powerful among the scepters, since the dragon represented heaven, the supreme power, and an imperial dynasty. If the other scepters are so powerful, how much more powerful must a dragon's scepter be? Shortly after, the group hung up the phone and continued on their respective missions. The research team was responsible for finding the key to the snow-capped mountain. Wang Fan, on the other hand, first went to the no man's land to look for clues about Grandma Li and then to the dead wasteland to find the key. Ahead of the train, they had reached unclaimed land, but the forest was pitch black, still incredibly dark even without the shade of leaves. The dark forest was devoid of green, a sea of black, black tree trunks and branches, black soil, black decaying leaves. Ahead of the forest, a train with its headlights on is heading into the forest. The car headlights shone into the forest, but not very far, as the surroundings were shrouded in mist. Moreover, this fog resembled the black smoke emitted from burning rubber products. The fog itself was black. Alliance leader, what's going on with this fog? Why is it so dark? Even the sunlight can't get in. Soy Milk also felt unwell. Yeah, Brother Fan, could it be a ghost? At this moment, the temperature inside the car dropped. You should know that Wang Fan was driving away from the snow mountain, but the temperature was getting lower and lower. Current temperature, 24 degrees Celsius. Wang Fan was also shocked. Holy crap, how did the temperature drop so much? When we came in, the outside temperature was 42 degrees Celsius, but now that we're moving away from the snow-capped mountains, the temperature shouldn't be this high. Lin Xingxua put her hand on Wang Fan's shoulder. Be careful. Honey, drive slowly. Yes, I know. The group stared out the window. The entire train seemed to have entered a pitch-black night, with black mist like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, swallowing the train whole. Wang Fan drove the train like a headless fly, not knowing which way to go, so he could only wander around aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon something unexpected. Thump, thump, thump. The ground vibrated, so much so that Wang Fan, who was holding the steering wheel, could feel the steering wheel vibrating. What's going on? The group looked around warily. Outside the window, black mist surged, as if it were alive and trying to get in. But they couldn't get in at all. They were firmly blocked outside, and the air conditioning had been turned off long ago. The train was generated by the system, and its craftsmanship was naturally perfect, leaving no gaps. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot out from the front, piercing through the black mist. The shot hit Wang Fan directly from that direction, and with a whoosh, the driver's seat was pierced through from both sides. Wang Fan stood aside, cold sweat pouring down his face. It was too dangerous. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been shot through the chest. What the hell is that? The next moment, pitch-black mist surged in, pouring into the car from the broken opening. Something's wrong with this black mist. Wang Fan immediately used the glass to repair the crack, and the black mist that had drifted and suddenly screamed, and then turned into a black, withered arm that fell to the ground. The black arm was oozing a green liquid, which appeared to be blood, but it was green. The arm fell to the ground and trembled, then suddenly bounced up and flipped over, with 4 fingers standing up. He scrambled towards Wang Fan and his group, sending chills down their spines. Li Chung fired a shot at close range. With a loud bang, it exploded, splattering pools of green blood everywhere. The blood, along with a pungent, fishy stench, was utterly disgusting. Soy Milk covered his mouth and nose in surprise and exclaimed, "What is this thing? What kind of place is this?" Wang Fan dared not step forward, fearing that the red light would shoot out again. The red light was extremely hot and could be emitted almost instantly. If it weren't for a trace of magma fruit remaining in his blood being metabolized, he might not have been able to react at all. Wang Fan shielded the group behind him, saying, "Don't go forward yet. Wait for me to let the cattle out." He took out the bull-headed scepter and summoned 3 bulls. He placed the bulls outside the train, and then Wang Fan did not hold back, using coal to drive the bulls. The steel bulls blocked the train's path and moved forward, but before they had gone far, a red eyeball suddenly appeared from the mist, the size of a basketball. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan immediately shouted, "Oh no, lie down!" A beam of light shot out from the eyeball, piercing the train once more, and steam billowed from the hole. The next moment, the eyeball disappeared again, its whereabouts unknown. Wang Fan immediately repaired the hole. Wang Fan exclaimed in alarm. What the hell is this thing? It's impossible to defend against. He then controlled the oxen, trapping them around the front of the vehicle, one at the front and one on each side. Brother Fan, can we still get out of here? This place is so eerie. I don't know, we're already lost. Now we just have to bite the bullet and push our way in. There's no other way. The group felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of unease creeping over them. It wasn't that they were afraid of dying, but rather that the eerie atmosphere around them made them uncomfortable. With a snap, a series of rotting corpses suddenly appeared outside the window, pounding on the car window, but the fog had thinned a bit. Lin Qingshue's eyes were sharp enough to see everything clearly. This mist is suspicious. These monsters were generated from this black mist. The others also noticed, after all, the severed arm was enough to prove everything. Seemingly finding the corpse's attack weak, the corpse vanished in the next moment, and a cyclops suddenly appeared, the black mist now even thinner. The giant was enormous, about 30 meters tall, with large red eyes, a single horn on its head, and a club in its hand. It's that laser-eyed guy. Get out of the way. With a whoosh, the Cyclops' eyeball shot out a laser, splitting the entire front of the car in two. As he fled, Wang Fan looked up at the giant and exclaimed, Appraisal! Cyclops, a demon from hell who loves to eat humans raw. Trolls? Hell, where the hell am I? The locomotive completely collapsed, and Wang Fan immediately used the tiger talisman to summon sand soldiers. At the same time, 3 bulls also crashed into the troll's body. Chapter 165, the big red flower appears, the one-eyed troll. At this moment, the troll was unable to attack Wang Fan and had to turn a deal with the charging bulls and thousands of sand soldiers. Wang Fan used sand soldiers to surround himself, and black mist kept coming, transforming into small demons that were 1 meter tall. The demon has 2 horns, is short in stature, wields a sword, and has wings on its back. The surrounding black mist kept changing, and thousands, tens of thousands, the demons screamed and charged forward. Wang Fan flashed the tiger tally in his hand. Kill them! The sand soldiers charged forward, engaging the demons in fierce combat and shrinking the circle. Ping charged over with a swarm of dog-headed bats, which were exceptionally ferocious after their mutation. They charged forward, and with a single claw, they killed the demon, or bit off its little head in one bite. But the demons seemed endless, constantly emerging from the black mist. Soy Milk's hands glowed, and he quickly built a wall to block one side. Brother Fan, these guys are endless. How do we kill them? Just hold on for now. Damn it, where am I? The one-eyed troll blocked the charging bull, then shot a laser beam from its eye that severed the bull's legs, before kicking the bull away. At this moment, the sand soldiers surrounded them, and another red beam of light flashed, shattering all the sand soldiers that got close, leaving them pierced through. However, the sand soldiers are slowly recovering and have not suffered any losses. The demons were numerous, but not strong. They could be killed with a single blow. A red light flashed over, and Lin Qingxue tackled Wang Fan to the ground as the light grazed their shoulders. The one-eyed troll stared at the two of them, its eyes glowing red, and once again swept across the ground. Wang Fan, holding Lin Qingxue, rolled away to dodge again. After dodging, Wang Fan immediately stood up. No, we have to deal with that thing first. It's not good if it keeps coming at us like this. Be careful. A shot to the chest can kill you. As they were talking, Wang Fan pushed Lin Qingxue aside, and a beam of red light shot through the two of them, creating a hole in the ground. Wang Fan's eyes sharpened, and he charged forward with the steel fork in hand. The one-eyed troll was somewhat surprised when it saw the steel fork's red eyeballs flashing. But then, a greedy glint appeared in its eyes, and it roared. Several beams of red light shot out, and Wang Fan dodged to the side, barely avoiding them. But a large chunk was still missing from his right shoulder. Wang Fan gritted his teeth and drank a mouthful of blood tree essence, and his shoulder immediately recovered. This scene made the one-eyed troll's gaze even more intense. The one-eyed troll swung its arm, and its huge club slammed down on Wang Fan's head. Wang Fan immediately jumped back and landed on his buttocks, the club slamming straight down in front of him. A great opportunity! Wang Fan sprang up suddenly, stepped on the club, and charged forward along it. He ran up the one-eyed troll's arm, his target being the troll's eyeball. The one-eyed troll was shocked and slapped out with its other hand, trying to kill Wang Fan as if swatting a mosquito. Wang Fan seized the opportunity, leaped towards the scarlet eyeball, and stabbed it with his fork. With a plop, green blood gushed out. A large hand slapped down from behind Wang Fan, and he immediately jumped off the troll. The steel fork was slammed even deeper by the slap. With a wave of his hand, the steel fork disappeared and reappeared in Wang Fan's hand. The troll crashed to the ground. He's dead already? That won't do. At this moment, countless little demons also began to retreat. The group, including Dojiang, were panting heavily. Is it over? But the next moment, the black mist surged and churned, and gradually it began to dissipate, and sunlight began to shine in. The dissipating black mist continues to condense, recombine, and change. Gradually, the black mist thinned until it was almost invisible, but within the forest, thousands of one-eyed trolls appeared. They surrounded Wang Fan and his companions. Around them, one by one, the one-eyed giants roared, and red light began to surge in their eyes. Several people gasped in shock. Could they possibly dodge this? How could they possibly dodge it? Wang Fan reacted quickly, immediately pulling out his snake-shaped scepter and flicking it, causing the green snake venom to coat the surrounding one-eyed trolls. Several beams of red light flashed past the heads of the group, then pierced through their own men. Among the troll horde, those infected by snake venom went berserk, attacking and piercing their own kind. The group quickly lay down, and red lights shot out continuously from the forest, shooting out incessantly. They were constantly beating each other with clubs, smashing one of their companions' heads with a single blow. Wang Fan packed up the train. Although it was broken, it could still be used after some repairs. Let's go, we'll go out that way. The group crouched down and fled. Brother Fan, were those things? Wang Fan shook his head as well. I'm not sure. It seems to be a demon, but how could it be here? Shouldn't it be in hell? Trolls kept falling behind them, caught in an endless cycle of self-destruction. Which way do we go now? Li Qing asked. Wang Fan looked around and noticed a few red spots on a black tree trunk not far away. The group approached to examine it closely and found that the black tree trunk appeared to have been coated with some kind of plant sap. After all, the trees here are all withered and black, making the red stand out all the more. Wang Fan felt that the red color might be a clue. Leader, this red is not only eye-catching, but also has a festive feel to it. Li Cheng said casually. Brother Fan, doesn't this look like a big red flower? Wang Fan also looked at it, and it really did resemble the shape of flower, but the drawing wasn't very good. Wang Fan was taken aback when he heard this, and his thoughts returned to his childhood, to the croaking of frogs in the fields, the evening breeze, and Grandma Li lying on a recliner outside the house. Wang Fan also moved a small recliner and lay down next to Grandma Li. There were no mosquitoes, so it was very comfortable. Grandma, one of my older brothers and sisters come back to see you. Grandma Li smiled kindly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Ha, they've all grown up, they're all grown up now. They all have their own lives. Grandma, are you happy? Grandma Li turned to look at Wang Fan. Grandson, there are many kinds of happiness. At least Grandma was happy once. Then, Grandma, you must have been very happy when Grandpa was alive. You always had a smile on your face back then. Grandma Li blinked, as if she had thought of something, and murmured, Yes, on my wedding day, my bridal chamber was covered with big red flowers. Your grandfather, riding a horse, with a big red flower hanging on his chest, came to marry me. Do you know, grandson, red is the color of happiness, the color of warmth, but Grandma can't go back. I'm too old. Wang Fan was too young to understand the deeper meaning behind Grandma Li's words back then, but now he does. In fact, Grandma Li had long since given up the hope of living. What people fear most is having no hope. After her husband passed away, Grandma Li longed for her son and daughter to come and visit her. But all she got in the time of waiting was their gray hair. She waited, but everything had changed. Her son and daughter never came back to see her, not even on her deathbed. Finally, her son and daughter returned, but only to divide the inheritance. Wang Fan rubbed his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse, and said, That's right, it's Big Red Flower, Grandma Li, she's here. Chapter 166. The situation is gone wrong, getting more and more difficult. In such a desolate place, large red flowers wouldn't appear out of nowhere. They must have been painted on by someone. Wang Fan looked around. Quick, look around. Where else can you find them? The group immediately sprang into action. The black mist in the forest had dissipated, and although it still looked somewhat eerie and desolate, there seemed to be no great danger. "Leader, there's a big red flower here. Brother Fan, I have some too." Wang Fan immediately ran over, and the large red flowers on the surrounding tree trunks were becoming more and more numerous and dense. "We've found the right direction. Quick, let's go take a look." Running forward 1, 2, 3, 4 slowly, many tree trunks were painted with big red flowers, the color of happiness. Gradually, Wang Fan's heart began to race. He had come to regard the neighbor grandmother who had been with him throughout his childhood as family. "I hope Grandma is still alive." Surrounded by towering trees, Wang Fan weaved through them, and in front of him was a thicket of bushes, which were no longer black, but green. Wang Fan knew in his heart that perhaps they were almost there. He pushed aside the lush green bushes, and what came into view was a green lawn about the size of an athletic field. Like an oasis in the desert, it exists in the withered and decaying forest. In the center of the lawn is a lake, which is very shallow, or more accurately, a shallow beach. In the center of the shallow beach is an island about the size of a basketball court. In the center of the island in the lake is a small wooden house, and outside the house is a chair on which an old lady is leaning back. Wang Fan recognized her at a glance, but still called out cautiously, "Grandma." The old woman turned her head and looked over. On her wrinkled face, Grandma's eyes curved into crescent moons. The old man spoke with difficulty. "Grandson, I have come." Wang Fan immediately ran over, stepping on the shallow water that was no more than knee-deep, and in a few strides he reached the island in the middle of the lake. He immediately helped his grandmother up and gently patted her back. "Grandma, don't speak yet. Catch your breath first. Grandson, you're so much better than my children. They're all heartless bastards." Grandma cursed a few times, then looked at Wang Fan. "Grandma, I finally waited for you. I can die without regrets." "Huh." Wang Fan helped Grandma Li up, but she almost fell over as he did so. "Grandma, your leg. What happened to your leg?" Grandma Li's legs were completely limp like a wad of cotton, powerless, and she couldn't stand up. "It's nothing, it's been a long time. My leg has been a bit weak ever since before I died." Wang Fan swallowed hard and helped Grandma Li into the house, which was extremely simple. The tables and chairs were all made of tree branches, seemingly placed one branch at a time. Wang Fan also voiced his doubts. "Grandma, what happened? I clearly received a phone call saying you, So you're saying I'm dead?" Grandma Li sat up straight and continued. "I don't know what happened. I felt like I entered a strange state. In my understanding, perhaps my ghost traveled here with my body. When I first arrived, I had nothing. I seemed to be in a ghost-like state. I could roam the entire planet at will, but I couldn't communicate with anything. In ghost form, my speed is almost at the speed of light. Later, I found that I could return to my body, but after returning, I could hardly take a step. My legs had long been unable to move. I didn't receive that so-called system blessing. Perhaps it was the price for keeping me alive. So, I could only become a spirit and travel around the Death Gate star in search of you. I found you a long time ago, but you couldn't see me. I can only appear in your dreams when you are weak and dreaming. When I found your location, I wanted to go there, but my legs wouldn't let me stand up." Wang Fan took a deep breath, feeling a tightness in his chest. Lin Qingshue's eyes reddened, and her voice was hoarse as she said, "Grandma, you've suffered so much. In your soul form, you can see and find things, but you can never communicate with them. It can return to its original form, but it cannot move. This seems a bit too painful." Wang Fan took out the blood tree essence and the fountain of life and fed them to Grandma Li. Grandma Li raised her hand to refuse and slowly said, "It's useless. I've been holding on to my last breath, and I'm already close to death." Grandma Li slowly shook her head. "This thing is useless to me. As long as I can wait for you, I'll be content." However, Wang Fan still insisted that Grandma Li drink a few sips, but it didn't have any effect on her. "Grandson, stop making trouble." Then a smile spread across Grandma Li's weathered face, and she said happily, "Quick, Grandma has prepared some good things for you, just waiting to give them to you." Grandma Li opened the drawer. It was exquisitely crafted, seemingly deliberately polished. She then took out a token about the size of a palm, with a ghost face on it. "Grandma, what's this?" "Grandma Li, siga. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Perhaps this thing will harm you. Or perhaps it will help you. During my journey as a spirit, I traversed the entire planet Deathgate, and people were dying one by one. There are only 700 million humans left now, but their deaths have nothing to do with me, an old woman. Let them die. They're dead. But grandson, you can't die. Then the grandmother looked at Lin Qingxue. Little girl, you can't die either. If you die, my grandson might not be able to think straight. Lin Qingxue pursed her lips, remaining silent. Grandma Li handed the token to Wang Fan and gently patted his hand. Take it well. There's a lot more. I've written it all down on that wooden board over there. Take it with you when you leave. It's all about Deathgate Star. Your path to survival isn't limited to the Qin dynasty. There are other paths you can take. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use this token rashly. The token might be your, or humanity's, last glimmer of hope. Wang Fan asked, Grandma, aren't you coming with us? Grandma Li slowly shook her head. My time is coming soon. I'm just clinging to life. Besides, I've had enough of living. Grandma Li looked outside the door, and suddenly, a dragon-shaped creature hung upside down from the roof. It had wings, but a piece of its tail was missing. The group was startled and immediately prepared to attack. Don't be afraid. This child is a good child. He won't hurt you. Chapter 167 Important Information, The Ultimate Land. The dragon let out a low growl and nuzzled against Grandma Li affectionately like a puppy, sticking out its large tongue to lick her. Grandson, everything your grandmother left you is very important. Remember to only go to those places when you are strong enough. Grandma Li then stroked the dragon beast, saying, all right, child, stop licking it. Grandma Li said to the dragon beast, I have no other requests. Please promise me, during that final battle, how my grandson just once, perhaps you will die then too. Then she turned to Wang Fan and said, Grandson, please cremate me after I die. The dragon beast turned its head to look at Wang Fan, its eyes flashing, then turned around and respectfully prostrated itself on the ground, kneeling before Grandma Li. Seeing this, Grandma Li breathed a long sigh of relief, her heart finally at peace. Then she slumped completely into her chair. She died. Grandma, Wang Fan cried out, but he received no response. Wang Fan stood there, stunned, his heart filled with mixed emotions. On Earth, Grandma Li wrote Wang Fan's name in her will. On Deathgate Star, Grandma Li used her last bit of strength to wait for Wang Fan and gave him everything she had. Wang Fan didn't bother to check the information. He knew it would be extremely useful, far more valuable than materials or weapons. Lin Qingxue gently patted Wang Fan's shoulder. Cry, it's okay. Wang Fan burst into tears, but he didn't shout. He wept silently. Before long, flames broke out on the island in the middle of the lake. When the flames died down, only smoke and dust remained. Wang Fan was holding a jar in his arms. The dragon beast kept kneeling and kowtowing toward the island in the middle of the lake, and then suddenly leaped away. However, the tail fin was unbalanced, and it crashed to the ground again. It then got up and ran into the depths of the forest, disappearing without a trace. What exactly is that thing? Dojiang asked curiously. Before long, the group boarded the train back. The trolls had vanished, but their journey ahead was safe. Wang Fan then slowly picked up the wooden planks and the ghost face token. The ghost face token couldn't be used for authentication. Wang Fan could only examine the information on the wooden board. Turning to one of the pages, I saw it was written in red grass juice. Grandson, the token your grandmother left you is a gateway to hell, or rather, the lair of demons. The dragon was the demon's seventh son, but because of his deformed birth, he was constantly oppressed by his own kind. The child escaped to the outside world through a crack in the ground. Although it was a demon, the child was not bad, or rather, it hated its brothers and sisters. The demon you killed was the fourth son of the demon, sloth, or suffering. Because people who are too lazy will suffer the hardship of poverty. And the seven sons of the devil are lust, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and pride. They vie for the title of Demon King and are divided into factions. This token belongs to that child. Crush it, and you will enter hell. However, once you crush it, it means you have taken the initiative to declare war on becoming king, and all the other demons will attack you. You must survive for 24 hours in the tide of billions of demons. You will be crowned king, and from then on, the entire demon race will obey your command. Furthermore, if you can slay the remaining 6 demons and the other 5, the child will automatically become king as well. So it all depends on your choices and actions. That child will help you, not harm you. Wang Fan put away the first wooden board. He still had a lot of information in his hand, which he glanced at briefly. These are all pieces of information that Grandma Li's soul obtained while wandering around Deathgate Star, and each piece of information is extremely useful. Despite the vast human population, less than 5% of the planet Deadgate has been explored, yet the information on it covers almost all the major landmarks and strange occurrences in major locations. A quick glance is enough to get a general idea of the location. The Sea of Demon Slayers. The Tree of the Universe. Tianlan Plateau. Floating Island. Against the flow of the Long River. However, a record on the last wooden board caught Wang Fan's attention. Grandson, I have also observed the savages. The wise man was not born among the savages at all, but was from the Brain clan, one of the myriad races. The three of them who remain have been slowly devouring the other races by controlling the savages. Each of the three possesses unique abilities. One utilizes the energy of his brain throughout his entire body, making his close combat skills extremely formidable. The second being is a being imbued with wisdom. It possesses a high intelligence and excels at strategizing and planning. The third person is the diviner, who can predict human movements and the location of the scepter in advance, but cannot do so indefinitely, as there will be a price to pay. The savages have completely accepted the Brain clan's power, and that outcome is unchangeable. Perhaps the only solution is to kill both the Brain clan and the savages. The Brain clan lives in the Desperate Cave, far to the northeast of the snow-capped mountains, where there is a towering giant tower that they call the Desperate Tower. That tower is blocking human technology. If we can destroy it, humanity's chances of winning will increase. But it's better to send the army. It's too dangerous for you. Grandson, please remember what your grandmother told you. Never give up no matter what difficulties you encounter, even if there seems to be no way out. The end of despair is not necessarily despair. Wang Fan carefully put away the wooden planks, sighing softly, sigh. This information is so useful. If it weren't for Grandma Li, Wang Fan would never have known about the Tower of Death or any of this. Although the token that leads to hell is very risky, Wang Fan would still use it if he really reached a point of despair. Wang Fan then collapsed onto the sleeper berth, closed his eyes, and lay quietly on the bed, lost in thought. He murmured, "Perhaps if I become the Demon King, I can lead humanity to survival." Perhaps due to fatigue from the journey, or perhaps because he didn't want to wake up, Wang Fan soon fell asleep. In his dream, Grandma Li appeared again, but this time she did not speak to Wang Fan. Grandma Li walked toward a strange bridge with endless abysses on both sides. A woman was cooking a pot of soup by the bridge, while an old man with a big red flower pin to his chest was waving and smiling at the bridgehead. Grandma Li walked towards Grandpa Li, who took her hand. The two looked at each other, smiled, and then drank the soup together. As the soup slid down their throats, they walked hand in hand across that eerie bridge. Chapter 168, The Dead Forest, The Land of Death. Before long, the train slowly pulled away from the unclaimed land, and along the way, the group looked out the window. On the ground where the group encountered the black mist, there was a crack from which black mist continuously spewed out. The dragon beast hovered at the edge of the rift. "Leader, do you think that crack might lead to the underground world?" Wang Fan nodded slightly. "That's possible. It should be the entrance to hell. Didn't Grandma say that the dragon beast escaped from there?" "Brother Fan, you don't really want to go to the underworld to challenge it, do you? Billions of demons. No human could possibly survive." Wang Fan took a deep breath, sigh. "That's the last resort. Humans are dying one after another. If we don't do something, we'll all die." Current number of survivors, 500 million. As they looked at the screen notification, their mood turned somber. Li Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. 500 million already. Just a couple of days ago, there was 800 million, and now another 300 million have died. Chi Mei also said weakly, "Maybe it's the high temperature. After all, not everyone is as lucky as us." Wang Fan had never thought of doing anything for all of humanity before. But as humanity perished one by one, for some reason, his heart could not find peace. He once fantasized that he was incredibly powerful and could establish himself on Deathgate Star. But what's the point of living if the Deathgate Star is down to just their family, and they have to hide all day long? It's like when a plague sweeps the globe, and you're forced to stay home and not go out. How would you feel if you watched people infected with the plague being carried out of the community through the window? Of course, I hope the plague will get better soon and that it won't spread to me. If the plague never ends, even if you are alive but can only stay at home all day and cannot go out, that person will go crazy. At this time, the savages were like a plague capable of wiping out humanity. They were cruel, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. Wang Fan couldn't help but think of one person, the peerless and unparalleled Huang. Even if one is invincible in the world, looking back reveals only emptiness, nothing at all, except for the charred remains of a willow tree. Thinking of this, Wang Fan clenched his fist. There must be a way we still have a chance. Let's go to the dead wasteland forest. Lin Qingxue responded, and then turned to head towards the dead wasteland forest. With a roar, the train sped off into the eerie and desolate dead forest. Finding the key is of utmost importance. Wang Fan didn't want to be a hero. He wasn't that great. He just wanted his family to live a peaceful life. But on his path to saving himself, he was forced to become a hero of humanity. Because his fate was already intertwined with that of humanity. In other words, we're all in the same boat. Wang Fan was revered as a god by the remaining people. Not for any other reason than that Wang Fan, with only 5 people, slaughtered a tribe of 500,000. With a KDA of 1 to 100,000, even cheaters couldn't get as many kills as him, leading many to pin their hopes on Wang Fan. If Wang Fan were to die one day, they would pray for divine protection. It's not that there really is a god, but rather that they would place their hopes on him. Before long, a forest appeared before them. The forest was utterly desolate, and a light yellow mist hung in the air. The dead forest, a forest tainted by ominous substances, where the plants devour people. Lin Qingxue stopped the train, but did not rush inside. The plants here eat people. What should we do? Should we just burn them? Soy Milk joked, Sister Shui, if you set fire to the mountain, you'll be locked up in jail for life. As she spoke, Lin Qingxue took out a torch and handed one to each person. It doesn't matter. It's not like it belongs to my family anyway. Wang Fan also thought it was feasible. Since the plants here were so hard to kill, they might as well just burn them. After all, it wasn't his property. After all, the test results said that the plants here can eat people, so why would anyone stupidly run in and commit suicide? Several men stood at the edge of the forest with torches. Throw them over. Good. Swish, swish, swish. Several torches were thrown directly into the forest. Suddenly, screams rang out, but surprisingly, the forest did not catch fire. Only a few bushes scorched by the torches let out painful howls. The group was startled and took a few steps back in fright at the bizarre scene. Wang Fan took out his iron sword and cautiously approached, saying, I'll go take a look first. Brother Fan, watch out. Slow down, Alliance leader. The others were still a little worried, so they followed. Wang Fan crouched down, keeping a close eye on his surroundings, and gestured for him to stop. Don't come any closer. Let me try first. The group stopped, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to swarm and should anything happen. A vine in front of me was writhing and burning, looking quite bizarre. Wang Fan gripped his sword tightly and slashed down with it. With a soft plop, the vine snapped instantly, spraying bright red blood all over Wang Fan. Brother Fan, Alliance leader, husband. Several people rushed forward, but fortunately, the blood didn't have any special effects. It just had a slightly foul odor. Wang Fan shook the blood off his clothes. It's nothing, just blood. The group was taken aback as they looked at the forest before them, only to see the entire forest begin to writhe, even though the trees themselves remained stationary. But at this moment, they were like flags swaying in the wind, drifting aimlessly. The eerie sight caused the group to involuntarily take a step back. Dojiang murmured, Fan, Brother Fan, these trees seem strange. Wang Fan, who had experience, also said in a deep voice, What's in this forest isn't trees at all. It's living things. This entire forest is full of groups of creatures that look like trees. The explanation sent chills down their spines. Alliance leader, are all these things living beings? Chi-Chi asked fearfully. Brother Fan, won't these creatures suddenly rise from the ground and chase us? Wang Fan shook his head. No, these creatures aren't particularly strong. If we encounter one that can jump out of the ground to chase us, then you can rest assured. What are you worried about? Wang Fan smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, just lie down. Soy Milk, also embarrassed, said, Okay, All right, I hope I don't run into them. Leader, how do we get in? These things must be tough to deal with. Wang Fan couldn't think of a good solution for a while. Any plant on this planet that can attack people is powerful. What's more, what if the entire forest is full of monsters like these? And it's still unknown whether there might be ancient monsters like the blood tree among them. Chapter 169, Braving the Forest, the man-eating tree appears. Wang Fan immediately released the sand soldiers and the wooden flowing horses. Immediately, Wang Fan placed them all around him, surrounding himself and the others. 3 oxen led the way, and thousands of sand soldiers surrounded the group. Dog-headed bats flew low in the air, providing a strong sense of security. Everyone be careful, and let us know if anything happens. Okay, don't worry, Brother Fan. Li Cheng, meanwhile, would occasionally peer through the scope of his sniper rifle to observe the distance. The trees in the forest resembled worms, their branches swaying constantly, but most of them seemed to have no offensive capabilities. Or perhaps they didn't seem to be of much interest to the group. Just when everything was going well, a sudden change occurred, and a humanoid creature suddenly appeared in front of them. Its entire body is made of vines. It is about the height of a 4-story building, and its 2 hands are covered with thorns. A faint red light could be seen among the twisted vines, which seemed to be an eye. Careful! The group stopped, not daring to proceed any further. Appraisal. Man-eating tree. A corrupted creature, extremely difficult to kill. The next moment, the vines on the man-eating tree grew wildly, and dozens of vines sprouted violently from its back. Then it shot towards the group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vines lashed out, striking Nyo-Nyo and producing a loud metallic clang. The sand soldiers swung their swords and cut the vines. With the sand soldiers and Nyo-Nyo blocking the way, the vines did not extend over, and the group breathed a sigh of relief. With a bang, Li Cheng hit the man-eating tree. The man-eating tree had a piece of its limb missing, and blood was spurting out. Roar! The man-eating tree let out a howl, and its vines shot out again, but this time they weren't aimed at the group. Instead, it pierced through the surrounding trees, and then, like a gushing throat when drinking water, it continuously sucked the life out of the other trees. The instantaneous absorption caused its size to increase even further. This scene alerted Wang Fan, who immediately ordered, "Quickly, cut its vines." The sand soldiers rushed over and cut the vines, but it was no use. The severed parts of the vines grew back. It then shot out again, scattering the sand soldiers, and continued to absorb other trees. In an instant, the trees that were being absorbed began to howl in pain, like the screams of a dying person. The man-eating tree uprooted several trees, revealing gaping mouths at the base of the uprooted branches. And those huge mouths were biting some insects, which looked rather unsettling. The group was also feeling uneasy. Holy crap, why are the trees here like this? The next moment, the man-eating tree suddenly smashed several trees down on it. With a moo, 3 cows blocked the way for the group, stopping the trees in their path. The trees lay on the ground, their roots wriggling like earthworms, trying to burrow back into the soil. Wang Fan, wielding a bull-headed scepter, shouted, "Increase the coal supply and smash him to death." The 3 cows were bursting with heat, and their horns turned bright red. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 oxen charged forward, trampling down the trees lying on the ground, but without producing a crisp crack. Instead, it was a soft smack like stepping on poop, like crushing a caterpillar. The group felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do about it. 3 cows suddenly rammed into the man-eating tree, slamming it to the trunk and killing it instantly. The man-eating tree roared, and several thicker vines lashed out from a distance, sending Nyo-Nyo flying. A man-eating tree, with bullhorn-like growths, burst from the ground, hurling dirt and hissing incessantly. The others were also startled. Holy crap, there's another one. Soybean milk emitted white light from its hands, creating a thick stone wall in front of it. Wang Fan also had the sand soldiers move closer to protect the group as much as possible. Wang Fan hurled the steel fork, and a steel fork suddenly appeared on the tall, man-eating tree. Then, Wang Fan cut off his own arm, and the next moment, the tall, man-eating tree instantly severed its limbs and spurted blood. The man-eating tree staggered back 2 steps, then, just like before, pierced the tree next to it with its vines, and its injuries were instantly healed. The group felt a sense of helplessness. Damn it. How are we supposed to fight this? This is cheating. No, we have to cut off the supply of this thing. How do I do it? The numerous trees in the forest are like bottles of healing potions. It's truly difficult to kill these creatures in this forest. At this moment, Lin Qingxue took out the ram-headed scepter, raised it high, and shouted, "Lava fireball, fall down." Above the sky, a dozen or so lava fireballs began to coalesce. Since there was still some lava left, they could be used for a while longer. Lin Qingxue chose a very tricky landing spot, trapping the two man-eating trees together and surrounding them in a fireball-like circle. Bang, bang, bang. Several fireballs crashed down, killing a large number of trees, and bright red liquids splattered everywhere. The ring of lava fireballs isolated the surrounding area, making it much more difficult for the man-eating tree to resupply. Quickly kill them. At a command, the sand soldiers surged forward, and the swarm of dog-headed bats also charged forward. The next moment, a vine shot out and precisely pierced the head of a dog-headed bat, instantly sucking it dry. This scene surprised Wang Fan as well. The dog-headed bat could actually be killed in an instant. Wang Fan immediately shouted, "Everyone come back here! Let the sand soldiers go!" Ping and reluctantly returned to Wang Fan's side. One of its underlings had just been killed. In the current situation, it's better for the sand soldiers to go and kill them than for the swarm of dog-headed bats to go and die. The sand soldiers were constantly scattered and reassembled. They were indestructible. Thousands of sand soldiers were not something that two man-eating trees could stop, and they slashed at the man-eating trees again and again. The man-eating trees were gushing blood, and their vitality was rapidly fading away. Hundreds of vines shot out, piercing through the encirclement of the magma fireball and embedding themselves in the trees. The clearly visible blood crawled along the vines, replenishing the body of the man-eating tree. The supply vines were constantly scorched by the heat of the lava fireballs. Although they did not break, they began to hiss and emit white smoke. But as soon as the blood supply was absorbed by the man-eating tree, the tree immediately began to suffer and hurriedly retracted its vines. The temperature of the blood supplied was completely different, and the man-eating tree found it difficult to adapt for a while. They tried to escape, but the sand soldiers kept cutting off the vines on their bodies, and the lava fireballs blocked their way, leaving them with nowhere to run. Before long, the two man-eating trees, emitting hissing white smoke, collapsed to the ground. The group went forward to investigate and found that the dead man-eating tree had now turned into two corpses, and they were the corpses of two ape men. They have delicate features and are covered in monkey fur, unlike wild men. They seem more like the monkeys or grandchildren of Sun Wukong. What's going on? Is that a monkey or a person? It seems to be an ape man. Chapter 1, 70 Shy Soy Milk, Uncertain Future. What happened? How could this be? Chi-Chi asked. Wang Fan, who had witnessed the transformation of the man-eating tree into an ape man, also began to ponder. Wang Fan took out a peach and let it cool. Maybe it'll be just like this peach. Who knows? Qingxue, do you remember what the peach maiden said? She said the person she was waiting for was an ape man. How could Lin Qingxue not remember? After all, she had been turned into a devil tree by that peach maiden. Could that ape man be in this forest? Wang Fan nodded affirmatively. Very likely. Li Cheng and the other two were somewhat bewildered and asked, "Alliance leader, what peach maiden ape man? Brother Fan, tell us about it." Wang Fan called Nyonyo back to his side, then chose a direction. "Let's go, we'll talk as we go." As they walked, Wang Fan explained everything about Peach Girl. After listening, Chi-Chi said sadly, thousands of years of loneliness. Day after day, year after year, staying in one place for thousands of years just to wait for an answer. Li Cheng held Chi-Chi's hand tightly and said softly, "We will be together forever and never be separated." Chi-Chi blushed slightly and clenched her fists even tighter. Lin Qingxue unconsciously took Wang Fan's hand. Soy milk felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind, and then he complained. "My God, you two are showing off your love like this. I feel like I'm a giant third wheel. You don't even need lighting. I am the light itself." The four smiled slightly and joked, "Haha, don't worry, Dojiang, you're so outstanding, you'll definitely find someone you like." Dojiang's expression changed, and he remained silent, but unconsciously he thought of someone. Seeing the slight change in Dojiang's expression, Wang Fan teased. Hey, Dojiang, we don't already have someone you like, do you? Soy Milk gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head, and said, Yes, I have, but I've never confessed. Wang Fan put a hand on Dojiang's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Tell me, which girl have you got your eye on? I'll play matchmaker for you. Dojiang took a deep breath and then said, Li Ruolin. Wang Fan patted Dojiang on the shoulder. Not bad. When we get back, I'll play matchmaker for you. I'll guarantee it. Li Chung stared wide-eyed at Dojiang. Damn, Dojiang, you're even sleeping with Commander Li's daughter? You got some nerve. Wang Fan was also taken aback. He didn't know about this, since he had been playing cards with Lin Qingxue as soon as he got home. Unlike Li Chung and his friends, they didn't like to go to the village to play. Brother Chus, I didn't know I liked him back then, and after I found out, I dare not even think about it. Wang Fan gave a thumbs up and said 9. 9. Dojiang asked, looking completely bewildered. Brother Fan, what's with this 9? Wang Fan smiled leisurely. Because of the sixfold increase. I only knew that Li Jun's daughter was deaf and mute, but I didn't know her name. Turns out his daughter's name is Li Ruolin. Dojiang nodded. Yes, that's right. Ruolin was born deaf and mute and was abandoned by her parents. One winter, she was taken in by Commander Li. Commander Li lost his wife early in life and never remarried. When his wife was still alive, the two of them discussed that if they had a daughter in the future, they would name her Li Ruolin. So this is also the origin of Ruolin's name. As he spoke, Dojiang's face showed moments of sadness and gentle smiles, as if he was constantly thinking about Li Ruolin. You found out quite a bit, haven't you? Just wait. I'll go and propose marriage for you when we get back. Dojiang whispered. Brother Fan, is that all right? Wang Fan frowned slightly. What's a grown man doing, dawdling like that? Soy Milk looked worried and gave a bitter smile. Hey, Brother Fan, this planet is so dangerous. I can't even give people a stable future. Who knows, disaster might strike tomorrow. Even if we stay together, we'll still face separation by death. Maybe it's better to leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan stopped mentioning the matter of arranging a marriage for Dojiang and instead said, It's a man. However, Soy Milk, some things, if you don't say them, might one day really be buried with you. Life can never be perfect, so follow your heart and don't leave any regrets. Dojiang nodded, a hint of longing in his eyes, but when would death come? He didn't know if the future he longed for would ever come. Before long, the group, protected by numerous weapons and battle pets, safely entered the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, more monsters roared from the depths of the forest, but instead of rising to attack, they remained half buried in the ground. The forest was shrouded in a gray haze, somewhat like the depths of a mountain shrouded in morning mist. Right in front of them, dragons were roaring, but they were not made of flesh and blood, but rather dragon-like creatures made of vines. Roar! They struggled in the soil. Their cries were pitiful and weak. They looked to be in great pain. The group cautiously huddled together in a small circle, ignoring the tree dragons roaring in the soil. Brother Fan, what are all these things? I don't know. Let's be careful and go around them. Several people bent down and passed through the middle of the group of wooden dragons, which seemed to be trapped in the mud and unable to get up. When they saw the people passing by, their roars grew louder, followed by frantic writhing, causing the surrounding ground to loosen. Watch out, they're coming out. The next moment, the wooden dragons burst out of the ground, but instead of attacking Wang Fan, they struggled in place. They roared at Wang Fan one moment, and then slammed into a nearby tree the next, smashing it to pieces and splattering blood everywhere. Well, what's going on with these guys? But the observant Lin Qingxue quickly noticed something amiss. They seem to be controlling themselves from harming us. The group was taken aback and exclaimed in unison, Control yourself from hurting us? The next moment, a wooden dragon suddenly crashed into him, and Wang Fan immediately spurred Nyo to send it flying. In that case, let's run while they still have their senses. Taking this opportunity, the group strode forward, while the wooden dragons behind them struggled out of the ground one after another. Wang Fan and the others were already standing on Nyo's back, and Nyo was quite fast when running at full speed. On the ox's back, Lin Qingxue looked behind her. They didn't chase after us. Qingxue, what did you just say? What did you mean? Lin Qingxue explained. Ape men. They all evolved from ape men. Chapter 171, The River of Insect Swarms, The Sleeping Giant Ape. As soon as Lin Qingxue said this, The others immediately understood. Everyone saw it then. After the man-eating tree died, it turned into two ape men. In other words, the wooden dragons were actually transformed from ape men, and they seemed to still have some rationality, so they did not directly attack the group. However, after transforming into wooden dragons, they seemed to lose most of their rationality, thus developing a desire to attack. The group fled, and gradually, the roars faded into the distance. The cows stopped, and Wang Fan looked around. The scenery was pretty much the same, and he didn't know which way to go. "Leader, which way do we go? Everything around here looks exactly the same." For a moment, Wang Fan was also stunned. "Yes, which direction should he go?" "Pingin, go to heaven and tell me what you see." "Woof, woof, woof." "Yes, master." Ping and led a group of dog-headed bats into the sky and looked around. Although there was a thick fog, the outlines of the scenery in the distance could still be vaguely seen. Not long after, Ping flew down. Through his conversation with Ping and Wang Fan also gained a clearer understanding of the distant scenery. Behind me was the place I had come from, and there was nothing unusual about it. A giant beast could be vaguely seen in the thick fog ahead. It looked rather terrifying. To the left is a river, but according to the bats, the river is black and its depth is completely obscured, as is the contents of the river. To the right was a swamp, extremely barren. Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go take a look at the river first. It doesn't look quite right." The others naturally had no major objections and followed Wang Fan towards the river. The forest was extremely complex, and it would be unwise to separate. The trees on both sides of the road kept twisting and turning, looking like worms, which made the group feel slightly uncomfortable, especially the base of the tree, which looked like a mouth. That mouth kept eating small insects in the ground to sustain the tree's lives. "Qingxue, do you think these trees might be related to that blood tree?" "You know what? You really think it's possible?" Before long, the group arrived at the riverbank, and it was not far from the river's end. However, the end of the river is rather eerie. "Brother Fan, why is the water in this damn river gushing out from underground? And it's black too?" Wang Fan immediately began the identification process. Unable to be identified, the group was taken aback and unconsciously took a step back, unwilling to get too close to the riverbank. It was better to avoid things that couldn't be identified. Just then, a loud bang was heard, and a blood tree was snapped in two by a creature, spurting blood. The group turned around abruptly and saw that the dragon beast had somehow caught up with them and was right behind them. "It's that demonic dragon beast." However, the group remained calm, knowing that the dragon beast wouldn't harm them. The dragon shook the mud off its head, then quickly ran over and pushed the group back with its body, preventing them from getting too close to the riverbank. "Brother Fan, this guy is telling us to get away from the river." It seems that river is dangerous." The group decided to heed the advice and did not approach any further. Seeing that the group was somewhat obedient, the dragon beast tilted its head and glanced at them before turning its head and spitting a ball of lightning into the river. With a splash, the lightning ball exploded, sending up a spray of water. Hundreds of insects, resembling earthworms with dark bodies, were blasted out of the river. Or rather, they were like enlarged parasites. The dragon beast unleashed another ball of lightning, shattering them all. The group felt a chill run down their spines. "Holy crap, there are so many bugs in this river." The two girls covered their mouths in disgust, saying, "Oh, how disgusting. If we fell in, Looking at the river again, after realizing that there were many insects in it, the previously black river became completely clear. It was less a river and more a swarm of insects. The wide river was entirely composed of black insects, piled together and constantly surging in one direction. "Let's go, everyone, we can't stand it anymore." The group turned and walked away without looking back, not lingering any longer. "Let's go to where that giant beast is. Since this road is a dead end, perhaps we should head towards the direction of that giant beast." As for the swamp, Wang Fan didn't plan to go there for the time being. He vaguely felt that the giant beast might be an ape man. After all, if someone could have the same lifespan as Peach Girl, they must be quite old. "Wah!" The dragon roared twice, blocking the group once more. "You're not even allowed to go there?" The dragon beast squatted down in front of the group and nodded, indicating that it could not go. Wang Fan also asked, "What's over there? We need to find something, a key. We can't go back empty-handed, can we?" The dragon tilted its head, then shook it again. Ping, go, and talk to it for a bit. Woof, woof, woof. Woo, woo. And so, the two beasts began to communicate. Before long, through telepathy, Wang Fan understood their conversation. How did it go? What did he say? Lin Qingshu asked. It said it was dangerous ahead, but if we insisted on going, it would help us. And it said that there is a key on that giant beast, but it is very difficult to obtain. The group's eyes lit up immediately. That's great. Let's hurry up and get the key and go back. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another second. Me too. The dragon beast led the way, and the group followed silently behind, saying nothing. The dragon beast would occasionally turn around to see if the group had lost track of them. Peace also had a spiritual connection with Wang Fan. Wang Fan was speechless and said, don't worry, we won't run away. It turns out the dragon beast looked back at them because it was afraid they would send it to fight the giant beast alone. Wang Fan also took a deep breath. Looks like that guy is quite strong. Even this dragon beast is a bit intimidated. Before long, the trees around them became sparse, and ahead was an open area. The group then saw the giant beast, which was a giant ape whose entire body was wrapped in vines. The giant ape, as tall as a residential building, was currently bound to a massive stone pillar in an open area, and a key hung from its chest. The giant ape was panting heavily, its hot breath clearly audible. It's the key. Lin Qingshu made a shushing gesture. That guy seems to be asleep. Maybe we can sneak over and take the key. After some discussion, the group decided it was feasible. The giant ape was fast asleep, its head bowed and eyes closed. Before long, Peace was carefully flying past the giant ape. The group of people were also on tenterhooks. Wang Fan whispered, Ping'an, keep it up. Just as Ping'an touched the key, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, followed by a loud roar. With a furious roar, it blew Ping'an, who was about to get the key away, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 172, Parasitic Blackworms, Reviving the Giant Ape. Wang Fan reacted quickly and pounced on him to catch Ping'an. At this moment, the giant ape was panting heavily, and hot breath gushed out from its nostrils. The group could hear heavy breathing, and to their horror, the giant ape's muscles bulged as it struggled violently. The vines binding it were constantly crumbling. Quickly, before he's free, beat him. The dog-headed bats rushed up and bit wildly, but the effect was not significant, and the toxins penetrated relatively slowly. After all, the giant ape's skin was also very thick. Suddenly, several lava fireballs slowly crashed down from the sky. With several loud thuds, the impact slammed heavily onto the giant ape's head, knocking its head to the side. Roar! The giant ape roared furiously, its face burning with pain. Despite the pain, it used its left arm to unleash tremendous power and break free from the vines. He then grabbed the lava fireball from his face and was about to smash it at the group. Just as the giant ape made a throwing motion, it found its left arm crashing to the ground. Wang Fan drank deeply of the fountain of life, and his left arm instantly recovered. Black blood kept gushing from the giant ape's arm, and the blood was teeming with worms. In just a moment, the bleeding was stopped, and then more worms surged out of the giant ape's body, instantly restoring its arm to its original state. Holy crap, it's a bug! Soy Milk exclaimed in surprise. Then the giant ape kept tearing at the vines on its body, about to break free. The dragon beast immediately unleashed a swift ball of lightning, striking the giant ape with tremendous force. The lightning ball exploded with a bang, and arcs of electricity crackled across the giant ape's body, paralyzing it in place. Quick, this is a great opportunity. The moment the giant ape was paralyzed, Li Cheng pulled the trigger. With a bang, the giant ape's eyeballs exploded. The intense pain caused the giant ape to involuntarily take 2 steps back. The giant ape, leaning against a stone pillar, stared intently at the group with its single eye. Seeing this, Li Cheng fired another shot, and with a bang, the giant ape's single eye exploded. Roar! The giant ape's head shook incessantly, and then a blood-red eye suddenly appeared on its abdomen, along with a mouth. Indeed, the giant ape's abdomen now contains an eyeball and a mouth, making it look extremely bizarre and terrifying. Lin Qingshu was shocked. What is that thing? How could this be? Recalling the scene just now, Wang Fan said, It's parasitism. The giant ape has been parasitized by something. It's that bug. It must be that bug. Soy Milk asked, how do I make it? We're counting on the dragon beasts. As long as they can immobilize us, we can launch a full-scale attack. The dragon beast understood Wang Fan's meaning and then spat out another lightning ball, but the size of the lightning ball was significantly smaller. This subtle change also made Wang Fan realize that the dragon beast's lightning ball must have a stamina limit. When the dragon beast got tired, it might not be able to fire the lightning ball anymore. Just then, insects began to crawl out of the giant ape's arm and attacked the dog-headed bat. Several were parasitized on the spot before they could even react, and then fell to the ground, struggling in agony. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan shouted, Pinyin, bring your men back here. Peace doesn't linger either. Its main focus is on listening to advice. Pinyin looked at its little brothers rolling on the ground, but it didn't know what to do. Its nose was very sensitive, and it could smell that the insect was very scary. Bang, bang, bang. Li Cheng fired several more shots without hesitation. But this time, the big eye didn't shatter as usual. Instead, the bullet was swallowed up by it. Holy crap, what's going on? Why isn't it working? It's bugs, it's all bugs. The giant ape body is full of bugs. Wang Fan knew that even if he cut off his arm, it wouldn't make a difference unless he completely killed those insects. Otherwise, the giant ape would not have died, and according to Wang Fan's observation, the insect was still splitting. In other words, no matter how much you reduce the number of insects, they can immediately multiply. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. If this continues, they could wear down several people here to death. No, we have to think of a way. We have to kill these bugs. Alliance leader, get out of the way. Without turning his head, Wang Fan leaped to the side, and a stone pillar smashed a deep crater where he had been standing. The group looked over and saw the giant ape clinging to the stone pillar that had bounded earlier, swinging it at them once more. Get out of the way. The group leaped away, dodging the massive stone pillar. Beneath the uprooted stone pillar was a hole from which black insects continuously spewed forth. The scene made the group feel nauseous. Insects again. What are those insects? Never mind that. Let's figure out a way to kill that giant ape first. The giant ape was incredibly powerful, and as more and more insects poured into its body, its size swelled up again. That thing keeps getting bigger. The giant ape, wielding a massive stone pillar, slammed it down on the group. With a loud thud, the impact sent dust flying and created a large crater in the ground. The giant ape exerted force with its arm, pulling the stone pillar back, preparing to attack again. Suddenly, a ball of lightning struck the giant ape squarely, paralyzing it once again. However, it wasn't very useful, since Wang Fan and his group hadn't yet found a way to break the deadlock. If the insect swarm isn't dealt with, the giant ape won't be able to kill it. The next moment, the paralyzed giant ape broke free of control again and slammed the stone pillar down. Wang Fan held the Konglong mace and activated the Zhenlong ring, causing the entire Konglong mace to emit a buzzing sound. With a thud, Wang Fan barely dodged the attack. The stone pillar was right beside him. Just as the giant ape was about to pull the stone pillar back, Wang Fan suddenly struck the stone pillar. With a loud bang, the entire stone pillar shattered into pieces. The shattering of the stone pillar caused the giant ape to lose its strength, and it staggered back 2 steps. Then a lava fireball crashed down, knocking the giant ape, which was already unsteady, to the ground. The giant ape's enormous body crushed tree after tree, and the trees let out pitiful cries. The sound was terrifying, like the wailing of a fierce ghost. The giant ape slammed its paw on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Leader, shall we continue fighting? This thing is practically indestructible. Brother Fan, that guy's getting back up. Brother Fan, shouldn't we start by figuring out how to deal with the insects? These words also reminded Wang Fan that, indeed, the culprit behind the giant ape was the insect. It is not appropriate to view Gigantopithecus as a whole. Rather, it should be viewed as a series of insects. Wang Fan suddenly had a brilliant idea. I've got it. The group was also delighted. Wang Fan immediately took out his snake-shaped staff, swung it fiercely, and shot out emerald green venom at the surging swarm of insects. Chapter 173, The Giant Ape is Killed, and the Past is Sealed Away. The emerald green venom was sprayed onto it in a flash. Once the insects were contaminated with the venom, they all became like wild animals, attacking and devouring each other. Great, it works. The giant ape had just regained its footing when its entire body became uncontrollable, as countless insects inside it were attacking each other. The giant ape's face showed pain, but then its eyes healed again, turning from red to black. Brother Fan, look, his eyes have changed. He seems to have regained his senses. I see it. Quick, back up first. The giant ape seemed to sense something was wrong with its body. It spat out a blood-red fruit from its mouth, which looked like a peach. Then the giant ape slapped the peach against the strange eye on its chest, and with a bang, the large eye shattered instantly. At that moment, the worms inside his body completely disintegrated, and the giant ape immediately picked up a large rock and threw it at the gushing swarm of worms. In an instant, the cave entrance was temporarily blocked, and the giant ape's body began to shrink as the insect swarm disintegrated. As the swarm disintegrated, a brown ape man emerged from the slimy mass of insects. The group looked at each other, then cautiously huddled together. Don't panic, this guy should have regained his senses. Honey, look, isn't that peach girl's heart in its hand? 99% sure, it is that ape man. The ape man, panting heavily, walked up to the group, then lost his footing and fell headfirst to the ground. It was panting heavily, too weak to stand up, its life rapidly slipping away. Several people cautiously surrounded them. Suddenly, the giant ape spoke. Humans? Thousands of years have passed. I never thought I'd see humans again. The others were also taken aback. Holy crap, you can talk? I'm practically a human being, so why can't I speak? Could you lend this old man a hand? Wang Fan and the others were not afraid. Instead, they helped the ape man up and leaned him against a rock. At this moment, the giant ape's fur began to slowly turn white. Brother Fan, what's wrong with this giant ape? Why has it changed color? Wang Fan said in a deep voice, it's going to die. The giant ape smiled slightly. Huh, yes, I'm about to die. You've come looking for me, presumably for the key around my neck, right? The giant ape ripped off the keychain and handed the key to Wang Fan. Take it. Whether you humans can survive depends on whether you can choose the right path. Wang Fan took the keys and asked, Uncle, I'm too lazy to ask anything else, but a friend asked me to ask you. Do you love her? At this moment, Wang Fan had already taken out a peach, a product of the peach maiden. The giant ape, with its white hair, looked at the peach and tears welled up in its eyes. Love. How could I not love? But I can never find her again. Never see her again. Lin Qingxue also asked, why is that? You've lived this long and never thought of going to find her. The giant ape sighed and then began to explain in detail. Many years ago, this forest was inhabited by us apes. We were the native inhabitants of the planet. Once, an earthquake struck the planet, causing a crack to appear in the ground, from which insects began to spew out. At that time, we used stone pillars to block the crack, but the crack appeared from other places. All the people of our tribe were parasitized. The forest you see now, the man-eating trees, are all my people. After I escaped by luck, I was rescued by Miss Peach. I lived with her for a long time, and even though she was not of the same race as me, I found that I had fallen in love with her. I really want to live with her without any worries. But I knew I had to save my parents and my family. So Peach Girl lent me her peach heart. The peach heart contains powerful energy, which may be able to drive away the insect swarm. I returned to the tribe with great anticipation. At first, the peach heart could indeed emit light to repel the insect swarm, but gradually the peach heart's energy was used up and there was no source of replenishment. But the swarm of insects was endless, and in the end I was surrounded by them. In desperation, I put the peach heart into my cheek to prevent the insect from entering my brain. I was afraid that my great power would affect others, so before I lost my mind, I tied myself to the stone pillar. Until today, I can finally feel relieved. Please tell Miss Tao that I love her. I have always loved her. I'm so sorry for making her wait for thousands of years. The giant ape handed Wang Fan a peach heart, which was still warm. Take it. This peach heart can be revitalized with proper care. I am nearing the end of my life, and there is no cure. I can only quietly await my death. Wang Fan frowned slightly and asked, how much longer can you live? Probably a few days. I'm just barely hanging on right now. Wang Fan immediately called out, Big guy, are you rested enough? Come on, help the old man up in the car. The big guy immediately came over and lifted the giant ape onto the train. The shrunken giant ape was about the height of a 3-story building, which was enough to fit it on the train, but it was very crowded. Child, what are you doing? Wang Fan said with slight anger. What do you think? Go apologize to them yourself. The giant ape was speechless, somewhat bewildered. Lin Qingxue whispered, Husband, isn't Tao Nu dead? Wang Fan shook his head slightly. It's possible he's dead, but it's not certain. Let's go back and check first, if my guess is correct. You mean Xiao Tao is Peach Girl? No, Xiao Tao isn't. What is that? I'm not quite sure either, but I think my intuition is right. Xiao Tao must have something inside her to be able to speak so quickly. Perhaps the Peach Maiden still retained a trace of her consciousness, because although all of the peach leaves were green, one of them was red. And I've seen that red leaf on Peach Girl before. Before long, the train continued its return journey, and the white-haired giant ape could only stare blankly at the increasingly distant tribe, helpless. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I can't even save my own tribe. The white-haired giant ape could only watch helplessly as the boulder was swept away once more, and countless black insects surged into the entire forest again. After several days of travel, the train finally arrived at the mouth of the valley, where people lined both sides of the road to welcome Wang Fan home. They're back. They're humanity's hope. Hey everyone, hurry up and welcome them. Before long, groups of people with hands, some holding eggs and others holding pieces of meat, were handing them to the train. Quick, these are freshly laid eggs. Take them back and use them to make up for the problem. Meat, want some meat? Fresh beef. And cake, grass cake. Wang Fan waved his hands repeatedly. No need, Annie, I have plenty more, that's enough. I'll get together with you all again later. Amidst the enthusiastic welcome of the crowd, the train slowly made its way into the depths of the valley. Chapter 174 Horsehead Scepter, Powerful Abilities. The group returned to their home in the valley. Brother Chow, go back and rest. You must be tired from the journey. Li Chung smiled and said, It's not hard work, and it's all for the sake of all mankind. Wang Fan nodded slightly and patted Li Chung on the shoulder. Li Chung had served in the military, so he had a stronger sense of patriotism than Wang Fan. Li Chung took Chi-Chi's hand and headed home, while Dojiang had already gotten off the bus in the village. Now only Wang Fan and Lin Qingxue remained, inevitably losing the previous liveliness. Big guy, help the old man down. The big man lifted the giant ape off the train and helped it to a peach tree, even though the peach tree was still very small. But when the giant ape saw the peach tree, it slowly released its grip on the big guy's arm, trying to steady itself. It didn't want to lose its unique charm in front of this peach tree. The white-haired giant ape turned its head to look at Wang Fan. Do I look ugly like this? Wang Fan smiled and slowly shook his head. Not bad looking. That's good, that's good. The next moment, Xiao Tao's wisp of red leaf began to dissipate, turning into a phantom image. The phantom image was a young girl who looked rather pretty. She seems to be a peach blossom maiden without peach trees growing on her head. Seeing this, Wang Fan whispered, I was right, that red leaf is a remnant of peach blossom maiden's soul. The two did not speak again, but instead watched everything from the sidelines. The white-haired giant ape said in a hoarse voice, Little Peach, I have arrived. The illusory figure of the peach blossom girl nodded slowly with a smile, then burst into a tirade. You stinky monkey, you still know how to come back. What did you promise me when you left? You said you loved me, and you said you would definitely come back to see me. But what happened? You didn't come back. You made me wait for thousands of years until I died. The white-haired giant ape showed no displeasure whatsoever. On the contrary, it seemed as if it had heard the most beautiful song in the world, its eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. I'm so sorry. Xiao Tao, it's my fault for making you wait so long. Now that this is the last time we'll see each other, I still want to tell you that I love you. The angry phantom suddenly froze, stunned for a long while, and then began to sob. As expected, I knew it. I knew you weren't lying to me. I finally heard those words. The next moment, the phantom looked at the white-haired giant ape. You stinky monkey, time flies, you've grown old too. The white-haired giant ape sighed softly. Ah yes, I'm old too. Let me pass away with you. I have no regrets about seeing you again and telling you these words. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Fan and his companion, the illusory image slowly dissipated, and the white-haired giant ape's eyes gradually lost their luster. They died together. A melodious and ethereal voice drifted from the sky. Wang Fan, please feed the peach heart to Xiao Tao. With the peach heart, she will grow up quickly. Goodbye. Thank you for keeping your promise. The white-haired giant ape's body also collapsed with a crash at that moment, leaving only the falling snow and the blowing cold wind. Honey, is there any a good one or a bad one? I guess it's all right. At least the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Wang Fan handed the peach heart to Xiao Tao, who rolled up the leaves to wrap it up and said, "Thank you, Daddy." Little Peach, to what extent can this peach heart help you grow? The little peach branch swayed happily, saying, "I'll be able to transform into human form in a month, Daddy." Wang Fan was also taken aback. A month? That fast? Yes, this heart contains all the essence and energy of the previous generation. It's quite remarkable. Wang Fan nodded slightly, also satisfied. It's like an experience pack. Dad, what's an experience pack? Oh, it's nothing. Little Peach, make good use of the peach hearts. Okay, Daddy, I'll do my best. Wang Fan sprinkled some of the fountain of life down there, and then went inside. I took a quick hot shower, which felt very comfortable, and then ran towards the village without stopping. The log cabin, fireplace, and burning fire made people feel very warm. Li Jun asked with a grave expression, "You mean that as long as we can destroy that Tower of Despair, human technology can return to normal?" Wang Fan nodded. That's right. It is precisely because of the existence of that Tower of Death that human technology has been blocked. Destroy it, and technology will reignite. By then, even if there are only 100 million humans with guns and cannons, we could defeat the savages, no matter how many there are. Li Jun nodded in agreement. He naturally knew the power of technology. No carbon-based life form could withstand the power of rifles and cannons. If you're a carbon-based life form, then you fall under the category of thermal weapons. If you're afraid of the enemy, it must be because you lack firepower. Li Jun suddenly thought of something and ordered the person next to him, "Go and bring that thing over." The soldiers understood and withdrew, heading towards a warehouse heavily guarded, which seemed to be very important. Wang Fan asked, somewhat puzzled, "What is that?" Li Jun laughed and said, "Haha, good stuff, just wait." Before long, the soldier brought over a scepter, a horsehead scepter. Wang Fan was also shocked. "Holy crap, where did you get this?" Li Jun said calmly, "It was dug out of the tomb. The savages also found the tomb, but we discovered it, wiped out the savages, and then stole it. Moreover, according to the information we have received, apart from the dragon head scepter, all the other scepters are currently in the hands of the savages." Wang Fan also had a solemn expression. Although he held most of the scepters, even if he was missing just one, he would not have collected them all. If you don't collect them all, they're useless, so you have to snatch the scepter from the savage. "Young Wang, why don't you take a look at the function of this horsehead scepter?" Wang Fan also picked up the horsehead scepter and examined it carefully. Horsehead scepter, a soul-reaping weapon. Take them for your own use. If someone declares they are willing to give their life to you, they will die instantly, and each wisp of their soul will strengthen your body. Wang Fan was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the scepter to have such an effect, but it was also very difficult to make. While killing can strengthen oneself, it requires the other party's complete consent, but who would willingly hand over their life? "Commander Li, thank you. I'll take the scepter for now, but I'll have to think about how to use it when I get back. If used well, it can be very powerful." Li Jun nodded. "Okay, go ahead. In the meantime, I will discuss the destruction of the Tower of Despair with the remaining high-ranking officials of various countries. Technology is one of our hopes for turning the tide." "Okay, Commander Li, I'll head back now. Remember to call me if you need anything." Chapter 175, Infiltrating the Inside, Killing the Little Ones. Wang Fan returned home and ate the meal Lin Qingxue had prepared. The food was delicious and the dishes were just right. Even so, for some reason, Wang Fan felt somewhat worried. "What's wrong?" "Honey." Wang Fan looked up, put down his chopsticks, and gazed at the wind and snow outside. "Hey, Qingxue, do you think savages are easy to fool?" Although Lin Qingxue was puzzled, she still pondered and said, "They should be easy to fool. After all, the Brain Clan only had 3 people to make the savage tribe completely believe in them. They should be very easy to fool." Wang Fan nodded silently. "I think so too, so I want to go to the savage tribe. I want to trick them into giving their lives for me." Lin Qingxue was also stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What? You're going to the savage tribe?" Wang Fan took out the horsehead scepter and said, "Look at the function of this scepter. Perhaps some humans would be willing to give their lives, but they are, after all, our own kind, and I would feel uneasy about it. Although we are quite strong, We are far from being able to contend with the entire savage tribe. Their numbers have now exceeded 11 billion people. 11 billion. That's 3 billion more than when humans first arrived on Earth. Moreover, there are only 400 million humans left today, and they are still dying. Apart from the dragon-headed scepter, the other scepters, the rabbit, monkey, rooster, and rat scepters, are all in the hands of the savages. My current strength is far from enough to challenge the demons of the underground world. I need to become stronger. Lin Xingxue also expressed her concern, standing up and saying, "But that's too dangerous. What if you're discovered then?" Wang Fan smiled slightly and clicked on his title. My title is Savage. As long as I grow a beard and hair and wear savage clothes, they probably won't be able to find me. I'll sneak in and put on a few shows to make them completely believe in me, and then I'll convince them to give their lives for me. I think I can do it. Have you forgotten those fanatical believers on Earth? And savages are even easier to fool. I think it'll be no problem. Lin Xingxue took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Of course, she knew that Wang Fan was right. With technology now blocked and 4 scepters still in the hands of the savages, how can Wang Fan, in his current mortal form, challenge the underground world? She understood Wang Fan. Since he had said that, it meant he had made up his mind. Moreover, if Wang Fan does well, he can make the savages believe in him. After all, even on Earth, those believers are either fanatical or involved in pyramid schemes. Their brainwashing methods are endless, so thorough that you become completely convinced to the point that you can mistake cabbage soup for pearl, jade, and white jade soup. But how are you going to sneak in? Wang Fan opened the map, where there was a marker. This woodland is the territory of the little people. They disguise themselves as savages and steal human resources. The information came from Commander Lee, so it should be true. As long as I kidnap these little devils and take them there, how could they possibly not fall for it, given their brute strength and simple-mindedness? Lin Xingxue also felt that there was some truth to it. The wild people would never have thought of such a method. They would never imagine the evil and cunning of humankind. All right, eat up. Go wash the dishes when you're done. Wang Fan was taken aback. Huh? I'm going to wash the dishes? Lin Xingxue nodded. Yes, I'm going upstairs to lie down and wait for you, honey. Lin Xingxue winked at Wang Fan, her eyes sparkling, making Wang Fan tremble all over. As a result, Wang Fan even slowed down his eating speed. As night fell, Wang Fan climbed the stairs and stepped into the room, only to step on a pile of clothes. Lin Xingxue's clothes were scattered on the ground, while she lay quietly on the bed. Wang Fan gently climbed into bed. Before long, a creaking sound came from inside the house. Lin Xingxue gripped the bedsheets tightly with her delicate hands, her face flushed. The following day, Wang Fan changed into savage clothing and headed towards the mark point. Meanwhile, in a human village, a group of people dressed in savage clothing are fighting over human resources. You fucking let go of me, or I'll chop you up. Why bother arguing with her? Just kill him. The old man clutched a piece of meat tightly, crying out, No, this is all the food I have left. If I give it to you, how will my family survive? The man was furious and immediately stopped arguing, intending to cut off the old man's arm with a single stroke. With a swift stroke, the old man closed his eyes tightly, unable to bear looking any longer. He let out a scream of pain, but the old man was completely unharmed. He looked up and discovered that the one who had severed his arm was the savage who had cut him off. You little devils, pretending to be savages? Only you guys could pull that off. Several young men, disguised as savages, looked in the direction of the sound. A tall, muscular man was seen wielding an iron sword, exuding an imposing aura and a murderous intent. It was unknown how many people he had killed. Who are you? What little devil? We are a savage tribe. If you dare to harm us, the wise man will not let you get away with it. Yes, kid, I advise you to think carefully. There's a group of us here, and you're all alone. Wang Fan chuckled and immediately summoned thousands of sand soldiers. He declared loudly, You want to compare numbers? Sorry, the advantage is mine. Upon seeing thousands of sand soldiers appear, they finally remembered and exclaimed in trembling voices, It is it, the leader of the imperial power and hegemony. Damn it, how could I have run into this jinx? Run. He slaughtered 500,000 savage tribes. We are no match for him. For a moment their legs trembled, and some could not stand steadily. They were afraid. Now you're scared? Too late. Cut their tongues out. Upon hearing this, the little creatures were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The surrounding sand soldiers blocked all their escape routes, creating an impenetrable encirclement. They lay on the ground like dogs, begging for mercy. Please, please spare us. We were wrong. Yes, we were forced into it. Please be magnanimous and spare us. God of mankind, you are the God of mankind, but we are also human beings. You cannot kill us. Wang Fan sneered. You think you're even human? Attack. With a swift, sweeping motion, their tongues were all cut off, rendering them unable to speak. Wang Fan then searched through all their storage compartments and returned the food to the people behind him. The tribespeople were very grateful and rushed to take all the food. Survival is difficult enough, let alone filling one's stomach. Wang Fan had the sand soldiers carry the men like dead dogs and headed towards the savage tribe. Chapter 176, Infiltrating the Enemy's Lair. Following the markers given to him by Li Jun, Wang Fan found the nearest savage tribe. Given the current situation of humanity, the outlook was indeed not optimistic. If you want to survive, you have to fight with all your might and use every possible means. The savage tribe is located on the edge of Dragon Valley, and their specialty is dragon taming. Wang Fan tossed a dozen or so little days to the ground, then put away the sand soldiers. He had already changed into savage clothing on the way. Its hair was also stuck to its face, arms, and body with a sticky resin mixture. At this moment, apart from looking a bit thin, Wang Fan looked no different from a wild man. For about 10 days, some fell into a coma, while others died. It was a very tragic situation, but for animals, this was not excessive. Hey, open the door. Look what I brought back. Wang Fan's shout made the savage on the wooden wall turn around. The savage had a full beard and his face was covered in fine hair. It looked down and saw a small, savage man leading a group of humans who looked like dead dogs. The savage asked, "Did you kill these people?" Wang Fan put his hands on his hips, showing off his bulging muscles. What? Is there a problem? Hurry up and open the door. The savage was also taken aback, but immediately opened the door without any suspicion. He was not very intelligent. Wang Fan casually tossed a few sheets aside. Do whatever you want with them. Several savages looked at Wang Fan in disbelief. Although they were not very intelligent, they still couldn't understand how the small, thin savage in front of them had done it. However, they didn't care and immediately called people over to distribute the goods. This one, with delicate skin and tender flesh, should be taken to the thatched hut. This looks a bit greasy. It needs to be grilled before eating. That woman, dragged me into my room. Wang Fan then spoke up. Hey, I'm from another tribe. My tribe has been wiped out by humans. Find me a place to stay. The savages came to their senses and adopted a more respectful attitude. After all, since they had killed these humans, they naturally did not think Wang Fan was weak. One of the burly savages quickly came over. So you're from another tribe who fled here. Come with me. If you do this good deed, we'll naturally arrange accommodation for you. But you don't want any of these humans? Wang Fan shook his head. No, do whatever you want with me. Also, arrange someone to serve me. The savage was delighted to hear this and immediately called out, Someone, bring one of our tribe's beauties over here to entertain this brother. Wang Fan frowned, about to say no, but then he thought that if it were a male savage, he really wouldn't know how to ask him some questions. Therefore, Wang Fan did not refuse and immediately said, Then, thank you. Not at all. We hate humans to the core. There was even a human named Wang Fan who single-handedly slaughtered an entire tribe. That's terrifying. I never imagined humans could be so ruthless. Friend, I haven't even asked which tribe you're from yet. Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, Oh, my tribe was the one that was slaughtered by Wang Fan. Then Wang Fan said indignantly, That Wang Fan is really despicable. He actually slaughtered my entire tribe. The savage roared angrily. That's right. May that human brat be cursed to be childless. Wang Fan was also taken aback. No. Your curse isn't vicious enough. We should curse him to never die. Huh? Neva D? Wang Fan nodded. To live forever is a kind of loneliness, and it's extremely painful. And I'm the only one from my tribe to survive. I curse him to never die, so that I may personally slay him. Upon hearing this, The savage immediately became full of admiration. So amazing? Wasn't it said that no one from that tribe survived? I didn't expect you to be so strong. You seem quite formidable. I haven't even asked your name yet. What's your name? Wang Fan didn't rush to answer, but instead asked, "Why don't you tell me your name first?" The savage made no attempt to hide anything and immediately said, "My name is Azhuang." Wang Fan replied, "Oh, my name is Afin." "Oh, I didn't expect you to also have two characters in your name. What a coincidence." Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had passed the name hurdle. Before long, Azhuang led Wang Fan to a wooden house, which was quite nice. Just as Wang Fan sat down, two very fat women came in from outside. They were about 2 meters tall and weighed about the same as a sow. "Brother Fan, these are the two most beautiful women in our tribe. Let them serve you." Azhuang looked very happy, and he was very satisfied with his actions. Wang Fan shook his head repeatedly. He didn't need such fat pigs to serve him at all. He couldn't even be bothered to ask them a question. No, Brother Zhuang. You should enjoy these two beauties yourself. By the way, are these really beauties?" Zhuang frowned slightly and said, "Brother Ah Fan, hasn't our savage tribe always considered plumpness to be beautiful?" Wang Fan said embarrassedly, "Oh, I have unique tastes. Then please bring me two ugly women, no, just one." Although Zhuang found it strange, he still replaced him with a skinny guy as Wang Fan requested. Zhuang grabbed a thin, wild woman and tossed her casually into the house. "Brother Ah Fan, you should rest well. I'm going to eat human flesh now. Do you want some?" Wang Fan let out a burp. "No need for a burp, I've already eaten. I just ate for 10 people. Azhuang was also startled, then walked away, ignoring Wang Fan. The thin, wild woman was chained, indicating her low status, and her hair was so sparse that she was almost indistinguishable from a human. The two fat women had fur that was almost indistinguishable from that of wild animals. Perhaps in a savage tribe, strength was determined by size. No wonder those savages looked at me strangely at first. Did they think I was weak? Wang Fan closed the door and sat down on the stool. "You come here." The thin, wild woman crawled out of the ground, looking rather pitiful, but Wang Fan felt no pity for her. After all, he and the wild woman were not the same species. "May I have your name?" The savage woman shook her head. "I have no name. I am just a slave." Wang Fan frowned slightly and said, "No name? Then let me ask you, now that you're with me, what are you supposed to do?" Without a second thought, the savage woman replied, "You have a two-character name, so I should serve you. I would have no complaints even if it meant my death." Chapter 177 Slave, Sacrifice, Tribal System. Wang Fan's eyes darted around. He wanted to ask what a two-character name was, but that would be strange. So he said, "Since you are my slave, tell me the tribal hierarchy again, and see if you have forgotten it." The female savage was somewhat uneasy upon hearing this. Usually, if she couldn't answer such a question, she might anger the other party, which would result in her being killed. Therefore, she knew she absolutely could not say the wrong thing, or she would die. In a tribe, the chief is the most noble, and the chief has a 5-character name, which is the highest rank. Then, in order, there are 4-character names, 3-character names, and so on down to us, the nameless slaves. The tribe ranks people according to the length of their names. Since you have a 2-character name, you don't need to go hunting. You only need to stand guard and keep watch. Wang Fan also stroked his chin and pondered. He hadn't expected that the way the savages divided their ranks would be like this. Then Wang Fan asked again, "So tell me, how do you plan to escape your slave status and rise to a higher level?" The female slave trembled immediately and said, I dare not. If I want to escape slavery, I need to go to the arena. Only if I survive can I obtain a name. But those dinosaurs are far beyond my capabilities. I'll die. Wang Fan also realized what was happening and mentally cursed. Damn it, I should have said a few more words back then. However, Wang Fan didn't feel too much regret. After all, judging from the somewhat suspicious looks in those people's eyes, the 2 words were actually just right. It's neither too much nor too little. If it were just 3 characters, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Wang Fan then asked, "Since I am your master, are you willing to give your life for me?" The savage woman immediately prostrated herself on the ground. "I do." The next moment, a horse-headed scepter suddenly appeared, its horse eyes emitting a red light, instantly taking the life of the savage woman. "Ah!" The savage woman screamed in agony. Then, that pure life force transformed into Wang Fan's life force, and Wang Fan's muscles also swelled up. Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Fan was also very happy. He held the horsehead scepter with excitement. This thing is so useful. Previously, Wang Fan's body was just that of a physical education student, but now it has become that of a fitness blogger after exercising. However, the life force of that wild woman is rapidly draining from his body. As for how much will be preserved in the body after it is lost, Wang Fan is not sure, but it is certain that some will remain. Upon hearing the shouts, Zhuang immediately ran over. He pushed open the door and saw only the dead female slave. What happened? Brother Affan, how did she die? Wang Fan shook his head slightly. Sigh, she seemed unwilling to serve me, thinking I was too weak, so I killed her. How are you? Brother Zhuang, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Zhuang kicked the female slave's corpse, saying, Damn it, how dare a slave disobey her master who has the title to it? Damn it! Wang Fan then asked, Brother Zhuang, could you find a few more slaves? Preferably thinner ones. Zhuang also said, Brother Affan, you should know that those of us with 2 character names can only have 5 slaves to serve us. I can find you 4 more, but we won't have any more than that. Wang Fan nodded and said, All right, then I'll trouble you, Brother Zhuang. Not long after, 4 more female slaves were brought into Wang Fan's room, but Wang Fan did not rush to kill them. Instead, she lay in bed and used her mind to control the chat panel, telling Li Jun everything that the savage tribe had discovered. I see. It seems that visiting the savage tribe was the right thing to do. Be careful over there and don't get discovered. Wang Fan took Li Jun's reminder to heart. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Commander Li. How are your preparations going? Li Jun sighed and said, progress is very slow. Now we're basically divided into 2 factions, one of which insists on playing it safe and developing its strength. And there is another faction that, like us, believes in destroying the Tower of Death. Some people still have families, and they're not willing to risk destroying the Tower of Death, and they don't know how many people can be mobilized in the end. However, my soldiers are all on our side. They're willing to rush to the Death Cave to destroy the Death Tower. Wang Fan was not surprised by the result. It was normal for the 2 factions to be divided into 2 groups, one radical and the other conservative. By the way, Commander Li, there's a volcano behind the valley. There's a passage on top of the volcano, and if you go down the passage, you can find the magma fruit. Soybean Milk has probably already told you about that fruit. If you have the chance, try to pick it, but those fire snakes are troublesome. Li Yun nodded solemnly. He knew how important the macadamia fruit was. If they could obtain a lot of it or cultivate it, it would be a tremendous fighting force for humanity. If more people could eat the magma fruit by then, the chances of destroying the Tower of Despair would be even greater. Yes, I'll find a way to harvest it. The Tower of Death must be destroyed. I don't want us humans to live like the Vikings. We, the people of Xia, believe that we will either die standing or live on our knees. Wang Fan agreed, saying, Yes, I understand. You've worked so hard, Xiao Wang, putting in so much effort. It's nothing, maybe it's fate. I'm hanging up now, that's all. After the connection was established, Wang Fan looked at the 4 slaves and continued, Are you willing to give your lives for me? The 4 nodded and said in unison, We're willing. The next moment, they died on the spot, and Wang Fan's body became even stronger. Feeling the power in his body, Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise, It seems that Bai Qi may have sacrificed a lot of people as well. Even the remains of the dead are very strong. Wang Fan's body has become like that of a special forces soldier, but his strength is constantly dissipating. In the end, what Wang Fan has left will probably be enough to reach the level of a fitness trainer. Lying on the bed, with 4 corpses lying motionless on the floor beside him, Wang Fan remained calm in the slightest. He lay quietly on the bed, a hint of anticipation in his voice. I can't even imagine what kind of power I would gain if I became the chief of this tribe. Wang Fan's tribe doesn't have a large population, around 100,000, but how many responses will he ultimately receive? That remains to be seen. While the horsehead scepter is powerful, it comes with stringent conditions, requiring the other party to agree. This reminded Wang Fan of the golden-horned and silver-horned gourd, which was also like that. Anyone who dared to agree would be sucked in. The horse head in your hand means that if you dare to say yes, you will be taken away from your life. Chapter 178, Savage Tribe, Arena. Wang Fan didn't care about the corpses. He lay on the bed, thinking about his plans for tomorrow. What he needs to do is gain a higher title, become the chief of the tribe, and then reap lives. Wang Fan opened the chat interface and started browsing. Although the population had decreased significantly, there were still many messages, so he had to hold down the screen to view them. Chat. Global. Currently 390 million plus active users. Looking at the figure of 390 million, Wang Fan murmured, has it already fallen below 400 million? I never imagined that humans could be so insignificant. He continued scrolling through the interface. Hey, does anyone have any food? There's absolutely nothing to eat on this snowy mountain. Does anyone have medicinal herbs? My younger brother is sick. Can anyone help him? What's going on? How come so many people are dying? Are we going to go extinct? I suggest the guy upstairs eat some snow to stave off hunger, or he'll starve to death sooner or later. Village. Who among you has formed a village? Give us a location. There's strength in numbers. Wang Fan searched for a long time and found that 99% of the messages were people seeking help or reflecting on life. It was a complete opposite of when we first arrived. Few people were joking around. Everyone was trying their best to survive. Wang Fan fell asleep while tossing and turning. The next day, there was a knock on his door. Wang Fan got up and opened the door. Through the crack in the door, a zhuang saw 4 female slaves lying inside. A zhuang could distinguish between the living and the dead. He stared wide-eyed at Wang Fan. Brother Ah Fan, what happened to these slaves? Are they dead? Wang Fan replied nonchalantly. Yeah, he's too skinny. He died after just a couple of tries. How boring. A zhuang didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he found the skinny A Fan brother in front of him rather fierce. He had played with 4 female slaves to death in one night. Was his kidney made of iron? Hey, see? Brother Affan, I told you we needed to find a plump beauty, didn't I? You just wouldn't listen. Wang Fan asked expressionlessly. Brother Zhuang, is there something you need from me? Oh, I see. Even though you're from another tribe, people with 2 character names have to stand guard. So you have to go stand guard. Wang Fan frowned slightly. He didn't want to stand guard. He needed to improve his social standing. Brother Zhuang, can I not go? I've only been here for a day, and I've captured so many humans. Can you forgive me? Zhuang scratched his head at this. I can't say for sure. Although I think what you said is correct, it was said by a person with a high-ranking surname and a 3-character given name. Wang Fan sighed helplessly. Well then, let's go see that 3-character name first. Wang Fan did not want to openly defy the orders from above, as that would only complicate matters further. Along the way, Wang Fan followed behind Zhuang, observing everything in the tribe. Some of those little ones had already been roasted. There was still uneaten meat hanging on the tripod, and next to the grill, several small animals looked terrified as they watched their companions being eaten. They saw Wang Fan and wanted to shout and scream, but their tongues had been cut off and they couldn't make a sound. Looking further into the distance, there was a tall building, shaped like a stadium, and it was open air, covered with animal fur and dinosaur skulls. Wang Fan muttered to himself, that must be the arena. Upon hearing Wang Fan's words, a zhuang turned around and asked, Brother A Fan, are you interested in the arena? I'm somewhat interested. I'd like to try and advance my social class. A zhuang frowned slightly at this, because Wang Fan's size was really too small, and it was already unbelievable to a zhuang that he could have a 2-character name. The 2-character name requires one person to face 2 velociraptors. They must either kill them or survive for 1 hour. Many savages who advance in rank survive by spending time running and hiding. Very few savages can clear the game by directly attacking them. A zhuang survived the arena thanks to his agile and nimble physique, so he never dared to dream of being promoted to a 3-character name. Because a 3-character name requires dealing with 3 velociraptors. Brother Affan, let me give you a friendly reminder. A 2-character name isn't bad. You don't need to go hunting. You could just stand guard. You might as well enjoy your life in peace. It might not be a good thing to fight for that 3-character name. Being eaten alive by dinosaurs is not a pleasant experience. Wang Fan nodded without saying a word. Before long, Wang Fan was taken to the patrol wall, which was made of wood. A savage-like figure, nearly 3 meters tall, was sitting on the wall not far away. His face was covered in hair, obscuring his features. You're from a neighboring tribe? Faced with the savage's questioning, Wang Fan was not afraid. His height of 1.8 meters was much less than that of the savage, but so what? Wang Fan killed countless such savages. Yes, my tribe was massacred by that despicable human. Only a few of us survived. I escaped here. The tall, savage man snorted coldly. You, so skinny, managed to escape? I find it a little hard to believe. Whether you believe it or not is not important. I brought humans back. I may look small, but I am much more agile. Otherwise, do you think those able-bodied humans would willingly come with me and then be eaten raw by you? The tall savage wasn't particularly intelligent, and he found Wang Fan's words to be reasonable, given the facts. All right then, whatever you got here, stand guard. If any humans come by, remember to kill them. Wang Fan immediately said, No, I want to go to the arena to challenge. I'm not here to stand guard in your tribe. The tall, savage man glanced disdainfully at Wang Fan, who barely reached his waist. You? Wang Fan's eyes were very firm. Yes, it's me. The surrounding savages all burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha! Does this kid think he's all that just because he captured a few humans? Those are 3 velociraptors. One swipe of their claws could sever a person's head. Exactly, this kid is so skinny and small, yet he still dares to challenge a velociraptor. He's practically asking for death. What does he take our Colosseum for? Does he think he's here for leisure? Ignoring the mockery around him, Wang Fan asked again, Can I go? I want to try. Wang Fan's current strength is certainly enough to kill several people, but that would defeat the purpose of his visit. We should be patient for now. The most important thing is to reap the lives of them all at the last moment. Seeing the frail Wang Fan's unwavering resolve, the savages fell silent. Has this kid really gone mad? What? Are you serious? Are you really courting death? 3 velociraptors, that's something. Chapter 179 finally. The wait is over. Time to enter the Colosseum. They all thought Wang Fan had something wrong with his head. Even the savages of the Yitzi people were mostly muscular men over 2 meters tall. Compared to the savage's physique, Wang Fan was indeed very weak. However, for Wang Fan, who had absorbed the lives of 5 people and possessed numerous weapons, let alone 3 velociraptors, even 30 more would be no problem. The tall savage also said, to go to the arena, you need to be qualified. It's not like you can just go whenever you want. You can get a qualification token by killing a human. Wang Fan frowned slightly. He hadn't expected such a condition, meaning that everyone here with a name starting with 2 characters had committed murder. A surge of anger burned within Wang Fan. He hadn't expected that the condition for accessing the arena would involve killing someone. Didn't I bring so many people? That's enough to replace a lot more. The tall, savage man didn't take it seriously. Being a man with a 3-character name, he was naturally very arrogant. He quipped, You brought them, but you didn't kill a single one, so it doesn't count. Wang Fan frowned, then pulled out a bow and arrow and shot the still-living Xiao Rizi to death with a whoosh. Let's forget about it now. The tall savage stared blankly at everything. So many people had seen it. It wouldn't be right to make things difficult for him any further. So he could only say helplessly, All right, since you're in such a hurry to die, then take it. As they were talking, the tall savage tossed Wang Fan a token, which was more like a fragment of a human skull. Wang Fan carefully put away the skull, token, and turned to look at the tall savage with a somewhat gloomy expression. Why are you glaring at me like that? I'm telling you, you'll die in the arena, so there's no need to hold a grudge against me like this. Wang Fan said coldly, If I come out alive, you'll have to duel me, no matter what, life or death. I'm really annoyed with you. Wang Fan's chilling words startled the tall, savage man, who then scoffed. You came out alive? And then challenged me to a duel? Don't you understand the situation? I have a more prestigious 3-character name than you. You dare to provoke me? I can kill you right now. Wang Fan sighed dismissively. Oh, so you're scared and don't dare to gamble. What kind of 3-character name is that? I think it's just fear. The tall savage was naturally pleased to hear this. Savages, like humans, also have pride. Fine, I'll take the bet. If you come out alive, I'll duel you, but you'll be the one who dies. Wang Fan sneered and turned to leave. Brother Zhuang, please lead the way. The 2 headed to the arena, and along the way, Zhuang was quite puzzled. Brother A Fan, although we've only known each other for less than a day, I've never seen you so eager to die in my life. Don't even mention coming out of the arena. You might not be able to beat someone at the 3rd level. Wang Fan glanced at him slightly. What? Is he that good? Yes, Brother Affan, you don't know. That 3-character name he just mentioned is super fierce. Just from a name, you can tell he's fierce. He survived killing 2 velociraptors. Although he had lost an arm, He was appreciated and the chief healed him. Wang Fan didn't care at all. The arena was just ahead. Oh, it's not that great. It even lost an arm. Zhuang was also taken aback. He really didn't know where Wang Fan got the confidence to say such a thing. At the entrance of the arena were two guards with names, starting with the number 2. Zhuang was quite familiar with them, and after a brief exchange, the two gave Wang Fan a number plate. Number 98. Number 98? How many are ahead of me? The guard at the entrance said, there's one more currently inside. Get ready, but judging by your build, it'll be tough. The guard then looked at Zhuang. Do you need someone to collect your friend body? Zhuang shook his head awkwardly. No need. Wang Fan didn't bother with it and decided to go in and take a look first. Upon entering, the tiered seating resembling that of a stadium is also very noticeable. The stands were already filled with wild men, and a distinctive body odor wafted over, almost making Wang Fan faint. Fortunately, Wang Fan took a sip of purified water, which dispelled the smell. Zhuang, on the other hand, looked excited. Having already cleared the level, he also enjoyed watching others complete it. Wang Fan was no exception in this regard. For example, having passed his driving test, he loved watching videos of people taking driving tests. Brother Affan, let's go to the back row. The front row is not for us. Wang Fan didn't say anything and followed Zhuang to sit down in the back row. Currently, a burly, wild man wearing only a simple pair of cowhide shorts is running around the field. The site was very large, about the size of an athletic field, and it was filled with various odds and ends, or rather, several wooden houses, making it look like a small village. Strangely, the wooden house had no roof. Brother Zhuang, what are those wooden houses for? Oh, that. Each cabin contains weapons, including spears, bows and arrows, and stone axes, all for survival. Wang Fan also understood some of the rules. So that means I can't bring weapons in, right? Yes, that's right. You'll be checked before you go in, and you can only use what's available on the field. The time limit is 1 hour. If you survive within 1 hour, you pass the level, or you kill the velociraptors. Also, Brother Affan, those velociraptors haven't eaten meat for 2 days. They're very ferocious. Okay, I got it. The scene was unfamiliar, and Wang Fan seemed out of place, standing out like a crane among chickens, mainly because he was too thin and small. The velociraptors that have been starving for 2 days are actually the most difficult to deal with, because their hunger extends beyond just meat. From the perspective of the velociraptor's own physical condition, these are also periods when they are at their most energetic. If the velociraptor is hungry for too long, it will become more tired and easier to deal with. So 2 days is just right. Off the field, the savage kept wandering around the wooden house to get weapons, and then he picked up a spear and stabbed it fiercely at the velociraptor. But the velociraptor wasn't stupid. It slightly turned its head to dodge, only suffering a scratch, and then bit off the savage's head. With a splattering sound, blood gushed out, and the other 2 velociraptors also lunged forward, tearing the mangled body in 2, making the scene extremely bloody. Good. Wonderful. Wow, that's awesome. I want to see more. The savages waved their fists and shouted, their cheers no less enthusiastic than those of someone watching a football match. At this moment, a powerful voice rang out. Next, challenger number 98, Affan, challenge the 3-character name. Enter the arena immediately. Chapter 1, 80 Dinosaurs? I have a sniper rifle. Wang Fan stood up, his eyes firm, showing no sign of fear. Brother Affan, good luck. I'll collect your corpse. Faced with Zhuang's words, Wang Fan blinked slightly in his cold eyes. No need. If I die, my body will be eaten. Of course, that kind of thing won't happen. Wang Fan had a number tag hanging around his neck. Number 98. The surrounding savages also glanced over and shook their heads. Not worth watching. This tiny body dares to challenge 3 velociraptors? I think this guy's been blinded by the honor of having a 3-character name. Wang Fan walked forward, passing through the crowd. The scorn and mockery behind him grew farther and farther away. These savages had nothing to do with him, and he didn't need to care. Now, all that needs to be done is to obtain the title of chieftain. Wang Fan leaped down from the platform and stood in the arena. There was no need for anyone to shout start. The 3 velociraptors had already turned their attention to them. Although they had just eaten a savage, that was far from enough to fill their stomachs. Roar, roar, roar. The velociraptors roared, and 3 of them began circling Wang Fan. Wang Fan knew that these three velociraptors were testing him. Seeing that Wang Fan looked incredibly weak, the velociraptors leaned forward and charged at him. The velociraptor's most powerful weapon is its pair of sharp forepaws, which are so sharp that they can tear apart even the metal of a car. If this thing were to claw at him, Wang Fan would definitely die on the spot. That kid's dead meat. He's not even running away. He's so scared his legs are weak, he's forgotten how to run away. Zhuang covered his eyes, not wanting to see anymore. The next moment, Wang Fan pulled out a gun, an AWM. However, Wang Fan did not take it out directly, but hid it in his sleeve. Because it was brought in through the storage compartment, the savages had no idea what it was. Wang Fan raised his hand and pointed, and a gunshot rang out. One of the velociraptors died on the spot, and the other two velociraptors were also startled, stopping in their tracks and looking at each other. Roar, roar, roar. They seem to be communicating. Velociraptors possess extremely high intelligence, a fact Wang Fan had learned from watching movies before. Discussing things in front of me, they really don't treat me like a human being. Wang Fan pulled the trigger, firing another shot and killing another velociraptor with a bang. The crowd erupted in uproar. They couldn't understand how Wang Fan had managed to do all this, especially since they had been forcibly searched upon entering. Anyone entering, whether a participant or a spectator, is not allowed to bring weapons. They may only use the items and weapons available on the field. But what's going on now? What's up with that short guy? How'd he do that? How was he able to kill two velociraptors from such a distance? I don't know, how did he do that? The savages were very puzzled. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. The storage compartment's function became apparent at this moment. Wang Fan did not reveal the entire sniper rifle, but rather concealed it with his clothing. Therefore, the savages did not see what the sniper rifle looked like. The remaining velociraptor was already considering retreating and took 2 steps back in fear. Wang Fan coldly looked at the last remaining velociraptor. Now you know fear? Too late. He pulled the trigger from inside the clothes, and with a bang, the velociraptor's head was pierced through, and it died on the spot. The room fell silent. They had thought Wang Fan would either escape or be instantly killed, but neither of those scenarios occurred. It was an instant kill, a complete and utter instant kill. The crowd erupted in uproar, with some shouting wildly and others staring blankly. Amazing. Could that guy be someone like Lord Marshal Wise One? Could it be that another wise man is about to be born in our savage tribe? No. That's not the same as the Marshal Wise One. That's the spiritual wise one. Wang Fan frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Could it be that they've mistaken me for a new sage? However, Wang Fan thought it wasn't surprising, since what he was showing was more like a kind of spiritual power, and the wise man happened to have this ability. However, the savages were unaware that the so-called wise man did not exist at all, but was simply misled by the Brain Clan. Just then, a host with a 3-character name signaled for everyone to quiet down. He then took out a hollowed-out bull horn as a horn and announced, Number 98 has obtained a 3-character name. You can choose a new 3-character name. Congratulations on your successful challenge. Zhuang couldn't believe it. It's over already? It's only been a short while, and you've already killed 3 velociraptors. Wang Fan did not come up, but then shouted loudly, I want to continue the challenge. I want to continue the challenge of 4-character names. The host, whose name consisted of 3 characters, was also taken aback for a moment, but after considering the methods of the skinny savage in front of him, he wasn't too surprised. Are you sure? You already have a prestigious 3-character name, and you still want to take on the challenge. Wang Fan nodded. Yes, I want to challenge myself with a 4-character name. I want to challenge myself with a 5-character name. I want to be the chief. Upon hearing this, the tribal chief on the platform immediately stood up. He hadn't expected that any savage would challenge his authority. However, in the savage tribe, the strong are respected. If Wang Fan can really succeed in the challenge, he will have to compete with Wang Fan to determine who is better. The savages looked at the chief, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although they obeyed the chief, it was only because of the hierarchical system. They had no real feelings for the tribe or their fellow tribesmen. They're creatures like that. They can live in groups or not. The savage chieftain roared, Fine, since you dare challenge my authority, then unleash the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Spinosaurus, and the savage dragon. I suppose a 4-character name challenge won't stop you, so why not challenge a 5-character name directly? I want to see what you're capable of. Could it be that a wise man has truly emerged in the tribe? The man with the three-character name then asked, "Do you accept this? Our chief is asking you a question." Wang Fan looked at the chief on the high platform. The chief had wings sticking out of his head, which were very conspicuous. "I accept. Come on, release all your fiercest dinosaurs, and let's see if I'm fiercer or they are." The chief also loudly proclaimed, "All right, then let's release the dinosaurs." The next moment, the three doors were slowly opened, and a bloody smell filled the air. Inside the three doors were three carnivorous dragons that had been imprisoned. Moreover, these were three of the most ferocious carnivorous dinosaurs from prehistoric times. The dinosaurs were encased in cages made of wood, but they were very sturdy, effectively locking the three dinosaurs securely in place. The savages guarding the dinosaurs immediately pulled out the latch on their cage. Hearing the latch loosen, the three dinosaurs slowly opened their scarlet eyes. Chapter 181: The Scheme Succeeds, Super Wang Fan. The three carnivorous dinosaurs breathed heavily through their nostrils, and white mist could be seen rising from their swarms. Here it comes, this is going to be good. Quick, give me a skewer of meat. The exciting part is coming. Do you think he can win? I don't know, but if it's the wise one, he certainly can. Three enormous carnivorous dinosaurs slowly rose to their feet and slammed into the wooden cage, smashing it to pieces in no time. Roar! Three dinosaurs roared at Wang Fan from three different directions. The roar was like a sonic attack, making Wang Fan's ears hurt. On Earth, even the roars of lions and tigers are utterly insignificant compared to the roars of these three behemoths. Wang Fan covered his ears, somewhat annoyed, and immediately fired a shot at the Spinosaurus. "It's so noisy, my eardrums are about to burst." Gunshots were drowned out by the roars, but no bullets were fired. All that was seen was blood spurting from the Spinosaurus's knee. Wang Fan originally intended to shoot him in the head, but the shock to his head caused him some discomfort, so the shot went astray. The Spinosaurus knelt on the ground in pain, but it was not afraid. Instead, it roared angrily. At the same time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the savage dragon rushed over. They were so hungry that they were determined to eat Wang Fan. Wang Fan ignored the Spinosaurus, whose legs were crippled and couldn't cross the gap. Instead of running away, he took a deep breath, seized the opportunity, and fired a shot that accurately hit the dragon's head. Any carbon-based life form falls under the jurisdiction of firearms. The next moment, the dragon collapsed to the ground and died. The Tyrannosaurus Rex attacked fiercely, its huge mouth capable of swallowing Wang Fan whole. Wang Fan was also shocked. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was too fast. There was no time to reload and fire. However, the enhanced body made Wang Fan more agile. He suddenly jumped back, braced himself on a rock with one hand, and then flipped backward. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, enraged by the air, immediately continued its pursuit. The next moment, a dart gun barrel was pointed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. A hint of doubt flashed in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes as it looked at the dark muzzle of the gun. "Go to hell." With a bang, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also fell into a pool of blood. Its head had been blown off. Wang Fan then grabbed an axe from the side and charged towards the Spinosaurus. Before anyone on the field could react, the battle had already turned around. The Spinosaurus began to crawl on the ground in a twisted manner. Dinosaurs only have two legs, and now, with one leg crippled, the Spinosaurus could not stand up. Wang Fan suddenly circled behind the Spinosaurus, a move that startled the Spinosaurus. The next moment, Wang Fan slashed down fiercely. With each swing of the axe, the Spinosaurus roared and howled as Wang Fan chopped off its neck. As its roars grew weaker, the Spinosaurus finally lost its life. Wang Fan stood on a rock, lifted the Spinosaurus's head, and looked at the chieftain. "I won. Now, shall I challenge you?" The chief was also shocked. He did not expect Wang Fan to be so fierce. The three strongest carnivorous dragons were like chickens and dogs in front of Wang Fan. The chief stammered slightly. Yes, it's either you or me. There can only be one chief." Wang Fan said calmly, "Oh, that's very simple." Then, with a loud bang, the chief's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood and gore all over the surrounding savages. After a moment of silence, the scene erupted in a thunderous roar, as if they were witnessing the most spectacular beast fight. Countless savages shouted, "Good heavens! What did that kid do?" A wise man has been born in our tribe. Chief, that's the new chief. He's too strong. He has 3 carnivorous dragons. He killed 3 carnivorous dragons, my god. And in an instant, the savages gradually went mad. An unprecedented event. Wang Fan didn't waste this opportunity and immediately shouted, "Quiet! Now, according to the rules, I am the chief. Furthermore, I am the 4th sage. I will lead you to kill the humans and take all their women. Are you willing to serve me?" The savages looked at each other, and after their not-so-intelligent brains worked frantically for a while, they all felt there was no problem. After all, according to the rules, the skinny savage in front of them had indeed won. They didn't care about the dead previous chief. They had no feelings for him. Wang Fan looked around. The arena had about 40,000 people, which was enough for now. The arena was already packed with people, and there wouldn't be enough room for more. He felt it was time to stop, and besides, the savages could hear him speaking in this situation. Wang Fan raised his horse head, scepter high, and shouted, "In the name of the chieftain, I ask you, are you willing to serve me to the death and entrust your lives to me?" The savages did not hesitate at all. Before them stood a new sage and a new chief who had promised to abduct human women. They were all excited and immediately shouted without hesitation, "I am willing. I'd love to." After all, it was just a response. How could they know they would be taken from their lives? The horsehead scepter was stolen from the tomb, so no savage knew its purpose. Naturally, the savages had no way of taking precautions. With each cry of willingness, the savages fell to the ground in an instant. The few remaining savages, who hadn't even had a chance to shout, were terrified by the scene. Something terrible has happened. The chief has killed someone. Run! The chief has gone mad. Quickly, go tell everyone, the chief is slaughtering his own people. All that life force dissipated, absorbed by the horsehead scepter, and subsequently strengthened Wang Fan. Wang Fan felt his body brimming with power, a power that seemed to explode like he had eaten 8 magma fruits. He walked out of the Colosseum, stepping over the countless corpses scattered on the ground. Not far away, groups of savages gathered around. "You want to kill the chieftain?" Wang Fan said coldly. On the other side was the guard with the 3-character name, who was furious. "Everyone attack together and kill him." "Overestimating yourself," Wang Fan said disdainfully. Then, Wang Fan threw a punch, sending the 3-character named savage flying and smashing several wooden houses in the village to pieces. A large hole appeared in his chest. He couldn't believe that the skinny Affin, whom he had looked down upon, had killed him with a single punch. The savages, filled with righteous indignation, grabbed their weapons and charged forward. "Everyone attack together. The chief has gone mad. Quickly, everyone, let's all join in. Kill the chief. The chief has gone insane." Chapter 182, The Martial Wise One appears, a powerful being. Even though the number of savages was large, Wang Fan's strength had reached an unfathomable level. With a wave of his hand, the air around him surged and churned, as if 8 gates had been opened. Taking advantage of their numbers, the savages swarmed forward, attacking Wang Fan with bows and arrows, spears, and bull-sized stones. Court death. Wang Fan let out a cold shout, and taking advantage of the fact that his power was still at its peak, he suddenly swung his arm, and a sound of air being torn apart came. With a bang, he sent all the surrounding savages and weapons flying, and visible air currents surged around his hands. Wang Fan wasn't sure exactly how strong he was right now, but he felt that killing all these savages shouldn't be a problem. So what if we have more people? I am now incredibly powerful. Wang Fan charged forward and delivered an elbow strike that sent a rhinoceros flying, blasting a large hole in its body. This scene made the group of savages weak in the knees and filled with fear. No, this is bad. This guy has the strength of a martial arts master. Run. This is something we can't handle. Quickly, go and invite Master Wu Ji. The savages scattered and fled, refusing to engage Wang Fan in direct combat. Although they were reckless, they were not stupid. They were afraid of death. Seeing the savages scattering in all directions, Wang Fan immediately kicked the animal enclosure in the arena, which was full of dinosaurs. There were more than a dozen Tyrannosaurus Rex alone, and now Wang Fan kicked open these doors. Inside the enclosure, the trapped beasts opened their eyes, let out a long howl, and roared angrily. Suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex attacked Wang Fan, attempting to swallow him whole. "Get out!" Wang Fan cursed angrily. The voice was powerful, like a loudspeaker, seemingly able to penetrate the soul, driving the dinosaurs back and preventing them from advancing. Wang Fan squatted down, then suddenly pushed off with both feet, leaping dozens of meters into the air. Calling him a Superman wouldn't be an exaggeration. With a bang, Wang Fan smashed a group of savages to pieces. The savages were terrified and fled in one direction. At the far end of that direction, a person with a blue body was walking towards them from afar. The blue figure was surrounded by savages. "Wise One, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, our tribe would have been slaughtered." The savages huddled behind the wise man, trembling with fear. "Hurry up and kill that brat." Wise man. Yeah, that guy was terrifying. He even let all the dinosaurs escape. At this moment, the savage tribe was thrown into chaos as the dinosaurs attacked them from all sides, forcing them to turn around and deal with the situation. The wise man punched the savage next to him to death. "Quiet down, I'm not blind." This scene immediately silenced the other savages. Wang Fan also noticed the approaching Wu Zhizha and immediately stopped his attack, staring intently at him. So, they've finally shown themselves? Is this Wu, one of the Tri-Brain clan? The martial wise one was tall and imposing, like a war machine, but Wang Fan was not afraid at this moment. However, Wang Fan did not intend to give the opponent the first move. He produced a steel fork in his hand and shot it out, attaching it to the martial wise one. The wise man looked down and frowned slightly, but he was not alarmed. "The weapon of the demon. It seems you are the human who annihilated my tribe that day." Wang Fan sneered. "It's me, so what? I'm still going to kill you today." The martial wise one stood not far away, raising his muscular arm to admire the sight. "However, the person with the crystal ball is quite different from you. Perhaps by killing you, I will know the answer." The next moment, it charged forward with a fierce glint in its eyes, moving as fast as lightning. Wang Fan severed his right leg with a single stroke, but Wu Zhizha didn't care at all. His other foot was also like a fully drawn bowstring, lightly touching the ground with his toes without pausing for even a moment. The fist, as big as a sandbag, came crashing down, and Wang Fan countered with a punch. With a loud bang, both of them were sent flying backward. The martial arts expert smashed into a wooden house, his eyes filled with horror. How can this guy be so strong? Wang Fan, who had rolled twice, also got up. He hadn't expected that the Brain Clan would be so powerful, not only able to challenge him now, but also to fight to a standstill. That blue-haired guy, is he some kind of scion? After making a brief complaint, Wang Fan raised his fist again and launched another attack. Wu Zhizha did not back down and charged forward as well. The two clashed head-on, fist to fist, and their fists collided solidly. With a loud bang, the powerful impact snapped both men's arms, bending them completely. Wang Fan endured the pain and swallowed a mouthful of blood tree essence, and his arm immediately recovered completely. The martial strategist's face twitched as he grabbed a savage and instantly drained him of his life force, turning him into a dried-up corpse. The situation became tense for a time, with the two fighting to a standstill. "Hey, is that all you've got? I haven't even used my full strength yet." The next moment, the martial wise one's entire body flashed with blue light, and then its eyes suddenly opened, becoming incredibly clear and sharp. Wang Fan noticed this change and immediately swallowed 2 rockberry fruits. At this moment, Wang Fan also became clear-headed. He realized that the Brain Clan must have the same methods, but they did not need to rely on external forces. No sooner had he finished speaking than the martial arts expert appeared behind Wang Fan without warning, moving with incredible speed. Wang Fan, who had just eaten the magma fruit, reacted just as quickly. Without turning his head, he kicked backwards sharply, his attack aimed directly at the martial strategist's lower body. With a bang, he kicked the martial arts master flying, which accidentally killed several savages. The martial arts expert stood up straight like a zombie. "Is all you humans can do is resort to underhanded tricks? You're right. To deal with you, all I need to do is win." Wang Fan turned around and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet shot past. Wu Zhizha twisted his body rapidly and dodged the bullet, but Wang Fan had already arrived in front of him. Wang Fan's arms were bulging with veins as he threw a punch at Wu Zhizha's face, Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Wu Zhizha immediately raised his hand to block, but was blasted away again, this time leaving his arm dented. But he immediately lunged at a savage, who fled in fear. Where do you think you're going? The martial wise one grabbed the savage's head and instantly refined it. Wang Fan's eye twitched. You're really cruel. Wu Zhizha scoffed disdainfully. Humph, they are nothing but a bunch of inferior creatures. It is their greatest honor to become my supplies. You're strong, but how long can you maintain this state? Your power is dissipating. Wang Fan kicked a large rock beside him, sending it hurtling towards him. This isn't your concern. You should worry about how you're going to survive. Chapter 183, Destroying Hopes, Delaying Time. With a loud bang, the stone struck its target accurately, producing a dull thud. However, Wu Zhizha was unharmed. He then punched the stone, shattering it into pieces. Behind a broken stone, Wang Fan was raising his fist and slamming it down. Wu Zhizha's pupils contracted, slightly surprised. You're courting death. Knowing that it would be difficult to determine a winner if they continued to exchange blows, Wang Fan immediately changed his fist into a palm and caught the fist full of explosive power. The next moment, Wang Fan delivered a whip kick towards the opponent's groin. Child-crushing kick. Wu Zhi's face turned cold as he raised his knee to block Wang Fan's kick. Are all humans this insidious? Wang Fan remained silent, his face expressionless. In that instant of the clash, he gripped Wu Zhizha's fist and used the force to leap into the air. He then unleashed another roundhouse kick with his other leg, but it was blocked by the opponent's right arm. At this point, Wang Fan was essentially airborne. Kid, you're finished. With a powerful swing, Wu Zhi sent Wang Fan flying dozens of meters into the air. Wang Fan was unable to move and could only fall freely. Let's see how you hide. D. Wu Zhizha crouched down, his thigh muscles bulging instantly. He then exerted force and shot into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Fan as he fell. The punch crackled and popped. The martial arts master had used all his strength. Wang Fan smiled coldly and pulled out a sniper rifle in midair, pointing the dark muzzle at Wu Zhizha. Naive, that's exactly what I've been waiting for. Do you think you can dodge my bullets? As he spoke, Wang Fan pulled the trigger. The martial arts expert who had leaped into the air had no way to dodge and could only watch the bullet come flying towards him. The bullet flew straight toward his forehead. As a member of the Brain Clan, he could clearly see the bullet's trajectory and twisted his body with all his might. With a splatter, blue blood gushed from his body as a bullet pierced his chest, and he slammed solidly to the ground. For a moment, he felt a little short of breath and struggled to his feet. How could Wang Fan let this opportunity pass? After landing, he immediately launched a series of smooth attacks and attacked Wu Zhizha. Another punch landed squarely on Wu Zhizha's face. Wang Fan used all his strength in this punch, and Wu Zhizha's body flew out like a spinning top that had gone out of control, before crashing heavily into a watchtower. With a deafening bang, the powerful impact shattered the watchtower. As the dust settled, the martial wise man's body lay embedded in the tower like a stone, blue blood pooling on the ground. Cough, cough. You're really strong, but compared to that butcher, you're still far behind. He couldn't kill me back then, so do you think you can now? Wang Fan clenched his fist, which was still dripping with bright red blood. I didn't expect your head to be harder than a rhinoceros's. I'm really curious what it's made of. Wu Zhizha's face was covered with distorted lines, yet a mocking smile appeared on his twisted features. Ah, you arrogant fool. You think you can kill me? As he spoke, the martial wise man's head emitted light once more, followed by a blue radiance that covered an area of several thousand meters. He shouted, Bloodlust plunder. The next moment, a powerful force drained the lifeblood from the surrounding savages, their lives ending abruptly as they collapsed to the ground. When Wang Fan looked over again, Wu Zhizha's condition had fully recovered. Damn it, Wang Fan cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected the Brain Clan to be so difficult to deal with, but that made sense. How could a race that even their ancestors hadn't completely wiped out be easy to deal with? But Wang Fan didn't care and instead said, Want to wear down the enemy? Then let's fight. Your grandpa Fan may not have much else, but he has plenty of medicine. The martial wise man shook his head mockingly. Fight? Why should I fight you? Your current state won't last long. Your power is waning. You'll be lucky to retain 30% of your strength in the end. Fighting you now is not a wise move. Wang Fan's expression changed slightly. He knew his own situation. He could only fully absorb about 30% of the power brought by the Horsehead Scepter. If the other party drags it out, he will definitely be the one who dies in the end. This made Wang Fan think of a saying, where there's life, there's hope. What? You're already thinking about running away? No one knows you humans better than me. Cowardly, treacherous, and cunning. Especially your treachery and cunning, as humans are notorious in the war of all races. Wang Fan frowned slightly, a thought forming in his mind. He felt that this Wu Zhizhe must have been tricked by the people of the Qin dynasty, and perhaps more than once. Just then, the martial wise man took out 2 scepters and raised them high. Is this what you've been looking for? It seems this is your last hope. Wang Fan's pupils contracted. The aura of that scepter was exactly the same as the one in his hand. If he hadn't eaten the magma fruit, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Chickens and rats. The strategist's lips curled into a slight smile. You know your stuff? But I'm sorry, you'll never be able to get them all together. The martial wise man threw the scepter into the air and punched it. Humanity's hope ends here. What 12 scepters? Since we can't gather them all, neither can you. With a loud bang, the scepter shattered into dust under the powerful punch of the martial arts master, the dust drifting away into the surrounding air. Splinters of wood brushed against Wang Fan's cheek. His hope of collecting all 12 scepters was now gone. He knew perfectly well that the scepter was real. The smell of the wood shavings was exactly the same as the scepter in his hand. Upon seeing this, Wu Zhizhe burst into laughter. Ha ha! Despair, aren't you? You finally collected so many scepters, only to end up with nothing. That doesn't feel good, does it? Wang Fan took a deep breath. He couldn't kill the martial wise one, and there was still such a large army of savages. His hope of collecting all 12 scepters was shattered. He was momentarily lost. What path should humanity take next? Would it truly be gradually devoured? Wang Fan said firmly. So what if I lose the scepter? I will kill you with my own hands, kill all 3 of you, and the other savages will be nothing to fear. Wu Zhizhe chuckled knowingly. Ah, how naive. Just then, the beeping of a message pulled Wang Fan out of his thoughts. It was from Lin Qingxue. Honey, how did it go? Did it go smoothly? I'm waiting for you to come home for dinner. Aunt Wang gave me a fish today. Do you want some? I'll cook it for you. Wang Fan immediately snapped out of his daze and turned to look at Wu Zhizhe again. From the very beginning, Wu Zhizhe had been stalling for time, not making a move. A thought arose in Wang Fan's mind. This guy is stalling for time, trying to hold me off. Chapter 184, Lightning Storm, coming soon. Wang Fan looked up and around. Sure enough, in the distant sky, a tiny figure was rushing towards them. It's that spiritual sage. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. He knew that one of the other 2 wise men could use mental power, and the other was a diviner. He was already having a hard time dealing with one martial wise man, let alone another one. Wang Fan summoned dozens of lava fireballs and hurled them at Wu Zhizhe. With a deafening roar, the sky was instantly filled with fireballs. Wang Fan kicked away the rubble next to him, sending it hurtling towards Wu Zhizhe. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Let's slip away. Wu Zhizhe shattered the rubble with a single punch, then quickly dodged several lava fireballs, while Wang Fan had already run far away. Did you run away? How cowardly. Wang Fan, of course, had to run. Otherwise staying here would only lead to his death. He knew clearly that he couldn't deal with 2 wise men by himself. Seriously, another one. Well, let's go back first. Without looking back, Wang Fan disappeared into the jungle and ran towards the valley. Before long, the spiritual sage arrived at the battlefield. It was relatively thin, but it was floating in mid-air. That kid actually ran away? Why didn't you stop him? The martial wise man scoffed. Humph, that's easy for you to say. I was so badly beaten that I had to use my blood energy to escape. He was determined to run away. How could I possibly stop him? But you insisted on flying over here. You're so conspicuous. It would be a miracle if you couldn't see me. Even the wise sage felt ashamed, his calm face showing no emotion. All right, it's my fault. Let's go back to the Cave of Despair. First, the lightning storm is coming. Upon hearing about the lightning storm, the martial wise one also let out a light breath. Is it coming again? Damn it, we have to take down the human race quickly, otherwise these natural disasters will be endless. At this moment, Li Jun also sent a message. Are you back yet? Something's not right in the sky. If you didn't succeed, come back quickly. Success. I'm on my way home. That's good. I'll wait for you at the valley entrance. Wang Fan was very fast, but his powerful aura continued to emanate. After running for most of the day, he finally saw the entrance to the valley. At this moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky, and the weather turned gloomy. The distant mountains became hazy in the rain, and clusters of dark clouds were moving towards us from the distant sky, rolling like a flood, which looked quite strange. What's that? Dark clouds? No, that's not right. The dark clouds were still very far away, probably thousands of miles away, but they could be vaguely seen being lit up by purple flashes from time to time. Is that purple lightning? Wang Fan asked, puzzled. Never mind. We'll talk about it when we get back. Back in the valley, Li Jun was standing atop the watchtower with binoculars, growing increasingly alarmed as he looked around. Wang Fan also climbed up. Commander Li, is that lightning in the distance? Li Jun moved the binoculars away and handed them to Wang Fan. Take a look for yourself. It doesn't look good. I've never seen such dark clouds before. Wang Fan also took the binoculars with a puzzled look and looked through them. The dark clouds in his field of vision were constantly churning and were very thick, almost like a vast ocean. Within that vast black ocean, purple lights flashed continuously. A streak of purple light fell from the dark clouds, striking the ground and sending sparks flying. It's lightning. Purple lightning. Wang Fan exclaimed. Li Jun had already jumped down from the watchtower. That's right. I have to tell everyone this message as soon as possible, and we must take good defensive measures. Wang Fan turned his head and saw that Li Jun had already run quite far away. Fine, I'll go check it out too. Hundreds of wooden houses are nestled in the valley, and a group of people are sitting in the large wooden house in the center. Among them were men with perfect science scores and thin, dark-skinned men who seemed to work in the construction industry. Li Jun had gathered talents from various industries in the valley villages. So after the heat wave, the next disaster will be lightning, someone asked. Li Jun took a drag of a cigarette, exhaled softly, and said with a somewhat grave expression, very likely. I think it's more than that. It's already started raining. I just looked at those dark clouds in the distance, and not only was there lightning, but the rain was also pouring down. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were pouring water from a basin. The craftsman also spoke up. Then I will lead a team to do the flood discharge and flood control work. A man standing nearby added, then we'll take care of the lightning strike. We happen to have the blueprints for making the iron rods. Then we will be responsible for quarrying stones and timber, and it would be best to build a large shelter. Wang Fan then spoke up. A shelter? I think we don't need to build one. Remember that cave leading to the Vikings? That's a natural shelter, and we explored it before. It's very safe inside, and the cave's material is special, so it won't collapse. Wang Fan's words also made everyone present's eyes light up. The cave was mostly composed of hard rocks, and even contained obsidian. Moreover, the terrain is slightly higher, so if the lightning storm is too severe, going to that cave would be a great place to go. This young man's suggestion is excellent. I think it's feasible. This way, more manpower can be allocated to build ditches. I think that's fine too. How long until those dark clouds arrive? Li Jun's brow relaxed, and he made a rough estimate. The fastest will take 10 days, and the longest will not exceed 13 days. Those around were also surprised. So fast? We'd better hurry. Yes, it would be quite difficult to build a ditch capable of draining a large amount of rainwater in 10 days. Upon hearing this, Li Jun said, in that case, we'll add more people to build the ditches, but the workload for installing lightning rods isn't too heavy, so we can use fewer people. Quickly, there's no time to lose. Let's get started now. Everyone immediately stood up. Okay, quick, go back and gather your men. Let's get moving. A group of people crowded out the door, and Wang Fan also rushed home. Shortly after, Wang Fan finished his meal and summoned Li Cheng and Do Jiang. Hearing Wang Fan's words, the others also became worried. Lightning storm and torrential rain? Yes, I'll ask the Silverback for help. They're strong and can dig trenches faster. Also, a group of people went to make iron bars, which would be used as lightning rods. Qingxue, let's take Silverback to dig ditches. And Brother Chow, you take Sister Chi and Do Jiang to install lightning rods. Okay, no problem, Alliance Leader. Brother Fan, can I go dig ditches? That's fine, it's up to you. Digging ditches is definitely important nowadays. Even when we were on Earth, during heavy rainstorms, the street drainage systems couldn't handle the storms, often causing the streets to be flooded. The torrential rains on this planet of death are sure to be even more severe than those on Earth, so flood control efforts must be carried out effectively. Chapter 185 Discovery of the Cave Entrance, the Underground Kingdom. Wang Fan led the Silverbacks towards the valley entrance. He didn't want his home to be flooded. Because of the existence of the diary, Wang Fan had already told Li Jun about the location when he chose it. Currently, Snow Wolf Valley is located on relatively high ground, so even if there is a severe rainstorm, it will definitely not flood. The only thing to be careful about is drainage. If the drainage is not handled properly, the entire Snow Wolf Valley will be submerged in water, and everything the people have just built will be washed away by the flood. Dojiang glanced at the message, his pupils shrinking slightly. Brother Fan, an underground cave entrance has been discovered in the village. They say it was accidentally unearthed while digging a ditch. An underground entrance? Let's go take a look. The group arrived in the village, where many people were already watching. A large section of the original field had collapsed, revealing a large hole. Do you think there might be monsters underground? Let's stay away and let the military handle it. Why don't we turn into a drainage outlet and divert the water underground? That would be a good idea. A group of people gathered around the cave entrance, discussing the matter amongst themselves. Suddenly, a grayish-green hand reached out from inside the cave, grabbed a man's ankle, and then yanked him inside. This happened almost instantly, and no one had time to react. Those around were shocked and immediately backed away, their faces covered in cold sweat. Holy crap! Oh no, this is terrible. There really is a monster. Quickly, go and inform Commander Lee. Get away from the cave entrance immediately. Don't come any closer. A commotion arose in the crowd, and then a piercing scream echoed from inside the cave. Everyone knew that the person who was dragged away was likely to meet a terrible end. Wang Fan heard the screams from a great distance, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. He could only ask what had just happened. Just now, a monster dragged a man down. A monster? What kind? Wang Fan asked. I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a grayish-green arm that dragged him down in a flash, very quickly. Wang Fan cautiously approached the cave entrance to investigate, but the people who saw this began to dissuade him. Don't go. It's dangerous. Young man, come back quickly. Watch out, it's dangerous. There's a monster in that cave. Wang Fan ignored the advice of others. He was no longer afraid, as the effects of the Horsehead Scepter were now stabilizing. The dissipated power has now stabilized at 30%, meaning that Wang Fan alone has gathered the power of nearly 10,000 savages. Just then, a gray-green arm grabbed Wang Fan's ankle. Everyone was shocked to see this, and they secretly felt sorry for Wang Fan, thinking that he would definitely be dragged down. Quick, save him! A group of people rushed forward quickly, disregarding the danger, trying to pull Wang Fan away. To everyone's surprise, Wang Fan frowned, grabbed the gray arm, and pulled the creature out of the cave. When everyone saw the creature Wang Fan was carrying, they were terrified and turned pale. Some of the people who had rushed over earlier slipped and fell. What is that? It's a caveman, I know. I've been attacked by one. What? Cave people? Wang Fan was carrying a humanoid creature, except that this thing had very small, red eyes that were almost atrophied, while its ears were much sharper, as if its hearing was more developed. The caveman brandished its sharp claws and lunged at Wang Fan. Wang Fan delivered a knee strike that shattered the caveman's bones. Behave yourself. This scene even made the old man in the crowd uneasy. Holy crap, this young man. Wang Fan threw the caveman to the ground and then kicked him in the head. With a bang, the caveman's head exploded. It seems that this cave is the lair of the cave dwellers. Those around were slightly shocked by what they saw, but they only realized it belatedly after recognizing Wang Fan. He's the leader of the Alliance for Imperial Power and Hegemony. This kid is... Hey, it really is him. Damn, no wonder he's so strong. At this moment, Li Jun also arrived and frowned upon seeing the scene. He looked up at the sky, which was now overcast, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Li Jun took a drag of his cigarette, his brows relaxing slightly. Cave people, this isn't the first time I've encountered these things. Wang Fan wasn't surprised. He had seen this thing before in the underground palace. I wonder how many there are in this cave. Let's see if we should block it. Li Jun shook his head. It can't be stopped. Once the cave dwellers find food, they will mark the location like ants and then go back to notify the other cave dwellers. They would never dare to come out during the day when the sun is out because they would be killed by the sunlight. But the weather is unlikely to clear up now. Even if it's blocked, they'll dig it open. Li Jun ordered the soldiers beside him, strengthen the defenses, surround this cave entrance, and station men to guard it 24 hours a day. Kill any that come up. Yes. A group of soldiers immediately began to build a defensive system, surrounding the cave entrance with stones and then stationing dozens of soldiers there. The entrance wasn't large, about the size of an elevator shaft. A pungent, unpleasant odor emanated from inside, the smell of blood and decay. It would be best if someone was stationed there, but Wang Fan didn't interfere any further. Commander Li built a ditch to divert rainwater into the cave. That way, we can kill the cave dwellers at the same time. That's a good idea. It really works. At Wang Fan's suggestion, people also took action. Wang Fan walked to the edge of the cave again, took a torch, and then threw it down. The torchlight continued to fall, growing smaller and smaller, until finally a clattering sound rang out. Lin Xingxue estimated, based on the time it took for the sound to travel, it's probably over 1,000 meters deep, but we don't know how big it is inside. Wang Fan also felt a sense of unease. If the cave dwellers are 1,000 meters deep, how deep is the underground world? Could it be that the world of demons is 10,000 meters underground? Thinking about this, Wang Fan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. There were just too many unknown things on this planet, and their exploration level was far too low. Wang Fan couldn't imagine what kind of world the cave dwellers lived in. Perhaps, like the fire serpent inside the volcano, they had a kingdom underground. Just thinking about it made Wang Fan's scalp tingle. Chapter 186: The Appearance of Earthworms. Since there were guards at the cave entrance, Wang Fan decided to leave it alone and focus on helping to dig the ditch. Wang Fan directed the silverbacks to dig ditches. The silverbacks were large and strong, and each carried a small shovel. That's exactly the same as the toy shovel a child uses to play on the sand dunes. Hurry up and dig, big guy. I'll give you meat when you're done. Upon hearing this, the big guy immediately started digging with all his might, digging and shoving, making mud fly everywhere. Soy Milk's face was covered in dirt and grime. Half of its body was buried in the ground, and it looked speechless. Hey, big guy, watch your step. Are you trying to bury me alive? The big guy scratched his head sheepishly, then reached out and grabbed the soy milk, pulling it out of the pile of dirt. Seeing the soy milk covered in dirt, the big guy shook it, trying to clean it off. Soy Milk, feeling dizzy from being shaken around, cried out, Hey, thank you so much, please put me down. The big guy wisely let go, and Dojiang fell to the ground but was not injured. Soy Milk scrambled to its feet, utterly helpless. This is killing me, oh my god. Wang Fan and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, a graceful girl walked over, her blue dress giving her a somewhat aloof look. Upon seeing the girl, Dojiang immediately tidied his hair and wiped the dirt off his face, but it still wasn't completely clean. Seeing Dojiang's nervous look, Wang Fan guessed most of it. He gently nudged Li Cheng's shoulder. Hey, Brother Chow, this must be Commander Li's daughter, Li Ruolin, right? Li Sheng Nudda. He who often visited the village, naturally recognized her. That's right, it's her, Dojiang's dream girl. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Oh, Dojiang is such a coward, he doesn't even confess his feelings. As his older brother, I have to give him a hand. Alliance leader, how do you plan to help? Wang Fan stroked his chin, his brows slightly furrowed. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. Li Ruolin was walking towards Dojiang when Dojiang saw her and immediately put her muddy hands behind her back. Seeing this, she covered her mouth and chuckled, then handed Dojiang a towel and made a gesture. The woman behind Li Ruolin also spoke up. Miss said you should wipe it off quickly. Dojiang hurriedly took the towel, her face slightly flushed. Thank you. Dojiang was overjoyed, but when he turned around, he saw Li Ruolin handing out towels and homemade juice to everyone. Immediately, Dojiang's joy diminished by half, but he still carefully put the towel away. This kid, he's blushing with excitement just from receiving a towel? Has he never been in a relationship before? Alliance leader, I think you're right. This kid is definitely a pure and innocent virgin. All right, let's get to work first, and we'll come up with some ideas for Dojiang later. A group of people were digging drainage ditches with heavy breathing. A light drizzle was falling from the sky, but it did not affect their work progress. A burly man in the crowd dug into the ground with a shovel. But unexpectedly, instead of hitting soil, he scooped up some red liquid. The burly man was also startled, and then shouted loudly, "Look! Something's wrong. Have I dug up the lifeline of the dead? Why is it bleeding?" A group of people put down their shovels and immediately surrounded him, including Wang Fan. Blood kept seeping from the ground, and the stench was overwhelming. Everyone covered their mouths and noses with towels, finding the smell rather foul. "Leader, don't you think this smells a lot like the fishy smell you get at the fish market?" Wang Fan nodded in agreement. "That's right, it smells even fishier and smellier than a fish market. What the hell is this?" Just then, the ground began to undulate, as if it had come alive. Wang Fan noticed the ground beneath his feet. Although he was puzzled, he immediately realized something terrible. His pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Run! There's something underground." The group of people panicked and immediately started running, preparing to get away from the place. Suddenly, the soil was swept away, and a huge creature appeared before everyone's eyes. Those who did not have time to escape were swallowed whole by the creature. Li Ruolin and the translator were also thrown over by the force of the mud, and then fell to the ground. A giant earthworm, or rather, a giant worm, whose entire body was covered with tiny, hair-like tentacles. Its large mouth is like the gaping maw of an abyss, and inside it are rows of teeth that circle the inner wall of the worm. It appeared in everyone's sight just like a giant meat grinder. Inside that enormous mouth, several people were being crushed alive by those teeth. The cracking sound of bones breaking could be heard. The crowd's eyes were filled with terror, and their legs went weak. What is that? A monster! It's a monster! Quickly, get it identified." Ice dragon awakens before the rainy season. Once awakened, it has an extreme appetite, and none of the creatures it swallows survive. Someone shouted, "Run!" and the crowd scattered. Wang Fan was not alarmed. Others might be afraid of him, but he wasn't. Dojiang got up from the ground and immediately rushed towards Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin woke up and sat up, but the earth dragon was right behind her. "Ruolin!" Dojiang shouted loudly. The earth dragon seemed to have realized that the giant silverback was not to be trifled with, and had no intention of harming Wang Fan at all. Then the earth dragon immediately opened its huge mouth and bit Li Ruolin in front of it. Dojiang, his eyes blazing with fury, rushed forward to try to save her. Wang Fan also rushed over, but he was a little too far away to arrive immediately. But that huge mouth gave them no chance to escape, swallowing Dojiang and Li Ruolin whole in one gulp. Wang Fan and his companions were still a few steps apart and couldn't provide immediate assistance. The earth dragon burrowed directly into the ground. "Soy Meek!" Wang Fan shouted anxiously. Even though Wang Fan was very fast, he still couldn't save it and could only grab the earth dragon's huge body. "Big guy, pull him out." Big guy and his group of silverbacks also arrived and grabbed the earth dragon's body, pulling it upwards. "Soy Milk, you better not die. You son of a bitch. Pull it for me." The earthworm's body is soft, so it can't be pulled up at all, just like an eel that has entered a hole and can't be pulled up at all. With a soft thud, the earth dragon's body snapped in two, blood splattering everywhere. The severed piece of its body continued to writhe on the ground, causing a great deal of discomfort. Due to the momentum of the pull, Wang Fan also fell to the ground. He immediately got up and jumped down towards the hole. "Damn it, you think you could just take my man away like that?" Li Chung, lying prone at the cave entrance, cried out with great concern, "Alliance leader!" Inside the cave, only a distant echo could be heard. "Wait for me. Don't come down. I'll be all right." Chapter 187. Someone saved me. It was my brother Fan. Lin Qingxue and the others who were setting up lightning rods also rushed over after receiving the news, only to find a scene of utter devastation. "Where's my husband?" Sister Xue, the alliance leader, jumped down to save Dojiang. Lin Qingxue was also shocked. "What? He jumped down?" Just then, Wang Fan sent a message. "Don't jump down like an idiot. Just because I'm okay doesn't mean you're okay too. You'll all be waiting." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jun then sat down heavily on the ground, unable to help but worry about his daughter. After all, his daughter had been swallowed by the earth dragon. Wang Fan was still sliding down. The hole dug by the earth dragon wasn't completely vertical. It was more like a natural slide. Damn it, why did this thing drill such a deep hole? As he scrolled down, Wang Fan opened the chat panel. Fortunately, the number of players in the alliance hasn't decreased. I hope this kid can hold on. Inside the earth dragon's body, Soy Milk's hands emitted white light as he constructed a small house inside the dragon's belly. The earth dragon's body was about 15 meters in diameter, making it exceptionally large. The small house built with Soy Milk could barely protect the two of them. The surrounding inner walls kept compressing, and Soy Milk kept repairing the house. Soy Milk tried to break the inner wall, but found that the inner wall was very thick, and the earthworm's stomach was like cowhide, which was very difficult to break. Even if it's damaged, it's only a small crack, which is completely useless. Soybean can only keep repairing the small house made of stone. For a moment, things reached a stalemate, but Dojiang knew it wouldn't last long. Because the corrosive liquid underfoot was increasing, it would probably completely corrode the foundation of the small house in a few tens of minutes. The unpleasant smell and environment nearly made Dojiang faint. He slashed his arm with a knife, and the pain instantly brought him back to his senses. Damn it, it's getting harder and harder to breathe, and there's this awful smell. What do these bugs eat? They smell so bad. Li Rulin opened her eyes with difficulty. She thought she was dead, but the man in front of her saved her life, and she has been alive ever since. Although they are barely clinging to life, at least they still have a chance to survive. Although she is deaf and mute and cannot speak, she can send messages. Thank you, Soy Milk. As Dojiang read the message, the light on his hand shone even brighter. He replied, "You're welcome. As a soldier, this is what I should do." Li Rulin looked around and saw that the inner walls of the insect were covered with bits of meat and bone fragments, clearly indicating that many creatures had perished here. Suddenly, a wave of panic and despair washed over her. She was terrified. She had thought about dying one day, but she never wanted to die a painful death, slowly and painlessly. Seeing Li Rulin's fear and anxiety, Dojiang sent her a message to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. Someone will definitely come to save us." Dojiang knew perfectly well that Fange would definitely come, because he knew that Wang Fan was that kind of person. Li Rulin was puzzled. Who will come to save us? It seems we've been taken underground. Saving us would only result in more sacrifices, which would be a losing proposition. She longed to live, but didn't want others to die in vain trying to save them. She didn't think she was that valuable, that it wasn't worth it. "Don't worry, our leader will come. That's the kind of person he is." "Your alliance leader? Which alliance are you from?" Soy Milk proudly displayed 3 words: imperial power and hegemony. Li Rulin was also taken aback. The man who slaughtered 500,000 savages? The man everyone calls the god of mankind. Soy Milk nodded proudly. "Yes, that's him. That's my brother Fan." The next moment, sure enough, a loud voice came from behind. Although it was faint, Dojiang heard it clearly. "Soy Milk, are you still alive?" At this moment, Wang Fan had already seen the worm's severed body and was about to push off with his feet and rush down. Soy Milk shouted back, "Not dead yet." Wang Fan smiled slightly and muttered to himself, "I knew this kid would have a lucky life." Wang Fan seized the opportunity, stepped onto the cave wall, head down, and pushed off with both legs, but I need to speed things up. The next moment, the Earth Dragon's forward movement came to an abrupt halt as Wang Fan grabbed it. Wang Fan's current strength is equivalent to that of more than 10,000 savages, so it's not difficult for him to hold back a worm. He looked around at the frozen ground. Damn it, I managed to grab him, but how can I save him? Just then, the frozen soil to Wang Fan's left began to loosen. Good timing. Suddenly, a huge mouth appeared and swallowed Wang Fan whole. Wang Fan and the others were destined to be swallowed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to save them. The surrounding teeth kept pressing in, trying to crush Wang Fan, so Wang Fan immediately released 3 steel bulls. It stretched the worm's entire intestinal wall and then crawled under the cow. "If you can crush all the steel, then I, Wang Fan, will admit defeat today." Using this method, Wang Fan traversed the Earth Dragon's intestines and soon reached the depths, where the Soy Milk was still struggling to stay afloat. Seeing the figure walking out of the intestines, Dojiang grinned and said, "Look, my brother Fan is here." Li Rulin's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone had actually walked right in. "Brother Fan," Dojiang called out. Wang Fan scratched his head. "Not bad, kid. You're willing to risk your life to save someone. Soy Milk sighed apologetically. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Brother Fan. Wang Fan walked through the gastric juices. His physique had already been strengthened by the horsehead scepter, so he was not afraid of the mere gastric juices. Li Ruolin was even more incredulous. The gastric juices that could corrode even stones had no effect on the man in front of her. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. This man is cheating. Wang Fan patted Do Jiang on the shoulder. All right, I'll take you out. Consider it helping you a girl. Thank you, Brother Fan. No need for thanks among family members. Just wait. The next moment, Wang Fan took out an iron sword, swung it around a few times, and then rushed over to slash into the inner wall of the Earth Dragon. Then, with a series of fierce strikes, the thick stomach wall of the Earth Dragon was cut down by Wang Fan like vegetables, completely vulnerable. With a whoosh, chunks of flesh were scraped off by Wang Fan. Wang Fan couldn't help but complain, Damn, that's thick. The stomach wall is at least a meter thick. Holy crap. Under Wang Fan's fierce, offensive, agonizing screams echoed continuously from underground. Chapter 188, The Underground Nest, Accidentally Entering It. The Earth Dragon writhed in agony underground, and with a muffled thud, it seemed to have fallen into some unknown place. Then came roars as the Earth Dragon struggled in agony, its body covered in cavemen who tore it bit by bit. The Earth Dragon's flesh and blood were protein to the cave dwellers. Before long, the Earth Dragon died on the spot, its head devoured by the cave dwellers. Inside his stomach, Wang Fan also heard the sounds outside, and his expression immediately turned cold. Damn it, what the hell? Where do we end up? It seems we've stumbled into a caveman's lair. Soy Milk was also shocked. What? Brother Fan, what do we do? Are we really going to die here? Wang Fan shook his head. No, don't worry. What we should be afraid of is not the cavemen, but returning to the surface before the storm. Afterwards, Wang Fan placed the tiger head scepter and the snake-shaped scepter into the Alliance's inventory, and then specifically pulled Li Ruolin into the group chat. Do Jiang, take these 2 scepters and protect your lover. Upon hearing this, Li Ruolin's eyes widened. She thought she had misread it. Soybean appeared extremely embarrassed, but was secretly delighted. Wang Fan frowned and gave Soybean a wink. His eyes seemed to say, I've given you so much help, so don't back down. Do Jiang immediately nodded in understanding and replied in the group. Don't worry, Brother Fan. As long as I'm alive, I will never let anyone hurt my lover. Upon hearing this, Li Ruolin was even more bewildered. She stared blankly at the slightly handsome young man in front of her, whose face still bore many burns and scars. This was from the burn caused by gastric juice dripping onto his face. She had initially thought that Do Jiang had saved her out of military discipline, but now she understands that the young man in front of her has always liked her. However, as a deaf mute, she never dared to hope for love, especially with a soldier who was physically able and slightly handsome. Her father was a soldier who found her in the snow and brought her home, so soldiers have always been deeply respected by her. Li Ruolin replied to the message with trembling hands. Like me? When Do Jiang saw Li Ruolin ask this question, he looked at her with a firm gaze, nodded solemnly, and pulled her up. Yes, I've always liked you. Why? Because you are beautiful. I fell in love with you at first sight. Wang Fan felt a weight lifted from his heart, and he muttered to himself, This kid isn't so stupid after all. Just then, a large hole appeared in the stomach wall, and a group of cave dwellers discovered the presence of Wang Fan and his companions. At this moment, the cave dwellers were extremely excited, as if they had found gold in a cake, as if they had tasted human flesh before. Human flesh contains a lot of salt, and some carnivores, once they've tasted it, will find it appealing. The horse-faced bear is one such example. The caveman kicked off with both feet and lunged at Wang Fan with sharp claws and teeth. Wang Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he threw a punch. You're asking for death. With a bang, the caveman was smashed into a pool of blood mist and exploded instantly. Li Ruolin was stunned and typed in the group chat. Is your older brother a Super Saiyan? Soy Milk chuckled. That's right, and he's a Super Saiyan, incredibly powerful. Follow us, and we guarantee he'll survive. Seeing this, Li Ruolin felt much relieved, and Do Jiang took her hand and walked towards the ruptured stomach wall. As soon as Wang Fan and his group came out, a group of cave dwellers spotted them, drawn by the scent emanating from them. Roar! They pounced on them like hungry tigers, surrounding the group completely. Soy Milk immediately summoned thousands of sand soldiers, who, with a few splattering sounds, instantly killed the approaching cavemen. Wang Fan punched the cave dwellers several times, smashing them to pieces. The cave dwellers in the distance were terrified and fled when they saw this. They seemed to have some intelligence. Come on, follow me. Let's find a place to go up. Dojiang held Li Rulin's hand and followed closely behind Wang Fan. The three of them were in a huge cave, with bright crystals shining above it. Wang Fan took out a torch and used the reflection from the crystals to illuminate the entire cave. The cave is surrounded by a dense network of small holes, with no idea where they lead, while the opening at the top is so high that it is impossible to climb up. Even with Wang Fan's current physical condition, he could only jump 20 meters high at most, but the opening of that hole was much more than 20 meters high. Damn Earth Dragon. Why couldn't it have died in a better place? It had to fall into such a wretched spot. Wang Fan cursed. For a moment, Wang Fan wasn't sure which way to go, since there were too many cave entrances. Forget it. Let's just go with our gut feeling. The three men walked together with the sand soldiers, who walked in front and behind, while the three men walked safely in the middle. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wang Fan chose a large hole that led upwards, as the smaller holes were like sewer pipes and impossible to pass through. The terrain at the entrance of the cave slopes upwards, at least underground. Going up is definitely the right way. Wang Fan walked through the cave, carrying the Lamp of Eternity. A beeping sound came from Lin Qingxue. How are you? Are you able to get out? The person is alright for now, but we don't know how to get out of the ground. We can only try to find an upward passage and keep going. For a moment, Lin Qingxue couldn't think of a good solution, so she could only mark it first. After a brief calculation, Lin Qingxue discovered that Wang Fan was about 1,500 meters below their ground. After telling Wang Fan about this, Wang Fan was also shocked. Holy crap, 1,500 meters! This Earth Dragon is too damn good at digging. It's only been a short time, and it's already dug 1,500 meters deep. Soy Milk was also quite shocked. After all, it takes about 4 minutes to run 1,000 meters, but this Earth Dragon dug 1,500 meters underground in less than 5 minutes. Forget it. There's no time to be surprised. Let's start climbing, Wang Fan reminded him. As long as he goes upwards, there will definitely be no problem. Even if the road is rugged and forks, Wang Fan will only choose the caves that lead upwards. Inside the cave, there are small holes from time to time, each containing a cave dweller. Li Rulin gripped Dojiang's arm tightly, and Dojiang held Li Rulin's hand, sending a message to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Wang Fan was now experiencing what it was like to be a third wheel, so he remained silent and continued cleaning up the surrounding cave dwellers. Be careful when you go through those small holes. These guys can suddenly appear and pull you in. As they were talking, a caveman suddenly appeared from a small hole above Wang Fan's head and grabbed at his head. Wang Fan raised his hand and pulled hard, throwing it to the ground. He then stomped on it, and the caveman's head exploded like a watermelon. Watch out, there's some up there too. Wang Fan looked up, and several figures immediately shrank back into the caves above. Wang Fan's fierceness instilled fear in them. Chapter 189 Underground Gems and a Queen. The three walked carefully, and the further they went, the brighter the surrounding cave walls became. What's going on? Why is there still light? Before long, the cave was filled with colorful light, and the group curiously walked into the glowing cave. Upon closer inspection, Wang Fan discovered that the cave walls were actually inlaid with crystals. Holy crap, it's a gemstone. Isn't this necessary for upgrading your homestead? Dojiang also looked around and asked, Brother Fan, are these gems very valuable? Wang Fan nodded. Yes, upgrading your home to 8 stars requires a lot of basic materials, but going beyond 8 stars requires gems. Soy Milk suddenly realized, I see. Why don't we collect more? Wang Fan thought it was feasible, since such opportunities are rare. He knew that upgrading an 8-star home to 10-star required 1,000 magnets, 100 obsidian, 100 dark matter, 10 rubies, 10 emeralds, 10 sapphires, and 10 crystals. Not only do they have crystals here, but they also have all kinds of gemstones. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? It doesn't come around often. Let's see how easy it is to collect. I just hope it's not as difficult as obsidian. If it takes too much time, then forget it. Dojiang had already taken out a pickaxe. He swung the pickaxe down hard, and a loud hum was heard as the pickaxe vibrated continuously. The tremors were so intense that Dojiang had to drop his pickaxe. Damn, Brother Fan, it's so hard. I can't dig it up at all. Wang Fan had anticipated this, as he calculated that these gems would be even more difficult to mine than obsidian. After all, while obsidian is rare, it's not that no one has ever seen or mined it. However, gemstones are something that even mining teams have never encountered, so they must be extremely difficult to mine. Wang Fan held a pickaxe, aimed it at a red gemstone, and then swung hard. With a bang, the pickaxe shattered. Wow, it's so hard. Wang Fan was also surprised that even a pickaxe couldn't mine these gems. Looking at the shattered pickaxe, Wang Fan then looked at his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. I wonder if my fist is as hard as the pickaxe. Soy Milk was also taken aback, and immediately took Li Rulin back a few steps. Let's go, let's get away. Brother Fan is about to unleash his full power. Li Rulin was slightly puzzled and sent a message asking, "Is your older brother's fist harder than a pickaxe?" Soy Milk nodded affirmatively. Definitely, it's wrapped up. Definitely harder than a pickaxe. The next moment, Wang Fan unleashed a barrage of punches at the gems. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch, each one landing squarely. Deep, muffled sounds echoed continuously from inside the cave, and the surrounding rock walls trembled incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Another flurry of blows. The gems were broken under this fierce onslaught, one after another breaking and falling down. Looking at the scattered gems on the ground, Li Rulin was dumbfounded. She was sure her idea was right. This guy was definitely a cheat code. Ding. Received 300 rubies. Gained 400 emeralds. Received 500 sapphires. Received 800 crystals. The continuous notification sounds kept coming, but Wang Fan didn't stop. He would just blast away as many gems as he could on this entire wall. Before long, Wang Fan had cleared the cave walls inlaid with gemstones. He rubbed his reddened fists and looked at the two stunned people. Let's go. That's a wrap. Oh, okay, Brother Fan. The three continued walking upwards. Roar. A terrifying roar came, similar to the roar of the cavemen, but much more brutal. The sound traveled through many caves, making it difficult to discern the direction. Brother Fan, it seems something bad is coming. Wang Fan listened intently. I can't quite make out the exact location. There's too much echo, but it's probably coming from behind us. Let's go first. There are sand soldiers behind us, so they can detect any situation in time. The three continued on their way and soon passed through the cave, arriving at a relatively spacious cavern, which resembled a staircase or a series of floors. How strange, it's another cave. Brother Fan, do you think they might be like anthills, with each ant having its own role and being divided into different areas? Very likely, let's go. Just then, a tall creature suddenly appeared at the cave entrance where Wang Fan and the others had just come out. That creature looked a bit like the xenomorph from Predator. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, an alien? No way. Crypt Guardians. They are responsible for protecting the Queen's safety and will kill any creatures that invade." Wang Fan was also taken aback. There are many more? Roar. The roars continued, and one guardian after another emerged from the caves surrounding the main cave. They have a long, slender tongue in their mouths, and on top of that tongue is a small mouth covered with teeth. Soy Milk, protect your little girlfriend. Dojiang nodded and held the snake-shaped scepter tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a guardian spat out a green liquid, which was sprayed directly at Wang Fan. Wang Fan slapped the venom away, sending it flying. Some flakes of skin appeared on his hand. Such a strong acid? Although the problem wasn't serious, it was still unbelievable to Wang Fan, since even the Earth Dragon's stomach acid couldn't cause the slightest harm. However, the Guardian's venom was able to slightly corrode Wang Fan's skin. The venom, when it splashed onto the ground, instantly melted the rocks. Be careful, Soy Milk. If you get on your skin, you'll turn into a pool of blood. Wang Fan immediately summoned 3 oxen to protect Dojiang and his companion. Soy Milk swung the snake-shaped scepter sharply, spraying venom on it to several guardians. It could be poisonous too. The next moment, the guardians tainted with snake venom sprayed a mouthful of venom at the other guardians, melting their skulls. Then the guardians on the Soy Milk side were thrown into chaos, with their own people fighting each other. A red, whip-like tongue shot towards Wang Fan's head. It was the guardian's tongue. Wang Fan dodged to the side, then slashed with his sword. With a soft thud, the guardian let out a shrill scream before staggering to the ground. These things are so poisonous that even they can't stand them. I thought they were really that powerful. Brother Fan, since they are the queen's guardians, does that mean there's an even more powerful creature in this underground lair? Probably. If I can find it, I wouldn't mind killing their queen. Maybe I can even get some good loot. Comma. Chapter 190, Entering the Heartland. Unbelievable. Wang Fan frowned as he thought of something unpleasant. The cave dwellings of these people are interconnected, and the entire underground is like an anthill. What if they all came out of their caves? He might be able to escape, but the people would have no chance of escaping. Many people live in Snow Wolf Valley, and now that my home is confirmed to be in Snow Wolf Valley, I've even planted a lot of vegetables in front of my house. He didn't want to move again. He was tired of living like a fugitive. Soy Milk, are you scared? Wang Fan turned his head and asked. Dojiang looked stern. He had already guessed what Wang Fan was going to do. However, as a soldier, he was not afraid. His purpose was to protect the people. I'm not afraid. Whatever Brother Fan wants to do, I'll go. Dojiang's attitude was resolute, his eyes shining with determination. Wang Fan immediately contacted Lin Qingxue and asked, Qingxue, do you know anything about ants? Lin Qingxue shook her head slightly. She was knowledgeable, but not an encyclopedia. However, she probably knew some basic things. I don't know much. Do you know where the queen ant is usually located in the nest? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but recall watching Man in Nature when she was a child, as well as occasionally seeing ant colonies on short videos. Without hesitation, she replied, in the middle, the queen ant is usually larger and will stay in the middle position, where she won't be flooded and is safe enough. Okay, got it. After closing the chat interface, Wang Fan began to think. He felt that the behavior of these cave dwellers was similar to that of ants, or rather, he could only try to find the queen of the cave dwellers by following the habits of ants. Apart from that, there isn't a very good solution. The Serpentine Scepter is a good way to deal with the problem of having a large number of opponents, so there's nothing to worry about. Wang Fan felt that they should head in the direction with more guardians, since the queen's surroundings should be heavily guarded. The lower-level cave dwellers seem to be like sentinels. They mark the food they find, and then return to their nest to call for more companions. Humans on the surface have now become marked food. Even if the cave dwellers are not eliminated now, they will definitely come to the surface and threaten our safety. Let's go. Let's head towards the area with more guardians. Dojiang nodded and led Li Ruolin to follow behind Wang Fan. Although Li Ruolin was a little scared, she felt there was nothing wrong with doing so because she had been influenced by her father since childhood. From several caves ahead came mournful howls and slight tremors. Wang Fan warily looked at the dark cave ahead, raised his lamp to illuminate the surroundings, but most of the areas were still out of reach. Suddenly, a highly decomposed bear charged forward, half of its face revealing stark white bones, and a strange creature was attached to its chest. Wang Fan was also startled by this sudden scene and immediately kicked out, sending the bear flying with a bang. Damn, that scared me. The rotting bear did not die. Instead, it stood up again, trying to charge forward once more. Inside the bear's rotting half-skull was a strange worm that looked like a spider. Brother Fan, aim for the head. Dojiang shouted. Wang Fan also looked over and immediately saw the clue. The rotten bear charged forward again, its two huge paws slamming down on Wang Fan. Wang Fan didn't dodge. Now that he was as strong as steel, he wasn't afraid at all. With a dull thud, he caught the rotten bear's slap. That slap, powerful enough to flatten a car, didn't get the slightest advantage from Wang Fan. Wang Fan immediately drew his iron sword, aimed it at the spider-like thing, and with a ripping sound, pierced it completely. The spider struggled incessantly, but to no avail, and was thrown to the ground and stomped flat by Wang Fan. This thing is disgusting. It can even control corpses. Brother Fan, are we getting close to the core area? I have a feeling these black bears should be their food, Dojiang said. Wang Fan nodded slightly. Dojiang's guess was not unreasonable. That's possible. Let's go inside first. This black bear carcass was probably dragged down as food. That means that their food storage area might be not far ahead. Wang Fan continued searching in the direction the rotting bear had come from. He had a feeling that the direction was correct, and the fewer people in the cave, the better. After all, cave dwellers should be the lowest level of beings in the lair, and they should only exist in the outer areas. Along the way, Some cave guardians appeared from time to time, but Wang Fan killed them all in no time. Wang Fan shook the sticky, foul-smelling liquid off his hands. The liquid was green and not only extremely foul-smelling, but also like glue. It's disgusting. Why is the blood of these cave dwellers so sticky? Soy Milk picked up a guardian skull. It was unusually smooth and highly resistant to corrosion. Why are you picking up skulls? Wang Fan asked. Soy Milk drained water from the storage compartment and rinsed the skull. Brother Fan, this guardian skull is very corrosion resistant. Why not make it into a shield? Oh, that's a good idea. Remember to get one for your girlfriend too. That corrosive liquid is really scary. Dojiang nodded in agreement. Wang Fan waited for the two of them, and after the shields were made, the three of them continued on their way. The passage ahead widened as they walked, and the stench of blood grew stronger with each step. Be careful. I think we're almost there. The smell of blood is just as strong as that of an earth dragon's stomach. Soy Milk also covered its mouth and nose and looked around warily. Darkness surged in like a tide, swallowing all light. Behind me lay a thick, inky blackness, as if even the air itself had become heavy and oppressive. The sound of water droplets falling could be heard from time to time, drip-drop, as if it were the passage of time. The roars abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of several people walking on the ground, their footsteps echoing through the gravel. At this moment, the lamp of eternity also lost its luster. No, it didn't lose its luster, but rather it was diluted by other lights. The three of them finally reached the end of the passage, where a magnificent building came into view, as if they were standing on a tall building looking out. Dozens of meters below, there were numerous magma fissures, and above these fissures stood a massive structure, resembling a pyramid. The underground world was exceptionally vast, like a small world, but it was by no means naturally formed. The buildings could not possibly have been built by cavemen. In front of the pyramids were thousands upon thousands of eggs, each as large as a person, with dark shadows wriggling inside. Asterisk, an egg broke, and a caveman crawled out. Chapter 191, The Cave Queen, a powerful being. Brother Fan, this must be the lair of the cavemen. Dojiang asked nervously. The scene before me left me speechless. If these cave dwellers were products of nature, that would be one thing, but they are not. Wang Fan would never believe that cave dwellers built those palaces. This is definitely man-made. Who on earth built these things here? Wang Fan asked in bewilderment. Li Ruolin was also quite frightened when she pointed at the huge monster in the distance. In front of the pyramid, hundreds of huge iron chains tethered a colossal creature that resembled a lizard. However, it wasn't standing. It was lying on its back with iron chains around it pulling it in all directions. The queen of the underground caves was as large as a shopping mall. Appraisal. Crypt Queen. Hermaphroditic, a product of captivity, with a lifespan of up to 10,000 years. She has currently lived for 6,120 years. Damn, it's that old monster again. Brother Fan, shall we fight? The cave queen was completely covered by an exoskeleton, and her belly was swollen with eggs sliding out of her body. Moreover, there were many cave dwellers below helping to move the eggs and place them on stone platforms next to the lava to bake, which seemed to speed up the hatching process. Roar. The cave queen let out a shrill roar, which shook the entire underground. Wang Fan hesitated for a moment. I don't even know if I can beat this thing. Damn it. Brother Fan, do you think there might be treasure inside that pyramid-shaped building? A place like this must have good stuff, right? So he guessed. Wang Fan also thought there was some truth to it, but attacking rashly would definitely be dangerous, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand the queen's attack. The three of them began to survey their surroundings. They found themselves on what appeared to be the 20th floor of a tall building. The surrounding area was filled with caves, like a honeycomb, all interconnected, with no particularly large exits. Wang Fan guessed that the cave queen must have been imprisoned underground in her childhood. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to pass through those small caves. I'll catch a few cave dwellers in a bit, give them the growth pills, and then you can sprinkle them with snake venom and throw them down. Soy Milk nodded. Brother Fan, do you want them to fight each other? Yes, the growth pill will make the cavemen bigger. After they grow bigger, they'll be unable to enter these honeycomb-shaped caves and will only be able to go to the central square. Snake venom can make them lose their minds, and then they will attack their own people. The three disappeared into the darkness from the edge of the cave and then darted around. Wang Fan easily caught two of the cave dwellers. The cavemen, their throats choked, swung their claws frantically, but to no avail. Their claws couldn't harm Wang Fan. Wang Fan immediately took out 2 enlargement pills and fed them to the creatures. Dojiang also immediately controlled the snake-shaped scepter to spray out toxins. In an instant, the bodies of the 2 cavemen continued to swell and grow larger, and they became even more frantic and restless. Seeing this, Wang Fan threw them out. "Get out of here!" The 3 immediately crawled into the cave, while the 2 cave dwellers, which were originally only 1 person tall, grew to more than 10 meters tall. They roared incessantly, drooling constantly, seemingly extremely hungry. With a single swipe of its enormous claws, it ripped apart hundreds of eggs, then lay down on the ground and swallowed them all. Upon seeing this, the surrounding cave dwellers and guardians immediately surrounded them and launched an attack on the 2 gigantic cave dwellers. With a bang, another gigantic creature was thrown out by Wang Fan and crashed to the ground. It was a gigantic cave guardian. Wang Fan looked at the huge pill in his hand. "There are 2 left. I'll find another guardian and throw it in." Before long, 4 gigantic cave creatures appeared on the huge plaza. The surrounding cave creatures attacked them, and with a whoosh, a thicker and larger amount of corrosive liquid gushed out from the giant guardian's mouth. In an instant, the entire square was thrown into chaos, and the cave queen roared in response to the sight. From the surrounding honeycomb-like caves, 1 cave creature after another rushed out, surging towards the 4 gigantic cave creatures like a tidal wave. "Soy milk, quick, spray the venom on the densely populated areas," Wang Fan warned. "All right, Brother Fan." The 3 of them are now in the upper cave, which is a commanding position, with groups of cave dwellers below. It's the perfect opportunity. As venom poured down, the cave dwellers immediately began fighting amongst themselves, losing all reason. Seeing this, the queen of the cave could only roar, but it was no use at all. All her children had gone out of control. Roar! The roars came in waves, but to no avail. They simply wouldn't listen, and only angered the cave dwellers. Hordes of cave creatures charged madly toward the cave queen, including the 4 gigantic creatures. The guardian, who had already rebelled, suddenly shot out a strange tongue that pierced through the body of the crypt queen. With a splattering sound, green blood spurted out. In an instant, countless cave creatures leaped onto the queen's body as if they had gone mad, opening their terrifying maws and taking a bite. Roar! The queen howled in pain, her body twisting and turning as she tried to shake off the cave creature on her. Her flesh and blood are being devoured by the child she herself gave birth to. "Brother Fan, it worked. They really started killing each other," Dojiang said excitedly. Wang Fan kept his eyes glued to the situation below. Let's keep an eye on it. This queen isn't going to die so easily. But we've saved ourselves a lot of effort. Let's take a look first, and then we'll go check out the pyramids after she dies." A powerful will to survive caused the cave queen to unleash tremendous strength, causing the surrounding chains to rattle and jingle incessantly. With a loud bang, an iron chain snapped, and the shattered pieces crashed against the surrounding cave walls, creating deep grooves. What followed was a chain reaction. As one chain snapped, a series of crackling sounds, like firecrackers, followed. The queen of the caves had broken free of most of her restraints, and then she suddenly spewed out streams of even more foul-smelling liquid. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke rose up, melting the rebels who were besieging her into wisps of white smoke. The ground, cast from bluestone, had now been corroded into a huge pit, resembling a small pond. "Wow, Brother Fan, this guy's attack power is terrifying," Dojiang exclaimed in surprise. "Not only that, Soy Milk, did you see that? Thousands of cavemen and gigantic cave creatures attacked her together, but they still couldn't kill her." Chapter 192, Inside the Pyramid, New Weapons. A large hole was torn open in the queen of the cave's stomach, continuously spurting out green blood. She let out a shrill scream and continued to slaughter her own people in the square. "Let's go. Let's sneak in from the back," Wang Fan said. Wang Fan took the lead, followed closely by Dojiang and Li Ruolin. They moved towards the pyramids through the honeycomb-like caves, and because the 3 of them were walking in the dark, they were not discovered by the crypt queen. The cave has a complex structure, and cavemen occasionally appear, but they are no match for Wang Fan, who can only handle them with 2 punches. The three of them groped their way around while occasionally checking the movements of the cave queen. The cave queen was constantly devouring the corpses of the rebels, and her wounds were slowly healing. Brother Fan, that guy can recover. Dojiang was also slightly surprised by this. Never mind that for now. She's badly injured and won't recover anytime soon. Let's go check on the other side of the pyramid. Without further hesitation, the three quickened their pace. Before long, the three arrived at the back of the pyramid, while the crypt queen was in front of the pyramid, separated by the pyramid itself. The three tiny figures were completely obscured by the pyramids, and the crypt queen couldn't see them at all. Before them was a steep staircase, at the top of which was a passageway. The pyramids are hundreds of meters high, but this height is not considered large for the space of this underground cave. Wang Fan stepped onto the stairs, which were covered with a thick layer of volcanic ash. Let's go up and take a look. Stepping on the bluestone steps, each step kicks up a cloud of dust. Before long, the group had climbed the stairs and started walking into the passage. Of course, Wang Fan, who is the strongest, went first. Now, Wang Fan's physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, so he is naturally not afraid. Soy Milk, carrying the lamp of eternity, illuminated the passage. Brother Fan, be careful. It wouldn't be good if there was a trap or something. Okay, take care of yourself, I'll be fine. After traveling for a short while, the group arrived at the main hall, which was instantly illuminated. However, instead of torches and flares, high-tech lights illuminated the main hall. The room was surrounded by mechanical products. In the center of the room was a metal platform that looked like a coffin, with a fluorescent light on top, which was a very large round fluorescent light. There were also large glass jars around, filled with red liquid, and inside the liquid were things that looked like bioengineered humans. Holy crap, this alien technology? Soy Milk exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Fan was also slightly surprised. He had seen everything since coming to this planet, so this was just the worst thing ever. Perhaps this is one of the myriad races, a race that seems to primarily rely on technological means. Wang Fan guessed. He knew that the King of Qin had participated in a war involving tens of thousands of races from different civilizations, which naturally could not all be the same. Like the Brain Clan, they developed their brains to strengthen themselves, while the Vikings relied on raw power. After all, they were born brutes. The buildings here are likely the final legacy left behind by a technological race, one of the myriad races. The three people stepped forward to examine the metal tabletop in the center. The metal tabletop is rectangular, about 1 meter off the ground, and has a layer of glass on it. Inside the glass is a gun, but this gun is definitely not a weapon in the human understanding. The gun had a silvery sheen and was covered with many blue patterns. Wang Fan tried to examine it. Star Energy Pulse Cannon. Current remaining energy allows for 15 shots. Each shot can penetrate space, creating a singularity that will tear apart anything within a 1,000-meter radius. Note, maximum range 1,200 meters. Damn, that's awesome. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. He was clear about the concept of a singularity. He had come across short videos about it. The so-called singularity, simply put, is a small black hole, and this gun will create a singularity, which is a small black hole, after it is fired. Black holes have extremely high mass. Even light cannot escape their gravity. Wang Fan felt that this Star Energy Pulse Cannon would play a crucial role in attacking the savage tribe. If we could hit that so-called Tower of Despair, it would surely be destroyed. Dojiang took out a pickaxe and tapped the glass. The sound was clanging, indicating that the glass was very hard. Brother Fan, can you break this glass? Wang Fan frowned slightly and raised his fist. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Hopefully I can break it. Get out of the way. Dojiang immediately led Li Ruolin to a safer distance. Seeing this, Wang Fan raised his fist and smashed it. With a bang, a dull sound came, and the glass was completely intact. On the contrary, Wang Fan's hand turned slightly red. Damn, it's so hard. I refuse to believe it. Wang Fan took out several gems. Although the gems were smashed off by Wang Fan's fist, it did not mean that the gems were very fragile. Since the gemstone's head is pointed, Wang Fan decided to use a point to break through the surface. With this type of glass, if even a corner is broken, the entire piece will crumble. Wang Fan gripped the ruby tightly in his hand, aiming the pointed end at the glass. Smash it! Wang Fan roared. He used a lot of force this time, and with a bang, a small that appeared on glass. And in the middle of the small dot, there is a small hole that is visible to the naked eye. It works. Wang Fan was overjoyed. He raised the gem again and slammed it down several times. Bang, 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 one blow after another. Finally, the sound of shattering glass rang out, crack, 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 and then the entire piece of glass instantly shattered into pieces. Great! It's a success! Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly. Soy Milk also came over at this moment, looking at the high-tech weapons in the cabinet. Brother Fan, do you think this thing could kill the cave queen outside with one shot? Dojiang asked curiously. Wang Fan picked up the star energy pulse cannon. The weapon felt heavy and unusually cold in his hand. It definitely can. After all, that's the singularity. The weapon weighs at least 100 pounds, but it's not too heavy for Wang Fan. Dojiang wanted to try it out too, but the moment the weapon was in his hands, he almost fell over. Holy crap, how is it so heavy? Because it's so heavy, the soy milk can only be held in one's arms. It's very difficult to hold it by hand. Wang Fan picked up the weapon and looked at the creatures in the several jars around him. They were tall and powerful, humanoid in shape, but wearing masks. Moreover, he is a full 3 meters tall, and his arms are almost as thick as Wang Fan's thighs, making him look very strong. Chapter 193, Stellar Energy Pulse, Singularity Tear. The three looked around, but apart from some high-tech equipment and wiring, there was nothing else. Let's go. This is probably where this weapon is stored. Wang Fan said. The group decided not to linger any longer. As for the creatures in the jars, Wang Fan felt they were extremely dangerous, so he didn't touch them. But as soon as the group stepped out of the passage, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. The cave queen was staring intently at the group, her massive body towering high. Its shoulders are already half the height of a pyramid. The queen of the caves roared, determined to tear the intruders to shreds, for this was also her lair. Oh no, Brother Fan! No sooner had she finished speaking than the cave queen spewed out a thick, green liquid. Soy Milk emitted white light from his hands, instantly forming a wall in front of the passage. The white smoke hissed and dissipated, and bits of broken wall debris fell to the ground. The three people had not yet completely escaped the passage, as their exit was completely blocked. Wang Fan immediately took out the star energy pulse cannon. Perfect! Let's test its power with this thing. Wang Fan looked at the cave queen, who roared angrily at him and swung her claws fiercely. In a flash, the top of the pyramid was shaved off. Wang Fan also pulled the trigger at this moment, and the pulse cannon in his hand continued to gather power. The magazine compartment is a small, miniature planet, which appears to be powered by the planet itself. The pulse cannon continuously charged, with powerful bursts of energy converging from the magazine towards the muzzle. The buzzing sound grew louder and louder, making the cave queen very uneasy. The cave queen suddenly stuck out her long tongue, which shot towards Wang Fan like an arrow. Wang Fan dodged the attack by sidestepping, and the pulse cannon in his hand was now fully charged. With a whoosh, a beam of light shot out from the cannon muzzle and struck the crypt queen from behind. Then, a black dot appeared at the bombardment site and began to grow larger. Suddenly, a suction force was generated from the black dot, and the black dot continued to grow larger like a vortex. Run! Wang Fan shouted. Wang Fan pulled the two men by the legs and exerted force, completing the backflip after putting away his gun in that instant. The cave queen tried to give chase, but her body was too enormous, and her sharp tail was sucked into the singularity. A fierce wind was blowing all around, and the singularity was like a giant wind tunnel. The surrounding gale was desperately trying to force its way in, and unsurprisingly, the queen of the caves was being torn inside little by little. Wang Fan and the others had arrived at the front of the pyramid, where the crypt queen was gripping the pyramid tightly with her front paws. Brother Fan, is it possible that this guy can inhale it? Dojiang asked worriedly. Wang Fan took out the ram-headed scepter. If she can't absorb it, I'll help her. Whether it's the rubble within the singularity's radius or the surrounding cave creatures. At that moment, they were all pulled in by the powerful suction and compressed into tiny dust particles by the singularity. The queen of the cave's claws continued to tear at the pyramid. She lay face down on the ground, crawling forward with all her might, with the terrifying singularity behind her. The bluestone on the ground was also turned upside down by the cave queen. Those huge bluestones were also sucked in by the terrifying suction force and then crushed. Driven by a powerful will to survive, the cave queen was suddenly confronted by a fireball appearing above her. Haha, old monster, let me send you on your way, Wang Fan said coldly. The next moment, the lava fireball crashed down, and the cave queen, seeing that she was about to die, immediately spat venom at Wang Fan. With a soft poof, the venom was pulled away by a powerful suction force before it could even hit Wang Fan, splattering all over her own face. At that moment, the lava fireball crashed into her, sending her already unsteady body flying with a bang. Then the crypt queen's enormous body was uncontrollably absorbed by the singularity. Her body slowly dissipated like grains of sand, and her shrill screams echoed throughout the cave. The cries lasted only a moment before abruptly ceasing. Brother Fan, we did it, Dojiang exclaimed. The singularity has not disappeared at this point, and it is unknown how long it will last. Wang Fan patted the still somewhat dazed Dojiang. Let's hurry up and get back to the surface. This trip wasn't a loss. Soy Milk also recovered and followed behind Wang Fan. With the death of the cave queen, the eggs turned black, and the remaining cave people collapsed to the ground. How come all of Fan Ji's guys are dead before the fight even started? Dojiang asked in confusion. Wang Fan wasn't entirely sure either, but this was definitely not a bad thing. I don't know. Maybe these things are like parasites. The queen should be the mother. Soy Milk kicked the caveman lying on the ground, but he didn't move. They are indeed dead. It seems they must have some kind of brainwave connection, right? Probably. The lightning storm is coming soon. We need to hurry home and prepare accordingly. The three searched for an upward-facing cave and finally, after half a day, found a slightly narrow entrance. The entrance to the cave was only wide enough for one person to climb out, and it was drizzling outside. It's obvious that climbing up will take you to the outside world. Wang Fan glanced at the dimly lit surroundings and said, You guys go first. I'll cover you from behind. Dojiang and Li Ruolin didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started climbing up. After all, Wang Fan wasn't afraid of monsters here. He was just afraid that he would be the first to go up, and then the other two would run into trouble. If such a situation were to occur, it would definitely cause delays, although many horror movies portray it this way. Li Ruolin was first, Dojiang was second. The cave walls were very slippery, but fortunately, they weren't completely vertical. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to climb out. Li Ruolin, who was climbing in front, slipped and landed on Dojiang's face. Slow down, Ruolin. Dojiang texted. Dojiang, breathing heavily through his nose, used his head to support Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin blushed slightly when she sensed something was wrong, and then immediately braced herself against the rock wall and continued climbing upwards. Before long, the two finally climbed out, only to find themselves surrounded by a vast expanse of white snow, with no idea where they were. Dojiang reached out and pulled Wang Fan up as well. Soy Milk, look at the map markers. Where are we now? Wang Fan asked, puzzled. Dojiang opened the map and found that the village was still 20 kilometers away. Brother Fan, the village is 20 kilometers away. If we want to go back, we have to cross the ice field ahead. Wang Fan looked into the distance and saw that the three of them were now on a slightly higher hill. Ahead lies a plain. Beyond the plain lies the volcano behind Snow Wolf Valley. Then you have to go down the volcano to get home. Wang Fan shook the dirt off his clothes. Let's go, 20 kilometers isn't far. Before long, the three continued on their journey. Chapter 194 Discovery of the Palace. The weather on the planet Deathgate is unpredictable, with little discernible pattern. The three of them strolled across the howling wind on the icy plain, and Wang Fan unconsciously put on a few more layers of clothing. With the arrival of lightning storms accompanied by heavy rain, the high temperatures have subsided. Brother Fan, when are we going to take down the savage's lair? Dojiang asked. After weathering this crisis with Li Ruolin, he increasingly longed for a peaceful life. But all of that seemed so far away. However, Wang Fan was like a guiding light. As long as this leader of the alliance was there, he felt very at ease. Wang Fan put his hands in his pockets, shivering from the cold. Let's wait until the lightning storm passes before we talk about it. This can't be rushed. Going now would be extremely dangerous. Besides, natural disasters on this planet sweep indiscriminately, so those guys should also be avoiding disasters. Once we get through the rain and the sun shines again, we can gather our forces and head to the Death Cave. Wang Fan's words made Dojiang clench his fists slightly. Brother Fan, will definitely succeed, right? Of course. Wang Fan said seriously. Why wouldn't he want to resolve all of this as soon as possible, and then have a basketball team or a football team with Lin Qingxue? On the icy plain, 3 figures, no bigger than ants, moved slowly overhead. Deep within the snow-capped mountains, Lin Qingxing and her team of researchers are battling a blizzard, with snowflakes falling from the sky as large as goose feathers. Everyone, give it your all. We'll reach the cliff face soon, so don't fall here, Lin Qingxing shouted. Wang Dali and Lin Qingxing supported each other as they walked through the heavy snow, which had already reached their knees. The blizzard had only been going on for 10 minutes. The members of the scientific expedition team followed closely behind. Even though they were panting heavily and their vision was beginning to blur, they knew that stopping meant certain death. So they all put in their best effort and forged ahead. I'm going to die, a professor gasped. 2 young research team members immediately appeared beside him and helped the professor up. Professor, you can't give up. Here, let us help you. The expedition team members usually traveled in small groups, afraid that someone would fall behind. In front of them was a cliff with some naturally formed hills. Although it is made of gravel, it offers shelter from the erosion of blizzards. Qingxing, is the key to the eternal resting place in the snow mountain really here? Wang Dali asked. A group of people had been walking this way for a long time, but all they could see were snow-capped mountains and ice fields. They hadn't even seen what a palace looked like. Lin Qingxing glanced at the map, which she had marked with many symbols, some with crosses and others with circles. It shouldn't be wrong. The direction we came from proves that our ancestors came here, while at that time, almost all the other directions were lakes. Those lakes are now frozen, but at least they weren't frozen when our ancestors were alive. This was the only direction they could go. I believe we should be able to find it soon. They wouldn't betray us, their descendants. We'd probably die deep in the snow-capped mountains anyway. Along the way, they encountered many monsters, but the members of the expedition team were all equipped with AK-47s, and any carbon-based creatures were under their jurisdiction. Therefore, apart from the hardship of the long journey, the trip was relatively smooth. Before long, a group of people arrived at the foot of the cliff, which blocked the blizzard from reaching them. Everyone plopped down on the ground, even though it was very cold. I am exhausted. I have no idea why this ancestor kept things so secret. I am truly impressed. There's no other way. Let's keep searching. Maybe we can find our ancestors and ask them what really happened. Ancestor? Could it be that the king of Qin is still alive? Hey, you never know. Don't forget how much effort the king of Qin put into seeking immortality throughout his life. What if he succeeds? The group lit a campfire to keep warm. Since the campfire was created by the system, it would not go out on the spot, even in the biting cold wind. Sitting around the campfire, one of them squinted and looked toward a corner of the cliff, where something seemed to be. Unable to see clearly, he could only stand up and walk over there. There, in a crack in the mountain wall, was something stuck. Where are you going? Someone asked. The man didn't turn around and said softly, I found something. I need to go take a look. The group was taken aback for a moment, then immediately followed. Lin Qingxing and Wang Dali followed out of curiosity. A discovery? Wang Dali asked in surprise. A group of people arrived in front of the mountain wall. In front of them was a crack, and a skeleton was stuck in the crack. The flesh and blood of the skeleton had long since dried up and congealed with frost, and the skeleton was still wearing armor and a helmet. The clothes, though frozen solid by the cold, were remarkably well preserved. They're soldiers from the Qin dynasty, a professor exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this attire is exactly the same as that of the Qin dynasty soldiers we've observed before. A group of people were discussing the matter, but they all had one thing in common. The soldiers' remains in front of them must be from the Qin dynasty. Lin Qingxing looked at the crack, and something vaguely flashed before her eyes. What is that? Lin Qingxing asked in confusion. What's wrong? Wang Dali asked with concern. Something just dazzled my eyes. It seemed like light was reflecting off something. Lin Qingxing replied. Wang Dali looked at the bronze plaque on the skeleton, then pulled the skeleton out of the crack. This should be the bronze plaque. The remains were thrown to the ground by Wang Dali, and in an instant they scattered and turned into fragments. The bones, after thousands of years, had long since decayed beyond repair. As the remains were unearthed, a scene that shocked Lin Qingxing unfolded. She saw a corner of what looked like a building inside the crack. Look, there's a building in the crack, she exclaimed in surprise. People around immediately looked toward the crowded crack, and sure enough, there was a building inside the cliff. Although it was only a corner, it made everyone's blood boil. They seemed to have finally found the palace that lay dormant in the snow-capped mountains. Great, we found it. Yes, it's been so many days. It must have been tough. Quick, let's find the entrance. A group of people appeared unusually excited and began to explore the cliff face. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find anything. Lin Xingxing observed the surrounding rock walls, accompanied by several geologists. Dr. Lin, look at these tiny cracks. Perhaps the Earth's crust here has moved, one of them said. Yes, Dr. Lin, look at this cliff where the cracks have broken apart. The two sides aren't the same height. Lin Xingxing also noticed this, and she noticed that one corner of the palace seemed to be slightly tilted. Everyone, there's no need to look anymore. There was never an entrance here. The cliff in front of us should have been level with the ground we're standing on now. But now, it has already risen from the ground, otherwise the palace would not have been exposed. These words surprised everyone, and after observing for a while, they realized that it might really be true. There's no entrance. How are we supposed to get in? Could it be that we should just dig it in? Chapter 195, A New Idea. Lin Xingxing observed her surroundings, but there were only stone walls, no grooves or possible mechanisms. Clearly, they had run out of ideas. Keep digging, just dig out a passage that we can get through. The group glanced at the crack in front of them. The crack wasn't very wide, but if someone was thin enough, they could squeeze in sideways. However, that would risk getting stuck in the crack. Excavation would simply require widening the crack. This method saved a lot of effort, so the group simply took out pickaxes and started digging. The sound of a pickaxe striking rock echoed across the cold, snowy ground. The snow continued to fall, and Wang Fan and his companions safely crossed the plain. They were now heading down the mountain from the volcano. After a few more hours of walking, they will be able to go home. The raindrops were slightly frozen by the weather, falling like shards of ice onto the heads of the group. Dojiang plucked the ice shard from his head. Brother Fan, it's so cold. The rain is getting heavier, and the dark clouds haven't even fully arrived yet. Wang Fan looked up into the distance. Dark clouds continued to roll in, and purple lightning continued to crackle across the clouds. However, the dark clouds that were originally pouring rain were now pouring water down like a bucket. It was so big that it was visible to the naked eye. The rain poured down from the clouds like a waterfall, just like the Milky Way pouring down. Wang Fan was also somewhat surprised. Holy crap, this is huge. Is this rain? Or has the dam burst? Li Ruolin was also very worried. The rain was really too heavy, heavier and more rapid than any rain on Earth. The group wasn't quite sure of the underlying principle, but they thought it might be related to the extreme heat and cold weather on the planet. Perhaps it was these two extreme weather conditions that caused this storm and torrential rain. Hurry, let's go home. This drainage ditch has to be turned into a drainage river, otherwise it won't work at all. Wang Fan urged. Faced with such a massive rainstorm, will the drainage ditches be effective? Obviously not. Only by building several wide rivers for drainage and using waterways to discharge the water can we achieve this. Back in the village, Li Jun immediately rushed to greet his daughter, Xiaolan, who had returned home. Thank goodness, Xiaolan, you're all right. Li Ruolin threw herself into her father's arms, and Li Jun looked at Wang Fan with gratitude, extending his hand. Thank you. Wang Fan was polite, shook hands, and immediately said, let's not talk about that now. You've probably already seen the heavy rain. Let's quickly discuss a plan. Upon hearing this, Li Jun's expression immediately turned serious. Quick, come inside. The group went inside, where some of the more influential people in the village were already gathered. Commander Li, we should build a wall around Snow Wolf Valley. Otherwise the water from the mountain will flood into the valley and we'll be doomed, a woman said. Commander Li, we should build some more sky channels constructed with wood so that we can carry out secondary drainage. The group of people discussed their countermeasures, each offering their own perspective. Snow Wolf Valley is currently facing two problems. The first is that when heavy rains come, rainwater will flow in from the mountain. Secondly, the rainfall is too heavy, making it relatively difficult to quickly divert the water. According to the villager's suggestion, the first thing to do is to build a wall around the hills surrounding Snow Wolf Valley. With a wall, rainwater can be diverted to other places by the wall. The second is to construct a drainage ditch at a height of about 5 meters above the ground. This way, not only can the air above drain water, but the ground can also drain the rainwater after it falls to the ground. These two suggestions seem good, but in reality, they can only be used to deal with heavy rain. Wang Fan felt that none of these could stop the storm that was as fierce as the Milky Way. He immediately voiced his objection. No, this is still too inefficient. The rainwater is pouring down like a celestial river. This method won't solve the problem. People around turned to look and fell silent. They knew Wang Fan, so they wanted to hear his different opinions. So what should we do? Yes, are we really going to have to move to higher ground for refuge? Our livestock and farmland are almost fully developed. If they can't withstand the heavy rain, they'll be washed away completely. There's no other way now. We can only do these two things for the time being. A group of people were discussing it excitedly, and they felt that the most important thing was to take action now. Wang Fan said, "Don't forget, everyone, we can build with stones." The existence of the system mechanism allows us to freely build stones, wooden blocks, and even other materials of various shapes. Although we have a large population in Snow Wolf Valley, it would be too slow to dig ditches by manpower alone. Besides, I don't think those drainage ditches and walls can stop a storm. After all, even a torrential downpour can flood a city on Earth. Even cars weighing several tons can't withstand heavy rain, let alone the storm we're facing now. The others asked in confusion. From what you're saying, you already have an idea? Wang Fan nodded. Of course, everyone can work together to build the stone blocks and use the advantages of the mechanism to construct the building. All we need to do is make a super big lid to cover us up. No matter how heavy the rain is, it will fall on the lid and never reach the ground. All we need to do is wait quietly for the dark clouds to disperse. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they understood what Wang Fan meant. This is similar to holding up an umbrella, like providing shelter for the entire Snow Wolf Valley. Making the umbrella steeper can not only disperse the impact of the rain, but also divert the rainwater. As long as the umbrella is big enough, the rainwater will flow elsewhere, since although the rainwater is heavy, it does not have the ability to break rocks. With so many people in Snow Wolf Valley, many have used the building function, which allows a building to be constructed in less than a second. Compared to manual excavation, this almost game-like construction method is definitely more useful and faster. Chapter 196, Strange Creatures. Everyone agreed with Wang Fan's suggestion, since they had all dug ditches themselves. It would be extremely difficult to dig a ditch as wide as a river in just a few days, and the storm in the distance was clearly beyond the capacity of a small ditch to drain the water. Quickly, let's get started now. Spread out and build a cone-shaped platform about 15 meters high to divert all the rainwater to the foot of the mountain. Yes, let's begin now. Everyone, divide into 5 teams and gather in turn. Before long, the crowd split into 5 large groups, each with several thousand people. Brother Fan, how tall should this pillar be? Dojiang asked. Based on his calculations with Lin Qingxue, Wang Fan blurted out, 100 meters will suffice. Thousands of people went to the top of Snow Wolf Valley. They were in charge of the summit, which was the position of the umbrella handle. However, this rain shelter does not need to be completely covered 360 degrees. All you need to do is build something like a rain shelter along the mountaintop down into Snow Wolf Valley, and erect a support in the middle of Snow Wolf Valley. Then, after the rain falls, it will flow directly down the slope to the foot of the mountain. However, this is a huge project, but fortunately, everyone is not too tired. After all, a 1 square meter roof can be built with a wave of the hands, without requiring much effort. Hey, surveying team over there, how many meters high is this pillar I'm standing on? Someone from Snow Wolf Valley asked. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man looked at the sketch, calculated the general location, and immediately said, 100 meters will do. Hey, you over there, that pillar you built is too high. 80 meters is enough, the man commanded. Under his direction, he ensured that all the supporting columns were in good condition, otherwise it would definitely affect the subsequent progress. The surveying team members all used to work on construction sites and were all civil engineering graduates. Although they no longer had equipment, such as levels, their professional skills remained. At present, aesthetics are not the priority. The only concern is rain protection. Therefore, it is most appropriate for them to be in charge of the measurement work. Wang Fan and his group quickly set up the middle section, with the height of the pillars forming a trapezoidal step from the mountainside towards the valley entrance. Others connected and built the structure according to the height of the pillars, forming a series of sloping surfaces, and finally guided the heavy rain from the top of the mountain to the bottom. The mountain range where Snow Wolf Valley is located is not high, with an altitude of over 600 meters, and Snow Wolf Valley is located halfway up the mountain, at an altitude of about 300 meters. Wang Fan thought, no matter how heavy the rain was, it couldn't possibly have flooded the mountain from the foot of the mountain, could it? This is an altitude of 300 meters. The light rain continued to fall, and a person jogged over, wading through the muddy road. Alliance leader, something terrible has happened. Li Cheng ran over, panting. What's wrong? Wang Fan asked, puzzled. He had never seen Li Cheng so panicked before. Even in the palace, or when dealing with wild beasts, Li Cheng was always very calm. A bad feeling began to creep into Wang Fan's heart. Monsters. Lots of monsters. They came with the heavy rain, and they looked very strange. Li Cheng said in horror. The group was taken aback and immediately asked, what kind of monster? Li Cheng hesitated for a moment, then handed the binoculars to Wang Fan. You should see for yourself. It's fucking terrifying. Li Jun, Wang Fan, and the others jogged all the way to the top of the tower in Snow Wolf Valley. Wang Fan looked through his binoculars down into the dark clouds and saw many strange creatures in the heavy rain. These creatures are the same size as humans, or even slightly taller, but they have heads like octopuses, sharks, and pufferfish. That's right, these creatures have human limbs and look like humans in every way, but they are not human at all. What terrifies the group is precisely because they look like humans. This is the uncanny valley effect. What the hell is this thing? Li Jun exclaimed in shock. Who knows how many miles that dark cloud stretched, and how many such monsters were lurking in the downpour? Perhaps tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. In short, the local people were definitely not someone they could fight against. For a moment, Li Jun couldn't help but feel a little panicked, but as a soldier, he naturally didn't show it. If even he is trembling with fear, then these people are probably even more desperate. Chi-Chi, also somewhat frightened, leaned against Li Cheng, gripping his hand tightly. What should we do? Will we die? Li Cheng glanced at Wang Fan, who showed no sign of panic, which reassured him somewhat. No, I believe there will be a way. Through the telescope, Wang Fan saw a bolt of purple lightning strike down, hitting a tall tree. However, a group of strange creatures next to the tree were also affected, their bodies bursting into sparks and dying on the spot. This scene moved Wang Fan deeply. He guessed that these creatures were definitely from the ocean, and that they couldn't come up to the land because it was dry before. Now, thanks to the rain, they can step onto land. However, just as they can utilize nature, they cannot fight against it. Lightning strikes can cause widespread casualties, and making good use of this is the key. Wang Fan asked Li Jun, already having some ideas. Commander Li, can you make iron chains? I can make chains. Li Jun replied without hesitation. Then he asked, what do you need the chains for? Wang Fan's gaze turned cold as he put down his binoculars. Make an electric fence, electrocute them. According to Wang Fan's plan, he would bury the iron chain in the ground before the dark clouds arrived, and then attach an iron rod to the end to erect it at a high place. Although the earth absorbs electricity, the purple lightning was clearly extraordinary, and a lightning that couldn't dissipate in time would definitely damage these creatures. Another reason is that the lightning was almost continuous. Although not every lightning bolt struck the ground, the iron rod should still attract a lot of lightning. Of course, that's far from enough. Commander Li, let's hurry up with the arrangements before the lightning strikes. I need to go home, Wang Fan said. Li Jun nodded and immediately began to call on his men to begin the operation. Wang Fan went home because he already had enough gems. Since a level 8 home has magnetic detection, what would a level 10 home have? There might be a better protection mechanism. Wang Fan also had a star energy pulse cannon in his hand. If he couldn't handle the situation, he would not hesitate to use up all the bullets. There was no other way. Of course, it would be best not to use it if possible. He still needs to go to the Cave of Death. Only by solving the Cave of Death can humanity turn the tide. After all, in the current situation, if everyone were armed with firearms, monsters and beasts would be a joke. Unless this monster is beyond the scope of carbon-based life forms. But according to Wang Fan's observations, no such creature has appeared yet. They are all flesh and blood. Even the powerful brain race is no exception. Chapter 1, 97, Your Highness. Wang Fan rushed home and took out all the gems he had obtained. My current home is level 8, and upgrading to level 10 requires even more precious gems. Previously, it was impossible to upgrade due to the scarcity of gems, but things are different now. Let me see what the effects of a level 10 homestead are, Wang Fan said with anticipation. Beside him were Dojiang, Li Cheng, and others, who were equally curious. Wang Fan was definitely the first person to upgrade his homestead to level 10. As the materials were consumed, a notification sound rang out instantly. Ding! Level 10 homestead construction completed. You will receive a long-distance teleportation portal. You can teleport to any place on the planet, provided that you also have a low-level home there. Each teleportation costs 1 gem and allows for round trips. Gain a home shield. When creatures invade your territory, the shield will prevent them from entering unless the creature is powerful enough. Besides these 2 notification sounds, the original building has become much more luxurious, and the walls are inlaid with gemstones. Honey, this shield is very important. If it can't stop those sea creatures, we can hide inside it, Lin Qingxue said. Wang Fan immediately tried to deploy the shield, which could cover a radius of 500 meters around his home. The shield was pale blue and could be touched, with ripples spreading across it. He punched the shield hard, but the shield didn't budge an inch. Wang Fan also showed a satisfied expression. Not bad. Its endurance is very strong. Even if it is surrounded by many monsters, there is no need to worry about it being breached. The existence of the long-distance teleportation array also allows Wang Fan to teleport within the giant mushroom forest and the sunset forest. Although he doesn't need to go there right now, he will inevitably need to use the teleportation array in the future. With the teleportation array, he can establish level 1 homes in many places and connect all humans together through the teleportation key. Human beings are currently too scattered, with only a few here and a few there. Or perhaps several thousand people live on the eastern mountain peaks, while tens of thousands live at the foot of the southern mountain. In short, it's a complex situation. Those who survived were all highly capable of survival. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Wang Fan gave Dojiang some gems. I'll give you half of the gems I have left. Take them to the center of the village and find someone to help you gather stones, wood, and other materials. Then, build a level 10 homestead to house the remaining women and children. Dojiang nodded, understanding Wang Fan's meaning. Thanks, Brother Fan. I thank you on behalf of the people. All right, enough with the formalities. Let's get going, urged on. Dojiang immediately ran towards the village. According to Wang Fan, the fewer casualties among the villagers, the better. After all, I don't know how to make those seasonings, and now we all have the same goal, so we're all in the same boat. Wang Fan couldn't imagine what the point would be if he and his family were the only humans left to die. Are we really expecting our whole family to fight monsters and countless savages? Of course not. Come on, let's go help with the setup. We have to finish before the heavy rain comes. Alright, Alliance Leader. The group immediately got back to construction, looking at the hill behind them where tiles-like stones had already been laid. Moreover, quite a few have already been built, and one corner that looks like a canopy is already taking shape. It has to be said that the efficiency brought by the mechanism is really much faster. Everyone was working hard, fighting for tomorrow, and they all wanted to sit at home and enjoy a sweet and delicious cake. I don't want to die on this rotten planet at all. Just then, a disheveled figure collapsed in the middle of the village. He immediately shouted, "Something's wrong. Monsters are arriving one after another from the direction of the valley entrance." The white light in Wang Fan's hand dissipated, and he was also surprised. "What? So fast?" He quickly asked, "How many monsters are there?" The man's eyes were red, and he was trembling all over, whether from the cold rain or from sheer fear. It was hard to tell. "Tens or even hundreds," he said, trembling. The people around them also panicked, and their expressions became serious. Wang Fan turned around and shouted, "Don't panic, everyone. Set up the rain shelter first. I'll take care of it." Hearing Wang Fan say this, they naturally felt much more at ease. According to Wang Fan's speculation, these monsters must have landed in a group right after the rain started. After all, it had been drizzling for many days, and the real main force was in the storm. Wang Fan wasn't worried about these small karaomis, but he still needed to deal with them for now. Soy milk remained where it was, and he had to build a level 10 shelter in the center of the village. The shelter doesn't need to be too complicated, just big enough. Therefore, he used a large warehouse to build the shelter, and there were not many women and children among the residents. Basically, out of 100 people, there are only about 10 women and children combined. However, there are basically no elderly people, only 1 in 10,000 people, or none at all. Their survival skills are not very strong. After all, their aging bodies make them unable to adapt to the environment. Quickly, women and children hide in the warehouse. It's absolutely safe here. So immediately, Li Ruolin, carrying an umbrella made of a huge leaf, jogged all the way to the warehouse. "Can I fight alongside you?" she texted. Soy Milk immediately refused. "No, it's too dangerous. You could easily lose your life." "Stay put," Li Ruolin followed up with, "Aren't you coming with us to hide in the warehouse?" While urging the women and children who were unable to fight, Dojiang replied, "No. After I've settled you all in, I'm going out to fight alongside Brother Fan." Li Ruolin also became worried. "Then you must be careful and stay safe. I'll be waiting for you to come back." Soy Milk paused for a moment. How many people wouldn't be happy to be cared for by someone they like? He was naturally happy, but he wasn't sure if he would come back alive, even though he knew Wang Fan was very strong. But now we are facing millions, even tens of millions or hundreds of millions of marine creatures. How big is the ocean? He couldn't imagine. After all, the ocean of Death Gate Star was absolutely indescribably vast. After a moment of silence, Dojiang replied to Li Ruolin, "I'll try my best." Seeing this, Li Ruolin immediately became anxious. She frantically gestured, but Dojiang couldn't understand the meaning of those gestures. "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Soy Milk asked, puzzled. Li Ruolin realized this too, and she immediately sent a message. "I'm waiting for you to come back, my prince." Chapter 198, Friends Together. Soy Milk was also taken aback, then looked at Li Ruolin, but the latter had already run away shyly, leaving only her back view. He wasn't a fool. How could he not understand what those words meant? Dojiang's resolve deepened considerably. "Wait, Ruolin. After I've resolved all this, I'll tell Commander Li that I'll marry you." Soybean Milk turned and ran towards the valley entrance, cursing under his breath. These damn monsters, this damn weather, and these damn savages, they all deserve to die. He hated all of this awful stuff. Without it, perhaps he could have lived with the woman he loved much sooner. Soy Milk raced swiftly along the muddy road, the town behind him receding into the distance. No matter how terrible the road ahead, he was determined to protect the woman he loved. "Brother Fan, is there anything I can do for you?" Wang Fan drew his iron sword, the blade of which had been gleaming white, was now covered in crimson blood. The air was filled not only with the smell of blood, but also with a nauseating fishy odor. "Of course, grab your machetes, go and slay these monsters, and protect our fellow countrymen." Wang Fan kicked away the corpse at his feet. It was a shark man with a chubby body, a shark's head, and a pair of chubby little legs. To be honest, it looks a little comical, even somewhat like Nanawi, the shark man from American movies. "By the way, Soy Milk, eat 2 rock fruits, or I'm afraid you'll die here." "Are you afraid of dying?" Wang Fan asked with concern. Dojiang gripped the large sword in his hand. This was a weapon from the military's tech tree, made of high-quality steel, extremely hard, and with considerable destructive power. "We're not afraid. None of us soldiers are afraid of death." "All right, let's fight." Soy Milk also ate 2 magma fruits without hesitation, enhancing the development of its brain. Under this effect, the speed of the raindrops began to slow down visibly. In this way, as long as he concentrates enough and pays attention, as long as his head isn't cut off, Wang Fan's blood tree essence and fountain of life can keep him alive. Just then, an octopus tentacle lashed out like a rapidly whipping lash, striking the Soy Milk with a crackling sound. But to Dojiang, that speed was far too slow. Soy Milk grabbed the tentacle with one hand and pulled it sharply towards him, causing the monster to stumble and lunge at him. Dojiang immediately crouched down, first swinging his broadsword halfway around to cut off the tentacles, then slashing upwards from under the octopus monster's crotch with a crescent-shaped blade. A line of blood appeared on the octopus monster's head, and then, under the pressure from the aorta, blood gushed out. With a dull thud, the monster collapsed to the ground, its blood and intestines scattered everywhere. "You think you can ambush me with this?" Soy Milk said disdainfully. He then immediately rushed forward, where there were monsters with pufferfish heads, manta rays, and turtle heads. The valley entrance had a force of nearly 1,000 people fighting against these monsters, and the silverbacks were no exception, as they were also one of the main fighting forces. The big guy smashed several people flat with one punch. Compared to the others, he was much more violent. As for the fishy smell, please, that's practically a delicacy. The big guy didn't care at all. He grabbed the two sharkmen and bit them in one bite, leaving only half of the sharkmen's bodies still struggling. The big one is relatively picky. It only eats the heads or the fattest parts of these creatures. Other silverbacks are no exception. The smallest silverback is now 8 meters tall and could kill several with a single slap. Their arrival on the battlefield significantly reduced the pressure on the troops. The black-toothed pigs were no exception. With their thick skin and flesh, they ran around wildly, their two thick tusks stained with blood. The Mao charged forward, smashing a tortoise prime minister in two. "Well done, Big Mao." The Mao snorted twice, looking rather smug. Although these monsters have gained the ability to go ashore, their shortcomings are also obvious. They have lost their agility and size advantage in the ocean. Nowadays, whether it's sharks, octopuses, or squid, their body size is limited to humanoid sizes. Wang Fan punched through a shark man. Damn, these guys aren't very strong, but there are a lot of them. While others wielded various cold weapons and slashed repeatedly, Wang Fan's attacks were brutal and impactful. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Fan kept running back and forth, basically killing one person with a single punch, and the surrounding area was filled with blood mist from the explosions. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the crowd, as having a war god present made them feel more at ease. Quickly, kill as many as possible before the lightning strikes. Li Yun shouted. Yes, these soldiers ranged in age from nearly 60 to as young as 14, but they were all fearless and fought against the monsters. There are many builders in Snow Wolf Valley who are constantly building rain shelters. Hurry up, give it your all. Everyone's working so hard, we can't fall behind, a craftsman shouted. Sweat mingled with raindrops. Everyone was tense. They already knew what had happened at the valley entrance. The monster had arrived. Despite their concerns, they knew that their primary responsibility was to focus on their own tasks. As the dark clouds slowly approached and the rain continued to fall, the monsters kept coming in droves. The battle lasted for a whole day and night, and everyone was exhausted. Damn it, we can't kill all these monsters. If this keeps up, we'll either be killed or exhausted to death, one of them complained. They were really tired, their strength was almost exhausted, and everyone was soaked in the rain with dark circles under their eyes, looking like they might collapse at any moment. A man pierced the shark man's forehead with a sword, and the white brain matter mixed with bright red blood gushed out. Damn it, even if I'm exhausted, my wife is heavily pregnant. I can't afford to collapse. What will happen to her if I do? Yes, my parents are in the village too. It's a miracle they survived the natural disaster. We can't let them be eaten by monsters. The group encouraged each other. Although the situation wasn't good, so what? Everyone had their own support. Some stood here for their loved ones, some for their families, and some for the people. They all stood here because of their beliefs. With a bang, a soldier collapsed. He wasn't killed, but rather exhausted. The constant rain had made his head spin and feverish, and his physical fatigue rendered him unable to fight any longer. Old Zhang, hey, get up. A monster is coming. People around shouted, and a shark-like man lunged forward, trying to bite off old Zhang's head. Roar. The shark's mouth was full of blood. It had just killed a person. They were well aware of the sharkman's bite force. They could even bite through an iron sword. If you get bitten by it, you're definitely going to die. However, the others were too far away to provide assistance in time, and old Zhang was sure to die. A head suddenly flew into the sky, spraying blood all over everyone's faces, and an axe was stuck straight into the ground. The shark's head was filled with shock. It didn't even know what had killed it. Hey, is this all you humans are capable of? Need any help? Everyone turned to look and saw a man standing behind them. He was a bearded man from the Viking tribe, tall and strong with a powerful face and an undisguised murderous aura in his eyes. Wang Fan smiled leisurely. Of course. The bearded man walked over, picked up his axe, and then put his hands on his hips. Come on, my friends, let me show you the power of us Vikings. Thousands of people behind the bearded man shouted in unison, Hurrah! Wang Fan frowned slightly and joked, "Are you sure you're not Russians?" Chapter 199, Deep Sea Clan. The Vikings were all strong and robust. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them wild beasts. With a bang, a monster exploded, scattering chunks of flesh all over the ground. The monster was directly sandwiched between two Vikings holding shields, and then the shields crushed it like a hydraulic press. Some Vikings even rushed up and bit down, making it impossible to tell who the monster was. The Viking wiped the blood from his mouth, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. He was still chewing on shark meat. Hee, this shark sashimi is really good, fresh, and delicious. Finally, I can change things up. The other Vikings echoed the sentiment. Hurry up, the turtles here are quite good, especially the big heads. They're delicious. Squid is my favorite. Hurry up and eat it. Hey, don't eat that spotted snake. It's poisonous. This scene left all the humans speechless. Holy crap, Fanji, these Vikings are outrageous. They're just eating raw fish like that. Dojiang exclaimed, stunned. Even Wang Fan was quite surprised, as he knew the Vikings were fierce and powerful. But he didn't expect the other party to just bite it raw. It was quite unexpected, but I have a feeling they weren't just after the food. Wang Fan was a little confused, so he immediately asked the bearded man next to him. The bearded man was also eating. He was eating the shark's head. Uncle Beard, what's so special about these sea monsters? The bearded man chewed quickly a few times, then immediately swallowed. You might not know this, but these marine creatures are called deep-sea creatures, and they basically dominate the entire ocean. The scarcity of meat forces them to land during each rainy season to obtain food. But on land they are far less agile than at sea, and can only rely on numbers to gain an advantage, which is also how they reduce the population. Wang Fan was also somewhat surprised. He had thought these guys were natives born on the planet, but he didn't expect them to be one of the myriad races. So that means there are still many races surviving on this planet? The bearded man nodded. Yes, but only about 1 in 10 survives. Furthermore, the flesh and blood of these guys possess a special energy that can strengthen the body. If the first part surprised Wang Fan, then the second part shocked him. The flesh and blood of these monsters can actually strengthen the body? To what extent can it be enhanced? Wang Fan couldn't help but ask. The bearded man thought for a moment. Judging for how skinny you are, you can probably be strengthened after training. But don't get your hopes up too high. Their flesh and blood are like a free workout for you, or even a bit stronger. But something as outrageous as yours is still impossible. Wang Fan also calmed down and understood what the bearded man meant. In other words, even a weakling who has never exercised will develop 8-pack abs if he eats the flesh of these monsters. The body fat percentage will also reach a perfect state, and the person will become stronger, even far surpassing those muscular giants. However, it's impossible to reach the point where you can blow someone up with one punch, but even just this much is not bad. Soon, the news spread rapidly among the people. These deep-sea creatures were not very intelligent and could not speak. To be honest, they're just mutated fish with 4 limbs. Hurry up, cut off these fish heads. Make soup. It'll strengthen your body, someone shouted. The group was taken aback at first, but then they immediately became excited. Seeing the Vikings' brutal appearance, an idea arose in their minds. Could this be the secret to the Vikings' formidable strength? Hurry, everyone, kill them, eat their flesh, and become stronger. One of them swung his broadsword and chopped off the shark's head. Put it away. Take it home to my wife and kids, and make them stronger too. Brother Fan, I want to cut some for Rulin too. Dojiang said excitedly. Wang Fan nodded and said, be careful. Soy milk had long felt that its strength was insufficient, and it always had to rely on the magma fruit, especially considering the physical exertion and the fact that his body wasn't strong enough. If he were stronger, he could definitely protect Rulin better. Kill! A group of people shouted, yelling with every swing of their swords, the shouts invigorating them. Wang Fan summoned the steel bull, which kept crashing around wildly. Its steel hooves were even more terrifying than those of the black-toothed pig. Bang, bang, bang. The steel bull smashed into several monsters, killing them instantly. Its rusty horns were stained red with blood. The steel bull mooed, a sound of heat gushing from its body. Meanwhile, monsters continued to climb up the hillside, and the rain mixed with snow melt made the hillside very slippery. But these monsters have webbed feet and sharp claws that can grip firmly into the ground. But people are different. They can easily slip and slide down, and if they can't stop, they can slide all the way to the open ground below. Wang Fan was in that state, sliding downhill. Damn it, I should have known better than to use so much force. I should have just gone all out. Below him, numerous monsters continued to advance upwards. Forget it. We're already down here. Might as well run them over. Thinking this, a white light flashed in Wang Fan's hand, and a train suddenly appeared, with banging sounds like firecrackers exploding continuously. The train roared loudly. The train was completely out of control on the slippery ground and crashed into hundreds of monsters, filling the entire train with blood. Brother Fan, Dojiang said worriedly. Wang Fan was perfectly fine. It wasn't that he didn't know. It was just that this was exactly what he wanted. The train is very long, so a quick sweep will relieve a lot of pressure on everyone. Chapter 200 Shark Warrior. The train was like a giant rolling pin, crushing these hideous monsters to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. The train hit the bottom and rolled over repeatedly, making huge collision noises. The carriages were severely deformed from the repeated rolling and impacts. Wang Fan kicked open the deformed train door and crawled out. Damn, even though I've gotten stronger, I'm still not immune to motion sickness. It almost made me throw up. The raindrops in the sky began to grow larger, and a light rain had turned into a moderate rain. The eerie purple clouds were also drawing ever closer. The Dragon Valley Rift was now filled with rainwater, and although the rift stretched for an unknown length, it had become like a river. One by one, Tyrannosaurus Rex lay in pools of blood, their bodies riddled with holes, and inside, several sharkmen were gnawing on their entrails. These pungent-smelling entrails are the monster's favorite food. The dinosaurs in Dragon Valley are large and extremely powerful. But under the swarming onslaught of monsters like ants, they could only fall to the ground one by one. A gigantic figure burst out from the crack in Dragon Valley. It wielded an iron axe, wore leather pants, stood 20 meters tall, had hands and feet, and even a unique shark fin. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared upon seeing the enormous creature before it. Tyrannosaurus Rex has a strong sense of territory and usually marks its territory with its urine. Now, a colossal creature has invaded its territory. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lowered its body slightly and then charged, sending rainwater flying from the ground. Roar! The fierce roar even drowned out the sound of the torrential rain. The sound mixed with thunder, and the echoes reverberated for dozens of miles around. The giant shark warrior simply gripped its battle axe tightly, then seized the opportunity and slashed down fiercely. The iron axe blade gleamed with a cold light, incomparably sharp. A flash of white light appeared, followed by a streak of purple lightning. With a soft thud, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head was split in two, and its charging body crashed to the ground due to inertia. Then a large number of small sharkmen pounced on it and began to feed. Wang Fan killed one of the sharkmen with a single punch. The sharkmen behind him pounced on him, trying to bite Wang Fan to death, but Wang Fan's body was no longer something they could bite. It could only leave a tooth mark on Wang Fan, not even enough to break through his skin. Wang Fan grabbed him from behind, slammed him to the ground, and stomped on him, killing him instantly. Damn it, you dared to ambush me. He held a steel fork in his left hand and an iron sword in his right, constantly fighting his way through the monster horde, wave after wave of monsters closing in on him. They look completely different. The vast ocean has indeed given rise to an immense variety of species. The octopus man can spray out jet black ink that is corrosive, and it also has retractable tentacles that make it difficult to defend against. When the pufferfish man is killed, his head explodes, spewing out numerous needles. Anyone pierced by these needles will become numb and collapse. Sharkmen are quite primitive. They pounce and bite, their powerful bite force capable of even breaking steel. The sea serpent people have snake heads and human limbs. They will quickly stick out their heads and bite you when you are not paying attention. Their heads can extend up to 5 meters. The manta rays have a long, sharp tail that can be used as a weapon to strike at will, or can shoot out a venomous stinger like a bee. The turtle man, on the other hand, is more defensive. It carries a thick shell on its back, and it will retract its head every time it is attacked. Humans fell one by one, some bitten to death on the spot, others poisoned by the toxins. Help! Help me! The man cried out helplessly on the ground. Half of his body had been bitten off by the shark man, flesh and blood mixed with dirt, making it look extremely gruesome. Poison. I've been bitten by a snake, man. Does anyone have the antidote? Help me. The person shouting turned purple little by little from head to toe in just 3 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. One human after another fell, and even the mighty Vikings began to suffer casualties, facing countless monsters. Looking up, the monstrous tide stretched to the horizon, beyond which no one knew how far it went. Damn it, we can't kill all these monsters no matter what we do. Soy mil kerst, banting. Don't give up. As long as you have a breath left, you can't admit defeat. Young man, go and rest. We elders will take care of things here. Soy Milk gripped his broadsword tightly and chopped down another octopus man with a single blow. Pa! He spat at the octopus man's corpse, then declared loudly, "What elders? From the day I joined the army, my life has been with all of you." The next moment, he mustered his strength and charged forward. Even though his vision was a little blurry and his head was a little hot, he still rushed forward. Everyone was risking their lives, and he knew he couldn't be different, nor could he admit defeat. What kind of man would he be if he couldn't even protect the girl he liked? The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it had started to pour. The rain protection facilities in Snow Wolf Valley were nearing completion, and a level 10 homestead had been built in the middle of Snow Wolf Valley. People huddled inside, only able to hear the large raindrops pounding against them, making a crackling sound. "Mommy, will we be eaten by monsters?" the little girl asked worriedly, nestled in her mother's arms. The woman hugged her child tightly. "Don't worry, Daddy will protect us. We've survived disaster after disaster, and this time will be no different." Li Ruolin took out a piece of grass cake, handed it to the little girl, and then made a reassuring gesture. "Thank you, little girl." Li Ruolin smilat. Although she couldn't speak, her radiant smile undoubtedly warmed people's hearts. It was her smile that made the soy milk succumb to its charm. The group looked at each other without saying a word. Some of them had gone out to see what was happening outside, and to say that they could stop such a monster tide was simply a pipe dream. But people believed in hope. They survived the extreme cold, the extreme heat, the hunger, the harassment of savages, and the attacks of wild beasts. They were among the most capable people. Li Ruolin sat back down on a meadow, clasped her hands together, and prayed silently for Dojong. "You silly thing, you should have told me you liked me sooner. Do you think I didn't know you secretly watched me every time you were on patrol? I just never expected a deaf-mute person to receive love." Achoo! Soy Milk sneezed, a chill instantly running down his spine. Damn it, did I catch a cold for being caught in the rain? The next moment, an octopus tentacle wrapped around his calf, then yanked hard, making Dojong feel like the whole sky was spinning. Then, with a thud, he hit the back of his head on the ground, splashing water everywhere.